Shin-sen struggled to stand up from the chair. He stumbled out from behind the front desk shaking his head, and walked out. The scene before him left him stunned. Two towering peaks that pierced the clouds standing like celestial guardians before a three-story wooden house. After a moment of daze, Shin-sen shifted his gaze from the peaks to a plaque above the wooden door. Blind box shop, he muttered, then looked elsewhere. Spend a little money. Gain unimaginable rewards. No. I remember being on the road. I remember now, a mud truck, right? I got hit by it. But what's happening now? Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Shin-sen's eyes widened instantly. At that moment, strange information flooded into his mind. After absorbing it, he finally understood his situation. While the mud truck had a bad day and targeted him, it sent him to the Dragon Ball world, inheriting this multiverse blind box shop. That's right, the kind of blind box shop where you can get anything, from a sanitary pad to a pile of Omni Kings. Anything imaginable could be inside. Shin-sen was an optimist. He was an orphan anyway, with less than 5-digit savings before the transmigration. Compared to his 9-to-5 life now, it seemed many times better. Accepting the reality of transmigration, Shin-sen began to look around. Besides the shop and the two towering peaks, there was a vast grassland and forest with herbivores grazing peacefully. From the forest came occasional roars of beasts. How can a shop in this wilderness attract any? Shin-sen's face twitched hard. He sighed. Now my invincible area is within 10 square kilometers. Even an Omni King would be a piece of cake inside that range. But beyond that, I'm just a weakling. If I run into someone like King Piccolo, or any villain, I'm done for. For now, the only plan is to stay low. As for customers, I'll let fate decide. If after a while I still can't get anyone, I'll go out and find them. Once a customer opens a blind box, I can open 5 a day. When my strength is enough, I can go out and have fun. Having finished his monologue, Shin-sen smiled and turned back into the shop. The interior was neither luxurious nor shabby. From the entrance, there was a front desk behind which stood a counter displaying blind boxes and jars. Rows of them lined the shelves. Black iron blind box, dark brown, 100, each probability of good, item 1. Bronze blind box, light yellow, 500, each probability 5. Silver blind box, pure silver, 1 million, each probability 10. Gold blind box, pure gold, 5 million, each probability 15. These 4 types of blind boxes were all square gift packages, each tied with 4 ribbons knotted into. The blind boxes occupied the lowest shelf. Above were 3 rows of sparkling jars. Diamond jar, sky blue, 20 million, each probability 25. Starlight jar, 5-colored, 50 million, each probability 35. King jar, an unremarkable earth jar, 100 million, each probability 50. Don't let the shabby appearance of the king jar fool you. Understated luxury is its essence. 50% is not bad, a 5,050 chance. If you get good stuff, infinite profit. If not, you lose just 100 million. After receiving the information about probabilities and possible items, Shin-sen thought the blind box shop was but he was even happier because whatever items customers opened would be returned to him multiplied 10,000 times. As long as someone kept opening top-tier items, becoming invincible was only a matter of time. After inspecting the blind boxes and jars, Shin-sen turned his gaze to the hall's furnishings, some purple sandalwood tea tables, and a dozen chairs placed to the left of the front desk. Next to the tea tables against the wall stood a refrigerator. There were also 2 closed doors in the hall. Shin-sen knew one was a bathroom and the other a kitchen. The second floor had 5 guest rooms. The third floor was the master suite where he would live. That was the current state of the blind box shop. But the shop was a kind of growing establishment. It could be upgraded upon meeting certain conditions, or upgrade cards could be drawn from jars or boxes. Take things as they come. I've never been a boss in my last life. It's worth a try. From now on, I am the multiverse jar merchant. Now open for business. With a thought, Shin-sen's casual clothes transformed into a tropical beach outfit, and a pair of sunglasses appeared on his face. He moved a rocking chair and a small table from the corner of the hall to the doorstep, then took iced drinks and snacks from the fridge, and used his manager privilege to conjure an old-fashioned radio. After finishing, he lay on the rocking chair soaking up the sun and drinking soda, living a carefree life he had never dared to imagine. What came next? The first day passed, no one appeared. The second day, a few small animals came begging for food, but still no customers. On the third day, 2 guests with hose finally showed up, but as soon as they heard the jar prices, they cursed and left. Shin-sen wasn't worried. Instead, with no customers, he lived even more joyfully, and more small animals gathered around him. He became great friends with the animals. 1 month later, a circular aircraft passed overhead, then slammed on the brakes. Through the transparent glass, the pilot was a woman, and next to her in a cradle was a crying baby. When did these 2 mountains appear here? And when did a building get here? Urama was puzzled. Her home was not far from here, and she had come before many times. Just over a month ago, this was still a vast grassland, but now it had 2 peaks and a building. I've been troubled by Cell lately. The scenery below is nice, a good chance to relax. They'll also check when these mountains and building appeared. Booer Ma teased her child, then drove the aircraft to an open space, picked up trunks, opened the hatch, and her target was clear. She headed straight for the only building. So handsome. As she got closer, she saw a man lying in front of the door. Noticing his handsome face and well-proportioned physique, her eyes lit up, but only in appreciation. Hearing the sounds, Shun Sen slowly opened his sleepy eyes, wiped a trace of drool from the corner of his mouth, then lazily got up and stretched. Welcome to the jar shop. Haha, handsome, with your shop located here, how could you possibly have any customers? Beautiful things always lift one's spirits, and Bulma was inherently a woman who valued appearances. If not for being married, she would definitely have made a move on the young shop owner before her. A jar shop. Are you selling jars? Yes and no. Please come inside, ma'am. Shun Sen made a gesture of invitation and walked in first. This shop operates like a blind box store. I'm not selling gift boxes or jars themselves, but what's inside. It's a game of chance, and what you can get is beyond your imagination. Handsome, that's a bit of an exaggeration. My experience is also beyond your imagination. Bulma glanced briefly around the hall, then fixed her gaze on the counter. Not bad, the gimmick is decent. The decor is a bit plain, but those 2 rows of golden jars and colorful jars do look quite nice. I played blind box games when I was a kid. Handsome, tell me the price first. If it's within my budget, I could help with your business. She didn't take Shin San's word seriously. What could little gift boxes and jars possibly yield? At best, some fine trinkets. She knew this kind of game inside out. By the way, my name is Bulma. What's yours, handsome? Hearing this, Shin San felt somewhat surprised. He took a serious look. Dragon Ball was a long-running anime he had watched from start to finish, though he rarely rewatched it. But he still remembered the characters and major plot points. The woman before him indeed resembled Bulma. The child in her arms could be Trunks. Based on this, the current timeline should be the Cell Games timeline, perhaps slightly earlier or later, but no more than a year off. My name is Shin San. Is your husband named Vegeta? Now it was Bulma's turn to be surprised. What a strange name. How do you know my husband? Just heard it somewhere. Shin San walked back to the front desk. The bottom row are iron blind boxes, 100 each. The second from bottom. He briefly introduced the prices of blind boxes and jars. Each person can open 5 per day. After opening 5 the next day, you can open 6, and so on up to a maximum of 20. Are you crazy, boss Shin? Bulma said incredulously. The most expensive one costs 100 million. Unless there's a jar full of diamonds inside, how would a customer ever make a profit? I wanted to help your business, but you're treating me like a fool. That's just not cool. Keep your blind boxes and jars. Bulma didn't want to say more. She was a billionaire, not a foolish one. Shin San was good-looking, but not very bright. 100 million. She wouldn't even play the 100001. Anyone who did would be an idiot. Bulma glanced back at Shin San once more, then turned and walked out of the door with Trunks in her arms. Shin San was not in a hurry. He slowly sat back into his chair, then propped his chin on one hand. Bulma, although you seemed to be smiling just now, there was a trace of sorrow in your brows that you couldn't hide. That Cell's game tournament must be troubling you, right? Come open some jars. Maybe you'll find something that can solve the Cell problem. Don't try to fool me using Cell's name. That guy just broadcast live a few days ago. It's nothing strange that you know. Bulma kept walking. And besides, I believe Vegeta and Son Goku can take care of Cell. Even if they can. Shin San still spoke calmly without any rush. You? Bulma finally stopped and turned around with difficulty. Perfect Cell. Super Saiyan. These terms were known to very few people. How did Shin San know them? And he mentioned the term Super Saiyan 1, which implied there were higher forms beyond the yellow-haired state. Her thoughts began to waver. Shin San, seeing that the timeline was correct, decided to add more fuel to the fire. As far as I know, your son from the parallel timeline is also here. If Cell isn't dealt with, both your grown-up son and the Trunks in your arms will die. Then all of you will die. Who will gather the Dragon Balls to revive you? This planet will become Cell's playground. Come on, time is running out. My blind boxes and jars contain items that can solve the Cell problem. 1000 or 100 million. It's not much for the richest woman in the world. Just trust me once, and the return may be beyond your imagination. Too much information. Bulma had to take it seriously. She now truly looked at Shin San. Knowing so many unknown facts, this handsome boss was definitely no ordinary person. But reason told her that small blind boxes and jars couldn't possibly contain an item capable of defeating Cell. However, based on the dialogue, she wasn't sure anymore. 100 or 100 million was indeed not a big sum for her. She wavered between belief and disbelief. However, she was not an indecisive woman. Playing one round couldn't hurt. If there really was an item to solve Cell, that would be a huge win. If not, humph. Did she really think that proud man at her house was just for show? With that in mind, she no longer cared about thinking that anyone who played was an idiot. He'll trust you this once. Give me 5 iron blind boxes first. Charge my card. Bulma placed a bank card on the counter. You should know this is a game of probability. Iron boxes have the lowest chance of yielding good items. I suggest you go for 5 silver or above. Shin-san's voice was full of temptation. There might be something that can defeat Cell, or even defeat Vegeta, or maybe even an item for eternal youth. Items that could defeat Cell were indeed tempting to Bulma, but the phrase eternal youth touched her the most. After a moment's thought, she decided to play it safe. 3 silver 2 iron. This distribution raised the probability without spending too much. It was basically a safe bet. Even if she was scammed, she would save 8 million. Alright, total purchase is 2 million. Please take back your card. Shin-san placed the bank card on a card reader on the counter. With a beep, 2 million was successfully credited. He then handed the card back to Bulma. Then he turned around, took 2 iron blind boxes and 3 silver blind boxes from the display cabinet and placed them on the counter. Untie the ribbons, lift the lid. I wish you good luck on your first try. Hearing this, Bulma approached the first iron blind box with a hint of anticipation. She reached out, placed her hand on the bow, and quickly untied the 4 ribbons. For the last step, she took a deep breath, then lifted the lid. Congratulations. You've won a straw hat. 1-0 for a hat. What a loss. But she wasn't unhappy at all, because the moment she opened the blind box, the straw hat had been generated out of thin air. This magical method only deepened her anticipation. Don't be discouraged. The chance of a good item from an iron box is very low. Keep going. Shin-san poured himself a cup of tea and gestured for Bulma to continue. Bulma said nothing, took another deep breath, pulled another iron blind box in front of her, and quickly opened it. Congratulations. You've won a smartphone. Useless. Bulma slowly shook her head, shifting her attention to the silver blind boxes. She didn't want to dwell on that feeling of anticipation. She quickly tore open the 3 silver blind boxes. In that instant, 3 items materialized from the boxes. A broom. A power strip. A card. Bulma's face darkened. Boss, is this what you call good stuff? It's clearly a scam. You shouldn't run a jar shop. You could make good money performing magic on the streets. She attributed the ability to generate items from the blind boxes to magic. Who scammed you? Didn't you draw a slightly better item? Shin-san smiled and pointed to the card still floating in midair. This card can dispel all your doubts. The card was entirely silver with several streaks of flowing light gliding across its surface, lending it an undeniably mystical appearance. Suppressing her anger, Bulma reached out and took the card, bringing it before her eyes. A card that grants a 100 million base combat power increase. Upon use, your combat power will rise by 100 million points. After using this card, you will become the strongest human on this planet aside from a few Scions and Cell. Of course that excludes me, Shin-san explained. Bulma had struck quite lucky. While the 100 million combat power boost card was not an exceptional item, pulling it from a 3 million draw was an absolute steal. Of course he never lost. You must be joking. Bulma was stunned. She was no naive woman. She remembered that when Vegeta and Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyans, their power levels were just over 100 million. In their base forms, they were only a few million. Even with their recent training in the hyperbolic time chamber, their battle powers couldn't have increased drastically. Their base combat power might not even have reached 10 million. And now this handsome shopkeeper claimed a single small card could directly boost base power by 100 million. If this was real, it was earth-shattering. Boss, how do I use this card? Believing that seeing was deceptive and feeling was believing, Bulma asked quickly. Eat it. Whatever you imagine, it will automatically taste like that. But Shun-sen had intended to offer a suggestion, but upon hearing it was to be eaten, Bulma had already stuffed it into her mouth, so he abandoned the thought of finishing his sentence. The moment Bulma consumed the card, she felt a surging energy within her body. Waves of ki erupted from her form, whipping up a gale, though the shop's rules suppressed it within a certain range. Inside, a storm of shock had already erupted. She didn't know if it had truly added 100 million to her combat power, but at that moment she felt she could shatter a mountain with a single punch. This was the confidence born of true power. Bulma clenched her fist in disbelief. So this is 100 million combat power. Handsome boss, are you for real? As she finished speaking, her jaw dropped in astonishment. A merchant values integrity above all. I would never deceive my customers. Shun-sen handed her a cup of tea. Have some tea to calm your nerves. Thanks. Bulma downed the tea in one gulp. Amidst her shock, she recalled that Shun-sen seemed to have had something more to say earlier. Handsome boss, you said, but earlier. What were you going to say? Shun-sen shrugged. I was going to give you some advice. The card boosts base combat power. When a Scion transforms into a Super Saiyan, the power before and after the transformation is linked. When a Scion in their base form transforms into a Super Saiyan, the combat power multiplier is 50 times. That's why Vegeta and the others only reach over 100 million as Super Saiyans. If your base power were 100 million and you then transformed into a Super Saiyan, your power would skyrocket to 5 billion. The boost card only adds 100 million to your power. For a Scion, it could be leveraged for far greater gains. Cell's current power is only between 3 and 5 billion. That means if either Son Goku or Vegeta used the boost card, their power levels would essentially match his. Why didn't you say so sooner? Bulma was mortified. She had a general idea of Vegeta's power level, but she had never considered that transform power was tied to base power. What a blunder. You were the one in a hurry to eat it. That's hardly my fault. Shunsen crossed his legs. It's already used. Regretting it is pointless. Bulma slapped her bank card back on the counter. They'll take all the blind boxes and jars on the counter. Swipe the card. It seems you didn't listen carefully. One person can only open 5 a day. You've already opened 5 today. Tomorrow you can open 6 with a maximum of 20. Your quota for today is used up. Come back tomorrow. Shunsen pushed the card back. Bulma forced a smile. A businessman shouldn't refuse money that's handed to him. If it's not enough, I can add more. You don't seem stupid, so why do you speak without thinking? Shunsan's gaze was that of someone looking at a fool. Any decent item from those blind boxes or jars could buy this entire planet outright. Do you really think I'm after your pocket change? The store has its rules. If you want to open more, come back tomorrow, or bring others with you. Bulma gave an awkward laugh. Someone with such miraculous means was clearly not short on money. He was likely just amusing himself in the mortal world. She chuckled, sheepishly retrieved her card, and quickly spoke. Understood. They'll go bring them here. With that, she picked up trunks and headed for the door. Shunsen reminded her, this shop opens at 8 in the morning and closes at 5:30 in the afternoon. No customers are accepted after. Bulma paused at his words, then checked the time. It was just past 11. Vegeta and the older Trunks, having just suffered a defeat, were at home. Given the speed of her aircraft, the round trip would take less than an hour. Plenty of time. Handsome boss, wait for me. They'll be back around 1 o'clock. Don't close the shop. They'll bring you some delicious food when I return. Without waiting for a reply, Bulma jumped into her aircraft and throttled the jets to maximum. After she left, Shin-san came out from behind the counter. He raised his right hand, pinching a card between 2 fingers, the very combat power boost card Bulma had drawn. 100 million combat power multiplied 10,000 times is 10 trillion. In the anime, Son Goku's power as a Super Saiyan 3 was around 1.2 trillion. So after using this card, I'm infinitely close to Super Saiyan 3, is stronger than Super Saiyan 2 full power, of course, assuming Son Goku's base power isn't too high. Still, 10 trillion combat power is practically invincible in this era, as long as I don't run into that green-haired fellow or a god of destruction. Shin-san was also eager to experience what a 10 trillion combat power boost felt like. He imagined the card tasting like chocolate, tossed it into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Instantly, a surge of ki erupted within him, his aura escalating step by step. 100 million. 1 billion. 10 billion. 100 billion. Finally, 1 trillion. Achieved. A violent wave of energy burst forth, but it was contained by the shop's rules within a certain range. 10 trillion base combat power. This feeling is incredible. Shun-san sensed the world-shattering energy pulsing within him. The corners of his mouth lifted higher and higher until he couldn't help but let out a wild laugh to vent his excitement. He had been an utterly ordinary person, and now he could destroy a planet. Nothing else to say. Thank you, Ice Guy. Not bad. Now, even if I leave the invincibility zone, I shouldn't have any problems. Though I need to watch out for that peeping Grand Priest. But I'm still an ant before him, so he probably won't bother with me. Still, to be safe, I should lie low a while longer. Shun-sen was patient. Now that he had Bulma as a connection, he could already envision a steady stream of customers coming to his shop every day. Life is looking up. No need to cook. He'll just wait for Bulma to bring me food. Shin-sen lay back down on the rocking chair in front of the door, sipping a soda, nibbling on a pastry, and occasionally amusing the small animals that gathered around. Life was truly delightful. In the western capital, after Cell's live broadcast, the city's inhabitants fell into a brief panic. They walked the streets devoid of their usual bustle. Some hurriedly attempted to flee the city. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly sensed a powerful, unfamiliar aura rapidly approaching. He flashed into the sky, folding his arms across his chest with an impassive expression. Though the approaching aura was strong, it posed no threat to him now. With a whoosh, Trunks from the parallel timeline also arrived at Vegeta's left side, his gaze fixed ahead with gravity. The one coming is strong, not quite at Super Saiyan level, but very close. Yet why does this energy feel familiar? Wait, Vegeta replied with a single word, then fell silent, waiting calmly. Below, amidst the bustling crowds on the street, a loud, jet-like sound suddenly echoed from the sky. Some people instinctively looked up. A strange aircraft trailing several long streams of air streaked across the sky with a faint sonic boom, then hovered to a stop before Vegeta. Sensing that the energy was emanating from Bulma, Vegeta was stunned. Trunks was stunned. What was going on? Was this still their wife-mother, who was barely stronger than a mere weakling? Vegeta, Trunks, come down. I have something important to tell you. Bulma shouted. She had gained a base battle power of 100 million, yet she possessed no combat skills and was utterly ignorant of techniques like flight. Now she was like someone with immense power, but no idea how to use it. She parked the aircraft in the empty yard and hurried out carrying baby Trunks. Mom, what is this? Trunks felt as if in a dream. They had only been apart for about 2 days, yet meeting again felt so alien. If not for Bulma's unchanged face, the child in her arms, and most importantly, the innate sense of familiarity. He would have thought someone was impersonating her. Vegeta remained silent, but his brow was deeply furrowed. He was certain the woman before him was Bulma, but how she had acquired such a powerful aura in less than 2 days was great. Let me tell you, on my way back, I ran into a shop. Bulma recounted everything that had happened. When she mentioned that Shun-san wanted to offer advice, but she had eagerly consumed the card, a look of embarrassment crossed her face. After she finished explaining, Trunks' first reaction was disbelief, yet the evidence was before him, and he knew his mother wouldn't lie about something like this. Vegeta's face remained expressionless, but inwardly he was cursing. If he used that boost card, adding 100 million to his own base battle power, then transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power would approach 6 billion. With 6 billion in battle power, Cell would be nothing. Where is it? About 100 kilometers southeast. Bulma pointed in the direction she came from, but when she turned back, Vegeta was already gone. Idiot. Did you listen to me? You need money to open those blind boxes and jars. Take the money. Bulma shouted at the distant trail of air. But no matter how loudly she yelled, her voice could no longer reach Vegeta. Trunks, hurry. I don't know how to fly. Take me after him. Knowing Vegeta, I'm afraid he'll do something reckless. Okay, Mom. Trunks' expression was grave. If an ordinary person could be elevated by 100 million battle power in an instant, the owner of that jar shop must be even stronger. Perhaps he was someone even more powerful than Cell. Yet he was puzzled. In his own world, when the planet was on the verge of destruction, no one named Shun-san had ever appeared. Unable to make sense of it, Trunks shook his head, took baby Trunks into his arms, then hoisted Bulma onto his back. With a burst of energy, he sped off in the direction Vegeta had gone. Meanwhile, on Mount Paozu, Goku and Gohan also sensed Bulma's energy. Goku considered checking it out, but sensing Vegeta was also there, and that no fight had broken out, he decided against it. The most pressing matter was Cell. Although that unfamiliar energy was not weak, it was worlds apart from Cell. Dad, doesn't that energy feel a bit like Aunt Bulma's? Gohan scratched his head in confusion. It does a bit, but it's impossible. Bulma hates training, and it's only been a few days. Even training in the hyperbolic time chamber, she couldn't reach that level. Goku reached out and ruffled Gohan's yellow hair. Since leaving the time chamber, they had maintained their Super Saiyan form as a form of training. That energy has merged with Vegeta's. No fight, no killing intent detected. It should be fine. Our priority is Cell. We'll set this aside for now. Okay, Dad. Gohan said no more. In the time chamber, they trained their energy and bodies. Now they were training. This was a regimen Goku had specifically designed for Gohan, aiming to unlock the immense potential latent across the Dragon Ball world. Others also sensed Bulma's energy. Piccolo's group noted Vegeta and Trunks' presence and took no action. At the blind box shop, Vegeta flew at top speed, arriving in a few minutes at the place Bulma had described. 2 peaks, an independent 3-story wooden building. This must be it. His goal clear, he strode towards the blind, but as he drew near, he stopped. Cold sweat poured from his brow as alarm bells rang in his mind. All because of the man lying on the rocking chair with his eyes closed. Shin-san lay flat on the rocking chair, soft snoring emanating from his nose. A group of small animals lay beside him, and a squirrel perched on the chair's headrest. Hearing a disturbance, all the animals instantly awoke and scattered like birds. Sensing someone's arrival, Shun-san slowly opened his eyes. He saw Vegeta in an attack stance and understood the situation. He himself had no technique to suppress the energy radiating from his battle power of 1 trillion. If not for the shop's suppression, might have pinned an untransformed Vegeta to the ground. Shun-san decided to have some fun with this character, often called the Eternal Second by netizens. He rose from the rocking chair and walked unhurriedly towards Vegeta. With each step he took, Vegeta's body felt heavier. By the time they were 10 steps apart, Vegeta's legs were slightly bent. You intend to attack me? Shin-san looked down at Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Don't underestimate the prince, thinking you can overwhelm me with mere energy. With a roar, his white aura turned golden, and his hair shot up, turning yellow. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. He finally felt somewhat relieved, but the pressure he could barely resist still left him utterly stunned. Don't make a move. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The mother and son arrived belatedly. Trunks stood in shock beside Vegeta. In his perception, Shun-san was an unfathomable abyss. Even Perfect Cell was but a slightly stronger ant before him. Bulma stood between them, raising her hand to signal both sides to stand down. Sorry, mister. Shun, my husband is just like this. He means no harm. Please don't resort to violence. And you, Vegeta, why turn into a Super Saiyan? Think it makes you look cool. Change back this instant. A Cell was already wreaking havoc across the world. She had no desire to provoke another formidable force like Shin-san, whose strength was beyond measure. Vegeta did not move at her words, but he felt the pressure bearing down on him lessen by more than half. Breathing a silent sigh of relief, he reverted from Super Saiyan form. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Shun Sen, the shock within them refusing to fade. Hand it over. Shun Sen extended his hand. Bulma was puzzled. What? The food. You said you'd bring me food. Bulma gave an awkward laugh. Well, sorry about that, handsome. Vegeta came in such a rush that I forgot the food. But since I promised, I won't go back on my word. Trunks, go back and bring some food. Vegeta and I will start opening the cans and blind boxes first. Mom. Trunks was worried, but seeing Bulma's unyielding expression, he turned and flew back toward West City. Given his flight speed, it wouldn't take long. Besides, he knew that if Shun San wanted to harm their family, they would have little power. Once Trunks had left, Shun San nodded slowly, then turned and walked into his shop. Come in. You know the rules. One person can open 5 per day, 6 the next, increasing by 1 each day up to a maximum of 20. As he explained, he had already returned behind the counter, lightly resting both hands on it, leaning forward slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 7 types of blind boxes and cans. Which would you like to open, customer? 2 king cans, 1 star can, 1 diamond can, and 1 gold blind box. Bulma had initially wanted to go straight for 5 king cans, but she considered the need for sustainability. Opening king cans every day would strain even the entire corporation. Yet the looming threat of Cell remained. She had to secure good items. The king can had a 50% chance 2 of them should yield at least 1 good item, and the odds for gold and above weren't low either. She felt this allocation was quite reasonable. Charge it, please. Let me clarify, the probabilities for cans and blind boxes don't stack. The king can has a 50% chance, but it ultimately depends on your luck. Shin San placed the bank card on the card machine. Confirmed. 2 kings, 1 star, 1 diamond, 1 gold. Confirmed. Let's start with these. If no good items come out, I'll open 5 more king cans once Trunks gets back. Bulma affirmed. Shin San said no more. With a beep from the card machine, he returned the card to Bulma. This transaction totals 275 million. Please take your card. He placed the card before Bulma, then turned and walked to the front of the counter. First, he brought the gold blind box to the counter, followed by the sky blue diamond can, then the multicolored star can, and finally the unremarkable king cans. 1 blind box and 4 cans lined up on the counter. The 2 king cans stood out among them like 2 aloof entities, too proud to mingle with the dazzling crowd. Mr. Shin, why does a can worth 100 million look like an earthen jar? Bulma's eyes flickered with confusion. Shun Sen shrugged. It's called returning to simplicity. What would a nouveau riche like you understand? Just tear open the blind box with your hands. For the cans, use the hammer on the counter to break them open. Bulma's forehead creased with annoyance at his words. Nouveau riche. Her. While spending over 200 million in one go did make her seem like one. Not wanting to dwell on the nouveau riche remark, Bulma shot Shun Sen a glare before placing her hand on the gold blind box. Why can't I open it this time? I made it very clear, 1 person 5 per day. Your quota for today is already used up. The payment just now was for Vegeta. Except for Vegeta, no one can open this blind box, or these for cans. Shun Sen sat down slowly. This is the last time I'll explain it to you. Fine. Bulma stepped aside and pushed the proud Vegeta forward. Hurry up and open it. Stop trying to look cool. Oomph. Vegeta snorted heavily, glanced at Shun San, and then placed his hand on the blind box. Vegeta felt a glimmer of anticipation within. Unlike his counterpart in the Super Saiyan God era, this Vegeta had somewhat tempered his nature, but he would still stop at nothing to increase his power. Unlike the Vegeta of the Super Saiyan God period, who despite his pride, would likely disdain methods of power enhancement through external means. Vegeta quickly tore open the blind box's strap and lifted the lid. In an instant, a beastly roar echoed. A small creature with a body like a squid and a head like an ox emitting a faint pressure flew out from the box. What's this? Vegeta frowned. A little beast with mediocre power. It seemed a decent find for 5 million, perhaps good for roasting, though too small to be more than a snack. Congratulations. You've obtained the tailed beast Gyuki. Gyuki is a decent little prize, but not very useful for you. Creatures drawn from blind boxes automatically recognize their master. You are now Gyuki's master. Shinsen explained. Gyuki affectionately leaped onto Vegeta's shoulder, wrapping its dozen tentacles tightly around his neck, then nuzzled against his cheek. Get off, Vegeta said with utter disgust. He grabbed Gyuki, pulled it off, and tossed it into Bulma's hands. Not knowing why its master was displeased, Gyuki felt utterly miserable. It clung to Bulma's arm, tears streaming down its face. Boo-hoo, master doesn't want me anymore. Oh, you can talk. Bulma lifted Gyuki to eye level. Interesting. Are you a hybrid of a squid and an ox? Gyuki is a creature created by someone called the Sage of Six Paths. It's not entirely useless to you. It can grant others an ability called Tailed Beast Mode, which can boost your power a bit. But only a little of it won't provide a massive increase. Still, it's not bad. While the power boost is small, Gyuki can also provide you with an energy called chakra. Shunsen finished explaining, then reached for his cup and took a sip of water. See, am not useless, master. Gyuki nodded vigorously. Vegeta pondered for a moment, then took Gyuki back into his hands. Let's test this tailed beast mode ability of yours. Yes, master. Gyuki transformed into a stream of light and drilled into Vegeta's body. In the next instant, a pure energy cloak enveloped Vegeta's form, with strange eerie patterns appearing on his face and hands. There is indeed a boost, but not much. Still, this entirely new energy system is worth studying. Vegeta clenched his fist, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Then his gaze shifted to the diamond can. With Gyuki as a precedent, he was even more eager to see what would come next. Use the hammer. Shunsen kindly reminded him when he saw Vegeta about to crush the can. Vegeta sneered disdainfully. A little can like this. I can crush it with my bare hands. Break. Now. Vegeta was stunned. I refuse to believe I can't crush this can. Break, break, break. Bulma couldn't bear to watch. Noticing Shunsan's amused expression, Vegeta's pride took a devastating blow. He was locked in a battle of wills with the can. But reality was cruel. Even channeling all his Super Saiyan power, the can in his hand remained utterly unyielding. When he let go, the can even wobbled slightly as if mocking him. Don't be stubborn. Bulma, unable to stand it any longer, picked up the hammer and shoved it into Vegeta's hand. Vegeta's face flushed red, but he realized the can was not something he could break with brute force. Avoiding Shinsan's gaze, he gripped the hammer and brought it down heavily on the diamond can's surface. In an instant, the can shattered and an object flew out from within. Bulma was overjoyed. Shinsen looks around. A card. It's a card. But now this one is vastly different from the one I just drew. Does this card also increase base combat power? A pure white card flew out of the jar with several rays of light flowing across its surface. Bulma was instantly thrown into ecstasy at the sight. However, noticing the difference between the two cards, she was uncertain if it was a combat power enhancement card. Vegeta's heart was also pounding with excitement. At that moment, a combat power enhancement card was exactly what he needed most. If it were a 100 million base combat power enhancement card, he was absolutely confident he could grind Cell into the dirt. With a hint of anticipation in his eyes, he took the card in his hand. Just then, Shun San's explanation arrived. It's not an enhancement card. That's a skill card. A step to the horizon, also known as reducing the Earth to an inch, a spatial growth type skill. Upon use, the initial range the skill can cover is 10 million kilometers. Within that range, the user can freely adjust the distance of their traversal. A step to the horizon is considered a divine skill. Because of its growth type nature, although it doesn't rank among the top items from the jars, it is still a formidable ability. It has wide applications in travel and high-speed mobile combat. Vegeta's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he recalled Bulma saying it was to be consumed directly. He brought the card before his eyes glanced at the 4 gilded characters, a step to the horizon, on its surface, and then tossed it into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, a surge of information materialized in his mind. The techniques for using a step to the horizon. Awe began to spread from within his heart, surging up to his brain. His scalp tingled. This skill belonged to the same category as Kakaroto's instant transmission. The difference was that instant transmission required sensing a key to perform spatial traversal. The A step to the horizon he had drawn had no prerequisites. One step taken and it would carry him to. Vegeta's expression finally shifted at this moment. When he looked down at the remaining 3 jars, a gleam of fanaticism surfaced in his pupils. The hand gripping the hammer trembled slightly, revealing just how agitated he was. Then with a quivering hand he aimed for the starry multicolored jar and took a deep breath. He raised the hammer, swung it down. The jar shattered. Congratulations. You've obtained one of Sun Wukong's original shirts. Vegeta. The familiar style, the familiar design. How had he drawn this thing? Boss, this is. Bulma was speechless. Your collection is too peculiar. Life is full of wonders, and jars contain all things. Maybe there's even one of your shirts in there. Shunsen chuckled softly, then continued speaking. Don't lose heart. You've already hit the jackpot with just a step to the horizon. Now you have 2 top-tier king jars left. With a 50% chance you're bound to get something good. Keep it up. Alright then. Vegeta with utter disdain tossed Sun Wukong's shirt into the nearby trash bin, then prepared to open the remaining 2 king jars. But at that moment Bulma's eyes darted around. Handsome, the jar fragments and blind box shells are mine now, right? With her keen eye she could easily tell the gold blind box was made of real gold, and the diamond one was too. Blue diamond no less. If she could take them away, the diamond fragments alone would be a massive profit. One shouldn't be too greedy. Shunsen waved his hand lightly. The shattered jars and open blind boxes automatically restored themselves to their original state, then floated back into the empty slots on the counter. This is a game shop. Items opened from within belong to the customer. The jars and blind boxes themselves are non-sale items. And you, a female billionaire, can't you be a little more generous? Oh, handsome, you say that, but look at how expensive your jars are. Bulma rolled her eyes. If I keep opening them like this every day, there'll be a female billionaire in debt before long. And I mean debt, the kind you owe. Work hard, and you won't end up in debt. It's not like I'm forcing you to open them. Shin-san wore a nonchalant expression. Having tasted the sweetness, he didn't believe Bulma could resist coming back to open more. Even if Bulma could hold back the somewhat unscrupulous Vegeta, at this point definitely couldn't. After all, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Of course, the scatterbrain martial arts fanatic Sun Wukong might be an exception, but Shishi certainly wasn't. In the future, all he had to do was tempt Shishi a little, and Sun Wukong would instantly become a 9-to-5 workhorse. Trunks is back. You keep opening, Vegeta. I'm going to grab some lunch. Shin-san took the Mantal lunchbox Trunks handed him, then left the counter, and went to the dining table to enjoy his meal. After acquiring a combat power of 1 trillion, his appetite seemed to have increased as well. He felt that the food Trunks brought would at best fill him up halfway. It was a small perk really. He loved good food anyway, so the bigger appetite was welcome news for him. Trunks cast a glance at Shun-san, who was devouring his food, and then asked in a low voice, "Dad, can you really get things out of those jars and blind boxes?" "It's true. I just drew a skill from a jar and learned it instantly. I also got a creature called Gyuki from a blind." "That's..." Vegeta frowned. Shin-san and Bulma aren't lying. But Shin-san's origins are very mysterious, and his strength is the greatest I have ever encountered. The key he just released was definitely not even close to his full power, yet even that made my heart tremble uncontrollably. Even the proud Vegeta had to admit that at this moment, he had no chance of victory against Shin-san. Even if he teamed up with Sun Wukong and the others, they would just be lambs to the slaughter. Upon hearing it was true, Trunks was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. His reasoning was simple: if they could draw good items, they could not only deal with Perfect Cell, but also take care of androids 17 and 18 when they returned to their own world. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All they needed to pay was a bit of money, and for his family, money was the least of their concerns. With that thought, his anticipation grew even stronger. "Dad, hurry up and open it." Trunks urged his. Vegeta gave him a stern look. "Control your emotions." Even as he said this, his own heart was seething with excitement and anticipation, both emotions swelling within him. Here came the main event. The King Jar. Didn't the word king just describe him, Vegeta? So then, let this Scion King be the one to open it. 100% guaranteed to yield something good. Come on, give it to me. Vegeta roared inwardly in his excitement, then swung the hammer. With a crisp crack, a photograph flew out of the earthen jar. Vegeta grabbed it quickly and looked, his face turning as black as charcoal. Because the person in the photo was Sun Wukong again, grinning with 2 rows of big white teeth and flashing a huge peace sign. Bulma let out a wry laugh at the sight. "Well, there goes 100 million down the drain. Open the last jar quickly. My heart can't take much more of this." As the hammer arced through the air, a brilliant light burst forth instantly. As the jar erupted with brilliant light, Vegeta was similarly enveloped in its glow. A ferocious aura surged, and feeling the escalating energy fluctuations within him, he couldn't help but let out a roar. His state automatically transformed into Super Saiyan, and the yellow of his hair began to evolve into a deeper shade. 300 million. 1 billion. 3 billion. The sudden change left Trunks and Bulma in shock. They stepped back a bit, looking at Vegeta with a mix of anticipation, excitement, and concern. If they had battle power reading devices, they would see Vegeta's combat power rising at an extraordinary speed. Ultimately, as electric currents swirled around him, the new Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta made his appearance. His power level finally settled at 5 billion. "Is this still my father?" Trunks trembled in disbelief. The current Vegeta felt at least several times stronger than during his last battle with Cell. Bulma covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. With a combat power boost of 1 billion, she now had a more intuitive grasp of the Scion's strength. "I don't know what state I'm in right now, but I feel unprecedentedly good. Ooh, I am confident I can defeat Perfect Cell now. Because at this moment, I am stronger than ever before. And at this moment, I have surpassed all Scions, including Kakarot." His lips curled into a confident arc. Since arriving on this planet, every battle had ended in defeat, which had dealt a severe blow to his pride. As a Scion prince, how could he endure this? Now, possessing this kind of strength, he could finally hold his head high, sweeping away the accumulated oppression of the past. Clap, clap, clap. Shin-sen clapped his hands, leaving the dining table to return to the front desk, pouring 4 cups of water, drinking 1 himself, and leaving 3 on the table. "Lucky you just unlocked Super Saiyan 2. Although it's not anything special, it should suffice for you at this moment against..." He only mentioned the current Cell. He vaguely remembered that Cell could evolve once more by expelling Android 18 and then self-destructing with Goku before undergoing a phoenix-like rebirth. That Cell was the true perfect form, with power comparable to Super Saiyan 2. "Thank you." Vegeta didn't even realize his tone carried a hint of respect. "Mr. Shin, you mentioned Super Saiyan 1 and 2. Can Scions continue to evolve? Indeed, Scions thrive and battle, their potential is among the highest. Super Saiyan 1 is merely the beginning. Super Saiyan 2 is an entry-level stage followed by Super Saiyan 3. Shin-san noticed the change in Vegeta's tone and explained with a smile. However, you are currently just entering Super Saiyan 2. There's a full power stage beyond that, and you're quite a distance from Super Saiyan 3. Having explained that, he didn't intend to elaborate further. But Vegeta was anxious. What about after? Is there Super Saiyan 4? There is, but you have lost a necessary condition. Shin-san paused at this point, then shifted the topic. The biggest taboo in training is impatience. Even if you know you won't be able to reach Super Saiyan 4 for the time being. Open the jar. In the future, when the time is right, I can tell you the conditions, or you might just unlock Super Saiyan 4 directly from the jar, or the blind box, both have it. This was his ultimate goal. He aimed to pique Vegeta's curiosity, ensuring he would come back every day to open jars. Isn't that what a businessman does? Information is also a commodity, and if you want to obtain it, fair trade is required. Seeing that Shun-san was no longer explaining, Vegeta had to suppress his damned curiosity and respectfully said, "Understood, thank you for your explanation, Mr. Shun." He saw a path in the store, a path for Scions to reach the peak, a path to restore glory, and even a path to surpass their ancestors. However, Mr. Shun was also wrong. The greatest weakness was his impatience. To break through to Super Saiyan 3, 4, or even higher, his mindset had to be calm. Beside him, Bulma and Trunks looked on in disbelief. Was this still the proud husband they knew? Was this still the... He was genuinely afraid of pulling out another item belonging to Gohan. It would be mortifying. Still, he had to open it. Piccolo could only pray that Vegeta reverted to his proud self. He crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, appearing to meditate, yet with a slit open in his eyelids, he stared intently at the jars on the counter. Shun-san gently tapped on the table, pulling Bulma and Trunks back to reality. Now it's your turn, Trunks. Which type of blind box or jar do you want to open? This? Trunks was indecisive for two reasons. First, he didn't fully understand the rules. Second, just like Vegeta, Bulma placed her bank card on the card reader. Shun-san then inputted the amount and 27 million was transferred once again. Then he turned around twice to bring the jars and blind boxes from behind the counter. Since you weren't here earlier, I'll explain. Each person is limited to opening 5 a day. The next day is 6, increasing incrementally, capped at 20. The blind box can be opened by hand. The jar must be struck with the hammer on the table. If you understand, go ahead and open it. Understood. Trunks took a few deep breaths. Thank you, Mom. He expressed his gratitude to Bulma and was the first to bring the golden blind box to himself. His heart raced, his hands trembled. It must yield something good. Trunks placed his slightly trembling hand on the top of the strap, then slowly pulled it, watching as the strap scattered in all directions. Just one final step, he placed his hand on the lid of the blind box and then lifted it in an instant. In that moment, another card flew out and Bulma was overjoyed. Vegeta opened his squinted eyes, his feet moving uncontrollably back to the counter, his neck slightly stretching forward. Congratulations, you have obtained a 10 million basic power boost card. Upon hearing this, Trunks felt a moment of disappointment, then thought of something and became ecstatic. Dad, you should use this power boost card. As long as your basic power increases, and then you transform into Super Saiyan 2, your power will increase by another 500 million. No need, you are more suited to use it than I am. Vegeta didn't elaborate further. But both Trunks and Bulma understood Vegeta's thoughts. Trunks' world was on the brink of destruction, and he indeed needed to enhance his strength. Humph, this stubborn pride. Bulma secretly cursed, but smiled on the surface. Stop being so wishy-washy, and don't make me stuff the card directly into your mouth. Vegeta shot a glare at Trunks. No, I'll eat it. Trunks also smiled, very happy. He directly placed the card in his mouth, and as a wave of energy flowed within him, his basic power surged by 10 million plus. He already had about 10 million in base power. Transforming into Super Saiyan would mean 1 billion. If he exerted full energy as a Super Saiyan, his power could at least reach between 25 and 30 billion. Based on Shin-san's earlier explanation, he speculated that exerting full power as a Super Saiyan might be full power. Even if not, it should be close. With a slight boost in power, Trunks grew even more excited. So what's next? His eyes were filled with fervor. His hand trembled even more violently while picking up the hammer. Bang! Noticing another card, the whole Trunks family erupted in dazzling brilliance. As 2 cards were drawn consecutively, Trunks felt his blood surge and his heart raced with excitement. He then extended his trembling hand, eager to grasp the cards. However, heaven and hell often lie in a moment. Congratulations, you have obtained a completely ordinary card. Trunks. Bulma. Vegeta. What does this mean? Trunks' outstretched hand paused midway, his expression shifting from joy to confusion. Boss Shin, does completely ordinary card mean just that? Congratulations, you are correct, it means exactly that. Boss Shin suppressed a laugh. This card is utterly useless, but if you want to keep it as a collectible, that's fine, as it features a beautiful illustration. Trunks was at a loss for words. What had initially excited him now felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, chilling him to the bone. Vegeta maintained a stoic expression, but his heart raced. Bulma sighed. You're such a master of irony, we thought all cards would be useful. What a wasted effort. Haha, I never said all treasures are presented as cards. For example, the Nyogue is presented directly as a creature. Boss Shun waved his hand, retrieving the jar fragments, and opened blind boxes back into the counter, then continued. Items from blind boxes and jars can manifest in any form. This type of game is all about the thrill. Wasn't your emotional fluctuation quite significant just now? That kind of contrast between heaven and hell is exhilarating, right? Look at Vegeta. He had a significant emotional reaction, something you all don't often see. I didn't. Vegeta attempted to defend himself, but realizing that the more he argued, the more tangled it became, he gave up. He noticed Bulma's provocative gaze and shot her a fierce glare before shifting his focus elsewhere. Trunks was overjoyed. Being able to see such an adorable father today made it worth it, even if nothing good came out of it. He chuckled to himself, his gaze fixed on the starry jar. The sky blue color represents the sky and the ocean, often associated with luck. This one has to yield something good. Just thinking about the possibility of great treasures made Trunks' heart race uncontrollably as he raised his slightly trembling hand once more. With a loud bang, congratulations, you have obtained a plain shirt belonging to Son Gohan. Clang. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Vegeta family collapsed. At the same time, they thought, what kind of karmic connection does their family have with Son Goku's family? They wouldn't end up pulling Shishi's shirt next, would they? Boss Shun was also a bit surprised. However, thinking of the warm relationship between Vegeta and Son Goku's families, it wasn't too shocking if their relationship was rather complex. Cough, you all are very lucky, at least you saved money on clothes, plus there are 2 King's jars, so continue opening them. Honestly, handsome, do you have any of our girls' clothing stuffed inside? Bulma felt uncomfortable at the thought of a certain possibility. She wanted to quickly finish opening the jars and return to count the clothes. The tops were fine, but what worried her most were the intimate garments. Perhaps so. Boss Shun wasn't afraid of being seen as a pervert. After all, he wasn't particularly fond of two-dimensional characters. The Android 18 from the Super Saiyan period was quite beautiful, but that was just it. There are plenty of beauties across worlds. When he can visit other dimensions in the future, having a romantic relationship wouldn't be too bad, but he could do without characters from the Dragon Ball world. It's just some clothing, be more magnanimous. Vegeta, you too. Looking at it from another angle, being accepted by the jar must mean Bulma's personal charm. What's that saying again? Better to enjoy together than alone, sacrificing oneself for a greater cause. You all are such selfless individuals. Sigh. Fine. I didn't expect you, handsome, to have such a peculiar hobby. Bulma slowly shook her head. Just don't stuff me inside completely. Trunks, you go ahead and open it first. Alright. The Dragon Ball world is relatively open, especially with certain backgrounds. Trunks didn't find it. He focused on the last 2 King's jars. The main event was about to unfold. Having just gone through such highs and lows, he didn't want to hesitate any longer. The hammer swung, leaving 2 afterimages. With 2 crisp sounds, 2 items floated in the air. One was a green-clad mushroom-head man. The other was a small dagger. Both items had light flowing across their surfaces, looking quite extraordinary. Bulma was excited. Vegeta was surprised. Trunks had truly outdone himself. Not bad luck. Boss Shun pointed at the small dagger. This is the Demon Blade Muramasa, considered a decent knife. Even if you spend 100 million to get it, that would be a huge profit. Next, he pointed at the humanoid item. This is also a type of skill known as the 8 Gates, originating from the same world as the Nyogue. The 8 Gates is similar to Son Goku's Kaioken. There are 8 gates that can be opened, each one unlocking a level of physical limitation, significantly enhancing one's power. However, the side effects are quite noticeable. The more gates opened, the greater the side effects. Opening the 8th gate, the Death Gate, grants the user more than 10 times the power, but if the user cannot withstand it, they will die. Is it just 10 times? Trunks felt disheartened upon hearing this. Vegeta scolded him sternly. Fool, you misunderstood, mister. Shin didn't say it increases your base power by 10 times. You are now a Super Saiyan with a power level in the billions. If you open the 8 gates, then your power will directly skyrocket to hundreds of billions. Once you master the 8 gates, those artificial humans from your world will be nothing more than a bowl of soup. Boss Shin nodded in response. Vegeta truly lived up to his name, his intelligence, always on point. You understood well, but just like the Kaioken, the stronger you are, the greater the load. Trunks' physical strength can handle the 7th gate easily. Using the 8 gates in Super Saiyan form significantly increases the burden. Opening the 6th gate is manageable, but opening the 8th gate will definitely lead to death. This type of enhancement skill is all about fairness. What you gain must be proportional to what you sacrifice. Now that the jars have all been opened, you can choose to keep them or serve yourselves tea. I won't bother you anymore. After explaining, Boss Shun returned to his rocking chair. After hearing the explanation, Trunks was stunned and tempted. However, after a moment of thought, he handed the 8 gates over. Dad, you should use this item. Okay. Vegeta nodded. The cell from your world hasn't appeared yet, and with your current strength, dealing with a few androids is a piece of cake. there's no need to use the 8 gates. Son Goku has the Kaioken. He has always wanted a type of enhancement skill, and the 8 gates is just perfect. With the 8 gates, he would surpass Son Goku in every aspect. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. After that, the three of them chatted for a while before saying their goodbyes. Meanwhile, Bashin lay in his rocking chair as usual, cradling a small dog in his arms, while a large rooster perched on his head, surrounded by a group of animals frolicking nearby. Where are you going? Returning to West City, Vegeta saw Bulma walking toward the aircraft and immediately blocked her path. Bulma tried to push Vegeta aside, but he wouldn't budge an inch. Move aside. I'm going to tell Goku and the others about the shop. No, not now at least. Vegeta. Bulma laughed in exasperation. She knew exactly what Vegeta was thinking. After being suppressed for so long, he wanted to turn the tables and have his moment of glory. But with Cell still looming over them, was this really the time to vent? Move. Trunks must not die. You alone aren't safe. If Goku and the others can draw items from the shop, that's an extra layer of security. Go back. I said no, and that's final. Vegeta paid no heed. With my current power, Cell is as good as dead. After the tournament is over, you can say whatever you like. For now, you stay put at home. Father. Trunks also understood Vegeta's thoughts. But as soon as he spoke 2 words, Vegeta cut him off. Shut up. This doesn't concern you. If anyone dares to tell Kakarot about the shop before the tournament, don't blame me for turning hostile. Fine. I'm done caring. Do whatever you want. Bulma, furious, carried little Trunks back into the house. Trunks watched and left with a wry smile. But he wasn't too worried. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta combined with the 8 gates should be more than enough to handle Cell. Don't leave. Come with me into the hyperbolic time chamber one more time. Vegeta wasn't entirely hard. He knew Trunks was nearing the limit of Super Saiyan. One more session in the time chamber with his guidance, and Trunks would reach Super Saiyan 2 within a year. The instant transmission skill activated, and they arrived at the lookout in an instant. Piccolo had just emerged from the time chamber. Ignoring the bewildered group, Vegeta led Trunks straight inside. Night gradually fell, cloaking the earth in darkness. In front of the shop, Shun Sen yawned as he rose from his rocking chair. Then he shooed away a group of small animals. Next, several items appeared in his hands. Everything Vegeta and the other had drawn today, 3 cards a toy. When Vegeta drew the Super Saiyan 2 card, it had been covered in light, but Shin-san had turned that light into a card itself. The other 2 cards were instant transmission and a 10 million base power boost card. Let's start with the power boost card. Shin-san tossed the card into his mouth. Instantly, on top of his trillion-level base power, another 100 billion was added, totaling 1,100 billion. The negligible few points were ignored. Next, he raised the Super Saiyan 2 card before his eyes. If I use this, I won't turn into a blonde, will I? The Super Saiyan 2 multiplier is 200 times the base power. 1,100 billion times 200. Let me calculate. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2, 1 times 3 is dad, 1 times 4 is mom. Alright, I'll use a calculator. Shin-san's mental math made his head spin, so he reluctantly pulled out a calculator. The final result, however, made him bang. Furious, he threw the calculator away. Then he tossed the Super Saiyan 2 card into his mouth. His power surged in an instant, increasing at an unimaginable rate. Ah! Shin-san roared in ecstasy. His originally white aura turned deep yellow in an instant, and countless arcs of lightning coiled around his body. Base power times 200 equals several hundred trillion, then multiplied by 10,000 times the boost. So my current power is at least in the quadrillions. This feeling, it's truly intoxicating. Next, Shin-san took out a mirror, saw his hair turned yellow, and well, I've become a nonconformist again. Then he deactivated the Super Saiyan 2 state, remembering he could also open 5 containers today, and felt a surge of excitement. However, he suppressed the urge to open them first, and instead used the instant transmission and 8 gates. With the 10,000-fold boost, instant transmission gave him the ability to cross the universe in an instant. As for the 8 gates, he didn't dare open more than 6. But even without the 8 gates, his current power was more than sufficient. After using all the items, Shun-san returned to the shop with an excited heart. It was easy to understand what blind boxes and jars he could open. They were based on the highest specifications of the day's customers. Both Vegeta and Trunks had pulled 2 king, 1 star, 1 diamond, and 1 gold. That meant he could open the same blind boxes and jars. Even a dump truck couldn't kill me. Instead, it sent me to the Dragon Ball world. My luck can't be bad. Shin-san also set his sights on the gold blind box first. He brought the box in front of him and placed his hand on. Bless me, 3 pure ones. Bless me, Buddha. Jesus. Forget it, that guy's useless. Dad. He smiled. Exactly what I needed. Thanks, Dad. Detection Divine Eye. It can detect power levels. Then Shun-san used the Detection Divine Eye on himself, and a set of numbers appeared in his mind. Indeed, it's in the quadrillions, over 100 quadrillion. With my current power, even Super Saiyan 4 from the anime is just a joke, maybe on par with a fusion of Super Saiyan 4. Let's go again. Shinsen brought the diamond jar in front of him, picked up the hammer, and chanted the names of deities again before swinging. With a bang, another streak of light emerged from the jar. I love you, Dad. Shinsen was thrilled. Because the diamond jar contained a skill, and it was the top-tier concealment skill called Sacred Concealment Art. With it, even the Grand Priest of the Dragon Ball world couldn't sense him. Coupled with his current strength during this period when the God of Destruction was asleep, he could do whatever he wanted. Shinsen struggled to calm his excitement, and then brought out the star jar. Unfortunately, his luck ran out this time. He got a roll of sanitary napkins. Blind box games are truly addictive. Seeing the star jar yield nothing, his eyes turned a bit red. There are still 2 king jars, 50% chance. I refuse to believe I can't get something good. Shinsen, with reddened eyes, smashed open the first king jar. In anticipation, the jar shattered into fragments, revealing an item. What the? Sanitary napkins followed by 3 yuan and 1 jiao. What kind of game is this? Shinsen slammed the hammer onto the table in anger. A 50% chance. Is my luck worse than Vegeta and the others? I don't believe it. If the last one doesn't give anything good, it'll run naked. Open. Now. Congratulations on obtaining the Kung Fu Panda. At least it dropped so I don't have to run naked. Shinsen finally let out a sigh of relief. Ada, what are your orders, boss? The Kung Fu Panda leaped beside Shinsen and performed a nose-wiping gesture. Shinsen twitched the corner of his mouth. It wasn't because he was amused by the Kung Fu Panda, but because this creature had a trait. It grew stronger with its opponent, also known as a 50-fight split. Even if the Great Priest himself came, it could still fight to a draw. It was the most supreme creature within the jar. Now with the Kung Fu Panda by his side, he could even strut before the Great Priest without a care. With a celestial bodyguard nearby, he could truly act recklessly from now on. From now on, you shall be called General. Don't do anything for now, or just find a room on the 2nd floor to stay in. Yes, Marshal. I will always be your soldier. The general struck a cool pose, then hopped and skipped toward the second. Shinsen slowly shook his head, then restored the jars and blind boxes to their original positions in the counter. He walked over to the refrigerator and, seeing it nearly empty, complained. The jar shop next door has an infinite capacity refrigerator, but yours is just ordinary, so lacking in vision. It's still early, let's go shopping first. Shinsen closed the refrigerator and headed to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was his private domain. The entire floor consisted of only one room and a hall with all furniture made of rosewood. The space was filled with a faint woody fragrance that soothed the mind. He returned to his room, opened the bedside drawer, and pulled out a card. Indeed, half of the store's income was his. As for the other half, he neither knew nor wanted to know who it went to. General, I'm going shopping. Are you coming? Yes, wherever the marshal goes, I go. The general rushed out immediately. Shinsen nodded. Good. Buy whatever you want later. It's all on me. Thank you, Marshal. Rest assured, no matter what enemy lies ahead, the general will clear all obstacles for you. And then let's go. The night receded and the first light of dawn appeared. The dark curtain slowly parted, replaced by a veil of light. Brilliant rays spilled across the earth and dewdrops gathered on the leaves of flowers and trees before dripping down, creating a soft pitter-patter. It seemed to weave a song that turned the page to a new day. Above, white clouds drifted lightly. Suddenly, an aircraft blasted through a trail of clouds. Bulma had thought it over all night and decided it was best to go along with Vegeta's wishes for now. However, she still felt it wasn't safe enough, so she got up early in the morning, entrusted young Trunks to her mother's care, and flew over in her aircraft. Her plan was simple. If she could obtain an item that increased combat power, she would keep it for herself, saving it for the Cell games. That way, if anything unexpected happened, she would have a countermeasure. Bulma parked the aircraft on the open ground, quickly jumped out, and dashed to the front door, only to find it tightly shut. Without a second thought, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Handsome, open the door. Come greet your customer. On the 3rd floor, Shinsen heard the shout, opened his drowsy eyes to glance at the clock on the wall, and his face immediately darkened. He threw off the covers, took 3 steps to the window, and poked his head out. As he moved, the rabbit sleep cap on his head swayed, its 2 long ears flopping back and forth. Baka, I told you yesterday we open at 8. It's not even 7 yet. Are you calling for the dead? Hey, all this. Bulma shrank her head. Her mind was so set on obtaining another item to deal with Cell that she had indeed forgotten the opening, and now looking up at Shinsen's expression, which was brimming with a temper from being woken up, she smiled apologetically, then took a capsule from her pocket. Handsome, don't be angry. I promise I won't forget next time. Forgive me this once, okay? I brought you a delicious breakfast. Just open the door, please. Talk normally, don't use that cutesy tone. This shopkeeper has no taste for that kind of thing. Shinsen brushed aside the rabbit ears that had drooped down and blocked his vision. Wait. General, go open the door. Yes, Marshal. Bulma had no idea who Cao Cao was nor who the general was. But upon hearing the word open, she was overjoyed. The trouble of this early morning intrusion seemed to have passed. Then she stood quietly at the door, capsule in hand, waiting. Soon with a creak, the wooden door swung open from the inside. Bulma stepped back a few paces. Seeing a creature she had never encountered before didn't surprise her. After seeing the strange Gyuki yesterday, this one seemed quite normal. Besides, weren't the ones in the Temple of Heaven all peculiar in their own ways? Come in and sit. The marshal is washing up. The general stepped aside. Bulma walked in. You call him marshal. Is handsome Shin the leader of an army? Don't pry into matters that aren't your concern. All you need to know is this: anyone who stands in the marshal's way will have to contend with me to the death. The general gave Bulma a cold look, then extended a hand. Give me the food you've offered to the marshal. I must taste it first to ensure it's not poisoned. Bulma's forehead creased with a few black lines at these words. Helplessly, she handed over the capsule. Just then Shin-san came down the stairs in his pajamas, the two long rabbit ears on his head bobbing up and down with each step. He was quite satisfied with the general. The creature's personality differed greatly from the Kung Fu Panda in the anime, but one thing mattered most. That was loyalty. Handsome, your friend is so weird. Why would I poison the food? Bulma was speechless. Shin-san nodded. General, be polite to guests who bring money. No need to taste the breakfast. Just set it out, and he'll eat with you. No, marshal, the world is treacherous. From now on, I must taste any food given by others first. The general pointed at Bulma. Don't let this human's appearance fool you. She may seem delicate, but who knows how venomous her heart is. I must taste it first. Oh, are you disobeying my orders? Shin-san chuckled. General, you worry too much. In this shopkeeper's domain, no being can poison me. Set the breakfast out. The general hesitated, but seeing a subtle change in Shun-san's expression, it snapped to attention. Then it took the capsule to the dining table, pressed the switch on the capsule, and tossed it onto the table. With a soft sound, a table full of exquisite and appetizing breakfast items appeared. Shin-san walked toward the table, saying as he went, we open at 8. That's the rule. No one is allowed to. It's only 7:20 now, 40 minutes before opening. Since you probably haven't eaten breakfast either, come join us for a. Shin-san finished speaking and slowly sat down. General, sit. Marshal, this. I won't repeat. Yes. The general sat across from Shin-san. Bulma didn't stand on ceremony either. Despite the general, she sat down beside Shin-san and secretly winked at the general. It was as if she were proclaiming her victory. After finishing a delicious breakfast, they chatted for a while longer. Amidst a sense of anticipation, time quickly arrived at 8 o'clock sharp. Bulma, seeing it was time to open for business, reluctantly tore her gaze away from the staring contest with the Scion Prince, then grabbed Shin-san and rushed to the front counter. I can open 6 containers today. Give me 1 king tier can, 3 star tier cans, 1 diamond tier can, and 1 gold tier blind box. Bulma placed her bank card on the card machine. Shin-san entered the amount. That's still 275 million. Thank you for your patronage. Here are your cans and blind box. May you unearth your heart's desire. He retrieved the corresponding containers from behind the counter. The counter wasn't very large, but it seemed designed to accommodate the can shops, whereas the entire surface could hold about 20 cans at most. 6 cans and a blind box sat on the table, leaving plenty of empty space. Yesterday I got 100 million combat power card from 5 low-end blind boxes. My luck must be good. Today I'm sure to get something useful. Bulma pulled the blind box towards her, her confidence surging. Seeing this, Shin-san couldn't help but smile. In his gaming days had heard countless people say similar things. Yet in the end they'd all start with brimming confidence, only to slink away in defeat, cursing the game operators. Now Bulma was no different from those players in the game. Confidence is a good thing. A confident person's luck usually isn't too bad. Shin-san made a gesture for her to proceed. Bulma, suppressing her excitement, placed both hands on the top of the box. With every inch of tape, she peeled back, her heart pounded harder. By the time all the tape was off and her hands were poised to lift the lid, her heart was in her throat. Come on. Open. Congratulations. You've obtained a pair of nail clippers. This is a total loss. Bulma pouted, then pocketed the nail clippers. After all, every bit counts, and she couldn't bear to discard a 5 million nail clipper. Putting away the clippers, she pulled the diamond tier can towards her and picked up the hammer. Come on. Open. Congratulations. You've obtained a model airplane. It's okay, that's only 2. The main event is still to come. Bulma consoled herself, then reached for a star tier can. Come on. Open. Congratulations. You've obtained a smart robotic vacuum cleaner. That's only 3. There's still a chance. Bulma tried to comfort herself again, but beads of sweat were already forming on her forehead. Her heart was racing at an abnormal speed, and her breathing grew rapid. Shin-san nodded at the sight. This state was exactly like those opening boxes in games. At this moment Bulma was like a gambler with only one thought in her mind. That thought was to break even. But it was precisely this mentality that fate seemed to mock, leading to the ultimate loss. But that was only in a game. This was reality. And the probability of the cans wasn't low. Unless one had the worst luck imaginable, they should be able to get something. It's a game of probability. You have 3 left. You're sure to get an item. Keep going. Hearing this, Bulma looked up, and visible red veins were appearing in her eyes. Right, you're right. No one's luck is always bad. With these last 3 cans, I'm bound to get 1 or 2, hopefully all. She pulled another star tier can towards her. The hand gripping the hammer was clenched so tight that tiny veins bulged on its surface. It moved. The hammer, as if making a resolute decision, struck the can's surface. With a sharp crack, shards of the can flew in all directions. Congratulations. You've obtained a Tenjin grass carp. Bulma was speechless. Sweat poured down her face like a waterfall. Her heart pounded even more violently as she watched the large fish thrashing in midair. She felt like demanding a refund. But a voice whispered incessantly in her mind. Open it. No one's luck is perpetually bad. The next can will surely yield a prize. It was that voice like a demon's whisper that stopped Bulma from turning and leaving. Silently, she moved the large fish aside and pulled the last star-tier can towards her. This time, she held the hammer, hesitating to strike. Her heart felt like it might leap out of her chest. Finally, after tens of seconds, she steeled her resolve and swung the hammer. Congratulations. You've obtained a frying pan. Clang. Bulma nearly collapsed, but managed to steady herself against the table. Mr. This. She was on the verge of tears. At this rate, the richest person would truly become the most indebted. Even the entire nation couldn't withstand such spending. Shin-san was overjoyed inside, but maintained a polite smile. Probability games inherently involve wins and losses. The items Vegeta and the others have obtained are worth more than your family's conglomerate many times over. There's still one king tier can. Open it. Even if luck is bad today, it's okay. Tomorrow will surely bring a turn of fortune. Bulma gave a bitter smile. I know the items Vegeta got are invaluable, but those are items that enhance strength. At this rate, they'll become invincible, and I'll go bankrupt. Besides, this game is way too intense. I've been through many storms, even nearly witnessed a planet explode, but I've never experienced anything this thrilling. Honestly, my poor heart can't take it. That feeling of instant heaven or hell is truly something. Shun, isn't that a good thing? Money is an external possession. As long as your mind is sharp, you'll never have trouble making more. Thrills aren't easy to come by. Blind boxes are all about the rush. Don't see the cans as a path to riches. See them as an alternative life. They can bring an extraordinary experience to your life. They can add excitement to your life. See it that way. Doesn't it feel a bit better? Shin-san said as he pushed the last king tier can towards Bulma. Moreover, isn't this thrill also a way to temper your mind? Don't be disheartened. In life, one must embrace it with a smile. Embrace the world. Open it. Bulma's mouth twitched fiercely. Mister, do you know you sound just like the executives in my company, blathering on full of empty promises. Temper my mind, you say? But you did make one good point. As long as my brain still works, making money isn't that hard. This last king tier can, I refuse to believe it won't yield something good. Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead, then, with bated breath, swung the hammer. As the can shattered. As Shin-san's words reached her ears. Bulma. Congratulations, you've obtained a sheet of musical notation. As Shin-san offered his congratulations, Bulma's heart finally sank in despair. Staring blankly at the floating musical notation, tears of sorrow streamed down from the corners of her eyes. 275 million spent, and the item she received might not even be worth 100,000. This time it was truly a loss so profound it beggared belief. I'm so tired of this. Let it all burn. Bulma stumbled out of the door, then collapsed onto Shun-san's exclusive rocking chair. Gazing up at the azure sky, she burst into tears. Shin-san also stepped outside and noticed some of the minor demons mixed in with the animals trying to climb onto him. He quickly raised a hand to stop them, then looked down at Bulma. I know you're exhausted. Take a moment to rest. Without waiting for her reply, he turned and called out, General, come out and spar with me. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he hadn't yet had a real fight. His battle power was immense, but when it came to actual combat techniques, any martial artist in this world could outclass him by miles. Choosing the general as his opponent was just right. After all, that panda had a knack for evenly matched fights and incredible stamina. Sparring with the general would surely help him rapidly accumulate combat experience. Roger that, Marshal. The man and the panda arrived at the center of the vast grassland, then positioned themselves 100 meters apart. Both of their auras began to surge continuously until they reached a certain peak. Shin-san took a single step, instantly crossing the 100-meter distance to appear above the general. Then, executing a motion like an inverted golden hook, he kicked downward. A thunderous boom erupted. The general's expression remained utterly unflustered. It crossed its arms above its head, firmly blocking Shun-san's heavy strike. The moment leg met arm, the immense force caused the ground within 100 meters to cave in deeply. The resulting shockwave ripped up the turf for 2 miles in every direction. The nearby animals, as if wishing they had more legs, scattered frantically toward the shop. After the first blow, Shin-san instantly appeared to the general's right and threw a heavy punch. With a sharp crack, the fist struck a furry body, but it was caught in the general's palm. It had blocked Shin-san's powerful punch with just one hand. Marshal, forgive me for speaking plainly, but this straightforward brawling style is hardly different from a street fight. Now please be careful, Marshal. My special trait is an even match. Whatever level of power you use, however, my combat experience is far richer. In this bout, I will employ a strategy of deception. Watch closely, Marshal. The general forcefully pushed aside Shinsan's fist, then its form flickered, becoming elusive and erratic. Shadows of the general surrounded him from all directions. Shinsan remained calm, his senses keenly attuned to every movement around him. Suddenly, all the illusory generals moved in unison, charging at Shinsan. There you are. Shinsan spun around and kicked backward. But his leg met no solid form, it passed straight through an afterimage. Marshal, don't rely on your eyes. Even if I suppress my ki as much as possible, it still exists. Use your senses. All the clones passed through Shin-san, while the real general appeared above his head. After speaking, it suddenly materialized behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Shin-san wasn't discouraged. Like Bulma, he possessed tremendous power, but had yet to learn how to wield it to its fullest. Following the general's advice, he temporarily abandoned sight, and used ki to lock onto the general's energy signature. Though he managed to exchange a few blows, he ultimately lost the bout. Bulma watched for a while, unable to even see the combatants' movements, only hearing explosive sounds in the air. Finding it dull, she left. In the following days, no customers came. Apart from restocking supplies, opening his own cans, and sleeping, Shun-san spent all his time sparring with the general. Under the general's diligent instruction, his combat experience grew at a terrifying rate. In just 3 days, he could already trade blows evenly with the general in terms of technique. That morning, the general was waiting as usual in the open space. But when Shin-san came out, instead of starting the spar, he smiled and said, "No training today. Let's go watch a show." He had asked Bulma. The cell games were scheduled for today. A few days of sparring had become a bit monotonous, and he was eager to see how Vegeta planned to show off. "Let's go, General. I'm taking you to see the show." "Roger." Shin-san placed his hand on the general's shoulder, sensed Cell's location, and then took a single step forward. Shin-san appeared beside them with the general. "Not bad. After a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks, you've reached Super Saiyan 2. And Vegeta, your ki has become much more condensed. Mr. Shin, you're here." Vegeta rarely cracked. "No need to mind the shop today. Alas. Without Bulma, the rich lady business at my shop is tough." Shin-san shook his head, feigning a sigh. Catching the insinuation, Vegeta said, "Rest assured, Mr. Shun, after the Cell games are over, I'll bring a group of people to your shop." Having said that, his gaze wasn't on Cell at all, but fixed on Goku. When it came to fighting, Goku was a thorn in his side. He had to defeat him at least once. At that moment, Goku also looked over, noticing Shun-san and the general. His heart skipped a beat. It was a feeling, a sensation honed through countless battles. The two standing beside Vegeta seemed ordinary, yet he sensed a deadly threat from them. They were unheard-of powerhouses, perhaps even stronger than Cell. The thought startled even Goku himself. He was about to go over and greet them when the arena's time limit arrived. Cell opened his eyes. His indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, and he spoke in a casual, arrogant tone. "Time's up. Who's coming up first? Or perhaps all of you together?" "Man, he's really cocky," Shin-san muttered to himself. Trunks wanted to step forward, but Vegeta stopped him. "No rush. Let the others go first. I want to see how much progress Kakarot has made." "Father." Trunks saw the unyielding look in Vegeta's eyes, sighed, and stepped back. A heavy silence fell. Gray clouds obscured the sky, and a fierce wind howled across the desolate land, kicking up clouds of dust. On the arena, Cell's expression shifted from provocation to arrogance. He felt like a king standing at the center of a white stage, waiting for a flock of lambs to come and amuse him. Too afraid to come up. "Son Goku, everyone else here has already fought me. This time, why don't you lead?" Beneath the azure sky, Shalu, exuding a robust aura, stood at the center of the arena, with countless chi converging within his body, while faint explosive sounds erupted around him. His gaze disregarded everyone else, locking onto a single person below the arena. Just as Sun Wukong, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, was about to step onto the stage. Suddenly, several individuals carrying cameras emerged from the side. The leader, sporting an explosive hairstyle, was none other than the savior Satan. Noticing the camera pointed at him, he looked confidently at Shalu and began to deliver a speech that would shake the However, Satan paid no heed and continued addressing the camera. Soon after, his two disciples made a flashing, yet to everyone Satan's group appeared no different than a bunch of clowns. Shalu couldn't be bothered to shift his gaze, allowing Satan's two disciples to charge at him, and with a mere burst of energy, he defeated both. Satan attributed all of this to crooked ways. At that moment, Sun Wukong also stepped onto the arena after Satan's two disciples had been defeated. He locked eyes with Shalu. Neither made the first move. Ultimately, Shalu dropped his arms from his chest to his waist, a devilish smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Not planning to go all out? Aren't you also holding back?" Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance. The energy of both was gradually rising, reaching a certain threshold. Sun Wukong made his move. In an instant he arrived at Shalu's side and unleashed a powerful punch. However, his fist passed through Shalu, failing to make contact with flesh. He realized it was merely an afterimage left by Shalu's high-speed movement. The next moment, he sensed Shalu's energy appearing behind him. Without time to think, he quickly leaped into the air, raising his right hand backward as the energy within his body began to condense in his palm, then he flung it forward. A small energy wave formed by the gathered chi rapidly descended toward the arena, and with a thunderous roar it erupted into a cloud of dust at the center. Satan was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Shalu had somehow positioned himself above Sun Wukong, then he descended with both hands clasped like a hammer. However, he struck only an afterimage. Just as he intended to defend, he felt pain from behind a tremendous force, sending him uncontrollably plummeting toward the arena. Just before he made contact with the arena, he executed a backflip, landing firmly on the stage, creating a crater beneath his feet. The warm-up is over, Sun Wukong. Let's have an official match. It is indeed time to start officially. Sun Wukong raised his hands to waist level, his legs slightly bent. With a roar, golden flames of energy erupted from within him, a violent aura scattering Satan's group, turning their hair deep yellow while their battle power surged dramatically. Seeing this, Shalu mimicked Sun Wukong's movements. With a thunderous shout, an even more ferocious energy radiated outward. Satan, terrified, pretended to have a stomachache. Piccolo and his group also jumped back a distance. Kakarot, is this all you've got? Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression tinged with disappointment. If this is all you can do, you certainly don't pique my interest right now. Nearby Trunks listened in disbelief. Had it not been for Shin-san's shop, Sun Wukong would have long surpassed them, but he dared not voice it, knowing Vegeta's temperament would not tolerate any loss of face. He could guarantee that he would receive a lesson in love. At that moment, Sun Wukong had already pushed his energy to full power. Shalu also ceased his further escalation. Both moved simultaneously. The high-speed battle was too quick for spectators to comprehend. Piccolo and his group could only catch glimpses of afterimages. Only Shin-san and a few could clearly see each frame. Every time Sun Wukong and Shalu clashed, a tremendous roar erupted in the air, leaving the entire arena in tatters from their collisions. The battlefield transformed into the sky. After a brief exchange, Shalu grew restless with the arena's constraints, unleashing a ki blast that reduced the stage to rubble. At this point, both sides were breathing heavily. However, Sun Wukong's exhaustion was clearly greater than Shalu's. He had never intended to win, it was all to set the stage for Gohan, yet he was prepared to give it his all. Immediately, he flashed above Shalu, delivering a punch that sent Shalu crashing to the ground, then he placed his hands at his waist. Haim. Ha ha, Sun Wukong, you wish to unleash the Kamehameha at full power, but I'm standing on a planet. Can you even? Satan cackled madly. Kuririn and his group were horrified. They knew that if Sun Wukong fully unleashed the Kamehameha, the entire planet would face devastation. Sun Wukong paid no mind, waiting until the energy reached its peak. In an instant, he appeared at Shalu's side. Upon seeing this, Shalu broke into a cold sweat. Kuririn and his group were overjoyed. Wave? Without giving Shalu time to evade, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward, a destructive energy wave enveloping Shalu completely, then shot into the sky until it vanished into the cosmos. Huff. As he unleashed the Kamehameha to its fullest, Sun Wukong's energy rapidly diminished, his breathing ragged, and sweat poured from his face like a waterfall. Wukong, well done. Kuririn shouted in delight. However, others bore no smiles at that moment, for Shalu's energy had not dissipated and seemed to grow even stronger. Suddenly, Piccolo recalled something and shouted, "Be careful, old son Shalu." Before he could finish, Shalu, with only his lower half remaining, leaped up. As his muscles surged, his vanished upper body suddenly emerged from his lower half. Everyone remembered that Shalu had absorbed Piccolo's cells, possessing rapid regeneration abilities. Realizing this, their expressions turned grim. Sun Wukong secretly chuckled bitterly, then withdrew from full power, casually announcing, while everyone was stunned, "I concede." What? Satan thought he had misheard. Kuririn and his group were even more shocked. Did they just hear that Sun Wukong actually conceded? How is that possible? They must have misheard. It had to be a mistake. Yet Sun Wukong firmly repeated, "You didn't mishear. Why concede? I concede. I concede." Before Sun Wukong could finish, he heard a suppressed voice, shifting his gaze to see Vegeta's expression ablaze with fury. Vegeta had considered that Sun Wukong might lose, but never thought he would concede outright, recalling past incidents. His rage reached its peak. Then he lifted his eyes, seemingly ready to spew fire, taking a step forward, instantly appearing before Sun Wukong and gripping his neck fiercely. "Useless trash, I can accept you losing, but never will I accept you conceding voluntarily. Now get out of my way, I will deal with Shalu first, then take care of you." Vegeta flung Sun Wukong backward in front of the shocked crowd, then turned to face Shalu. "Come on, I'll stand here and let you hit me." A golden aura erupted from his body, with electric serpents slithering within it, unleashing crackling booms as the violent energies scattered in all directions. Vegeta had ascended to Super Saiyan 2 from the moment he stepped onto the field. He stood with arms crossed calmly watching Cell, offering no defense whatsoever. The sudden turn of events left the entire audience stunned. Piccolo was shocked. Krillin was shocked. Tien Shinhan was shocked. At that moment, aside from a few who knew the situation, the others were utterly astounded. Goku crawled out from the rubble, and upon seeing Vegeta's current state, his gaze sharpened. That was it. That very state. He had seen Gohan inadvertently use it once in the hyperbolic time chamber, and everything he had done was to help Gohan achieve that form again. Who would have thought? Vegeta had attained it first. At that moment, Krillin snapped out of his shock, quickly brought a Senzu bean to Goku, and handed one to him. Goku, do you know what's going on? Vegeta's energy is absolutely terrifying now. After Goku regained his strength, Krillin turned his gaze back to Vegeta, his heart already roaring with turmoil. Just a few days ago they had seen Vegeta fight Cell. Back then, though strong, he was no match for perfect Cell. Now the energy radiating from Vegeta surpassed Cell's entirely, as if he were a different person. I don't know. Goku shook his head, then his gaze inadvertently swept over Shun San, who was casually eating sunflower seeds, and his mind tightened. Amidst everyone's shock, that man remained utterly at ease, as if watching a mere spectacle. Such a carefree demeanor marked him as no ordinary person. That man had been standing beside Vegeta earlier. Perhaps Vegeta's transformation was connected to him. Goku was startled by his own thought. But aside from that explanation, he couldn't fathom how Vegeta had grown so much. Whoosh! Goku flew over to Shun San, and upon hearing the conversation between him and Trunks, realized his guess was. Trunks' attention was fixed on Vegeta, and even while speaking with Shun San, he didn't notice Goku's arrival. Mr. Shun, how big is the gap between my father and Cell now? You've got it wrong, Trunks. You should ask how big the gap is between Cell and Vegeta. Shun San turned to glance at Goku, then cast a divine perception probe at the two in the arena. The two are incomparable now. After Vegeta reached Super Saiyan 2, his power level was over 50 billion, and after another year in the hyperbolic time chamber, it's now around 190 billion. Cell can't even reach 35 billion. For Vegeta, now fighting Cell is like fighting a child. And you, being a Super Saiyan 2 yourself, should be able to see the difference clearly. Trunks muttered to himself. How could he not see it? It was just all too surreal to accept at once. Just then he sensed Goku's energy nearby, and turned to greet him. But before he could, a stir arose from the arena. Cell's expression shifted from shock to calm. All flash, no substance. It seems you've forgotten your recent defeat, Vegeta. I don't mind reminding you of the fear I once instilled. Vegeta remained silent like a sovereign, gazing upon. That very attitude ignited a fury within Cell. He flashed forward and launched a ferocious assault on Vegeta. I despise that condescending look of yours. Die. Bang, bang, bang. Cell circled Vegeta, striking wildly with both fists and feet. The air roared under his blows, and the ground around them sank inch by inch. But whether the air screamed, or the earth crumbled, Vegeta stood like an eternal pillar, unmoving. Even the ground beneath his feet remained untouched. Impossible. Impossible. Cell's expression twisted into disbelief. Piccolo and the others' faces shifted to even greater horror. Cell's attacks grew more ferocious. He pushed harder and harder, yet could not make Vegeta budge even in. I refuse to believe you've reached this level in such a short time. Let's see how you handle this next move. Cell roared, soaring into the sky, then placed his hands at his waist, forming a cupping gesture. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. No good, Vegeta, stop him. If that attack hits the planet, we'll be Goku shouted. The others were equally frantic. Trunks placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Uncle Goku, don't worry. My father can handle it. As he spoke, Cell had finished gathering his energy, and bellowed at Vegeta below. Huh. Vanish along with this. Death is the price of your arrogance. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal destructive energy beam that shot downward, scorching the air in its path. The devastating power made Piccolo and the others' hearts leap into their throats. Just as they thought all was lost, just as the energy wave was about to descend, Vegeta moved. He uncrossed his arms, calmly watching the rapidly falling energy wave, then turned his right hand into a blade and sliced across the wave's surface, deflecting it into the depths of space. At that moment, Yamcha was shocked again. Piccolo was shocked again. Tien Shinhan was shocked again. Their jaws nearly hit the ground. Cell, on the other hand, trembled in fear. Is this all you've got? Vegeta took a step, instantly appearing before Cell, then slowly reached out, gripping Cell's face, ignoring his struggles. If this is your limit, then you've disappointed me. Far too much. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's lips, and with a fierce motion, he hurled Cell downward. The immense force turned the falling Cell into a meteor. Upon impact, the ground shook and collapsed, reshaping the terrain within a mile radius. And the destruction continued to spread. Not good. Goku noticed that several ordinary people, including Mr. Satan, were within the blast radius. Using instant transmission, he moved them out of the battlefield, then looked up at Vegeta. Too reckless. But that's just like you. There was nothing he could do now but watch Vegeta's solo performance. Just then, bastard. Damn it. Cell burst out of the ground, his expression twisted like a demon's. He'll kill you, Vegeta. He'll kill you. A piece of trash like he wants to kill me. Vegeta appeared before Cell again in an instant. Even with 100 years you couldn't kill me. Trash belongs in the dumpster. In the next instant Vegeta's pupils slightly widened as he instantly reappeared before Cell, his palm transforming into a fist. Vegeta's fist shot forth with unimaginable speed, directly blasting Cell into a mountain peak. The terrifying shockwave and shattered rocks bloomed like a flower in full blossom. Cell attempted to rise from the rubble within the mountain, but Vegeta was already above him. With a resounding thud, Vegeta drove his fist downward, burying Cell deep into the earth. Didn't you say you were going to kill me, eh? Now why are you stuck in the ground? Vegeta grabbed Cell by one leg, yanked him out, and then like the Hulk thrashing Loki, he slammed Cell back and forth against the ground like a limp noodle. Each impact caused the ground to sink deeper until finally Vegeta used both hands gripping each of Cell's. Then with a mighty pull he tore Cell apart. It was utterly brutal. Krillin and the others watched drenched in cold sweat. Yet Vegeta acted as if he had done something utterly trivial. He casually tossed the two halves of Cell aside, then dusted off his hands as if Cell were something filthy. I know you can regenerate. Why don't you show yourself? You bastard, you've truly angered me now. Cell's two halves automatically fused back together, and he glared at Vegeta. With another furious roar, a deeper golden aura erupted around him. His power surged once more. Oh, still capable of rising. Interesting. Vegeta squinted, continuing to speak. No need to rush. He'll give you time to keep growing. Better yet, grow strong enough to amuse me. Arrogant fool. Even now I can still defeat you. Cell's face contorted with rage. Fury made him forget the pain in his body. He let out a thunderous roar, his golden aura shooting into the sky as he launched a devastating attack at Vegeta. Vegeta showed no intention of dodging. He moved like a drawn blade, his fist meeting Cell's Hedon. Their fists clashed in midair, locked in stalemate for less than a heartbeat. Vegeta easily shattered Cell's fist, and his own undeterred continued its trajectory, slamming into Cell's stomach. I was actually hoping to see how high your power could climb. But now you've sorely disappointed me. Vegeta reached out, grabbing Cell by the face, lifting the wretched creature into the air. With such meager strength you dared to dream of killing me. Who gave you that audacity? Boom. You're nothing but a manufactured mongrel, and you thought you could look down on me, do you? Even have the right. Boom. Tell me, how are you going to kill me next? Boom, boom, boom. With each word Vegeta delivered a devastating punch to Cell. After the third punch, Cell was in such agony that his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He stumbled backward, clutching his stomach, continuously vomiting an unknown fluid. Suddenly his body began to swell, and his heaving became more violent. This unexpected change made Goku and his companions frown. Not another twist, is it? Krillin exclaimed, startled. Probably not, Piccolo said calmly. Cell's current state looks like he's trying to expel something from his mouth. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Trunks. Speaking of which, what's going on with Vegeta? Even if he spent another year in the hyperbolic time chamber, there's no way his power could have risen to such an unbelievable level. What happened between you two during this time? Hearing this, Krillin and the others also fixed their eyes on Trunks. Well, Trunks shook his head with a wry smile. I can't say right now. Once this matter with Cell is settled, I'll explain everything. Bulma knew exactly what Vegeta was thinking, and Trunks understood it perfectly as well. In the end, it was simply about being suppressed for far too long. He was certain that after dealing with Cell, Vegeta's target would shift to Goku. Trunks was acutely aware of Vegeta's obsession with finally defeating Goku. Seeing that Trunks truly had no intention of explaining for now, Piccolo didn't press the matter. By then, Piccolo and the others had also realized why Cell was swelling. Cell is finished. He's expelled Android 18 and Android 17. He can no longer maintain his perfect form. Now forget Vegeta. Even I am confident I could kill him. Upon hearing this, Tien and the others nodded. Meanwhile, Krillin looked at the unconscious Android 18, his expression filled with concern. Shinsen also found this somewhat unexpected. In the original timeline, Cell only expelled Android 18-0, and Android 17 was revived by Shenron. He pondered for a moment, attributing the change to Vegeta's 3 brutal punches. Hey, you've been staring at me since I got here. Stare all you want, but keep those eyes from getting too clingy. You are strong. My instincts tell me so. Your very presence makes my entire being tremble. Will you fight me? Goku's fighting spirit erupted without limit. At these words, Piccolo and the others finally turned their attention to Shun San, whom they had been ignoring. He was a face they had never seen before, and outwardly there seemed nothing remarkable about him. But Goku's words forced them to take him seriously. You wish to attack the marshal, eh? The general stepped in front of Shun San. Then you'll have to go through me first. It's a misunderstanding. I only wish to spar with the handsome man behind you. I have no intention of killing anyone. Goku quickly waved his hands in explanation. Oof, I thought as much. The marshal will not deign to fight a mere soldier like you. Step aside. The general waved his hand impatiently. Shun San smiled and gently pulled the general aside. General, they will all be valued customers of our shop in the future. We must be polite to potential clients. Then addressing Goku and his group, he said, my apologies. My brother here is not fond of anyone showing aggressive intent towards me. Brother. The marshal called me his brother. The general's heart soared with joy. The marshal considers me a brother. As his brother I swear I will protect him until my very spirit is annihilated. Unaware of the profound emotional impact his simple word brother had on the general, Shin-san continued, besides you have no time to waste on this shopkeeper. Look. Shin-san pointed towards the battlefield. Goku replied, no, the apology should be mine. I was presumptuous just now. Having said that, he finally turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Thereafter expelling androids 17 and 18, as Cell had reverted to his initial grasshopper-like form, his expression growing ever more ferocious. He knew that even if he reabsorbed the two androids it would be futile. So, he would take them all down with him. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you all with me. Cell's body began to swell rapidly, his pupils filled with madness. I wouldn't touch me if I were you. One move, and he'll explode. Vegeta, are you feeling desperate now? Desperate? Ridiculous. In an instant Vegeta appeared before Cell, lightly grasped a part of his body, and with a single step vanished, reappearing in the vastness of space. You can just explode right here. After uttering those final words to Cell, he vanished once more. No. Boom. A single firework, insignificant amidst the endless cosmos. Cell's self-destruction was nothing more than a small, fleeting fireworks display for the universe. Back on the battlefield, Vegeta crossed his arms once more. Kakarot, it's your turn now. Get your ass up here. Vegeta, the ravaged earth was shrouded in dust swept up by the gale. Amid the haze, Goku flew solemnly until he was level with Vegeta. He knew this battle was inevitable, and he had no desire to avoid it. He yearned to discover the gap between his current strength and Vegeta's. Kakarot, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. A savage grin spread across Vegeta's face. He too had awaited this moment for ages. Ready? Here I come. Whoosh. Bam. Just as I thought. Goku caught a fist hurtling toward him from the side and grinned broadly. I've been observing your movements since earlier, and now I'm certain. You've also mastered instant transmission. So what if I have? Vegeta suddenly increased his force, landing a punch squarely on Goku's face. I've wanted to beat you for a long time. Let's have some fun today. Take this. Hiya. Vegeta grew more exhilarated with each blow, then began striking Goku with both fists and feet from all directions. Off to the side, Piccolo and the others shielded their eyes. They understood Vegeta's nature. Every time he grew stronger, he sought a fight with Goku, and this occasion was no different. They could see that Vegeta wasn't trying to kill, he was merely using Goku as a punching bag. Dad. Gohan also looked away, unable to bear the sight. As he stepped forward to help, Piccolo stopped him. Don't. Even if we all fought together, we couldn't defeat Vegeta as he is now. He bears no killing intent toward Goku. This is more about his anger at Goku's earlier surrender. He'll be fine once he vents. And Krillin, why did you bring Android 18 and the other one out? Krillin gave an awkward smile. Android 18 isn't evil. I couldn't just leave her to die. Don't forget these androids are programmed to defeat and kill Goku. Keeping them around is a risk. Can you guarantee they'll defy their programming? Piccolo frowned. Trunks, standing nearby, also furrowed his brow, his thoughts oscillating between killing and sparing them. Yet recalling the day when Android 18 fought alongside them, he realized that the androids 17 and 18 of this world were vastly different from those in his timeline. At the very least, based on what had happened so far, the androids of this world weren't truly wicked. With that thought, he abandoned the idea of striking them down. Krillin, after pondering Piccolo's words, spoke up. No, they won't. Dr. Gero is dead of Android 18, and the other are no longer controlled. Besides, Android 18 helped us before. Piccolo said nothing more. Meanwhile, Shun-san sensed someone entering his shop. He and the general instantly returned, and he smiled upon seeing the visitor. I thought you weren't coming after all these days. The visitor was Bulma. She had been hesitating for days, but the more she hesitated, the stronger her urge to come became. She had to admit that playing these games was truly addictive and captivating. This obsession had kept her awake for— Handsome, don't laugh. I've made up my mind. If I want to play, I'll play. I won't go for the king-level jars every day, but I can afford to open jars below star level regularly. Bulma slumped listlessly over the counter, then placed her bank card on the card reader. I saw the live stream. Vegeta must be happy this time. Since Cell has dealt with ill, opened 7 jars today: 1 diamond jar, 1 gold mystery box, 2 silver mystery boxes, 1 bronze mystery box, and 2 iron mystery boxes. Alright, that's 26. 7 million in total. May you shed the title of Black Emperor. Shin-san entered the amount and processed the payment. He turned and retrieved the corresponding jars and boxes from the cabinet, placing them on the counter. 7 items in total. If that's correct, you may begin. Bulma perked up, pulled a bronze mystery box toward her, and with an excited heart and trembling hands. The 4 straps slowly came loose, and the most nerve-wracking moment arrived. Bulma placed her hands on the lid, took a deep breath, and flipped it open. In that instant, a dazzling light radiated from the box in all directions. Bulma's heart leaped with joy. Judging by the intensity of the glow, the item inside was undoubtedly valuable. As the light faded, she eagerly peered into the box. Congratulations. You've obtained the artificial intelligence J. R. V. I. S. Artificial intelligence. As a top-tier scientist, Bulma was no stranger to the term. The so-called AIs invented in this world were more like artificial stupidity. But since Shin-san called it artificial intelligence, this program must be exceptional. Bulma reached in and picked up an exquisite watch hovering above the box. Master J. R. V. I. S. is at your service. A mid-toned voice tinged with a hint of emotion emanated from the watch. Bulma was astonished. An AI with emotional fluctuations was no longer mere artificial intelligence. It was artificial life, much like an android. The only difference was that androids had physical bodies while this artificial life form could only exist within a network. Nevertheless, Bulma was even more delighted. J. R. V. I. S. What functions do you have? The watch flickered briefly. Master, as long as I'm connected to a network, my applications are vast. I can also handle affairs for Capsule Corporation. How do you know about Capsule Corporation? The moment I was born into this world, I existed within the network. Every trace left in cyberspace is within my purview. Bulma's eyes sparkled with brilliance. She immediately grasped the key point possessing J. R. V. I. S. meant having an entire intelligence system capable of managing corporate operations. This time, she had hit the jackpot. With that thought, all her previous gloom vanished. I've struck it rich. J. R. V. I. S. First, compile a comprehensive report for me. A development plan for Capsule Corporation. Mommy needs to earn money to open king jars every day. J. R. V. I. S. promptly replied, my programming contains all of my previous master's inventions, including the Mark series and compact nuclear energy. Capsule Corporation's business is primarily civilian-oriented. For further growth, Master might consider expanding into military applications. I have a complete armament system in my database. Bulma grew even more excited. Not so fast. First, put the feasibility report and the Mark series you mentioned into my computer. I'll review them before deciding. Understood, Master. Bulma ceased her conversation with J. R. V. I. S. and turned her gaze to the remaining boxes and jars, her eyes burning with anticipation. Open. I want. Just. Open, for heaven's sake. Having just drawn Jarvis, Bulma was even more eager for the mystery boxes and jars that lay ahead. She brought the black iron mystery box before her, slowly untying the 4 straps with both hands, then placed her palms on the lid and leaned her face close to the box. Inch by inch she lifted the lid, and with each inch her heart pounded violently. The moment before it was fully open, it felt as if it might leap from her chest. Open. Congratulations. You've obtained a towel. Clatter. Bulma stared speechlessly at the white towel floating before her eyes. Boss Shin, handsome Shin, your game is certainly thrilling enough. My little treasury might hold out, but this roller coaster of emotions is about to break me. What are you saying? Shin-san rolled his eyes dramatically. You know, it's a game of probability. Wins and losses are part of it. Did you expect to strike gold every time? If that were the case, I'd rather just give it all to you for free. Ha, if you dare give, I dare take. Bulma's eyes darted with mischief. Handsome Shin, you're all alone now. I have an older sister. Why not be my brother-in-law? Then giving me things would be perfectly proper. Pretty face, but don't dream too big. No mere mortal can set their sights on this shopkeeper. Shin-san pointed at the remaining boxes and jars. Customers are welcome here. Matchmakers take the door straight ahead. Fine, I'll drop the matchmaking, all right. Bulma rolled her eyes too, then muttered inwardly. Handsome as he was, what a dense straight man. She knew her sister was even more beautiful than herself, a novelist with an innate scholarly aura, though she was now somewhere in the far reaches of the universe gathering inspiration. At that thought, Bulma felt a pang of longing. Shaking off the sentiment, she brought the last black iron jar. This time she didn't hesitate. Swiftly untying the straps, she flipped open the lid in an instant. Congratulations. You've obtained an automatic vibrator. Bulma's face instantly flushed crimson like a monkey's rear. The vibrator floated before her, and being automatic, it wiggled and twisted like a mischievous child searching for you. Bulma, face red, tremblingly raised a finger at Shin-san. Why is there something like this in the mystery box? I told you the boxes and jars contain all sorts of things. Shin-san shrugged casually. You're a married woman. What haven't you seen? It's just a rubber item. Why get so embarrassed? That's not the same. Bulma couldn't finish. A husband was a husband, but now she stood before Shin-san. She considered herself quite open-minded, but facing Shin-san's unabashed words, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her blood seemed to simmer. Could it be? Bulma was amused by her own thought. And Shin-san was right. She was a married woman who had weathered storms before. Why get flustered? Bulma instantly regained her composure. I've heard women can change their faces on a dime. Seeing you now, I finally believe that legend. Shin-san admired her speed of transformation. There are 4 boxes and jars left. Hope you get something useful. He meant it sincerely, for with the 10,000-fold return privilege he wished every opener would strike it rich. Of course, watching their emotional swings when they didn't was also entertaining. Life needed a little spice. Bulma turned her gaze back to the silver mystery box on the counter. She no longer wanted to mess with trivialities. Grabbing the box, she tore it open quickly. Congratulations. You've obtained a baby crib. Congratulations. You've obtained a water dispenser. Somewhat useful. Unfazed, Bulma set them aside and opened the gold mystery box. Congratulations. You've obtained a pair of jeans. Bulma was still unbothered. My foot. This last diamond jar. I swear I'll get something good. Bloodshot veins crept back into Bulma's eyes. The first draw had yielded Jarvis an incredible win. But humans were contradictory and greedy creatures. After 5 consecutive misses, she felt the urge rising again. She brought the last jar before her, picked up the hammer, and fixed her gaze on the diamond jar. Yet the hammer hesitated to fall. Her heart pounded violently over 100 times per minute. At that moment, Bulma's adrenaline surged wildly. Her face flushed crimson from excitement and thrill. Almost a minute. Shin-san sighed. How long will you keep hesitating? Don't rush me. Bulma didn't look up. I feel it. It's almost here. Wait, it's not time yet. Hearing this, Shin-san nearly burst out laughing. What the hell was feeling it? Wasn't this just like the superstition? He recalled a novel about Jar's head read where Zhao Kongsheng and his crew relied on superstition, praying to a mythical jar god. There was also a handsome guy named Bao Bao who clutched a scripture muttering incantations before every jar opening and enhancement. Bulma was no different. She just lacked a scripture. Shin-san barely suppressed his laughter. Almost 2 minutes. Has your feeling come yet? Almost. Another 5 minutes passed. Suddenly Bulma felt the probability of a good draw had peaked. Without further hesitation, she swung the hammer down. Now, give me a hit. Crack. As the hammer struck, the jar fragments scattered in all directions. Bulma's anticipation reached its peak. Shin-san was slightly surprised. Congratulations. You've obtained the super non-mainstream set. Bulma nearly collapsed again. A blue outfit bristling with iron spikes and a blue afro wig floated in midair. Assuming it was just ordinary clothing, disappointment flooded her. But fate played its tricks. Hell and heaven were only a step apart. Just as Bulma's hope dimmed, Shin-san spoke again with a smile. Don't lose heart. This non-mainstream set is rarer than the Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta drew. You've hit the jackpot. A spark of light reignited in Bulma's dull eyes, blazing into boundless hope. Her limp body filled with strength as she straightened up instantly, leaning her face close to the set. Handsome, tell me, what's this thing for? Hold on. Shin-san also leaned in slowly. The non-mainstream set carries the faith of a generation. It's a memory called youth. Let this shopkeeper tell you the tale. It is said that in a certain age there existed a band of mighty figures. They were warm, buoyant. In that era they were the rulers. Their silhouettes graced every street and alley, a truly splendid sight. But the good times did not endure. As epochs shifted, the reign of these masters drew to a close. They were not inferior to any being, and yet they alone were defeated by the necessities of life. Thus they shed their youth, and were compelled to don the garb of survival. Shin-san reached out to caress the blue outfit sinking into memory, even as he continued his explanation. This divine suit, he said, is the crystallized faith of that generation. It has transcended the mundane and taken on a touch of the sacred. Put it on, and you will gain strength far beyond Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, it bears a peculiar trait. If you bring a speaker to play music and a sack of cement, and combine these with dance, your combat power will rise dramatically. As to how far it will elevate you, words cannot convey it. In short, its might and its range of uses will surpass anything you can imagine. Shin-san finished his explanation and withdrew his hand, returning from reverie to the present. The uses of the Chao Fei Zhulu suit are roughly as he described. Formed from the condensed youth of a generation. Burma could already picture how radiant that era must have been. Although she had little desire to wear such flamboyant garments, she respected the people from the tale. She carefully folded the Chao Fei Zhulu suit and placed it gently to the side, intending to take it with her when she left. They are people worthy of reverence. I will treasure this suit, Burma said, then raised her head. The jars and blind boxes are open. Today has been wildly profitable. Since the hour is still early, Bosch, and why not take me to the battlefield to have a look? All right. Shin-san reached out his hand. Burma looked puzzled. What? The shop charges 1 million per escort. Are you blinded by money? The price is posted. Go or not is your choice. Fine, you're ruthless. 1 million it is. Swipe the card. Burma ground her teeth and handed over her bank card, but Shin-san shook his head. Cash only this time. Half of the money taken by card had been siphoned away by some unknown presence. This was no longer the shop's business, but his private side work. He did not intend to share it with that mysterious entity. Even if that presence had allowed him to run a shop, work is work and side jobs are side jobs. They must be accounted separately. I know you haven't brought cash. You can owe me this time, and bring it next time. You cheapskate. Fine, I'll bring it next time, Burma said, with a helpless laugh. Shin-san nodded, stepped around the counter, laid his hand on Burma's shoulder, took one step forward, and in an instant the general spun about anxiously. Marshal, don't leave your subordinates behind, it cried. It possessed only a 50-50 skill, without an opponent. It was simply a charming, adorable giant panda. Nothing remarkable beyond the ability to speak. By now the white arena had long since disappeared. The earth was rent and scarred, and the dozen-mile range of peaks had been leveled to plain by the aftermath of the battle. And Vegeta was still pounding Sun Wukong. But now it was not only Sun Wukong taking the blows, even Telling-Kizi had been dragged into the fray. This was Vegeta's moment in the sun. He felt like howling to the heavens, a single word exhilarating. Vegeta's face was not only green, but swollen and bruised. If he keeps going, I can't stand it, Ku Lin muttered, hand over a blackened eye. You're doing slightly better, I got kicked in the groin. Yamu Cha complained, his expression matching Vegeta's. Who am I supposed to appeal to? Tianjin Fan was worse off still, there was hardly an uninjured spot on him. Still, they had only suffered external wounds. At least their lives were not in danger. He felt capable again. Shun Sen smiled a bright, contented smile, and then slowly flew forward. The others hurriedly retreated, especially Sun Wukong. Then he noticed Shun Sen arriving with Burma. A strange compulsion stirred his fighting spirit to full flame. Mr. Shun, may I have the honor of a bout? Sun Wukong stared at Shun without blinking. Shun Sen flew before Vegeta extended his right hand, and then drew back his fingers one by one, leaving only a single finger. Vegeta frowned. What is the meaning of this? Shun Sen chuckled. I, the shopkeeper, am unlike those who wield a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Against you, one finger will suffice. Such arrogance. Outrageous to the extreme. Bai Ku and the others heard Shin San's words and immediately thought him boastful. They had just faced Vegeta, he was beyond ordinary. But Sun Wukong did not dismiss Shun. His gaze was unprecedentedly grave, threaded with a deep, endless fighting will. Vegeta too did not assume Shin San was bluffing. Of all present, only he had directly borne the aura Shun radiated. Even now that measure of force would give him pause. Yet he wished to test the true gap between them, a step's distance or an abyss. After this encounter he roared and pushed his Super Saiyan 2 energy to its limits. Thicker electric serpents danced and flickered along his golden flames. The arena was stunned anew. It turned out Vegeta had not been using his full strength before. Now with all his power unleashed he faced Shin San's single extended finger and still hesitated to strike headlong, moving instead like a leopard stalking opportunity. Suddenly a gale swept through, scattering dust and sounding the trumpet of combat. Vegeta materialized at Shin San's right and unleashed a full-force straight punch. The ground thundered. Is this a joke? Bai Ku and his comrades were thrown into turmoil. Facing Vegeta's all-out blow, Shun San merely touched the center of the fist with a single finger. Air detonated, earth imploded. Yet Shin San did not budge. A faint smile lingered on his face, a stark contrast to Vegeta's group's shock. Vegeta's expression hardened to the utmost. He did not relent. One failed strike led to a blur of movement, closing the space to shreds as he flashed around Shun with lightning speed. Each emergence was followed by a barrage. 10 fists, 100, 1,000. Every blow poured out at full force. Each time Shin San dispelled them with a single finger as if they were trivial. Vegeta's breathing grew ragged. Mr. Shin, you truly are unfathomably strong. Please be cautious of my next move. He crossed his hands and thrust them backward. All of the energy within him converged into his palms. A colossal world-shattering beam of energy erupted from Vegeta's palm. Before that force, Bai Ku and the others glimpsed the beckoning hand of death. Shin San slowly raised his hand and made a motion like flicking a marble. As the wave of light drew close, he lightly popped his middle finger outward. In an instant, the world-destroying beam was flicked away into the cosmos. The entire scene fell into stunned silence as if cast into a dream. The ravaged land seemed to have its time frozen, and the sight before everyone left them utterly stunned. A single middle finger. With just that one finger, Vegeta's final flash was deflected into outer space. If that wasn't mind-boggling, what was? This was indeed mind-boggling. Goku's heart skipped a beat. The gap was too vast, leaving him only able to gaze up as if it were utterly beyond reach. Vegeta could only manage a bitter smile. He understood now. It wasn't a step away, it was a chasm of difference. Mr. Shin, may I see just how strong you truly are? How strong? Shin San tilted his head in thought. Presented with an opportunity to show off, he didn't mind giving the Dragon Ball characters a little shock. Alright, let me show you something fun. What fun? Vegeta was puzzled, but the next second he was stunned. Shin San clenched his fists and raised them to his waist. With a soft exhalation, a golden aura filled the entire space, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning that crackled in the air. The world trembled under the apocalyptic pressure. The pressure spread beyond the cosmos, reaching unknown distances. On the planet of the gods of destruction, Whis also turned his gaze toward the source of the energy. His eyes seemed to pierce through endless time and space, finally settling on Shin San. The seventh universe has produced a minor powerhouse. This energy is brimming with destruction. It suits a god of destruction, but still too weak and crude in its application. He'll wait for Lord Beerus to wake before deciding. Whis muttered to himself, and then looked away. To him Shun San was merely a slightly larger ant not worth his attention. Moreover, he couldn't interfere too much. Everything would wait until Beerus woke to decide whether to destroy or nurture. Besides Whis, the other Kaioshin also sensed the energy and trembled in fear at its magnitude. The Supreme Kai observed everything. Noticing Shin San's cold, demonic expression, he broke out in a cold sweat. Back on the battlefield, the golden aura shot into the sky and endless lightning lashed the ground, like heavenly thunderbolts, each crackling with world-ending power. At the center, Shin San's brow turned icy. His black hair shifted to a deep yellow. He kept his hands raised at his waist. The energy measured in the billions pressed everyone present flat against the ground. Goku and the other Saiyans struggled to lift their heads, their eyes filled with sheer terror. They gazed at Shin San, who seemed like a god. After a moment, a spark of defiance mixed with their terror. Hiya! Goku and his son pushed against the ground, roaring as they tried to rise. Golden aura burst from their bodies. Soon arcs of electricity danced around it. Under the pressure, their indomitable will pushed them past their limits, and they entered Super Saiyan 2. But under the energy specifically targeting them, they could barely stand on their knees. Vegeta, receiving Shun San's special attention, was also pinned to the ground. He raised his head with difficulty. Is this all you've got? In an instant, Shin San appeared before him, a hint of a smile on his cold face. You guess. Then, as if recalling something, his expression turned cold again. Remember this pain, it will be a landmark on your path of pursuit. With a gentle punch to Vegeta's stomach, Shin San sent him pale-faced and white-eyed, instantly unconscious. After throwing that punch, Shin San reverted from Super Saiyan 2. Piccolo and the others felt the pressure lift and quickly scrambled up, staring at Shin San as if he were a demon god who could destroy the world at any moment. Bulma want me to take you all back to the shop. Only 2 million. Fine, I'll pay you, okay? Bulma leaped over to Vegeta. It was then that Piccolo and the others noticed Bulma. They were shocked to find her energy, except for the Saiyans, stronger than any of them. In just a few days, not only Vegeta had grown stronger, but even Bulma, an ordinary human, had become powerful. The world felt utterly alien to them. Bulma then carried Vegeta and jumped over to Goku and the others. Boss Shin, take Goku and the rest of your shop too. They'll pay you in cash tomorrow. No problem, thanks for the business, rich lady. Shin San had the stunned group hold hands, but as he was about to return, he noticed Mr. Satan hiding behind a hill. As a savior and a wealthy man, Shun San didn't want to miss out on such a rich customer. In an instant, he appeared beside Mr. Satan, who looked bewildered, brought him to the group and placed his hand on Piccolo. After doing all this, Shun San glanced up at the universe and vanished. Outside, the atmosphere cell had regenerated from his self-destruction as his core survived. He was now in his perfect form, his energy even stronger due to Saiyan genes rivaling the initial Super Saiyan 2 level. He wasn't foolish, who Vegeta had beaten him senseless before. After regenerating, he analyzed all possibilities. Even with greater energy, he had no chance against Vegeta. When he sensed Shin San's immense power, he knew going down meant death. Cell looked down at the blue planet and muttered to himself. Going after Vegeta now is suicide. First, I need to figure out how he grew so strong so fast. And that overwhelming energy, just now, my database has no info on it. I need to investigate. Otherwise, I won't be able to move freely on this planet. Cell suppressed his energy to an insignificant level and then flew down toward the planet. Back at the shop, Bulma was explaining the jars and blind boxes to Goku and the others, who listened in bewilderment. If not for the evidence before them, they would have thought Bulma was dreaming. It was shocking enough until she mentioned that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 came from a jar. They were astounded. Especially Yamcha and the others, who knew they couldn't compare to Saiyans, and that their martial arts progress was painfully slow. Yamcha had almost given up. But hearing that jars and blind boxes could yield items and techniques to boost power, they became excited. Yamcha in particular had a blazing light in his eyes. The Cell games had been going on, and now it was almost noon. Bulma had laid out all the details. Yamcha and the others listened, their hearts brimming with temptation. However, when they finally heard the price, their excitement was doused like a bucket of cold water, chilling them from head to toe. Not to mention the king's jars, they couldn't even afford a black iron blind box. Tien was an ascetic. Piccolo was a solitary being. Yamcha was always broke. And Son Goku. He probably didn't even have a concept of what money was. How about this? Bulma said, knowing full well the financial situation of her friends. After a moment's thought, she continued, they'll cover for you this time, but only for today. I know your situations well. If you want to open them in the future, you can't keep living like this. You need a stable income. Easy for you to say, Bulma. Yamcha sighed, facing his ex-girlfriend. He regretted it deeply. If only he hadn't broken up with her, would he be worrying about money now? Vegeta, now you see the importance of finding a rich woman. Yamcha, noticing everyone's gaze on him, continued, guys like us, how would we know how to make money? Look at Piccolo, he spends all day in the deep mountains, never leaving home, with a fierce look on his face. Besides the demon-piercing beam, what else does he know? And look at Tien, a total ascetic. He just roams the world with Kaiatsu struggling to get 3 meals a day. Savings are out of the question. As for Krillin and me, we do have jobs, but they barely keep us alive. Where would we find spare cash to open jars? And Son Goku asked him if he even knows what money is. I know what it is, Goku said, scratching his head with a puzzled look. Money is money. From 100,000 to 100 million, is that a lot? He'll go back and ask Shishi for the money. Dad, don't. Gohan quickly grabbed Goku's hand, his expression one of utter exasperation. Dad, just listen to me. There's no way we have 100 million at home. If you ask Mom for 100 million, she'll kill you. Unlike his oblivious father, Gohan, though not yet an adult, knew their family's financial situation. Supporting 2 big eaters had already pushed their household wealth to its limit. If he went to ask his mother for money, now, he could guarantee Goku would be kicked out the door. Is 100 million really that much? Goku was still baffled. Upon hearing this, everyone covered their eyes, unable to bear watching. Just then a crisp tapping sound came from the front desk, shifting everyone's attention. Shun-san was sitting at the counter, gently tapping the surface with his fingers. Once everyone looked over, he spoke. You all seem to be trapped in an ordinary person's way of thinking. His tone was unhurried. If you only rely on working a job, you'll never be able to open many blind boxes. This planet is filled with countless treasures like agates and pearls in the ocean and undiscovered gold and diamonds. These are all paths for you to get rich. Why are you fixated on working jobs? This shop also accepts physical items, but the exchange rate might differ a bit from the outside world. Besides, Shin-sen pointed at the bewildered Mr. Satan, this savior can also be a source of wealth, and as for you, Bulma, with that brilliant brain of yours, building a metal detector would be a piece of cake. So in this way, this planet, or even the universe, is a vast treasure trove for people like you who can fly and teleport with resources that are inexhaustible. I, the shopkeeper, really don't understand why you were thinking about working jobs. Did your training make you stupid? Hearing Shin-san's suggestions, Yamcha and the others felt both embarrassed and pleasantly surprised. That's right. They had all fallen into the mindset of ordinary people. For someone who could fly and teleport, why the hell would they need to work a job? A simple swim through the ocean could make them a fortune. Working a job was out of the question. Yamcha and the others ignored Mr. Satan. Meanwhile, Bulma placed her bank card on the card machine. Vegeta and Trunks can open 6 each. The rest of you can open 5. Vegeta and Trunks 6 silver blind boxes each. The rest of you 5 black iron blind boxes each. Just then Bulma noticed androids 17 and 18, who had been silent since waking up. Count them in 2 except for the one with the afro. Alright. Shun-sen entered the amount. This transaction is 16 million. Remember to bring the travel fee tomorrow. Got it, you cheapskate. Bulma took back her card, rolled her eyes dramatically, and then stepped aside. The payment's done. Who wants to open theirs first? Well, Tien and the others hesitated to step forward. The carefree Goku, however, didn't overthink it. He was the first to walk up. He'll go first. Shin-sen, do I just open it directly? Untie the strap, then lift the lid. Shin-sen explained. Upon hearing this, Goku quickly untied the strap. As he did so, except for the few with strong wills, everyone else's hearts were in their throats, filled with immense anticipation. But the moment Goku lifted the lid, even those with strong wills changed their expressions. Their breathing became heavy and ragged. In that instant, as Goku lifted the lid, a brilliant radiance burst forth from within. The light enveloped Goku, and in the next second it coalesced behind him. In the blink of an eye, it formed a colossal, ethereal image of an ape. The moment the phantom took shape, an unparalleled, ferocious aura radiated from it. At that moment, Goku's power began to skyrocket, increasing by billions every second. In a short time, it surpassed Vegeta's, and it kept rising. Once Goku's power stabilized, Shun-sen used his divine perception eye. A power boost of 150 billion, not bad, he muttered to himself. He couldn't help but admire the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. His luck was truly exceptional. To get one of the most top-tier growable items from a simple black iron blind box. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 Dharma Avatar. The Dharma Avatar is one of the most top-tier growable items, ranking quite high among blind box rewards. Even without using Super Saiyan 2, your battle power is now 150 billion, far surpassing Vegeta. What a... Everyone was stunned again. Their eyes instantly turned red with envy. Goku clenched his fists, feeling the new power, and he smiled. Behind them, Vegeta, who had been knocked out by the shockwave, heard this and collapsed again with a thud. Then he scrambled back up in a flash. Kakarot, move aside. Let me open mine first. Hey Vegeta, don't rush. I still have 4 more, Goku said with a grin, using his but to push Vegeta back. Then he quickly tore open another blind box. In an instant, the radiance graced the world once more. A radiant white glow bathed the hall, turning it into a sea of pure light. When the brilliance faded, all eyes converged upon the front counter. Above the blind boxes, a golden rod adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns now floated. Its surface was inscribed with 4 gilded characters that none of them could recognize. Though the characters were illegible to them, the majestic aura emanating from the golden rod pressed down on them so heavily that they could scarcely breathe. Just by gazing upon it, they felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves. It was sacred and inviolable. Congratulations, you have obtained the Rui Jingu Bang. Shun Sen slowly shook his head. Truly the chosen one by fortune. He had consecutively unearthed two heaven-defying treasures. Both the Dharma Avatar and the Rui Jingu Bang originated from the primordial world. Due to the difference in dimensions, as long as Sun Wukong elevated his Dharma Avatar, he could seamlessly acquire the laws of the primordial world. For the world of Dragon Ball, the abilities and items from the primordial world were a dimensional blow. Sun Wukong heard Shun San's words. He had fallen in love with the Rui Jingu Bang the moment he saw it. He had once possessed a staff of his own, the Nyoibo, but as his strength grew it had become useless to him. The Rui Jingu Bang, however, felt boundless in its power. In fact, he could sense that he was almost unworthy to wield the Rui Jingu Bang. Had it not been for the store's rules, the rod would never have allowed this Sun Wukong to use it. It had its own pride. Sun Wukong slowly reached out and grasped the Rui Jingu Bang. In that instant, a tremendous weight pressed down upon his hand. This thing is really heavy. Sun Wukong swung the Rui Jingu Bang a couple of times with effort. Shinsen explained. It weighs 108,000 jin. If you ever truly gain its recognition, it will feel as light as a feather when you wield it. Also, like your old Nyoibo, it can expand and shrink at will. It's almost time to eat, and the others haven't opened theirs yet. Finish opening your remaining 3 blind boxes first. Yeah, hurry up, Kakarado, get a move on. Vegeta's eyes were red with impatience. The others were practically itching to shove Sun Wukong aside and open the blind boxes themselves. Sensing the waves of hostility, Sun Wukong turned around and said boisterously, Don't rush, everyone. 3 blind boxes won't take long. Shun Sen mentioned it's mealtime, and now, Bulma, did you bring any food? Let's have a feast. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about. I brought a meal for Bosch and not for you all. Hurry up and finish opening, then go home to eat. Exactly, old son, get on with it. Stop wasting time. Yeah, if you keep blabbering, don't blame us for getting rough. No matter how thick-skinned he was, even Sun Wukong knew that dragging it out any further would earn him a beating. Under everyone's urging, he reached out and opened the remaining 3 blind boxes in quick succession. Congratulations. You have obtained a worn shirt once owned by Vegeta. Congratulations. You have obtained a delicious feast. Congratulations. You have obtained a broken wooden plank. 3 blind boxes yielded 3 items, but none were of any use. Shun Sen nodded to himself. This was more like it. Even if he was the protagonist of the world, he couldn't possibly pull top-tier items every time. Afterward, Vegeta, seeing that Sun Wukong had finished, yanked him back, tucked his own worn shirt into his bosom, and said impatiently, Mr. Shin, hurry up. I want 5 king-tier jars. Sorry, but Bulma has already paid for 6 silver-tier blind boxes for you. No changes are allowed today. If you want king-tier jars, please bring enough money tomorrow. Shin-san placed 6 silver-tier blind boxes on the counter. Piccolo and the others had no objection to Vegeta cutting in line. After all, they were spending Bulma's money. Hearing this, Vegeta turned around and glared at Bulma. But upon realizing that the blind boxes he was about to open were of a higher grade than Kakarado's, the trace of displeasure in his heart evaporated. At this moment, even if Kakarado had surpassed him in strength again, so what? In the realm of blind boxes, he would forever hold the upper hand over Kakarado. This was the importance of choosing the right wife. Vegeta even began to feel fortunate for meeting Bulma. He glanced around at the others with an air of pride, then fixed his gaze on Kakarado, who was engrossed in devouring his food. Humph. A bunch of paupers. This prince's 6 blind boxes are sure to yield something good. Vegeta silently sneered at the group, then reached out and placed his hand on the ribbon of one of the blind boxes. Come on. It has to yield something. His palms were slick with cold sweat. He closed his eyes and tore open the silver-tier blind box. In an instant, he felt his chi surging within him. Vegeta smiled. Piccolo and the others were astonished. Congratulations. You have obtained a War God's Dharma Avatar. Shunsen cast a Divine Sense probe. In that instant, he knew exactly how much Vegeta's combat power had increased. Like Sun Wukong, the Dharma Avatar had boosted his power by 150 billion. Truly the second protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. His luck was formidable as well. Shinsen was also curious about what else Vegeta might pull given his 10,000-fold amplification. Vegeta then turned to look at Sun Wukong, his eyes brimming with provocation. His gaze seemed to say, see, I've surpassed you again. However, Sun Wukong was completely lost in the pleasure of eating and showed no intention of meeting Vegeta's gaze. In this situation, Vegeta was staring into the void. Only Bulma and Trunks understood what Vegeta meant. Stop glaring and finish opening them so Gohan and the others can have a turn. I know, but tomorrow I want to open a king-tier jar. Open your head. A king-tier jar? We can afford at most one a month. Bulma let out a wry laugh. What's so hard about making money? Once I go into space and dig up a gold mine, I'll open king-tier jars every single day. What's so hard about making money? Once I go into space and dig up a gold mine, I'll open king-tier jars every single day. Vegeta snorted coldly. Bulma chuckled to herself. Fine, I'll be waiting for you to earn money to support the family. Now hurry up and open them. Hearing this, Vegeta dropped the topic and quickly tore open the remaining blind boxes. Congratulations. You have obtained a baby bottle. Congratulations. You have obtained a can of baby formula. Congratulations. You have obtained a pacifier. Congratulations. You have obtained a puppy. Congratulations. You have obtained a kitten. Vegeta, Bulma, Piccolo, everyone. They wanted to laugh, but dared not, their faces contorted in a painful struggle to hold back. Even Mr. Satan, who had just returned to reality, had his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Androids no. 17 and no. 18 had their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Vegeta's face instantly turned beet red. What's so funny? These items are just right for Trunks. Alright, I'm not laughing. Bulma first scooped the two little animals into her arms, then packed away the bottle and other items, and finally stepped aside. Who's next? This. Piccolo and the others tactfully turned their gazes toward Trunks. Trunks didn't hesitate. His current strength was already sufficient to deal with the androids in his own timeline. Therefore, he had lost much of his enthusiasm for what the blind boxes might contain. He opened the 6 blind boxes in just 10 seconds. In that instant, 6 items materialized above the box. Congratulations. You have obtained a finely crafted greatsword. Congratulations. You have obtained a rumble fruit. Congratulations. You have obtained an infinite energy electric fan. Congratulations. You have obtained an electric guitar. Congratulations. You have obtained a fishing lure. Congratulations. You have obtained a bowl of fragrant white rice. 6 items floated above the counter. Trunks, hearing Shin-san's words, realized from the descriptions that none of them. A swordsman by nature, he noticed the great sword among the 6, and reached for it. However, as soon as he held it, he knew it was merely a mortal weapon, pleasing only to the eye. The other items are useless. Shin-san pointed at the floating objects. The infinite energy fan can keep you cool all summer. That rumble fruit, however, has some use. Upon hearing this, Trunks' eyes lit up. Bulma grew excited. The others couldn't help but draw closer, pricking up their ears. That is a devil fruit. Shin-san, seeing them all approach, continued his explanation. Each fruit grants a unique ability. The rumble fruit bestows mastery over lightning, but devil fruits hold little value for you. However, the rumble fruit also grants elemental transformation. Consuming it will allow you to become lightning itself, rendering you immune to physical attacks. Immune to physical attacks. Trunks and the others were stunned, but they quickly grasped the crucial point. Piccolo frowned. Merely immune to physical attacks. That means there are still powers capable of harming the user. Correct. Shin-san nodded. The blind boxes and jars contain a skill called Haki, which specifically counters devil fruits. Also Ki. Ki and Haki are similar in principle. By condensing Ki on the boat's surface or launching a Ki blast, you can also strike the user directly. Additionally, mental attacks are effective against devil fruits. Devil fruits originally had a fatal weakness, a substance called sea stone. But after modifications, that weakness has been eliminated. In summary, eating the rumble fruit won't greatly amplify your power, but it will grant you an additional ability. Moreover, if you develop it skillfully, for instance combining lightning with Ki, you might achieve unexpected results. That's the gist of it. The choice is yours. Shin-san finished his explanation and took a sip of water to moisten his throat. No side effects and an extra ability. Was there even a need to think? Bulma instantly snatched the rumble fruit and shoved it into Trunks' mouth. Ugh! An unimaginable taste exploded in his mouth and Trunks' face darkened. He bent over, overcome with the urge to vomit. But remembering he was in the store, he forced himself to endure. After a moment, when the taste subsided slightly, Trunks sensed his new power and raised his hand. As he lifted his hand, violent lightning erupted from it, and his arm transformed into pure lightning. Seeing this, Vegeta struck down with a knife hand chop. Indeed, it grants immunity to physical attacks, but the power is far too weak. Trash. Still not bad. Immunity to physical blows could catch an enemy off guard. Piccolo reached out to feel the lightning's might, then shook his head. Trunks gave a bitter smile. I've gained another ability, but if you ever open a devil fruit, I advise you not to eat it. The taste is absolute, except for Uncle Goku. True. Bulma chuckled. Goku finds everything delicious. He probably can't even taste food. Who says I can't taste it? Son Goku lifted his head from a pile of food. This food is incredibly fragrant. You all should come eat too. Seeing him like that, everyone laughed. No one paid him any mind. Trunks stepped back. Gohan and Goku were too busy feasting to open anything for now. He'll go first. Seeing Shin-san produce 5 black iron blind boxes, Yamcha eagerly stepped forward. He picked up one of the boxes and held it before him. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he quickly untied the strap and flipped open the lid. Congratulations. You have obtained a pack of disposable cups. Yamcha was dumbfounded. Goku and Vegeta had pulled divine artifacts on their first try. How did he end up with cups? But reminding himself it was a game of chance, he steeled his resolve. Congratulations. You have obtained a broken bicycle. No way. Only 2 so far. The next 3 are bound to be good. Yamcha consoled himself, then grabbed another blind box. This time he didn't open it quickly, but slowly undid. As the strap came off inch by inch, his heart pounded uncontrollably. Almost there. Last step. Come out. Yamcha, eyes red with anticipation, flipped the lid open. Congratulations. You have obtained a basin of chicken butt. Bang. Yamcha collapsed to the ground, but he quickly scrambled up, his eyes now bloodshot. I refuse to believe I can't get anything good. He grabbed another blind box. Shin-sen shook his head. Yamcha was in the same state as Bulma had been, but he was even more frantic, like a gambler with bloodshot eyes. Like those handsome guys and pretty girls in games, dropping one 648 after another, unable to stop. Congratulations. You have obtained a roadside stone. Shin-sen chuckled. He thought to himself, now this is more like it. Yamcha felt even worse. Only one blind box remained. His heart was beating so wildly from the thrill that it nearly stopped. Bro, please don't toy with me. I beg you, just give me something good. Yamcha muttered to himself, then closed his eyes and tore open the box. Finally, as Shun-san announced the result, his heart sank. Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of soda. He wanted to cry. Yamcha took his 5 utterly useless items and stumbled dejectedly to the back. Tien Shinhan immediately stepped into the vacant spot. He wasn't as emotionally volatile as Yamcha, but faced with the unknown, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. His hands moved like blurs, swiftly untying the strap. Congratulations. You have obtained a bowl of dumplings. Hearing this, Yamcha felt a little better. Tien handed the dumplings to the feasting Goku, then quickly opened another blind box. Congratulations. You have obtained a large basin of dumplings. Yamcha felt even better. Tien was left with a face full of question marks. Did he have some cosmic fate with dumplings? He had a comrade named Kaiatsu, and now had pulled a bowl and a basin of dumplings. He might as well change his name to Dumpling Master. Tien sighed and handed the basin of dumplings to Goku. After 2 consecutive dumpling pulls, his mindset shifted. A faint glimmer of hope emerged from his calm demeanor. He gathered the remaining blind boxes before him, and with an expectant heart his hands became a blur. In the next moment, Tien smiled. Yamcha wept. The radiance that bloomed this time was not as intense as that of Sun Wukong and the others, nor did it coalesce into a phantom behind him. The faint light all converged, drilling into Tien Shinhan's third eye. In an instant, Tien Shinhan's third eye transformed into a vertical pupil. Its profound depths seemed capable of seeing through all the world's illusions. At this moment, Tien Shinhan's ki was also steadily increasing. 1 billion. 2 billion. It rose continuously until it reached 17 billion before stopping. The sudden surge of ki was so exhilarating that Tien Shinhan couldn't help but let out a roar towards the heavens. As he lifted his head and roared, a powerful beam of light burst from his vertical pupil, shooting straight towards the ceiling. However, when the light struck the ceiling, it failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Congratulations on obtaining the truth-piercing strange eye. Shun-sen clapped his hands. This strange eye is also a minor treasure. It can evolve as well. With each evolution, your battle power will increase accordingly. When it evolves to its highest level, your battle power can rival an ordinary Super Saiyan 4. Understood, thank you, Mr. Shun. Tien Shinhan retracted his truth-piercing strange eye. As the divine light faded, the vertical pupil on his forehead slowly closed. I'm done. Who's next? Tien Shinhan stepped back with a smile. Yamcha was crying inside. Next, Piccolo stepped forward without ceremony and brought a blind box before him. Those who had opened before him had all more or less drawn divine items. Of course, it ignored Yamcha. Piccolo thought that at his current training speed, he would never catch up to Sun Wukong and the others for a lifetime, and the gap would only widen over time. Now, with a golden opportunity right before him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Piccolo took a deep breath, then quickly opened the first blind box. Congratulations on obtaining a pair of Gohan's underpants. Tien Shinhan. Gohan. Piccolo. Boss Shin, your blind boxes really do contain everything. Piccolo helplessly tossed the underpants to Gohan, then steeled himself and picked up the second blind box. But the moment he was about to open it, he hesitated. He was genuinely afraid of pulling out another item belonging to Gohan. It would be mortifying. Still, he had to open it. Piccolo could only pray that it wouldn't be another piece of Gohan's clothing, then flipped the lid off in one swift motion. Congratulations on obtaining a set of Might Guy's jumpsuit. Well, it wasn't Gohan's clothes, but it was still some strange. Piccolo was utterly exasperated. Yamcha finally felt a bit better. Shun-sen chuckled. The probability of drawing good items from iron-gray blind boxes is inherently low. Sun Wukong and the others getting good stuff was just their luck. And you're covered in green. A man wearing green is generally not unlucky. I wish you the best of luck with your remaining blind boxes, that you may find something you desire. Well, I'll take your kind words, Boss Shun. Piccolo set the jumpsuit aside, perked up again, brought the third blind box before him, and opened it swiftly. The moment it opened, Bulma, who had been the first to arrive at the shop, widened her eyes. A card. It's another card, and it looks exactly like the basic battle power enhancement card I got before. That's right, it's a battle power enhancement card. Shin-san pointed at the card. However, the one Piccolo drew isn't for a 100 million base battle power, but 30 million. Still, it's not bad for you. Piccolo smiled upon hearing this. Bulma had explained it before, so he knew to just eat it directly. He reached out, took the enhancement card, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it, without even chewing. Instantly his ki surged by a level. Having drawn an enhancement card, Piccolo was even more eager to see what he would get next. Meanwhile, Yamcha walked off to a corner by himself, crouched down, and started drawing circles. Only the corner was his world. Those who hadn't opened their boxes yet became even more expectant. Even Android 17 and the other were no exception. Mr. Satan wished he could pack up all the blind boxes and jars and take them home. If he could draw a divine item, why would he still need to boast in front of the world? When that time came, he could stand in the sky with a peerless posture, constantly enjoying the adoration of the masses. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Everyone had different thoughts. At that moment, Piccolo picked up another blind box. But after a moment's thought, he followed Tien Shinhan's example and brought all his remaining blind boxes before him, then opened them quickly. Congratulations on obtaining would release true several thousand hands. Congratulations on obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan. As a light faded into Piccolo's eyes when he opened them again, his pupils had become extraordinarily eerie, like a delicate flower. What are the abilities of your new eyes? Krillin asked quickly. Piccolo felt for a moment, then explained. The Sharingan grants me fairly good dynamic vision, and I can also use a technique called Susanoo. However, while it does enhance my power, the increase isn't much. After explaining, Piccolo tossed the skill card into his mouth. This card is for a skill that allows me to manipulate wood to create a wooden giant. It's decent, I suppose. 3 items from 5 blind boxes. My luck isn't bad. Gohan is still eating. Krillin, you go first. Piccolo stepped back. Krillin immediately took his place. If anyone wanted to increase their strength the most right now, he could confidently shout, "It's me." When he first met Sun Wukong, he could still fool around with him. But as time passed, the gap in their power grew larger and larger. He couldn't catch up to Sun Wukong, even if he pushed himself to the limit. Now the blind boxes showed him a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, if he increased his strength, he might even catch the eye of Android 18. Just thinking about it made Krillin's blood boil. He picked up a blind box, and his heart was pounding faster than he could imagine. Krillin placed his hands on the straps. His anticipation grew even stronger. As he untied the straps one by one, they reached the most thrilling moment. Krillin squeezed his eyes shut, and then yanked the lid up with both hands. Edge. Bulma's voice made Krillin snap his eyes open instantly. He noticed he had drawn a book, but flowing light was dancing on its surface, making it look anything but ordinary. He was thrilled. Boss Shun, is this book useful? Yes, and it's very suitable for you. Shun-sen chuckled. The Saitama body training method. This technique is extremely powerful. It can elevate your battle power to over 1 trillion in 3 years. However, Krillin didn't give Shun-sen a chance to finish. He jumped 3 feet in the air with excitement. Great. In just 3 years my power can skyrocket. They'll finally be able to catch up to Sun Wukong. Unlike Krillin's elation, Vegeta's attention was on the however. Mr. Shin, what comes after however? This is why I said the Saitama body training method is most suitable for Krillin. It has a very noticeable side effect. Those who cultivate the Saitama body training method will gradually lose their hair. After 3 years of cultivation, the practitioner will become completely bald. Since Krillin is already bald, he is the most suited to practice it. Shun-sen pointed at Bulma. Would any of you be willing to become bald? No way. Bulma quickly shook her head, looking at the book with utter disdain. Vegeta felt the same. The thought of going bald gave him the creeps. The only one present who didn't mind was Piccolo, because he was also bald, though he had 2 antennae compared. Krillin became even more excited upon hearing this. It was practically tailor-made for him. Boss Shin, how do I use this book? Just practice according to the contents of the book. This book will only work for you. Anyone else who tries it will see no effect. Alright, thank you, boss. Krillin happily tucked the book into his robe, then quickly opened the remaining blind box. Congratulations, you've obtained a bottle of conditioner. Congratulations, you've obtained a set of lustrous black hair. Congratulations, you've obtained a bottle of body scrub. Kiririn felt embarrassed. But fortunately, he also pulled out a copy of the Saitama body forging technique. Although the last item seemed slightly mocking, it was negligible. The Saitama body forging technique could completely erase that mockery. Bulma, these items suit you ladies. Take them. Kiririn stepped back. Bulma chuckled lightly as she collected all the hair care items, then shoved the bottle of body scrub into Kiririn's hand. You could use this scrub. That shiny bald head of yours needs some polishing. Saves you from having to buy it yourself. Fine. Kiririn tucked the items into his robes. Well, Gohan hasn't finished yet. How about you go first, Android 18? At this, Vegeta and the others immediately fixed their gazes on the androids, a hint of hostility in their eyes. Android 17 promptly stepped in front of Android 18. Android 18, however, gently brushed back a strand of her flowing hair, then pushed 17 aside, and slowly walked forward. How unpredictable life is. Just over 10 days ago we were trying to kill each other, and now here we are standing together. Still, I should thank you. Thank you for saving us both. She spoke as she walked, reaching the counter by the time she finished. Besides, any one of you could easily kill us now. There's no need to be so hostile, is there? Don't you think so? Huron felt a million mental blows. Shun-sen shrugged nonchalantly. What's it got to do with this shopkeeper? But let me make this clear, no fighting in the store. Anyone who breaks the rules won't be shown any leniency. Rest assured, Mr. Shun. If we have to fight, well, do it outside. Vegeta averted his gaze from because 18 was right. They could easily deal with the androids now, and he couldn't be bothered to act. At that moment, Android 18 placed her hands on the counter and leaned forward. As she moved, a hint of fullness threatened to spill out. What a cold fish, handsome. Am I not attractive? Huron suffered another million mental blows. Shun-san twitched the corner of his mouth. You're good looking, but this shopkeeper is a Sigma male. Your tricks won't work on me. And don't even think about using those to break my counter. You'll have to pay for it. Although she didn't understand what a Sigma male was, seeing Shun-san's saintly demeanor made her twitch her mouth as well. But a new light seemed to flicker in her eyes. A light called conquest. Huron, standing to the side, noticed the fire in 18's gaze and felt a billion mental blows to his heart. Dejectedly, he walked over to Yamcha, crouched down beside him, and began drawing circles on the ground. Shinsen also noticed that fiery look, but he had only 3 words for it. Not interested. The more indifferent he acted, the more intrigued 18 became. But she knew better than to rush things, so she refrained from any more teasing. Android 18 reached out, pulled all 5 blind boxes in front of her, and quickly tore them open. Congratulations, you've obtained a lollipop. Congratulations, you've obtained a set of urban beauty attire. Congratulations, you've obtained a pet Pikachu. Congratulations, you've obtained the heart of machine. Congratulations, you've obtained a stereo system. 5 blind boxes yielded 5 items. Everyone ignored the other, for their eyes fixed on the metallic, pulsating heart of machine. Because the other items seemed utterly ordinary. Only the heart of machine had a sheen of light flowing across its surface, and it emitted a rhythmic thrum like a war drum. The heart of machine was gray, about the size of a fist, and covered in mysterious patterns. As the drum-like sound resonated, everyone felt as if they were standing in a battlefield of machines. Shinsen explained, "You androids are essentially perpetual motion machines. The heart of machine is also a source of perpetual energy, perfectly suited for an android. Once you fuse with it, your combat power will increase steadily with every passing second. It's a fairly useful item. The heart of machine also has another effect: self-regeneration. As long as the heart remains intact, you will be immortal. No matter how severe the injury, even if you are blown to pieces, the heart will autonomously restore your body." Everyone was stunned. This meant that after fusing with the heart of machine, 18 would not only grow stronger every second, but also possess a pseudo-immortal body much like Cell. At that moment, Piccolo and the others stared at the heart of machine, their eyes burning with desire. Had it not been for the store's rules, they would have tried to snatch it. 18 took the heart of machine in her hands, and after a moment of silence, asked, "Can it be used by someone else?" "Sis." "No." 17 had only uttered 2 words when Shun-sen spoke first. "Some items from the blind boxes and cans can be used by others. Unfortunately, the heart of machine is not one of them. It can only be used by you." "Very well." 18 sighed. "How do I use it?" "Just place it over your heart. The heart of machine will fuse with it on its own." Shun-sen explained the method. 18 immediately pressed the heart of machine to her chest. In an instant, it began to slowly merge into her body, fusing rapidly with her own heart. Once the heart of machine had fully integrated, 18's appearance began to transform. Her figure became more voluptuous, her skin turned a shade whiter, her blonde hair shifted to a light gray, and her pupils transformed into a deep blue. Shun-san felt his own heart skip a beat. Because the transformed 18 was no longer the disproportionate anime model with tiny feet and a large head, she now looked like a real person with perfectly balanced proportions. She surpassed any woman who relied on the 3 great beautification techniques. As for Kuririn, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by Cupid's arrows 10,000 times over his eyes, turning into hearts. The others were not particularly moved, especially Son Goku and the others. They simply glanced at her. Their attention was not on 18's appearance, but on her constantly fluctuating power level. However, they noticed her strength was increasing, albeit slowly, so they paid it no further mind. 18 noticed the subtle change in Shun-san's expression and was delighted, becoming even more intrigued. Next, she picked up the urban beauty attire. "Handsome, where's the restroom?" "There are 2 doors on the first floor. Can't you find them yourself?" Shun-sen averted his gaze, still with 3 words. "Not interested." Once 18 had left, Shun-sen spoke again. "Who's next?" "He'll go first." Android 17 stepped forward calmly. Number 17 brought the blind box before him, just about to open it, when the bathroom door swung open first. The moment number 18 emerged, all eyes converged upon her. Number 18 had changed into an urban belle outfit, exuding a youthful and radiant aura. With a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, she presented an image that was both pure and alluring. Kurilin's pupils nearly bulged out. Yamcha was not much better. Number 18, with one hand on her hip, sauntered gracefully to the front desk then extended her hand. Let me formally introduce myself, lazuli. Slap. Cut it out. Shin-san unceremoniously slapped away the outstretched hand. Don't think you can tempt this shop owner. Open a blind box, or don't, if not, head straight out the door. TCH, I wonder who couldn't take their eyes off me just now. Of course, even without temptation, you've already got Kirillin wrapped around your finger. As for me, I'm not someone you can have. Number 18 glanced at Kirillin, recalling the earlier scene, and shook her head. Everything she had done before was merely to tease the bald-headed Kirillin. It wasn't genuine affection. She looked away, and then fixed her gaze back on Shin-san's face. Nothing is absolute in this world. Who knows what the future holds? With that, she yielded her place to her younger brother, number 17. Just then, Son Goku, having eaten his fill, stood up and patted his full belly boisterously. Shin-san, you just fought Vegeta? How about a match with me too? His eyes blazed with boundless fighting spirit, as if it could ignite the very heavens. Recalling how Shin-san had knocked Vegeta unconscious with a single punch, that peerless bearing made him tremble with excitement, not fear. No fight. What's the point without some benefit? I have money. He'll have Shishi give you some. Dad, don't say that. We don't even have 200,000 at home. Then give him 200,000. Dad, please stop. Boss Shin just made tens of millions. Why would he care about our measly 200,000? Son Gohan, torn between laughter and exasperation, pulled Son Goku back. Shun-sen shrugged and said, You're right. If you have the money, I will fight you. But it costs 100 million each time. You'd better keep your 200,000 for living expenses. And the same goes for the rest of you. Anyone who wants to challenge this shop owner pays 100 million per match, no credit. Of course, if you can defeat me, you'll win a 1 billion prize. In short, if you want me to escort you, it's 1 million per person. To challenge me, it's 100 million per attempt. No money, no talk. After saying this, Shin-sen walked out from behind the counter. You all go ahead and open your boxes. As for you, Satan, you haven't paid yet. Wait until I finish my meal. I need to discuss something with you later. He had Bulma bring out the food she had brought and began to enjoy his lunch with the general. Satan was completely bewildered. He had no idea why this big shot Shin-san wanted to speak with him alone. The others were also a bit surprised. To their senses, Satan was just an ordinary person with an aura so faint it was negligible. They couldn't fathom why Shin-san wanted to talk to him. But they weren't overly nosy and soon stopped paying attention to Satan. Number 17 began opening his blind boxes. Son Goku pulled Bulma aside. Bulma, lend me 100 million. He'll pay you back when I have the money. Son Goku, have you lost your mind? Do you even know how much 100 million is? Normally giving you 100 million wouldn't be a big deal, but I've spent so much these past few days. If I give you that now, my account will be nearly empty. Besides, your power came from those blind boxes. Do you really think you can beat Boss Shin? You want to fight, huh? Bulma turned to Vegeta and said, Take Son Goku outside. If you don't beat him until he's smoking, you won't get to open any blind boxes tomorrow. Oomph. Don't get too cocky, woman. This prince only wants to pound Kakarot. It's definitely not for your money. Vegeta dragged Son Goku outside, not forgetting to put on its Sundara act. Once Vegeta had pulled Son Goku outside, the hall fell silent. Everyone's attention returned to the blind boxes. Number 18 had already opened 2, and 2 items were floating above them. He then opened the remaining 3. Noticing that 2 of them shimmered with flowing light, everyone was curious about, but since Shin-san was having lunch, they didn't press for answers. Son Gohan, it's your turn. Go ahead and open them. Okay, Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan quickly stepped forward. At Shin-san's nod, he went behind the counter, brought out 5 iron blind boxes, and tore them open without a second thought. In about 10 seconds, 5 items were floating in the air. At this point, except for Satan, everyone had opened their daily blind boxes. Then Satan spoke up. Boss Shun, if I pay, can I also open the blind boxes and jars from the counter? Of course. As long as you have money, anyone can open them. Shin-sen swallowed his food and replied. Hearing this, Satan grew excited. He quickly pulled out his wallet and retrieved a bank card. Boss Shun, give me 2 silver blind boxes and 3 bronze blind boxes. Sure. Put your card on the card reader. Okay. Satan placed his card on the reader. It automatically deducted the corresponding amount. With a beep, the corresponding blind boxes floated out from behind the counter. Son Gohan and number 17 moved their items aside, making room for Satan. Rubbing his hands together, Satan stepped forward excitedly and placed his hands on the ribbon. At that moment, he felt a tension like never before. As the ribbon came off, his anxiety peaked. When he lifted the lid and saw a flowing light shimmering on the item, he knew he was safe. From everything he had observed, he had figured out one thing. Anything with a flowing light was bound to be useful. Items bursting with radiance were peerless treasures. Some cards might even be skills. The item from the first blind box, though its light was not very strong, should still be something decent. Satan mentally patted himself on the back for his cleverness, then opened the second blind box. It was utterly unremarkable. He then opened the third. Still no radiance appeared. Satan felt even more tense and thrilled. Opening the fourth blind box took him a full 5 minutes. It was another seemingly useless item. His heart was bleeding. Only the last silver blind box remained. The thrill was unprecedented. Satan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and roared, "Come out. Please, come out." The space roared and the earth trembled. As Satan finished opening his last blind box, a tremendous rumble came from outside, and the ground began to quake. The group, too preoccupied to see what Satan had finally drawn, assumed another enemy had arrived. They turned and rushed out. Even the two Sun Wukongs who were fighting on the grassland halted their battle. Only Shun Sen understood what was happening. He slowly swallowed the food in his mouth, then led General out the door at a leisurely pace. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the two peaks beside the shop that pierced the clouds. The commotion had come from those very mountains. The outer skin of the two skyscraping peaks was peeling away. As the shedding fragments neared the ground, they vanished into thin air. "Oh, it's nothing much," Shun Sen said, pointing at the peaks. "Opening blind boxes and jars alone is too monotonous. These mountains are the shop's new venture." Only he knew the shop was upgrading. The first condition was for 10 people to open jars and blind boxes. Bulma's group had already exceeded that number. The upgrade had already begun earlier. This was merely the final stage, hence the noticeable disturbance. Just then the mountain's surfaces finished shedding. They shed their verdant cloak, transforming into two stairways that stretched to the heavens. The once forested overgrown peaks had become two staircases, one golden, one azure. At the base of each staircase stood a massive gate. Above each gate hung a horizontal plaque, and at the center of each plaque were engraved four majestic golden characters. The plaque on the golden staircase read Heavenly Path Body Forging. The one on the azure staircase read Heavenly Path Heart Tempering. At that moment, two beastly roars echoed from beneath the gates. Two bizarre creatures radiating overwhelming might materialized out of thin air and crouched before the entrances. They lay there like two wrathful guardian deities exuding an imposing aura. Body Forging and Heart Tempering. These two heavenly stairs are the shop's new offerings. The guardians of Body Forging and Heart Tempering are the ferocious beasts Tao Tai and Xiongqi. Upon hearing this, the returning Vegeta was also puzzled. "Mr. Shin, what are Body Forging and Heart Tempering?" Body Forging, as the name implies, tempers the physique. Each step of the staircase is its own world. It will manifest an entity of equal power to the one who steps upon it. Unless you surpass yourself, you cannot pass. Shinsen finished explaining, pointing at the golden staircase, then gestured toward the azure one. Heart Tempering, each step also forms its own world, but its purpose is vastly different. Heart Tempering primarily tests one's state of mind. Surpassing the body is not difficult. Facing one's own heart is the true challenge. The price for either staircase is 10 million per entry. Of course, if you can defeat the guardian beast, you may enter for free. The moment the words left his mouth, a whoosh was. Looking toward the staircase, Sun Wukong was already standing boldly before Xiongqi, the guardian of Body Forging. Shunsen said, "If I beat you, I can enter for free. I challenge you now." "Who?" Xiongqi rose to its feet, two streams of hot air blasting from its nostrils. Its body, like a small mountain, looked down at Sun Wukong as if he were an ant. "Those are the rules. Defeat me, and you may enter the Body Forging staircase once. Are you ready?" Qianqi's words were formal, but a deep disdain flickered in its eyes. Sun Wukong sensed an unprecedented pressure from Qianqi, yet he was unafraid. His Dharma avatar instantly manifested, and he immediately assumed Super Saiyan 2 form. His battle power surged wildly. It skyrocketed past 100 billion, reaching over 1 trillion. Having raised his ki to its peak, Sun Wukong teleported above Qianqi's head, ready to strike. Qianqi looked up, a hint of mockery in its eyes. "You possess a Dharma avatar, but lack the laws of the Tao. A worthless piece of trash wants to challenge the stairs. Get lost." It couldn't be bothered to move. Get just sneered and let out a sneeze. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt an irresistible wind blast him away, crashing him down beside Vegeta. Shock. Unspeakable shock. A single sneeze had defeated Sun Wukong. Piccolo and the others were utterly astounded. Shun San remained nonchalant. Xiongqi and Tao Dai were primeval beings at the peak of the golden immortal realm. It would be a miracle if Sun Wukong could win. Perhaps only Beerus could match these two ferocious beasts. Strong. Unimaginably strong. We're not even on the same level. Sun Wukong struggled to his feet. "I'm more and more curious about the view from the top of those stairs. 10 million per try. I wonder if Shishi can spare the money." Upon hearing this, Gohan was utterly exasperated. "Dad, I've told you we don't even have 200,000 at home. 10 million is a pipe dream." "Huh, is that so?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Bulma, we've been friends for so long. How about lending me 10 million? Get lost. From today onward, our friendship is over." Before Bulma could finish, she felt a tug. "What do you want now, eh?" "Give me money," Vegeta said bluntly. Bulma's face darkened. "Marrying you was the worst luck of my life. Fine, take it." But if you ever make me angry again, you won't get a single. Bulma took out a bank card and slapped it into Vegeta's hand. Sun Wukong grew anxious. What about me, Bulma? Go home and ask Shishi for it. Bulma huffed and turned away. Sun Wukong paced in desperation. Vegeta handed the card to Shin-san. Mr. Shin'll go into the body forging staircase first. No problem. It's 10 million per entry, but since you're the first to ascend, you get a $1 discount. The card has been charged. You may enter Vegeta. Shin-san reached into the void, instantly pulling out the shop's card reader. He swiped the card, deducted the amount, all in one fluid motion. Vegeta tossed the card back to Bulma as if it were trash, then walked toward the body forging staircase. He paused beside Xiongqi for a moment. Seeing no intention from the beast to stop him, he bypassed it, passed through the gate, and stepped onto the first stair. In a flash, his vision blurred. When it cleared, he found himself on an endless arena. Above was a void, yet light cascaded down upon the stage. Generation complete. The challenge begins now. A figure slowly materialized before Vegeta. When it was fully formed, Vegeta was stunned. The generated figure looked exactly like him. However, his own clothes and hair had color. But the one created by the arena was only in black and white. At that moment, the arena's Vegeta opened his eyes, calmly gazing at the challenger. Huh. Boom. The earth-shattering sounds of collision rang out one after another as black and white and golden yellow auras intertwined. Vegeta crossed his arms before his chest, blocking a heavy punch from the latter Vegeta, his expression grim to the extreme. No wonder Shin-san said one must break through their limits to pass this trial. The being generated in the latter not only looked exactly like him, but also used identical techniques and fighting styles. No, it was more accurate to say it was superior. The latter Vegeta executed all its moves with greater maturity and proficiency. At this, Vegeta grew excited. Because within the latter, he not only had a chance to surpass himself, but could also use the latter's entity to refine his own combat methods and techniques. The body-refining ladder was tailor-made for me. Vegeta shouted with exhilaration. Then he flashed forward again, engaging the latter Vegeta in a tangled battle. But every punch, every kick, and every energy blast he threw was effortlessly handled by the latter Vegeta, who even countered him, using principles derived from his own attacks. After 10 minutes, Vegeta was panting heavily. In contrast, the latter Vegeta remained calm, with steady breaths. Infinite stamina too. Vegeta frowned, muttering to himself, at this rate I'm bound to lose. I must find a chance for a one-shot, then let's try this move first. Vegeta raised his hands to his waist. Huh. 8 gates divination, first gate open. 8 gates divination, second gate open. Third gate open. Fourth gate open. Fifth. No. Mr. Shin was right. As one's strength increases, the strain of opening each gate in the 8 gates divination multiplies. Right now I can open at most the 4th gate. I could open the 5th, but my bones and muscles would be torn apart instantly. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. At that moment, a layer of green energy enveloped his golden yellow aura, and his skin changed color as he activated the 8 gates. His power surged exponentially. Just as Vegeta moved to instantly defeat the latter Vegeta mirrored his actions, instantly opening the first 4 gates of the 8 gates as well. Outside, Shin-san was watching a virtual screen with Son Goku and the others, which displayed Vegeta's duel. Their astonishment had been non-stop since they arrived. Now seeing Vegeta unleash something called the 8 gates, Piccolo and the others were dumbfounded again. But Shin-san remarked, Vegeta is about to lose. That's right. Son Goku also saw the key point. The opponent the latter creates has strength identical to Vegeta's, but superior techniques and combat skills. But the opponent the latter creates can ignore the side effects of the 8 gates. If Vegeta hadn't used it, he could have lasted longer. Now that he has defeat is certain. A very thorough analysis. Shin-san nodded. Indeed, Vegeta can currently open at most 5 gates, and the being the latter creates can also open 5. Unless Vegeta can break through his normal state or forcefully open the 6th gate, he will lose. But if he forces the 6th gate, using the ladder becomes pointless. Because the ladder's purpose is to help one surpass their limits, not to engage in reckless self-harm. Shin-san turned to Son Goku and nodded again. He knew Son Goku. Perhaps a fool in daily life, but an absolute genius in martial arts and comprehension. The two exchanged a few brief words. Just then Vegeta was ejected from the ladder. His body was battered and bruised, blood soaking through his clothes. But Vegeta paid it no mind. He struggled to his feet and stumbled somewhat awkwardly to Bulma. Give me another 10 million. He'll go in again, and I'm sure I can clear the first level. Go in my foot. Look at the state you're in. Bulma took a Senzu bean from Krillin and stuffed it into Vegeta's. You can only enter once a week at most. If you want to go again, earn the money yourself. Don't come asking me. I'm not your ATM. What do you know? My power is about to break through. Hurry up and give me the money. No. Krillin and the others were speechless. Son Goku's eyes burned with passion. He wasn't particularly keen on items like mystery boxes, but the latter truly ignited his blood. However, the thought of money made his heart sink. He mused that he would have to find a way to earn some from now on. Ignoring the sulking Vegeta, Shun Sin turned and said, "No. 17, Gohan Mr. Satan, take out the items you drew, and I'll explain them." Hearing this, Mr. Satan was the first to pull out his items. "Mr. Satan, you drew 5 items." His voice drew everyone's attention. Shin-Sen continued, "For are just ordinary daily items. Only one is useful, that long-nosed mask. It's Usopp's lie. If you wear it, anything you say to ordinary people will be believed. But it only works on ordinary people. Anyone with a bit of strength can resist Usopp's lie." "What, Mr. Satan was not disappointed, but exclaimed in surprise. He immediately grasped the use of Usopp's lie. Though it couldn't enhance his strength in the art of deception, it was an absolute divine tool. If he were Usopp's lie to fool wealthy ordinary people, money would come pouring into his pockets. Would he ever have to worry about funds for opening cans again? Mr. Satan hugged the mask, joyfully muttering incessantly, "I'm rich. Filthy rich." The others could also imagine the uses of Usopp's lie, but they wouldn't stoop to stealing Mr. Satan's item, especially since Shun-San had had a private word with him earlier, making it even less likely. After explaining Mr. Satan's items, Shun-San pointed to the items Son Gohan had drawn. 3 years of mock exams, 4 years of college entrance exams, a pair of trunks pants, a set of bedding that's cool in summer and warm in winter. These 4 items are useless, but your mother would be delighted to see you bring back those exam papers. The last item is somewhat useful, a gravity room. It's an item similar to a hoi poi capsule, about 500 square meters with adjustable gravity inside. You can adjust the gravity from 1 to 500 times. Okay, thank you, Brother Shun. Son Gohan politely expressed his gratitude. Shun-Sin nodded and finally turned his gaze to the items 17 had drawn. "I won't bother explaining the sins of beans. They're a product of your world. The other 3 items are also useless. That dark red item, however, is somewhat interesting." The object was entirely bright red round, and its surface was adorned with intricate black, thread-like patterns, giving it an air of profound mystery. Upon hearing Shin-San's words, Piccolo and his group couldn't help but draw closer to 17. Vegeta also ceased his money-begging antics, his ears perking up. Seeing this, Shin-San continued his explanation. "This is a mysterious egg connected within to all myriad realms." "Mr. Shin, what do you mean by all myriad realms?" Piccolo asked, puzzled. Shin-San pondered for a moment before replying. "For instance, if we call your world here the Dragon Ball realm, then beyond its borders exist countless other realms. These are the myriad realms." "What the hell? There are other realms." As Shin-San continued his explanation, Piccolo and his group were once again stunned by the cosmic view he described. Yet they were also filled with longing. Especially Son Goku, whose eyes blazed with an undeniable fervor upon hearing that a single blade of grass could sever the stars of the myriad heavens. At that moment, he yearned fiercely to engage in a direct confrontation with those great emperors and sages Shun-San had mentioned. Just then Vegeta rushed forward. "So Mr. Shin, you're not from the Dragon Ball realm. Also, the form you used earlier was a Super Saiyan form. Do other realms have Super Saiyans too?" "I am indeed not in existence of this realm. I come from a world called the True Realm, and my presence here is merely for amusement." Shin-San tilted his head, paused briefly, and spoke again. "As for the Super Saiyan form, it's a dime a dozen across the myriad realms. Other realms don't have Saiyans, but the Dragon Ball realm has spawned countless parallel worlds. Trunks is in existence from one such parallel world. Within those parallel worlds there are countless versions of you. But I am unique." Upon hearing this, Trunks, who stood nearby, had a look of understanding flash in his eyes. No wonder Shin-San didn't exist in his world. He was one of a kind. As for Vegeta and the others, they listened with expressions of profound yearning. Shin-San returned to the main topic. "The mysterious egg is connected to the myriad realms. It must be fed with blood. After 100 days the egg will hatch, randomly producing a divine beast from the myriad realms. The mysterious egg is also a game of luck. With poor luck it might only yield a little chick. With good luck it could even produce a super divine beast." "Mr. Shin, is there a requirement for the amount of blood?" 17 asked. Shin-San replied, "No, 1 drop a day is enough. But if you want to use half a gene, that's up to you, depending on whether you can handle it." 1 drop a day sounds better." 17 immediately pricked his finger and let a single drop of blood fall onto the surface of the mysterious egg. In an instant the mysterious egg seemed to come alive. It absorbed 17's blood, deepening its red hue by a shade. And at the moment the blood touched it, a small section of the black patterns turned red. "Did you notice?" Shin-San said with a slight smile. "After 100 days the black patterns will be completely assimilated into red by your blood. That will be the day the egg hatches. Alright, today's jars and blind boxes have all been opened. You all can go about your business now. Satan, come inside with me for a moment." "Yes, boss." Satan followed behind Shin-San like a loyal lackey. Vegeta was once again pestering Bulma. Tien Shinhan said a quick goodbye and flew off. Son Goku also took Son Gohan and flew toward their home. Krillin glanced at 18, hesitated, and then spoke. You two have no place to go. Do you want me to arrange a place for you to stay? No need. My earlier behavior might have given you the wrong idea, but don't waste your time on me. After saying this, 18 walked toward the shop. 17 followed closely behind. Krillin suffered another massive blow to his heart. He soared into the sky, his spirit wounded. Blind boxes, jars, just wait. They'll be back. Yamcha mustered his spirits and chased after the direction Tien Shinhan had flown. At that moment, only Piccolo, Vegeta, and his family remained on the grassland. Without a word, Piccolo exploded with energy and flew away. Meanwhile, Trunks helplessly interrupted Vegeta, who was still begging for money. Mom, Dad, since things here are settled, I'm going to say goodbye to Mr. Shun and then return to my world. Your current strength is more than enough to handle the androids. Go on. Vegeta offered no farewell. Bulma felt a pang of reluctance, but she knew Trunks ultimately didn't belong to this world, so she didn't try to stop him either, only urging him to be careful. As Trunks listened, tears welled in his eyes. But noticing the shift in Vegeta's expression, he quickly held them back. Then he turned and swiftly returned to the shop, addressing Shun San, who was seated on a chair. Mr. Shun, I'm heading back to my world. I hope we meet again. We will meet again someday. Go on. Shun San waved his hand gently. After Trunks left, he turned his gaze. Boss, if you have any orders, just say the word. They'll go through fire and water no matter what. Satan quickly pledged his loyalty. Shun San chuckled. Don't worry. I don't need you to go through fire and water. I just need to use your influence to bring in some customers. Also, you must know many wealthy people. If you can get them to come and open blind boxes and jars, I'll pay you a corresponding commission. For every 10 people you bring to open jars, you'll earn a blind box below the silver tier. But the daily limit on openings won't change. This was why he had kept Satan around. The shop's first upgrade required 10 people to open jars, but the second upgrade demanded a full 100. Given the prices of the blind boxes and jars, passers-by generally wouldn't bother. Satan was different. Shinsen knew the man had little real power, but his social skills surpassed even Bulma's, and among his acquaintances were certainly many wealthy individuals. Using Satan to attract customers would completely open up the shop's situation. That was his purpose for Satan, a kind of unconventional spokesperson. Rest assured, boss. Satan vowed, thumping his chest. Tomorrow, I'll bring you a bunch of marks. But the blind box prices are too low. Stop. I know what you're getting at. The prices for the blind boxes and jars are set. If you want to earn some extra cash, you can collect the money yourself. How much you charge is your business. Just pay for the jars yourself on their behalf. Of course, you can also split half of the extra you collect with me. Shinsen said with narrowed eyes. Satan's heart was dancing with joy. Sure, boss. For the people I bring, I'll collect the money. After deducting the cost of the blind boxes and jars, I'll give you 90% of the extra income. They'll keep 10% as a token of my effort. He couldn't care less about the reward of a blind box below silver tier. What he valued far more was the chance to latch onto Shun San's colossal influence. As long as he clung tightly to Shun San's coattails, he could do whatever he pleased. Besides, bringing people in earned him extra income, a win-win situation. He wasn't a fool. Fine, do whatever you want. I just want the shop to be packed with customers. Shun San stood up as he finished speaking. You can have someone pick you up now and take the chance to memorize the route. The shop opens at 8 in the morning. Don't come early. Understood. Satan took out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. Meanwhile, Shun San walked out the door again, lay down on his rocking chair, and put on a pair of sunglasses without turning his head. Why haven't you two left yet? At high noon, the sun blazed fiercely. Shun San reclined in his rocking chair. Beside him, number 18 leaned against the doorframe. Hearing Shun San's inquiry, number 18 let out a soft chuckle. I'm not leaving. I have nowhere to go. So you're planning to latch onto me? Shun San shifted his sunglasses down slightly over his nose. What you just said to Kira, and I'll return it to you. Now don't waste your time on me. For you it might be a waste, but for me it's... Number 18 shrugged. Besides, my brother and I truly have nowhere else to go. How about taking pity on us, boss Shun, and letting us work here? For once, Shun San didn't refuse outright. He thought of the small animals and the herd of oxtamins. Moreover, having 2 more people in the store wouldn't hurt. It would actually be less boring. Besides, androids were perpetual motion machines, far superior to 996 wage slaves. Keeping 2 such machines in the shop made perfect sense. But he couldn't hire employees for the store right now. However, since he couldn't hire for the shop, he could hire 2 caretakers for the animals. That's no problem. Shun San whistled. Instantly, a large group of animals and oxtamins poured out of the forest. They quickly ran up to him and stood in orderly rows as if awaiting his command. You can stay if you want. There are empty rooms on the 2nd floor. Just take care of these little creatures and cook for me. Work 8 hours a day, every day of the year. Salary is 3,600 with room and board. If that's acceptable, stay. Hearing this, the corner of number 17's mouth twitched violently. They had once been human and were no strangers to wages. Wasn't 3,600 a month like giving alms to a beggar and working every day with no breaks? He was treating them like beasts of burden. But number 18 seemed completely unconcerned. Fine, as long as we can stay, anything goes. I've lost interest in fighting and killing anyway. Spending my days with these creatures doesn't seem so bad. Want to add another condition? What? Or maybe you'd like me to warm your bed. Get lost. Little brother, let's go find a room on the second floor. Number 18 laughed as she led number 17 upstairs. Meanwhile, Shun-san waved his hand at the animal crowd. Tens of thousands of creatures immediately surged back into the forest in a mighty procession. Next, he closed his eyes to rest for a moment, then raised his hand again. Before him, a row of cards and items floated. Sun Wukong's ape avatar and the stabilizing sea needle. Vegeta's war god avatar. Bulma's J-V-I-S and the super non-mainstream outfit. Trunks, Thunderfruit. Kirin's Saitama body refining method. Piccolo's Mangekyo and would release true several thousand hands plus a 30 million base combat power card. Tenshin Han's truth-seeking eye. Son Gohan's gravity room. Number 18's machine heart and Pikachu. Number 17's mysterious egg. Mr. Satan's Usopp's lies. Yamcha. A single black emperor. Shinsen stood up from the rocking chair and walked over to the items. Out of 10,000 gravity rooms, he'll only place 2 in the center of the prairie. He pointed at the gravity rooms, and instantly 2 of the 10,000 flew to the center of the prairie, expanding in size and adding a touch of color to the landscape. The 10,000-fold amplification of physical objects is somewhat underwhelming. But those are the rules, and I can't change them now. Shun-san felt a bit helpless as he waved his hand, causing the remaining gravity rooms to vanish. Next is the mysterious egg. Keeping just 1 is enough. And the stabilizing sea needle. He'll keep 1 for Pikachu can live with the oxtaments. The senzu beans can be sold at the front counter. The machine heart is useless for now, so he'll store it away. The Thunderfruit is just right for 10,000 Pikachu to consume. J-V-I-S and the super non-mainstream outfit are not needed at the moment. Saitama's body refining method. Not even a dog would use it. Usopp's lies. Not even a dog would use that either. Shinsen discarded all the useless items, leaving only the cards. 2 avatar cards. 2 strange eye cards. 1 skill card. 1 combat power amplification card. Shinsen first used the base combat power amplification card. With the 10,000-fold boost, his base combat power skyrocketed. Then he tossed the skill card and the strange eye cards into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed into the pattern of the Mangekyo. Not bad. The 10,000-fold amplification grants me unparalleled vision, and I can switch freely between the Mangekyo and the truth-seeking eye. Now for the main event. Shinsen muttered to himself as he picked up the 2 avatar cards and immediately threw them into his mouth. This feeling. It's incredible. The moment the 2 avatars merged, Shinsen sensed his combat power surging at a terrifying rate. Overwhelmed with ecstasy, he couldn't help but roar to the heavens. When the fusion was complete, behind Shinsen 2 colossal phantoms towered into the clouds. One was an ape. The other was a warrior in armor, his features indistinct. Merely standing there, they seemed capable of holding up the sky and bracing the earth. Number 17 and number 18 heard the commotion and rushed to the window, utterly stunned. Shinsen glanced up at them, then muttered to himself again. Let's see how much Super Saiyan 2 can amplify my power under the Avatar's enhancement. No sooner said than done. Shinsen raised his hands to his waist and let out a light shout. Instantly a golden aura erupted and thunderous lightning crackled and danced through the air. At that moment, Shinsen's combat power shot upward at an extraordinary speed. Trillions. No. In an instant it surpassed trillions, breaking into the quadrillions, and still climbing, then swiftly exceeding quadrillions. It officially entered the quintillions before finally stabilizing. Shinsen cast a divine perception eye on himself. Damn, the avatar is impressive. The 10,000-fold avatar amplification grants me a sliver of the law of war. Combined with the amplification items I've unlocked these past few days, my combat power has jumped from trillions to around 1,000 quintillions. But I'm still worlds apart from beings like the gods of destruction. However, as long as people keep opening blind boxes and jars, surpassing entities like the angels is only a matter of time. No need to rush. Shinsen laughed, his voice growing louder. After venting his exhilaration for a moment, he dismissed all his enhancements and looked up, shouting, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and tidy the rooms, then start your poop-scooping duties, or he'll dock your pay and get a move on." Without waiting for number 18's reply, Shinsen lay back down in the rocking chair. He picked up the cola from the table, put on his sunglasses, and took a slow, leisurely sip. Bliss. This is living. The next morning, an aircraft carrying about a dozen people streaked across the sky. Satan stood at its center, passionately narrating everything about the blind box store. However, the long-nosed mask he wore made him appear rather comical. Yet it was precisely because of the mask that his words convinced the dozen or so richly adorned men and women, leaving them utterly spellbound. The aircraft sped swiftly and soon descended onto the grassland. Satan was the first to step off, noticing 2 additional houses on the prairie. He understood that nothing here could be judged by ordinary standards. If 2 mountains could transform into stairways to heaven yesterday, what was so strange about 2 extra houses? Satan perked up and shouted into the aircraft, "We've arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, please disembark." Hearing this, the dozen people inside immediately jumped out. The sight before them left them astounded: the vast grassland, the expansive forest, and most strikingly the 2 stairways reaching into the heavens guarded by 2 ferocious beasts. Every scene filled them with awe. They had already trusted Satan deeply, and witnessing this only reinforced, "Mr. Satan, you're truly generous. Once I unbox something good, I'll be sure to reward you handsomely." The stairway piercing the clouds, the strange beasts that stir the soul, and that wooden building sheltered by the heavenly steps. All of it proves Mr. Satan wasn't joking. A joke. I was here over a month ago, and there was nothing built here then. But now, it's nothing short of a miracle. Watching the stunned crowd, a flicker of pride crossed Satan's eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shen is a remarkable man. As his agent, I will handle all your affairs from now on. Remember, once inside, don't ask about prices or such. Since I've already collected your fees, I'll be the one paying for the blind boxes. Understood?" "Understood. Good, then let's." Just as Satan was about to wave his hand grandly and lead the group toward the store, several whooshing sounds came from the sky once more. Vegeta landed carrying Bulma and Piccolo on his back as they flew down. Satan looked at them with a sweat-drenched face. He hurried over to Bulma and the others, whispering, "Esteemed ones, those dozen people were brought by Mr. Shen's request. They don't know the actual prices of the blind boxes and jars. I've charged them a bit more, and Mr. Shen is aware of it. Please don't reveal the real prices." He deliberately invoked Shen-san's name. He knew Vegeta and the others wouldn't grant him any favor. Only Shen-san could command their respect. Indeed, Vegeta and Piccolo merely nodded lightly in agreement. Bulma, however, smiled wryly. "You're quite the moneymaker. You must have earned a good sum this time, haven't you?" "Not at all. Mr. Shen takes 90% of all extra income. I only get a token for my trouble." Satan bowed and scraped. Bulma waved her hand. "Enough. Since handsome Shen asked you to recruit clients, do as you please. It's none of our business. We'll only mention names like Black Iron and won't discuss specific prices." "Understood. Thank you, esteemed ones. Please go ahead." Satan gestured for them to enter, then turned back to the dozen people instantly, resuming his lofty demeanor. "See that? Those 2 are regulars at the blind box store. That woman, you all know her, is Bulma from Capsule Corporation. The other 2 are incredibly powerful, capable of soaring through the skies and altering the earth. But compared to me, they're still a bit lacking. Still, they can easily handle you, so remember to be polite." The dozen people nodded rapidly and replied in unison, Yes, we understand. Anyone who can fly is clearly a big shot. We'll be nothing but courteous." "Good. The blind box store opens at 8. It's past 8 now, so we'll take you inside." Satan waved his hand grandly and led the group toward the store in a boisterous procession. Upon entering, the group immediately greeted Vegeta and the others with a chorus of "Surimash," then began to survey everything in the store. Their eyes burned with fervor, especially for the blind boxes and jars on the counter. Just then another person walked in through the door, and everyone turned to look. Piccolo looked slightly surprised. "Yamcha, you really did go diving in the sea, didn't you?" The newcomer was indeed Yamcha. He was drenched from head to toe, carrying a large box on his shoulder. "What can I do? Working doesn't pay enough, so I had to take a dip in the ocean." "Speaking of which, Piccolo, where did you get that chest of gold?" There's a small gold mine in the forest where I live. I dug it up." Piccolo didn't hide it. Yamcha smiled bitterly. "You're incredibly lucky. I searched the sea for a whole day and night just to scrape together this little treasure." A clatter of footsteps came from the stairs, silencing everyone in the store. All eyes shifted to the upper right. It wasn't Shun-sen descending, but Android 18, addressed casually and looking languid. She glanced at Vegeta and the others, then walked out without a word. "Why is Android 18 in the store?" Bulma was taken aback. She couldn't believe Android 18 had won Shin-san over. From her previous attempts to find a husband for her sister, she could tell Shin-san had no interest in women. But seeing Android 18 come down from upstairs left her puzzled. Android 18 and Android 17 are now the poop scoopers I hired. At that moment, Shin-san emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of noodles and slurping them as he walked. He overheard Bulma's comment and answered without a second thought. Then, carrying the noodles, Shun-san stepped behind the counter. Before he could sit down, he was greeted by a round of surimash, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Enough with the surimash. Satan, you ruthless." Never mind. Satan, have your friends line up one by one. There are plenty of blind boxes and jars." "Understood, Mr. Shun." Satan had the dozen people line up, then approached Shin-san, leaning in to whisper. After a moment, both Shin-san and Satan broke into sly grins. "Nice work, kid." Shin-san patted Satan on the shoulder. The dozen people saw this, their admiration for Satan deepening. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Yamcha placed their boxes. Boss Shin, take a look. How many blind boxes can this gold get me? The gold is unrefined straight from the mine. Piccolo, you can open 10 bronze blind boxes, but since this is your second time today, you're limited to 6. Shin-san didn't reveal the gold's exact value, mindful of the dozen fish Satan had brought. Yamcha, yours is worth more. You can open 5 silver and 2 bronze, but again, only 6 today. That's the deal. Who wants to go first? Me. Yamcha was the first to raise his hand. 5 silver, gleaming mystery boxes and 1 bronze box lay neatly arranged on the counter. The thrilling moment had arrived. Yamcha's trembling hands moved to the ribbon, slowly pulling it open on the bronze box. At that moment, recalling how he had gotten nothing yesterday, while others continuously unearthed divine treasures, his tension and excitement mounted. As the ribbon slipped away, his heart pounded at a terrifying speed. As his hand touched the lid, his heart seemed to stop beating instantly. His breath ceased in that very second. Give me. Come out. Yamcha roared with bloodshot eyes. In that instant, he lifted the lid, and an object materialized in midair above the bronze box. The miraculous sight only heightened the excitement of the dozen onlookers. Congratulations. You've obtained a tattered earphone cord. What the? Yamcha flung the cord to the ground in fury, then swiftly grabbed a silver box. No way. My luck can't be that bad. Even if the iron and bronze boxes gave nothing, 5 silver boxes should yield something. If nothing comes out, Yamcha couldn't finish. He truly feared getting nothing again. Then he placed his hand on the ribbon and closed his eyes. Come out. Please just give me one. Don't toy with me anymore. Yamcha tore open the box instantly, not daring to open his eyes and look. Congratulations. You've obtained a moldy pillow. Oh no. He wanted to cry. Yamcha opened his eyes and stared at the pillow floating before him, exuding a strange odor. He felt such mockery. His expression turned utterly dejected. Behind him, Bulma twitched her lips. Is the king of bad luck, Boss Shin mentioned. He had it on his head once, and now it's finally passed to Yamcha. Delightful. Joyful. Bulma's voice was not soft. Yamcha heard every word clearly. His heart took millions of points of critical damage. King of bad luck. I can't be the king of bad luck. There are still 4 silver boxes left. I can definitely shake off this title that sounds anything but good. Yamcha glanced back, then looked at the boxes again. In an instant, his fighting spirit reignited, and he said confidently, King of bad luck. Bulma watched closely. With the next box, he'll shed this title. Alright, Bulma said, amused. Hurry up and open it. There's a crowd waiting behind you. Coming right up. Yamcha took a deep breath and placed his hand on the ribbon. Yet despite his earlier bravado, the moment his hand touched the ribbon, his heart inexplicably raced again. Please don't toy with me. I've already boasted. I absolutely need a good pull. Yamcha muttered to himself, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Come. Please give me something. Congratulations. You've obtained a worm-eaten apple. Hearing this and seeing the apple floating in the air, especially the several worms wriggling on its surface, Bulma burst into laughter. It's confirmed. You can never shed the title King of Bad Luck. From now on, just wear it honestly. You. Yamcha trembled with rage. Boss Shin, are you targeting me? You can eat your words carelessly, but you can't speak them carelessly. Shin-san's mystery boxes are purely games of probability. Getting items depends entirely on personal luck. If you have bad luck, blame no one else. Moreover, I run an open business. You choose to open or not. Don't claim I'm targeting you just because of your poor luck. No. Yamcha noticed Shin-san's expression change and quickly explained. I don't blame you, Boss Shin. It's just that getting nothing repeatedly has made me a bit unstable. Please don't take my words to heart. This shopkeeper won't get angry over a few words from you. Shin-san tapped the counter and continued. As I said, mystery boxes and jars are games of chance. Getting items depends entirely on personal luck. Listen up, everyone behind. If you come to patronize my shop, I warmly welcome you. But if you throw a tantrum because you didn't get an item, I advise you to turn around and leave now. If you cause trouble in my store, you'll bear the consequences. Hearing this, Bulma was the first to reply. I know the rules, handsome Shun. No need to say more. Anyone who wants to cause trouble should first ask this proud guy if he agrees. She patted Vegeta's shoulder. Seeing Vegeta's explosive muscles, the newcomers recalled being lifted and thrown. The dozen newcomers involuntarily shivered. Rest assured, Boss Shin. Mr. Satan explained that mystery boxes are probability games. We came voluntarily to open them. There won't be any anger. Yes, an iron box is only 5 million. We lack nothing but money. 5 million is just half a month. Hearing this, especially the mention of 5 million for an iron box, Bulma's eyes widened. She knew Mr. Satan had brought people and must have profited. But she never imagined Mr. Satan could be so ruthless. An iron box worth 100,000 was claimed to be 5 million, a markup of dozens of times. Were people so easily fooled these days? Bulma looked at the smug Mr. Satan, her mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word. Vegeta and the others showed little reaction. They had no real concept of money. The dozen newcomers chattered away with flattering words. Shin-san's expression improved slightly. Enough. Causing trouble in the store is absolutely intolerable. If you don't cause trouble, you're still valued customers. Then his gaze fell on Yamcha. Continue. No one has bad luck forever. Perhaps your luck is accumulating for a grand explosion. Right, boss? Shun is absolutely right. Yamcha embraced the idea that his luck was accumulating. His dejection vanished instantly. His spirits soared. Confidence once again filled his entire being. Yet the agony was about to return. The last 4 silver boxes. The first yielded a roll of toilet paper with only 1 sheet left. The second yielded a phone with only its shell remaining. The third yielded a hollow durian shell. The last yielded a single steaming grain of white rice. His renewed spirit crumbled back into dejection. Shin-san shook his head. He then retrieved a blackened doll from under the counter, something he had opened last night, and handed it over. Bad luck is temporary, not eternal. Try again tomorrow. Take this doll as a consolation prize. Yamcha took it blankly, then turned and walked toward the door. The moment he stepped outside, he looked back, tears welling in his eyes. Boss Shin, wait. I will return. Upon the verdant grassland, clouds veiled the sky. Sunlight spilled over the white clouds, casting a silhouette into view. This figure was none other than Cell. After returning to the planet, he had sought out the weaker Yamcha and followed him in secret, eventually tracing his path to this location. At that moment, Cell suppressed his energy to the minimum, watching Yamcha leave the store. He murmured to himself, a blind box shop. Vegeta and the others all went inside. What business do they have in a store like this? And what about those 2 staircases on either side of the shop? What are those 2 bizarre beasts guarding the stairs? Why do I sense a deadly threat from those 2 beasts? Could it be that the changes in Vegeta and his crew all stem from that blind box shop below? Cell posed the questions to himself, but even he was startled by his own conjecture. Yet at present he could find no other explanation. And then there's Bulma. The data clearly shows she's an ordinary person, but her current energy level surpasses even Tien Shinhan and the others. As for Vegeta, it's even more absurd. Just looking at him makes me tremble uncontrollably. Mysteries festered in his heart, yet Cell felt he had stumbled upon the truth. He simply found it hard to accept. Going down now would inevitably mean encountering Vegeta. Even if I want to enter the store to investigate, I must avoid crossing paths with him. Yamcha has already left. I can follow him for a while and see if I can glean any useful information. Cell cast one last glance at the blind box shop before turning to pursue Yamcha. At this moment he was no brute, but rather a lurking assassin in the shadows. He suppressed his energy to a negligible level and tracked Yamcha's energy signature. No one except Shin-san knew Cell had come. Vegeta, busy opening blind boxes, had no time to sense other energies. You colossal scammer. Not a single useful item came out. Now with Vegeta having opened 7 boxes yielding nothing useful, over 10 million had gone down the drain. As if you could get anything good, Vegeta retorted, pointing at the card machine. Hurry up and put the card back in. I want to enter the body training heavenly staircase again. No. They'll say it again, put it in or not. I said no. If you're so capable, go fish for it in the sea. You? Fine, I'll go. But when I fish something out, don't you dare ask me for a single penny. Vegeta announced before striding out of the store with his head held high. Then with a burst of energy he flew off toward the sea. Bulma found the scene both amusing and exasperating. She knew her prideful husband inside out. She could bet that if Vegeta found no treasure in the sea, he would return and, as if entitled, ask her for money. Think you're the only one who can be proud. I can be just as stubborn. Next time you ask me for money, just watch how I'll scold you. Bulma muttered a few words toward the direction Vegeta had disappeared, then withdrew her gaze. The dozen or so people waiting in line behind them, having witnessed 2 consecutive failures, finally showed a change in expression. Mr. Satan, seeing this, had no choice but to don his deceptive mask and reassure them fervently. Behind the counter, Shin-san retrieved the blind box corresponding to Bulma. Your turn. You made a killing yesterday. May you continue with that same luck today. Absolutely. Handsome Shun, do you think him like Yamcha and Vegeta, those unlucky sods? My luck has always been excellent. Bulma, brimming with confidence, grabbed a silver blind box and opened it swiftly. In an instant, a peculiar fruit materialized above the box. Huh, isn't that the same devil fruit Trunks got? Bulma recognized it. Though it differed in appearance from the Goro Goro, Nomi, she was certain it was a devil fruit. Big Boss Shin, I recall you said each fruit represents a unique ability. So what ability does this one grant? It is indeed a devil fruit. After a moment of silence, Shin-san pointed at the fruit and elaborated, devil fruits are divided into 4 types: Zoan, Paramecia, Logia, and Mythical Zoan. The Goro Goro Nomi that Trunks got is a Logia type. Your luck is even better. This one is a rarer Mythical Zoan, specifically the Zoan mythical type, Blizzard form. He was somewhat surprised, as the world of One Piece had never seen a Snow Woman form Mythical Zoan fruit. Consuming this devil fruit will grant you control over the wind and snow of the heavens and earth, along with the elemental intangibility of a Logia. As explained yesterday about the myriad realms, the devil fruit realm cannot compare to yours, but it is still a power. The choice to consume it is yours. Shin-san produced an identical fruit, tossed it to Mr. Satan, and gave him a meaningful glance. Mr. Satan, no fool, instantly understood Shin-san's intent. Overjoyed, he caught the devil fruit, then turned to the dozen or so hesitant individuals. From your expressions, I see you've harbored doubts about Mr. Shin's wonders. Allow me to use this devil fruit bestowed by Mr. Shin to dispel your uncertainties. Prepare to witness a miracle, mere mortals. Mr. Satan bellowed with impassioned fervor, then bit into half the devil fruit. An indescribable taste exploded across his palate. His face turned purple, but he fought the urge to vomit. For he knew that his god Lord Shun was watching him. He could not show such disgrace and tarnish his deity's reputation. As the taste faded slightly, ecstasy followed. Snowflakes drifted, a gentle breeze passed, and in the blink, Mr. Satan's afro turned snowy white and snowflakes swirled around him. An intensely cold aura radiated from his body. The dozen nearby couldn't help but shiver. Then came shock, a profound soul-stirring awe. Boss Shin, allow me to demonstrate this ability for them. By all means. Shun-sen nodded. With permission granted, Mr. Satan looked down at the dozen people who were a head shorter and raised his right hand. As he did so, countless snowflakes materialized in the air, intensifying the chill. Then under his control, the snowflakes coalesced into a dozen white ropes, binding the group tightly and lifting them into the air. At that moment, Mr. Satan appeared like a deity walking amidst the snowflakes. Now, do any of you still harbor doubts? Bear in mind I brought you here as friends. If you still wear that skeptical expression, you can take your money and leave right now. I don't need your paltry cash, and Boss Shin certainly has no use for your meager coins. Upon hearing this, the dozen bound by snow shook their heads like rattles. All doubt had vanished from their eyes, replaced by fervor, excitement, and anticipation. Satisfied, Mr. Satan set them down and shot Shun-san a look that seemed to say, see boss, I've got the— Bulma watched the silent exchange between the two men that decided the fate of those dozen, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Then, recalling Trunks' comments about the devil fruit's foul taste, and finding the ability merely average, she decided not to subject herself to that ordeal and chose not to eat it. Instead, she turned her attention to the remaining blind boxes. She drew another silver blind box close to her, opening it slowly, inch by inch. In an instant, nothing at all. She had drawn a puff of air. Bulma was perplexed by 3 consecutive questions. Noticing that nothing had materialized from the blind box, she was stunned. Previously, opening blind boxes or jars had always yielded some item, however small. It was the first time she had encountered such emptiness. Bulma leaned in, peering into the box to confirm that she had indeed drawn nothing but air. Boss Shin, you really know how to mess with people. How can you even have empty blind boxes? I, the shopkeeper, never claimed there were no empty ones. Shin-sen once again retrieved a figurine from beneath the counter, but unlike the one he had given to Yamcha, this one was vibrantly colored. Congratulations on your first empty box. This figurine is a gift for your miracle. Congratulations, my foot. Bulma angrily swatted the figurine away before continuing. Keep your childish trinkets for yourself. Fine, don't want it. I could sell it for a few bucks anyway. Shin-san casually placed the figurine on the counter. Every little bit counts. It wasn't that he was stingy. If she refused a gift, was he supposed to beg her to take it? Impossible. He had endured enough of the 996 grind in his past life. Having finally turned the tables and become the master of his own shop, it was now others who would have to kneel. Hurry up. The handsome guys and beauties behind you look ready to devour you. What? Hearing this, Bulma turned around and was instantly startled. She saw a dozen or so people in line, their eyes filled with fervor mixed with a hint of impatience, as if they would swarm her if she didn't hurry like a pack of starving wolves. Bulma was amused by her own fright. Boss Shin, you haven't set a time limit for opening the boxes. They'll take as long as I please. And you lot, stop staring. Queue up properly. Keep glaring, and I swear I'll drag this out until handsome Boss— No, please don't. We won't stare anymore. Take your time, miss, no rush at all. I'm not in a hurry. Don't be angry, miss. I'm actually somewhat acquainted with your father. The group, noticing that Shin-san indeed didn't mind Bulma staying until closing time, dared not glare any longer. Their anticipation was already unbearable. Waiting a whole day would be worse than death. A dozen people chimed in, trying to placate Bulma. Meanwhile, Piccolo asked in confusion, Boss Shin, can't multiple people open blind boxes at the same time? Of course you can. I never said you couldn't. Shin-san shrugged. It's just that with so few customers right now, I wanted to keep myself busy. But since you asked, anyone who wants to open one now can speak up. The moment he finished, everyone raised their hand. Mr. Satan immediately stepped forward with a bank card. Boss Shin, there are 15 of us. They can open 5 boxes a day now. The money they gave me covers 5 black iron boxes. Got it. Put your card on the machine. Shin-sen winked at Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan caught on and placed his card on the POS machine. Shin-san entered the exact amount for the black iron boxes. For this order of 15, he and Mr. Satan would each make a tearful profit of 4.9 million per box. Money. He wasn't short of it now, but who would ever have too much? The black iron boxes are paid for. Find yourselves a spot to open them, but don't leave the shop's premises. Shin-san waved his hand and rows of black iron boxes flew out from the counter landing before the ecstatic group. The 15 were so thrilled they couldn't speak. Each person grabbed 5 boxes. Some crouched down on the spot, others moved to the tables, while a few sneaked into corners. Shin-san nodded to himself. For games like a blind box shop, he didn't believe these passers-by would draw anything good. That was precisely why he had agreed to Mr. Satan's request. Otherwise, with his 10,000-fold amplification, he might not have let Mr. Satan jack up the prices. This one's yours. Shin-san then retrieved Piccolo's box. Once Piccolo stepped aside, Mr. Satan grinned obsequiously. Boss, I can open 6 today. Give me 6 bronze boxes. He then leaned in and whispered. Boss, as agreed yesterday, 90% is yours. From those 15, each box made for 9 million. Deduct your 90%. No. Shin-san shook his head. He'll take the 90%, but get me another card. Deposit my share into it, and bring it to me tomorrow. Shin-san deducted the cost of the 5 bronze boxes Mr. Satan bought, then, as if remembering something, slapped his forehead. Oh, Bulma, you haven't paid for yesterday's transport yet. Don't worry, I brought it. It's in this capsule. Bulma tossed a capsule into Shin-san's hand with Mr. Satan nodded repeatedly at Shin-san's words. For someone of his stature, getting an anonymous bank card was a trivial matter. He happily stepped aside, clutching his bronze boxes. The hall descended into chaos in an instant. Meanwhile, on the surface of the azure sea, bubbles suddenly emerged. The next moment, a massive fish over 10 meters long surfaced. Beneath it, a man with a receding hairline supported the fish. The man holding the fish was none other than Son Goku. He grinned widely. I went back to ask Shishi for money yesterday, but she was really angry and didn't give me a single cent. I really want to try the heavenly staircase, so I had no choice but to come fishing. I wonder if this fish is enough to enter the staircase once. Hearing this, Yamcha's mouth twitched violently. This fish's market price probably isn't even 1,000,000. Entering the staircase costs 10 million and Boss Shun might not even accept fish. Huh. Goku was exasperated. Then what do I do? Besides fishing, I can't think of a better way to make money. How about this? Yamcha sighed. I came to the sea to search for treasure too. Goku, come with me to look for pearls and such. Fish aren't the most valuable thing in the ocean. Okay. Goku quickly released the big fish back into the sea. Just as he was about to dive with Yamcha, his gaze sharpened, fixed on the clouds above. Cell, who was on that cloud, cursed under his breath and teleported away. Goku, what's wrong? Yamcha asked. Goku frowned. It's Cell. I sensed his ki up in the sky for a moment, but it vanished instantly. Yamcha's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. Didn't Cell die in the self-destruction? Could you have sensed wrong? Goku shook his head. Absolutely not. I could never mistake Cell's ki. He was trying to suppress it, but the moment I looked up, he had disappeared. And if Cell suppresses his ki, it'll be very hard for us to find. This is going to be a real problem. Yamcha paced anxiously. Let's go back and tell Vegeta and the others about Cell. Tell them to be on guard from now on. A streak of white light streaked across the sky, adding one more figure above the vast blue ocean. This person was none other than Vegeta, who had also come to seek treasure from the sea. Kakarot, what's with you all? Why the grim expressions? Cell. There was a trace of Cell's energy just now. He's not dead. Goku pointed in the direction Cell had been. He must have been tailing Yamcha. When I sensed him, he vanished in an instant. TCH, is that all? Vegeta glanced at the direction Goku pointed and continued. With our current strength, even 10,000 cells would be useless. Even if he survived the self-destruction by a fluke, he doesn't dare show his face. Looks like he's scared out of his wits, hence why he's suppressing his energy. If Cell's energy signature gets any stronger, we can sense him and use instant transmission to get there. He's just trash. I can crush him with one finger now. Enough chatter. That damn Bulma won't give me any money, so I'm going to die for some cash. Do whatever you want. Vegeta plunged into the sea, kicking up a 12-meter wave. Goku pondered for a moment and found some logic in it. After all, if Cell didn't want to show himself, they'd have a hard time finding him. Better to go with the flow than to borrow trouble. With their current strength, they truly had no need to fear Cell. Yet Goku thought of something else and turned around. You go ahead and search. He'll go warn Krillin and the others to watch out for Cell. Without waiting for Yamcha's reply, Goku placed 2 fingers on his forehead, locked onto Krillin's energy, and vanished instantly. He found Krillin and quickly briefed him on Cell. After warning Krillin, he teleported again to find Tien Shinhan, who was treasure hunting in a desert. Then he teleported to the store, told Piccolo and the others about Cell's survival, and finally returned to the sea to continue earning money. At the blind box shop, sounds of surprise and frustration rose and fell. Someone pulled out a martial arts manual and moved with such speed that afterimages trailed behind them. Another person unearthed a strange artifact and played with it gleefully. Someone else got nothing and scratched their head in agitation. None of them noticed Goku's brief visit. But Piccolo and Bulma furrowed their brows, surviving being blown to pieces. Cell's luck is incredible. Boss Shin, did you know Cell wasn't dead? I did. Shun-sen nodded. But what's that got to do with me? I'm a merchant. As long as he doesn't cause trouble in my shop, Cell can live or die as he pleases. Piccolo said nothing more. With his intelligence, he could easily see that Shun-san was a neutral merchant. Even if Cell were alive and trying to destroy the planet, as long as it didn't affect the blind box shop, Shun-san would never lift a finger. But Bulma didn't grasp that. How can you say that, handsome Shun? If Cell kills everyone who's left to patronize your shop, the universe is vast and boundless. If everyone here dies, it'll just move my shop elsewhere and attract new customers. Shun-san rolled his eyes. And don't try that moral blackmail on me. Protecting this planet is your business. I'm just here to mind my store. You. Bulma fumed. Piccolo shook his head at her. Mister, Shin isn't wrong. Merchants aren't saviors. Besides, with his shop here, as long as we keep opening boxes and getting stronger, no one can destroy the planet. Moreover, with Goku and Vegeta's current strength, even if Cell dares to show up, he can't cause any trouble. Hearing this, Bulma fell silent. She silently vowed not to speak to Shin-san for a day. No, just an hour. She looked at the items Shed opened. Hey, don't be a savior if you don't want to. Just tell me, Boss Shin, are any of these items useful? No. Neither yours nor Piccolo's items are of any use. Shin-san stood up, stretched, and walked out from behind the counter. A fine morning calls for some exercise. He looked at the 15 people, a mix of delight and disappointment. Don't be disheartened if you didn't get anything. Try again tomorrow. May you unearth divine treasures every day from now on. The 15 were flattered that Shun-san spoke to them. They replied in a chorus. Thank you, Mr. Shun. With your blessing, I'm sure to get a divine item next time. Haha, I scored a Lightfoot technique today. What a win. Never thought I'd walk on water. It's amazing. Honestly, Mr. Shin, your blind boxes are addictive. They'll be here on time tomorrow. Shun-san nodded at them. As long as there's no trouble, we're good. You've all opened your boxes for today. Go about your business and earn some money. I won't keep you. Being shrewd merchants themselves, the 15 could tell Shun-san was subtly dismissing them. Yet they weren't the least offended. Bowing and saying see you tomorrow, they left the shop. Piccolo, after a moment's thought, also turned and left. Only Bulma, who had come with Vegeta and couldn't fly, stayed behind. She commandeered Shin-san's rocking chair outside and waited quietly for Vegeta to take her back. On the grassland in front of the blind box shop, hundreds of small animals and Pikachu frolicked and ran about. Nearby, Android 18, dressed casually, sat on the ground with a smile, her hands propping up her cheeks. A breeze lifted the hair from her face, revealing delicate features. From the second-floor window of the shop, Android 17 leaned on the sill, watching the beautiful carefree scene below, a smile slowly spreading across his lips. He felt himself growing fond of this slow-paced life. No need for fighting. Just playing with animals every day. It was comfortable. Just then an untimely voice rang out. What did I hire you two for? To be poop-scoopers. Look at the mess the bulls and the others have made in the forest. Shun-san planted 2 shovels in the ground. The tools are here. If the forest perimeter isn't cleaned up today, you'll each lose 1,000 from your wages and get no dinner. With that, Shun-san walked off toward the sky, feeling immensely satisfied. Now he understood how great the bosses from his past life had felt. Threatening to dock wages and skip meals, it was truly delightful. This time, Android 17 didn't react much. Instead, he obediently came downstairs, picked up a shovel, and headed to the forest edge. Even when small animals jumped on him, he didn't mind, and only laughed more happily. Android 18, however, ignored the task and continued playing with the animals. In an ethereal space, an endless white arena stretches out before the eye. This belongs to the exclusive space of the body refinement ladder, where Shun-san stood at the center of the stage, yawning casually. He looked around, and then softly spoke to the void. Shall Linger hurry up and arrange an opponent for me to stretch my muscles? As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of light flickered above in the void, falling like a shooting star, quickly coalescing into a petite figure in front of Shun-san. With twin ponytails and dressed in a pink dress, she held a small pink umbrella. She playfully twirled around, and then bounced closer to Shun-san, looking left and right. Big brother Shun-san, you came to see Linger early in the morning. Linger is so happy. How about Linger accompanies you for a— Stop joking around, Linger. Shun-san couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He had already been through the body refinement ladder last night, and was not unfamiliar with this spirit of the ladder, whose personality was quirky and strength boundless. Last night, he had fought with Linger once, and he was completely suppressed with no chance to fight back at all. I know Linger is very strong, so I won't fight with you. Well, Linger doesn't want to fight with Big Brother, it's just that it's so boring in the ladder. Please agree to Linger's request. Upon hearing the refusal, tears as big as beans fell from her eyes like a kite, with a severed string onto the arena. With her petite frame resembling a child, Shin-san felt like a wicked villain at that moment. But he wouldn't fall for that trick. I've already fallen for your trick once last night, no need to repeat it today. Big brother Shin-san, you're really boring. Xiao Linger instantly stopped her tears, then floated back a few thousand meters, and called out sweetly, be careful, Big brother Shin-san. Linger is going to find you an opponent. As she finished speaking, a purple figure slowly emerged before Shin-san. It wore an outfit reminiscent of an ancient Egyptian god with a face that resembled both a cat and a mouse and 2 long ears atop its head. Shin-san's eyes widened in shock. The being Xiao Linger had summoned this time was none other than the god of destruction of this universe, Beerus. At that moment the latter's Beerus had already opened his eyes. His gaze, sharp as a blade, gave the arena an unsettling feeling. He looked directly at Shin-san, and the next moment he moved. Instantly he appeared behind Shin-san and struck down with a knife hand towards Shin-san's neck. Shin-san reacted quickly, turning around in an instant to block the strike with his hand. However, at that moment the latter's Beerus transformed his hand from a knife to a claw. He seized Shin-san's wrist and then spun him around like a whirlwind. Shin-san felt the world spinning, and before he could react his body made intimate contact with the arena. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Linger, you do not abide by the martial ethics. This Beerus far exceeds my current strength, and this is against the rules of the ladder. The rules of the ladder were set by Linger. Linger can arrange it however she wants. How about you beg Linger, and Shell let him stop? Xiao Linger looked on exceedingly pleased. Shin-san's face darkened at her words. However, he would never beg for mercy. He had knelt enough in the past, and it was hard-earned to rise again. He would never kneel again. The strength of the latter's Beerus was far beyond Shin-san's. Even if he broke through his limits in battle, he would not be able to defeat Beerus. Shin-san had no choice but to protect his handsome face while feeling the pain in his body. He cursed inwardly. Don't let me surpass you in the future, Xiao Linger. He'll make sure you understand why the flowers are so red. This one-sided beating lasted for half an hour, and it was only because Xiao Linger found it boring that she let Shin-san go. Then, followed by a series of playful remarks, Xiao Linger disappeared. Shin-san was finally able to walk out of the ladder. At that moment his face was bruised, and when he touched it he inhaled. Oh handsome Shin, what happened to you? Do you need me to help you apply some medicine? In front of the door Bulma noticed Shin-san approaching, taking in his battered appearance with a hint of mockery in her tone. Shin-san rolled his eyes in annoyance. None of your business. The store manager was bitten by a little girl. If it weren't for the store manager's tenderness towards the fairer sex, that little girl would have been badly hurt. If you're fine, then stop occupying the store manager's seat, go away. Shin-san unceremoniously lifted Bulma, and then sprawled out on a rocking chair, cursing Xiao Linger for being merciless, while taking out ointment to apply to his face. Stubborn like a dead duck, I don't even want to help you. Bulma glared at Shin-san, then ran over to number 18, asking her to teach her how to dance in the air. As night fell slowly, the sun hidden in the universe revealed countless stars, weaving a breathtakingly beautiful. In front of the blind box store on the grassland, tens of thousands of animals lay on the grass, while number 18 and number 17 lounged at the front among them. In front of them stood a massive projection screen playing the animal world. Spring has arrived, it is the season. Very good. Shin-san nodded in satisfaction from the side. This is an enlightenment program for the animals. After watching the animal world, those little animals that are already around should be able to breed more little ones for the store manager's territory. A year from now, there will surely be a prosperous scene here. General, you understand beast language, remember to supervise them. On this day next year, I want to see them with their offspring. Upon hearing this, the general immediately stood at attention and replied earnestly, rest assured, Marshal, I will ensure the task is completed. After making the assurance, the general began to patrol the area, approaching any small animal that looked confused and patiently explaining things to them. Such a teachable child. Shin-san was more than satisfied with the general. When he gains strength, he will train Xiao Linger to be just like the general, and that would be perfect. He scanned the countless animals on the grassland again, then turned and walked back into the store, retrieving the day's batch of blind boxes from the counter. Bulma, that rich lady, is getting less and less impressive. Today the best one only opened a golden blind box, and not even a single jar. Shaking his head, Shin-san opened a silver blind box first. Not bad. The first blind box yielded a Zanpakuto, the most powerful one in the fire element Senbonzakura, which is also decent in the Dragon Ball world. The temperature of the sun is useful in any world. Shin-san was pleased that the first blind box yielded something good, and quickly opened another silver blind box. Sure enough, the luck for the second one wasn't good, it only yielded a snow pear. Shin-san took a few bites of the snow pear, and didn't want to open another one. His hands transformed into illusions, the ribbons danced in the air, and the lids bounced in the air. In that instant, a strong light illuminated both the inside and outside of the store, as if it were daytime. The daylight radiance was tinged with a divine aura of laws. In that moment, the flora bathed in the light began to grow at a terrifying speed. Trees that had stood merely a dozen meters tall swiftly transformed into towering giants reaching the heavens. Grass that had been only a few centimeters high shot up to over a meter in the blink of an eye. All the animals were engulfed by this sudden surge of vegetation. They could only be seen when they leaped up. As the radiance fell upon the creatures, they too wore expressions of sheer comfort. Amidst the overgrown weeds, number 18 stood up, her upper body just visible above the foliage. A few green blades of grass were still tangled in her hair. She didn't bother to remove them, but instead reached out a hand to pull number 17 to her feet. What the hell is going on? How did everything suddenly become like this? Number 18 looked around utterly. All around the forest trees had grown to over 100 meters tall, and every blade of grass was no shorter than. Moreover, she noticed that some small animals were also undergoing changes, their bodies expanding and elongating, and they now possessed chi. Number 17 reached a hand into a beam of light, feeling it for a moment, then spoke. These rays of light seemed to carry an incredibly potent life force. The transformations around us must be the effect of this radiance. Hearing this, number 18 immediately turned her gaze toward the source of the light. At that very moment, all the radiance converged back toward the shop. In an instant, it all vanished into Shun San's body. He opened his eyes at that moment and leaped 3 zhang high in excitement. Oh, I actually drew a creation law. This shopkeeper's luck is truly the best. The creation law, one of the foremost among the 3,000 laws, was no stranger to him. Items of this kind were the absolute pinnacle in blind boxes and jars. Never did he expect to pull it from a silver blind box. His fortune couldn't be any better. After a brief moment of elation, Shun Sen examined his hands. My strength hasn't increased much, but the creation law isn't meant for battle. It's for creation, much like the abilities of those Kaishin. However, what I drew isn't a law from the Dragon Ball universe, it's a law from the primordial chaos. In terms of dimensionality, my creation law far surpasses that of the Dragon Ball world. But right now I've only just acquired the creation law, I can't create stars with a single thought yet. As he spoke, Shen-sen walked to the doorway and casually snapped his fingers. The wild grass instantly shrank back to its original size, though the trees remained over 100 meters tall. It's fine, just keep watching, Shun-san said to the tens of thousands of animals before returning to the hall to store away the remaining items from the blind boxes. Aside from the creation law, he had drawn 5 other items. 3 of them were utterly useless. One was a skill from a fantasy world called Energy Wings. Another was an item from the king's continent named Minion Summoner. Neither held any value for him, but something was better than nothing. Shin-san consumed the skill card, then stored the summoner away, and made his way toward the heart-tempering stairway. Tempering the heart and questioning the soul had no effect on the physique, but served as excellent refinement for those who possessed laws. Moreover, those who ascended the heart-tempering stairway might comprehend laws or skills upon passing each level. If body refinement represented overwhelming force that shattered all techniques, then heart-tempering was a paradise for those with a stable mind. As he drew near, the Taotai guarding the base of the stairway merely cast a calm glance at Shun-san before closing its eyes to doze off again. Shun-san paid it no mind. Although he was the shopkeeper, he couldn't yet command these 2 fearsome beasts. According to the information inherited with the blind box shop, he would need to defeat them to gain authority. Otherwise, they existed on equal terms. None obliged to obey, none able to command. Shun-san simply nodded at the Taotai and stepped into the first level of the heart-tempering stairway. His vision blurred, and the scene shifted to a bitterly cold, windswept expanse. Shun-san couldn't help but shiver. Xiaolong, could you turn up the temperature a bit? No. The swirling snow and wind coalesced into a little girl identical to Xiaolinger, but vastly different in personality and attire. Xiaolinger was lively and mischievous, dressed in pink. Xiaolong was icy and aloof, clad in a snow-white princess gown, her waist-length hair also a pure snowy white. Her expression could freeze anyone to death. Shin-san found the twin spirits of the stairway utterly Xiaolong, let's begin the heart tempering on the first level. Shin-san, as I told you last night, if you can't break through that inner demon in your heart, you'll never pass the tempering. Xiaolong's voice was laced with frost. Shin-san frowned at her words. An old hag like her. This shopkeeper can crush her in seconds. Fine, as you wish. Xiaolong nodded slightly, then dissolved into the wind and snow. In that instant, the entire frozen landscape began to shift rapidly. Within moments, it transformed into a bustling, traffic-filled scene. At that moment, Shin-san seemed to forget his transmigration, mechanically walking toward an office building. As soon as he entered, he encountered a middle-aged woman caked in white powder. She appeared irritated just at the sight of him, storming over to unleash a torrent of abuse. Look at the time. Do you have any sense of punctuality? If you don't want the job, pack your things and get out. This company doesn't support dead weight. Faced with such words, Shin-san checked the time and saw that there were still over 10 minutes until work started. He said nothing, merely lowering his head. He knew full well the woman was taking her anger out on him. But what could he do? She was his superior and the boss. He was just a worker having struggled to land this job. For the sake of his daily bread, he swallowed his rage. The woman's tirade went on for over 10 minutes before she stopped. Passers-by watched with amused expressions, occasionally letting out mocking laughs. The laughter was piercingly sharp, but Shun-san only opened his mouth, then let out a silent sigh. Once the woman stopped scolding, he headed for the elevator. However, as he passed by a young man, he noticed the guy was watching Dragon Ball on his phone. His heart began to pound violently, and a strange clarity seemed to dawn in his mind. What? Is this a I've watched Dragon Ball from start to finish, so why does it feel so intensely familiar this time? As if I've been to the Dragon Ball world. Been to Dragon Ball. Heart tempering. Damn you old hag. Shinsen seemed to remember, yet he wasn't entirely certain. But he no longer cared to distinguish reality from. At that moment his eyes were fixed solely on the woman about to step into the elevator. Who threw a brick next to me? Perfect timing, thanks, kind stranger. Shinsen picked up the great equalizer, and to the horror of the onlookers he leaped up and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Old hag, take this brick from the great Saint Shun. Bang! On the first level of the heart-tempering heavenly stairway amidst the blizzard, Xiao Lung once again condensed into human form. She gazed at Shun-san, who sat cross-legged at the center of the storm, murmuring to herself. Brother Shinsen, all I could manage was that one brick. Now that the first level of heart-tempering is past, the next step is a smooth ascent. I hope you can swiftly traverse the 999 levels of the heart-tempering heavenly stairway. Her tone remained cold, yet a trace of warmth had seeped into it. All of this Shin-san was utterly unaware. After an unknown span of time, he rose from the center of the blizzard, a hint of smugness on his face. Xiaolong, look, just an old crone, and your big brother here took her down with a single brick. What do you have to say now? So. Xiaolong reverted to her usual icy demeanor. The first level of heart tempering is complete. Shall we proceed to the second level? This? Shin-san did not answer immediately. He sensed his own laws, finding they had grown slightly, yet seemed scattered. He then shook his head. Not the second level for now. The laws have increased, but they are not condensed. They must be further refined. Send me out first. A glimmer of approval appeared in Xiaolong's eyes, and she lightly waved her hand. In an instant Shin-san found himself outside. He glanced at Taoya, then walked back into the shop, grabbed a late-night snack, and returned to his room to sit cross-legged, breathing steadily. The strands of the law of war and the law of creation he possessed automatically swirled around him, solidifying and strengthening, while his combat power surged at a terrifying rate. Once one possessed laws, combat power was no longer so crucial. Those with laws held an inherent advantage over. Conversely, those without laws, if they tempered their bodies to the utmost, could also become supreme beings. In the following days. On the first day Satan brought people, but they only uncovered items of little use. On the second day Tien Shinhan came, but left empty-handed. On the third day Satan brought more people, of Vegeta and his group did not return. As Satan's entourage arrived, the shop's customers grew increasingly numerous. Each morning shouts of surprise and disappointment echoed from the shop. The bustling scene had begun to take shape. During this time Android 18 and her brother had gained extra duties, acting as security, sitting at the entrance, interacting with small animals, and intervening if anyone in the shop started a fight. For this Shin-san magnanimously raised their wages by 50 yuan, drawing grumbles of discontent from Android. Thus amidst the clamor and comfort, over a month slipped by. One morning Bulma, who had been absent, descended from the sky again, having mastered the Bukijutsu technique. Just as Bulma was about to enter the shop, she sensed a tremendous energy. Looking up, she couldn't help but smile, for a golden speck was rapidly approaching from the sky. When it reached the prairie, the golden speck revealed its true form, a mountain of gold. Beneath it Vegeta held the base as it descended, dropping the gold mountain onto the grassland and shaking the entire ground twice. See that? Even without you I can still open king-level jars. Fine, you're impressive. But this gold mountain of yours has too many impurities, don't get your hopes up. Bulma could tell at a glance that the gold mountain had just been excavated, the crevices were half filled with sand and soil, and after purification its value would be at most under 5 billion. Just then the earth trembled again. The next moment Son Goku appeared near Vegeta, carrying another gold mountain in one hand. Seated atop the gold were Chi-Chi, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. The successive commotions drew out the customers who had been opening blind boxes inside. Satan was left speechless. They were all big shots, paying for their blind boxes with such simple, brutal methods. Others stared wide-eyed. Then a series of sonic booms echoed from the sky. The first to arrive were Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, each carrying several chests of treasures. Next came Yamcha, likewise bearing several large chests. Finally Krillin arrived with a few chests of his own. This? Goku, where did you find that gold mountain? Krillin was stunned. I spent the whole month diving in the sea between shifts and only managed to salvage this much treasure. Goku didn't find squat, he doesn't even know what gold is. Piccolo found that gold mountain. Chi-Chi, visiting for the first time, found everything novel. She scolded Goku while surveying her surroundings. Don't say that, Chi-Chi. I contributed too, alright. Son Goku chuckled. Then he noticed the changes in the forest and the virtual ranking screen above the heavenly stairway, and continued. Hey, look at the top of the stairway. Shin-san has already cleared 68 levels of the body tempering stairway and 119 levels of the heart tempering stairway. What's so strange about that? Bulma rolled her eyes. The stairway is Shun-san's creation, it wouldn't be odd if he cleared it all at once. Unlike her nonchalance, the eyes of Son Goku and Vegeta burned with fiery determination and defiance. He'll eventually reach Master Shin's level 2. Vegeta muttered, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Hee, I left part of the gold mountain for Chi-Chi, so she won't nag me about work anymore. Now I have time to slowly conquer the body and heart tempering levels. Son Goku said to himself. Can we all go inside first? A month without opening blind boxes and jars has me itching, Yamcha urged. Black King has no say here, don't end up empty-handed again, Bulma teased. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I don't get anything today, it'll never come back. Yamcha glared angrily. Enough, let's go inside, Tien Shinhan said, clapping his hands. The group left the gold treasures on the prairie and headed into the shop. However, Shin San emerged from the shop first. Seeing this, Son Goku's eyes narrowed. Vegeta. I noticed. Master Shin's chi was once wild and violent, but now I can't sense a single trace of it. He stands there as if he doesn't exist. Turbulent waves surged in Vegeta's heart. Compared to the despair he felt facing Shin San before, now facing him felt like nothing. But he knew it was an illusion. It wasn't that Shin San had grown weaker, he had become so powerful that even they could no longer sense him. Yo, a month no see, hello everyone. And hello to the newcomers. Shin San greeted Son Goku and his group first, then exchanged pleasantries with Shishi and Kaiatsu. Just then Yamcha rushed forward. Boss Shin, save the small talk for later. Quickly appraise our treasures. I want to redeem myself. I want to open blind boxes. I want to open jars. 2 mountains of gold and over a dozen chests of treasures lay on the grassland clearing. In a short time, small animals had already swarmed over the golden mountains, leaping and chasing each other in joyful abandon. Shin San circled the mountains of gold and treasures, stroking his chin as he estimated their worth. Within moments he had calculated a rough total in his mind. Let's start with Kirin and the others. The items like pearls and agates. Kirin's haul is worth 80 million. Yamcha's is exactly 100 million. Tenshinhan's is a bit more at 150 million. Yamcha and the others knew this valuation was quite off the mark, but they said nothing, as selling these items themselves would be troublesome and time-consuming. Then Shin San pointed to the 2 golden mountains. Both mountains were dug up raw, unrefined, and full of impurities, which greatly reduces their value. Sun Wukong's mountain is worth 3.3 billion. Vegeta's is worth 2.8 billion. Impossible. Vegeta immediately stepped forward upon hearing this. The mountain I brought back is clearly bigger and taller than Kakarot's. Why is it worth so much less? Bigger and taller doesn't mean more valuable. Shin San explained patiently. The mountain you brought is mixed with far too much dirt and gravel. Sun Wukong's mountain has much less. If you don't believe me, look. Shin San raised his hand, extending 2 fingers in a sword gesture, then slashed them through the air. 2 arcs of energy like sword chi sliced across the golden mountains. The mountains split open from the middle, revealing their interiors. From Vegeta's severed mountain, large chunks of gravel tumbled down. Although Sun Wukong's mountain also had some gravel, it was noticeably less. You? Humph. Kakarot, next time I'll bring back a mountain far more valuable than yours. The result was clear. Vegeta found no more cause for argument, though he remained defiant in words. Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly clueless about why Vegeta was angry again. Only Bulma's group understood. They knew Vegeta all too well. He had to compare everything with Sun Wukong, and when he lost he was grudgingly stubborn, a complete Sundara. You may. Shin San nodded. It costs 10 million to enter once. Your mountain is worth 3.3 billion. It belongs to your family of 3 and Piccolo. Your future expenses will be deducted from it. When the funds run out, I'll let you know. Until then, you can enter the body tempering and mind training stairway, or open blind boxes and jars whenever you wish. After speaking, Shin San turned to Kirin and the others. The same goes for you. Until your funds are exhausted, you can enjoy all the shop's activities. Now those who want to open blind boxes or jars can enter the shop, and those who want the stairway can head there. With a whoosh, the 2 groups split up instantly. Sun Wukong shot rapidly toward the stairway. Yamcha's goal was clear. He wanted to open blind boxes to shed the title of Black Emperor. Next, Piccolo and his group also headed into the shop. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong entering the stairway, thought for a moment, then ultimately walked into the shop first. By now the shop was no longer the desolate place of sparse customers it once was. Inside, 20 or 30 people were already opening blind boxes, their cries of joy and lament blending into a single cacophony. Sigh, 3 days ago, I got a small red healing potion, but nothing since. Today's 10 blind boxes were all duds. Tough luck. Bro, look. Your little brother pulled a transformation device. Just press this switch, and I can become an... Everyone in the shop who was opening blind boxes saw Shin San return, and immediately crowded around him. After asking about the effects of the items they had pulled, shouts of joy and despair soared to the heavens. Soon some people left with the treasures they had obtained while others chose to stay and watch what Vegeta and his group would pull. Yamcha was the first to rush to the counter, slapping the surface with both hands, his face full of urgency. Boss Shin, hurry. This is my third time here. I can open 7, so give me 7 silver blind boxes today. No problem. Shinsen walked back behind the counter and took out 7 silver blind boxes, placing them on the countertop. Shishi and Chaozu, being first-timers, couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. Bulma's group was also eager to see what Yamcha would pull. As for Yamcha himself, he immediately grabbed a silver. The moment his hands touched the ribbon, his heart leaped into his throat. He was caught between anticipation and dread, hoping for a divine artifact, yet fearing he would never shed the Black Emperor title, torn by indecision. But he had to face it. Yamcha muttered to himself, "Dad, don't toy with me. 2 times in a row with nothing. If I don't get anything this time, Bulma will laugh at me again. Please, Dad, give your son something. Come on. Congratulations. You've won a children's toy car." Cold sweat instantly beaded on Yamcha's forehead. The toy car before him, seemingly inscribed with the word mockery, made his heartbeat race even faster. I've seen that handsome guy before. He came over a month ago. From what he just said, this is his 3rd time opening blind boxes, and he got nothing the first 2 times. His luck is truly terrible. Really? That's pretty bad. And he's opening silver ones too. He must be rich. But money's useless with such bad luck. At this rate, even a $1 trillion fortune will be squandered. The comments from behind darkened Yamcha's face, heightening his anxiety. His pupils turned bloodshot in an instant. He turned his head with difficulty and roared, "Bullshit. My luck won't be bad forever. The next one will be a hit." After shouting, he spun back around, grabbed another silver blind box, and tore it open hastily. "Congratulations. You've obtained a black piglet." Bulma, standing nearby, covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Yamcha, just give up. You'll never shake off the Black Emperor title. Wear it on your head for the rest of your life." "No. It can't be." Yamcha became dazed and despondent. "There must be something wrong. Maybe my posture is off." "Yes, that's it. The posture is wrong. I need to open it in a different way." Having hit upon what he thought was the key, Yamcha flew up and hovered over the blind box. Slowly, inch by inch, he untied the ribbon. Soon the moment of truth arrived. The lid was already half lifted. Yamcha's heart was also halfway out of his chest. Just as he was about to flip the lid open completely, he roared once more, "Dad, give me something." "Congratulations. You've obtained a single blade of green grass." Clang. To the right of the blind box shop, Sun Wukong had already entered the body refining heavenly stairway. He first glanced around the void space before surveying the endless arena. Just then Xiao Linger's mischievous voice echoed from the void. "Challenger Sun Wukong. Generating a generation complete. Have a pleasant match." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately fixed his gaze ahead. There a figure was materializing, not the same one that had appeared when Vegeta entered the stairway. The form taking shape now was the sacred heaven great sage, clad in a golden chainmail vest adorned with a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, wearing lotus root cloud-stepping boots, and wielding the stabilizing sea divine needle. It gazed at its namesake Sun Wukong with a look of unyielding arrogance. Its overwhelming ferocious aura pressed down on Sun Wukong, nearly suffocating him. "Whoa, who is this?" Sun Wukong gasped for air, his forehead drenched in sweat. He could sense that the great sage equal to heaven's power was nearly identical to his own, yet facing that terrifying gaze his spirit trembled. But the lapse was only momentary. Regaining his composure, a brilliant blazing light burst from Sun Wukong's eyes. It was a light of excitement, a light of anticipation, a light he had longed for, one that set his blood ablaze. Sun Wukong knew this was an opponent of unprecedented strength. Yet he felt no fear. The genetic factors within him were utterly ignited in that instant. In a flash, Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan. With the enhancement of his Dharma form, his combat power in this state now exceeded 1 trillion, and his golden aura shot straight into the heavens. Seeing this, the great sage equal to heaven seemed to reveal a hint of human-like disdain. It rested the stabilizing sea divine needle on its shoulder and beckoned with its other hand, as if to say, come at me, old monkey will catch it all." Sun Wukong frowned, his mind growing immensely solemn. He chose not to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Instead, he directly assumed the starting stance of the Kamehameha, observing the great sage's casual demeanor. For words rose in his heart. Unassailable. Sun Wukong's heart sank to the depths, but was then set ablaze with fervor once more. He knew he could not continue like this. He had already lost the battle of momentum completely. If he did not act now, he felt he would never get another chance. Sun Wukong's figure instantly blurred, an illusion caused by extreme speed. Using high-speed movement, he appeared to the left of the great sage equal to heaven, launching a fist at its head from an uncanny angle. But the great sage equal to heaven seemed to anticipate Sun Wukong's trajectory. It slightly tilted its head to dodge, then reached out, grabbing Sun Wukong's hand and flinging him forward. The stabilizing sea divine needle followed. With a dull thud, Sun Wukong felt his stomach churn violently. He gripped the infinitely extending needle pressed against his abdomen, then with a forceful flip broke free. Midair he launched a ki blast. Cough cough, no wonder Vegeta was beaten down the entire time. The opponent materialized on the stairway is of similar strength. But in every other aspect, techniques, combat style, reflexes, they surpass me entirely. Sun Wukong stared at the great sage who casually dodged the ki blast, his expression at its utmost gravity. There are only two ways to win against it. One is to elevate my ki to an entirely new level. The other is to surpass it in techniques and the like. But neither is easy to achieve. However, within this place I feel unprecedented pressure. This sensation can allow me to break through my limits quickly. Muttering to himself, Sun Wukong closed in with an instant transmission. Adadadadada. He attacked with both fists and feet, unleashing a flurry of afterimages. The air roared and boomed with each strike. Space itself seemed to warp slightly. Yet the great sage, equal to heaven at the center of this storm of fists and feet, swayed like a drunken man, evading every attack, without a single blow landing. After a moment of dodging, the great sage seemed to grow slightly impatient. It reached out, piercing through the tempest of attacks, and seized Sun Wukong by the face, then hurled him forcefully into the arena floor. In an instant the arena shattered. Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in his head, and the next moment, he was blasted out of the heavenly stairway. That was utterly merciless. Holding his head, Sun Wukong stood up beside Xiongqi. After a brief pause, he turned and walked back into the stairway. The arena was still a pristine white, but this time his opponent was a black and white Sun Wukong. Two identical Sun Wukongs engaged in a fierce battle. Fists and feet struck the air with explosive cracks. Ki blast shattered the arena floor. Elsewhere, high in the sky, Cell was also carrying several chests of treasures. He looked down at the blind box shop, his brow deeply furrowed. During this time, by tailing an ordinary person who had left the shop, he had thoroughly investigated the situation inside. He also understood the reason for the drastic changes in Vegeta and his group. Cell knew that if he continued to hide like this, he would be unable to move forward. He had also learned from the person he tailed that fighting was prohibited inside the shop. As long as he was within the shop's bounds, his life was safe. Opportunities did not belong solely to Vegeta and his group. Cell too would claim his share. With this thought, Cell hesitated no longer. He hoisted the chests and flew down. Upon landing, he encountered androids 17 and 18 at the entrance. Saying nothing, he walked into the shop amidst their hostile glares. The moment he entered, he sensed several violent killing intents, causing his heart to tighten. Cell, so you didn't die? Vegeta's tone was utterly flat, as if addressing an insignificant insect. You dare show your face? You're asking for death. Piccolo and the others moved to charge in without a second thought. But in that instant it felt as if the sky had collapsed. An unparalleled gravitational force pressed down on Piccolo and the others, pinning them to the ground. Cell breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He had gambled correctly. Fighting was indeed forbidden within the shop's bounds. His gaze shifted to the front counter, meeting a pair of eyes that seemed to smile, yet also appeared displeased. Then Shin-sen spoke. As I have said before, fighting is prohibited inside the shop. Are you all treating my words as mere wind passing by your ears? This is the first and last time. If it happens again, you will bear the consequences. His tone seemed gentle, but everyone could detect a hint of raging anger within it. It was the first time Bulma had seen Shin-san so furious. She also understood one thing: Shin-san appeared easygoing, but that was only when no one provoked him or broke the shop's rules. If someone did provoke him, the Shin-san before them now was his true self. With this deeper understanding, when Bulma and her group looked at Shin-san again, a trace of awe had appeared and the oppressive atmosphere eased after a moment. Piccolo and the others felt the immense pressure vanish, scrambling to their feet. Though they held back from fighting, the hostility in their eyes remained undiminished. A heavy knocking sound echoed from the front desk, drawing everyone's attention. Shin-sen lifted his gaze slightly, ceased his tapping, and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, you may fight to the death outside, but within the confines of the blind box shop, combat is forbidden. This is an ironclad rule that no one may break. Understood? Rest assured, Mr. Shun. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression unchanged, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Piccolo and the others nodded in agreement. Just then Cell hoisted his treasure and attempted to step forward. However, Yamcha blocked his path. The shop forbids fighting, but do you know the meaning of first come, first served? Oi. Get in line. I'm not done opening yet. He conveniently forgot that multiple blind boxes could be opened simultaneously. Though fighting was prohibited, he wanted to spite Cell in this minor matter. At that moment, Mr. Satan, suppressing his fear, approached Cell and whispered an explanation of how he and Shun-san had swindled others. Hearing this, Cell glanced at Shun-san and gave an imperceptible nod. A trivial matter. He had no intention of exposing the great figure before him. Emboldened, Mr. Satan slapped Cell on the shoulder and laughed. Blind boxes can be opened simultaneously, but the value of the treasure you brought will be appraised by Lord Shun. Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Cell was in no hurry to open boxes. Instead, he stepped aside to observe the situation. As an agent, Mr. Satan tactfully introduced everything in the shop to sell on behalf of Shun San, though he refrained from mentioning prices in front of the other spendthrifts. Yamcha shot a glare at Mr. Satan before returning to the front desk. He had opened 4 silver blind boxes, none of which yielded anything useful. As he approached the counter for the remaining 3, sweat once again beaded on his forehead. Dad, Grandpa, Ancestor, please give your grandson something decent, will you? Yamcha felt like crying. He sensed the blind boxes bore him a deep grudge. No matter how he begged or changed his approach, they refused to yield anything valuable. Yamcha, can you hurry up? Bulma grew impatient. We're all waiting. Stop wasting time. Who asked you to wait? Yamcha turned, his eyes bloodshot. Blind boxes can be opened simultaneously. Why don't you take them elsewhere? No way. Bulma chuckled. With you, the Black King, leading the way, it's much easier for us to open ours behind you. You? Yamcha's eyes widened in realization. They were using him as a magnet for bad luck. By clearing all the misfortune ahead, those opening later would strike gold. How had he not thought of that? What a blunder. Yamcha laughed bitterly, then turned back to the 3 silver blind boxes that seemed to be marked for the unlucky, letting out a sigh. Open them. Sacrifice the self for the greater good. Congratulations. You've obtained a strand of dog hair. Congratulations. You've obtained a black obsidian. Congratulations. You've obtained a bottle of paper stars. Puffed. Shinsen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Feeling it was inappropriate, he coughed twice and offered consolation. Don't lose heart. Good fortune will visit you eventually. Here, take this plush toy as a gift. May you strike it rich next time. Staring at the pitch-black plush toy handed to him, Yamcha saw it as a mocking gesture. He lifted his head with, next time? There won't be a next time. I've seen through these blind boxes. They're simply not meant for me. If I ever open another one, it'll be a dog. With that, Yamcha staggered out of the shop as if he had made a firm resolve. The moment he left, Bulma and Vegeta stepped up to take his place. Handsome Shin, hurry up. The bad luck has been taken away by that unlucky Yamcha. We'll start with 1 king jar, 1 star jar, 1 diamond jar, and 2 gold blind boxes. Just 5 today? Deduct the cost from Vegeta's mountain of gold. Bulma pointed at Vegeta. Vegeta's face darkened. That gold mountain is mine. Why should I pay for you? And I want only king jars. Anything below star rank doesn't suit my status. What did you say? Dare to repeat that. I said the money. Money what? Do you still want to share the bed? Ugh, you wretched woman. Vegeta's expression shifted instantly. Mr. Shin, il take 6 king jars, and then enter the body refining stairway again. Bulma's order will be as she said. Deduct it all from the gold mountain. Hearing this, Bulma lifted her chin triumphantly, as if to say, see, I can still keep you in check. Shin-san smiled and retrieved the corresponding blind boxes and jars, placing them on the counter. Vegeta, opening them like this won't let that gold mountain last long. No matter. They'll find more when it's gone. I can even go to space. There's more gold than I could ever spend. Vegeta shrugged indifferently, then swung his hammer horizontally across the 6 king jars. With 6 resounding cracks, Shin-san's congratulations followed. Congratulations. You've obtained a spatial ring. Congratulations. You've obtained a great wilderness divine palm skill card. Congratulations. You've obtained a bottle of hair straightening cream. Congratulations. You've obtained a lip balm. Congratulations. You've obtained a gale wind demon wolf. Shin-san clapped his hands and continued. Excellent luck. The spatial ring is akin to a capsule, but far more convenient. It contains 50 square meters of space for storage. From now on, you won't need to carry treasures here, you just store them in the ring. A fine item. Vegeta immediately. Mr. Shin, how do I use this spatial ring? Simply wear it on your finger. Shin-san explained. The moment you opened it, the ring bonded with you. Once on your finger, you'll sense the space within. Hearing this, the others looked envious. Vegeta slipped the ring onto his finger. Instantly, he established a connection with it, storing and retrieving the 2 useless items, amusing himself. Witnessing everything Cell was astonished, his belief in the shop's wonders deepening. He could barely resist the urge to open a blind box himself, but decided to observe a little longer. After playing with the ring for a while, Vegeta took the skill card and immediately swallowed it. As a flood of information surged into his mind, he was stunned. He was awestruck by the power of the great wilderness divine palm. Then ecstasy washed over him. At the same time, Bulma finished opening all her blind boxes and jars. The moment she shattered the king jar, brilliance once again graced the world. Scorching divine, the radiance enveloping Bulma from the king's jar exuded a sense of sanctity and inviolability. As the light fully receded into Bulma's body, the crowd was astonished. Behold, at this moment, Bulma's face and hands were covered with streaks of golden mysterious patterns, and her pupils shimmered with a golden gleam. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Ruins Sequence 003, the Seraph Divine Ruins. Shin-san was somewhat surprised, never expecting Bulma to unlock an ability from the God-slaying system. It was often said that the Dragon Ball system overpowered the God-slaying system, but if the abilities of the latter were bestowed upon a Dragon Ball character, it would paint an entirely different picture. One must understand that the deities in God-slaying manipulated laws. With the Seraph Divine Ruins, Bulma now possessed the essence of Seraphim laws. Though it was still weak at present, once she fully comprehended those laws, her combat power would skyrocket. Similar to the 8 Gates, when Might Guy used it, he could only shatter a mountain, but Vegeta was different. Employing the 8 Gates, he could annihilate a world with a single kick. In summary, the system didn't matter, what mattered was the user. Of course, items like devil fruits were exceptions, as no matter how they were developed, they had a limit that could not be surpassed. This was how Shin-san understood it, and the information from the blind box shop confirmed it. With the Seraphim laws, Bulma might one day become a true Seraph. Nearby, Vegeta frowned. The Seraph Divine Ruins, what is that? It doesn't seem to offer much of a boost. The Divine Ruins' value lies not in the early stages. Shin-san waved his hand. Vegeta, with your Dharmakaya, you must also sense that Bulma now emanates a sacred energy fluctuation. The rudiments of laws, the means by which deities operate. Bulma's laws have yet to fully take shape. Once they do, her combat stats will soar. The Seraph Divine Ruins are only one tier below your War God Dharmakaya. Their true function will manifest in the later stages. The means of deities. Vegeta nodded inwardly, then said no more. He picked up the Wind Demon Wolf he had drawn, turned, and headed for the body training heavenly stairway. But at that moment, a new name appeared on the virtual screen above the stairway. Ro. TT. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and the next moment, he saw Sun Wukong blasted out. He approached quickly. Kakarot, you watch. He'll surpass you soon. Without waiting for a reply, Vegeta stepped onto the stairway. Sun Wukong was puzzled, unsure how he had offended Vegeta again. He scratched his head and turned back toward. After clearing one level, the opponents on the next evolve along with me. I have no idea how Shun-san got through dozens of levels in just over a month. He's too strong. I definitely can't clear the second level today. I'll get familiar with myself first. Sun Wukong glanced at the heart training heavenly stairway, but decided against it, entering the shop instead. He immediately spotted Cell leaning against the wall. After looking around, he pulled Son Gohan aside to learn. At that moment, Bulma opened her eyes, a flicker of joy passing through them. Hee, with Black Emperor scouting ahead, the luck of those who follow is indeed better. Not bad at all. Hearing this, Krillin and the others laughed. It was a good thing Yamcha wasn't there, or he'd be crying. After laughing for a while, Bulma pointed at the other items drawn. Handsome Shin, are any of these items useful? Yes. What? Bulma's eyes lit up with anticipation. Shin-san pointed at a white item. A never-leaking bag, perfect for you ladies. Oh, get lost. Bulma rolled her eyes, then packed up the items she had drawn, making way for the next person. Krillin stepped up. Boss Shin, give me 5 silver blind boxes too. Sure. Shin-san turned and placed 5 silver blind boxes on the counter. At that moment, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan spoke simultaneously. Boss Shin, same for me. 5 silver blind boxes times 2. No problem. With a wave of his hand, 15 silver blind boxes floated out from the cabinet. Piccolo, Tien, and Kaiatsu each took 5 to open at the dining table. They opened them quickly, finishing in no time. Then each returned to the counter with their items. Shin-san explained before they could ask. Let's start with Krillin's. All 5 boxes contained everyday item. Krillin, clutching his items, walked out of the shop in disappointment. Shin-san then pointed at Piccolo's item. 4 everyday items. That belt is called the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. A spatial treasure like the space ring Vegeta drew. Wear it around your waist, and it's ready to use. A good deal. Piccolo showed a rare smile. He stored the other items in the belt and stepped aside. Shin-san then pointed at Tien and Kaiatsu's items. Tien, yours are also everyday items. As for Kaiatsu's 5-1 book is rather interesting. Hearing this, Bulma and the others perked up their ears. Shin-san didn't beat around the bush. Kaiatsu drew a mage inheritance. Like the Saitama body training method, Krillin got just follow the book's instructions. Only Kaiatsu can practice it. Thank you, Boss Shun. Thanks, Boss Shun. Tien and Kaiatsu each expressed their gratitude and stepped back. Of those present today, only Sun Wukong's family and Cell had yet to draw. Sun Wukong, having learned from Son Gohan that fighting was prohibited in the shop, kept his eyes on Cell. Cell was undaunted, meeting Sun Wukong's gaze directly. Their stares seemed to spark in midair. What are you going to draw or not? Shin-san rapped the counter. The dull sound fell like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, cleaving through the sparks in the air, forcing both Sun Wukong and Cell to look away. Cell then carried his treasures to the counter. Mr. Shin, what blind boxes or jars can I open with these chests? 1 king jar. In the shop owner, so you understand, right? Shin-san said. Cell nodded. Understood. Earlier, Hercule had explained the prices to him. 1 king jar meant the treasures were worth exactly 100 million. Cell pondered what type of box or jar to open. Finally, he decided to go all in. Mr. Shin, give me 1 king jar. No problem. Shin-san placed a king jar on the counter. Cell took the hammer and struck it lightly. Above the jar, a set of items glinting with cold light materialized. Cell shot Shin-san a questioning look. Above the shattered jar, a fist-sized liquid floated shimmering silver, as if it possessed life, writhing with a fierce aura that was truly extraordinary. Confronted with the unknown object, everyone in the shop was puzzled. Shalu furrowed his brow and asked Mr. Shin, what is that thing that was revealed? That is the flame god armor, a type of armor treasure, but it is not something ordinary people can use. However, since you possess regeneration abilities, you can indeed wear the armor. Once donned, your strength will increase 1,000-fold. Mr. Shin explained. He looked at Shalu with a hint of surprise, not expecting Shalu to unveil such an item, unsure whether to call it good luck or bad. The enhancement provided by the armor is substantial, but its usage conditions are also quite stringent. If the user's body isn't strong enough, the armor could tear them apart. However, Shalu possesses regenerative abilities, meaning he can quickly revive as long as his core remains intact. Though he won't die from using the armor, the pain is indeed real. Upon hearing Mr. Shin's words, everyone else in the shop was immediately taken aback. 1,000-fold. If Shalu's strength were to increase 1,000-fold, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, the thoughts of those in the shop were myriad. Mr. Shin remained indifferent. Sun Wukong's fighting spirit erupted. Piccolo and his group were astonished. Shalu's heart leaped with joy. Mr. Shin, how do I use this armor? Once the armor is revealed, it is yours. With your mind, the armor will automatically attach itself to you. Understood. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Shin. With a thought, the silver liquid instantly adhered to his chest, and then spread around his body, accompanied by a surge in power. 1-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. A fierce aura radiated outward, causing Piccolo and his weaker companions to retreat continuously. Sun Wukong, however, felt little effect. He sensed that even with the armor, Shalu's strength was still not as formidable as his current Super Saiyan form. Within the armor, Shalu clenched his teeth tightly. While the armor granted him unparalleled strength, the constant tearing sensation was also quite unbearable. Nonetheless, with his regenerative ability, the degree of tearing was within his tolerance. Once he fully adapted to the armor, Shalu silently examined his body. His entire body was completely covered by the silver armor, yet he experienced no hindrance in movement, as if the armor were truly a part of him. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than just hearing about it. Knowing that Mr. Shin could casually give away such treasures made Shalu realize he should not provoke him, and his tone turned respectful. It's merely a fair trade. Feel free to come again next time. Mr. Shin waved his hand. Seeing this, Shalu nodded and turned to leave, noticing that no 18 and no 17 were still staring. Just as he was about to say something, Mr. Shin's voice preemptively rang out. No 18 and no 17 are now employees of the shop. If you wish to do anything, I hope you are mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, Shalu's heart raced, but he did not say anything further and immediately took off into the sky. He flew to a desolate area before stopping, crossing his arms as he awaited something. Before long, Sun Wukong instantly appeared before Shalu. What's up? Why aren't you dodging this time? Is there still a need to dodge? I feel unprecedentedly powerful now. Shalu gazed calmly at Sun Wukong. The armor not only brought him strength, but also instilled within him immense confidence, and moreover it granted him exponentially increased defense. In short, Shalu no longer wished to be the underdog. A golden aura shot into the sky. A towering 100-meter-tall ape manifestation loomed behind Sun Wukong. Looking at Sun Wukong at this moment, Shalu's expression suddenly changed, turning rather grim. He sensed that Sun Wukong was now significantly stronger than him. If the original you had hidden away, I would find it nearly impossible to locate you, but with the armor your immense aura shines like a beacon. Shalu, this time, you cannot escape. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong, don't forget this planet. If we unleash our full power now, we could shatter it in an instant. Shalu's expression turned frenzied. And I've learned your instant transmission. Do you think you can kill me in an instant? What if I can't? At worst, I can drag the whole planet's population down to hell with me. At this point, Sun Wukong's expression shifted. Seeing this, Shalu relaxed his tone and continued, the existence of the blind box shop has made you all less significant. This planet is like an ant to me, failing to pique my interest in the slightest. Why not settle things peacefully? Mr. Shin's shop is located on this planet, and I want to destroy it. As for becoming stronger, you want it, and I want it too. But if you insist on creating a situation where we both perish, don't blame me for dragging all of humanity down to hell with me. What do you think? Sunlight bathed Shalu, the silver armor shimmering coldly in the light, complementing Shalu's chilling tone. Sun Wukong's expression changed repeatedly before he ultimately reverted from his Super Saiyan form. He refrained from attacking for two reasons. One was Shalu's threat, but that wasn't the main concern. With the Dragon Balls in existence, even if Shalu destroyed the planet, he could still go to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls to make a wish. The second, and more importantly, as a martial arts enthusiast, he was eager to see Shalu's strength improve further so they could have a fair match. Shalu, I hope you remember your words. If you kill again, I won't hesitate to ensure you and the planet perish together. Don't forget the existence of the Dragon Balls. Shala's cold sweat instantly poured down. He truly hadn't considered the Dragon Balls in this context. Since you thought of the Dragon Balls, why not let me go? The existence of the blind box shop has allowed our powers to skyrocket, making it increasingly difficult to find corresponding opponents. In this endless martial path, don't you think it would be quite dull without a worthy opponent? Sun Wukong, Shala, you are still not strong enough, though I look forward to the day we can battle fairly. And remember what you just said, don't stir up trouble on this planet. Whoosh, Sun Wukong vanished with an instant transmission. Shala stood stunned in place. Is having a target to chase after necessary on the martial path? He aimed to defeat Sun Wukong. The blind box shop. Noticing Sun Wukong's return, the others immediately surrounded him. At that moment, Sun Wukong's son Sun Gohan was opening a blind box. He revealed a bizarre and strange— What is this? Sun Gohan stared at the object before him, utterly bewildered. It was entirely black, covered in barbs with streams of light flowing across its surface. Congratulations, you've obtained a mass of nanoliquid. It's a suit of armor, but it can't compare to the one Cell drew. It's essentially useless to you. Its only function is to look good when worn. Shun Sen had already reached the tea table sipping tea. Today many items had been drawn. Vegeta's group had struck it rich, and he had made a killing himself. His mood was exceptionally fine. Hearing this, Sun Gohan recalled what Shun San had said to Cell. With a thought, the strange black object before him instantly adhered to his chest. In an instant, the nanomaterial split into billions of particles, rapidly forming a blackened suit of armor that looked highly futuristic. It doesn't seem to enhance my power at all. Sun Gohan clenched his fist. With another thought, the armor transformed into a wristwatch on his right hand in just a few seconds. It doesn't enhance power, but the armor has an intelligence system that can assist you in learning. Shinsen took a sip of tea, then stood up and returned to the front counter. Apart from the armor, the other items you drew are useless. Now only Son Goku and Shishi haven't drawn. Who goes first, or will you draw together? He'll go first. Goku doesn't have time right now. Shishi glanced at Son Goku, who was surrounded by Piccolo and the others, then stepped forward. Even though it's your first time, I won't explain much. You've watched long enough to know how it works. I know. No need. Shishi nodded. Having watched for so long and heard Gohan's explanation earlier, she was no stranger to opening blind boxes. Shishi then reached out and placed her hand on the box's ribbon. It was impossible not to be excited. After seeing so many people draw treasures, she wanted some too. Even if she couldn't use them herself, she could sell them to supplement the household income. Shishi took a deep breath and quickly untied the ribbon. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 ton of study materials. With a thud, a mountain of study materials piled up beside the counter. Seeing this, Shishi's eyes lit up. Excellent. With so many study materials, Gohan's grades are sure to improve. Piccolo quickly used that. What was it? 24 bridges of yours to store these study materials for me. This? Beside her son, Gohan could only force a bitter smile. He knew the days ahead would be tough. If he didn't finish that ton of materials, even his sleep time might be cut in half. Piccolo didn't refuse and stepped forward to store all the study materials into his spatial artifact. Seeing this, Shishi grabbed another bronze blind box and quickly opened it. Congratulations, you've obtained 10 tons of university materials. Shishi was overjoyed. Son Gohan was horrified. At that moment, he felt the blind box's sheer malice towards him. 10 tons. Just kill me now. Son Gohan wanted to cry. Shishi threw herself onto the pile of materials, her heart blooming with joy. Wonderful. Blind boxes are truly marvelous. Gohan hasn't even started high school yet, but there's no harm in him previewing university textbooks. After studying these 10 tons of materials, he'll definitely be able to get into graduate school, or something. No matter, he'll have Goku pack them up and take them back with instant transmission. Shishi got up from the materials. Gohan, remember, you must study hard. Mom, you. Son Gohan opened his mouth, noticing the hopeful expression in his mother's eyes. He sighed inwardly, then nodded reluctantly. Okay, Mom. Will make sure you do. Shishi was very satisfied. She quickly grabbed another blind box. We have the study materials, but we still need some blank notebooks and pens for Gohan. I'm not asking for much, just come out. Now. Shinsen couldn't help but laugh. Congratulations, you've obtained a station. A miniature house floated above the blind box. Through its windows, rows of neatly arranged cabinets could be seen filled with various school supplies. This stationery store is also a spatial item. See that black button on the roof? Just press the button, toss the store onto an empty space about 200 square meters in size, and it will expand. Inside there's a whole house full of school supplies. It's very comprehensive. Pens, paper bags, everything you need. Thud. Hearing this, Son Gohan lost his footing and fell flat on the ground. Bulma silently helped him up, looking at the ecstatic Chi-Chi, and whispered, "Gohan, take care. Aunt Bulma, is there any light left in my life?" Son Gohan stared blankly. "There is. Studying is your only light from now on. Aunt Bulma, can you at least stop smiling when you say that? Don't overthink it, dear. I was just thinking of something happy. My cat gave birth to 10 kittens yesterday. I feel like you're laughing at me." "No, how could I laugh at you? My cat had kittens and my dog had puppies too. It's a joyous occasion, that's why I'm laughing. It's definitely not because of you. But I feel like you are laughing at me." Fine, I am laughing at you." Bulma couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Son Gohan shed tears of sorrow. Tien Shinhan also gave Gohan a look that said, "Take care. Poor kid, having to bear such pressure at such a young age. May the gods have mercy on you." "Gohan, what are you standing there for?" Shishi gleefully took the stationery store, then pointed at the university materials piled up across half the hall. "Don't just stand there daydreaming. Go stack those materials neatly so we can take them back to Mount Paozu." "Mom, all that studying will kill me." "No, it won't. I have it all planned out. Study for 4 hours in the morning, rest for half an hour at noon, you study for another 4.5 hours in the afternoon, eat from 5 to 6, and study for another 6 hours in the evening. 7 hours of sleep a day is enough. With this routine, by the time of the college entrance exam, you're sure to get into a good university." Shishi didn't even notice Son Gohan's expression, which was on the verge of tears. She was completely immersed in her own joyful world. After a moment, she snapped out of it, saw Gohan already packing up, nodded in satisfaction again, and picked up the remaining blind boxes. "We have study materials and stationery. Is there anything else we're missing?" "Oh well, the more the merrier. I won't complain about having too much material. Come out. Now. Congratulations. You've won a high school study machine. Awesome." Chi-Chi leaped with joy, bouncing 3 feet high. "Malice. Pure malice. I hate blind boxes." Son Gohan poked his head out from a pile of documents, 2 streams of sorrowful tears trickling from the corners of his eyes. "Clap, clap, clap." Shin-sen clapped his hands. "I'm glad the customer is satisfied. Now that you've opened yours, there's one left. Son Goku, will you open it today?" Yes, I'm coming." Son Goku pushed aside Krillin and the others, then hurried forward. "Shin-san, after I open the blind boxes, will you spar with me? Just once, I beg you." "No." Shin-san refused without hesitation. Although Son Goku's strength was formidable, Shun-san, having traversed countless layers of heart and body tempering, had grown far more powerful than he was a month ago. To him, Son Goku was now no more than a slightly larger ant, utterly incapable of arousing the slightest desire for combat. In a word, Son Goku and Vegeta's group were now on entirely different dimensions. Moreover, Shin-san didn't consider himself a battle maniac. His sole desire was to guard his blind box shop and live a peaceful, invincible, and comfortable life. "If you want to fight, I can have General play with you." Shin-san pointed to General, standing ramrod straight at his side. Son Goku scratched his head. "But he doesn't have a single trace of ki. What's there to fight?" "Heh. Shin, alright, if you can defeat General, this shopkeeper will play with you. If you can't, don't bring it up again. Deal." Son Goku clapped his hands, then excitedly continued. "Quickly, I'll open 5 bronze blind boxes, just like Chi-Chi." "Fine, take these." Shin-san produced the blind boxes. Without even looking, Son Goku opened them all in an instant. "Congratulations. You've won a magical chess set. Congratulations. You've won a solar-powered flashlight. Congratulations. You've won a pair of lava gauntlets. Congratulations. You've won a town portal scroll. Congratulations. You've won 500,000 in cash." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing the items Son Goku had drawn, everyone crowded around. For 3 of them shimmered with flowing light. Shin-sen nodded to himself. As expected of the protagonist of the Dragon Ball dimension, his luck was truly remarkable. Shin-san cleared his throat twice, then pointed at the flashlight, and explained, "The solar-powered flashlight only lights up when there's sunlight." Hearing this, Bulma was taken aback. "What if there's no sun? It will never light up." Thump. Except for the oblivious Son Goku, everyone else collapsed upon hearing this. Bulma propped herself up on the counter, a wry smile twisting her lips. "Big boss Shin, handsome Shun, which genius invented this solar-powered flashlight?" "Heh, it was invented by a genius named Da Vinci. He's a true prodigy. Compared to Da Vinci, you're far." Shun-sen shrugged, ignoring Bulma's expression, and pointed to the next item. The town portal scroll. When unrolled, it comes in a pair. For instance, leave one at the shop and take the other home. Tear the one you're holding, and you'll instantly arrive at the shop. It's a one-time spatial treasure with no distance limit. That means even at the edge of the universe, as long as you have the town portal scroll, you can instantly return to where the other scroll is placed. A fine item. It could be considered a treasure. Hearing the explanation, everyone nodded. Chi-Chi promptly took the scroll into her own hands. She planned to keep the scroll for Gohan to use for school in the future. Seeing this, Shin-san pointed to the last item, the lava gauntlets. Enchanted treasures. The gauntlets themselves possess a fire attribute and can increase the wearer's strength by 30%. They can also be considered treasures. Swoosh. This time Son Goku instantly snatched the dark red gauntlets and put them on. The moment he donned them, he felt his own power surge. He could also sense that the gauntlets not only had a fire attribute, but also came with 2 innate skills. He looked up at Shin-san with a questioning gaze. Shin-san smiled. The 2 innate skills, one is single target, the other is area effect. The single target is lava strike and the area effect is magma meteor. Neither skill is of much use to you, which is why I didn't explain them earlier. The fire attribute isn't particularly useful to you either. The most valuable aspect is the 30% strength enhancement. Hearing this, Son Goku nodded thoughtfully. Then he took off the lava gauntlets and handed them to Piccolo. I don't need this thing. You can have it. Since the gold mine was originally found by Piccolo, he didn't stand on ceremony and took them. Chi-Chi didn't say much either. As long as she had the study materials, items that enhanced combat strength were mere clouds to her. Next, there was only one item left. Shin-san stroked his chin, squinting. This magical chess set is quite useful. Follow me outside. Shin-san picked up the chess set and walked out of the shop. The others, filled with curiosity, quickly followed. Once everyone was outside, Shin-san pointed at the chess set. In an instant, the chess set flew into the sky, dissolving into nothingness. The next moment, everyone was stunned. The once clear, boundless sky darkened, and a spectral chessboard vast enough to encompass the entire universe unfurled in the void. The board was devoid of any pieces, every square was completely empty. The magical chess set. Each empty square is a coordinate, Shin-san explained. The user can instantly teleport to any empty square on the board at will. Furthermore, if the user faces an opponent on the board, the user becomes the sovereign. The user can use the board's rules to weaken the enemy's strength by 10% and can also swap positions with the enemy. Additionally, the user can instantly transport the enemy to any empty square on the board at any time. Of course, if the enemy is far too powerful for the user, this advantage is lost. Son Goku, if you use the chessboard, it will become ineffective against an opponent whose combat power exceeds a quadrillion. As they listened and watched, Piccolo and the others were astounded. They weren't foolish. According to Shin-san's explanation, as long as the enemy's combat power didn't exceed a quadrillion, even if Son Goku faced a stronger foe, by using the magical chessboard, he would have a chance to turn the tables. Even if he couldn't win, the board's ability for unrestricted teleportation would render him invincible. If Shin-san knew what they were thinking, he would surely laugh. In the Dragon Ball dimension, teleportation wasn't an unbeatable ability. To someone like Jiren, teleportation was a joke. Jiren alone could crush teleportation with sheer speed. Shin-san reached into the void and grasped, and the spectral chessboard instantly reverted to its original form. He handed the chess set to Son Goku. That's its function. It's a divine artifact. Congratulations. Thanks. Son Goku handed the chess set to Son Gohan, then said fervently, the blind boxes are opened. General, let's go outside and fight. No, I will never lose. As the Prince of the Scions, how could I be defeated by a lowly warrior? If Kakarot can surpass himself, so can this prince. At this moment, Vegeta, battered and bruised, looked ahead at the heavenly ladder, recalling that Son Goku had already passed the first level. His indomitable will magnified infinitely in his mind. In the next moment, Vegeta let out a furious roar to the heavens. Give me. Break. Huh. With the roar came an unyielding thought. At that moment, Vegeta's aura surged once more. A golden flame shot into the sky, thunder crackling around him as the divine warrior figure behind him roared in response to his howl, and all the debris in the arena was swept into nothingness by the violent gust. After a moment, Vegeta stopped his roar, lowering his gaze slightly. He then teleported to the void above. You have successfully pleased this prince. The next move is the last bit of dignity I can grant you. Goodbye, opponent of the first level of the heavenly ladder. Vegeta looked down at the heavenly ladder version of himself on the stage, a flash of respect in his eyes. He then raised his hand and pressed down forcefully. Great Wild God's palm. Go. In an instant, the wind howled and clouds surged as a massive white energy hand, seemingly capable of covering the entire arena, manifested above the stage beneath Vegeta. Wherever the giant hand passed, the space trembled and the atmosphere roared. Meanwhile, the heavenly ladder version of Vegeta on the stage also struck upwards. A perfectly identical white giant hand rose from below, striking upwards against the rapidly descending giant hand. It seemed that in less than a second, the two giant hands met in midair. In an instant, a tremendous sound echoed as space was shattered, and the residual force from the collision of the giant hands caused the entire void to shake violently. Vegeta stood in the sky, his expression calm. Break. With a light utterance, the Great Wild God's palm he struck out instantly shattered the heavenly ladder. Vegeta's Great Wild God's palm, continuing its momentum as it slammed down onto the arena. At that moment, the voice of Shao Linger rang out at just the right time. Congratulations, Vegeta, for passing the first level of the heavenly ladder. Do you wish to participate in the second level? Participate. Without a moment's thought, Vegeta was ready to continue the challenge. However, having already been battered in the first level, he was already injured even if the opponent in the second level was of a similar strength to him. However, the injuries were evident. Vegeta could barely hold on for a minute before being blasted out of the heavenly ladder. Kakarot, just wait. This prince will heal and definitely surpass the second level, thereby outdoing you. Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground, looking at the heavenly ladder. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to continue challenging it. He turned and walked towards the shop, completely unconcerned about the blood flowing from his body. Why is no one here? Where are they? Vegeta asked as he looked at No. 17, who was lying on a rocking chair holding a Pikachu. Upon hearing this, No. 17 slowly opened his eyes. Son Goku is having a match with the general. You can sense their energy and follow it. Vegeta nodded slightly, then sensed the energy of Son Goku and his group. He turned and took a step forward, instantly appearing in a desolate area. Here Son Goku and the general were engaged in an intense battle. No, it should be said it was a difficult battle, with Son Goku being the one at a disadvantage. At first, Son Goku thought he could easily defeat the general and then take on Shin-san. But once the battle began, he realized just how wrong he was. Son Goku could sense that his strength matched the general's perfectly. However, in terms of battle experience and techniques, the general was leagues ahead. This completely ignited his fury. Good job, that's a reward. Nearby, a viewing platform hovered in midair, created by Shun-san using his creation rules. At that moment, everyone sat on the platform with peanuts and melon seeds in front of each person. Shun-san sat at the front, resting his hands on the railing of the viewing platform. Whenever he saw an exciting scene, he would clap twice. Beside him, No. 18, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, held a fruit platter and sat to Shun-san's left, ready to serve delicious fruits the moment he opened his mouth. This scene made Kuririn feel like 1,000 arrows were piercing his heart. Suddenly, when Shun-san saw the general getting hit with a punch, he shouted loudly, "General, didn't you say before that in a fight you shouldn't be so stiff? Kick him below. Steal the peach. Dragon claw hand. Yes, that's right, kick him in the groin, poke his eyes, and then do a 1,000-year kill." Exactly. The group sitting behind heard Shun-san's words and felt a wave of shame. They came to a clearer realization of Shun-san's character, finding him originally easygoing, now also cunning. They secretly vowed never to engage in a fight with Shun-san again. Dying didn't matter to them, but they feared that after the battle their private parts would be shattered. Just thinking about it was terrifying. "I'll boss here." No. 18 offered a grape at that time. Shun-san opened his mouth and ate it. Kuririn was struck down again and again. Goddess. This was the goddess in his heart. Oh, why was she not sitting next to him? No. This question is so difficult to answer. Kuririn was in tears. At that moment, Vegeta also walked up and stood to the right of Shin-san. "Mr. Shin, who will win between Kakarot and the general? Unless Son Goku can outperform the general in techniques, he will undoubtedly lose." Shun-san replied to Vegeta without turning his head, then continued to shout. "Be careful behind you, general, quickly come," with a 180-degree sweep. "Go Goku go." Shishi couldn't take it anymore, stood up, and walked to Shin-san's side, balancing on one foot on the railing, shouting loudly to cheer for Son Goku. Seeing this, Shin-san was equally unwilling to lose. Wasn't it just a competition of who could shout louder? In this regard, he would not lose to anyone. He then also balanced on one foot on the railing, cupping his hands to his mouth, and shouted, "Go general, defeat Son Goku, and tonight you will get extra chicken legs, and then he'll find you a wife. If you defeat the general tonight, I will give you an extra 100 chicken legs. I will add 2,000. I will add 3,000. I will add 10,000. Forget it, Goku, you should just concede, my bets aren't enough." Shishi instantly conceded. Shin-san raised his head in triumph, then sat down again. "No. 18, I am very happy now, come and massage my shoulders." "Okay, boss." No. 18, grinning, came to Shin-san's back and gently kneaded his shoulders. Kuririn suffered another wave of devastation. His life had turned dark at that moment. On the destruction god star, a scepter floated in the air above a lakeside clearing, projecting a virtual screen that displayed the battle scene between Sun Wukong and the general. Ever since Shun-san first exhibited his power, Weiss had taken an interest in that azure planet, and he had been watching since the duel began. Interesting. To think he could elevate himself to such a level in such a short time. However, what is that giant ape behind the blonde? He actually possesses the aura of a law. A mere mortal can master such skills, but it's incredible. Weiss observed the scene projected by the scepter, his expression shifting continuously. To him, both Sun Wukong and the general were not particularly noteworthy. However, the law manifestation behind Sun Wukong compelled him to take it seriously. There are a few others whose auras are also extraordinary, especially. Weiss focused his gaze on Shun-san. He realized he seemed to struggle to comprehend Shun-san, the aura that had reached the destruction god star. Moreover, he could not discern any signs of Shun since stepping into the divine realm. Everything about it felt unusual to Weiss. Then Weiss stood up and took the angel scepter in hand. He wanted to head over to see what was happening, but upon glancing at Beerus' chamber, he sat back down. Forget it, it's ultimately good for the 7th universe if its people grow stronger. I'll decide once Lord Beerus. After saying this, Weiss turned his attention away from the battlefield, and instead began to prepare what he considered. Before long, several dark dishes materialized in Weiss' hands, filling the air with strange aromas, while he indulged in them with great enjoyment. The duel between Sun Wukong and the general not only drew Weiss' attention, but also caught the eye of the Kaioshin, who was watching Sun Wukong's current transformation. His round body trembled incessantly, and beads of sweat the size of pearls covered his forehead. Nearby, a gorilla and several odd creatures huddled together, feeling the residual waves of the battle reach the Kaioshin realm. They were too scared to make a sound. In the sea of the Azure planet, Cell also halted his treasure hunt. He flew above the surface, gazing intently towards the battlefield, his brow deeply furrowed. Sun Wukong's aura is extraordinarily powerful now, and it seems Vegeta has also leveled up a bit if the others have made some progress as well. At this rate, even if Sun Wukong doesn't wish to kill me for now, the others will inevitably harbor thoughts of eliminating me. Especially Vegeta. If he recklessly seeks to kill me, I will have no chance of winning whatsoever. The only way to break this deadlock is through the blind box store. I must obtain enough items to counter the crisis. After muttering to himself, Cell turned his gaze away from the battlefield and dove back into the sea, resuming his. Around the battlefield, all the small hills had been obliterated into dust due to the residual waves of the battle, and the land within several miles had turned into a plain crisscrossed with enormous fissures. High above, Sun Wukong and the general faced each other, their conditions vastly different. Sun Wukong was already panting heavily, his eyes surrounded by dark circles. He covered his lower body with his left hand and protected his upper body with his right, his complexion as dark as charcoal. In contrast, the general, aside from gasping a few times, bore no injuries whatsoever. He glanced up at the sun in the center of the sky, then lowered his gaze slightly. It is now noon. It's time for the general to return for lunch. This battle is also reaching its conclusion. The general suddenly launched a punch, sending an air shockwave directly towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged with a swift movement. However, the general closed the distance in that instant, his black and white body leaving afterimages in the air. He predicted Sun Wukong's dodging path and landed a punch on Sun Wukong's abdomen. Your aura is already waning rapidly, though losing is merely a matter of time. The general carried the unconscious Sun Wukong back to the viewing platform, tossing him to the ground, and then flashing a smile at Shun San as though seeking praise. General, I have successfully completed the task you assigned. Well done, General. I'll treat you to extra food when we get back. Shun San stood up, patted the general's shoulder, then turned to address everyone. Everyone will head back to the shop now. After finishing his words, he grabbed the general's shoulder with one hand and Android 18's shoulder with the other, stepping forward and vanishing in an instant. At this moment, Krillin and the others were hurriedly feeding Sun Wukong some senza beans. Sun Wukong gradually regained consciousness and recalled the scene of his battle with the general. His face darkened again. Really, that was not a duel with the general, it was either a kick to the groin or an eye poke. This battle was truly unsatisfactory. Trash, you can't even defeat a black and white creature. Kakarot has your strength sunk to the level of a dog. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. Next time you'll see how I handle the general. Bulma, let's go. After mocking Sun Wukong, Vegeta reached out to grab Bulma and disappeared instantly. We're leaving too, see you tomorrow, Sun Wukong. Tien Shinhan called out as he flew upwards with Chaozu. Following him, Krillin left with a wounded heart. Soon only Sun Wukong's family remained at the viewing platform. Wukong, Gohan's study materials are still in the shop. Hurry back and get them. Shishi reminded him. Gohan's face darkened even more than Sun Wukong's. He had initially hoped his mom would forget, but it seemed he was overthinking it. Sun Wukong did not refuse. He took Gohan with him to the shop. After leaving a note about Shun San needing to take action next time, he picked up 10 tons of learning qualifications and departed. At this moment, Shun San was setting up a barbecue grill in the clearing with the general and Android 18. Once it was ready, he turned to shout at Android 17, who was still lying in a rocking chair. Don't just lie there aren't many ingredients left in the shop. Hurry up and bring back some meat. Got it? Just, what money? Can't you go catch something from the sea? Why else would I spend over 3,000 to bring you back? Seeing this, Shun San was very satisfied. He and the general placed the large fish on the grill, and as it roasted over the fire, a fragrant aroma quickly wafted through the air, attracting a multitude of animals from the forest. They bounded out of the forest and lay down beside the barbecue grill, drooling. Nightfall quietly arrived during the general's victory feast. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the sky and a light drizzle fell from the clouds. The sounds of insects and birds echoed across the prairie as a circle of small animals gathered at the shop's entrance to seek shelter from the rain. Inside the shop, Shin San sat at the front desk, excitedly gazing at the 6 king jars placed before him. I have to say, Vegeta really delivered today by opening 6 king jars at once. I wonder what I can get him. Really looking forward to it. At the front counter of the blind box shop, number 18 leaned on the counter, her cheeks resting on her palms, her pupils like a pool of spring water. Boss, since you own this shop, why are you playing with the jars? Brother Shin, am I not as attractive as the jars? Why won't you look at me? Handsome Shin, I'm talking to you, can't you even reply? Big boss Shin, don't you think this black fitted outfit I'm wearing looks good? Number 18 kept chattering away. She didn't care if Shin-san replied or not, her upper body gradually leaning forward. With this movement, something seemed about to burst forth. Shin-san, look up please, get lost. This shopkeeper has no interest in humans. Don't disturb me while I'm playing with the jars. Shin-san didn't even lift his head. Day in and day out all you do is mess around with these borderline things. Don't you know they want past censorship? And what are you wearing? All black like a crow. And another thing, do you know how annoying you are? If you keep blabbering, he'll pick you up and throw you out, believe it or not. See those buddies at the front door? Instead of wasting time preening here, you'd be better off using that time to scoop some litter. You big blockhead. Am I really that unattractive? You'd rather stare at jars and animals than at me, a beautiful woman. Are you even a man? Hearing this, Shun-sen finally looked up. Forget it. Jars can give me loot and animals can be raised for food. What can you do? Women just spend my money, take up my bed, and eat my food. Most importantly, after doing the deed, I lose a few. Now tell me which is better, the jars, the animals, or you? That's twisted logic. We women can bear children to carry on your family line. Number 18 said. Shin-san replied, forget about carrying on the family line again. If the offspring turns out to be a useless brat, I'd rather not bother with women. And like I said before, this shopkeeper has no interest in you. Can't you just be content as the litter scooper? Number 18 took a deep breath. Don't get angry. Getting angry means losing. She comforted herself like that, then continued. I'm only getting more interested in you. I won't give up. After saying this, number 18 swayed her body and walked upstairs. At that moment, number 17 emerged from the restroom. He paused by the front counter, shook his head, and followed her upstairs without a word. Seeing this, Shin-san muttered to himself, these two must have something wrong with them. 80. He stopped focusing on number 18 and the other and smashed one of the king jars into pieces with a single hammer blow. In an instant, a blinding light radiated from the jar. When it faded, a sword stood atop the fragments. Congratulations to me for obtaining the Juetian sword, one of the 4 swords of Juxian. Shin-san was overjoyed. Getting a top-tier item on the first try. Looks like luck is on my side tonight. According to the blind box shop's inherited knowledge, the 4 swords of Juxian are a collectible set. If I open all 4, I'll get the application secrets of the Juxian sword formation. But even with just the Juetian sword, if I can also get a sword technique, I can unleash part of its power. Not bad, really not bad. Shin-san suppressed his joy, put away the Juetian sword, and raised the hammer again. 80. Congratulations to me for obtaining 1 ton of steel. That's normal. The first one gave a divine item, so the second one not giving anything is expected. This second jar is just a setup, the third one is sure to deliver. Shin-san nodded, then raised the hammer once more. 80. Clang. Shin-san was so startled by the surprise that he jumped up, knocking over his chair in the process. Haha, I got exactly what I wished for. The 9 swords of solitude. Though it's just a martial art, it depends on who wields it. With my current strength and the Juetian sword, my power will skyrocket. A gray card floated above the fragments with dozens of flowing lights dancing across its surface. On the front of the card were 4 golden characters, 9 swords of solitude. Shin-san consumed the card, and a flood of information surged into his mind. In that moment, his mastery of the 9 swords of solitude surpassed even its creator. Not bad, it fulfills a childhood dream of the martial world. 2 of the 3 king jars are done, 3 remain. I hope they all deliver. Now I have the sword technique, a divine weapon, Dharma manifestations laws, and the infinite steps footwork. I think he'll go for a fist technique next. Shun-sen slowly raised the hammer, then roared, "Wish, give me a badass fist technique." 80. Bang! What the hell is this? It's powerful, but I have no use for it. Shun-sen stared at a transparent heart floating in midair. He knew what the angel heart could do, but it was only useful for angels, and he wasn't one. Disgusted, Shin-san put the angel heart away and aimed at another jar. In the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest sensed a hand of law reaching into his bedchamber. He instantly returned to find an angel heart missing, and shockwaves surged within him. What was that hand of law? It snatched an angel heart right under my nose. An anomaly of variable, good or bad, I cannot tell. At that moment, the Grand Priest's eyes transformed into a super surveillance device, scanning all universes and all branching timelines. Yet no matter how he searched, he couldn't find who had visited his chamber. I can't see through it, can't trace it. As if that law didn't belong to this universe. Could it be the demon realm? The Grand Priest frowned. Impossible. If the demon realm had such power, they would have attacked long ago. But I can't rule out the demon realm playing some scheme. Nor can I rule out an existence beyond the planes. Neither would be easy to deal with. But why would an entity that can manipulate laws want an angel heart? No matter how hard he thought the Grand Priest couldn't figure it out. Unable to trace it, he had to let it go for now. Back at the blind box shop, Shin-san had no idea the angel heart was taken directly from the Grand Priest. He stared at the last 2 king jars, his heart racing abnormally. Then he took a deep breath and swept his gaze across them. Wish a top-tier leg technique. For this shopkeeper. Come forth. Clang. The next moment Shin-san saw the item had opened and jumped up in joy again. Holy crap. I can't believe I got this thing. Above the shards of the jar, a wisp of purple gas floated in the air. Shin-san's jaw dropped. To think it's the primordial purple chi. This is absolutely incredible. The primordial purple chi of the 50 manifestations of the Tao Fortinine form the path leaving but one. Shin-san fully understood the power of the primordial purple chi. Though the Dragon Ball realm had no concept of sainthood, merging with this wisp of purple chi would grant him another tremendous surge in power. However, fusing with the primordial purple chi would require considerable time. According to the information from the blind box shop, it would take at least 7 years for Shun-san to fully integrate it. Time was the one thing Shun-san had in abundance. He reached out and drew the primordial purple chi into his body, needing to do nothing more. The purple chi would merge with him automatically, boosting his combat power with every passing moment. My luck tonight is truly off the charts. First the absolute immortal sword, then the solitary 9 swords, and now a genuine supreme divine object, the primordial purple chi. My fortune is simply explosive. My luck tonight is truly off the charts. First the absolute immortal sword, then the solitary 9 swords, and now a genuine supreme divine object. Not bad. The jars still love me. The last 2 jars, one gave me the primordial purple chi, the other the wind god's leg. My wish came true. Now with mastery over fist techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, and footwork, my combat power may not have changed much numerically, but my actual battle strength has risen by a significant margin. It's still early. Let me enter the heart-tempering heavenly ladder once more and see if I can comprehend the steel inscription on the 119th floor. Shun-san walked around the front counter and headed toward the heavenly ladder. For over a month, whenever he had time, he would challenge both the body tempering and heart tempering trials. The body tempering trial was more difficult. He had only cleared a few dozen floors. As for the heart tempering trial, after passing the first floor, nothing in his heart could obstruct him anymore. He cleared the first 50 floors in just 2 days. Starting from the 51st floor, the trial no longer tested him with the harsh experiences of his past. Instead, it became a process of comprehending steel inscriptions. Each floor had a stele, and the carvings on each were different. The stele on the 51st floor bore a sword scar. After comprehending it, Shun-san gained a trace of sword intent. The stele on the 52nd floor depicted a landscape painting. After comprehending it, his dharma aspect strengthened by a fraction. The steles above were all unique. Shun-san pressed on until the 119th floor, and the enhancements he gained from the inscriptions were undoubtedly immense. The moment he stepped onto the heavenly ladder, Shun-san was teleported directly to the 119th floor. The stele here depicted a vast, boundless prairie exuding a sense of endless vitality. The stele towered 1,000 meters high. Shun-san sat cross-legged before it, fixing his gaze upon the inscription, and instantly entered a state of deep meditation. In that moment, he seemed to step into the stele itself, seated at the heart of the prairie. In the blink of an eye, it felt as though he had lived through countless ages, witnessing the prairie cycles of rise and fall, its endless vitality. Time flowed on. Shun-san remained immersed in the stele, unaware of how many eons had passed. Suddenly a spark of enlightenment struck him, and he slowly raised his right hand. Where his palm had been empty, there now appeared a mass of pure green, a vibrant ball of life energy. This stele represents the lower law of creation, life. Now that I have comprehended it, there is no need to remain within the stele any longer. Break. For me, it was as if a string in the air had snapped, emitting a soft, clear chime. Shun-san was instantly back before the stele, looking up at its 1,000-meter height with a smile on his face. He then stood up, stretched lazily, and spoke into the air. Little Lung, send me to the 120th floor. A cool, clear voice answered from the void. The scene shifted, and in the next second, Shun-san stood before another stele. It was also 1,000 meters tall, but its content was different. The previous floor had a prairie. This one depicted raging, roaring waves that seemed ready to devour everything. Shun-san sat cross-legged, and the moment his mind entered the stele, it was as if he were a lone boat adrift amidst colossal waves, at any moment about to be swallowed by the abyss. Within those waves, after merely a few seconds, he was blasted back into reality. Cough, cough, cough. Back in reality, Shun-san turned to the side, supporting himself with one hand on the ground as he dry heaved uncontrollably. What in the world was that? There was no warmth or touch of water. Being inside felt like being crushed by several planets, so heavy I could barely breathe. Shun-san wiped his mouth, slowly rose to his feet, gazed at the 1,000-meter stele, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. Haste makes waste. Comprehending a stele relies on insight. You can't rush it. Besides, I spent a lot of time on the previous floor. It's almost 7 now. Let me settle down for a few days before coming back. Little Lung, send me out first. In an instant, Shin San felt his vision blur, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back at the entrance of the heavenly ladder. He raised a hand to greet the guardian beast, then walked back toward his shop. At that moment, the sun had just peeked over the horizon, its rays turning into a myriad of light beams that cast long shadows from the 100 myrtle trees. As a wisp of cooking smoke rose from the prairie, 2 sleepy heads poked out from the second floor of the blind box shop. It was No. 18 and his companion. No. 18 rubbed his eyes and called out weakly, "Boss, why are you making breakfast so early today? You two lazybones. If I waited for you to cook, I'd have starved to death long ago. Get down here and help, or you'll dock your pay and you'll go hungry." On the grass in front of the blind box shop, a large pot had been set up, and Shun Sen stood beside it, constantly adding seasonings into the broth. He looked up at No. 18 and the other with the expression of a heartless boss. Hearing this, the two of them leaped down from the second floor and joined the cooking effort. Meanwhile, the morning glow illuminated the white clouds. Beneath the clouds, Tien Shinhan was flying slowly with Kairatsu. Suddenly, they made a sharp turn and flew in another direction. "Yamcha, didn't you say you'd never open a blind?" "Well," Yamcha, also flying in the sky, forced a difficult smile. The night before, lying in bed, he had tossed and turned. Every time he closed his eyes, images of blind boxes and jars would automatically appear in his mind. He hadn't wanted to come, but the more he resisted, the stronger the urge became. Having not slept a wink all night, he had no choice but to follow his heart. Yamcha met Tien Shinhan's slightly teasing expression. After a moment of silence, "Woof woof woof. Ha ha ha, stop messing around. Those blind boxes are seriously addictive. It's no surprise you want to play." Tien Shinhan laughed heartily. "It's still early. Let's go catch some fish at the nearby reservoir, first eat our fill, and then head over." "Alright, I'm a bit hungry anyway." Yamcha didn't refuse. The three of them flew together toward the nearby reservoir, easily caught a few fish, then used a Dodon ray to start a fire, and cooked their breakfast on the spot. A little past 7:40 in the morning. Several aircraft had already landed on the prairie before the blind box shop, and more were descending continuously. By around 7:50, no fewer than 30 aircraft had touched down. At exactly 8 o'clock, one or more individuals adorned in gold and silver and dressed formally alighted from each aircraft. Their leader, Satan, descended from the most luxurious vessel of all. He strode at the forefront of the 30-odd people, like an emperor, a haughty smirk upon his face. However, the moment Satan saw Shin San emerging from the shop, his expression instantly morphed into a fawning smile, and he hurried over with small, quick steps. "God, Shin, my apologies, but only a few newcomers arrived today." "Ah, Satan." Shin San raised a hand and patted Satan on the shoulder. "The progress is a bit slow. In over a month, you've brought less than 50 new people. I need you to bring a full 100 as soon as possible." "This?" Satan's expression turned troubled. Seeing this, Shin San continued, "I know you've set the price high and few in your network meet the requirements. But money can't be earned all at once. We can adjust the price a bit, can't we? Lower it appropriately, and won't there be more people who qualify? Handle this as you see fit. Within the next half month, I want to see you bring 100 people. Otherwise, don't even think about being an agent anymore." "Don't say that, Godshun." Satan grew anxious upon hearing this. "Your humble servant knows what to do. Lowering the price will indeed attract many. Rest assured, Godshun, half a month is enough. Your humble servant will take my leave for a moment." With that, Satan turned and faced the 30-odd people, clearing his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, today will be your luckiest day. Godshun has said that as valued returning customers, the prices will be adjusted. The black iron blind box, originally 5 million, will now be 2 million. Other types of boxes and jars will also be reduced by 3/5. Rejoice and sing praises. This is all a blessing bestowed by Godshun." "Hooray. Thank you, Boss Shin. Thank you, Mr. Satan. This is fantastic. I didn't dare try anything above black iron before, but now with the price cut by 3/5, I can finally give the bronze box a shot. Boss Shun is so generous. I just adore you." Those who had opened boxes before were overjoyed. The newcomers, however, looked bewildered. But emotions are contagious, and seeing the smiles around them, they too Satan was pleased with the scene. Though he would earn less money, it would help him complete the 100-person task assigned by Shin-san. All in all, it was for the best. "Let's go inside. He'll pay the fees. After you open your boxes, I will refund any remaining amount to you all." "Haha, Mr. Satan, you jest. You brought us here. How could we not be grateful? Consider the leftover money your guiding fee. What do you all say?" "No problem. Mr. Satan is a friend worth having. A little money is nothing serious. Mr. Satan, please accept it. Otherwise, you're not treating us as friends." Hearing this, Satan felt a twinge of embarrassment, for a few among those he had brought were now bankrupt and begging on the street. But that trace of embarrassment vanished in an instant. This was a mission from Godshun. Even bankruptcy was an honor for these people. Ahem, since you put it that way, refusing would only make me seem pretentious. From now on, I, Satan, will be your best of— Come, let's go inside and open the blind boxes. Satan waved his hand grandly and led the 30-odd people in a mighty procession into the shop. Soon the shop was filled with a chorus of delighted cries and anguished wails interspersed with Shun San's congratulations. Congratulations. You've won a pot of peanuts. Congratulations. You've won a bamboo dragonfly. Congratulations. You've won a chicken butt. Congratulations. You've won $1 million in cash. Congratulations. You've won a gold brick. Congratulations. You've won Kaido's spiked club. Everyone went mad at the sight of someone flying through the air on a bamboo dragonfly. Those who hadn't opened their boxes yet lost all reason, trading their black iron and bronze boxes for higher tier ones. One chubby middle-aged man even went all in buying 12 king-level jars. But the result was, congratulations. You've won an electric blanket. Congratulations. You've won a pair of ragged socks. Congratulations. You've won a razor with no blades. Congratulations. Congratulations. You have successfully gone bankrupt. After opening 12 king-level jars and receiving a pile of worthless items, the fat man's vision went dark. His head lolled to the side, and he collapsed to the floor unconscious. Satan tactfully carried him out to avoid dampening the enthusiasm of his friends. The fat man's bankruptcy was just a minor incident failing to affect the dozens of people who were now thoroughly frenzied. Their eyes bloodshot, their hands flew over the blind box straps. Just then Tien Shinhan and his two companions descended from the sky. They glanced at the listless fat man on the prairie before walking into the shop. Shortly after them Bulma and Vegeta. Oh, who was it that said coming again would make them a dog? Woof woof woof. Good doggy, go on in. Bulma waved a hand dismissively. Yamcha was caught between laughter and tears. He regretted making that vow the day before. It was truly a case of shooting himself in the foot. Boss, he'll take 1 gold blind box for silver ones and 2 bronze ones today. Yamcha approached the counter forcing a pained smile. Shinsen smiled back. No problem. But after this round you'll have used up nearly half the money you have stored here. Keep that in mind. With that, Shin-san took the corresponding blind boxes from the counter and placed them on the front desk. Yamcha nodded to show he understood. He picked up a bronze box, and the moment his hands touched the strap his heart began to pound fiercely once more. As the strap fell away and his hands rested on the lid, Yamcha stared with bloodshot eyes and roared, Daddy. Please, give your son something good. Congratulations. You've won a piece of snakeskin. Clatter. Yamcha's heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed by a god in unbearable pain. No way, no way. No one can be this unlucky every day. The heavens wouldn't toy with me like this. Dejected and disheartened, Yamcha picked up another bronze box. Come on. You have to give me something this time. I'm begging you, Daddy, Grandpa, Ancestor, Great Ancestor, Great Great Ancestor. Give your son, your grandson, your great grandson, your great great grandson something good. Congratulations. You've won a clown photo. Uffed. Sorry, I wasn't laughing, I just sneezed. Please continue, Yamcha. Bulma was covering her mouth with all her might, her shoulders shaking. Shun-sen shook his head inwardly. He had seen unlucky people before, but never anyone this unlucky. Poor soul. Yamcha shot Bulma a glare before turning back. He was now like a gambler with red eyes, utterly immersed in the blind boxes. Silver box, much better odds. I refuse to believe I won't get anything good this time. Come to Daddy. Up here. Congratulations, you have obtained a moldy bread. At that moment the heart that Yamcha had been holding finally shattered into pieces. He raised his trembling right hand to take the bread, reeking of decay, his expression shifting rapidly before settling into a ferocious grimace. What use are you? Slap. Yamcha slammed the bread onto the ground, and still unsatisfied, he ground it under his foot until it was utterly crushed. Then he brought the remaining silver blind boxes before him. If I don't get something good today, and I come back again, I'll run naked through the streets of West City. Don't. Go ahead. Bulma was about to say it would ruin the city's appearance, but meeting Yamcha's murderous gaze, she decided not to say more. If he wanted to run naked, what could she say? Just respect his choice. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, but did nothing else. Tenshinhan wanted to say something to dissuade him, but thought better of it. He knew Yamcha wouldn't listen to anyone now, more words were useless. Just then Kuririn walked in with an old man, noticed Yamcha's state, and asked in confusion, Have you not slept for days? Why are your eyes so red and wild? None of your business. Yamcha turned back to stare fiercely at the blind boxes. Kuririn scratched his head, puzzled by Yamcha's anger, but understood after noticing the boxes. Master Shun, this is our teacher Mutant Rashi, also known as the Turtle Hermit. Master Shun, as Kuririn said, you're indeed a fine gentleman. Hello. Mutant Rashi greeted politely. He was familiar with the blind box shop, who after the Cell Games his disciples visited him and told him about it. He hadn't planned to come, but yesterday Kuririn visited him and dragged him here this morning. Hello. Shun-sen replied courteously. As for Mutant Rashi, he had no particular opinion. Just a martial arts master in the Dragon Ball world with a side of lecherousness. Old Master Wu, this is your first time. If you don't understand something, ask Kuririn. If you want to open blind boxes or jars, just pay and open them. Master Shun is too kind. You go about your business, he'll just look around. Alright, make yourself at home. Pour some tea if you'd like. Shun-sen turned his attention back to Yamcha. Buddy, you need to understand one thing: luck is elusive, but it will find you eventually. Don't lose heart. Huff, huff, huff. Yamcha didn't reply, his breathing growing heavy. He placed his hands on the straps, and only began after 3 minutes. The remaining silver blind boxes were quickly opened under his hands. Come on. Give me something. He no longer wanted to be a loser, but the results. Congratulations, you have obtained a cute little duck. Congratulations, you have obtained a handleless wrench. Yamcha went mad. He tugged at his hair wildly, and when he noticed the duck quacking, it sounded like endless his mind exploded, and he raised his hand to blast the duck into dust. But Bulma instantly flashed in front, blocking his fist, and shouted, "Are you insane? It's just a game. If you can't handle it, don't play. Taking it out on a cute little duck. What kind of man are you? Yamcha, what's wrong with you?" Mutant Rashi pulled Yamcha aside. Yamcha snapped back to reality, realizing his loss of composure. A bitter smile slowly spread across his lips. "Sorry everyone. The blind boxes are just torturing me too much. I lost control. I'm sorry. Like I said, if you can't handle it, don't play." Bulma cradled the heartbroken little duck in her hands, rolled her eyes, and stepped back. Mutant Rashi shook his head, not understanding, and let go. Yamcha walked back to the counter. The last gold blind box held all his hopes. As his hands touched the box, his heart pounded again. "Bless me, Amaterasu, bless me. This is my last chance. Please give me something good. Open. Now. Congratulations, you have obtained a pile of dung." Shun-sen looked at him with disdain. Calling on Amaterasu in his shop was like lighting a lamp in a latrine, asking for trouble. Yamcha couldn't hold back, his head tilted, his body collapsed to the ground, twitching, with white foam spilling from his mouth. "Quick, the unlucky guy has taken away the bad luck. Move him aside, it's our turn." Bulma kicked Yamcha aside, and pulled Vegeta forward. "Big boss Shin, same as yesterday. Bring us the blind boxes and jars." "Sure, Lady Ma, you're generous." "Wait, I'm the one paying, Mr. Shun." "Sure, Boss Bay, you're generous." Shun-sen cheerfully placed the king jars on the counter. "You all go ahead, I need to handle something." Shun-sen walked out from behind the counter, grabbed Yamcha by the foot, and dragged him outside. Then he teleported to a reservoir near the shop. He scattered 10,000 piles of dung, amplified 10,000 times into the reservoir. Then he released 10,000 little ducks by the water's edge before returning to the shop. Seeing Yamcha awake, silently weeping in a rocking chair, Shun-sen sighed. He reached into the void and pulled out an ancient book. "Take a look. Maybe this book can help you. In this shop, that so-called Amaterasu won't do you any good." Shun-sen tossed the book into Yamcha's arms and walked back into the shop. Yamcha stared at the book, and when he saw the 4 characters on the cover, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Wishing quotes. "This book is no ordinary item. There's hope. So Master Shin wasn't targeting me. He gave me such a treasure. He's so good to me. Wah. I misunderstood Master Shin before. I'm such a fool. Blind boxes and jars, just wait. After I master the wishing quotes, he'll come back. Just wait." Yamcha stood up from the rocking chair, his eyes filled with gratitude, excitement, determination, and finally a sacred reverence for the wishing quotes. He silently vowed to comprehend the wishing quotes in the shortest time, then return with treasures, and stage a glorious comeback. Hearing Bulma's ecstatic laughter from inside the shop, Yamcha's heart remained calm. He hugged the wishing quotes to his chest, and walked away with steady steps and a serene heart. But the next second, who has no decency, and left a pile of poop on the grass. Quack, quack, quack. Congratulations. You have obtained a magical pacifier. Congratulations. You have obtained a transformation pill. Congratulations. You have obtained the 72 earthly transformations. Congratulations. You have obtained the light domain. When there's a poor soul scouting ahead, those who open the mystery boxes later are indeed blessed with good fortune. Bulma, upon seeing 2 skill cards, jumped with joy. Handsome Shin, come explain quickly. What do these items do? Let's start with the pacifier. Shun-sen raised an eyebrow. Just pop it in your mouth and suck. You'll know what it does. It's quite amusing. No. Bulma initially wanted to refuse. She was an adult after all. What grown-up would suck on such a thing? But upon hearing Shin-san's remark about it being amusing, she inexplicably took it in hand. Yet instead of putting it into her own mouth, she shoved it into Vegeta's. "Come on, take a suck." Slurp. Tui. Vegeta's face turned as dark as charcoal. He instinctively sucked once, instantly drawing a mouthful of white milk tea with a rich, creamy aroma, which he hurriedly spat out in fright. The result was that Bulma bore the brunt. Her clothes and face were all splattered with milk tea. Ha! Krillin and the others doubled over with laughter, but upon catching Vegeta's icy glare, they dared not laugh any longer, though their shoulders trembled as they struggled to hold it in. "How is it?" Shun-sen chuckled. "With this, Trunks will never have to worry about going hungry again." This, Bulma could only force a bitter smile. She pulled out 2 tissues to wipe her clothes before continuing. "Mystery boxes really do contain everything under the sun. If you're going to release these things again, Handsome Shun, can't you just tell us outright? Aren't you afraid of getting your shop shut down with stunts like this?" "All right." Shun-sen slapped his forehead. I can't do that anymore. You'll be more careful in the future. Let's talk about the other items now. He pointed at the floating pill. The transformation pill does exactly what it sounds like. After taking it, you'll transform into whatever you imagine, and the effect lasts for 24 hours. Next is the 72 earthly transformations. This skill originates from the same realm as the Dharma aspect. Just consume it, and you'll know what it does. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, Vegeta snatched the card and swallowed it instantly. In an instant, a vast surge of information flooded his mind. Sensing the immense power of the 72 earthly transformations, Vegeta's heart bloomed with delight. How is it? What are the effects of the skill, eh? Bulma asked urgently. Nearby, the others couldn't help but lean and craning their ears eagerly. Seeing this, Vegeta said nothing. Instead, he gave a light spin, and with a gentle breeze sweeping by, he instantly transformed into a different person. That wasn't all. He then shifted into other forms, such as small birds and animals, amusing himself endlessly. Wow, not only can you change form, but even your ki can be altered. This skill is absolutely game-breaking. Krillin's jaw dropped. I want it so badly. If I had the 72 earthly transformations, I could sneak a peek at girls taking baths, anytime, anywhere. Master Roshi muttered to himself, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. After playing for a while, Vegeta reverted to his original form. Not bad. The 72 earthly transformations have a wide range of uses. Today was a real game. Mr. Shin, what's the last skill card? Well, Shin-san stroked his chin. The light domain comes from the same realm as the armor that Cell drew. After using the skill card, you'll gain a domain technique. Explaining it is troublesome. You might as well consume the skill card and try it out to see its full effect. Swoosh. Vegeta stopped asking questions, took the card, and stuffed it into his mouth. Another massive influx of information surged into his mind, and his combat power began skyrocketing. In an instant, he mastered the application of the light domain. Vegeta's inner joy deepened. Domain techniques were similar to Dharma aspects, but they excelled in support. Within the domain, he could not only weaken his enemies in all aspects, but also amplify his own strength. Today, he had hit the jackpot. Stop grinning like an idiot. Tell us what it does. Bulma paced around. It's similar to a Dharma aspect, roughly speaking. Vegeta didn't elaborate further, then turned and walked outside. Mr. Shin, I'd like to enter the body refining heavenly staircase again. No problem, you still have enough credits. You can enter anytime. Shin-san waved his hand. Bulma and Vegeta have already opened theirs. Who's next? Master Roshi, you go first. Krillin pushed Master Roshi forward. Boss Shun, give my teacher 5 bronze mystery boxes. Deduct the cost from the credits I've saved up. Alright. Shin-san took out the mystery boxes and made a welcoming gesture with a smile. 5 bronze mystery boxes. May you draw something you desire. You're such a thoughtful kid, Krillin. Master Roshi squinted as he pulled a mystery box toward him, then placed his hand on the ribbon, muttering to himself. Transform. I want the 72 earthly transformations to save those fallen young ladies. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Nearby, Krillin and the others, seeing Master Roshi like this, knew full well what he was scheming. Congratulations. You have obtained a photo album of Bulma. Huh. Master Roshi was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. With the swiftest speed of his life, he grabbed the album from atop the box and flipped it open instantly. Upon seeing the contents, 2 streams of blood gushed from his nostrils. Just as Master Roshi was immersed in the delights of feminine beauty, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness creeping up from behind. He turned his head, mechanically meeting Bulma's frost-laden gaze. It's not my fault, Bulma. Don't do anything rash. Bang. Bulma, with a dark expression, smacked Master Roshi on the head with her fist, then swiftly snatched the album into her hands. Flipping it open, her face flushed crimson. One's young and improper, the other's old and lecherous. Humph. Bulma shot a glare at both Shun-san and Master Roshi. What do you mean by improper? Bulma, don't be so selfish. It's not like anything inappropriate is exposed. What's the harm in letting old Roshi take a look? A look won't cost you a piece of flesh, right, old Roshi? Shun-san said nonchalantly. Master Roshi nodded, repeatedly clutching his head. Exactly right. And since it came out of my mystery box, it's mine by right. Why are you snatching it? Here, take it, if you dare. Bulma cheerfully handed the album back, her expression seemingly smiling, but Krillin and the others felt an intense chill rampaging through the air. Master Rose's outstretched hand froze midair, too afraid to reach any further. Seeing this, Bulma narrowed her eyes and said, Take it. Why won't you take it? Ahem. How could I be that kind of person? Put it away, Bulma. I need to continue opening my mystery boxes. At this moment, cold sweat dripped from Master Rose's forehead. He dared not dwell on whether to take it or not, and instead turned with a sheepish grin to pull another mystery box toward him, muttering softly. Can't mess with a female tyrannosaur. Once I get the 72 earthly transformations, it'll be able to look all I want. Bulma and the likes aren't worth it. Transform, let me get it. An empty box. The turtle hermit looked up at Shin-san with a bewildered gaze, seeing nothing emerge from the blind box. Beside him Bulma interjected with a tone of irritation. That's right. Some boxes are empty. I opened one before too. Congratulations. Indeed, among blind boxes and jars there are empty ones that say thank you for your patronage. Anything is possible. Don't make such a fuss next time. Shinsen sank into his chair, propping his head up with one hand. There are 3 left unopened. Continue. Hearing this, the turtle hermit ceased dwelling on the empty box. This time he swept the remaining 3 boxes before him, then let out a sudden roar. In an instant his withered frame swelled, as if filled with air, transforming into a muscular old man. Kiririn and the others hastily stepped back at the sight. Having completed his transformation, the turtle hermit took a deep breath, then raised his hands over the 3 boxes, his eyes narrowing slightly. His hands blurred into a phantom dance as the ribbons of the blind boxes swiftly came undone. When only the lids remained sealed, the turtle hermit slammed his palm onto the table with a thunderous shout. Come forth. The 72 earthly transformations. Come forth. The divine technique that belongs to me. Come forth. For me. Boom. As his palm struck the table, the lids of the 3 boxes sprang open from the impact, and 3 items slowly materialized above them. Spotting another photo album, the turtle hermit erupted in ecstasy once more. Congratulations, old Wu. You've obtained a photo album of an elderly Bulma. Congratulations, old Wu. You've obtained a 100 gigabytes memory stick. Congratulations, old Wu. You've obtained a set of Bulma's intimate apparel. Kiririn, Tianxin, Bulma Wu. Boom. Bulma stormed to the counter and slammed her palm onto it, her eyes bulging wider than a bull's. Steam, whether from rage or something else, began to rise from her head. Is there no end to this? What kind of twisted hobby do you have? Can't you go after someone else's stuff? Why do you always have to target me? Hearing this, Shinsen reached out and pushed aside Bulma's spittle-flecked face, then said wearily, It's of the elderly you, not the you from this timeline. And think about it from another perspective. Doesn't this just prove how captivating you are, eh? As I always say, don't be so selfish. One must learn to respect the elderly and cherish the young, not in any timeline. Bulma instantly snatched the photo album and the intimate apparel into her own hands. Don't be so selfish, you say. Why don't you contribute your own photo albums and clothes then? TCHM, the shop owner here. Your feedback is... Shinsen shrugged. Old Wu, once you open it, it's yours. Don't be afraid to take it now. I, the shop owner, have your... Well, I'd better pass. I'm a respectable man. Who wants to see an elderly Bulma anyway? All dry and wrinkly, nothing to look at. Seeing Bulma's face, which looked about to drip with fury, the turtle hermit quickly shook his head. However, his words only darkened Bulma's expression further. What did he mean by dry and wrinkly? You old geezer are the one who's dry and wrinkly. Bulma knew the turtle hermit's character well, and wasn't genuinely angry, but the blind box had managed to break her composure. Just then Shinsen suddenly leaned in close to the turtle hermit's ear, whispering, while glancing at the 100 gigabytes memory stick, his eyebrows dancing, as if in a jig. That's right. A memory stick is a fine treasure. Unlike a photo album, the contents inside move. Stow it away quickly before Bulma snatches it again. Ahem ahem. The turtle hermit feigned a few coughs. Shopkeeper Shun, as I said earlier, am a respectable man. Why would I look at such things? But to prevent this memory stick from falling into the wrong hands and corrupting the youth, I shall reluctantly take it away and destroy it. Suppressing his inner excitement, the turtle hermit solemnly tucked the memory stick into his pocket, wearing an expression of compassionate concern. His peripheral vision caught Bulma reaching out to grab it again. How could he allow that? With an explosive burst of energy, he accelerated to his peak speed and dashed out the door. Shopkeeper Shin, am off to destroy this vile memory stick. He'll patronize your store another time. Alright. Welcome back anytime. Shin-san raised a hand in a casual wave. Seeing this, Bulma's brow furrowed deeply, and she sneered. Tell me what's on that memory stick that old pervert opened. Haven't you already guessed? Then let me rephrase. Who's the star of that memory stick? It's not you, alright. Really? Given your current state, you don't trust anyone. Even if I, the shop owner, say it's true, would you believe me? No. Bulma stormed out the door with a darkened face. She had to confirm with her own eyes that the star of that memory stick wasn't her, or she wouldn't be able to sleep a wink. Outside, she saw the turtle hermit sprinting across the grassland. She shouted with a darkened face, You old pervert, stop right there. Let me check that memory stick. No way. I have to take it back and destroy it. The turtle hermit glanced back, nearly scared out of his wits, then ran for his life, his feet churning like motors, leaving a trail of afterimages. Bulma chased after him with all her might, hurling the ki blasts she had recently learned at the fleeing turtle hermit. You old pervert, will you stop, or not? Never. The star isn't you anyway. I don't believe you. Even if your ki is stronger than mine now, you still don't know how to use it properly. Catching me is a pipe dream. Tata for now. Boring. Boss, we're taking a leave. I'm going to find some treasures to open blind boxes too. Android 18, Seeing Kuririn about to speak called out to the shop before grabbing Android 17 and flying off toward the sea. Kuririn was heartbroken. He felt his goddess slipping further and further away. How sad. Don't dwell on it, Kuririn. What's meant to be will be, what's not you can't force. It's clear to anyone that Android 18's heart belongs to shopkeeper Shin now. Even I can see it. I don't believe you can't. Tien Shinhan patted Kuririn on the shoulder, then turned and went back into the shop. Chaozu tilted his head in confusion before silently following him inside. Kuririn let out a sigh and followed with a dejected, downcast look. At this moment, love was dead. Why must there be a Shin-san to overshadow him? Shin-san, seeing the few who hadn't left return, spoke slowly. What kind of blind boxes or jars are you planning to open today? Shopkeeper Shin Chaozu, and I will take 5 bronze blind boxes each. Alright. And you, Kuririn? Me, Kuririn lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fervor. Shopkeeper Shin, what kind of blind box do I need to open to win Android 18 back from you? That would have to be a king tier jar. Fine, I'll open a king tier jar then. Sorry, but you don't have enough money. Then let's start with a star tier jar first. Still sorry, not enough money. Maybe you should go earn some more first. Damn you, Kakarot. Before the heavenly stairway, Vegeta propped himself up with his hands on the ground. Ignoring the searing pain in his muscles, he looked up at the ranking board above the staircase. Seeing his name finally surpass Sun Wukong's, his pupils trembled wildly, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, and he burst into laughter toward the sky. Suddenly Vegeta sensed Sun Wukong's presence beside him. He rose slowly, his expression turning calm and composed, then crossed his arms over his chest. Yo Vegeta, you made it through the 2nd floor. Sun Wukong noticed the shift in the ranking board, a flicker of excitement lighting up his eyes. He believed that on the path of martial arts, having a goal drove better progress and greater passion. They'll also, forget it, let's check out the heart training stairway today. Sun Wukong had initially planned to enter the body training stairway again, but the heart training stairway piqued his curiosity more, so he headed toward it. Vegeta neither replied nor left, standing like a pine tree rooted to the ground, calmly watching Sun Wukong step into the heart training stairway. However, this calm lasted only a few minutes before turning into shock. As Sun Wukong entered the heart training stairway, the ranking board above began to jump at a frenzied pace, and in an instant he had cleared the 1st floor, and the floors kept climbing. The 2nd floor took just a minute. The 3rd floor took only 30-odd seconds. The 4th floor. The 5th floor. With each floor Sun Wukong conquered, Vegeta's expression darkened. Half an hour later the floor count stopped at 50. Vegeta's face turned exceedingly grim. His eyes bulged wide as bells, and his unyielding spirit drove him to stride firmly toward the heart training stairway step by step. The moment he entered, he forgot everything and returned to the scene he faced as a child. The heart training stairway materialized the deepest fear in his heart. But within mere minutes Vegeta was expelled from the heart training stairway. Impossible. Why can't I even clear 1 floor? I only lasted a few minutes. The gap can't be that huge. Damn it, how did that Kakarot reach the 50th floor in half an hour? Vegeta lay on the ground, his expression gradually twisting into a snarl. Then he thought of Shin-san, who might have the answers, and rose to head toward the shop. Congratulations Tien Shinin for obtaining a 1,000,000 combat power boost card. Congratulations Kaiatsu for obtaining a zombie suit set. Congratulations Krillin for obtaining the bat. Hearing Shin-san's congratulations, Vegeta immediately pushed past the people in front of the counter, placed his hands on the surface, and asked urgently, Mr. Shin, why is Kakarot so fast at clearing the heart training stairway while I can't even get past 1 floor? The heart training stairway tempers the mind. Sun Wukong is single-minded, so he clears it quickly. Your mind is too cluttered with inner demons, so it's normal that you can't pass. Shin-san spoke while pulling a bag of senza beans from under the counter. Honestly, you shouldn't obsess over how many floors Sun Wukong cleared in the heart training stairway, or compare yourself to him. The heart training stairway suits him, while you're better suited for the body training stairway. As long as you keep conquering the body training stairway, you'll gain no less than him. Senza beans are 100,000 each. Want some, old Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Vegeta hesitated briefly, but only for a moment. He reached into the bag, grabbed a handful, and quickly spoke. Mr. Shin is right. As long as I clear more floors of the body training stairway than Kakarot, he'll still win. Just deduct the cost of the senza beans from my gold mountain. With that, Vegeta swallowed a senza bean. Once his injuries healed, he eagerly headed toward the body training. He silently vowed to himself to quickly reach the 50th floor. No. He had to clear the 51st floor, at least 1 more than Kakarot. Driven by this resolve, Vegeta erupted with bursts of power, clearing the 3rd floor of the body training stairway in just a few minutes. The 4th floor took 20 minutes. The 5th floor took a few more minutes. The ranking on the board shifted rapidly. Vegeta was locked in a rivalry with Sun Wukong. But his pace through the body training stairway wasn't as fast as Sun Wukong's through the heart training stairway. However, after reaching the 50th floor, Sun Wukong couldn't advance any further. Back at the blind box shop, Tien Shinhan and the others had finished opening their boxes. They sat around a tea table enjoying a leisurely time. The hours passed idly, and soon it was noon. Tian Shinhan and his group had left. Seeing that Android 18 and the others hadn't returned, Shin-san had no choice but to start making lunch with General. Just then Sun Wukong finally emerged from the heart training stairway. In the morning he had cleared one more floor, his ranking settling at 51. Meanwhile Vegeta, fueled by senza beans, was still battling through the body training stairway, reaching the 18th floor. Shun-san cooking. Make extra. Sun Wukong came straight over to Shun-san after leaving the staircase, showing no restraint. He casually grabbed a piece of fish and took a bite. Shun-san shook his head slightly without saying much. He simply activated his divine perception, noting Sun Wukong's combat power. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Truly the protagonist of Dragon Ball, with impressive insight. Excluding his Dharma aspect, his base combat power had significantly increased. The heart training stairway had indeed given Sun Wukong a tremendous boost. The key thing. Shun-san chuckled. Good gains. That state must feel great. What state? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Shun-san shook his head and said no more. Because after clearing over 50 floors, Sun Wukong not only had a surge in combat power, but also a hint of the Ultra Instinct state from Dragon Ball Super. Yet Sun Wukong himself hadn't noticed it, and didn't know how to use it. Seeing Shun-san silent, he didn't press further. He turned to look at the body training stairway, noticed Vegeta still challenging it, and then walked toward it himself. Seeing this, Shun-san shook his head again. Sun Wukong had the rudimentary form of Ultra Instinct, but didn't know how to use it, while the opponents manifested by the staircase knew how to wield it. That meant unless Sun Wukong mastered Ultra Instinct, he wouldn't be able to clear another floor of the body training stairway. General. At your command, Marshal. Hey, race a spatial ring and a bamboo copter for you. There's money inside. The shop's decor is too shabby. Go buy some furniture. Yes, Marshal. Mission guaranteed. General solemnly took the spatial ring, placed the bamboo copter on his head, and flew into the sky. Shun-san lounged lazily on the grass, hugging a Pikachu, hoping to catch a nap. But just 10 minutes later, noticing a silvery figure rapidly approaching from the sky, he got up again. Annoying. The jar shop next door has a lunch break. Why can't I have one? As he spoke, Cell, clad in armor, descended from the sky. He set the box from his shoulder onto the ground. Boss, Shin, same as last time. I'm going all in. 6 treasure chests totaling 155 million, enough to purchase 1 king tier jar, 1 star tier jar, and 1 gold tier blind box. Any issues? Shun-san circled the chests and gave a rough estimate. This wasn't an arbitrary price. One of the abilities granted by the blind box shop was appraisal. Though it differed from the market value, he was the boss after all. In short, take it or leave it. Cell didn't care about the value at all. To it, as long as its strength was sufficient, money was an inexhaustible resource. Once strong enough, it could even seize the entire blind box shop. No problem. As you value it, boss Shun, give me 1 king tier jar, 1 star tier jar, and 1 gold tier blind box. Since that's settled, follow me into the shop. Shin-san waved his hand, and the 6 chests on the grassland. Then he turned and strode into the shop with a relaxed and carefree gait. Cell followed closely, its emotions stirred with anticipation and excitement. They entered the shop one after the other. The place was empty and silent. Shin-san returned to the counter and took out the corresponding jars and blind box. 3 jars and a blind box. The odds of getting something good aren't low. I hope you find what you desire. Thank you, Mr. Shun. Facing Shin-san, Cell dared not show any disrespect. It knew well that it lacked the strength to boast beforehand. 2 jars and 1 blind box, each of a different color. The king tier jar looked the most ordinary, but Cell had previously obtained the battle armor from a plain earthen jar, so it didn't underestimate it. However, having already opened a king tier jar before, it decided to start with the gold tier blind box this time. Cell reached out and pulled the gold tier blind box towards itself. The moment its hands touched the straps, even its stoic heart began to race. As the straps fell away, its heartbeat grew more intense. When its hands rested on the lid, Cell held its breath. It lifted the lid in an instant. Suddenly, a square, transparent object materialized above the blind box, radiating a divine aura. Congratulations, you've obtained a divine spark. Hearing this, Cell looked up at the divine spark with a bewildered expression. Mr. Shun, what is a divine spark? A divine spark is the crystallized essence left behind after a deity's fall. The one you've opened is the crystallized remnant of a god of death. Shun-san paused briefly before continuing. By fusing with this divine spark, you will inherit the complete legacy of the god of death. Their greatest powers include necromancy, communing with the dead, and various death-related abilities. To obtain a divine spark from a gold-tier blind box, you're quite fortunate. Cell nodded thoughtfully. How do I fuse with it? Call upon it with your consciousness. It will merge with you automatically, but complete fusion will take about a month. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Shun. Cell expressed its thanks, then focused its mind. The divine spark floating above the blind box shot into its heart. Startled at first, Cell soon found that not only was its body unharmed, but it was also gradually strengthening. Then the divine spark began pouring information into its mind. Sensing the effects of the god of death's inherited skills, Cell was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Ignoring the ceaseless flow of information into its mind, Cell fixed its gaze on the resplendent star-tier jar, its eyes burning with even greater fervor. Its right hand reached out, instinctively grasping the hammer on the counter. Cell took a deep breath and brought the hammer down. With a resounding clang, the jar shattered. Above the fragments, a yellow card slowly materialized, shimmering with iridescent light, inscribed with 5 characters on its face. Cell picked it up and murmured to itself, multi-shadow clone. Correct. This is a skill card from a world called Naruto. It's similar to your 4-beast fist, but the multi-shadow clone can produce hundreds or thousands of clones, each inheriting half of your strength. Shinsen explained. Cell's eyes widened, its heart pounding with this unexpected delight. But then, as if struck by a thought, its joy vanished. Mr. Shin, do the clones inherit my strength with the battle armor, or my base strength? Your base strength, of course. The multi-shadow clone isn't capable of replicating the battle armor. But even without the battle armor, the shadow clone's power is formidable. After all, your strength won't remain true. Cell nodded, then tossed the card into its mouth. As the card flowed down into its stomach, it instantly mastered the multi-shadow clone technique. After fully absorbing the information about the shadow clone, it looked at Shin-san, and after a moment's thought asked, Mr. Shin, may I ask you a question? Ask away. If I were to attack Goku and the others, what would you do? ID sit up straight, ID lounge sideways, and ID set out a bowl of peanuts and shout bravo. Shin-san rolled his eyes. He thought it would be something serious. Was that it? Even if the planet exploded, as long as it didn't affect the blind box shop's vicinity, he couldn't be bothered. Understood. A smile crept on his Cell's face upon hearing Shin-san's words. It had never forgotten the humiliation Vegeta had inflicted on it. If Shin-san sided with Goku and the others, what chance did it have? Now it was fine. Once it was strong enough, it would repay that humiliation to Vegeta twofold. But, Cell's heart leaped at the word but. Please, Mr. Shin, speak. I won't interfere with your fights outside, but if you cause destruction within 10 kilometers of the shop, that's another story. Cell breathed a sigh of relief. Rest assured, Mr. Shun, I have no interest in destroying planets, and I will never cause trouble on your turf. Sweet words are easy to say, but I can see a burning desire in your eyes. Shun-sen stretched, and no matter. There's still the last king tier jar. Open it. Cell said nothing more, raised the hammer, and smashed the king tier jar. As the jar shattered, another card appeared. Hearing Shin-san's explanations and insight, Cell was overjoyed. Its gaze turned outward. Now, I can finally have some real fun. Vegeta, soon you'll feel the despair I once felt. Cell muttered to itself, then turned back with a smile. Mr. Shin, I'll take my leave now. I'll visit again. Farewell. Dusk had fallen, painting the horizon in a golden hue. The twilight light fell before the heavenly staircase where 2 guardian beasts yawned, then shifted their gaze toward the entrance of the training grounds. Vegeta emerged from the staircase, drenched in blood, clutching his limp right arm. He nodded at the guardian beast, then looked up at the ranking board. 25th floor, Kakarot, you just wait. I'll surpass you soon enough. After muttering to himself, Vegeta lowered his gaze, took the last Senzu bean from his pocket, and tossed it into his mouth. With a couple of crunches, his injuries healed instantly. He flexed his restored right arm a few times, and was about to head to the shop, when he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, his eyes snapping to the distance. Cell, that energy is directed at me. Interesting. It seems Cell has pulled something from the blind boxes or jars, and gained some confidence. But, the level of this energy. If you want to play, then I'll play along. Vegeta twisted his neck with a savage expression, then took a single step toward the source of the energy, instantly arriving above the ocean. Cell stood calmly on the sea's surface, his expression composed. The twilight light reflected off the silver armor he wore, casting a cold gleam, and the ocean seemed bathed in gold. Seeing Vegeta finally arrive, Cell's composed face twisted into a mocking smile. You're here. Ta. He enunciated the name slowly, then continued with murderous intent. Everything you did to me before, I'll repay you twofold today. Interesting. Vegeta raised his chin and casually gestured with his hand. Come on, I know you got something from the blind boxes. Show me what gave you this newfound courage. I'll give you time. Use all your tricks. Haha, Vegeta, keep up your arrogance. Soon you'll regret it, and so will Son Goku for not killing me when he had the chance. Cell laughed maniacally, quickly forming a series of strange hand signs, then roared. New tricks. Indeed, I have new tricks. Let me show you now. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof, poof, poof. Clouds of white smoke rose from the sea, and in an instant over 1,000 cells without armor appeared on the surface. Each of them radiated immense energy, and they all shared an expression of extreme arrogance, as if Vegeta were already a slab of meat on the chopping block. This is your new trick. Multiple shadow clone cell. That's it. Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. If that's all you've got, then you useless piece of trash can die. Am not Kakarot. Today, you die without a doubt. Arrogant. You'll pay for your insolence soon. Now. Before Cell could finish, another figure appeared on the sea. Son Goku, who had rushed over. He frowned at Cell. Don't forget the agreement. Haha, Son Goku, you're so naive. I said I wouldn't harm ordinary people or this planet. With Mr. Shin here, I wouldn't dare touch this planet. But did I say I wouldn't attack you? Since you're here, it saves me a trip. After I finish you two, will kill your wives, sons, and friends, so you can all reunite in hell. Vegeta, leave Cell to me. Suit yourself. If Cell is only this strong, he's not. Nature. After becoming perfect Cell, he seemed calm, but his nature hadn't changed. Now threatening his family and friends. This had touched his deepest taboo. Vegeta, leave Cell to me. Suit yourself. If Cell is only this strong, he's not worth my effort. With that, Vegeta retreated a distance, watching the 1,000 cells, and Son Goku with bored disinterest. Huh. Son Goku let out a soft shout, and a white aura erupted around him. Cell smirked. What? Not going Super Saiyan. No need. Arrogant. Attack. Cell roared, and the 1,000 clones swarmed towards Son Goku, flying above him and extending a single hand in unison. Energy gathered in their palms, and the next moment 1,000 energy blasts, each capable of easily destroying a city, shot forth from the 1,000 cells. Son Goku remained expressionless. Just as the blasts were about to descend, he spoke. This technique I learned from the general, the application of ki. Burst. He swept his fist horizontally, the air solidifying under his blow, and a wave of force swept upward, encompassing all the energy blasts. In an instant, the 1,000 blasts exploded midair, blooming like brilliant fireworks. This move I learned from Vegeta, or rather borrowed. I used the inch to the horizon technique to improve instant transmission. By removing the preparatory motion, the teleportation distance is greatly reduced, but its mobility is far. Son Goku took a step, instantly appearing in the center of the 1,000 cells, each punch and kick taking down one or more clones. The space echoed with a continuous barrage of thuds. Watching from nearby, Vegeta's face darkened upon hearing Son Goku's words. In just over a month, Kakarot had used inch to the horizon to improve instant transmission. He had to admit Kakarot's insight was truly remarkable. But Vegeta seemed to think of something and let it go. On the battlefield, Cell watched Son Goku effortlessly dismantle his clones without any concern. The multiple shadow clone technique was good, but he knew it couldn't harm Son Goku. The clones were just an appetizer, the main course was yet to come. Within less than a minute, the 1,000 clones turned into white smoke under Son Goku's assault. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad. Your strength has improved significantly. Next, let me show you something new. As Cell spoke, a gray gas suddenly emanated from his body, seeping into the space, connecting to an unknown location. Though the divine essence hasn't fully merged with my body, I can still summon some souls from hell. Come forth, my legion of the dead. Haha, the gates of hell are open to the mortal world. Charge. A portal tore open in the space, revealing the scene of hell. Flames of hell and the aura of the dead seeped through the portal. Countless souls drifted out of the portal. Suddenly a white foot stepped through. It noticed Son Goku and he isn't this Son Goku. I've been thinking of you every day in hell, dreaming of tearing off your head and grinding your bones to dust. Today, you die. In hell, at the moment when Sharu connected to it, chaos erupted as dozens of hell officials busily rushed about. King in hell has connected with reality. What should we do? How would I know what to do? The tall and corpulent King Yin broke into a cold sweat. In reality, gods are fighting. What can I do? But if we let the souls escape from hell, something will go wrong. There's no choice. We can only hope that Sun Wukong can close the hell gate. On King Kai's planet, King Kai was also anxiously pacing. Wukong, hurry and find a way to close the hell gate. If we let the souls escape, both reality and the branch timelines will be in trouble. This is a grave sin, that damn Sharu. In the battlefield, Sun Wukong heard King Kai's words and frowned. However, he didn't have a good way to close the hell gate. Moreover, Sun Wukong looked at the figure stepping out of the hell gate. Frieza. Hee, it's rare that you still remember. Oh, Vegeta, you're here too. Just wait a moment while I handle this. What? Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of Frieza, gripping his cheek with one hand. Are you saying you want to finish off Kakarot before explaining to me? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you don't pique my interest at all. Vegeta exerted force in Frieza's head. However, just a few seconds later, Frieza reappeared in the air unharmed. Lord Vegeta, you don't need to worry. I was already dead, while I now possess an immortal body with infinite stamina, and I can outlast you all. Brothers and sisters, charge forth and trample reality, turning this place into our paradise. Haha, listen to Lord Frieza, charge and kill them all. The sky was filled with souls who, upon hearing Frieza's words, immediately laughed maniacally and rushed towards Vegeta and Sun Wukong. They ignored Sharu, or rather could not be said to have ignored him. As their summoner, they sensed a kingly aura from Sharu, thus they dared not lay a hand on him. Seeing this, Sharu frowned and muttered to himself, I'm still not skilled enough with the Hell Gate. I didn't even mark the Legion of Souls. But it doesn't matter, they're all cannon fodder anyway, whether I can command them or not. Having said that, Shatter stepped back a distance, calmly watching the unfolding drama, but the next moment he was stunned. He saw countless souls rushing towards Vegeta. At that moment, a dark spot suddenly appeared at Vegeta's heart, and it kept expanding, instantly enveloping all the souls. Thousands of souls within the dark domain felt as if the space had frozen, unable to move even an inch, their eyes expressing confusion, shock, and fear. Yet Vegeta inside was unhindered, for this was his domain of light. What does it matter how many there are? A group of ants gathered together is still just a group of ants. Since I can't kill you, I'll just send you back to hell. Get back now. Vegeta smiled coldly, then flashed to the top of the domain sphere and kicked it into the Hell Gate, as if kicked. Immediately afterward, he used the laws of light in his domain to violently close the Hell Gate, effortlessly resolving the calamity of the hellish souls. Seeing this, King Yin and King Kai wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Sun Wukong also breathed a sigh of relief. He flashed to Vegeta's side and casually said, "Vegeta, what skill did you just use? It seemed quite powerful." None of your business. If you have the ability, go learn it yourself." Vegeta still held a grudge against Sun Wukong for trying to learn his skill. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, he could see that the skill Vegeta used had similarities to the law and he should be able to learn it, but he needed to let Vegeta use it a few more times in the future. Noticing Vegeta stepping back, Sun Wukong put aside the thought of learning the skill and turned his gaze back to Shatter, then said solemnly, "Originally I kept you alive to give our martial arts a target to chase, but it seems I was wrong. This time I will not. Haha, do you think I came to deal with you all with just this little bit of means, eh? Don't be naive, the real show is yet to come. Watch closely." Shatter laughed maniacally, raising his hand to his waist, then shouted, "This is a secret technique I've opened today, Sun Wukong, you should be quite familiar with it. Fourfold Kaioken Unleash." As soon as the words fell, the golden aura surrounding Shatter turned red, and his energy soared at a frenzied rate. Using the combat value given by Mr. Shin, my original combat value is 300 billion, and after the fourfold Kaioken enhancement, it becomes 1,200 billion. With the 10,000 times boost of my armor, my current energy has already left you far behind. Now what ability do you have to oppose me? Prepare to die. Shatter's aura expanded to unimaginable levels. The red and yellow energy, mixed with a sky full of thunder, the scene was as spectacular as a world-destroying landscape. Injury-free Kaioken. This is troublesome. Sun Wukong's brows furrowed. Because Shatter's energy had already far surpassed his thinking of his previous softness, he felt a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, Vegeta slowly flew forward. "Is this your greatest abilities? To be honest, you surprised me a bit, but that's about it." "Vegeta, don't be careless. Shatter's energy is extraordinary right now," Sun Wukong said gravely. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's mouth slowly curled up. "Kakarot, it seems you haven't gained much from your heart training. Go aside and watch me perform." "Huh?" Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his golden aura mixed with a sky full of thunder, making him look like a world-destroying deity. Then he looked at Shatter and coldly spoke. "You have secret techniques. I have them too. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate open. Open. Second gate. Open. Third gate. Open. Fourth gate. Open." Having opened 4 gates, Vegeta did not continue, but his aura had already matched Shatter's with faint signs of surpassing him. Sun Wukong was left wide-eyed in astonishment. Vegeta, does the enhancement from body training really make such a difference? Kakarot, the effects of body training exceed your imagination. Vegeta raised his hand to take a look. "I have been oscillating between life and death inside. Each level I pass increases my normal state drastically. I don't even know how strong I am right now. But..." Vegeta looked up at Shatter. "Dealing with this trash in front of me is already sufficient. Good fruits are not enough." Vegeta roared. "Then he'll open 1 more gate. 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Open." The golden-hued sky suddenly streaked across by several white currents of energy. Piccolo and his companions descended from the heavens, landing beside Sun Wukong. They looked up at the sky, drenched in sweat, as they heard the rumbling in their ears. Hey, this must be a joke," Kuririn said in disbelief. "The energy of Cell and Vegeta has expanded beyond imagination. I can't discern their battle trajectory at all. Wukong, what is happening here?" "It's a canister." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Cell unleashed the King of Worlds' fist without harm from within the canister, combined with the 10,000-fold amplification of the armor cell, is terrifyingly powerful now. However, after overcoming more than 20 levels of the body refinement ladder, Vegeta's strength has also significantly increased, and with the 8 gates technique, he has surpassed Cell. But I'm a bit worried. The King of Worlds' fist isn't limited to just 4 times. If Cell can unleash it at 5 times, 6 times, or even 10 times, we'll be in danger today." Listening to this, Piccolo nodded, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Indeed, based on your words, Cell has only unleashed 4 times the King of Worlds' fist. If he can exceed that, it would be catastrophic for us. Now all we can do is pray that Vegeta can defeat Cell." After Piccolo finished speaking, the others could only nod with difficulty, remaining silent as they gazed up at the exploding air. In the sky, Vegeta grabbed Cell's leg and flung him into the distance, then instantly followed up with a kick to Cell's. With a loud bang, Cell was sent flying. Vegeta then teleported after him. Arrogant, huh? Weren't you just— Why are you not arrogant now? If this is all you can do, I no longer have the patience to play with you. At this, a cold glint flashed in Cell's eyes as he exerted force and broke free from Vegeta's grasp. Now you are slightly stronger than me. It seems you are quite confident, Vegeta. Then, Sun Wukong's worst— Cell roared again. 5 times the King of Worlds fist. Unleash. In an instant, his energy swelled to an extraordinary level, surpassing Vegeta's current strength. Then without further ado, he reached his maximum speed and instantly punched Vegeta deep into the sea. Ha ha ha, this feeling is truly enchanting. Now besides Mr. Shin, who among you can last a round against me? Cell stood in the sky, arrogantly gazing at Sun Wukong and the others. What do we do, Wukong? Kuririn panicked. Sun Wukong shook his head. Don't worry, Vegeta won't lose so easily. Let's keep watching. Just as he finished speaking, the sea surged, and a colossal voice echoed from the churning waters. Great desolation. Divine palm. In the sky beneath the atmosphere, a giant white hand that seemed capable of encompassing the entire world appeared, infused with the power to annihilate. Seeing this, Kuririn and the others were overjoyed. Cell's expression suddenly changed. For within the white giant hand he sensed a deadly danger. It felt as if being struck would lead to his demise, no matter how much stronger he was than Vegeta. Run. Cell, looking ghastly, tried to escape, but no matter how he fled, it seemed he could not evade the attack range of the Great Desolation Divine Palm. With nowhere left to run, Cell screamed in terror, Vegeta, are you insane? If that giant hand falls, the planet will turn to ashes in an instant. Have you forgotten your family and friends? Upon hearing this, Kuririn and the others awakened from their excitement, their expressions turning to fear. The Great Desolation Divine Palm could indeed annihilate Cell, but its trajectory was precisely aimed at the planet. If such an attack landed, the planet would be destroyed in an instant, and they would certainly not survive. However, their fear was only momentary, because Vegeta emerged from the sea, raising his head to reveal a pair of cold eyes. When I first learned the Great Desolation Divine Palm, I indeed couldn't alter its trajectory. But after passing the 16th level of body refinement, I have already improved the Great Desolation Divine Palm. It will affect the planet. Nonsense. Great Desolation Divine Palm. Retract. As Vegeta spoke, Cell's expression turned extremely terrified. The Great Desolation Divine Palm's 5 fingers rapidly closed, trapping Cell within its palm. Once the Great Desolation Divine Palm completely confined Cell, Vegeta became exceedingly calm, then raised his hand to grasp the void. It's over. Explode for me. No. A wave of self-destructive energy from the Great Desolation Divine Palm caused Cell's expression to change repeatedly. He refused to die like this, his expression turning demonic. Extreme King of Worlds fist 6 times. Unleash. Indeed, although Cell's King of Worlds fist was without harm, he could only unleash up to 6 times. After unleashing 6 times the King of Worlds fist, Cell's energy became even more frenzied, but he still felt a deadly crisis within the Great Desolation Divine Palm. Armor detach, shield me as I charge out. As he spoke, the silver-white armor detached from Cell, transforming into a drill that tightly protected Cell, attacking at one point, trying to tear open a gap to escape. A brilliant firework exploded in the sky, and when the smoke cleared, several pieces of armor fell from the sky, yet Cell's figure was no longer seen. Is he dead? Kuririn exclaimed in delight. Sun Wukong shook his head heavily. Not dead. Cell unleashed 6 times the King of Worlds fist at the moment of the Great Desolation Divine Palm's explosion, and with the armor absorbing most of the force, he escaped. Oh, this. Kuririn's joy instantly turned grim. If he's not dead, he's not dead. Vegeta suddenly teleported to retrieve the armor fragments, then returned to Sun Wukong and the others. Without the armor's 10,000-fold enhancement, what does it matter if Cell can use the King of Worlds fist? A coward hiding, does he dare to show himself? At this point, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong. And you, Kakarot, you reached the 51st level of the body refinement ladder. Did you go to the dog's level? Such garbage, I'm leaving. Aye. Sun Wukong opened his mouth, seeing Vegeta leave in an instant. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. After overcoming more than 50 levels of the heart refinement ladder in the morning, for some reason, he could no longer pass even 1 level of the body refinement, unable to touch a single thread of the opponent in the 2nd level of body refinement. He couldn't understand. Sun Wukong sighed, then returned to his carefree demeanor. Vegeta is right. Without the armor, Cell isn't very strong now, so you all don't need to worry too much. If you encounter Cell, just raise your energy, and I will arrive at the first moment. I'm off to consult Mr. Should now see you. Sun Wukong teleported away. The others, seeing that the danger had passed, followed suit and flew away. Once everyone had left and concealed their energy, Cell flew back, his expression twisted in fury. Go. Ta. You all wait, I will return. At the blind box shop. Under the twilight, groups of Pikachu and other animals frolicked and played on the vast. On the rocking chair by the door, Shun-san dozed off, his nostrils emitting soft snores, yet he couldn't drive away the languid animals nestled in his arms on his head and lying beside him. Sun Wukong appeared instantly on the grassland and saw Shun-san lounging around. He rushed over without a moment's delay, then reached out and shook Shun-san by the shoulders. Shun-san, stop sleeping. I have a question for you. Get up quickly. Can't you leave me alone? Shun-san opened his bleary eyes and snapped irritably. What is it now? Spit it out if you have something to say. Don't disturb my date with the god of sleep's daughter. Hearing this, Sun Wukong seemed to realize it wasn't right to disturb someone's slumber. He scratched his head sheepishly before speaking. I just have one question. Why can I never break through the second layer of gurgle gurgle? Just then his stomach protested. Shun-san patted his belly. I can answer your question, but I run a shop that values fairness and mutual benefit. I happen to be hungry. Go catch a big fish first, and we'll talk over a meal. Fine, wait here. Sun Wukong hurriedly flew toward a nearby reservoir, but instead of fishing he encountered a dinosaur drinking water. He punched it unconscious and carried it back. Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared at the door. Sensing Sun Wukong's energy in the shop, he came to see what was happening. At the same time, Android 18 and her brother returned carrying several boxes of treasures. Shun-san told them to store the treasures inside first. Together they skewered the dinosaur and roasted it over a fire. Soon a tempting aroma wafted through the air. Shun-san, can you tell me now? Sun Wukong struggled to swallow the meat in his mouth. Why is it so hard for me to get through the second layer? I can't even touch the opponent's sleeve. That's because you're trash. Who else is to blame? Before Shun-san could speak, Vegeta answered first. Sun Wukong ignored him, his gaze fixed on Shun-san. Android 18 and her brother were also curious about Shun-san's answer. First, think carefully, what's the difference between you and the opponent on the second layer? Shun-san threw the question back to Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, it's strange. The opponent on the second layer is also myself, but his movements are incredibly smooth. Every time I attack, he seems to know in advance and dodges. Anything else? Shun-san said casually. Sun Wukong shook his head. No. Shun-san put down his meat and lay sideways on the grass. As I explained before, the opponents manifested by the heavenly staircase are essentially replicas of yourselves. Any skill you possess, the manifested opponent also has. Since the heavenly staircase manifests a copy of you, it's a one-to-one replica, but the heavenly staircase version is superior in every way. Do you understand now? Huh. Sun Wukong looked completely bewildered. Understand what? He had no clue. Vegeta beside him analyzed calmly. Idiot, mister. Shun has explained it clearly. If the heavenly staircase manifestation is identical to the challenger, then the skills they possess are also equivalent. Conversely, any skill you don't have, the heavenly staircase version won't have either. Based on that analysis, Kakarot, if you say you can't even touch the manifestation sleeve, then it might have an extra set of skills. But since the skills are supposedly a one-to-one replica, why does the heavenly staircase version have them while you don't? That's what I don't get. Mister. Shun, am I correct? Not bad, old Vegeta. You've got a sharp mind. Shun-san chuckled. Sun Wukong has reached the 51st layer of heart tempering. Besides enhancing his own strength, he has also developed the rudimentary form of a divine technique unique to this dimension. It's called Ultra Instinct. This divine technique transcends dimensions. Once mastered, every muscle fiber and cell in your body will instinctively dodge any crisis. That's why you can't touch the opponent on the body tempering staircase. If you don't fully comprehend Ultra Instinct, soon you'll never break through another layer of body tempering. Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong looked utterly confused. Why don't I know I have any Ultra Instinct? The boss already said. Android 17 suddenly interjected. The word fully means you inherently possess it, but you just don't know how to use it yet, which is why you're unaware. Bingo. You got it right. Shun-san nodded. Your Ultra Instinct is still in its infancy. You can't use it now, but the heavenly staircase version can. It'll be tough for you to pass body tempering in the future. Hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head anxiously. Vegeta quickly asked, Mr. Shun, if Kakarot masters this Ultra Instinct, how would he compare to me? No comparison. Shun-san shook his head. Ultra Instinct is a divine technique. If Sun Wukong masters it, he will transcend the mortal realm and reach the divine domain. At that point, he could easily defeat you as you are now. Of course, that's only the current you. You won't stay stagnant forever. Your Dharma aspect and domain are no less than Ultra Instinct. They're just still weak. At their peak, a domain can easily cover the entire universe, and a single trace of aura from a Dharma aspect can reduce stars to dust. Any skill, when used to its utmost, can unleash tremendous power. A single trace of aura reducing stars to dust. These words stirred and fascinated Vegeta and the others. Sun Wukong quickly snapped back to reality and asked urgently. So how exactly do I learn Ultra Instinct? Originally, even if you learned it, you couldn't use it. But since you've awakened your Dharma aspect, your physique has greatly improved, allowing you to bear Ultra Instinct. There are two paths to fully comprehend Ultra Instinct. First, continue challenging heart tempering. There's a high chance you'll deepen your understanding there. Second, challenge body tempering. Carefully observe the movements of the manifestations. It will greatly benefit you. But my advice is heart tempering. As I told old Vegeta before, you're better suited for heart tempering, and he's better for body tempering. There's no need to force your way through both staircases. You need to understand one principle: what suits you best is the best. After explaining so much, Shin-san's throat felt dry. He waved for Android 18 to fetch him water, then played with the Pikachu that had jumped into his arms, letting Sun Wukong and the others digest the information. Just then Android 18 leaned in and asked, "Boss, what suits me best?" Shin-san rolled his eyes. "You're only fit to be a poop scooper." On the other side, Cell, who was hiding on an uninhabited island, wore a ferocious expression. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the less willing he was to endure. He could not bear it any longer. With this thought, Cell suddenly remembered something, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and then he muttered coldly to himself, "Vegeta, although I cannot defeat you now, I have a way to make you feel pain. Let's see how you handle this." Cell, with a cold gleam in his eyes, made a few subtle hand seals and whispered, "Multiple shadow clone technique." With a series of poofs, dozens of Cell clones appeared beside him. Cell gave a few instructions, and the dozens of clones immediately flew off in all directions, cackling eerily. Cell himself waited in silence. He was waiting for the right moment, a moment when he could make Vegeta regret it. In front of the blind box shop, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally finished processing the information, their gazes becoming incredibly resolute. Everyone understood the principle of biting off more than one could chew. They were no exception. Since Shun-san had already pointed out the suitable paths for them, and they had no counter-arguments, they could only humbly accept it. At this moment, Vegeta asked again, "Mr. Shin, you mentioned earlier that beyond Super Saiyan 2, there are Super Saiyan 3, 4, 5, and so on. I've opened so many jars now, can you tell me the method?" This. Shin-san tilted his head, thinking, "All right, he'll tell you." His words made Vegeta excited, his eyes fixed intently, his ears pricked up. Sun Wukong was equally interested. He had never imagined that the Super Saiyan form could have further levels, not since he saw Son Gohan accidentally use another form in the room of spirit and time. He then realized that Super Saiyan was not the end. After the baptism of the blind box shop, he discovered how vast the universe was, and the theories of dimensions and parallel worlds opened a new door to the world. Now, hearing that there were stages beyond Super Saiyan 2, his interest was no less than Vegeta's. The two androids, No. 17 and No. 18, were also curious. The database contained information about Saions, but it only went as far as Super Saiyan. There was no data whatsoever beyond that. Shin-sen sat up from his half-reclining position, then picked up a piece of dinosaur meat, and began to speak while chewing. Super Saiyan 1 is when you Saions transform into a Super Saiyan, the blonde hair stage. Super Saiyan 2 is the next level of the blonde hair with electric arcs surrounding the body, greatly enhanced. Super Saiyan 3 is also blonde hair, but the hair grows very long. To achieve this form, you need to condense Super Saiyan 2 to its peak. It can only be done by the individual, no one can teach it. Super Saiyan 4 is the easiest for you, old Vegeta. You don't need to go through Super Saiyan 3. You can become Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Vegeta became emotional. "Please guide me, Mr. Shun. I will definitely come to open King class jars every day from now on. Alright, don't forget your promise." Shin-sen smiled. Becoming Super Saiyan 4 is indeed not very difficult for you because your bloodline is purer than Sun Wukong's and you don't lose your mind when turning into a great ape. But Vegeta's heart instantly leaped. He feared that what followed the but would be something unfavorable, and indeed it was something not so good. Shin-sen paused for a moment before speaking again. "But you lack one thing needed to become Super Saiyan 4. Your tail." "What?" Vegeta stood up abruptly, his expression turning ferocious. "That bastard cut off my tail back then." "But that's not right, Mr. Shun. When I had my tail, I would turn into a great ape on a full moon night. It's a Saiyan trait, and the great ape's power isn't even as strong as Super Saiyan 1. Shin-sen shook his head. "Then let me ask you this, have you ever transformed into a Super Saiyan while in your great ape form?" The prerequisite for Super Saiyan 4 is having a tail and having already mastered the Super Saiyan form. Then by converging all the energy of the Super Saiyan forms, the great ape form will transform into Super Saiyan 4. This is why I say you can become Super Saiyan 4 more easily than Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong loses his mind when turning into a great ape, but you, the Saiyan Prince, do not. That bastard, I'm going to kill him." Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately wanted to go and kill the fat man who had cut off his tail. Sun Wukong quickly stopped him. At that moment, Shin-sen spoke again. "By the way, if you want to become Super Saiyan 4 without a tail, it's not entirely impossible." "What?" Vegeta became excited again. "Please teach me, Mr. Shun. It's actually nothing special. It's about the light from the moon. If you can get Bulma to invent a simulator that multiplies moonlight exponentially, it can also allow you to turn into a great ape. However, if you transform without a tail, your power will be somewhat diminished. As for you Sun Wukong, if you want to become Super Saiyan 4, you must first gain control of your self-awareness after turning into a great ape. But you don't necessarily have to follow the Saiyan path. Shinsen explained. Sun Wukong frowned. Apart from the Saiyan path, is there another way? Yes, follow the path of the gods. Sun Wukong was confused. Android no. 18 was confused. Vegeta was confused. Mr. Shin, the gods I've seen are all pitifully weak. What's good about the path of the gods? Are you sure they are all weak? Think back carefully and see if you can recall a god you met when you were young. When he was a god. A rat-like face, rabbit ears jumping and stomping on his father. He remembered. At Shinsen's prompting, the image gradually became clear in Vegeta's mind. The god of destruction. Shinsen nodded. That's right. The top-tier beings of this universe, the gods of destruction, are on a completely different level of power from the gods you have seen. With your current strength, even if you open all 8 gates, you wouldn't be able to harm a god of destruction in the slightest. These are high-power gods. Sun Wukong, who has mastered Ultra Instinct, is more suited to the path of the gods, and becoming a god isn't difficult. Now it was Sun Wukong's turn to be interested. Shin-san, how do I become one? Hell, old Vegeta comes to open king glass jars every day, so I'm giving a big info drop this once. Old son, you haven't opened many jars yet. Shin-san sighed. If you want the information, that's fine too. But as I said, I run a shop, and I value fairness and justice. First open jars until I'm satisfied, then we'll talk. This. Sun Wukong grew more anxious, but no matter how much he asked, Shin-sen wouldn't say another word. He could only think about coming back to open more jars later to ask again. Vegeta, having gotten the answer he wanted, was very satisfied, and wanted to go back to find Bulma to develop the machine. However, just as Vegeta and Sun Wukong were about to leave, they suddenly sensed several dozen energy signatures. Vegeta, I know, but it's strange, why is Cell's energy appearing all over the world? Vegeta frowned deeply. It seems like he's deliberately trying to lure us there. Could there be some scheme behind this? No matter what scheme that trash Cell has, with his power so pitifully weak, I can destroy him with one hand. With a whoosh they vanished. As night fell, Vegeta appeared above a forest swept by fierce winds, exuding a terrifying aura that scattered the beasts below in panic. Amidst the echoes of kicks and roars from the forest, he fixed his piercing gaze on Cell ahead. What now? Without your armor, what trick do you plan to pull? What trick, you ask? A slow smile crept across Cell's lips before he abruptly fled backward. Catch me. No matter what game you want to play, Vegeta instantly appeared directly in Cell's escape path, once again gripping Cell's face, with murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Ignoring Cell's violent struggles, he enunciated each word with lethal clarity. Since you dared to show yourself, your days of hiding are over. A powerful energy blast erupted from Vegeta's palm, reducing Cell to ashes. Yet instead of triumph, his brow furrowed in displeasure. A clone, eh? What is that bastard up to? Vegeta couldn't fathom why Cell would scatter clones across the world. Standing in the void above the forest, he pondered. The only possibility was that Cell aimed to lure him and Kakarot away to infiltrate the blind box shop. But judging from their earlier fight, Cell had already opened his jars today. Logically, such a diversion wouldn't happen now. Unable to unravel the mystery, Vegeta shook his head, refusing to dwell on Cell's schemes. Whatever game Cell played, he would crush it with sheer force. Dismissing his thoughts, Vegeta stepped forward toward another trace of Cell's energy. Meanwhile, over a bustling city where stars began to the cosmos, the inhabitants sought their evening amusement. Above the city, Son Goku appeared abruptly. He stared at Cell, who stood equally in the void, his brow tightly. Cell, without your armor, you're no match for us. Why send out so many clones? What are you plotting? Wanna know? Chase me, and he'll tell you. This Cell mimicked the same move, fleeing in the opposite direction. Without hesitation, Goku closed the distance in an instant, punching clean through Cell's torso, then raised a hand. Your strength is formidable, but your heart is too wicked. You cannot be spared. A brilliant firework exploded in the sky above the city. People on the streets looked up, smiling at the dazzling display, but Goku's frown deepened. A clone. 35 traces of Cell's energy remain scattered worldwide. No. Now 34. Vegeta is swiftly eliminating them. So which one is the real Cell? Goku glanced down at the city, then wasted no time rushing toward another of Cell's energy signatures. Meanwhile, on a deserted island, Cell noted that Vegeta and Goku had taken the bait. A cruel smile spread across its face. Placing 2 fingers on its forehead, it locked onto a specific energy signature and instantaneously appeared above another city. The fluctuation of its energy vanished as quickly as it emerged. It slipped through the night like a stealthy assassin, descending silently toward the city below. Soon Cell arrived above a courtyard. Inside, Bulma was leisurely strolling with Trunks, oblivious to the impending. With a base battle power of 100 million, she had trained with 18 and Vegeta over the past month. Unable to sense distant threats, she only noticed the anomaly as Cell drew near. Clutching Trunks tightly, she jerked her head up. Who's up there? Oh my, you caught me. Cell dropped all pretense, landing directly in front of her. Startled, Bulma feigned calm. What do you want, Cell? Don't forget Vegeta will sense you soon. Leave now while you can. Huh. Don't try to bluff me. Vegeta and Goku are busy with my clones. Why else would I dare show up here? Cell's expression twisted with malice. This was its plan to make Vegeta suffer. Lure the two strongest away with clones, then strike at the heart of West City, killing Bulma and Vegeta's child. For Vegeta, killing Cell was easy. For Cell, killing Bulma was just as simple. This round Cell could roar with I win. Vegeta, feel the pain. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Cell's grin widened. Haha, stop flaring your energy. You haven't mastered it yet. No matter how much you emit, Vegeta won't pay attention. And killing you will only take a moment. The pain Vegeta inflicted on me begins tonight with you and your child. They'll make him live in agony and fear. So, are you ready to die? Wait. Bulma, drenched in sweat, pleaded. Can't we talk? Even if you kill me, what then? Then you'll face endless pursuit from Vegeta and Goku, hiding like a rat forever. Is that the life you want? Leave now, swear never to harm anyone again, and it'll convince them to call off the hunt. Shut up. Cell roared, cutting her off. I never fear their pursuit. I only want to see Vegeta's face when he finds his wife and child dead. I imagine he'll be furious. The very thought excites me. Enough talk. Prepare to die. Wait. As Cell prepared to strike, Bulma's mind raced. She quickly set Trunks aside and grabbed a cap. With a pop, a bizarre suit of clothing appeared on the ground. Cell was puzzled, but its patience had run out. It raised its right hand, gathering an energy sphere capable of killing Bulma instantly. In a panic, Bulma donned the strange outfit with record speed, finishing with a deep blue afro wig. The moment she put it on, she burst into laughter. She felt as if countless emperors stood behind her, whispering their fear not. Worry not, for you now we're an entire era. All members of the Love Funeral clan stand. Go forth, Yo-Yo. Check it out. Inside the blind box shop, number 18 clung tightly to Shun San's side, her face adorned with a coquettish expression. Since the treasures have all been exchanged for money, why can't I open a jar? I already told you this is now the store owner's personal time. I'm off duty, understand? If you want to open one, do it tomorrow. Don't bother me tonight. Shun San impatiently pushed away number 18's delicate face as it drew close, then walked out from behind the front counter. By now the general had already procured all the furniture. The hall had also been completely transformed. The dining table was surrounded by sofas and tea tables with several air conditioning units standing in every corner, making the space no longer feel so empty and desolate. Shun San sat down on the sofa, reached out to pour himself a cup of steaming tea, took a carefree sip, then picked up a comic book carelessly tossed on the sofa and began reading it with great relish. Number 18 pressed close again, resting her head on Shun San's shoulder. Money. Aren't you going to make money? Then why do you even run this shop? I brought back gleaming gold and colorful jewels. You said yourself they're worth over 100 million. Opening a jar takes just a moment. Don't you want to earn a bit more? Shun San rolled his eyes at this. The store owner is enjoying the process. What uses more money? Do you think I'm some poor wretch desperately typing away for a living? In short, the store owner doesn't need money. It's not working hours now, so take your troubles as far away as possible and stop bothering me. No way. Number 18 suddenly wrapped her arms around Shun San's neck, pressing her body tightly against his arm, forming an unfathomably deep cleavage. Then she breathed softly into his ear and whispered, unless you let me open a jar, you won't get rid of me tonight. Moi. Shun San smiled. He slowly put down the comic, then abruptly turned number 18's body to face him, his pupils as deep as a vast river. Seeing this, number 18's heart pounded wildly, as if knowing what was to come. She slowly closed her eyes, lifted her chin high, and puckered her lips into a beautiful curve. But Shun San suddenly placed his hands on her sides, and with a gentle push sent her stumbling forward awkwardly. Only then did his voice ring out. General, drag her out, and beat her until smoke comes out of her. Remember, don't stop until she smokes. Understood, Marshal. The black and white armored general grabbed number 18's hand and pulled her out forcefully. Number 18 stared in disbelief at Shun San, who had already returned to his lazy state, her face flushed with rage. You remember this, I'm not giving up. Then she looked at number 17, who was walking out of the kitchen. Little brother, save me. Number 17 was startled, then shook his head. Sorry, can't do it. He had figured out Shun San's personality by now. He was indifferent to women's charms, spending his time either working, lazing around, or eating and drinking. Most importantly, he treated them both fairly well. Although the pay wasn't much, he liked his current life. As for his sister number 18, he knew her well. She had a bit of possessiveness, but it seemed she had aimed it at the wrong person. Getting beaten was her own fault. Besides, he knew Shun San wouldn't really order the general to kill her. However, they were still siblings, so he felt he should at least give her a hint. The boss said to beat you until you smoke. Making your body produce a little smoke is easy for you. When the general starts, just let out some smoke. Haha, number 17, you're a genius. Shun San nearly burst out laughing. Number 18, however, was already fuming, so angry, she was practically smoking before even getting hit. Haha, number 17, you're a genius. Shun San nearly burst out laughing. Number 18, however, was, upon receiving the order, the general pulled and dragged number 18 out. After they left, number 17 placed a bowl of noodles he had made in front of Shin-san. Boss, can I discuss something with you? Your performance just now was good. Speak as long as it's not difficult, the store owner can agree. After all, I'm an exceptionally good boss. Shun-san smiled as he picked up the bowl of noodles, and soon the sound of him slurping filled the air. Hearing this, number 17 rolled his eyes inwardly. An exceptionally good boss. Only paying them a little over 3,000 on call 247. He should be called an exceptional vampire. How shameless. Despite his inner complaints, number 17's expression remained unchanged. It's like this. There's a small hill east of the shop where most of the animals gather. I plan to build a small house there and live in it. I won't come back to the shop at night anymore. Oh, is that all? The store owner approves. Your job is basically a poop scooper anyway, it doesn't matter if you come. Shin-san nodded, then took out a small delicate house. This is a gravity room. I'm giving it to you. If you don't adjust the gravity, it's very comfortable to live in. Okay, thank you, boss. He'll head over now. Number 17 took it and immediately walked outside. Seeing his sister still fighting with the general, he sighed and left without a word. At that moment, Shin-san sensed that Bulma had put on her super unconventional outfit. He stood up wanting to go watch the commotion, but after a moment's thought, he sat back down. He slurped his noodles while reading his comic. Life was truly enjoyable. Elsewhere, Vegeta also sensed an indescribable aura. He stomped the Cell Jr. under his foot into pulp, then turned to look in the direction of the aura. What is that? It feels weak, yet also seems like it could defeat me now. Who is it over there? And that direction is West City. Bulma. Trunks. Damn it. Vegeta's face turned extremely grim. With his intellect, he finally pieced everything together. The clones were a diversion. Bulma, who was at home with Cell, used the clones to lure him, and Kakarot away, intending to kill Bulma and Trunks first to make him regret it. Realizing this, Vegeta was furious. The unknown aura he sensed now was likely some ability or item Cell had obtained from a jar, meaning Bulma was in imminent danger. Bastard. If anything happens to Bulma and Trunks, I swear I'll grind your bones to dust, Cell. Whoosh. Goku, standing in a wilderness, also sensed the unknown aura. He obliterated a Cell Jr. with a ki blast. Then his gaze shifted towards West City. What is this? Why is Bulma's ki mixed in with it? No. Cell. Damn it. Goku wasn't stupid either, he quickly understood everything. His expression drastically changed, and he locked onto Bulma's ki, activating instant transmission. Two figures carrying overwhelming murderous intent instantly appeared near Bulma. However, the scene before their eyes left them utterly stunned, completely frozen in place. A blue afro, a blue suit, blue Chelsea boots. The entire non-mainstream outfit was a deep azure adorned with spikes, making the whole ensemble strikingly extraordinary. Bulma curled her lips into a confident smirk. She saw Cell's energy blast already shooting from his palm, about to strike her chest, but she merely raised her hand, caught the incoming blast, and with a sharp squeeze, effortlessly defused the crisis. Cell was stunned at first, then deeply horrified. What is that? This, Bulma lifted her hand to her eyes and laughed heartily. This is faith. This is an era. This is the support of an entire era, the era called youth. Now clad in the power of an entire era, you are no longer a threat. What nonsense about an era? Tricks and illusions. He'll kill you. Cell's expression shifted. He knew if he waited any longer for Vegeta and the others to arrive, he would be finished. So he decided to hold nothing back. At that moment, he fully unleashed his ki, pushing his hands forward repeatedly. With each motion, phantom afterimage arms appeared in the air, launching countless energy blasts, each capable of destroying a city. But against Cell's frenzied assault, Bulma swatted the energy blasts away like flies, sending them into the sky, where they burst into fireworks. Then a catchy tune seemed to echo through the space. Cell couldn't understand it. Bulma, however, instantly recognized it. It was a song from that generation, the anthem of their youth. As the electrifying music played, her heart pounded and her blood boiled. In that moment, she felt the support of an entire generation at her back, making her feel utterly invincible. Facing Cell, who was still wildly bombarding her, he seemed like nothing more than a child, incapable of posing any threat. Impossible. Just changing clothes, how? Cell's face twisted again. No, this outfit of yours was also drawn from a blind box, or a jar, just like the general armor meant to amplify your power. He finally realized the truth, but time was running out. Fully releasing his ki would inevitably attract Vegeta and Son Goku. No. Flee. He had to flee. Cell understood the principle of preserving one's strength while the green would last. If he could escape, there would always be a chance to reclaim his glory. With that thought, Cell didn't hesitate. He raised a finger to his forehead, attempting to use instant transmission to escape, and then conceal his ki. However, he was horrified to find that instant transmission had failed. Trying to use instant transmission, Bulma suddenly appeared above Cell, her blue glowing Chelsea boots studded with spikes inches from his head. Her face bore a confident smile like that of the burial love clan, her tone flippant, yet rhythmic. Too bad. You can manipulate space, but you can't break through the blockade of an entire era. This stomp. Can you withstand it? Boom. The Chelsea boot made zero-distance contact with Cell's head, the spikes at the heel instantly piercing into his skull. The immense force drove Cell straight into the ground, leaving only his white-eyed head exposed. You want to kill my son? Do you even qualify? Bulma stomped the ground, instantly launching Cell out of the earth, then spun and kicked him squarely in the stomach. In an instant, Cell was sent flying backward. But Bulma wasn't about to let him off easily. She flashed to his trajectory, raised a fist that seemed to glow with blue light, and drove it toward his head. You made me terrified just now. You truly deserve to die. Boom. Before he could finish his flight, Cell was sent hurtling in another direction by that punch, blood gushing from his mouth as his consciousness faded. From then on, Bulma treated Cell like a beach volleyball. She played the role of both players in the yard, constantly flashing around and batting him back and forth. Just then, Son Goku and Vegeta appeared simultaneously nearby. Seeing Bulma's current state, they were completely dumbfounded. Vegeta, is Bulma a Scion too? After a moment, Son Goku finally snapped out of it, turning slowly to look at Vegeta. And is that blue hair also a Scion form? It feels incredibly powerful. You idiot, Vegeta rolled. Bulma is no Scion. That outfit and hair were probably drawn from a jar similar to items like the General Arm. That woman got such a treasure and didn't tell me. Humph. So it came from a jar. I thought Bulma was a Scion too. Son Goku suddenly understood, then excitedly continued. I wonder how strong Bulma is now to beat Cell so badly. I really want to try it myself. Hearing this, Vegeta decided to ignore the scatterbrained Son Goku. Seeing Bulma having fun, he didn't interrupt, but walked to the wall, leaned against it, and calmly watched the spectacle. Time passed for over 10 minutes as Bulma played volleyball. Suddenly, Cell burst out roaring with fury. Enough! Don't you have anything better to do? If you're going to kill me, just do it quickly. Don't humiliate me. Whoosh! Vegeta instantly appeared before Cell, extending his right hand palm facing him, and said flatly, You want to die? He'll grant your wish. Irk! With the threat of death looming over him, Cell's earlier bravado vanished, and sweat poured down. As the ki coalesced into a devastating energy wave, Cell could no longer maintain his composure. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. No, Vegeta. Don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I swear I'll behave from now on. I won't harm anyone else, and I'll never trouble you again. Those words might work on Kakarot, but... Vegeta roared, I am Vegeta. I've had enough of this cat and mouse game. It's time for you, the rat, to die. No. Boom. Vegeta didn't hesitate. A ki blast erupted from his palm, engulfing Cell entirely and reducing him to ashes. Yet the blast didn't cause widespread damage to the ground, a testament to Vegeta's terrifying mastery over. Son Goku stood by without a word. After today's events, he knew Cell couldn't be spared, or trouble, seeing the matter resolved, Son Goku raised a hand to wave. Since it's over, I'll head back now. No, I need to go find treasures in the sea, open jars, and ask Shin-san about the path to the divine way. I'm off. Bye. Wait. At that moment, Bulma called out to stop him, a mischievous grin on her face. You two are both battle-hungry men. Perfect. The era I'm wearing isn't exactly peaceful either. They seem eager to give you a beating. Vegeta, Son Goku, do you dare to accept the challenge? Hearing this, both Vegeta and Son Goku were intrigued. Vegeta responded first, why not? At dawn the next day, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, a dozen or so people had already gathered in front of the blind box shop, eager to open their boxes. They seemed not fully awake, yawning as they teased the small animals that had gathered around. Time slipped by quickly, and the crowd of blind box seekers grew larger. By 7 o'clock, over 30 people were idly chatting on the grassland. Their conversations all revolved around blind boxes. Some recounted their glorious finds from the previous day, their faces flushed with excitement. Those who had not uncovered any treasures watched enviously, their hearts filled with anticipation for what they might. They also prayed fervently that today would be their lucky day. From the stairwell between the second and third floors of the blind box shop came a clattering sound, particularly loud in the quiet of the morning. After just over 10 seconds, the figure of number 18 emerged from the third-floor stairwell. She first scanned the third-floor hall, and not seeing Shun-san, she unhesitatingly pushed open the door to the only room on that floor. The wooden door creaked open, emitting a sound that set one's teeth on edge, though it was not loud enough to be truly. Several rays of sunlight streamed through the window, falling precisely upon Shun-san, who lay sprawled out in an ungainly manner. He was shirtless, the blanket failing to fully cover his explosive musculature, which seemed to radiate a dazzling brilliance, his masculine aura filling the entire room. Seeing this, number 18 quickly raised her hands to cover her eyes. However, the gap between her fingers and the glimmer at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Had your fill of looking? I'll have to charge you if you keep staring. Shin-san had been aware of number 18's presence since she had reached the third floor. He slowly sat up in bed, his slightly disheveled hair and explosive muscles revealed as the silk blanket slid away, baring his torso completely. He appeared both languid and wild. It was a visual feast presented by a perfect man. Still looking. The scene shifted abruptly. Shin-san rose from the bed, not bothering to put on a shirt. He sidled up to number 18, placed a hand on her shoulder, spun her around, and then delivered a swift kick to her. Don't you know what a straight man is? Am I some sort of spectacle for you to gawk at? Get your ass downstairs and make breakfast. Shun-sen slammed the door shut in annoyance, then ambled lazily into the private bathroom. Outside the door, number 18 showed no sign of anger this time. She rubbed the spot where she had been kicked, recalling the scene she had just witnessed. Feeling something trickling down her chin, she quickly wiped it away with her hand, then murmured to herself with a smile. Worth it. You can't tell with his clothes on, but the boss body is just perfect. So wild. I really want to. It's okay. We have plenty of time. This needs to be taken slowly, can't rush. The mere thought made her happy, and her mouth watered even more. Number 18 skipped down the stairs, wiping her mouth. This morning, instead of grilling outside, she went into the kitchen and meticulously prepared a delicious breakfast. You're up early today. The shop doors suddenly swung open, and number 17 walked in from outside just as number 18 was coming out of the kitchen. I'd advise you to give up. The boss isn't interested in you. Don't end up with nothing. What do you know? Number 18 rolled her eyes dramatically. If you like someone, you try your best. No matter the outcome, at least you'll have. Why aren't you staying in your little mountain hut? What are you doing here? Opening cans. Number 17 replied as he cleared the table. I haven't lost my desires. The way things are going, the gap between me and Sun Wukong and the others will only get wider. They'll open some cans first and see what I get. The boss isn't up yet. Coming. Before number 18 could answer, Shin-san was the first to run down the. Well, has the sun risen in the west today? You've actually made such a fine breakfast. Sit down, both of you. We need to start work after we eat. Shun-sen talked to himself, not waiting for number 18 and number 17. He sat down first and began to eat heartily. The other two said nothing more and joined him. Soon after, General also came down from the second floor and joined the feast. The four big eaters polished off the entire breakfast in less than 10 minutes. Then they sat on the sofa for a few minutes sipping tea. The clock struck 8 o'clock sharp. Business hours had begun. The crowd waiting outside the door, led by Satan, surged into the shop like a swarm. Haha, finally. Made a killing yesterday, gonna make another killing today. Boss Shin, I want 7 gold blind boxes. I was here first, Boss Shin. Give me 10 bronze blind boxes. So what if you were first? I'm the first one to reach the counter. Get to the back. Over 30 men and women rushed to the counter, all raising their hands and shouting out the types of blind boxes they wanted. A few of them got into a minor argument which escalated rapidly. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control and noticing the change in Shun-san's expression, number 17 wisely stepped forward, grabbed the arguing individuals, one in each hand, and carried them outside. He then said, come back in when you've calmed down. With that, he turned and walked back into the shop. This sudden move silenced the crowd, though their eyes remained eager. As the agent Satan turned to face the 30 or so people and spoke loudly. You are all distinguished individuals in your own right. What is this behavior? Lord Shin's shop is not a marketplace. What is all this noise? There are plenty of blind boxes and cans to go around. If any of you try to start a fight like that again, don't bother coming. Remember, it is not Lord Shin who begs you to come here. It is you who beg Lord Shin to sell you his blind boxes. Know your place. Having said his piece, Satan raised his head proudly, as if to say this is the benefit of latching onto a powerful figure. The 30-odd people immediately bowed and apologized profusely. Their attitudes completely changed. Once Shun-san's expression relaxed, Satan swiftly swiped the card. The transaction was smooth and seamless. After all, it wasn't his money. Once payment was processed, the corresponding blind boxes automatically floated out from the counter into each person's hands. The 30-odd people immediately clutched their blind boxes, each retreating to a corner to open them with great enthusiasm. After dividing the spoils, Satan used the profit from the price difference to directly purchase 1 king can and 1 star can. Then with excitement, he picked up the hammer from the counter. He swung the hammer down on the star can first. Congratulations, Satan, on obtaining a tube of hair straightener. 50 million gone in an instant. Satan wiped the sweat from his brow. Bless me, whoever is up there, please bless me. This king can has to contain a treasure. Come on. Out. Congratulations, Satan, on obtaining. Satan was overjoyed. Others cast envious glances his way. Congratulations, Satan, you have obtained a youth-preserving pill. This pill grants eternal youth, but does not extend lifespan. Once consumed, you will retain the appearance you had at the moment of ingestion until death. Shin-sen explained. Upon hearing this, Satan leaped 3 meters high in ecstasy. Eternal youth. Even if he didn't take it himself, just spreading the news would drive beauty-obsessed women wild. Given his reputation, reselling this youth-preserving pill would instantly bring immense wealth, easily fetching tens of billions without any issue. At that moment, 4 people entered through the door. No, to be precise, 2 walked in and 2 ran in. They were Sun Wukong and his wife, along with Vegeta and his wife. Just moments ago, the 4 had overheard Shin-sen explaining the pill's effects upon arrival. Hearing about eternal youth, how could they remain calm? Which woman wouldn't want to remain forever in her prime? Mr. Satan, I'll offer 2 billion for the youth-preserving pill you opened. Bulma dropped a bombshell with her opening bid. The onlookers' eyes burned with envy. Shishi's face flushed crimson. Because she had no money. Bulma's opening bid was 2 billion, an amount Shishi couldn't muster even by selling everything she owned. What to do? She too craved eternal youth. It was maddening. Just then among the 30-odd people present several instantly grasped the pill's true value. And then, utter chaos erupted. Mr. Satan, I bid 1 billion. Please sell it to me. Is 1 billion really that much? I bid 3 billion, and on top of that, I'll add a luxury mansion worth 300 million. 3 billion plus a 300 million mansion. That's only 6 billion total. I'll round it up to 3 billion. As businessmen, they fully understood the pill's value. Forget personal use. If they could reverse engineer the pill, it would become an endless river of gold. Merchants chase profit. A small investment now could yield unimaginable returns later. How could they not? Selling them now would mean instant wealth. But the thought was quickly extinguished. Because as someone once said, he had lost too much interest in money. Several minor characters continued circling Satan with bids. Bulma smirked. Bidding against me, huh? All of you combined couldn't hold a candle to me. 10 billion, Mr. Satan. I'll pay 10 billion for that pill. You opened a king's jar. This return isn't bad. The moment this price was announced, the bidders around Satan fell silent. Not because they didn't want to continue, but because they couldn't keep up. Everyone knew the second daughter of Capsule Corporation. In fact, the combined wealth of all 30-plus people in the shop couldn't rival Capsule Corporation. They could only smile awkwardly and step back. Hearing this, Satan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Sorry, but I don't plan to sell this youth-preserving pill. Despite his reputation being somewhat inflated, he wasn't a fool. The same thoughts that occurred to those merchants occurred to him as well. If he could replicate the pill, it would be a never-ending stream of income. Lord Shen's jars don't contain just one youth-preserving pill. Perhaps you, Miss Bulma, might open one too. Upon hearing this, Bulma nodded thoughtfully. If you're not selling now, that means you're not taking it either. I know what you're thinking. If you ever decide to sell the pill, come to me. The 10 billion offer stands. She knew there was more than one pill in the jars, but blind boxes and jars were games of chance filled with all sorts of. Getting a youth-preserving pill was extremely difficult. Her appearance was changing day by day, and she didn't want to stake everything on luck. But Bulma grabbed Vegeta and said rapidly, from now on 2 king's jars and 1 star jar every day. Once we hit the cap, use the rest on silver blind boxes. I don't care about anything else. You must get me a youth-preserving pill, you hear? Beside her, Shishi similarly pushed Sun Wukong forward. You too. You must open a youth-preserving pill or you'll never eat another meal I cook. Hearing this, the 2 men spoke in unison. MMPH. Huh. Their speech sounded odd. Only then did Satan notice their faces, and the sight nearly made him burst out laughing. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces were covered in black and blue, bruises, their lips swollen, making theirs. Clearly Bulma hadn't held back last night. What did you say? Care to repeat that? The 2 women clenched their fists with unmistakable menace. Seeing this, Vegeta quickly ate 2 senzu beans to feel better and speak clearly. I said no. I want items and skills that boost power. Who needs a youth-preserving pill? You weren't that good-looking anyway. Oh. Bulma silently retrieved her super non-mainstream suit and put it on. They'll give you a chance to rephrase. You? TSK. Vegeta's head throbbed. Last night, despite using every trick, he couldn't defeat Bulma. His status in the family was plummeting. To avoid another beating until he could regain his standing, he decided to endure for now. Besides, the jars and boxes were random. Maybe he'd get one by chance. With that thought, Vegeta stopped fretting. Chi-Chi, however, wasn't as domineering as Bulma. Her methods relied on emotional appeals, reasoning, and a full repertoire of tears, tantrums, and threats. Only after extracting a promise from Sun Wukong did her tears turn to smiles. With their husbands' promises secured, Bulma and Shishi rushed forward. They impatiently slapped the counter. Big boss, Shen, hurry up. 2 king's jars and 1 star jar for me and Vegeta, plus 5 silver blind boxes. 1 king's jar and 6 silver blind boxes for me and Goku. Alright, you still have enough savings. May you open the items you desire. Shin-san retrieved the corresponding jars and boxes, then gestured for them to begin. Bulma and Shishi each grabbed a silver blind box. The moment their hands touched the straps, they shouted with, I don't want anything else, just 1 or more youth-preserving pills. Blind box, please hear my call. Give me a youth-preserving pill. With a rustle, the straps fell away. Their hands moved to the lids, and together they shouted again. Come forth, youth-preserving pill. Congratulations, Bulma, you've won a piece of stinky tofu. Congratulations, Chi-Chi, you've won 10 million in cash. Congratulations, beautiful passerby, you've won a Dark Knight Catgirl. Bulma dejectedly tossed the tofu into the trash can. Having won 10 million in cash, Shishi considered herself fortunate, even though she hadn't obtained the youth-preserving pill. At least she had profited, so she wasn't as disheartened as Bulma. She initially intended to deposit the money in the shop, but thinking of the two big eaters at home, she decided not to leave the 10 million there, and instead took it back to supplement the household expenses. Meow. Just then upon hearing Shun San's final congratulations, and a remarkably gentle cat's meow from behind, everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. The next moment, everyone froze. The women felt nothing, but aside from a few men like Vegeta who had no interest in women, the pupils of the others instantly transformed into those of wolves. They saw a moderately attractive woman unbox a cat-eared humanoid from a blind box. With delicate features and a slender figure that seemed as if a single pinch could yield water, she wore a set of black tight-fitting clothes that outlined a stunning silhouette. On her head were two cat ears that twitched incessantly. Seeming terrified by the wolfish gazes, she swiftly darted behind the woman who had unboxed her, daring only to peek out her little head. Her eyes were like two pools of spring water, utterly captivating and pitiable. The woman was somewhat speechless. She had seen many strange creatures, including werewolves, and the ruler of this kingdom was also a cat, albeit a male one. Third brother, this cat-eared girl must have some use, right? Third brother, my ass. Shin-san rolled his eyes furiously at the appellation. Call me brother Shun, or boss, or even Shin, the universe's invincible handsome guy. If you call me third brother again, I, the shopkeeper, will turn my back on you. Before his transmigration, some people at work liked to call him third brother because his name was similar to someone else's, and this nickname had been a constant source of mockery. But to be honest, he didn't like being called third brother. No particular reason, he just didn't like it. Hearing this, the woman was puzzled, but nodded nonetheless. Understood, brother Shun. Now can you answer my question? The cat-eared girl's sole purpose is to be both sweet and sassy. She will be your best companion. Shin-san explained. Judging by the situation, the woman clearly didn't want to keep the cat-eared girl by her side. The nearby men instantly sensed an opportunity. They hurriedly stepped forward. Lilith, sell me the cat-eared girl. He'll give you 10 million. Don't listen to him, Lilith. He'll offer 20 million. 20 million is nothing. In this world, you need financial clout. He'll bid 40 million. Seeing this, Bulma knew exactly what those men intended, and a wave of intense disgust washed over her. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Shun Sen spoke first. How about this? You seem to dislike her, and you also seem unwilling to sell her to these gentlemen beside you. I, the shopkeeper, can buy her back. You unboxed her from a bronze blind box, so I'll exchange her for 5 silver blind boxes. You won't be at a loss. However, since you've already opened your quota of blind boxes for today, the 5 silver blind boxes I promised can only be opened tomorrow. The choice is yours, as I, the shopkeeper, never force my customers. He also saw that the woman was reluctant to keep the cat-eared girl, and she seemed kind-hearted, unwilling to sell her to them. With the 10,000-fold amplification for every one the woman unboxed, he would receive 10,000. One more wouldn't make a difference, but all depended on the woman's choice. Hearing Shin-san's words, the woman didn't need to think twice. She wasn't short of 10, or even tens of millions. After all, she had unboxed the cat-eared girl, and she wouldn't let her go with those bidders. She could well imagine the consequences for the girl if she did. Moreover, she wasn't foolish. Shun-sen clearly didn't want the cat-eared girl to be mistreated in the future either. Entrusting her to Shun-sen not only earned her 5 silver blind boxes and his goodwill, but also absolved her of guilt. It was a win-win-win situation, and only a fool would refuse. Alright, due to certain reasons, I truly can't keep her by my side. Please take good care of her, brother Shun. With the agreement, Shun-san erased the cat-eared girl's loyalty to the woman and transferred it to himself. This minor matter was within his ability when a customer didn't want an item they had unboxed. The cat-eared girl was now before Shun-san, her little head nuzzling incessantly against his chest, her 2 ears swaying with emotion. Shun-san couldn't resist reaching out and stroking her. He had to admit her hair was silky smooth and her ears were particularly delightful to touch. He had finally indulged in the pleasure of petting a cat. Nearby Android 18's eyes blazed with jealousy, but seeing the cat-eared girl's docile demeanor, the fire within her seemed doused by a bucket of cold water. After a few more strokes on the cat's head, Shin-san lowered his hand. From now on you will be called Zhu Qing. Go play on the sofa. Yes, master. Zhu Qing nuzzled him vigorously once more before reluctantly heading toward the sofa, turning back every few steps. Shin-san withdrew his gaze and smiled. Creatures unboxed from blind boxes and jars are absolutely loyal to their unboxer. They would sacrifice their lives to protect their master. If you ever unbox a living being in the future, whether you want it or not, it's always good to harbor a shred of kindness towards such loyal existence. Hearing this, the men who had made bids lowered their heads, their expressions shifting. Satan narrowed his eyes. He made a mental note that these men could no longer be brought along. If necessary, he would use special means to for instance by bankrupting them, or perhaps making them disappear. With this thought, Satan slowly approached Bulma and whispered in her ear. Bulma listened, nodding. When Satan finished, she said softly, "Alright, I'll take the lead on this. Ulysses, the woman who had unboxed the cat-eared girl, was nearby. She hadn't heard what Satan said, but she could glean some information from the implication of Bulma's words. She was glad she hadn't sold the cat-eared girl to those men, who otherwise she would have certainly drawn the attention of the Capsule Corporation behemoth. Seeing this, Shishi also picked up a blind box. The two women placed their hands on the ribbons again. This time, without any shouts, they quickly tore open the boxes. In an instant, from Shishi's blind box emanated faint, ethereal rays of light, and an object slowly materialized above the glow. Radiant with myriad colors and flowing with energy, it was clearly no ordinary item. Above the blind box, a dress, shimmering with iridescent colors, floated in the air. The gown was predominantly ocean blue, its edges adorned with threads of gold. Beside the dress hovered a trident of the same ocean blue hue, its entire surface gleaming with flowing light. Noticing this extraordinary ensemble, the nearby onlookers' eyes turned violet with envy, and they burned with the desire to claim it for themselves. Congratulations, Chi-Chi, on obtaining the Sea God set. This set is an adaptation of Poseidon's own attire designed for female use. Boss Shin, what is the use of this Sea God set? And who exactly is this Poseidon? Chi-Chi voiced the questions that troubled her. Shin-san replied with a smile. The sea god Poseidon is a deity from another plane of being, of no sort. As for the sea god set's function, once you don it, your affinity with the ocean will reach 100%, and all marine life will hold great affection for you. Furthermore, wearing the sea god set grants you the inherent law of the sea god himself, the ocean law, this law grants you the ability to manipulate water. When elevated to its peak, you could effortlessly overturn the seas, and even controlling all the water in the universe is within the realm of possibility. Additionally, the Sea God set comes with several divine skills, such as never to return, and so on. In short, by pulling the Sea God set, you've hit the jackpot this time. Most importantly, by wearing the Sea God set, you receive the Sea God's blessing. Your body and features will be refined towards greater perfection, and your appearance will be frozen in time forever. Joy always arrives so unexpectedly. Beside her, Bulma's eyes instantly turned red. However, as if recalling something, she quickly spoke up. What about me? That law you mentioned, didn't I also draw an ability called Seraph Divine Ruins earlier? You said I have the angel law too. Can I achieve eternal youth? It's different. Shin-san shook his head. The divine ruins you drew are only in their initial state. Since you dislike cultivation, if you don't elevate the angel law, your beauty will fade with time, and you will age. The sea god set is different. When Chi-Chi wears it from another perspective, she has become a goddess. As long as she isn't killed by external force, she will remain ageless, and can easily live for tens of thousands of years. If you desire eternal youth and a life as long as heavens, you must fully comprehend and strengthen the angel law. Otherwise, you'll have to rely on youth-preserving pills to maintain your appearance. Hearing this explanation, Bulma felt a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, the passers-by nearby were as if struck by a myriad of lightning bolts. Their mouths agape, their eyes bulging like those of oxen. Command the oceans. Gain the absolute affection of marine life. Eternal youth. Immortality. This was off the charts. Envy and jealousy drove them to the brink of madness. Their gazes, when they turned back to the blind boxes, burned hotter than ever, tinged with a glimmer of greed. Shun-sen shook his head at the sight. People from any realm were subject to the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Many said greed was a sin, but he didn't entirely agree. Greed is a driving force for humanity, but only if one possesses the corresponding strength. Otherwise, greed becomes a grave for its master. Shinsen could tell that some were already plotting mischief. But to him, those individuals were merely people with greed, but lacking strength. No matter what schemes they concocted, if they came for him, he wouldn't mind seeing them off. After all, the noble cause of helping others was a duty he, as an upright and promising youth, could not shirk. Chi-Chi, call the sea god set with your mind, and it will automatically merge with you. Seeing Kiki's confusion, Shin-sen explained. Hearing this, Chi-Chi silently called out to the sea god set in her heart. The set floating above the blind box instantly merged into her chest. In the blink of an eye, it had completely vanished into Kiki's body. Soon her figure and features began to transform. Her height increased, matching Sun Wukong's. Her figure became curvaceous and full, radiating allure. Her face changed only subtly. The contours remained the same, but with fine adjustments that made her even more captivating. At that moment, the clothes Chi-Chi wore were gradually replaced by the sea god set. In an instant, she was clad in the ocean blue attire, its surface shimmering with flowing light. Once the transformation was complete, the trident was also in Kiki's hand. Her aura, bolstered by the law, surged upwards. It broke through 100 million in an instant and continued to climb. When the aura finally stabilized, Shun San cast his divine pupil of detection. It read exactly 50 billion. Shun San nodded. This was not the peak of the law. As long as Chi-Chi continued to elevate it, her combat power would skyrocket alongside it. So beautiful. Bulma, even as a woman, felt her heartbeat skip a beat at the sight of the transformed Chi-Chi. She was simply too perfect. Vegeta, scowling, leaned in and whispered, "If you can't become even more perfect in the future, I'll divorce. And since laws can change a person, you'll cultivate with me from now on, or listen to Mr. Shun. Focus on the divine path and train in the heart-refining tower. After all, you don't want to grow old, do you? You're such a smart aleck." Bulma rolled her eyes. However, she didn't refuse. After all, what woman didn't love beauty or desire eternal youth? It seemed she would have to dedicate some time to cultivation from now on. The men nearby, seeing Kiki's transformation, all wore lecherous expressions. Well, no. One person was the exception. That was Sun Wukong. He noticed Chi-Chi had changed, but his attention was not on her improved appearance. Instead, it was fixed entirely on her skyrocketing aura. Wow, Chi-Chi, your aura is much stronger than Gohan's now. Hearing this, Chi-Chi opened her tightly shut eyes. Her pupils now seemed like a vast, unfathomable sea of stars. She first examined her hands, then a smile spread across her face. A smile that made everyone feel as if they were immersed in a warm ocean. "Thank you, Boss Shin. If you ever need anything, just tell Goku. If he dares to refuse, let me know. You're too kind. If I as the shopkeeper can't accomplish something, old son certainly can't either. Besides, I run this shop on the principles of fairness and justice. What you pull is yours." Shun San waved his hand. "You and Bulma still have a few blind boxes and jars to open. Continue." "Okay." With a thought, the trident in Kiki's hand vanished. She and Bulma simultaneously brought the remaining blind boxes and jars before them. What followed was a flurry of ribbons and scattered jar fragments. One item after another materialized above the blind boxes and jars. "Congratulations, Bulma, you've won a box of extraordinary ultra-thin. Congratulations, Bulma, you've won a pound of wild boar meat. Congratulations, Chi-Chi, you've won a mobile tent. Congratulations, Chi-Chi, you've won a ragdoll cat." Speechless. Utterly speechless. The very definition of speechless. Bulma angrily tossed the box of extraordinary ultra-thin at Shin-san. "Take it away, take it away. Hey, you might not need it, but Vegeta could use it." Shin-san placed the item back on the counter. Upon hearing this, a faint blush seemed to creep across Vegeta's face. He turned his head away, his neck stiff, and said, "I wouldn't use that thing." "Fine, if you don't want it, you don't." Shin-san casually put the item away, then pointed at the price. "Bulma, yours need no further comment. They're all ordinary finds. Chi-Chi, you're in luck today. This tent is a treasure." "Is that so?" Chi-Chi leaned forward, her gaze sweeping back and forth across the tent. The tent was a uniform light gray with only the zipper being white, floating in the air. It looked very compact, but since Shun-san called it a treasure, she was eager to see what kind of treasure it was. The mobile tent contains a world of its own spanning roughly 500 kilometers. It is truly an essential item for travel. Moreover, if you encounter danger, you can retreat into the tent. Without the owner's consent, no outsider can enter. Even if Old Bay and Old Sun here were to strike it with all their might, they couldn't destroy this tent. In terms of value, the mobile tent is in no way inferior to the Sea God set. After explaining quickly, Shun-san felt his throat a bit dry. He beckoned to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing immediately understood his meaning. She picked up a cup of tea from the tea table, then bounced over. After Shin-san finished drinking, she nuzzled affectionately against his chest before obediently returning to the sofa. Upon hearing the tent's function, the people nearby grew even more envious. Their envy was driving them to the brink of madness. Chi-Chi, however, did not show much emotional fluctuation. She had already obtained what she wanted most. The mobile tent was nice, but she rarely left Mount Paozu and faced very little danger, so she wasn't particularly impressed by it. After asking Shin-san how to use the mobile tent, she stepped aside. Bulma immediately pushed Vegeta forward. "Hurry up and open it. The beauty pill. I want the beauty pill." "I know. Humph. You women are so annoying." Vegeta gave Bulma a tsundere glance, then picked up the blind box. At that moment, Son Goku also stepped forward and took a blind box into his hands. "Shin-san, if I open the jars and blind boxes, will you teach me how to walk the divine path?" This shopkeeper has said, "As long as you open jars to my satisfaction, this shopkeeper will tell you how to achieve godhood." Shin-san nodded, emphasizing the word satisfaction. As for whether the thick-head Goku would catch the implication, that was none of his concern. This time Goku did understand, and said no more. Immediately after, the two kindred spirits exchanged a glance. For hands moved simultaneously, tearing open blind boxes and opening jars without a moment's pause. Beauty pill, beauty pill. Damn it. Give your mother the beauty pill. Bulma stood beside Vegeta, watching the blind box with nervous anticipation. If the item wasn't a pill, she would be terribly disappointed. As Vegeta and Goku moved, various items materialized above the blind boxes and jars. "Congratulations, Vegeta, you've won a box of dried fish." "Congratulations, Vegeta, you've won a bottle of milk." Congratulations Vegeta, you've won a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Congratulations Goku, you've won a great desolate divine finger skill card. Congratulations Goku, you've won a brave bull figurine. Congratulations Goku, you've won a giant bowl of rice. You useless thing. Bulma's face instantly darkened when she saw that Vegeta hadn't gotten anything. Vegeta ignored her, his gaze fixed squarely on the great desolate divine finger skill card that Goku. Having possessed the great desolate divine palm himself, he knew very well how powerful it was. Even against an enemy stronger than himself, he had the confidence to turn the tide with that technique. And the great desolate divine finger Goku had drawn differed from his great desolate divine palm. By only one word, it was 100% a skill of the same class. I won't explain the other items in detail. Congratulations, your family is truly lucky today. The nearby passerby A, B, C, and D didn't quite understand, but that didn't stop their jealousy and envy. Envy had already twisted their faces beyond recognition. Goku immediately shoved the skill card into his mouth. Information about the great desolate divine finger flooded his mind, as if he had always known it, but then he asked in confusion. Shin-san, why does the great desolate divine finger require the use of the middle finger? Shin-san rubbed his forehead. Just think of it as needing the middle finger to unleash its maximum power. Wasn't that the truth? If used against someone who understood the meaning of the middle finger, even if it couldn't destroy heaven and earth, it would at least guarantee maximum insult and explosive mockery. Like this, Goku didn't dwell on it. The power of the great desolate divine finger spoke for itself. If it required the middle finger, then the middle finger it was. It didn't matter. Alright, the blind boxes and jars are opened. I guess you're not satisfied yet, Shin-san. They'll open more next time. I'm going to enter the heart training ground first to see if I can comprehend that ultra instinct. With that, Goku picked up the bowl of rice, which was bigger than a person, and walked out of the shop while eating. I still need to go back and make lunch for Gohan. He'll be going now. Goodbye, shopkeeper Shun. Shishi walked outside. A faint divine aura emanated from her body, and a stream of water flew from nearby to appear before her. Shishi immediately stepped onto it and rode the current, speeding rapidly towards Mount Paozu. Seeing this, the passersby A, B, C, and D also left their hearts filled with envy. Soon only Vegeta, Bulma, and Mr. Satan remained in the shop. Shin-san led the three to the sofa for. Seeing that it was getting late, Bulma stood up, saying she wanted to enter the heart training ground to seek the path of eternal youth and walk towards the heart training stairway. Vegeta saw this and stood up with a bang. Mr. Shin-il also enter the body training stairway now. See you later. Go ahead. Shin-san waved his hand, then buried his head in stroking the cat-eared girl who was nuzzling in his lap, causing her face to flush a tempting red. At this point, only Mr. Satan remained as a customer. He first glanced at Android 18, who was biting and tearing at a pillow, then spoke to Shin-san with the utmost respect. God Shin, rest assured. I am already in contact with another group of wealthy people. I will bring them all here with I understand. If you handle this matter well, your reward will not be small. If there's nothing else, go back and continue persuading those people to come. Shin-san didn't lift his head. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan didn't waste another word. With eager anticipation, he boarded his aircraft and vanished in an instant. For the moment, the shop had no customers. Shin-san teased Juqing for a while, completely ignoring the seething number 18. He then stood up and walked outside. Boss, don't leave just yet. We want to open some blind boxes too. Number 17, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Hearing this, Shin-san turned around. The treasures you brought back yesterday are worth 100 million. You're well aware of the prices for the blind boxes and jars. Open whatever you like as long as it doesn't exceed the value of those treasures. If there's anything you don't understand, wait until I return for an explanation. If you happen to pull a skill card or something similar, just consume it, and you'll instinctively know what skill it grants. Upon hearing this, number 17 immediately walked behind the counter. He stood there thinking for a moment, then picked out 2 gold blind boxes, 5 silver ones, and 5 bronze ones. 12 in total, splitting them evenly with number 18. Shin-san paid them no further mind. With a flicker of his form, he instantly appeared atop a small hill. This was the gathering place for all the animals. The entire hill was teeming with Pikachu and bull demons. Noticing Shin-san's arrival, they immediately surrounded him, joyfully spinning in circles. Some even leaped onto his shoulders and into his arms. Alright, I brought you some new companions. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 ragdoll cats materialized across the hillside. Bull demons, from now on you are all one big loving family. Don't bully them. Protect them. Understood, boss. Well, look after those little kittens. Go on and play. Shin-san waved his hand, but then a thought struck him, and he found himself in a quandary. The 10,000 cat-eared girls simply couldn't stay here. While the prairie could accommodate them, and there were gravity houses for them to live in, placing them there would make the space feel right. Thus the idea of settling them on the prairie was dismissed as soon as it arose. Unable to think of a good solution for now, Shun San decided not to release the 10,000 cat-eared girls just yet. Wait a minute. Shun San slapped his forehead. Damn, how could I forget about the mobile tent I just unboxed? Let alone 10,000, even one is more than enough to house all the animals. Having said this, Shun San turned and shouted to the animals. Enough playing. Line up and follow me back. I'm finding you a new home. Meow, roar, pika pika, quack quack. Hearing Shun San's command, the animals on the hill immediately scurried down to gather at the base, forming several neat lines. Shun San stood at the very front, like a general commanding a mighty army. With a grand sweep of his hand, he led the vast procession back towards the blind box shop. Since the shop had no customers anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly and unhurriedly, making sure the ducks and ragdoll cats could keep up. As for the other animals playing elsewhere, he didn't bother calling them. After all, a territory needed some vitality to seem normal. The hill wasn't far from the shop, and after a 20-minute walk they were back on the prairie. Hearing the commotion, number 17 and the other ran out. Seeing Shun San had brought all the animals back, they looked puzzled. Boss, what's all this? Setting up a new home for them. Your future workplace will be inside too. Shun San replied casually, then began considering the best place to set up the mobile tent. He thought it over, looking around. He decided to place the mobile tent right next to the 2 gravity houses on the prairie. Then reaching into the void, he pulled out a mobile tent and pointed towards the spot beside the gravity houses. The mobile tent shot forth, instantly expanding as it caught the wind. In a flash, it transformed into a towering tent 10 meters high. Come on everyone, follow me inside. Shun San beckoned to the Pikachu and the others, leading the way into the tent. The grand procession followed closely behind. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged a glance, their curiosity piqued, and they followed as well. The moment they stepped inside the tent, the atmosphere of an entirely different world washed over them. A vast expanse of land stretched out before them, dotted with lush green mountains of varying heights covered in vibrant vegetation. Looking deeper into the tent's world, one could vaguely make out a massive lake at its center, its surface shimmering with ripples. Near the lake sat a small city, eerily silent. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the hearts of number 17 and the others seemed to skip a beat. They instantly fell in love with the world inside the tent. It was serene, breathtakingly beautiful, a realm that seemed to exist only in dreams. With just a touch of life added, it would be the most perfect world imaginable. Boss, are we going to live here from now on? Number 17 wore a rare expression of bashfulness. Oh, if you can't possibly, then you don't have to live here. You can go back to that little hill and stay there. After all, my lovely animals are going to be settled here. No, boss. I was just being modest. You can't take that seriously. Modest my ass. There are no fish in that lake. I'm giving you half a month to catch enough fish from the sea to stock it. Fail, and you're back to your little hill. Got it, boss. Mission guaranteed. Hearing he could still live in the tent world, number 17 was energized like had been injected with adrenaline. He spun around, charged out, and launched himself into the sky, flying rapidly towards the sea. Shun San led the animals towards the lake. After settling them in, he took number 18 into the small city. There he waved his hand grandly. Instantly, over 10,000 cat-eared girls appeared on the city streets. The moment they saw Shun San, they rushed forward, yearning for an embrace. Surrounded in the middle, even a stoic man like him couldn't help but blush. All right, stop crowding me. Listen up. At his words, the thousands of cat-eared girls fell silent immediately, though a few still nuzzled against him. Shun San breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid of getting a full-in-face wash from the cat-eared girls. From now on, you will live here. Until the food ecosystem is established, you'll have this poop scooper deliver your meals. Also, Shun San waved his hand towards the 10,000 cat-eared girls. 10,000 rays of light instantly shot into their bodies. Then they began to transform. Their black bodysuits instantly shifted into flowing sea blue long dresses, and each cat-eared girl now held a trident in her hand. At that moment, an aura of seemingly gentle warmth radiated outwards like a violent storm. Seeing this, number 18 was genuinely envious. Shun San observed the scene and nodded with great satisfaction. What he had given the cat-eared girls was the 10,000-fold amplified set of sea god armor. With this kind of power and a bit of knowledge, they should be able to quickly establish a food system and become self-sufficient. It feels so warm, master. I want a hug. One of the nearby cat-eared girls snapped out of her reverie and tried to leap into Shun San's arms again. Enough. Shun San stopped her with an outstretched hand. You will live here from now on. I will come to see you every day. Be good, all right? Yes, master. The 10,000 cat-eared girls replied in unison. Then they skipped off happily to find their rooms. Meanwhile, number 18 pulled out a card. Boss, this isn't a skill card or an amplification card. I just unboxed it, but I've never seen anyone else get one before, so I didn't dare to just consume it. Hearing this, Shun San had already known, but he still couldn't help but shoot a surprised glance. How did you manage to— The Super 17 template card. The template card you have eliminated that weakness. By consuming the card you can gain the skills and all abilities of Super 17. You might not understand this yet, but I previously mentioned Super Saiyan 4, and Super 17 can overpower a typical Super Saiyan 4. Of course, it can't be said that it has no weaknesses. If the energy exceeds Super 17's capacity, it will also explode. Moreover, it only absorbs pure energy. Skills like the Great Desolate Divine Palm, which are fused with spatial laws, cannot be absorbed. That's roughly how it is. Luck is on your side. 18 had a slight understanding, but since it was for 17, she didn't plan to consume it, thinking she would wait for 17 to return before giving it to him. As the two entered the store, Zhu Qing immediately jumped into Shen San's arms, where a robot, and a cat-eared girl sat on the sofa chatting idly. Before long, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Vegeta and Son Goku were still engaged in body and mind training. Although their progress was slow, they were steadily advancing. Throughout the morning, Vegeta managed to advance 2 levels, and Son Goku also surpassed 2 levels. They seemed to have forgotten the time, and had no intention of coming out. 17 had returned, as well, holding a fish boat he had somehow obtained filled with lively little fish. He reached out to grab it, and saw it was the card he had obtained in the morning. Puzzled, he asked, "Isn't this the card I owe?" The boss said that card is from a branch timeline, and your template ability card. 18 quickly explained the card's function, including its ability to defeat Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, 17 thought for a moment, and then tossed it into his mouth. With a crunch, the card was swallowed, and the next moment 17 threw the fish boat aside, and let out a roar. His height and muscles began to grow wildly, and in an instant he underwent a dramatic transformation. His appearance became more mature and cold. His height nearly increased by 2 heads, and his previously unremarkable physique was now filled with muscles. 17 inspected his brand new body, feeling the swelling power within, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he tied his long hair back and spoke. "Not bad, this feels great. I'm planning to make a few more trips to the sea. Do you want to come along?" "Well, alright, since that boss doesn't want to pay attention to me anyway, I might as well leave him for a while. This is called playing hard to get. Let's go." 18 glanced at the transformed 17, and then flew into the sky first. 17 shook his head upon hearing this. If the boss heard it, he wouldn't know how happy he would be. Playing hard to get. I think that's a misunderstanding. 17 followed and flew into the sky. Meanwhile, in Hell, after a trial, Cell was successfully sent to the 18th layer of Hell, where an endless aura of despair filled the entire realm, inhabited by sinners struggling under punishment. Cell was imprisoned in a hell filled with thorns. However, he showed no worry, instead laughing maniacally. "Ha ha, the heavens do not completely sever a person's path. The divine essence of the god of the undead actually followed me in, and there's even a reverse summoning skill. As long as I utilize this skill, I can return to the mortal world. Vegeta's son Goku, just wait for me. I don't want to stay here for even a second longer," Cell said as he slashed his palm, quickly drawing a magic array on the ground with his blood. After finishing the drawing, he stood in the center of the array and swiftly made a hand seal. Reverse summoning act. In an instant, the array emitted a red light, quickly forming a vortex, and Cell, laughing maniacally, slowly sank into the vortex. Once Cell's figure completely disappeared, the array lost its glow. In a ravaged land, the city was filled with smoke, and the streets were deserted, with all vehicles scattered haphazardly. Suddenly, a red light rose in a nearby alley, quickly forming a strange magic array, and Cell emerged. Cell looked at the street, his brows furrowing. Something's not right. This is the original timeline. Why did the reverse summoning array send me back to the original timeline? Then, the blind box store. Cell's expression turned grim. He wanted to return to the main world's timeline to open blind boxes and jars to enhance his strength for revenge, but unexpectedly the reverse summoning array sent him back to the original timeline. He had evolved into his complete form after traveling through time from this timeline to another. No, wait. In this timeline, Son Goku and Vegeta should both be dead. Why is there still energy from them? Moreover, these energies are so strong they are terrifying. Something's very off. This is neither the original timeline nor the timeline of the blind box store. Where exactly did the reverse summoning array send me? Cell furrowed his brows. After thinking for a moment, he decided to head towards the direction of the energy to investigate the situation, and without hesitation he set off. Cell suppressed his energy as much as possible and followed the several incredibly powerful energies. Soon he arrived in a dilapidated city, then concealed himself in the shadows, focusing his gaze on the battlefield, where he saw 3 beings engaged in combat. He was shocked, his mouth agape in disbelief. In the ruined city, 2 figures were covered in red fur, with long black hair cascading over their shoulders, their explosive muscles perfectly illustrating the art of muscle. The other was entirely white, with horns on its head and several beads etched on its chest. Cell did not recognize the white figure, but could identify the 2 with red hair. He could recognize them even if they turned to Ash Vegeta. Son Goku. What? Where is this? What form are Son Goku and Vegeta in? Their energy is enough to scare anyone. Cell had no idea where the reverse summoning had sent him. However, as he watched the battlefield despite being horrified, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. That Son Goku and Vegeta are clearly at a disadvantage. If I help that white entity in the shadows to kill Son Goku and Vegeta, then control their bodies using undead magic, or wait for them to exhaust each other before making my move. Cell murmured to himself, his gaze becoming incredibly determined. Let's do this. The battle in the city rages on. Shalu has finally gained some insight, witnessing not only the brand new form of the immensely powerful red-haired scion, but also two red-haired beings merging into an even stronger existence. However, it hides in the shadows, too afraid to move. It understands that its own strength would only make it cannon fodder if it entered the battlefield. It must wait for the right moment. It keeps waiting, until it sees Son Wukong unable to maintain his new form after killing a white figure with a spirit bomb, and then it feels the opportunity has come quietly sneaking closer. But, is he dead? That is his soul state. Shalu furrows its brow, watching Son Wukong leave on the back of the divine dragon. It doesn't matter as long as the body is still here. It no longer looks at Son Wukong on the back of the divine dragon, and instantly avoids everyone's line of sight, entering a deep pit. Upon seeing only Son Wukong's set of clothes left inside, its expression changes. He has been reduced to ashes. This is problematic. The divine essence has not fully merged. I don't know if a single piece of clothing can allow for an accurate soul summoning. I can only try first. Shalu once again slashes its palm, using its blood to inscribe a law, placing Son Wukong's set of clothes in the center of the formation, then growling low. By my blood, I command the spirits to return spirit summoning array. Activate. Not working. Shalu realizes the formation hasn't reacted, and instantly knows it has failed. Its mind races, pondering what other methods it might employ. Believe it or not, it really comes up with a method. Shalu pats its forehead. I possess Son Wukong cells. Although they are not from the same timeline, it might still be feasible. For now, this is the... Shalu quickly chops off one of its arms. The arm seems to possess self-awareness, swiftly taking on the form of Son Wukong, albeit completely naked. Seeing this, Shalu places the newly formed Son Wukong into the formation. I hope this time it works. Activate. Shalu looks eagerly at the summoning array, noticing it starts to emit red light, and is instantly overjoyed, knowing it has succeeded. Meanwhile, on the back of the divine dragon, Son Wukong is lying down, gently caressing the dragon's body, when he suddenly feels a pulling force. His expression changes. Divine dragon, it seems someone is summoning me. Indeed. The divine dragon's expression. It has no idea how many years it has lived, having seen much, and can sense a wave of underworld energy attempting to pull Son Wukong away. Wukong, be careful. I do not know what exists that is summoning you. I can no longer intervene. You must rely on yourself. I don't mind. Son Wukong shakes his head with a bitter smile. But this pulling force is too immense. I cannot resist it. It seems I cannot fulfill my promise to you, divine dragon. I'm sorry. Whoosh. As soon as he finishes speaking, Son Wukong instantly disappears. At the same time, the Son Wukong in the center of the formation opens his eyes. He looks around in confusion, his gaze locking onto Shalu. Shalu, how did you appear here? Son Wukong is... Shalu smiles upon hearing this. It seems I also exist in this timeline. Ha ha, Son Wukong, I didn't expect you would have this day. From now on you will serve me. Blood oath. Control. What did you do? Son Wukong feels his body is no longer under his control, but his mind remains clear, shocking him to the core. What do you mean? After going through so much trouble to resurrect you, of course I intend to use you to destroy this world. Do you think resurrecting you is just for tea? Shalu laughs heartily. Son Wukong frowns. You can't do that. That is not for you to decide. So that red-haired form is called Super Saiyan 4. Let me see how strong it is. After taking control of Son Wukong, Shalu can read Son Wukong's memories at any time, immediately learning that the red-haired form is called Super Saiyan 4. Then Shalu manipulates Son Wukong to instantly transform into Super Saiyan 4. Red hair, black hair, wild. This is Super Saiyan 4. The immense aura makes Shalu ecstatic. Ha, yes, that's right. As long as I have you returning to that timeline, would Vegeta still be my opponent? Taking over the blind box shop isn't impossible either. The reverse summoning array that brought me here is truly marvelous. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others who have already left also sense Son Wukong's aura, and their expressions brighten. They make a sharp turn, rushing back at top speed. However, just as they return to the dilapidated city, Vegeta and the others stop, frowning as they look ahead. Shalu. Vegeta, the pain you brought me from another timeline will start with you. Son Wukong, go and kill them. Shalu cruelly points at Vegeta and the others. Son Wukong's expression darkens, but his body is entirely out of his control as he rushes forward, smashing Vegeta into a building, then kicking Trunks away. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta flies out from the building. Son Wukong speaks while fighting. Vegeta, you all need to escape quickly. Shalu has completely taken control of my body, and right now I am at full strength, while you have hardly any energy left. Quickly take the others and escape. Hurry. What does that mean? What does it mean to be controlled? Vegeta and Trunks meet up hearing Sun Wukong's words, confused, but their hearts are heavy. Although they don't understand how Shalu has come back to life, and can't quite comprehend what Sun Wukong means, they can't seem to sort everything out. However, they understand one thing: Sun Wukong cannot control his own body. Therefore the situation becomes much. Trunks, Goten, I will hold Kakarot back. You all immediately go and kill Shalu. Since Kakarot is under Shalu's control, as long as Shalu is defeated, everything will be resolved. Understood. The group quickly splits into two paths, with Vegeta restraining Sun Wukong, while the others launch an attack on Shalu. However, after an intense battle, their energy is nearly depleted. Shalu can easily see through this. What a joke, you have made some progress, but so have I. After your fierce battle, your energy is nearly exhausted. You think you can defeat me with just a few of you? Delusional. Six-fold Kaioken. Activate. Boom. With each punch and kick, Shalu has already sent Trunks and the others crashing into the ruins. Kaioken, Uncle Wukong's Kaioken, you actually know how to use it. Below, Trunks emerges from the ruins, looking up at Shalu, his face filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Goten and the others also emerge from the ruins, their expressions grave and unpleasant. The group exchanges glances, their years of tacit understanding prompting them to come up with a plan. Trunks rapidly flies towards Shalu, one from the left and one from the right. Meanwhile, Kuririn, standing on the ruins, places his hands over his eyes. 2. Yom. Fist. Vegeta, you who are always calm should know very well that none of you are a match for me now. You should leave quickly, as long as you live you will find a way. Sun Wukong's expression was grave, yet his movements did not cease, forcing Vegeta to retreat step by step. Vegeta panted heavily, knowing in his heart that Sun Wukong spoke the truth. After the fierce battle with the one-star dragon, their energy was nearly depleted, while Sun Wukong, revived, was at his peak. Continuing the fight would only lead to death. Vegeta turned his head to look at the others, who were still unable to subdue Cell. A decision had already formed. He exhausted all his energy to temporarily transform into Super Saiyan 4, then punched Sun Wukong into the rubble. Instantly, he flashed to the side of Trunks and the others. Stop fighting, let's go first. We'll figure out what's happening later. Okay, Dad. Trunks and the others took a deep look at Cell before fleeing at full speed. With Vegeta nearby, Cell dared not continue to press the attack. Before Sun Wukong could return to his side, he could only watch helplessly as Vegeta's group departed. Whoosh! Sun Wukong instantly appeared beside Cell. I'm curious, after all these years, how did you come back to life? Hehehe, trying to get information. Cell nodded. It's no harm telling you. I'm not originally from this timeline. I came here only because of an accident. Does that make sense to you? Hearing this, Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. He understood the words, but found it hard to believe in the existence of other timelines. If it were true, the Supreme Kais should have provided a definitive answer. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong was unwilling to contact the Supreme Kais now. Seeing his silence, Cell paid him no further mind. The priority was to try returning to the timeline of the blind box shop. Cell once again carved the reverse summoning array on the ground, then controlled Sun Wukong to stand at the center of the formation and stepped in himself. However, as he formed the hand seals, the array remained utterly still. Cell frowned and said, "Why isn't it working? If it doesn't work, will I be trapped in this timeline forever? No, I must find a way back. The divine spark hasn't fully merged yet. I'll have to wait until it does before trying again. Or I could find Bulma to build another time machine." Beside him, Sun Wukong heard Cell muttering to himself and laughed. "I don't know what you're talking about, but judging by it, this pattern on the ground is how you got here, right? And now that the pattern isn't working, it seems you can't go back for now. You look exactly like the Cell I met, but your strength is worlds apart, and you even know the Kaioken and some bizarre techniques. To be honest, I'd really like to go with you to see what that other timeline is like." "Humph. There will be a chance, since I still need you to defeat Vegeta and the others in that timeline. I will definitely find a way back." After several attempts with the array showing no response, Cell knew it was useless to try further. He would have to wait until the divine spark was fully fused. Next, he controlled Sun Wukong to fly into the sky, and with an energy blast reduced the ruined city. Sun Wukong's pupils flickered with emotion, but he could do nothing, allowing Cell to control him and fly toward another location. On the planet of the Supreme Kais. Supreme Kai Shin and the Elder Supreme Kai observed everything through their crystal ball. Hearing Cell claim to be from another timeline, Supreme Kai Shin looked bewildered. "Ancestor, are there other universes besides this one? Why, as the highest deity, do I know nothing of this?" The Elder Supreme Kai was also baffled. "You ask me, but who do I ask? I've never heard of other timelines either. But I do know something about Cell. He should have been long. Could it be that he really came from some other timeline?" Once Vegeta recovers that Cell controlling Sun Wukong won't find it easy to cause havoc. "You keep watch here, we'll go look up some records." "Alright." Supreme Kai Shin nodded blankly, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball. With Cell's addition to the GT timeline, events were taking an unknown turn. In the main timeline at the blind box shop, the time had reached 5 o'clock in the afternoon, closing time. Besides the morning customers, a few passers-by had wandered by in the afternoon. Seeing the two ferocious beasts guarding the staircase, they dared not approach the store and fled immediately. After that, no one else came by. Shinsen closed the door at closing time, then walked over to Jiangjuan, who was playing, and said, "Jiangjuan, come with me into the cosmos to find some strange creatures to modify the mobile tent world." "As you command, Marshal." Jiangjuan stood at attention, perfectly embodying a soldier's discipline. Shinsen set himself as Jiangjuan's opponent, and after Jiangjuan replicated his abilities, the man and the panda exchanged a glance. Then they vanished from the spot. After several space-crossing movements, Shinsen and Jiangjuan arrived on. Shinsen shook his head and smiled. "Look at their fingers, slender and long. They resemble creatures from a book I once read called goblins. Goblins are best suited for high-precision work." "Let's go down and have a look. If they are capable, bringing them back would be very useful for modifying the tent world." "Yes, Marshal." Jiangjuan had no inclination to argue, he only needed to follow orders. The man and the panda slowly descended. The goblins who were building houses were startled by these sudden, uninvited guests. They huddled together in a corner, trembling with fear. Finally, a goblin who seemed to be the leader mustered the courage to step forward, chattering incessantly, in a language completely unintelligible. Shinsen couldn't understand the goblin either, and was utterly confused. In the end, he took out some precision parts and a blueprint, and handed them over. "You assemble this." "Gulu gulu." The goblin didn't understand Shinsen either, but seemed to grasp the intent. He took the parts and blueprint, studied the diagram for about 10 seconds, then began. His slender fingers danced, and in an instant it was assembled. Then the goblin respectfully handed the assembled drone back to Shinsen. "Smart." Shinsen was very pleased. "All of you come with me. From now on you'll have a life of luxury." "Gulu gulu, you all. Forget it, this is like casting pearls before swine. I'm exasperated with myself. They'll just pack you all up and take you back." Shinsen took out another mobile tent, herded all the goblins inside, then turned to Jiangjuan and continued, "There's a considerable energy signature on a planet not far from here. Let's go check it out. Let's go on to the next stop." A land brimming with vitality, dotted with numerous lakes. Strange and wondrous creatures roamed leisurely across the earth. General Shinsen stood in the void, gazing down at the picturesque scene below. "This is planet Namek." Shinsen slowly shook his head. He had wondered what kind of energy it was, but it turned out to be from the Namekians. Though some of the animals here looked peculiar, they didn't interest him much. This trip was solely to find beings capable of transforming the mobile tent world. Bringing back those animals would only waste food. As for the Namekians, forget it. Green as they were, aside from creating Dragon Balls, they seemed rather useless. At the thought of Dragon Balls, Shinsen's interest was piqued. He hadn't been in the Dragon Ball world for long, yet had never seen a real dragon. Since Head managed to travel here, he ought to at least witness what a divine dragon looked like. Beside him, the general spoke up. "Marshal, should we bring back some local specialties from this planet?" Shinsen waved a hand dismissively. "No need. Bringing animals back is useless, it'll only waste food. Our main goal on this trip is to find races with unique skills. Animals don't fall into that category." Hearing this, the general nodded. "Understood." Shinsen continued, "However, this planet has a wish-granting orb called the Dragon Balls. Let's find the natives and ask for them to make a few wishes." The general said nothing more, and seeing Shinsen vanish, quickly followed. With a shift in space, the man and the panda arrived amidst a cluster of bizarre structures, all filled with Namekians, some farming, some chatting, others sparring. Suddenly, a Namekian noticed Shinsen and the general, letting out a startled cry. Nearby Namekians gathered around, pointing at Shinsen and chattering in a language he couldn't understand. They seemed casual, but wariness glinted in their eyes. At the commotion, a composed Namekian emerged from the largest building. As it approached, the other Namekians parted to form a path. "Honored guests, I am the current Great Elder of Namek. May I ask what brings you to this planet?" The Great Elder looked at Shinsen, and the general sweat pouring from its brow. It could sense Shinsen's faint, elusive aura, and especially the general's barely concealed power, far greater than the Frieza it had once known. Still, it could tell Shinsen and the general meant no harm. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, it spoke with utmost respect. "Oh, finally someone I can talk to." Shinsen smiled. "Don't worry. I know Son Goku and Piccolo. I'm just passing through and wanted to borrow the Dragon Balls for a while." Hearing the name Son Goku, the Great Elder was completely at ease. "So you're a friend of an old acquaintance. The Dragon Balls were recently gathered. If you wish to use them, I'll have someone fetch them." Thank you. No trouble at all. My people rarely use the Dragon Balls anyway, we only collect them as a..." The Great Elder sent a few Namekians to retrieve the Dragon Balls while he conversed with Shinsen. As their discussion deepened, Shinsen's casual and witty manner completely won over the Great Elder, who warmly invited him and the general into the house for a gathering. Shinsen didn't refuse. Experiencing the local customs was like taking a vacation. An hour later, both host and guest were thoroughly delighted. Shinsen brought the Dragon Balls outside. The Great Elder and the other Namekians followed closely, as only they understood the Namekian language. After arranging the Dragon Balls, the Great Elder stepped forward, and together they shouted at the 7 orbs. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky, swiftly forming a plump winged dragon. It looked down at Shun-san and the others, speaking in a rumbling voice. State your wishes. The Great Elder turned to Shun-san. Friend, please speak your wish, and I shall relay it. Shun-san rubbed his chin, thinking. My wish is to have 10,000 more wishes. The Great Elder was taken aback. Naga. The Great Elder gave an awkward smile. My friend jokes. Naga cannot fulfill. Meanwhile, Naga spoke in a language Shun-san could understand with a human-like tone. Human, don't be too greedy. Besides, I truly cannot grant that wish. Please state another. Then, give me 10,000 gods of destruction as bodyguards. You might as well kill me. What are the gods of destruction? Since you know their name, you must understand. How could a mere being like me accomplish that? This won't do, that won't do. What can you actually do? It's your requests that are too outrageous. Do you have any other wishes? If not, I'm leaving. Shun-san curled his lip upon hearing this. Fine, tell me which planet has creatures skilled in ecology. This time a red light flashed in Naga's eyes as it spoke. Planet Taro. The beings there excel at managing ecological environments and are also masters of architecture. You have 2 wishes left. State your second. Send an angel to do my housework. You. Forget it, I can't do that. TCH, some divine dragon you are? Fine, transport me and the general to planet Taro. Right away, off you go. Naga swiftly sent Shun-san and the general away, then immediately reverted to its Dragon Ball form, truly fearing Shun-san might utter more outrageous demands. Seeing the matter concluded, the Great Elder waved for the other Namekians to return to their tasks. It raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from its brow. 10,000 more wishes. This friend of Son Goku sure dares to say anything. By the way, what are those gods of destruction and angels? Why did Naga seem so terrified? The Great Elder couldn't fathom it. Planet Taro. A city of exquisite architecture stood tall, boundless forests brimmed with life and mountains and rivers intertwined in a complex tapestry. This planet had never appeared in the Dragon Ball series, but Shun-san didn't dwell on it. The universe was vast. After all, strange beings like himself had never shown up either. Other races were only natural. Shun-san walked the streets with the general listening to incomprehensible hawking from all directions. He should have asked that useless divine dragon to grant him knowledge of the Taro language. Now he was here unable to. Should he just pack up and take them back? Within the domain of the shop, he could use its rules to understand the universe, but after some thought he decided to shelve the idea of taking them away for now. Shun-san wasn't in a hurry. He strolled with the general, taking in novel sights, while keeping an ear out for anyone speaking a language he could understand. And lo and behold, after a walk around, he did encounter a girl whose speech he could comprehend. General, doesn't that woman resemble someone? I'm faceblind, you take a look. Marshall, her silhouette is a bit like that woman Bulma, but her demeanor isn't quite the same. Upon hearing this, Shun-san suddenly understood. He had thought she looked familiar. That woman might be Bulma's sister who traveled the cosmos gathering stories, seemingly named Thais. Thinking this, Shun-san called out uncertainly. Thais. Who's calling me? Thais turned her head and although she had made many friends in the universe, she had only been on planet Taro for a few days and knew no one. Why would someone know her name? Thais' gaze fixed on Shun-san's face as he approached, and she grew even more bewildered. Sir, do we know each other? No, but I know your sister Bulma. Shun-san extended his hand. Hello, I'm Shun-san. Hearing the name Bulma, Thais finally understood, then reached out and lightly shook his hand, smiling. So you're from back home. Hello. How did you end up on planet Taro? I'm here on some business, and I'm troubled by not understanding the local language. Luckily I ran into you. Could you help me with something? Shun-san got straight to the point. Well, Thais hesitated. To be honest, although Shun-san mentioned Bulma's name, she didn't know his character. Meeting for the first time and asking for a favor made her worry that he might not be as kind as he appeared. Mr. Shun, please wait a moment. Do you mind if I first call Bulma? Not at all, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Thais took out a communicator. She didn't move away but stood right next to Shun-san and dialed Bulma's number. Soon Bulma's voice came through the communicator. Well, this is a surprise. You didn't even call when I got married, and now you're calling. What's up? Bulma, do you know a man named Shun-san? Huh, I know him. Sis, how do you know Shun-san? He's right here beside me. He wants me to help him with something. I'm not sure if I should, so I'm calling to confirm. Are you kidding me? Do you know who Shun-san is? Why would he need your help? Are you sure you haven't run into a fake? Shun-san rolled his eyes dramatically upon hearing this, then took the communicator from Thais. Hey, does my voice sound like a fake to you? So it really is you, boss Shin. Why aren't you at your shop? What are you doing out in the universe? And my sister is just an ordinary person, how can she possibly help you? I may be powerful, but I don't know the cosmic language alright. I just wanted your sister to act as a translator. Alright, give the phone back to my sister. Let me talk to her. Shun-san handed the communicator back. After listening for a few words, Thais turned and walked aside. As she heard Bulma talk about Shun, since she kept glancing back at him, the sisters talked for over 10 minutes before the call ended. Thais turned and trotted back looking up at Shun-san with sparkling eyes. Mr. Shun, is it true that you can travel through the myriad realms? That's incredible. Can you tell me about the myriad realms and your blind box shop? Such fantastical material is excellent. I plan to write a book about you titled The Jar Merchant Travels the Myriad Realms. What do you think? Sounds good, but the name needs a tweak. How about Dragon Ball The Jar Merchant 10,000-fold Critical Strike Return? A title with a pause. Interesting. Mr. Shun, tell me. When it came to her profession, Thais seemed to have an endless stream of topics. She was completely immersed in her questions. Shun-san also shared some tales of the myriad realms. They chatted happily, one asking, and one answering, one taking notes, and one observing, completely forgetting the main purpose until 8 in the evening. Seeing it was getting late, Thais slapped her forehead. Sorry, I have a professional hazard. When it comes to book content, I can go on forever. Let's talk business now. You said you wanted me to be a translator. That's simple. There's a common language in the universe which I know. Tell me what it's about. Shun-san shook his head. No problem, chatting with you is quite interesting. I mentioned the mobile tent world earlier. I came here because I heard the people of planet Taro are skilled in ecology and architecture. I want to take some back to transform the world inside the tent. This? Thais hesitated again. Mr. Shun may not know, but although planet Taro seems peaceful on the surface, the population is controlled by the Star Lord. And the Star Lord has a very strange personality with a strong possessiveness. He won't allow anyone to take the people of planet Taro away. Most importantly, the Star Lord is incredibly powerful. I've heard he can easily destroy a large mountain. Shin-san was speechless. Had all that talk been for nothing? Easily destroying a mountain. That was as easy as raising a hand. Not even needing a hand, he could now turn a mountain to dust with just a glare. He could destroy a world at will. As for whether this so-called Star Lord would agree, did he need his agreement? If it weren't for being a decent young man, he wouldn't even bother asking, and would just pack them up and leave. Seeing Shun-san's disdainful expression, Thais suddenly remembered that this man before her was a supreme being who could travel the myriad realms, and she couldn't continue her warning. After a moment of hesitation, Thais spoke again. I can act as your translator, Mr. Shin, but this is one of the few relatively peaceful planets in the universe. Please don't resort to force. We'll see. I only want them to transform the world inside the tent. If they wish to return later, I will naturally send them back. Shin-san sensed the strongest aura on planet Taro, presumably belonging to this so-called Star Lord. Let's go. Let's go meet this Star Lord. He reached out, grabbed Teia's shoulder, and stepped forward with the general. In an instant they arrived in a magnificent. Seated at the head was a figure who appeared to be 3 meters tall, entirely red-skinned, with 2 black horns growing from his head. He was currently dining. He hadn't noticed the intruders at all until a glimpse from the corner of his eye caught them. He stood up in alarm and shouted, "We are." Thais took the initiative to explain, stating Shun-san's purpose. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing that Shun-san wanted to take his people, the Star Lord's possessiveness flared up infinitely, and he refused adamantly. Thais shook her head. Mr. Shun, he refused. Oh, is that so? Shun-san narrowed his eyes, releasing only a fraction of his aura. Thais asked him one more time. All right. Thais posed the question to the Star Lord again, but received no response for a long time. The Star Lord, who had been furious moments before, was now filled with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The next moment he cast aside all possessiveness and immediately fell to his knees. He had a strong possessive streak, but in the face of death, possessiveness could take a back seat. It's easy from here. A cowardly bully with a series of combination punches from Shun-san, the Star Master readily borrowed 30,000 top talents. After being busy until past 11, Shun-san, under the Star Master's respectful demeanor, finally left the palace at 11:30. He stood outside the palace contemplating before turning to speak. Are you planning to stay here or leave with me first? Let's leave first. If you're not around, who knows how the Star Master will. Thais sighed. Shun-san nodded, then used a spell to coat Thais with a layer of barrier before grabbing her and entering the universe. In the boundless darkness, standing in the depths of the universe made Thais feel a sliver of fear. Mr. Shun, are we going back home, or to another planet? No rush to go back. Let's stroll around first. Shun-san said, no more moving through the universe with a person and a panda, quickly reaching the edge of the universe. He then placed his hand on the surface of the cosmic barrier. In the end, he didn't plan to smash the barrier, but simply passed through it with ease. At the moment they passed through the cosmic barrier, Baduos, who was on a planet, instantly sensed it. Lord Xiang, what is it? Can't you see I'm enjoying my delicacies? We'll talk later if there's something important. Long-term overeating had turned Xiang Pa into a little chubby figure currently immersed in devouring what it deemed delicious, completely ignoring Baduos. This is quite a significant matter. It seems it can't wait. Baduos raised her crystal staff, projecting the scene of Shun-san and the others. Look, Lord Xiang Pa. My. Hearing it was something significant, Xiang Pa finally looked up, but upon seeing the image reflected by the crystal, it became puzzled. Ba Duos, what are you doing? What's so interesting about a few trash? It's better to eat more delicacies. Upon hearing this, Ba Duos lightly touched her forehead, her expression slightly helpless. Lord Xiangpa, those three are not beings from the 6th universe. They seem to come from the 7th universe. What? Only then did Xiangpa take it seriously. Why didn't they bring that guy Beerus with them? How did they pass through the cosmic barrier? It seems they have mastered some skill similar to instant transmission, and it can ignore the cosmic barrier. That person is quite interesting. Ba Duos chuckled lightly. Xiangpa raised an eyebrow, smirking. It seems they are key cultivated beings of the 7th universe, but traversing the universe without permission is a crime. I will go kill them now. Ba Duos. Fine. Ba Duos understood Xiangpa's thoughts. Regarding Beerus, her brother and rival, she knew Xiangpa would definitely want to cause some trouble. Moreover, traversing the universe without permission is indeed not allowed. From any perspective, Ba Duos couldn't refute Xiangpa. The unique movement of an angel felt like entering a colorful spatial passage, and in the eager gaze of Xiangpa, it took just a few minutes to arrive at a planet blocking Shen San and the others. Upon seeing this, Shen San frowned. He could anticipate that passing through the cosmic barrier would attract the attention of a destroyer and an angel, but he didn't expect it would happen so quickly. However, it didn't matter. With the general present, he also wanted to test how much of a difference there was between his own strength and that of the destroyer. Ta-Ec, you should enter the tent world first. Shen San took out the tent and pushed the bewildered Ta-Ec inside, then retracted it, smiling as he made eye contact with Xiangpa. Xiangpa smiled in response. Interesting, it seems your eyes suggest you want to fight me. That Beerus actually raised such an arrogant person. However, traversing the universe at will is a crime. Killing you should make Beerus quite angry. Perfect. Do I enjoy seeing Beerus getting furious and being powerless against me? Blame yourself for coming to seek death. Ooh, just get ready to die. Rupa said to himself. Shen San shook his head, realizing that he was mistaken for someone cultivated by Beerus. Hey little chubby, if you want to kill me, come on. Kid, what did you call me? Rupa's face immediately darkened. Shen San provocatively said, don't like that name. Then he'll just call you fatty. It's simple, convenient, easy to remember, and fits your image perfectly. He, this gentleman is quite amusing. I have to say it really fits. Ba Duos enjoyed the commotion. Xiangpa's anger surged, and its expression gradually became fierce. Damn it, kid, you deserve to die or I'm going to destroy you. General, watch that angel. Shen San unleashed his full power, golden flames, rising lightning instantly filling the entire space, two avatars rising from behind reaching for the sky. The avatars seemed to look down at Xiangpa, their pupils filled with an unassailable majesty. The sudden transformation caused Rupa and Ba Duo's expressions to change. They were both supreme deities and had an extraordinary perspective. Xiangpa exclaimed in shock. What? You actually possess divine energy, and those two phantoms even have laws? How is this possible? Damn it, how did Beerus get such a person? However, flashy things with weak laws, oh, I must kill you today. Xiangpa would absolutely not admit to being jealous. Meanwhile, Ba Duo's brow furrowed deeply. Although on the surface angels and deities only possess laws of creation and destruction, they all understood the 3,000 laws in the universe. Each comprehension of a law could make one a deity. If Beerus had such a person by his side, it was normal for Xiangpa not to know, but she absolutely did, meaning this person was not from Beerus at all. Divine energy of violent state, and possessing laws that are difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. Who exactly is this person? Ba Duos couldn't grasp it for a moment. Upon hearing Xiangpa's words, Shen San twisted his neck and provocatively waved his hand. Come try and see if it's flashy or not. That's just right for me to stretch my muscles. Bastard, you dare provoke me of seeking death. Xiangpa instantly appeared in front of Shen San and threw a punch. Shen San was startled but reacted quickly. He raised both hands to block in front of his face. As the fist made contact with his arms, a massive force surged in. Shen San quickly activated a divine sense probe. No wonder he is a destroyer. In a state of rage, he has a power level that surpasses the highest. And if he roars a few more times, he might even reach the next level. Truly worthy of being the strongest in the universe. Shutting down the probe, his body was sent flying by Xiangpa's world-destroying force, not knowing how many kilometers he flew. The general frowned upon seeing this, but recalling Shen San's words, she did not intervene. Instead, she focused intently on Ba Duo's movements. And as Xiangpa landed a hit, it laughed maniacally. Haha, I told you it was all flashy tricks. You can't even block my punch. What audacity. Is that so? Then why don't you take a punch from me and see? Unbeknownst to him, Shen San had appeared behind Xiangpa, and with a punch struck Xiangpa's chin. In the next moment, a purple streak of light shot up into the universe, directly shattering several small asteroids. Ba Duos remained expressionless upon seeing this. This level of attack was nothing but a mere tickle to Xiangpa. Moreover, if this person's strength was only this, they wouldn't be able to defeat Xiangpa. Just as Ba Duos thought this, Xiangpa had already flown back. Its expression had become extremely calm, like the calm before a storm. It has been countless years since anyone could touch me. Kid, you are good. But Xiang Pa slowly raised its right hand, deep purple energy waves converging the destructive laws, distorting space itself. I no longer wish to play die now. Destruction? What is that? Kampa's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. A row of golden mysterious rods formed a barrier behind Shin-san, and his destructive energy sphere crashed against their surface without penetrating an inch. The destruction energy, which had always been unstoppable, proved utterly ineffective against the golden rods. Having lived for countless eons, Kampa encountered for the first time a rod that could nullify destruction. Nearby, Wi's heart pounded fiercely a few times. Not just Kampa, but even she had never seen a rod immune to destruction energy. Even the hardest metal in the universe couldn't withstand such power. As an angel, she witnessed something novel today. The golden rods were none other than the Dinghai Shinjin, and standing behind them, Shun-san's lips curled into a graceful arc. The Dinghai Shinjin, born of the primordial chaos, rendered destruction's attempt to annihilate it utterly futile. Once the destructive energy sphere dissipated, Shin-san commanded the rods to orbit around him, then spread his arms wide. Let me show you something new. Dinghai Shinjin. Emerge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tens of thousands of Dinghai Shinjin instantaneously materialized around Shin-san, forming a domain of golden rods. They leaped and swirled jubilantly like children playing beside their father or awaiting his command. This sight stunned Kampa beyond words. Wi's heart shifted with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Shun-san casually waved his hand toward Kampa. My children. Attack. The moment the words left his lips, tens of thousands of Dinghai Shinjin shot forth like arrows, a golden torrent that dazzled the eyes under the sunlight. They swiftly formed a trapping array around Kampa, then struck at it one by one. Kampa finally snapped back to reality, its expression turning grim. It leaped and dodged nimbly within the golden rod domain, evading the strikes with precision. Kid, what does it matter if you have such a miraculous weapon? Your strength is still lacking. You're far too green to harm me. Perfect, once I eliminate you, these golden rods will all be mine. Is that so? Come and take them if you dare. Shun-san extended his hand, and a Dinghai Shinjin flew instantly into his grasp. Then he plunged into the torrent of rods. Seizing an opening, he pressed his hand downward and roared, Great Desolate Divine Palm. In an instant, the Dinghai Shinjin beside Kampa parted autonomously. A colossal energy palm, as if capable of enveloping the entire world, materialized above Rupa, seemingly able to destroy the universe with ease. Wiz couldn't help but gasp softly. It's fused with space. This is extraordinary. Seeing this, Kampa roared at the giant palm in the sky. Don't think you can. It's just laced with space. Watch me shatter it. Destruction. Enlarge. Enlarge. In an instant, Kampa conjured a destruction sphere, dozens of meters wide, and hurled it at the Great Desolate Divine Palm. The moment they collided, no cataclysmic sound erupted. Kampa's destruction law overpowered the spatial law within the palm, annihilating it almost instantly. But in that moment, Shun-san used a step across the horizon to appear above Kampa, gripping the Dinghai Shinjin with both hands, a wild gleam of madness in his eyes. Think you're the only one who can grow big? My rod can too. Dinghai Shinjin. Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. With each enlarge, Shun-san shouted, the Dinghai Shinjin expanded infinitely. In a mere instant, it stretched tens of millions of meters long, and as it smashed downward, space itself twisted violently. Kampa's expression shifted rapidly as it tried to dodge. But Shun-san roared again, Don't think you can escape. Law of life. Hold it still for me. Several verdant life-filled beams shot from Shun-san's body, striking the ground instantly. The vegetation erupted in frenzied growth, forming dozens of vines that bound Kampa as it tried to flee. Shun-san knew the vines wouldn't hold Kampa for long, but a single moment was all he needed. With a maniacal laugh, he accelerated the swing of the Dinghai Shinjin. Ha ha, so what if you're a god of destruction? Take this old Shun strike. Boom rumble. The Dinghai Shinjin struck Kampa squarely, driving it down toward the planet. The moment the rod pressed Kampa into contact with the world, the earth cracked, fissures spreading infinitely, oceans overturned, volcanoes erupted, and then with a deafening roar the entire planet shattered into fragments. Shun-san stood atop a single Dinghai Shinjin, the rod now returned to its original size, resting on his shoulder with thousands more swirling around him. He gazed proudly at the shattered planet. Whis, the angel, shifted from initial astonishment to deep curiosity. Life, space, combat, the golden rods, and that form with yellow hair that boosted his power. This man seemed to harbor great secrets. But as an angel, she remained neutral. If not compelled, she would have loved to see Shun-san and interrogate him thoroughly. Lord Kampa is going to get angry. I wonder if that handsome young man has any more tricks. Whis watched the shattered planet with a light smile. As she spoke, Kampa flew out from the debris, a trace of purple blood at the corner of its mouth, yet its expression was eerily calm, as if nothing had happened. It stopped 100 meters from Shun-san, and purple aura began to erupt from its body, escalating wildly. Shun-san's heart jolted, and he instinctively cast a divine perception eye. Holy crap, he's really furious now. Kampa's stats are skyrocketing. Gaizi, Damn, it's still rising 100 Z 1000 Z. Rang. 100 rang 1000 rang. Shin-san's eyelids twitched as he watched Kampa's power surge. Suddenly a sharp pain exploded in his gut, and with a cry he was sent hurtling into the depths of space, smashing through several asteroids before stopping. Kampa slowly withdrew its hand, instantly appearing above Shin-san, and reached out toward his head. Destruction. Damn. A plant. Without a second thought, Shin-san swung his rod at Kampa's arm, deflecting it slightly, and used a step across the horizon to evade. But Kampa seemed to know exactly where Shin-san would reappear, landing a punch on his head followed by a relentless flurry of blows. Still acting cocky. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why can't you strut now, eh? You dared to hurt. Are unforgivable. Destruction. Hearing this, feeling the pain racking his body, a flicker of light shone in Shin-san's eyes. He swung the Dinghai Shinjin, sending the destruction energy sphere flying. Then facing a fully serious Kampa, his blood boiled, and every cell in his body surged with vitality. In that case, let me be arrogant one more time for you, little fatty. Harmless World King Fist 6 times. Activate. Light Domain. Activate. 8 gates. First gate. Open. Second. Open. Third gate. Open. Open, 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 open. Absolute Immortal Sword. Shin-san unleashed all his power for the first time. The King of the World Fist amplified by 10,000 times. The 8 gates of Duanjia amplified by 10,000 times. The Field of Light amplified by 10,000 times. All of these granted him a frenzied amplification, and at that moment his combat value surged terrifyingly, instantly surpassing the threshold of Guy, and entering Ji, and it was still wildly increasing. Ji jumped to Rang in an instant. In less than a second it jumped to Go. At this point it had already exceeded the current Xiang Pa. Shin-san gripped the absolute immortal sword, coldly watching Xiang Pa, ever-changing expression. Now tell me, you little fatso, do I have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of you? You little brat. Xiang Pa's heart raced wildly. It wanted to retort, but seeing Shin-san now instilled a feeling of heart-pounding fear, especially with that strange and mysterious sword, it left its mouth dry. Nearby the angel Bados had completely changed her expression. She knew very well that Shin-san had already surpassed Xiang Pa, and if these two were to unleash their full strength, the entire 6th universe would be doomed. Not only here, but all angels across the universe sensed it. The crystal ball reflected Shin-san's appearance, and upon seeing his cold and wild face, those destroyers were startled into action. All the angels were frantically mentioning Bados. Bados, who on earth is that guy? His aura has even reached my universe. When did your universe get such a powerful human? This situation isn't right. It seems that human and that little fatso Xiang Pa are engaged in a life-and-death battle. Is that human really from your universe? Damn, have you all noticed? The golden rods surrounding that human and the sword covered in mysterious patterns give me a very dangerous feeling. Boom. It exploded completely. Vados' crystal scepter displayed the images of all the destroyers who wished they could leap out of the images to investigate. There was one image missing, that of the angel Weiss. He had seen Shin-san before, and in such a short time, he had reached this level, surpassing the destroyers of the 6th universe. This was truly a monumental event. Weiss' astonishment was no less than that of the other destroyers. Seeing that Shin-san was temporarily inactive, Bados spoke up. You should ask Weiss about this. That human entered the 6th universe from the 7th universe. He is from the 7th universe. Asking me is useless, as this is the first time I've seen that human. Upon hearing this, all the destroyers and angels turned to Weiss, whose hairline was higher than Sun Wukong's. Cough, cough. Weiss lightly coughed a few times. I have indeed seen that human, but when I saw him more than a month ago, he was still very weak. I don't know how he reached a level comparable to the destroyers in just over a month. Upon hearing this, all the destroyers and angels wore skeptical expressions. Weiss, whether we believe it or not is a big deal. Look at that human. He possesses several laws that even the gods find difficult to comprehend. Aside from you, who else in the 7th universe could teach him? Beerus. He wouldn't even be able to. What a joke. Achieving the level of a destroyer in just over a month. Why do you take us for 3-year-old children? Stop talking, stop talking. That human is about to make a move. It must be Beerus' instruction. They have always been at odds, so it must be Beerus who sent that human to beat up Xiang Pa. Let's place bets. I've found Xiang Pa little fatso unpleasant for a long time. I bet that human can pin Xiang Pa down and beat him in the universe. The atmosphere changed dramatically. Among all the destroyers, Xiang Pa had a really bad reputation. There wasn't a single destroyer who didn't want to see Xiang Pa get beaten up. At this moment, Bados shook her head. Don't mess around. If these two unleash their full power, the entire universe will be instantly wiped clean. Weiss, you better give a clear answer. Are you secretly training a successor to become a destroyer? No. Weiss looked helpless. If I really were, would I hide it in such a significant matter? I've only seen that human twice, and both times only through the crystal. I have never seen him in person. Upon hearing this, Bados and the other angels showed thoughtful expressions. However, they couldn't understand how that human could reach the level of a destroyer if he wasn't trained by Weiss. Bados noticed Shin San moving and was about to step forward to stop him when a plump black and white figure rushed to. It was the general who had been watching Bados' condition. The moment it blocked in front of Bados, it replicated her full. Feeling the aura emanating from the general, all the angels stood upright and shocked, their brows furrowing into an "Who is this?" This was the first thought of all the angels. Seeing the general made them believe that Shun San was not trained by Weiss. Even if Weiss could train a destroyer, it was impossible to train an angel. At this moment, the destroyers also noticed the unusual behavior of the angels. After questioning, silence ensued. An endless silence. All the angels and destroyers stared at the black and white general, falling into a deep silence. After a moment of silence, Bados spoke. "Friend, you should know very well what the consequences will be if they continue to fight. Please let your disciple stop first, and we can discuss this matter slowly." The general shook its head. "You are mistaken. I cannot be the marshal's master. I am merely a subordinate of the marshal. Moreover, the marshal is currently enjoying himself, no one can disturb him. You step aside and wait until the marshal is done playing before we talk." "What? Marshal? Subordinate?" The expressions of Bados and the other top deities changed dramatically. A being with the power of an angel is merely a subordinate. What is that human strength? Hidden. Or perhaps that human has an unimaginably large force backing him. Bados' expression changed repeatedly. Before she could speak, a spatial passage opened in front of all the angels, and a magnificent voice resonated in every angel and destroyer's ear. "That is an outsider. Follow me to conquer." "Understood, great officer." A group of angels and destroyers did not dare hesitate for a moment, instantly traversing the spatial passage and appearing on the battlefield. Then, as the angels and destroyers emerged, a vortex appeared above, and the great officer walked out from within. All the destroyers immediately greeted him respectfully. The great officer ignored them calmly, locking his gaze on Shun San, who was holding Xiang Pa up to be beaten, and then shifted his gaze to the general. At this moment, the general also shifted its gaze to meet the great officer's eyes. Its characteristic of mirroring allowed it to instantly replicate all the great officer's combat power and skills. Then, under the shocked gaze of the great officer, the general flickered, repeatedly launching punches and kicks that sent all the destroyers and angels flying. Shock! A group of angels and destroyers crawled out from the shattered stars, their pupils filled with astonishment. It was wrong. Far wrong. That black and white being was no longer an angel's combat power. The pressure emanating from it was comparable to that of the great officer. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of all the destroyers. Meanwhile, the general stood with its hands behind its back, calmly gazing at the great officer. "I have said no one is allowed to disturb the marshal. Anyone who approaches within 10,000 kilometers of the marshal will die." A single sword's frost chilled 14 prefectures. Within the vast expanse of the cosmos, countless unparalleled sword beams flashed past, incessantly cleaving planets and asteroids in their path into fragments. Caught in the tempest of sword beams, Kampa was already grievously wounded, his body covered in cuts from the absolute immortal sword. A sword scar on his chest was so deep it exposed bone, with purple blood gushing out relentlessly. Kampa noticed the arrival of the angels and the grand priest, and a surge of joy filled him. But it was fleeting as he saw the general instantly blast away Beerus and Kampa. His first thought was, "It's over." He had bitten off more than he could chew. Then he noticed a cold gleam of steel. His final thought was, "Farewell, delicacies." Yet feeling no pain, he opened his eyes in confusion to see Shin San stepping back. He asked, bewildered, "Why, I had the shop owner is just a merchant. I was only playing around. I never intended to take your life, little." Shin San's gaze fell upon the angels, their faces a mix of vigilance and shock. The general's ability to replicate an existence's power was not cumulative, unlike in novels. If the grand priest held him back while other angels and gods of destruction assisted, the general could not win. Shin San waved at Kampa, then turned and called to the general. "General, the wind is tight. Time to retreat." "As you command, Marshal." The general instantly returned to Shin San's side and entered the mobile tent Shin San had taken out. After storing the mobile tent, Shin San retrieved a scroll and tore it open. The scroll immediately formed a ring of light that enveloped him. Shin San waved at the angels and the grand priest with a smile. "Farewell, everyone. Feel free to visit my shop anytime. We should know which planet it's on. I look forward to our next meeting." As he spoke, the return scroll instantly transported him back to the blind box shop. The grand priest had made no move to stop him. All the angels and gods of destruction flew behind the grand priest, their expressions grave. "Father, address me by my title during work." "Yes, grand priest." Vados chuckled wryly, holding her. "What shall we do next? Please instruct us, grand priest." Hearing this, the grand priest withdrew his gaze from where Shun San had vanished and fixed it on a small figure that had suddenly appeared, bowing slightly. The gods of destruction all bent at a 180-degree angle. Even Kampa, wounded and relieved to be alive, broke into a cold sweat as he flew closer and bowed in one fluid motion. The newcomer was none other than the supreme being of the Dragon Ball universe, Xeno. All the gods of destruction held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Xeno's expression was far from childlike. His gaze pierced through endless space, landing on the seventh universe. But no matter how he looked, he found nothing amiss, though his expression shifted subtly. The Grand Priest noticed this and turned to Whis. That human said he was merely a merchant with his shop in the seventh universe. He also said, you know which planet it's on. Tell us. All the angels and gods of destruction fixed their eyes on Whis. Even Xeno and his two attendants were no exception. After a moment of thought, Whis recounted everything he knew about Shin-san. Remember, beings from beyond our domain are not to be trifled with. Until we ascertain their intentions, everyone is to be on high alert. Understood, Grand Priest. We take our leave. Take care, Lord Xeno. The gods of destruction, except those of the sixth and seventh universes, departed with their angels, deeply shaken. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow. Whis, where is Beerus? Oh, my Lord, Beerus is devoted to sleeping. He's sound asleep on the planet of the gods of destruction. Boo-hoo, poor me, with nothing to do for decades. Whis had no qualms about tattling. Beside him, Vados chimed in, and Lord Compa too, obsessed with food. Look how fat he's gotten, Lord Xeno. If he were a bit slimmer, he wouldn't have lost so badly. Damn it. Vados, you traitor. Compa noticed Xeno's expression shift again. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. Fortunately, Xeno said nothing more, merely nodding to the Grand Priest before taking his attendant's hand and leaving. The Grand Priest turned his gaze to the seventh universe. Whis, Vados, Compa, you're coming with me. Understood. The two angels showed little change in expression. But Compa seemed reluctant, still a bit unnerved by what had happened. Yet he dared not refuse, so he followed them into the spatial tunnel. In an instant they traversed the universe, and the four supreme beings appeared on a planet. As soon as they arrived, the Grand Priest and Whis sensed something unusual. Grand Priest, a part of this planet seems concealed by some entity. I cannot sense or see it. Indeed. The Grand Priest nodded. A 10-kilometer stretch of this planet appears to have detached from the universe. If that powerful being is here, he must be within that area. At this the Grand Priest hesitated. If even he could not sense what was inside, there might be beings there that even he could not to enter or not. That was the question. But contact was inevitable, and the Grand Priest was not one to wait. Let's go. I will meet these two powerful beings. Very well. The four instantly blinked into the shop's vicinity. It was late, the clock past midnight. Yet the blind box shop's door was wide open, brightly lit inside. The four slowly approached. As they passed, a tense Shin-san's voice emerged from within. It's after hours, but you may come in for a chat. Moi. Whis, Vados, and Compa looked to the Grand Priest. Having reached his station, the Grand Priest was no timid supreme deity. He stepped into the tent world. Ha, a tent that forms its own world. Quite intriguing. Vados chuckled, covering her mouth. Whis looked around the new world. The Grand Priest's gaze fixed on Shin-san, who was deploying the spirits and Tyrotians. Please wait a moment, honored guests. Shin-san turned back with a smile. Let me finish arranging matters, and I'll serve you tea. Yo, little chubby, we meet again. After releasing all the life forms that had been brought back to remodel the tent world, he arranged for number 18 and number 2, in general, to handle the subsequent affairs. Shin-san finally found some free time. He turned and walked over to the Grand Priest and the others. Let's go, let's talk inside the shop. With that, he led the way out of the tent world. The Grand Priest and the two angels remained silent, following with a smile. Compa, walking at the very back, gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his fury. Don't get angry. Absolutely must not get angry. But the thought of that brat calling him little chubby truly made him want to rage. Compa stared at Shin-san's back, longing to devour him in one gulp. However, he knew he was no match for Shin-san, and with that powerful life form that could punch an angel flying with one blow, his fury turned into pent-up frustration. Having been a god of destruction for hundreds of millions of years, this was the first time he had encountered such humiliation. One human, 3 angels, and 1 destroyer entered the shop, each carrying different emotions. Shin-san gestured for them to sit down, and poured each of them a cup of steaming hot tea. Here, drink up. The tea is free. Help yourselves if you need more. Please don't be polite. Faced with Shin-san's somewhat overly familiar demeanor, Vados and Whis thought nothing of it, smiling as they picked up their teacups and took a sip. The Grand Priest also picked up his teacup, but instead of drinking, he gently swirled it. Friend, isn't it a bit improper to show up uninvited like this? What's improper about it? My shop being here brings no harm to your plane, only benefits. If anything, you're the ones gaining from it. Shin-san took a sip of tea and leaned back into the sofa. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest furrowed his brow slightly. You outsiders have thrown the branching timelines into chaos. May I ask, where exactly is the benefit? What? Shin-san was surprised. Outsiders? There are other outsiders who have come to other timelines. Why wouldn't there be? The Grand Priest let out a soft laugh. They are all beings from outside these realms. They possess excellent innate talent and considerable strength. It's impossible to expel them completely. They have ruined who knows how many branching timelines. Hearing this explanation, Shin-san began to understand a few things. The outsiders the Grand Priest mentioned were probably not transmigrators. That would mean, Shin-san's eyes narrowed slightly. That would mean this Dragon Ball system wasn't quite like the original. However, the outsiders the Grand Priest mentioned could also be beings from the demon realm. After all, the two sides were sworn enemies. They are them, and I am me. You can't lump us together. Shin-san pointed at the blind boxes and jars on the counter. I am merely a merchant. What I sell are these blind boxes and jars right here on the counter. The prices are fair. If a customer opens a treasure, they can strike it rich. That golden staff and the immortal slaying sword I used just now. You could all see how extraordinary those weapons were. They can be opened from these blind boxes and jars. With that understanding, esteemed guests, tell me, am I here to cause trouble, or am I here to enhance the overall strength of your plane? Upon hearing this, Vados and Whis felt a jolt in their hearts. They had witnessed the entire process just now. The power of the stabilizing sea needle and the immortal slaying sword was evident for all to see, especially its ability to nullify destruction. If a powerful human wielded that golden staff, could it be understood that they could then contend with a god of destruction? Miraculous. Truly miraculous. Vados and Whis had seen no small number of outsiders. There were good ones, bad ones, half-human, half-ghost ones. This was the first time they had encountered an outsider merchant selling jars and blind boxes, no less. At that moment, a faint tearing sound caught the attention of the two angels, Whis and Vados. It turned out that the idol Kampa had noticed several packs of red packaging on the table. He couldn't help but pick one up. After examining it for a moment, he inadvertently tore open the bag, revealing strips of red items inside. A peculiar, enticing aroma wafted out instantly, arousing Kampa's appetite. He took a strip out of the bag and tossed it into his mouth. A spicy flavor exploded on his taste buds, and a boundless light burst forth in his eyes. If not for the Grand Priest's presence, he would have wanted to look up to the heavens and shout, "This is too delicious." Gulp. Whis couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be honest, he didn't quite believe Shin-san's words. However, for the time being, he had no good solution either, because that being called general was on par with him in terms of power. If things truly escalated into an irreconcilable conflict, not just this universe, but all universes could be destroyed. Even if they could win, what would be the point? To recreate the current peak universes would require countless eons, not to mention the ever-looming threat of the Demon Clan. In a mutual defeat scenario, the Demon Clan would reap the benefits. The Grand Priest did not wish to see that scene. For now, the only course of action was to let things be and observe whether, as Shun-san claimed, opening a shop in the main world would only bring benefits. If there were indeed benefits, he would not be unwelcoming. Friend, what should I call you? Shun-san. An odd name. So how much are those blind boxes and jars of yours worth? Shun-san briefly explained the prices from the black iron blind box to the king's jar, and then continued. The prices are calculated based on this planet's exchange rate. If you don't have this planet's currency, you can use valuables like gold. The exchange rate is up to me. However, business hours are over for today. The shop opens at 8 in the morning and closes at 5 in the afternoon. This is an unbreakable rule that no one can violate. This shop is neutral. You esteemed guests don't need to harbor too much suspicion towards me. It's getting late. If you have any business, please come back tomorrow. Sorry for the intrusion. The Grand Priest asked no further questions, stood up, and walked out. Whis and Vados slowly followed. Kampa cast a reluctant glance at the remaining spicy sticks before trailing behind them. The four deities arrived outside the shop, and all turned their gazes to the two guardian beasts at the heavenly staircase. Whis, Vados, what do you two think? He doesn't seem to be lying, but one shouldn't judge everything by its surface. Didn't Mr. Shin say he opens for business every morning? We can come and try when the shop opens. I also feel that Mr. Shin isn't lying. That one called General is very strong, and those two sleeping beasts are not to be underestimated either. With so many high combat powers at their disposal, if they wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't need to resort to tricks and schemes. Whis and Vados each gave their opinions. The Grand Priest nodded. You three stay on this planet for now. When morning comes, go and try opening those blind boxes and jars. If it truly benefits our side, it wouldn't be impossible to establish a friendship. I need to return and report to the Omni King. Contact me immediately if anything comes up. Understood, Grand Priest. The next morning, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the grassland, obscuring all visibility, yet this did not deter the determination of those coming to open blind boxes. They arrived early in a flying vehicle waiting at the entrance of the blind box store on the grassland. Weiss and the others also stood in the thick fog waiting. As the clock struck 8, the store door opened on time. Dozens of people immediately walked in, forming an orderly line. Once Satan completed the payment, everyone took their respective blind boxes and jars to find a comfortable spot to open them. Sounds of surprise and disappointment quickly blended together. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Some struck it rich while others went bankrupt. It was a game that quickened the heartbeat. Wow, it really is possible to obtain items that enhance one's power. It seems Mr. Shin was not lying. Weiss chuckled, covering her mouth. Today many who opened blind boxes got good items. With his discerning eye he could easily tell how much power the items conferred. We shouldn't jump to conclusions too quickly. The items obtained by those humans aren't very strong. As for the items Mr. Shin mentioned that could yield golden rods, we'll have to wait and see. Bardos slowly shook his head. We also found quite a bit of gold earlier. Since we're here to look, we might as well. Upon hearing this, Weiss and Xiang Pa did not object. They had come to verify the authenticity of the blind boxes and jars. Watching was not as good as experiencing it firsthand. Then the three approached the front desk, smiling at Shun San, who was playing with a cat. Mr. Shin, here we are. Don't mess around. You all waited outside for several hours. Shin San gently patted Zhu Qing's small head, signaling her to go play by herself. Come on, if you want to verify the authenticity of the blind boxes, pay up and open the blind boxes and jars. After witnessing Mr. Shin's tent world last night, I was inspired. Weiss smiled as he took out a black stone and placed it on the counter. This iron ball was modified based on Mr. Shin's tent world and has a volume of 10 kilometers. The money for opening the blind boxes is inside. Upon hearing this, Shin San picked it up and glanced at it, his mouth twitching. The space indeed measured 10 kilometers, filled entirely with treasures like gold, completely filling a cubic space that contained 10 kilometers. You guests have gathered treasures from an entire planet. There are countless uninhabited planets in the universe, and they contain plenty of treasures like gold. The gold inside that stone is all the minerals from a small planet. Bardos inquired. Mr. Shin, is the gold enough for the three of us to open jars? Yes, indeed. Shin San directly took out 15 king jars from the counter. The rules I mentioned last night still apply. First-time guests can only open 5 jars in a day with a maximum. You three are among the top deities in the universe. I believe the king jars are fitting for your status. The gold and treasures in the stone are sufficient. You three can open without worry. When the funds in the store run low, I will remind you. Please go ahead. Shin San gestured for them to proceed. Xiang Pa was the first to reach for a jar. He'll go first. I want to see if it's really that magical. Open it. He struck the surface of the jar with his hand, but the jar remained unmoved. Bardos reminded Lord Xiang Pa. Mr. Shin explained last night that the jar must be struck with the hammer beside it to open. I don't believe it can only be opened with a hammer. I'm a god of destruction. How can a mere jar withstand me? Xiang Pa ignored Bardos' words entirely. He increased his strength and punched the surface of the jar. With a loud bang, the jar didn't even tremble. Xiang Pa, growing increasingly frustrated, continued to throw punches, each one more powerful than the last, but ultimately the jar didn't budge an inch. Meanwhile, Xiang Pa's fists visibly swelled. Bardos remained silent, watching the spectacle unfold. Weiss even began to yawn. Shin San rested his head on one hand, quietly watching Xiang Pa's performance. Others opening blind boxes also became interested and gathered around Xiang Pa. Seeing this, Xiang Pa's face turned red, the ignoble desire to win swelling within him. He extended his palm toward the jar, gathering purple destructive energy. Destruction? The jar? Are you giving me a bath, dear? Crank it up a notch. This. Xiang Pa fell silent. The greatest power is destruction, yet the destruction unleashed upon the jar's surface created not a ripple. What to do? With so many people watching, as a god of destruction, he couldn't even destroy a jar. Did he not care for his dignity? If only I knew, I wouldn't have boasted earlier. Finally, Bardos couldn't watch any longer, reached out and handed a hammer to Xiang Pa. Stop messing around, dear. You can't even destroy a golden rod, let alone open a jar that can produce rods. Be good and take the hammer. Upon hearing this, Xiang Pa silently swung the hammer. Under the impact of the hammer, the king jar seemed to shed its pride and shattered instantly. Congratulations, little chubby, you've won a whole box of Wangzai milk. What is this? Xiang Pa picked up the Wangzai milk floating above the jar fragments, examining it with a... Shin San explained, that is a kind of beverage. A box contains 24 cans. Open the box, take out the Wangzai milk, pull off the cap, and you can drink it. Upon hearing this, Xiang Pa swallowed hard. How does this milk compare with that red strip of food we had last night? The taste is different a bit, depends on personal preference. However, for you, whether it's spicy strips or milk, both are rare delicacies. Shin San chuckled. A cup of instant noodles could conquer Xiang Pa's taste buds, so surely the spicy strips and uniquely flavored milk could as well. These two angels and the god of destruction, despite being top deities, had only experienced coarse feasts, never having tasted authentic delicacies. Upon hearing the explanation, Xiang Pa immediately opened the box, followed Shin San's instructions to pull off the cap, and as the milk flowed down his throat, goosebumps rose all over his body, and every cell seemed to be dancing rapidly. Xiang Pa's pupils widened more than a cow's eye. This is so delicious. Is it really that exaggerated? Nearby people were puzzled, thinking that beverages like milk were quite common. Was there something special about it because it came from a jar, or was that little purple chubby just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world? Those nearby watched Xiang Pa drink the milk as if it were some divine nectar, falling into deep confusion. Meanwhile, Xiang Pa continued to drink one bottle after another. Unable to stop. He simply couldn't stop. This was driving Weiss, who also loved food, mad. Lord Xiang Pa, can you spare me a bottle? No way. Xiang Pa protectively hugged the remaining milk to his chest. If you want a drink, you have to open it yourself. Don't even think about taking mine. Open it then. Weiss nudged Campo aside and reached for another hammer. Without a second thought, he swept his 5 king-tier jars open, shattering them in an instant. 5 disparate items slowly materialized in the air above. Congratulations, Weiss, you have obtained an infinite battery razor. Congratulations, Weiss, you have obtained a cream holy grail ice cream. Congratulations, Weiss, you have obtained an infinity edge. Congratulations, Weiss, you have obtained a dozen pairs of Superman underpants. Congratulations, Weiss, you have obtained a skill card, Earth Domain. Shinsen clapped his hands and chuckled. Quite the luck. He pointed at a pale yellow weapon floating in the air covered in mysterious patterns. Infinity Edge, a divine accessory. Equip it to gain the attribute bonuses of Infinity Edge, which also has a marked effect on angels. Utter the word merge, and Infinity Edge will autonomously fuse into your body. Hearing this, Weiss raised an eyebrow. So miraculous. He tried muttering merge, and Infinity Edge immediately drew close, then slowly integrated into his body. Sensing the amplifying effect of Infinity Edge, Weiss' usually unruffled demeanor stirred with a palpable ripple of emotion, because his power had increased. Most importantly, Infinity Edge granted him a trait called Critical Strike. For instance, before fusing with Infinity Edge, his damage output was 1. After fusion, he might strike for 2. It was a probabilistic passive skill. When Weiss looked at the jars again, his expression had utterly transformed. After all, once one reached the angelic realm, advancing further was immensely difficult. Yet now a mere weapon had augmented his strength. This was a monumental event. Then Shinsen pointed at the skill card and explained. Earth Domain. You all witnessed my light domain last night. Earth Domain encompasses the laws of Earth. The card is edible, its flavor adjustable by your thoughts. Huh. You can adjust the taste, eh? Weiss was somewhat slow to react, so astonishing was the revelation. He took the card in hand, imagined it tasting like want milk, then tossed it into his mouth. The sweet milky flavor burst upon his taste buds, instantly captivating him. Then the knowledge of how to wield Earth Domain surged into his mind. In an instant he had acquired a new law. Weiss was genuinely astounded this time. Laws that even deities struggled to comprehend could be possessed by consuming a mere card. This Mr. Shin before him wasn't doing business. He was performing charity. Beside him, Bardos, witnessing the slight increase in Weiss' strength, which had remained stagnant for eons, was equally stunned. Meanwhile, Kampa paid no heed, utterly absorbed in slurping his want milk. Shinsen spoke again. 2 out of 5 king-tier jars yielded treasures. Quite the luck. That cream holy grail ice cream is also edible. Though it won't boost your power, you'll likely enjoy its flavor. Is that so? Weiss took the ice cream with a cheerful smile, bit into it, and the unimaginable deliciousness made his entire body tremble. So delicious. This is without a doubt the best food I've ever tasted. Country bumpkins. Both of them were utter country bumpkins. The onlookers shook their heads in amusement, then withdrew with a mix of envy and mockery, resuming their own blind box endeavors. Weiss paid no heed to the murmuring humans licking the cream holy grail bite by bite, his heart nearly melting with sweetness. Kampa too was focused solely on gulping down his milk, as if he would not stop until it was finished. Boss Shun, did you bring my sister back? Just then Bulma rushed in from outside, followed by Vegeta, who had his... Noticing the couple's entrance, Weiss and Bardos glanced over instinctively. Their hearts skipped a beat, then shifted to confusion. Sister, does father have a child out there somewhere? Fool, look closely. That woman shares our angelic bloodline, but if you examine her carefully, you'll see that... Bardos shook her head. Moreover, that girl's angelic essence is almost negligible. Simply put, she's too weak. I suspect she was also drawn from a jar. This is a momentous affair. If mere mortals can ascend to godhood at will, it means that as long as this blind box shop exists, the main world could birth countless powerful beings. And look at that man. He bears the rudiments of several laws. If he continues to strengthen them, he could stand at the pinnacle of the universe. These matters are beyond our jurisdiction. After we finish opening jars, let's go to the Omni King's palace together. Weiss cast one last glance at Bulma, then resumed focusing on licking his cream holy grail. Meanwhile, Bulma had reached the counter, propping her hands on the surface, leaning forward, and quickly asking again. Speak up. Did you bring my sister back from the cosmos? Correct. Tights is in the tent next to the gravity room. If you want to catch up, go now. Don't stand here blocking other customers from opening jars. Shin-san pointed at the tent outside. Also, next time you talk, don't lean so close. Do you know you spray saliva? I know. They'll spray you to death. Bulma stuck out her tongue, then turned and ran toward the tent. Meanwhile, Vegeta's gaze had been fixed on Weiss since he entered. Thanks to Shun San's earlier reminder, the image of the god of destruction was clear. He remembered that this figure was the one who accompanied the god of destruction. Then, Vegeta's gaze shifted to Kampa's face, and he was instantly bewildered. The color matched. The outline was somewhat familiar. But how had he gotten so ridiculously fat in such a short time? However, Vegeta didn't dwell on it. Mr. Shun'll go into body training first. He'll come back to open jars this afternoon. As you wish. Shun San nodded. Hearing this, Bardoss grew intrigued. While tapping on a jar, she asked Mr. Shun, what body training is one of the two stairways on the left and right sides of the blind box shop. Each step manifests a corresponding opponent to battle the climber. To break through a level 1 must achieve a temporary breakthrough during the climb. The cost is 10 million per entry. However, if you can defeat the guardian beast of the stairway, entry is free. Shun San explained. Bardoss frowned. So if we enter, the manifested opponents will also be of equal strength? Yes and no. The beings summoned by the stairway will be slightly superior to the climber in every aspect. Even if the Grand Priest or your Supreme Ruler, the Omni King, entered, they would face the same conditions. Given that your current strength is already at a point where self-breakthrough is extremely difficult, it means that clearing the body training stairway is virtually impossible for you. As for the heart training stairway, it won't be too hard for you, and the rewards will exceed your imagination. After explaining, Shun San ignored the stunned Bardoss and the others, pointing at the items Bardoss had opened. Your luck isn't bad either. Among these 5 items, one is a treasure. Above the shattered jar, 5 items floated silently in the air. Among them, one shimmered with an eerie dark radiance, appearing utterly extraordinary. Bardoss furrowed her brows slightly. Upon the dark red object, she sensed an immense, bloodthirsty aura, as if this heart-like item had been dredged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As an angel, she was naturally repulsed by such objects. Had it not been retrieved from the jar, she would have wished to destroy it immediately. Whis also paused his consumption of the Holy Grail, his gaze locked onto the item. Even the ever-arrogant Kampa adopted a more solemn expression at that moment. Shun San tapped the table, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The demon god's heart. That heart was condensed from the full demonic power of a bloodthirsty demon god from another plane after his passing. It contains the demon god's lifelong magic and all his knowledge. By fusing with the demon god's heart, you can acquire everything the demon god learned in his lifetime. If an ordinary person were to fuse with it within a month, they could reach the level of a god of destruction. Moreover, the demon god was renowned for his cunning and possessed an unimaginable array of techniques. After fusing with the heart, defeating this little chubby one would be well within reach. However, as an angel of the sacred faction, you can surely perceive the ominous nature of the demon god's heart. You're right. The demon god's heart carries severe side effects. If an ordinary person so much as touches a trace of it, their reason will be instantly devoured, reducing them to a mindless killing machine. But for an angel like you, it's not a big issue. Your level of existence surpasses the demon god's, so the heart cannot influence you. If you wish to fuse with the demon god's heart, just call out with your mind. The demon god's legacy contains numerous skills that would be highly useful to you as well. Bardoss relaxed her brow, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Mr. Shin, you may not fully understand the angel lineage. If I dared to fuse with this heart, I would instantly be branded as a demonic being. I have no desire to be hunted by my siblings. With that, Bardoss reached out and took the demon god lineage. If I dared, it's a fine item. I'll take it back to study to see if I can remove its demonic nature. After all, it could still create a high-level combatant on par with a god of destruction. A decent find. Hey. Kampa grew uncomfortable. I'm not dead yet, Bardoss. What are you planning? Oh my Lord Kampa, you're here. Bardoss smiled. This is just a precaution. Please don't overthink it, Lord Kampa. Mr. Shin, since we've finished opening the jars, we won't intrude further. See you next time. Ignoring Kampa's darkening face, Bardoss greeted Shun San before storing her retrieved items, and turning. Whis smiled and nodded, licking the Holy Grail as he leisurely followed. Meanwhile, Kampa shot a fierce glare. Repeatedly being called a little chubby one infuriated him, but he was helpless. Without that black and white mysterious super being, and if Shun San didn't have the golden rod that nullified destruction and that so-called absolute immortal sword, he swore he would beat Shun San to a pulp. As their previous fight had shown, Shun San's strength was on par with his own. He only lost so miserably because of that golden rod that negated destruction and the absolute immortal sword that could easily breach his defenses. Humph! Kampa snorted coldly at Shun San, then turned and walked away. But before he reached the door, he made a sharp turn toward the sofa. Under the bewildered gazes of the others, he grabbed the remaining dozen or so bags of spicy sticks, puffed out his chest, and vanished from the shop. Congratulations to passerby A for winning a bag of rice. Congratulations to beautiful passerby B for obtaining the smooth fruit. Congratulations to passerby A for winning a bag of rice. Congratulations to beautiful passerby B for obtaining the smooth fruit. Congratulations to brother passerby C for winning a small goldfish. Congratulations to Mr. Passerby D for winning a 5-speed electric fan. The dozens of people opening blind boxes continued until around 9:30. Some left the shop with joy, others with disappointment. Some had gambled everything they owned only to end up with nothing. Wailing with the title of a penniless pauper, they tried to cling to the blind box shop. For such people, Shun San didn't even need to act. Satan simply grabbed them and tossed them out. Lord Shin, we still need 26 more to reach the goal of 100. Those last 26 can be brought within a week. Hurry up. Once you gather enough people, your rewards will be substantial. Go now. Shin San waved his hand. Satan nodded and slowly left the blind box shop. He eagerly anticipated the rewards for bringing in 100 people. For a figure as transcendent as Lord Shin, the benefits would surely be generous. How he looked forward to it. At the thought, Satan's steps grew lighter. Meanwhile, seeing that all the customers had left, Shin San raised his hand and beckoned. When Zhu Qing came forward and rested on his lap, he placed his hand on her head and stroked it gently. Then with a gesture, he summoned 5 king tier jars from the counter. 80. Damn it, thanks for playing. Again, 80. Fuck, another empty jar. This is a king tier jar. Even if the probability isn't cumulative, it should still be around 50%. What's with my luck today? After 2 consecutive king tier jars, one thanks for playing, the other completely empty. Shin San's hand on Zhu Qing's head unconsciously pressed harder, eliciting a soft whimper from her. 80, 80, 80. Shin San swung his hammer 3 more times in succession, gazing at the items that materialized within. He slammed the hammer onto the table in frustration. The last 3 jars had yielded nothing but 3 sanitary pads. Dark. Today's luck was as dark as it could get. Shin San rubbed Zhu Qing's raised, tearful face. Zhu Qing, come on. They'll take you into the tent world to play. Okay, master. You're such a good girl, Zhu Qing. The best. Flattered, Zhu Qing tightly hugged Shin San's arm, beaming with joy. In the Omni King's palace, Wisp, Batdos, and Kampa finally arrived. No sooner had they entered than they heard the Grand Priest summoning them. Passing through a corridor lined with pillars, the scene before them transformed. Greetings, Omni King Grand Priest. Upon meeting them, Kampa immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. The 2 angels, Whis and Batdos, smiled and inclined their heads slightly. Good. It seems Shun San wasn't lying. The Grand Priest could tell at a glance that Whis had changed. For his strength to improve in such a short time, the Grand Priest believed it could only be attributed to the blind box shop. Tell me, what did you obtain inside? In the Omni King's palace, after listening to the explanations of the 2 angels, Whis and Vados, and observing the demon god's heart floating in the air, the Omni King and Grand Priest sank into deep thought. Nearby, Kampa dared not even breathe loudly. The 2 angels, Whis and Vados, waited in silence. After a moment, the Omni King, who now seemed far from childlike, spoke first. What is his stance? Can we bring him to our side? Unlikely. Shin San's personality is too capricious. He probably won't join any faction. He has also stated that the blind box shop is neutral. Vados shook her head. My suggestion is, since he is useful to us, we can ignore him for now. Our side can also use the blind box shop to forge super powerful life forms, to resist the extraterrestrial beings and the denizens of the demon realm. After she finished speaking, silence once again descended upon the scene. In the vast palace, there was no sound except for a few faint breaths. After a while, the Omni King dropped a pebble to the floor, and a planet in the universe instantly turned to dust. Wait and see. If there's a problem, expel him immediately. Understood. The 2 angels, Whis and Vados, smiled and bowed slightly before leaving the Omni King's palace with Kampa. The Omni King then walked to the edge of the palace, gazing down at the seemingly endless void. After a long time, he spoke slowly. Shinvit, what do you think? Hearing this, the Grand Priest smiled and walked over. It's been ages since I heard you call me that, Shinvina. The 2 guards nearby were shaken by their exchange. The Omni King shook his head. Indeed, it's been a long time since I heard anyone call me Shinvina. As for how long? Can time even be measured for beings like us? Those extraterrestrial life forms and demons are constantly trying to devour the origin of my universe. Do you think this Shun San is after the same thing? Unlikely. Within a 10-mile radius of Shun San's shop, the laws of order are superior to our origin. With such vast power over rules, he has no need to consume a universe's origin. The Grand Priest shook his head. At our level, we both know that once you possess the power of rules, the origin becomes insignificant. Unless... The Grand Priest fell silent. The Omni King smiled faintly. Unless he's after my power of erasure, right? The erasure? Failed. Let it be then. Since we can't deal with him for now, we'll just wait and see. Having something beyond our control in this endless expanse of time, the erasure. Failed. Let it be then. Since we can't deal with him for now, we'll just wait and see. Having something beyond our control in this endless expanse of time might make the coming days less boring. A flicker of surprise crossed the Grand Priest's face. You're not thinking. That's right. I still have to maintain my persona. Otherwise, if the extraterrestrial life forms and demons find out, they won't be content to just develop in peace and will face endless invasions. The Omni King turned and gave an innocent smile. They want to see this childlike nature of mine, don't they, eh? No problem. Acting is my specialty. Starting tomorrow. I'm opening cans. Oh you. The Grand Priest was caught between laughter and tears. Fine, open them if you want. But you can't leave for too long. They can't sense you inside the shop. If those covetous life forms can't feel your presence, they'll panic. Haha, how long does it take to open a few blind boxes and cans? Those life forms are delusional if they think they can devour the system we three created. As he spoke, the Omni King walked back to the center of the palace and began playing with marbles with an innocent air. With each collision, a planet was reduced to ash. Countless lives perished with them. The survival of the fittest, the elimination of the weak, that is the law of nature. In the universe, Whis and the others were traveling through a rainbow tunnel. Kampa sat cross-legged in the void, resting his chin on his hand, recalling the delicious food he had just eaten, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. Just then Vados smiled and said, Whis, aren't you going to tell Lord Beerus about the blind box shop? Whis chuckled in response. I'd like to, but you know how my lord is when he wakes up. On the surface, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. He'll tell Lord Beerus when he wakes up. Hearing this, Kampa's eyes lit up. Best not to tell him. Let me get some good items and eat my fill of the delicacies first. That's the smartest move. Whis, don't you dare say a word too soon. Whis and Vados shook their heads. Without asking, they knew Kampa wanted to use the blind box shop to boost his strength and then show off the food to Beerus when he woke up. However, just thinking about those delicacies made Whis swallow his saliva. Sweet without being cloying, soft and fragrant with a hint of coolness. The sensation, the texture, the flavor. It was simply too delicious. And that thing Kampa was eating, called Latiao, looked incredibly tasty. He couldn't take it anymore. Whis slammed on the brakes. I need to go back to the planet of the gods of destruction first. I won't see you any further. That Whis is definitely not going back. He's going to eat. Seeing Whis leave, Kampa panicked. Vados, hurry up. We have to go too. I'm afraid not. Vados smiled gently. The Grand Priest secretly instructed that the work of a god of destruction cannot be neglected. He also said that if Lord Kampa can't lose some weight, you are not to leave the 6th universe again. What? Kampa was stunned, but then grew suspicious. Why would the Grand Priest bother with such a trivial matter? Vados, you're not tricking me, are you? Oh my. Vados put on a hurt expression. How could I? I'm quoting the Grand Priest verbatim. Why don't you ask him yourself, Lord Kampa? The 6th universe has accumulated far too many useless planets. If you don't destroy them, the Grand Priest and Lord Omni King will be angry. And you know full well the consequences of their anger, Lord Kampa. No, I know all too well. Kampa shuddered, then urged. Hurry up, Vados. Speed it up. I need to finish this job in the shortest time possible and then go open some cans. Otherwise, by the time that bastard Beerus wakes up, he'll miss my chance to one-up him. All right, Lord Kampa, hold on tight. Vados smiled and accelerated. A rainbow stream shot through the universe, passed through a barrier, and entered the 6th universe, where fireworks immediately began to bloom in the dark void. These were the fireworks of exploding stars, brilliant and dazzling. Meanwhile, the supreme Kais of the 6th universe, witnessing Kampa's frenzied destruction of stars, broke out in a cold sweat and trembled all over, terrified that Kampa might casually destroy them as well. Time flowed swiftly. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was a cooling-off period, as none who came to open blind boxes or jars managed to draw anything useful. On the streets of West Capital, dozens of beggars, both men and women, had appeared. Their eyes bloodshot, they wandered the streets muttering things like, "Kind-hearted folks, please give me some money. I need to open a blind box. I must recoup my losses." Another noteworthy event was that the blind box shop had gained an unwavering customer, the Omni King, who was utterly immersed in playing the role of a child. As soon as the shop opened, the Omni King and his 2 attendants would arrive, punctually pick up a jar, and retreat to a corner to play house. One must admit, as the ruler of the universe, his luck was remarkable. On his very first day, he drew 5. When the Grand Priest learned of this, he realized that 5 more were missing from his chambers. It dawned on him instantly, who had snatched his own angel heart back then. So you open a shop and all the items inside are stolen from me, aren't they? From that day on, the Grand Priest became a permanent fixture in Shin-san's shop. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would come by, taking things to eat and drink without the slightest restraint. Shin-san had no idea what the Grand Priest was up to. Seeing that the Grand Priest only took trivial trinkets and snacks of little value, Shin-san chose not to pay him much. But that morning, when the Grand Priest tried to make off with a bag of items that Shin-san had struck lucky with the night before, Shin-san's expression finally darkened. He slammed his palm on the counter. The sharp bang startled Whis. The Omni King and his 2 attendants also paused in their actions. Shin-san glared at the Grand Priest. That's enough from you. Taking things to eat and drink, items of little worth. I, the shopkeeper, won't say much. But that's an entire bag of enlightenment tea. Are you robbing me? Bang! The Grand Priest slammed his palm on the counter with equal force. You dare speak of robbery? The angel hearts drawn from those jars were all stolen from my chambers. What's wrong with taking a bit of your tea? What did he mean? Shin-san was stunned. He had no idea the angel hearts were pilfered from the Grand Priest by the jars. Damn it, if you're going to steal, at least give me a heads up first. However, Shin-san was not flustered in the slightest. With a casual wave of his hand, angel hearts, amplified 10,000-fold, filled the air above the shop, each one gleaming with iridescent light. Pointing at the dense cluster of angel hearts, Shen San suppressed a grin and spoke with feigned anger. Open your 24-karat crystal eyes and look. Does this shopkeeper need to steal your angel hearts? This time it was the Grand Priest who was dumbfounded. The countless angel hearts above his head, each radiating an equally powerful aura, represented those fallen over endless ages, including angels slain in divergent timelines. The angel hearts he had retrieved from extraterrestrial beings combined numbered less than 100. Could it be a misunderstanding? What a colossal blunder this was. Whis was equally stunned. A room full of angel hearts. How many deaths would he need to collect them all? The Omni King's 2 attendants were so shocked their dog-like eyes bulged. Ahem. The Grand Priest, realizing his days of freeloading were based on a misunderstanding, coughed to mask his embarrassment. Yet he still refused to put down the bag of enlightenment tea. After all, a single sip of this tea could lead even him to a breakthrough. He simply couldn't bear to part with it. Then it was a misunderstanding. I did lose 6 angel hearts, and the Omni King drew 5 from your jars. The coincidence was too great. It was all a mistake. Since it's a misunderstanding, why are you still clinging to the enlightenment tea? Put it down quickly. This shopkeeper only has this much. Shin-san pointed at the tea. The Grand Priest's eyes darted around. Don't be so stingy. It's just a bit of tea. He'll give it back to you. But since we get along well as a friend, taking half of it shouldn't be a problem, right? You're dreaming. Here, this is the most I can give you. Any more, and there's none left. Swoosh. The Grand Priest stashed the tea away with lightning speed. A single tale might seem insignificant, but used sparingly, it could be brewed a dozen times. When it ran out, he could simply visit the shop again. It was but an instant's travel away. Ahem. Was coughed, violently put off by the Grand Priest's antics. Mister. Shin, could you spare a little for me too? Not much, just half a tael will do. Come follow my finger. Shin-san raised his hand and slowly pointed towards the door. As Whis looked on in confusion, a single clear word escaped Shin-san's lips. Scram. Whis gave an awkward smile and fell silent. Hearing a commotion outside, he turned and walked out. On the grassland, 2 figures with receding hairlines were locked in fierce combat. Every punch and kick caused the air to explode with thunderous cracks. After watching for a while, Whis' gaze shifted to the heavenly stairway. In the past week, he, the Grand Priest, and the others had attempted both the body tempering and mind tempering trials. The body tempering was nearly impossible to clear, even a single level, given their starting point was too high. The mind tempering, however, was simpler. In just 1 week, he had reached the 799th floor, while the Grand Priest and the Omni King had ascended to the 856th floor. Thus the mind tempering rankings shifted. The Omni King and the Grand Priest were tied for first. Whis was second. Vados was third. Shin-san was fourth. Son Goku was fifth. The body tempering rankings also saw changes. Shin-san was first. Vegeta was second. Son Goku was third. During this time, Piccolo and the others had also begun attempting the trials. Piccolo was fourth. Tien Shinhan was fifth. Most of the Z fighters had managed to clear at least a floor or 2. Of course, Son Gohan was not on the rankings. The study materials he had drawn were enough to keep him occupied for years. Shishi refused to let him out until he had finished them. Son Gohan was probably crying his eyes out in the bathroom. After glancing at the rankings for a moment, Whis walked towards the mind-tempering trial. Shopkeeper Shin might be a bit stingy, but the treasures here are truly remarkable. After reaching the 780th floor of the mind-tempering, I've been able to improve with every subsequent floor. My strength, which I thought had no hope of advancing further, now seems to have potential again. Not bad at all. 10 million for 1 entry. It's practically a giveaway. With a delighted expression, Whis entered the mind-tempering heavenly stairway. Meanwhile, a major event occurred at the blind box shop. Shin-san, ignoring the Grand Priest, who had sat back down to drink tea, focused on explaining the uses of items to customers opening boxes. Congratulations. You've obtained a copy of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Congratulations. You've obtained a pair of crystal slippers. Congratulations. You've obtained 10 golden leaves. Congratulations. You've obtained a Windscar skill card. Amidst the stream of congratulations, Shun-san felt a sudden shift. He raised his hand to pause. The customer, who was about to ask for an explanation, walked out from behind the counter and stepped outside. Turning to look at the blind box shop, he smiled. Finally reached 100 people. After this upgrade, the new features of the blind box shop are quite to this shop. Not bad, truly not bad. At that moment, the entire blind box shop came alive, trembling incessantly. The customers who were opening blind boxes sensed the change and stopped what they were doing, rushing out of the store. The Grand Priest and Zeno, along with several others, stood beside Shin-san, gazing up at the transforming blind box shop with their eyes narrowed into slits. Even Son Goku and Vegeta, who had been locked in combat, halted their fight, startled by the sudden upheaval. They flashed over to Shin-san's side in an instant, quietly observing the blind box shop. Before their eyes, the originally 3-story wooden building shot upward, adding 4 more stories, to become a 7-story structure. Its exterior had also transformed. The wooden walls were replaced with crystalline panels, shimmering in a riot of colors under the sunlight. Meanwhile, the blind box shop, which originally had only a single main entrance, now sprouted a side door on both the left and right. Each door was vibrantly colored, and above every entrance hung a horizontal plaque. The left door was inscribed with Myriad Realms House, and the right one with Quest Issuance House. As these 2 doors appeared, 10 envelopes materialized in Shin-san's hand. He raised them to his eyes, and the words "Invitation to the Myriad Realms" rendered in 5 gilded characters met his gaze. "Mr. Shin, what is the meaning of this?" Vegeta voiced the question on everyone's mind. Shin-san gave a calm smile. "The shop's functions were too limited. As the proprietor, I initiated an upgrade. The upgraded blind box shop now boasts several intriguing new features. Let's start with the additional floors." Shin-san pointed at the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is no longer guest rooms, it has been converted into a library. It houses a vast collection of books from across the Myriad Realms. Access is free, and you can enter to read anytime during business hours. The 3rd floor is a void realm, a space for uninhibited combat. Within the void realm, you can fight to your heart's content without worrying about affecting the outside world. The cost is 1 million per visit. The 4th floor is a recreational lounge. It is also a self-contained realm fully equipped with entertainment facilities. As for the fees, intelligent robot attendants inside will inform you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others nodded, showing little emotional reaction. For them, only the 3rd floor held any value. They found the library and the lounge uninteresting, preferring to sweat it out in a training room. Zeno, however, was quite intrigued by the 4th floor. Without waiting for Shin-san to continue, he hopped, and Shin-san continued his explanation. "The 5th and 6th floors are guest rooms, and the 7th floor is my private space. These 3 floors are unremarkable, merely places to sleep. The most important aspect of this upgrade is..." Shin-san pointed at the 2 side doors flanking the main entrance, a smile playing on his lips. "The core of this upgrade lies in those 2 rooms. One is the quest room, where you can accept a wide variety of... After accepting a quest, you can enter the Myriad Realms house. It will transport you to the specific plane of the mission, and it's free of charge. However, since these are quests, I, as the proprietor, will take 80% of all items collected during the mission. This includes both quest-required items and any personal acquisitions. In essence, I provide a platform for traversing the Myriad Realms, but I take an 80% cut of everything you bring back." Hearing this, everyone was astonished, and a restless energy filled the air. Son Goku and Vegeta in particular were stirred. They had previously heard Shin-san speak of the Myriad Realms and had grasped the concept. The idea of confronting beings like the great emperors of those realms ignited a fierce desire for battle within them. Their inner longing was immense. Now presented with the opportunity to actually journey to those Myriad Realms, how could they not be ecstatic? The Grand Priest was also secretly startled. He knew that the ultra-powerful beings invading from beyond their universe were entities from another plane. Neither he nor Zeno could fathom how those life forms managed to break through. Given this situation, although he possessed the power to eliminate some of these extra-dimensional beings, it was merely a temporary fix. As long as the method of their invasion remained a mystery, they would face an endless onslaught. Now, with the chance to travel to the Myriad Realms, he could use the Myriad Realms house to investigate who was truly behind these incursions. At that thought, the Grand Priest's usually narrowed eyes suddenly blazed with boundless light. Whoosh! Son Goku, unable to contain himself any longer, dashed towards the quest room. He pushed open the door and stepped inside without a second thought. Seeing this, Vegeta flashed into the quest room, unwilling to be left behind. The others, seeing two already inside, surged in like a swarm. Only the Grand Priest remained observing cautiously. The quest room was also a self-contained realm, not overly large, but capable of holding tens of thousands. A virtual screen floated in the void before them, displaying one quest after another. Son Goku scratched his head in frustration. How do we accept a quest? No sooner had he spoken than dozens of service robots walked into the crowd, each holding a tablet computer. One robot approached Son Goku, its face bearing a human-like smile. It handed the tablet to him. Greetings, guest. I am Unit 1, the service robot for the quest room. Allow me to guide you on how to accept a quest. Unit 1 pointed to the lower left corner of the tablet. It's very simple. Just press the accept button. Quests are assigned randomly. However, you must be aware that quests are random, and so are the planes. If you receive a quest for a supreme plane and encounter any mishap, this establishment bears no responsibility. Furthermore, upon entering another plane, your own abilities will be sealed. You will instead randomly acquire one or more abilities native to that plane. Also, the flow of time differs between the Myriad Realms and your world. A year spent in another plane equates to a single day in your world. Upon hearing this, most people halted their hands midair as they were about to press the accept button. If they understood correctly, accepting a quest could mean death. This single fact was enough to deter the majority. They were greedy, but they valued their lives more. However, there were always gamblers. Apart from Son Goku and Vegeta, 7 others pressed the accept button. Among them was the usually cautious Mr. Satan. A total of 9 people accepted quests. As their tablets flickered, 9 beams of light shot out, entering the minds of each of the 9. They now knew what quests they had received. A burly man's eyes glinted sharply. I got a quest for a world called Akame Kill. I need to collect a weapon called an Imperial Arm. I wonder. Another person chimed in. I got a quest for a world called League of Legends. I need to collect a fox's fur. The deadline is 1 month. A woman then spoke. I got a quest for a world called Primordial Chaos. I'm supposed to collect a 12th grade black lotus. It sounds like a lotus flower. This quest shouldn't be hard. They'll just treat it as a trip to another world. Kakarot, what is your mission? Vegeta frowned. My mission is to rescue a man named Ace and collect devil fruits. The jar produced such items before. The realm doesn't seem very powerful, but entering it seals our own strength, raising the difficulty. Son Goku put his hand behind his head, speaking nonchalantly. Sealed or not experiencing other abilities seems interesting. I've been assigned to a world called Bleach, and I need to collect at least 3 Zanpakuto. I can't wait to see what that world is like. At that moment, Mr. Satan heard Vegeta's words, and his eyes sparkled. He threw himself to the ground, clutching Vegeta's leg. Big shot, my mission is also to collect devil fruits. Please take me along. Vegeta's face darkened as he wanted to kick Mr. Satan away, but remembering his decent relationship with Shun-san, he held back and walked out without a word. Mr. Satan shamelessly followed closely. In the face of death, dignity meant nothing. To go on a mission in the same realm as a big shot, he had to cling tightly to this powerful leg. Seeing Vegeta leave, the others who had received missions also walked out. They stopped in front of the 10,000 Realms house and looked at it for a moment. Vegeta opened the door and stepped inside. The other 8 followed. As soon as they entered, everyone felt the world spin, and when they reappeared, they were in their respective mission worlds. In the world of One Piece, on the vast and turbulent sea, fierce winds and rain lashed down, lightning flickered in the dark clouds, and a small island drifted like a lost child. Suddenly 2 figures materialized on the island's shore. They were Vegeta and Mr. Satan. They let the rain beat against their faces, only snapping back to reality after a moment. Vegeta slowly surveyed his surroundings. So this is the One Piece world. Then he raised his hands and my power is indeed sealed. In this realm, I've been granted a devil fruit and an ability called Haki. Vegeta murmured to himself, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His current abilities were weak, but experiencing different powers could still benefit his future training. It was like gaining another path of enlightenment. Vegeta turned to Mr. Satan, and his face darkened. Hey, what ability did you get? Don't think your good relationship with Mr. Shin will earn you my help. If you hold me back, I'll break your legs first. No way, big shot. I think my ability is pretty useful. Besides, I already had a devil fruit ability before, so even if it's replaced, I can use it smoothly. As Mr. Satan spoke, he let out a roar. His body grew infinitely, and within seconds he transformed into an azure dragon, clutching auspicious clouds soaring in the sky. Vegeta nodded at the sight, then his body turned into golden light particles, instantly landing on Mr. Satan's back. That's right. Mr. Satan had obtained the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form. Vegeta had obtained the Logia Pika Pika no Mi and the 3 types of Haki. Both of their devil fruit abilities were in an awakened state. With his own physical strength, Vegeta was confident he could rescue this ace. But to be safe, and since there was still time, he decided to first confront a certain faction. The mission mentioned that Ace will be executed in a month at Marineford, where the top powerhouses of this realm will— We don't know the area, and it's just the 2 of us. We can first contact Ace's faction. The mission gave me their location. He'll point the way, and you fly there as fast as you can. Got a big shot. My mission is to collect 5 devil fruits, so please help me out. Mr. Satan roared and flew in the direction Vegeta indicated. Amidst the thunderstorm, a giant dragon soared straight through. In the world of Bleach, Son Goku appeared on the top of a dilapidated skyscraper. My power really is sealed. This new ability is quite interesting. Son Goku lifted the sword that had appeared in his hand, examined it, then lowered it. Compared to a blade, he still preferred using his fists. My ki is completely gone, replaced by something called spiritual pressure. I've also learned some Kido techniques. My current strength isn't too weak, but I wonder how strong the people in this realm are. I can't wait. But Son Goku thought of something and scratched his head in frustration. The mission requires collecting 3 Zanpakuto, but where am I supposed to find them? If only Vegeta and Piccolo were here. Son Goku completely ignored the red dot in his mind, indicating the mission's location. However, he suddenly sensed several massive spiritual pressures in the distance, and his excitement surged. Let's find someone to fight first. They'll figure out the mission later. With that, Son Goku used spiritual pressure to step through the air, rushing toward the battlefield. In an instant, he arrived above a ruined street. He looked down at a figure with white wings and eyes like stars who was wreaking havoc on the city. Son Goku Son Goku was inherently kind-hearted. Seeing such injustice, he felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, the winged figure seemed to be the strongest around. His blood boiled with excitement. Hey, how about a fight with me? Huh. Son Goku suddenly entered the battle. Everyone who had been fighting stopped. Who are you? Aizen had already begun fusing with the Hogyoku his confidence at an explosive level, viewing everyone as beneath him. He could sense Son Goku's immense spiritual pressure, but to him now, it was merely that of an ant. Sir, please step back. This is not the time for jokes. Ichigo Kurosaki, gripping Zangetsu, quickly moved forward, glaring warily at Aizen. But Son Goku had come for a fight. He wasn't about to listen. In a flash, he closed in on Aizen and threw a punch. Both Ichigo and Aizen had the same thoughts so fast. However, Aizen, a seasoned combatant, reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block. As fist met blade, a deafening roar erupted, and the nearby streets and ground collapsed under the immense force. So strong. Ichigo's jaw dropped. The sheer physical strength before him was the greatest he had ever witnessed. Who was that man? How can anyone in the world achieve such power with just their body? Indeed, only his abilities were sealed. Son Goku's original physical strength remained. In terms of raw physical force, he surpassed Aizen. After the punch, Son Goku grabbed Aizen's arm. It's too cramped to fight in the city. Let's go somewhere else for a... With that, Son Goku hurled Aizen out of the city with tremendous force. In the primordial realm, the woman assigned to this task is named Mu Siuen Lu Ku. Upon her arrival in the Hongwang world, she sensed a kind of celestial energy being infused into her, elevating her to the celestial realm. That feeling of expansion caused her confidence to explode. With a sense of self-satisfaction, she followed the red dot location provided by the task. She appeared not far from the 12th grade Black Lotus, and within less than half an hour of flying she found it. However, a man was sitting atop the lotus. But she was not afraid. This was the confidence born from strength. Kid, hurry up and hand over that 12th grade Black Lotus, or else I'll make you regret it. What? Luoho thought he was hearing things. He recognized the strangely shaped woman upon her arrival, but dismissed her as just a minor celestial too insignificant to bother with. Only when he noticed the woman flying towards him did he become somewhat interested. Luoho wondered what she intended to do. It turned out she was eyeing the 12th grade Black Lotus. One could say that celestials these days were rather bold. How dare she attempt to rob him, a Kwasa saint? Didn't hear me clearly. I'll say it again, hand over the 12th grade Black Lotus to me. She pointed at the Black Lotus, exuding an air of superiority. Luoho finally realized this was not a hallucination. Truly the world was vast, and all sorts of odd creatures existed. Seeing the woman with her nose in the air, he felt disinterested. He then lightly blew out a breath, and the woman couldn't even let out a scream before her soul was scattered. A celestial dares to come bother me. Could it be that old fellow Hong Jun sent you? It's possible, after all, I am his arch-nemesis. Then, returning a favor is only proper. I shall respond in kind. Luoho stood up from the 12th grade Black Lotus, and then instantly vanished. Next, the entire Hongwang world trembled as the two powerful figures clashed, sending other beings of Hongwang scurrying home trembling in fear. In the blind box shop, after upgrading the store, when the 9 people receiving tasks entered the multiverse house, Shin-san returned to the shop, and the hall had also changed. Some small entertainment facilities had been added, such as targets. Just trivial amusements. Shin-san paid no mind as he returned to the front desk and raised the invitation letter before his eyes once more. Interesting, a multiverse invitation letter. It does bear some resemblance to the multiverse chat group. I wonder who will be invited. Seeing that there were not many customers left in the shop, Shin-san lightly tossed the invitation letter into the air, and 10 letters instantly merged into the void. Meanwhile, on a planet in the 6th universe, the assassin Hit had just completed a job and was about to leave when a glowing envelope appeared before him. Furrowing his brow at the envelope, he felt no danger before reaching out to take it and opened it. Mr. Hit, the multiverse blind box shop sincerely invites you. Oh, please read this and accept. As Hit muttered to himself and finished reading the word accept, a radiant light enveloped him, sending ripples through his previously calm heart. His body flickered continuously using his flashing technique, but he could not escape the radiant coverage. On the other side, in the 7th universe, Hell, since being summoned back to the mortal realm by Self, Frieza had been sent to heaven, constantly undergoing a baptism by a band. As a great demon lord, how could he endure such a situation? Helplessly bound by the rules of heaven, he found himself unable to do anything. Until the invitation letter appeared before him, he saw a glimmer of hope to escape this heaven and hell. Frieza's face twisted in rage. Accept. No matter who you are, as long as you can get me out of this hellhole. As soon as he finished speaking, light enveloped him, and Frieza made no attempt to resist, allowing the light to carry him away from this torturous place. In the 11th universe, at the location of the Pride Troopers, a glowing envelope also appeared before Jiren, whose power rivaled that of a god of destruction. The other members of the Pride Troopers noticed it as well and surrounded it. The member Tiz approached, resembling Beerus, and reached out to poke the envelope. What is this? It just appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that a powerful enemy has emerged? Trooper frowned. Doesn't seem like it, and no one in the universe can approach us quietly, let alone appear, and then vanish without a sound. The short Quincy directly took down the envelope. Why bother with so much? Just open it, and see what it is. But despite his efforts, he could not open the envelope. Seeing this, Troper frowned as he took the envelope into his hands, but still could not open it. Tiz and others, not believing in evil, took it as well, but met the same fate. Finally, Troper offered the envelope to Jiren. The envelope says it's an invitation letter, and it appeared before you, Jiren. Why don't you try to see if you can open it? Jiren had remained silent until the envelope was passed to him. He extended his hand and easily opened the envelope. He read aloud the contents of the envelope, and as soon as he finished, the word "accept" a similar radiance emerged. The members of the Pride Troopers were shocked. On the other side, in the world of the undead, Ma Xiaoling was dozing off in her office. With no orders coming in for a long time, her small treasury was nearly empty, and she was feeling quite troubled. The sudden appearance of the envelope startled her awake, and she stared incredulously at it. What kind of demon dares to pull tricks in front of me, Ma Xiaoling? Just wait until I catch you. Ma Xiaoling reached for a pair of sunglasses on her desk and put them on. A bit of skill, but even with Yin-Yang glasses I can't see your true form. Let's see. She then grabbed her exorcism rod and leaped from her desk, swinging the rod fiercely at the air beneath the envelope. She always believed that the envelope could only float in the air if a ghost was holding it. But the exorcism rod passed through the air without making a sound. Ma Xiaoling frowned. Something's off, very off. Talking to herself, she cautiously examined the surface. An invitation letter. Who sent this invitation letter? Filled with confusion, she eventually succumbed to curiosity and opened the envelope, becoming ensnared in the radiance. She was left with only one thought. I'm done for. Curiosity killed the cat. Another envelope floated to the pirate realm, appearing before Kizaru, who was sipping tea, scratching his head in confusion. Just as he was about to reach for it, a Navy officer walked in. Admiral Kizaru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku wants you to attend a meeting regarding the execution of Fire Fist Ace. Alright, I'll go after finishing this cup of tea. Kizaru waved his hand lightly. Hearing this, the Navy officer felt helpless. Who in the Navy didn't know Kizaru's leisurely nature? Whatever he did, he took his sweet time, but what could he do? After glancing at the envelope, he turned and left. Only then did Kizaru take the envelope in hand. An invitation letter. Interesting, let me see who sent this. Kizaru opened the envelope and read the contents aloud. How terrifying. This light is so powerful that it even overshadows my brilliance. Truly, the people nowadays are more monstrous than ever. 10 invitations, 10 individuals. Some from the Dragon Ball realm, others from different dimensions. The first to appear in the store was a translucent figure. The moment he materialized in the shop, his expression was utterly bewildered. Didn't I use the ghostly guidance and perish alongside the Ghost Face King? Where is this place? Gazing at the first being from Myriad Realms, Shin-san was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected to summon Zhao Kongqing, who had met his end in the Divine Slayer dimension. However, Shin-san tilted his head thoughtfully, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could Zhao Kongqing even... Yet he dismissed the thought quickly, for the invitation was not a single-use item. Even if Zhao could not pay now after returning, he would no longer need to lie in a coffin of his soul, could roam the mortal world freely. Knock, knock, knock. Shin-san rapped on the counter, waiting for Zhao Kongqing to shift his gaze before speaking. Welcome to the Myriad Realms Mystery Box Shop. I am the proprietor, Shin-san. I know you are puzzled, but please wait a moment, honored guest. Once everyone has arrived, I shall explain everything at once. Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing remained somewhat dazed, yet a glimmer of understanding dawned within him. He recalled it now. In a haze, he seemed to have received an invitation, and after reading its contents, he had appeared here. In other words, old Zhao here didn't transcend in life, but did so after death, didn't he? This outcome, it seemed, was not entirely unacceptable. While Zhao Kongqing's thoughts churned chaotically, another figure appeared in the shop, one whose eyeballs were larger than a bull's. Zhao Kongqing's jaw dropped as he blurted out in shock. Holy crap, where have I transcended to? This guy looks like an alien. One by one, more figures materialized in the store, their diverse appearances shattering Zhao Kongqing's worldview, rarer than any mythical creature. Thus, the 10 brought by the invitations were as follows: from the Stiff Covenant realm, Ma Xiaoling of the Dragon Exorcist clan. From the Divine Slayer realm, Zhao Kongqing of the One Strike Clearance. From the Pirate realm, the Overtime Averse, Old Kizaru. From the Dragon Ball realm, the Destruction Comparable Jiren. From the Dragon Ball realm, the 1000 Strikes % hit. From the Dragon Ball realm, the Heaven Despising Frieza. Aside from these 6, the other 4 also seemed somewhat abnormal: a monkey covered in fur, a snake slithering on the ground flicking its tongue, a cat standing on 2 legs, and a woman covered in wounds yet exuding a chilling, eerie calm. The 10 individuals and life forms exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Shin-sen abruptly covered his eyes. He recognized all 10 guests brought by the invitations. The final 4 were from the Journey to the West realm, Sun Wukong, the Great Sage, equal to heaven. From the Dora realm, Doraemon of the 100 Treasure Pocket. From the Huama realm, the 7-colored heaven-devouring python. From a certain Luo realm, Bibi Dong, the beloved wife of the Chow thief. After a moment, Ma Xiaoling spoke first. Illusion. Let me break it. No. She had barely begun when she sensed something amiss. Language. When had she become fluent in a foreign tongue? No, that was spoken instinctively. Her original language remained intact. At this point, Shin San rapped on the counter again. Too lazy to explain, he used the shop's rules to implant the information about the mystery box shop directly into the minds of the 10 beings from myriad realms. After receiving the information, the expressions of all 10 guests shifted. A few with less composed temperaments revealed looks of sheer astonishment. Those with steadier minds had sharp glints flashing in their eyes. Shin San chuckled softly. Though some of you may find it hard to accept, this is the reality. The invitations are genuine, and so is the mystery box shop. Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing spoke in his native tongue. Brother, you seem to be from Daxia too. How did you end up opening? Shun Xin shrugged. In your realm, a parallel world already has a jar shop, so I decided not to join that fray. Ma Xiaoling then interjected. Well, opening a shop is fine, but these mystery boxes and jars are way too expensive. I can't afford them. Doraemon remarked, this place is somewhat like my 100 treasure pocket. Aside from these few, the others remained. Shin San answered their questions one by one. After another moment, Kizaru spoke up. How terrifying. Myriad realms actually exist, and all of you seem incredibly formidable. Since no one wants to go first, this old man will take the lead. Mr. Shin, I didn't bring any money. Can you send this old man back first? Certainly. The invitation is not single use. If any of you wish to return, just silently recite return. When you wish to come again, take out the invitation and recite accept. Shun Sen nodded. However, there's no need for you to make a trip. If you have sufficient funds, I can deduct them automatically, ensuring I take no more than the exact amount. That's quite convenient. Kizaru's adaptability was decent. Give this old man 5 bronze mystery boxes first. He'll give them a try. No problem. Shin San reached into the void, instantly deducting the corresponding amount from Kizaru's hidden treasury, then retrieved 5 bronze mystery boxes from the counter. Except for Jiren, whose expression seemed perpetually unchanging as he stared at Sun Wukong, even Hit couldn't help but crane his neck forward. The 7-colored heaven-devouring python and Doraemon leaped onto the counter, their eyes fixed intently on the mystery boxes. Just then someone rushed in from outside, interrupting Kizaru's action. Big Boss Shun, is that Vegeta guy still in the body-tempering stairway? And what's with your shop? Why has it changed so much? The newcomer was Bulma, carrying trunks. Shin San explained the shop's upgrade, and that Vegeta and the others had gone on missions to another realm. Kizaru, who had already placed his hand on the box's ribbon, felt a jolt upon hearing that someone named Vegeta had gone to the pirate realm. No way. It's just called the pirate realm. There are countless myriad realms, and pirates are surely innumerable. Moreover, his realm wasn't called the pirate realm either. Though it had no precise name, the Marines certainly wouldn't acknowledge it as such. If anything, it should be called the Marine realm. It must be a coincidence. Being called the pirate realm didn't necessarily mean it was his home dimension. Hey you there, Kizaru, or whatever. Just open it already. You're driving me old son crazy. Sun Wukong fidgeted impatiently, scratching his ears and cheeks. He was genuinely anxious, having been trapped under the 5 Elements mountain for 500 years. That Guanyin wanted him to become some scripture escort, but he wanted no part of it. Now appearing in this mystery box shop gave him hope for revenge against his imprisonment. If you're not opening, step aside, and let old Sun go first. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt a scorching gaze upon him. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes. Though he didn't know what Jiren cultivated, his fiery golden eyes could perceive the immense energy fluctuations within Jiren's body. But that was about it. At most a low-level golden immortal, a Tai golden immortal, like him, defeating a golden immortal wasn't too difficult. Moreover, upon arriving here, Sun Wukong had already sensed that this realm's suppression on him was minimal. To put it simply, in his original world, a single staff strike could shatter a mountain. Here, a single strike could casually destroy a star. At the blind box shop, Shin Sen finished explaining the store upgrade, his gaze sweeping across Bulma, Ma Xiaoling, and the others. For his fellow countrymen, though he couldn't directly gift them blind boxes or jars nor dip into his own savings to fund them, he had no qualms about helping out in another way. Among them, Bulma was the wealthiest, so there was potential in this endeavor. With this thought, Shun Sen chuckled. You don't have the money to open them. Here. He pointed at Bulma. That woman is the richest person in this realm, with more money than she could ever spend. Before Shin Sen could finish, Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically. Boss Shin, I'm no fool. Giving handouts is... No one's asking you to give. Shin Sen shook his head. Different realms, different products. For instance, the Seraphim Divine Ruins you opened earlier came from Zhao Kongqing's realm. So information can be traded too. You pay and Zhao Kongqing provides intel to help you upgrade your Divine Ruins. Isn't that a win-win? Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth, but remained silent. He wasn't foolish. He understood Shin San was trying to help his fellow countrymen. For someone of Shin San's caliber, he surely knew that Zhao Kongqing himself had no forbidden artifacts or divine ruins, let alone the knowledge to teach others how to upgrade them. Shin San then gestured at Ma Xiaoling, the current head of the Exorcist Dragon clan with miraculous spells and numerous exorcism treasures. Aren't all these tradable items? Hearing this, Bulma's interest was piqued. Trading while making friends from other realms seemed like a deal she couldn't refuse. Just as she was about to agree, Bibi Dong, who had remained silent, spoke up first. No need. The Empress will cover their blind box expenses. She had realized that in this magical shop, everyone else was from different races except Ma Xiaoling, Zhao Kongqing, and the monkey, who had spoken a language she understood. Moreover, as an empress, her thoughts ran deep. She had been locked in a fierce battle with Tang San, who possessed dual divine spirits, and was on the verge of defeat when the invitation brought her here. If a bit of wealth could recruit these powerful beings from other realms to aid her, it would be no loss. The Empress is generous, Shen San said with a smile. Bulma, you can leave now. You're useless here. You bastard. Bulma stomped forward angrily. So you're using me as a tool? I'm not leaving you. I still want to open jars. Hurry up and bring out the jars and blind boxes. I can, but Vegeta's mountain of gold is gone. Kizaru, who had kept his hands on his belt, was startled. Watching Bulma, he muttered to himself, people from other realms are terrifying, especially the women. A real female tyrannosaur. Frightening. Ignoring Bulma's furious glare, Shen San swiped the payment and retrieved the corresponding jars and blind boxes from behind the counter. Then he turned to Ma Xiaoling and the others. What tier of blind boxes and jars do you want to open? Well, Ma Xiaoling and Zhao Kongqing hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Bibi Dong smiled. Let's go with silver blind boxes. 20 million gold coins. Just deduct it from my account, Mr. Shun. Currency is converted based on this realm's standard. For gold coins, it's only 1 million. With 20 million, you can afford higher tier blind boxes and jars. Then bring out 20 king tier jars. Take whatever gold coins you need, Mr. Shun. No problem. Shen San lightly tapped the counter, instantly deducting the corresponding gold coins, and retrieved 20 king tier jars from the cabinet. Sun Wukong, the great sage, equal to heaven, couldn't contain himself. Then I want stand on ceremony. Young lady, if you need anything, just say the word, and he'll help you once. Open them first, we'll talk later. Fine. Sun Wukong wasted no time, grabbing a hammer and swinging it in a sweeping arc, shattering 5 king tier jars in one go. 4 items materialized above the jars, and one jar emitted a brilliant light that enveloped Sun Wukong. The others watched with curiosity. Bulma felt envious, knowing that any sign of light meant something extra. After a moment, as the light faded, Sun Wukong leaped with joy. Congratulations, great sage, for obtaining a fortune emotion system. Congratulations, great sage, for obtaining a peach. Congratulations, great sage, for obtaining a 5-colored divine light skill card. Congratulations, great sage, for obtaining a bucket of water. Congratulations, great sage, for obtaining a bowl of sour soil. Congratulations, great sage, for an explosive streak of luck, like a dragon. Damn. Old son. I have to go back and seize all the fortune from the entire Buddhist sect. The moment the light enveloped him, Sun Wukong understood the system's purpose, his heart brimming with joy as he plotted ways to provoke the Buddhist disciples. Maybe the first thing to do upon returning is wait for the scripture pilgrim and smash him with one blow. No, though the fortune system is a boon, the Buddhist sect has many powerful figures. A direct destruction won't work. Sun Wukong, crushed under the mountain for 500 years, was no longer the reckless monkey who stormed the heavenly palace without a second thought. He quickly devised some clever schemes, grinning slyly. Then he tossed the skill card into his mouth, sensing its immense power, and looked forward to the upcoming journey even more. With the monkey's example setting such a wondrous scene, the others grew eager. Kizaru activated his glint fruit to its fullest extent. 5 bronze blind boxes were torn open in an instant. Congratulations, acting monkey, for obtaining a portrait of Luffy. Congratulations, acting monkey, for obtaining a black-winged archdemon template card. Congratulations, acting monkey, for obtaining a purification skill card. Congratulations, acting monkey, for obtaining a workhorse attribute card. Congratulations, acting monkey, for obtaining a leisurely afternoon tea. Ma Xiaoling and Zhao Kongqing, about to open their jars, stopped immediately, ears perked up, eager to hear Shen San explain what that oddly dressed man had obtained. Kizaru, with his crooked mouth, was equally curious. Shen San chuckled. The black-winged archdemon template card. Once consumed, you'll gain all the abilities of the black-winged archdemon. Since its realm is higher than yours, your power will skyrocket. The purification skill card. A cleansing ability to remove negative effects, including neutralizing the side effects of devil fruits. The workhorse attribute card. This one you'll love. Once consumed, you'll develop a passion for overtime, working 15 hours a day. Kizaru was inwardly stunned by the first 2 cards, but upon hearing the effect of the workhorse attribute card, his shocked expression turned blank. 15 hours of work a day. That would be the death of me. Mr. Shin sure knows how to joke. I'd rather jump off a building than take that workhorse attribute card. In the One Piece dimension, Vegeta, riding Satan, who had transformed into an azure dragon, finally arrived above a stretch of sea, guided by the red from his mission. At that moment, on the boundless ocean, a white whale-shaped ship lay silently still. All crew members gazed up at the dragon in the sky, their expressions grave. The ship belonged to the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, the 1st Division commander, had one foot resting on the ship's railing, his tone heavy and murderous. Kaido, at this time the Whitebeard pirates want no trouble. Leave now. TCH Captain Marco, why be so polite? Just attack. Exactly. We've been holding back our anger lately. Let's take it out on Kaido. Pops give the order, and while not, what's so great about an emperor? The strongest creature on land, sea, and air. He always gets beaten black and blue by Pops, and sent packing. Some lesser crew members chattered arrogantly. Marco's expression shifted. Shut up. In the past, Kaido's arrival would have simply led to a fight. But now the entire Whitebeard crew was preparing to rescue Ace. Fighting Kaido now, even if they won, would weaken their forces and make the rescue even harder. As the 1st Division commander, Marco had to consider every factor before a great war. This was not the time to start a conflict with another emperor. He stared sharply at the sky. Kaido, do you truly want to fight to the death with the entire Whitebeard crew? Vegeta analyzed calmly. They've likely mistaken us. In this dimension, someone else has probably eaten a devil fruit, granting this form, and that person is called Kaido. Understanding dawned on Satan. Boss, should we go down now? Clump clump. Before Vegeta could reply, heavy footsteps echoed from the white ship below. Moments later, Newgate, with his distinctive crescent-shaped mustache, emerged from the cabin. He laughed heartily as he walked over to Marco and gently pushed him aside. Marco, you're mistaken this time. What? Marco was stunned. The other members were equally shocked. It wasn't their first time seeing Kaido. That azure dragon in the sky looked exactly the same, didn't it? Why would Pops say it wasn't Kaido? Idiot, Whitebeard shook his head. Sense it carefully. They look identical, but the feeling is worlds apart. Besides, if it were that brat Kaido, do you think he'd just hover silently in the sky? If it were really him, he would have already spewed a blast of fire breath, then come down with his club to have a brawl with your old... Hearing this, Marco finally understood. True. Given Kaido's nature, he'd always spit fire as a greeting first, then teach them a lesson with his Thunder Bagua. But could two identical devil fruits truly exist in the world? Marco was skeptical. Whitebeard laughed again. Huh. Most importantly, there's a powerful figure on that dragon's back. With Kaido's lawless personality, he would never allow someone to stand behind him. Am I right, friends? Since you're here, why not come down and have a chat? Interesting. It seems you're their leader. Vegeta's voice echoed from behind the dragon, but in the next instant he appeared atop the white ship, arms crossed, wearing an aloof expression. Satan reverted to human form and stood steadily beside him. Indeed, not Kaido. Seeing this, the expressions of the Whitebeard crew except for Whitebeard himself shifted. Whitebeard squinted. For decades his heart had rarely stirred, but the moment he saw Vegeta his hairs stood on end. Danger. That afro-haired man was somewhat inferior to Kaido. But that cold, ruthless man, his surging vigorous aura, was something even Whitebeard couldn't match in his youth. When had two such powerhouses emerged on the seas? What was their purpose in coming to the Whitebeard pirates? After a moment's scrutiny, Whitebeard boomed. Friends, why have you come to my crew? Ace, Vegeta uttered 2 words slowly, then continued. We can help you rescue Ace. But there's a condition. What condition? 20 devil fruits. And why should I agree? Because of my strength. Interesting. Let this old man see if you truly possess the strength to say such words. Stirred by Vegeta's immense aura, the fighting spirit within Whitebeard was fully ignited. Regardless of the man's sincerity, he now craved only a thrilling, all-out battle. A translucent orb formed around Whitebeard's right fist. He punched, and the space before him shattered like a mirror. An invisible shockwave surged toward Vegeta on the ship's mast. Satan wisely retreated. Vegeta, wanting to gauge the strength of this world's people, made no move to dodge, simply raising a hand to block. But when the invisible wave struck his palm, he was stunned. His first thought was, this weak. All thunder. Damn, were all the people in this dimension this feeble? If so, why bother finding allies? He could just bulldoze through. Vegeta's mouth twitched in disbelief. In truth, having mastered body tempering, Vegeta's physical strength far surpassed even Son Goku's, let alone the people of this one-piece world. It was his first trip to another dimension, and with a mission at hand, he had sought allies just in case. But it seemed he had overestimated the people of this world. Still, since he was here, Vegeta figured weakness was fine. His priority was completing the task of collecting devil fruits. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard crew was in shock. Watching Vegeta effortlessly block their captain's attack, they impressive indeed. Again, not interested. To be honest, I had some expectations for you, but you're too weak. In a flash, Vegeta appeared beside Whitebeard, a finger pointed at his head, the fingertip glowing with golden light. The price has changed now. 30 devil fruits with no fewer than 5 Logia types. Will you agree? Pops. Marco, don't move. Whitebeard stopped Marco, his battle fervor instantly cooling. He looked at Vegeta with disbelief. Friend, are you worth 30 devil fruits? They are treasures of the sea. Gathering 30 ordinary ones wouldn't be too difficult for me. But 5 Logia types. No organization except the world government can easily provide that. This old man may be a pirate, but I know business can be negotiated. Why not stay for a meal first? Whether we reach a deal or not, I'll gift you 5 Zoan-type devil fruits as a token of friendship. How does that sound? Hearing this, Vegeta slowly lowered his hand. His main mission was to rescue Ace, meaning he had to save him regardless of payment. Since they wanted to negotiate, he'd negotiate. After all, he had nothing to lose. Whitebeard's mind was racing. He thought that if he could recruit this powerhouse into his crew, even if he died rescuing Ace, the Whitebeard pirates would have a future protector. In a way, a big fox and a little fox were each scheming. After a moment's thought, Whitebeard turned and laughed heartily. Ha! We have honored guests on board. What do you say, my sons? Let's throw a banquet. In the realm of the Grim Reaper, a desolate place surrounded by small mountain peaks, once vibrant with life now trembles and sways. In a central area amid the surrounding peaks, 2 terrifying figures are locked in fierce battle. Each punch, kick, and slash causes the ground to sink and the mountains to shatter. These 2 are Sun Wukong and Aizen. At this moment, Aizen has fused more deeply with the Hogyoku, subtly surpassing Sun Wukong in all aspects, forcing him into retreat. What a strong opponent you are emerging from who knows where. You have certainly pleased me. Aizen slashed a long gash across Sun Wukong's chest. He raised the mirror image of the Hogyoku fused with his right hand, pointing it directly at the battle-hungry Sun Wukong. For your hard work, I hereby pronounce your doom. Death. While the energy is sealed, the physical strength of this realm is no small matter. If Vegeta were here, he should easily complete his task. It seems I must utilize the abilities of this realm to accomplish my task. With that, he drew a blood-red blade that had been hanging from his waist, then aimed the tip at his left palm and thrust it forcefully into his hand. However, the red blade did not pierce through. Instead, it seemed to merge with his palm. Sun Wukong's expression was gradually becoming frenzied as he howled in a low voice. Go completely mad, Yagami. Boom. As Sun Wukong released his Zanpakuto, a pressure filled the world like raindrops falling from the sky, causing the entire space to sway under this immense force. Nearby, Ichigo and several Soul Reapers who had been watching the spectacle stood in shock. Under this spiritual pressure, some captains seemed as if they would be crushed to the ground. Some vice-captains were even forced to kneel, beads of sweat erupting on their foreheads, their eyes filled with Hey, is this a joke? Who exactly is that guy? This spiritual pressure is many times stronger than the captains. It feels like it's on a completely different level. Be careful not to misjudge. That guy is not a Soul Reaper. He possesses a physical form. Could he be another Soul Reaper like Ichigo? Impossible. Even if he is a Soul Reaper, he cannot use a Zanpakuto with a physical body, and he has also utilized Kido, and instantaneously at that. This is incredible. Is that the Bankai state? Like a demon, it terrifies me to death. Some Soul Reapers in the distance watched the battle unfold, pressed down by the spiritual pressure, noticing Sun Wukong's current appearance, and waves of horror surged within them. Beside them, Ichigo remained silent, yet he too felt astonished. He sensed that Sun Wukong's current state seemed even stronger than his final form. On another side, Urahara Kisuke was also watching from the shadows. He knew that Aizen, after merging with the Hogyoku, was invincible. He originally intended to find an opportunity to seal Aizen, but Sun Wukong's appearance disrupted all his plans. The current state of chaos startled him. In this frenzied condition, he feared that after defeating Aizen, Sun Wukong might come to annihilate this world. That man's state actually exceeds the fused Aizen. This is troublesome. Following Urahara's gaze, one could see that after fully unleashing his Zanpakuto, Sun Wukong's martial attire transformed into a blue tailcoat, his pants becoming a pair of blood-red trousers. His once upright hair had also turned smooth, long strands falling forward to cover one eye, revealing only a beast-like pupil. Roar! Sun Wukong howled to the heavens, then leaped up. It appeared slow, yet in an instant his body traced an arc in the air, and his right hand clamped down on Aizen's cheek, slamming it into the ground. With a resounding crash, a massive blue flame erupted from Sun Wukong's palm, seemingly capable of incinerating even souls, engulfing the area within 1,000 meters in a thick layer of ice. Aizen was blasted halfway into oblivion by this attack. However, the Hogyoku quickly restored him. Haha, interesting, truly fascinating. Aizen cackled, covering his face. An unprecedented Zanpakuto with spiritual pressure capable of annihilating heaven and earth. But so what? As long as the Hogyoku is in my hands, you can never kill me. Is that so? Sun Wukong slowly raised his right hand, a blue flame igniting once more in his palm, and then he threw it to the ground. In an instant, the blue flames transformed into pillars of blue light, instantly freezing the laughing Aizen. Sun Wukong slid past the blue beams, and at the moment he approached Aizen, his fists became phantoms. The sounds of fists striking flesh echoed throughout the region. 10 punches. 100 punches. 1,000 punches. Sun Wukong had lost count of how many times he had swung his fists. He only knew that each blow to flesh drove him deeper into madness, and finally, he roared again, smashing both fists into the ground. As Sun Wukong struck the ground, a massive pillar of blue flame erupted beneath Aizen, lifting him into the sky and creating a burst of fireworks. Ha ha ha, I have told you, you cannot kill me. Aizen fell from the fireworks, quickly restoring to his original form. Sun Wukong frowned. At that moment, Urahara Kisuke emerged from the shadows. Friend, Aizen merged with the Hogyoku is invincible. He can only be sealed. Please help hold him back and try to weaken Aizen's power. I will handle the rest later. Hearing this, Sun Wukong remained silent, but nodded calmly. Since there was a way to deal with it, things became much simpler. Holding back Aizen and weakening his power was still within his capabilities. A new round of battle commenced once more. In a blind box store. With the presence of the great sage Sun Wukong and the old yellow ape leading the charge, the scene quickly spiraled out of control. The sounds of clinking jars and the rustling of ribbons filled the air. Congratulations to Bulma for obtaining a dilapidated planet. Congratulations to Bulma for obtaining an ancient photograph. Congratulations to Bulma for obtaining a superhero figurine. One finished, and another immediately followed. Congratulations to Ma Xiaoling for obtaining a 5-clawed golden dragon egg. Congratulations to Ma Xiaoling for obtaining a set of Taoist robes from Uncle Nine. Congratulations to Ma Xiaoling for obtaining a jumping pet old man Ren. Ma Xiaoling, looking at the old man Ren who was spinning around like a love-struck dog, Ma Xiaoling was in a daze. As the current head of the dragon-slaying sect, a lifetime sworn enemy of the evil spirits, she had actually drawn a jumping pet. If her fellow sect members found out, would they not consider her one of the people of the demonic sect? All this, Ma Xiaoling was utterly speechless. Had she not sensed the great goodwill emanating from Tao Tao, she would have summoned a divine dragon to reduce the old patriarch Rin to ashes. Boss Shin, you can actually get a Tao Tao out of your jars. You know I'm an exorcist. Can you take this Tao Tao? Blind boxes and jars can yield anything, Shun Sen shrugged. Even Jiang Shun, you could get one from a jar. I can take it back, but Tao Tao isn't valuable. If you don't want it, this shopkeeper can reclaim it, but I won't pay you. Fine, no payment needed. Ma Xiaoling nodded. Upon hearing this, Shin San waved a hand at the old patriarch Rin, instantly sending him into the tent world along with 10,000 Tao Tao amplified 10,000 times. He intended to transform the tent world into a realm both dreamlike and mystical. The Tao Tao were now in his collection, and in the future all strange creatures opened by customers would be placed into this tent world. Seeing the Tao Tao vanish, Ma Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief. Her large eyes then sparkled as she gazed at a golden egg that had been opened. 5-clawed golden dragon, great sage, take a look. Is this egg from your realm's dragon clan the same as what I just— Little sister, you've struck it rich. The 5-clawed golden dragon is the pinnacle of dragon ancestor bloodlines, second only to the ancestral dragon. Even Old Sun has never seen a real 5-clawed golden dragon. The great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong reached out and tapped the dragon egg. This thing, Old Sun, feels like having a bite. How about you boil it, little sister, so Old Sun can feast and everyone can have a taste? Don't you dare. Ma Xiaoling quickly hugged the dragon egg to her chest. Her family's guardian was a divine dragon, and she had a natural affinity for dragonkind. How could she ever consider boiling a dragon egg? Yet she felt troubled. Boss Shin, you've given me a dragon egg, but I have no idea how to hatch it. Shin Sen chuckled lightly. It's simple. For eggs opened from jars or blind boxes, just feed them a drop of blood daily. After 100 days, the life inside will break through the shell, and it will be utterly loyal to its caretaker. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoling smiled. That's quite simple. I'm rich now. When the dragon emerges, its body will be covered in treasures. They'll never have to worry about rent again. With that, she turned to Bibi Dong. Thank you, sister. I have nothing to repay you, but here are a few top-grade exorcism talismans. They are very effective against ghosts and spirits. Bibi Dong did not stand on ceremony. She was fascinated by items from other worlds. Thank you. After expressing her thanks, she turned her gaze to the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong. As a demon god, she had enough insight. Aside from Shun Sen, the strongest in the shop seemed to be the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong. This was also one reason she had volunteered to pay. Miss, speak your mind freely. Old Sun promised to help you once, and Old Sun keeps his word. Sun Wukong had lived for countless ages and spent 500 years crushed under 5 Elements Mountain. Though he had little contact with humans, he could still perceive certain matters. Hearing this, Bibi Dong laid out her request to enlist the great sage equal to heaven's aid, emphasizing the matter of the dual divine being. The great sage equal to heaven scratched his head. How much stronger is this Tang San compared to you? Bibi Dong replied, he is stronger than me, but not overwhelmingly so. The great sage equal to heaven coughed twice. Then the gods of your realm are too weak. Old Sun can help, but there is one thing Old Sun cannot do. What is that? Old Sun cannot go to your realm. This? Bibi Dong was at a loss for words. She had indeed overlooked this point. In the end, if she couldn't bring anyone over, everything else was futile. What could she do now? The jar. Could only place her hopes in the jar. At that moment, Shin-san spoke up. Your invitation cards are interconnected. Not only can you come to the blind box shop, but you can also use the cards to travel to other realms. However, this is limited to the realms from which the cards originated. In other words, if the owner of an invitation card agrees, the other 9 of you can go to his realm. A smile appeared. Hearing this, BB Dong smiled. After Shin-san's words, everything was resolved. BB Dong lost all interest in opening jars. An hour had passed in the shop, but in her original world, over a day had gone by. Her daughter might still be battling Tang-san, but she was surely in grave danger. With no time to waste, she took out her invitation card and brought the great sage equal to heaven back to her original realm. Ma Xiaoling had also wanted to offer help, but she didn't have time to speak. Zhao Kongxing said nothing. He had enough self-awareness. If even the mythical great sage equal to heaven couldn't handle it, how could a mere soul like him possibly help? Just then Huang Yuan brought out an exquisite afternoon tea set. Hearing a door open beside him, he was startled. Turning his gaze, he saw Sun Wukong emerging from the 10,000 Realms room, holding several swords. Due to the different flow of time, Sun Wukong and Urahara Kasuke had worked together to seal Aizen before long. After that, it took some time to acquire 3 Zanpakuto in their initial states. He had no desire to linger in the Soul Society realm. With the mission items in hand, he returned. Shin-san, the mission is complete. Here are the mission items for you. Sun Wukong placed the swords on the counter and then surveyed the new guests. When his gaze swept over Hit, and Jiren, the hair on his body stood on end. Then as he looked at a gnashing Frieza, he let out a chuckle. Ah, Frieza, how did you end up in the shop? No wonder you monkey has changed so much. It's all because of the blind box. Frieza's expression returned to normal, but his eyes still seemed to burn with a desire to tear Sun Wukong apart. How I got here is none of your damn business. If you've got the guts, try to touch me in the shop. After the information was instilled, he was well aware that fighting was prohibited in the shop. Any offense would result in expulsion at best or annihilation at worst. He was trying to provoke Sun Wukong into making a move. Seeing this, Shin-san interjected, stop bickering. If you want to fight or kill, take it outside. This shop is for opening jars, a place for business. Seeing this, Shin-san interjected, stop bickering. If you want to fight or kill, take it outside. This shop is for opening jars, a place for business. Old son, your mission is complete. The shopkeeper takes 80% of the items, but you only brought back 3 Zanpakuto, so I can't split them. I have 2 options. One is to give you 2 silver blind boxes to open tomorrow. The other is to store your share here, and when you go to the Soul Society realm again to get more Zanpakuto, they'll give you your portion. It doesn't matter to me. Sun Wukong shook his head. Zanpakuto aren't of much use to me. Shinsen, you can keep them. Anyway, too. As Sun Wukong spoke, he noticed an unfamiliar man opening a jar. One of the jars emitted a faint gray light. He instinctively stopped speaking and shifted his gaze. Everyone else also turned their attention to Zhao Kongxing, who was quietly opening a jar. At a certain Luo plain near the border of Lingguan, corpses lay scattered across the fields, evidence of a fierce melee that had just concluded not long ago. Faint, intermittent cheers could be heard from within the city, yet no one came out to tidy the aftermath. BB Dong appeared above the battlefield alongside Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Gazing down at the sea of corpses blanketing the mountains and plains, a flicker of emotion stirred in her eyes. A trace of sorrow, a hint of desolation. The flow of time differs here. An hour in the shop has passed, as an entire day in this realm. Did we lose? No, as long as this sovereign is here, this battle will never be lost. BB Dong sensed that the angelic origin of Qian Renxue remained intact, and she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Though her daughter was an accident, she was still flesh and blood. Though she refused to admit it aloud, deep in her heart, she harbored a motherly bond with her daughter. Knowing that her daughter had not fallen by Tang San's hand, she was genuinely relieved. Then, sensing the current state of the spirit hall, she sighed once more. A great war had truly crippled the spirit hall, leaving it battered and broken. Had it not been for her own fortuitous encounter, there would likely be no place for its members to stand upon the continent. Throughout the ages, victors write the final chapter. BB Dong understood this well, and her heart remained largely unshaken. After all, upon her return, she would reclaim everything with her own hands. Who would be the victor? Who would be the vanquished? The outcome was still undecided. BB Dong gazed for a moment at the corpse-strewn battlefield, then turned her head. Friend, I ask for your generous assistance when the time comes. After this matter is settled, you shall be richly rewarded. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, shrugged casually. No trouble at all. Old Sun promised to help you once, and I never break my word. Go ahead and do what you must. Old Sun will watch your back. Many thanks. BB Dong clasped her fists, unleashing her divine power to its fullest. Tang San and the other 6 freaks basking in the adoration of the crowd within the city immediately sensed it, as did the titled Delaw. All turned their gaze toward the city outskirts. Startled, they all shot forth at once. Qian Renxue, lost in thought within the hall, also sensed it at the first moment. Her 6 holy wings fluttered as she sped toward the source of that aura. The surviving strong members of the Spirit Hall, as if glimpsing a ray of dawn, all mobilized and rushed at full speed. Tang San led the group out from the city, his expression calm. In yesterday's battle, though I know not why you vanished so still this war is lost for your Spirit Hall, BB Dong. Lost? BB Dong broke into a smile, her divine aura radiating, lending her an exceptionally enchanting allure. I must admit, had it been yesterday, this sovereign could not have defeated you in your dual god form. But today fortune seems to favor me. Now who will be the ultimate victor? Hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows, their gazes instinctively falling upon Sun Wukong. After the fierce clash yesterday, BB Dong's newfound confidence likely stemmed from that hirsute being. Yet why could they sense not a trace of soul power from him? Tang San's brow knit tightly. He too could not discern whether Sun Wukong was a true powerhouse or merely a bluff by BB Dong. Yet with his dual god form, he was already unmatched in this world, fearing neither man nor beast. Just then Sun Wukong scratched his head. Miss, is that brat the enemy? This plane of yours is far too weak. Old Sun dares not even release his aura, lest I inadvertently wreck your home. How dull. After being crushed under a mountain for 500 years, Old Sun thought he'd get a real fight to stretch his limbs. Rui, come forth. Sun Wukong, seeing Tang San's diluted divine essence, could not be bothered to duel him. He drew the Dinghai Shenzhen from his ear and hurled it into the sky. Big, big, big. Go. BB Dong's jaw dropped, a tempest of shock raging within her heart. One strike. Just one strike. Had Tang San in his dual god form been crushed into a meat patty by the descending rod before he could even react? She had guessed Sun Wukong was formidable, but this was utterly absurd. Third brother. Damn it, monkey, you seek death. The other 6 freaks, recovering from their shock, twisted their faces into vicious snarls. They struck with all their might, seeking vengeance for Tang San, but then a majestic voice boomed from the heavens. To slay my inheritor, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Huh. I didn't sense it clearly before, but it turns out this plane also has something akin to a heavenly court. Yet still too feeble. Sun Wukong chuckled, reaching out to point at the charging 6 freaks and the numerous titled Dalaw. Stop. At the utterance of that word, all who had surged forward were frozen in place. Miss, they are yours to deal with. Old Sun shall reenact the havoc in heaven to eliminate your lingering troubles. Old Sun is off. With a single somersault covering 108,000 li, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant. Only then did BB Dong snap out of her shock. She first glanced at Qian Rinxue, who had arrived, and was equally stunned, then flashed into the midst of the frozen. Her first blade upon return was to sever the one who held her heart. She stood before the master, all trace of love gone from her eyes. Do you have any last words? The victor is king, the vanquished a bandit. There's nothing to say, but I beg you, for the sake of past affection, spare Zhu Qin and the others. How heartless. Why didn't you speak a kind word for me yesterday? BB Dong laughed bitterly, her heart cold. She wasted no more words, swinging the first strike of her return. The death side swept through, and a round object tumbled to the ground. She did not spare it a glance, darting swiftly among the crowd. With each flash, she reaped lives, and soon heads rolled like waves. Spare the other 6 freaks. Now that they were locked in an irreconcilable conflict, how could she let an enemy live to become a thorn in her back? Did they love being with Tang San? Then she would play the benefactor and send all members of the Shrek Academy to reunite in hell. M.O. Qian Rinxue wanted to speak, but considering the dire state of the Spirit Hall, she could not voice her thoughts. The arriving Spirit Hall members, seeing the Pope's massacre, were overjoyed. Recalling their fallen comrades from yesterday, they charged in with bloodshot eyes. It was a one-sided slaughter, targeting only those who had to die. BB Dong slew all who needed cleansing, then commanded everyone to halt. She ascended into the sky, looking down at the collapsed soul masters and soldiers, and said coolly, "From this day forth no other empire shall exist in this world. Only the Spirit Empire. Any who defy shall be utterly annihilated." With that, she paid no heed to the thoughts of those left behind, turning to delegate the next tasks one by one. She only stopped when Sun Wukong returned. Miss Old Sun has given all the dissenters a beating, and even slain that so-called god of slaughter. But it seems this plane requires a god to function properly. They invite you to negotiate. Go ahead and handle it, or just call if you need Old Sun. Hearing this, BB Dong smiled. Thank you, great sage. But there's no rush for negotiations. My jars remain unopened. Let us return to the blind box shop first. All other matters can wait. Fine, let's go back and watch you crack those jars. Inside the blind box shop, Ma Xiaoling saw that Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, had returned so quickly, and a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. But upon recalling the differing flow of time, she understood instantly. As a modern person and the current head of the Exorcist Dragon clan, she could easily grasp such matters. At that moment, Sun Wukong's gaze also fell upon the great sage equal to heaven, and his heart skipped a beat. He recognized him. The opponent he had faced during his first entry into the body-tempering heavenly staircase was none other than this furry being before him. Yet there was a difference. This one seemed far more formidable. Greetings. Would you spar with me? Sun Wukong's battle intent surged once more as he directly issued the challenge. The great sage equal to heaven raised an eyebrow. Not interested. After refusing, he turned to Shin San and Bye Dong. Shopkeeper Shin Old Sun must return. He'll come again another time. Miss, if ever you need anything, just call. Old Sun will take his leave now. Without waiting for a reply, the great sage equal to heaven vanished in an instant using the invitation. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong set his sights on Hit and Jiren, circling them incessantly with challenges. A true battle maniac. But both Hit and Jiren were rather aloof by nature, having no intention of acknowledging Sun Wukong. This created a bizarre scene in the shop, one figure ceaselessly speaking to two others who paid him no heed. Ma Xiaoling found it somewhat awkward. She then turned her attention to Zhao Kongqing, who had just finished receiving the light, sensing the fluctuations emanating from his spiritual form. Her brow furrowed. Ominous. Too ominous. The gray aura seemed even more inauspicious than the energy radiating from Tiao Tiao. Zhao Kongqing opened his eyes, a mix of bitterness and brilliance flickering in his pupils. Bitterness that an official like him had obtained such a dark ability of brilliance because the power was immense, so strong he found it absurd. Don't overthink it. Abilities themselves have no inherent good or evil, what matters is who wields them, Shun Sen said with a smile. Shopkeeper Shun is right. I am still myself, a ability is merely a tool. Zhao Kongqing ceased his inner turmoil. By the way, are any of the other 4 items usable? Yes. Shin Sen pointed to one of the remaining 4 objects. A go-kart, a vehicle from some game. Modified by the shop, it runs on infinite energy. It can soar through the skies, burrow into the earth, and traverse the seas without issue. Its speed can reach 1,000 kilometers per hour, and it can change size at will. The other 3 are useless, just everyday items. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing nodded, reached out to take the tiny go-kart, and promptly handed it to Bye Dong. Miss, judging by your attire, your realm seems akin to ancient times. This vehicle is a modern item, and since you paid for it, it should be yours. Very well, this sovereign accepts. Bye Dong did not refuse. As always, she was fascinated by all otherworldly artifacts. After handing over the go-kart, Zhao Kongqing spoke. After death, I felt dazed and confused. I don't know how my companions are faring. I must return first. Everyone, until we meet again. Goodbye, brother Zhao. Ma Xiaoling waved. Bye Dong smiled and nodded gently. Jiren and the others also gave a slight nod. Kizaru, lounging in a rocking chair by the door enjoying an exquisite afternoon tea, turned back to wave, then resumed his leisurely pace, sipping tea and nibbling pastries, living a life of utter contentment. After Zhao Kongqing left, Ma Xiaoling pondered for a moment and said, time flows differently here. I should head back too. Farewell, everyone. Handsome Shun, I'll bring you a gift next time. No need for gifts. Next time wear some black stockings to please the eyes. Get lost. White stockings work too. Piss off. How about flesh-toned? Whoosh. Ma Xiaoling didn't want to hear more and vanished instantly. Shin San smacked his lips, then shifted his gaze to Bye Dong's thighs. Truth be told, a character from a modern story and one from a two-dimensional world. Both had legs worth admiring, long, shapely, and perfectly rounded. A series of legs to appreciate for years. Ahem. Bye Dong felt a bit uncomfortable under his stare. In the past, any man who dared look at her with such eyes would have had them gouged out. But here she dared not. First, she couldn't defeat him. Second, it seemed not entirely unacceptable. Shopkeeper Shin, have you seen enough? My apologies. Beautiful things always delight the eye. This shopkeeper couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Let's open the jars, shall we? Shin San said this, but didn't rush to look away, stealing 2 more intense stares before shifting his focus. Hearing this, Bye Dong rolled her eyes dramatically, picked up the hammer, and swept it horizontally, shattering 5 king-tier jars into fragments. However, only 4 items floated out from the jars. A stack of talismans. A sword flowing with light. A bowl with a chipped edge. A wriggling red vine. Congratulations, Bye Dong, for obtaining 1,000 explosive talismans. Congratulations, Bye Dong, for obtaining a chipped bowl. Congratulations, Bye Dong, for obtaining the Azure Wind Sword. Congratulations, Bye Dong, for obtaining a strand of cloud-treading vine. Hearing Shin San's words, Bye Dong, unsure of the item's functions, first grabbed the seemingly mystical Azure Wind Sword. Shin San explained. The Azure Wind Sword requires a blood bond. It comes with a set of Azure Wind Sword techniques. Moreover, the sword grants you a speed boost, moving like a swift gale. Upon hearing this, Bye Dong immediately cut her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the Azure Wind Sword. As the blood merged into the blade, a sword technique materialized in her mind, as if she had known it all along. It wasn't exceptionally powerful, but it was better than nothing. Shin San continued, explosive talismans can be detonated with soul power. A single one is enough to cripple a spirit master. 1,000 detonated together would give even a titled Dola a hard time. But they're of little use to you. Bye Dong nodded. Now that she had become a god, titled Dola indeed posed no threat. Still, it was a treasure, useless to her, but useful for the people in her palace. Not a loss. Shin San then pointed to the vine. The most valuable of the 4 is this. The cloud-treading vine, but it's only a seedling. If you nurture it, you'll be able to dominate your realm. Same blood bond. Since the wound hadn't healed, yet Bai Dong squeezed out another drop of blood onto the cloud-treading vine. In an instant, the cloud-treading vine coiled around her arm, like a spiritual serpent nuzzling her cheek, like a mischievous child. The moment she established a connection with the vine, Bai Dong was overjoyed. Even as a seedling, the cloud-treading vine granted her remarkable defense. Moreover, the vine's potential was vast. If cultivated, she couldn't imagine how formidable it might become. In summary, this venture had not only won the war, but also yielded tremendous gains. After finishing with the jar, Bai Dong returned to a certain dimension, feeling quite satisfied. In the shop, Sun Wukong was still pestering Hit and Jiren, who were overwhelmed and had reluctantly agreed to his requests. The three did not enter the upgraded void battlefield, but instead came to the grassland where Hit was the first to face off against Sun Wukong. The two stood facing each other, neither making the first move. Seeing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. "Are you ready? I'm coming in." "Bring it on," Hit replied with his hands stuffed in his pockets, showing no intention of taking them out. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Sun Wukong did not transform into a Super Saiyan, but charged straight ahead, his fists carrying an earth-shattering momentum. However, as he got close, before he could even throw a punch, he was sent flying backward, unable to get up for a long time, nearly throwing up from the pain. Nearby, Jiren's eternally unchanged gaze seemed to ripple slightly. He cast a faint glance at Hit before returning to a state of faux tranquility. In front of the shop, Bulma and Kizaru stared wide-eyed in shock. What just happened? How did Wukong get knocked out? That guy seems to have done nothing at all. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Kizaru looked completely confused. "I don't know, I'm a light man who ate the shining fruit, and my eyesight is already unusual. Plus I possess a strong observation haki, yet I can't even see that gentleman's movements clearly. Are the people from your dimension this strong? Old Huang, don't compare your dimension to this one." Shin-san took a sip of his drink and let out a comfortable sigh. "The strongest in your dimension can only destroy islands, while the strong here can easily shatter stars. The top-tier individuals can even annihilate entire universes. You could say that any minor strong person from this dimension could easily defeat the 4 emperors in your dimension. It's simply not a comparison of the same level." Upon hearing this, Kizaru's mouth twitched violently. He thought that if people from here went to his dimension as pirates, what would his navy even do? However, he wouldn't think too much about it. If something happened, there were higher-ups to handle it. He just needed to show up for work on time and collect his salary. With that in mind, Kizaru crossed his legs and picked up a cup of milk tea, taking a sip. "Just counting down, old man. He'll be retiring in a few years. Boss Shun, do you need any help? I could come work for you." "You?" Shin-san shook his head. "A blind box shop can't allow anyone more laid back than the owner. If you were to eat that cowhorse card, I might consider." Kizaru's eyes twitched, then he shook his head madly. "Eating the cowhorse card? He'd rather be killed. That cursed card was something only a fool would eat. He was definitely not eating it. No way, no how." Not wanting to speak, Kizaru fell silent, and Shun-san and Bulma didn't bother to say anything either. The three of them ate, while watching, occasionally clapping their hands in excitement. At this moment, Sun Wukong had already powered up to Super Saiyan 2 and even used his form, yet he couldn't seem to close the distance. Half-kneeling, Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on Hit, who still had his hands in his pockets, and struggled to ask, "What kind of move is that? Your body is quite resilient. You've taken 10 fatal blows without any issue, but you've reached your limit. Give up. If you keep attacking, you will die." Hit shook his head, and then turned to walk back into the shop. Seeing this, Sun Wukong, unable to ascertain Hit's abilities, decided not to seek more punishment, and shifted his attention to Jiren. Facing the silent Jiren, who had his arms crossed, Sun Wukong directly flashed towards him. However, the outcome was even worse. In an instant, it felt as if he had been hit by countless punches, the heavy force causing his vision to go white, and he fainted. Jiren, meanwhile, did not utter a single word, merely glancing at the unconscious Sun Wukong before turning back and returning to the shop. Kizaru froze completely when Jiren and Hit passed by him, hardly daring to breathe. It was truly terrifying. If in the original world it was a joke to say that the supernovas looked like monsters, now he genuinely wanted to say to Jiren and Hit, "How terrifying." "Boss, give me 5 golden blind boxes." Hit returned to the shop, looking at the blind boxes and jars on the counter, ultimately deciding to buy 5 golden blind boxes first. Hearing this, Shin-san turned and walked back into the shop, taking out the blind boxes and placing them on the front counter. "How would you like to pay, customer?" "Just take it directly, boss. The treasures and gold I have in my collection should be sufficient." "No problem. The total comes to 25 million. Oh, I've taken the corresponding amount of gold from your collection. I hope you get something delightful." Shin-san gestured for him to open the blind boxes, then turned to Jiren. "What about you? What type of blind box or jar do you want?" Jiren shook his head, finally uttering 2 words, "No money." After saying this, he took out the invitation letter, preparing to leave. However, Shun-san spoke up again. "If you have no money, go earn some. The jars and blind boxes contain items that can compensate for your regrets. Don't you want your parents, your village, and those lost loved ones to come back?" Jiren's breathing became extremely heavy and intense waves of emotion appeared in his pupils for the first time. He slowly looked at Shun-san, his eyes seemingly devoid of any feelings. Family, friends, they're all just burdens. Shun-san squinted his eyes. Is that really how you think? Recognizing the world and understanding yourself is the only way to go further. Of course, the simplest way is to open jars and blind boxes. The items within are beyond your imagination, whether it's regrets or strength. Jars and blind boxes have it all. Right now you only need to give up a little something that is useless to you. Don't you feel tempted? With that, Jiren said nothing further and directly used the invitation letter to leave. Shun-san secretly nodded. Everyone has something they desire. He had finished speaking and was not worried about Jiren not returning in the future. Even if he didn't, it didn't matter. The shop wasn't lacking customers. However, given the tenfold increase, he still hoped Jiren would come back. At this moment, Frieza, who had been leaning against the wall, also stepped forward. He had been incredibly pleased to see Sun Wukong getting beaten, but witnessing the strength of Hit and Jiren was something he as a cosmic emperor could not tolerate. Since I've been invited out of paradise, I absolutely cannot return to that hell. Mr. Shun, can you directly withdraw wealth from the Frieza force? Yes, as long as the current leader of the Frieza force acknowledges you as their boss, then all the treasures in the Frieza force are still yours. That's good. Please, Mr. Shun, give me 5 royal jars. No problem, the total comes to 500 million. I wish you good fortune in opening great items. Shinsen once again took out 5 royal jars and placed them on the front counter. Hit and Frieza stood side by side at the counter, one resting a hand on the strap, the other grabbing the hammer placed nearby. Both had different inner fluctuations. Hit's inner fluctuations were weak, while Frieza's were strong. The two remained silent for a moment before simultaneously making moves, the sounds of swish and clatter ringing out incessantly. At the grand entrance of the heart-tempering heavenly stairway, Weiss emerged from within, muttering to himself as he walked. The Yin-Yang twin fish. What exactly does that steel inscription on the 799th step signify? It seems I won't be able to fathom it anytime soon. However, time poses no constraint for me, so there's no urgency. As Weiss spoke, he noticed the changes in the blind box shop, a glint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. It appears that during my brief time in the heart-tempering grounds, Mr. Shin's establishment has undergone considerable transformation. I wonder what intriguing new offerings have been added. How exciting. Weiss quickened his pace with a smile. Upon entering the shop, he glanced at Kizaru, who was basking in the sun with closed eyes before stepping inside. No sooner had he entered than he heard Shin-san's unceasing stream of congratulations. Congratulations to Hit for obtaining a space stone. Congratulations to Hit for acquiring a gauntlet of Thanos. Congratulations to Hit for receiving a Silent Hill film. Congratulations to Frieza for obtaining a Flame Demon Bloodline. Congratulations to Frieza for acquiring a 5 Elements Escape Technique skill card. Congratulations to Frieza for receiving 2 pairs of height-increasing insoles. Hit and Frieza, upon seeing the items they had drawn, transitioned from initial anticipation to bewilderment, for they had no idea what these objects were meant to do. Clap clap. Shun-san patted the countertop. Not bad, your luck is commendable. Each of you has drawn excellent items. Congratulations. Excellent items. A flicker of curiosity stirred in Hit's eyes. Frieza, bracing his hands on the counter, stared intently at the items laid out before him. Observing this, Shin-san remarked, "Since you're so eager, let's start with explaining what you've drawn. The Flame Demon Bloodline. You are originally of the Frost Demon clan with exceptional cultivation talent. The Flame Demon Bloodline possesses a talent for cultivation no less formidable than your own, and Flame Demons are born masters of fire manipulation. By fusing with the Flame Demon Bloodline, you will gain the innate abilities of the Flame Demon, including a series of inherited skills. The 5 Elements Escape Technique skill card. Upon consuming this card, you will master the 5 Elements Escape Technique, allowing you to traverse freely through the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The height-increasing insoles. Worn underfoot, they add 5 centimeters to your stature. However, since you don't wear shoes, they are of no use to you." No sooner had the explanation concluded than Frieza swiftly snatched the Flame Demon Bloodline and the skill card. The instant his hand touched the bloodline, it autonomously merged into his body. Frieza instantly felt as if he were immersed in a sea of scorching magma, the heat unbearable. Yet the discomfort was fleeting. Once the Flame Demon Bloodline fully integrated into his being, a surge of newfound power followed. Flames akin to a raging sun erupted uncontrollably from Frieza's mouth and nostrils, while deep crimson patterns spread across the surface of his body. At that moment his aura soared incessantly. Shun-san cast a divine eye of detection, then shook his head. Less than 10 billion, but still a significant improvement compared to before. The key was that with the Flame Demon Bloodline, Frieza's potential was no longer confined to the Golden Frieza form. With dedicated effort, he could evolve into an entirely new state, but that was a matter for later. For now, Frieza was as weak as a fledgling compared to the likes of Son Goku. Sensing his newfound abilities, Frieza laughed, his laughter growing more and more unbridled. After a bout of manic cackling, he tossed the 5 elements escape technique card into his mouth. Feeling its effects take hold, joy bloomed anew within him. Though the 5 elements escape technique did not amplify his combat power, it was a hidden divine skill. Mastering it granted him vastly greater flexibility and operational potential in any endeavor. Frieza was still laughing when he inadvertently turned his head, and was immediately drenched in cold sweat from sheer terror. Weiss. You. What are you doing here? Is Lord Beerus here too? It seems Mr. Shin has fished you out of hell. Lord Beerus isn't here, but rest assured he still remembers your duties. Weiss cast a glance at Shun, sent a flicker of thought in his eyes. He had no intention of commenting on Shun San's disruption of the 7th universe's order. A mere Frieza resurrected or not changed little. Frieza breathed a sigh of relief at those words. He truly dreaded facing Beerus. In Beerus' presence, he was no cosmic emperor, but a mere ant easily crushed at any moment. Mr. Weiss, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Fearing Beerus might appear, Frieza hastily fled the blind box shop. Am I that terrifying? Weiss murmured to himself as he watched Frieza's hasty retreat. Then dismissing the thought, he began to leisurely survey the transformed blind box shop. Noticing some novel refreshments on the tea table, he cast aside all other concerns, stepped forward, and began to eat, a blissful expression spreading across his face as he savored each bite. What a bumpkin. A mere pack of gummy candies, and he looks like he's tasting the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Truly unbelievable. Shin-san withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Hit. Where the gauntlet on your hand, set the space stone into it, and you will be able to wield its spatial abilities at will. Upon hearing this, Hit donned the gauntlet on his right hand and placed the space stone into the recess on its back. Instantly, he understood the stone's capabilities. A violent surge of emotion rippled through his pupils. This space stone was precisely what he needed most. With it, his future work would become far more convenient. It was the ultimate tool for travel. Thank you, Boss Shin. Since the jars have been opened, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Hit did not retrieve the invitation. Instead, he simply clenched his fist. A spatial portal instantly opened behind him, and he stepped through it. With the shop temporarily devoid of customers, Shun-san ignored Weiss, who was voraciously devouring gummy candies. He emerged from behind the counter and sat down beside Kizaru. Time flows differently here. Old Yellow, aren't you going back to prepare for Ace's matter? No rush, no rush. One day here is a month in my world. Ace's execution is exactly 1 month away. I just need to arrive on time. This shopkeeper has a question I'm curious about. Please ask away, Boss Shun. Are you Luffy's uncle? Kizaru, this? How could that be? Kizaru gave an awkward chuckle. Shin-san curled his lip and chose not to press further. That old actor's expression already spoke volumes. Even if he wasn't his uncle, there was undoubtedly some ambiguous connection between him and Luffy. In the God-slaying plane, Zhao Kongqing, having returned using the invitation, rushed straight to the Peace Affairs office. But upon finding it empty, his brow furrowed. Something's off. Even if a mysterious invasion occurred, someone should have stayed behind. What in the world? As Zhao Kongqing muttered to himself, he suddenly sensed something. His gaze snapped toward the distance, his frown deepening. There's a powerful battle fluctuation at the edge of Tsangnan. Something major must have happened. Captain, old Zhao here still wants to make a grand return like a king. Come out, my darlings. Tsangnan City. The earth suddenly began to tremble, and the air was filled with incessant howls. Beasts, birds, dragon roars, all mingled together like sounds from the abyss. On the battlefield, countless frost giants burst forth from spatial rifts, while 2 enormous beasts nearby wreaked havoc. As Night Watchers, the Special Phoenix Squad, and the 136th Squad stationed in Tsangnan fought desperately to repel the invasion of mysterious entities. The sudden roar of beasts within the city made them instinctively turn around. The next moment, a horrifying sight unfolded. Countless beasts surged out from the shadows of every street, shrieking wildly. No, they should be called bone beasts. Every creature that emerged had not a shred of flesh, not a trace of internal organs. Only skeletons remained. Yet their movements were utterly unimpeded. The sudden turn of events made both sides of the battlefield momentarily halt. Shin Mui's group wore grim expressions. They thought these were enemy forces emerging from the city. What of those who had yet to evacuate Tsangnan? Captain. Gripping her spear, the valiant Hong Ing struggled to utter 2 words. Shinmai did not reply. The others remained silent as well. Everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, bracing for the impact of the bone beast tide. At that moment, another dragon roar echoed from the sky above. Every person and creature on the battlefield instinctively looked up. A vast swarm of black dots appeared in the distance. As they drew closer, horror began to spread through everyone's hearts, their pupils dilating in shock. The black dots in the sky were also skeletal creatures. Bird skeletons, insect frameworks. At the forefront was a dragon-shaped skeleton with wings, its body spanning over 100 meters. It was like a leader commanding a mighty army. A dragon. A Western-style dragon. We're doomed. When Shima smiled bitterly, every skeleton seems formidable. Combine the ones in the sky and on the ground number at least several thousand, if not 10,000. And they keep pouring out. Don't speak defeatist words. Chunmai swung his twin blades fiercely, his gaze sharp as lightning. If even we give up Songnan, we'll become a true hell on earth. Remember the conviction with which we joined the Night Watchers. If the eternal night descends, I shall stand before the countless masses. This oath is not mere words. Now is the time for us to protect the people and uphold our vow. Tell me, are you afraid? Haha, how could I be afraid? It's just a pity you'll die without ever tasting the sweetness of a kiss. When Shima glanced at Hong In, cracking a small joke. Damn you, joking at a time like this. Had the situation not been so dire, Hong In would have surely run him through with her spear. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow and said, something's off. Why have the bone beasts stopped? Hearing this, the others stopped their banter and turned their gaze. They noticed that all the bone beasts had halted, lining up in orderly ranks. This eerie sight plunged everyone into deep confusion. Suddenly Hong In seemed to see something. She clapped her hand over her mouth, raised her other hand, and pointed tremblingly at the bone dragon, which had descended much lower. That hats. She choked, unable to form complete words, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Her reaction made Chunmai and the others instinctively look up. The sight that met their eyes stunned them. It felt as though their hearts had stopped beating. In disbelief, they raised their hands and rubbed their eyes vigorously. Old Chuningzi, you two really look pathetic this time. On the bone dragon's head, Zhao Kongcheng's ethereal form stood tall, like a banner, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had returned from the underworld bearing the entire inheritance of the otherworldly Lich King and the Lich King's legacy, the Bone Beast Legion. Now with his remnant form, he continued to guard this land. Isn't this guy showing off a bit too much? Seeing his companions frozen in shock, Zhao Kongcheng muttered to himself. His gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on a boy wielding twin blades, and his eyes lit up. Haha, little Chie is here too. You've matured a lot. Brother Zhao. Lin Chie stared blankly at that familiar, yet unfamiliar face as if trapped in a dream. Nearby Xia Siming raised an eyebrow. Hey uncle, from the looks of it you're a Night Watcher too. This isn't the time for reminiscing. Can you command your legion to crush them first? Also, when the battle's over, don't leave yet, uncle. I'm going to recruit you into the Phoenix Squad. Captain, stop it. The man has an entire legion. Why would he join us? Vice Captain, don't worry. The captain is a master of coaxing and trickery. She'll definitely succeed. Even if she fails, at least we can ask for that bone dragon. Hearing the Phoenix Squad's words, Zhao Kongcheng secretly rejoiced. So old Zhao had finally become a hot commodity. That Phoenix Squad sure had good eyes. Well then, let's give everyone a little more shock. Zhao Kongcheng's gaze swept over the Bone Beast Legion before he casually waved a hand toward the Frost Army. My little ones for your king. Trample them flat. Roar. Screech. Tens of thousands of bone beasts of all sizes received the command and instantly charged, once more launching their assault. They automatically swerved around, all the Night Watchers surging like a tide toward the Frost Giants. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng floated down from the Bone Dragon, which then led several massive skeletal birds to attack the three-headed Hellhound. As soon as the Bone Dragon flew above the Hellhound, it spewed a stream of gray mist. Wherever the mist passed, all living things began to wither. Seeing this, Lin Kai's eyelids twitched violently before he quickly disengaged from the battlefield. The Hellhound was drenched in the gray mist, but being a creature of the underworld itself, it had some immunity. Still, a layer of its skin was corroded away. Roar! The Hellhound was consumed by fury. It leaped, trying to drag the Bone Dragon down to the ground. But several skeletal birds blocked its path, screeching and swinging their claws rapidly, while the Bone Dragon continued spewing mist from behind. A few powerful skeletal creatures coordinated their attacks, beating the Hellhound into a battered state. The Bone Beast Legion on the ground was even more astonishing. They fearlessly traded blows with the Frost Giants, utterly ignorant of the concept of defense, and even if they knew, they wouldn't bother. One bone beast was torn into over a dozen pieces by several Frost Giants, but in less than 3 seconds the scattered bones reassembled into a complete beast. It couldn't die even if it wanted to. Chen Mui's mouth hung open, but he could only utter a single word. When Hong Ying saw Zhao Kongcheng floating down, she lunged at him, but passed right through. Her expression shifted from delight to bewilderment. Zhao Kongcheng smiled bitterly. Don't bother. Your uncle Zhao is dead. This body is a spirit form. Without a physical form, you can't touch me. Old Zhao, what exactly happened to you? Chen Mai snapped out of his shock, took a deep breath, and asked. Zhao Kongcheng paused to organize his thoughts before explaining. It's like this: after I perished alongside the ghost-faced king, my consciousness became hazy, as if I had lost all thought. Then an invitation letter appeared. After hearing Zhao Kongcheng's extraordinary tale, Squad 136 stood agape. Shinmai remarked, so you're saying that after dying you transmigrated to a blind box shop, and the Lich King abilities you're using were just drawn from those jars? Zhao Kongsheng replied nonchalantly, indeed. How about that? Old Zhao's return as a king is quite spectacular. Now I am the Lich King himself commanding a bone beast legion of 300,000. These are merely 1/30 of my forces. Moreover, my spiritual form now possesses power, not spiritual energy, but a form of magic akin to Western sorcery. Uncle Zhao Honging extended her hand. Quick, show us that invitation. All right, to satisfy your little curiosity. Zhao Kongsheng produced the invitation and placed it in Hong Ying's hand. The others fixed their gazes upon it. Hong Ying attempted to open it, but even with all her strength, she could not budge a corner. Seeing this, Zhao Kongsheng explained, don't bother. Boss Shin said only the invitee can open it. He retrieved the invitation and unfolded it, allowing the group to glimpse its contents. The few words within seemed profoundly mysterious to them. Damn it, old man, can you stop chatting and come help it? Xia, seeming currently only at the Boundless Realm, could merely stall a Klein-level sea demon kraken. Slaying it would be incredibly arduous. Noticing Zhao Kongsheng's idle chatter, she fumed. Hell, little sister, don't fret. Your uncle is here to help. Zhao Kongsheng knew this was no time for reminiscing. He stowed the invitation and pulled a bone staff from the void. Vast magical power surged from his spiritual form into the staff. Zhao Kongsheng bellowed, little Chiyue, little sister, fall back. Your big brother is about to unleash a big move. Hearing this, Lin Chiyue and the Phoenix squad members felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. They retreated from the battlefield at top speed. As the words faded, hundreds of bone beasts scrambled onto the sea demon and the three-headed hellhound, their bones swelling rapidly. Sensing mortal danger, the sea demon and hellhound thrashed wildly. But the bone beasts clung fast. With a unified earth-shaking roar, twin mushroom clouds erupted. Scorching shockwaves blasted outward like a violent storm. Chun Mui's face twisted in alarm. Old Zhao, damn you, this is the city's edge. Setting off a nuke will kill everyone inside. Find a way to stop it. Old Chin, relax. The corpse explosion from 1,000 bone beasts doesn't match a nuke's power. And do you think I'd be so reckless? Zhao Kongsheng rolled his eyes, but took action. He commanded the remaining bone beasts to resist the blasts. The frost giants were less fortunate. Those near the explosion were obliterated into dust. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, revealing the barely alive Sea Demon and Hellhound Squad 136, and the Phoenix squad members' faces twitched in shock. All stared in disbelief at the scene. Zhao Kongsheng flicked his hair. What Sea Demon? Before my corpse explosion, it's nothing. Let me deliver the final blow. Forbidden Art Corpse Bone Armament. With a swoosh, the bone dragon in the sky shattered into pieces, swiftly attaching to Zhao Kongsheng, encasing him in a bone armor that even covered his cheeks. Little Chiyue, hand me the Starblade. After losing 1,000 bone corpses, your Zhao brother will turn those two mysterious creatures into part of my legion. You're the boss. Lin Chiyue handed over the blade that was originally Zhao Kongsheng's. Taking the Starblade, Zhao flew swiftly to the Sea Demon. Guarding Daxia after death is your honor. Farewell. In an instant, he severed the Sea Demon's life force, then cast another necromantic spell. Corpse Control Art. He repeated the process on the three-headed hellhound. Soon the two Klein-level mystical beings rose from the ground, bowing before Zhao Kongsheng as docile as puppies. One astonishing scene followed another, numbing their hearts. Lin Chiyue quickly flashed forward. There's a thunder god in the city. Can you take him on now, brother Zhao? Zhao Kongsheng nodded. I know. But whether I can win, we'll only find out by fighting. After all, your Zhao brother has never battled a god. Old Chin, I'll leave 5,000 bone beasts under your command. I'm going to meet this so-called thunder god. With that, Zhao left the ground-based bone beasts and led the flying ones toward another battlefield. Meanwhile, Chun Mai and his team continued commanding the Bone Beast Legion to clear the ceaselessly spawning frost giants. Elsewhere at a vantage point, Xiao Nan and Long Xian saw Zhao Kongsheng's triumphant return, a glimmer of surprise in their eyes, though they concealed it well, for the god of deceit, Loki, stood nearby. Heh, intriguing. A mere spirit commanding tens of thousands of bone beasts. Loki chuckled. Today's losses are severe, but securing the Shiva's wrath makes losing 2 giant beasts worthwhile. However, that young man. So that's it. Xiao Nan, you two return to Asgard first. I have a grand gift. Understood. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Nan's eyes as he turned and departed with Lung Xian. In the journey to the West Dimension, the great sage equal to Heaven's son Wukong was once again beneath Five-Finger Mountain. None of the celestial beings knew he had ever left, as if all continued as normal. System, hand over that so-called gift pack. Ding, gift pack delivered. Contains a strand of fortune, 100 millennium peaches, and the Buddha's palm divine ability. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The great sage equal to heaven was overjoyed. Excellent. Truly excellent. They'll find a chance to trap that old bald donkey Tathagata under the mountain for at least 10,000 years and pour double the molten copper and iron down his throat. Haha, the scripture seeker should arrive today. I can't wait for him to come. He took a peach from his system space, and he waited and waited. At noon, the great sage finally spotted a monk in a kasaya holding a staff. Tang Sanzang, passing by. Overjoyed, he called out, Hey monk, are you the scripture seeker? Hearing this, Tang Sanzang halted, a benevolent expression on his face. He recalled the Bodhisattva's words about encountering a monkey who must be taken along as a scripture guardian. This must be him. In the journey to the west realm beneath the 5 Elements mountain, Tang Sanzang trudged forward and gazed silently for a moment. Benefactor, how must this humble monk release you? See that talisman on the mountain? Tear it off and old Sun can get out on his own. The great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong raised half his exposed arm and pointed upward. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang had a sudden realization and was about to endure countless hardships to remove the talisman when Sun Wukong spoke again. Monk, you look as frail as a reed. Can you even manage? This humble monk will do his utmost. Old Sun says you can't. The journey to retrieve the scriptures is fraught with perils. If this humble monk cannot overcome even this trial, how can he speak of reaching the western heavens? This humble monk can do it. You may be able, but old Sun is not. Tang Sanzang was dumbfounded. Benefactor, why do you say this? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, his face a mask of remorse. Old Sun has committed too many wrongs in the past. I know my sins are deep. I only wish to end my days beneath this mountain and never again bring havoc to the mortal world. Tang Sanzang was utterly bewildered. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Guanyin Bodhisattva had said it would be effortless. What was this guardian of the scriptures doing now? Tang Sanzang stood frozen, at a complete loss. Tang Sanzang's emotion increased by 1. Host's fortune increased by 1. As the system's voice chimed, an invisible sliver of the Buddhist realm's fortune was shaved away, while Sun Wukong's own fortune swelled by a fraction. Exultation filled Sun Wukong's heart. Sigh. Monk, leave. Old Sun must atone for his sins here. I have no face to be the guardian of the scriptures, nor to be your foremost disciple. Tang Sanzang opened his mouth, then finally spoke. Benefactor, my Buddha is most skilled at cleansing sins. If you have truly committed great transgressions, why not accompany this humble monk to the western heavens and listen to the sacred sound of my Buddha? Hearing this, the great sage was cursing wildly inside. Who wanted to hear any sacred sound of his Buddha? Old Sun wished he could rip that Buddha of yours apart, tendons and bones, and stew him in an iron cauldron for 10,000 years. Though his heart raged, Sun Wukong's face remained a portrait of profound guilt. Monk, say no more. Old Sun's mind is made up. I will repent here for the rest of my life. You. Go. May your journey be smooth. This. Tang Sanzang was truly at a loss. Seeing this, Sun Wukong communicated with the system in his mind. System, if old Sun doesn't leave the 5 Elements mountain, those old bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect won't kill me. Ding. Rest assured, host. You are the destined guardian of the scriptures. Without you on the journey, this pilgrimage cannot proceed. Even if they forced it through without you, the fortune the Buddhist sect would gain would be greatly diminished. Thus Tathagata will not allow such a thing. They will not kill you. They will only use every means to make you join the pilgrimage. He was delighted. Overjoyed. Sun Wukong's heart was brimming with ecstasy. The system's words meant he held an inviolable amulet. Now he only needed to see how to drive all the gods and Buddhas to emotional turmoil. Hearing the system's repeated chimes of fortune increasing, he felt like hugging that bald monk Tang Sanzang and planting a kiss on him. Yet he had to maintain a guilt-ridden expression, which was a torturous strain. Monk, don't linger here. The pilgrimage to save the world is paramount. Don't waste time on this sinful monkey. Go. Retrieve the true scriptures. When you return, old Sun will surely listen to your teachings. Tang Sanzang, instinctively believing the pilgrimage to be most important, turned and left with a dazed expression. He had just departed from the 5 Elements mountain. In the Buddhist realm, Tathagata immediately sensed the disturbance. His gaze fell upon Guanyin Bodhisattva below. Tang Sanzang and the mischievous monkey have encountered an issue. Go and set things back on course. As you command. Guanyin Bodhisattva also noticed that Sun Wukong had not been released by Tang Sanzang, and that events had deviated from their original path. Her brow furrowed slightly. According to the original course, Tang Sanzang should have freed the monkey, who would then still be wild, and she would place the golden fillet on him. That was how the 5 Elements mountain episode should have unfolded. But now, Guanyin Bodhisattva, unable to fathom the cause, could only set out early to correct the trajectory. Leaving the Buddhist realm, she hastened to the 5 Elements mountain. In an instant she arrived. Wukong, why did you not let the scripture seeker release you? Guanyin Bodhisattva, this disciple feels his sins are too heavy. I only wish to end my days here in obscurity. I am unworthy of the great task of guarding the scriptures. Please choose another. Sun Wukong, seeing Guanyin Bodhisattva had arrived once again, donned an expression of profound guilt, as if he were the most heinous criminal in the world. Hearing this, Guan Yin's brow furrowed even deeper and her eyelid twitched involuntarily. Replace him. The scripture seeker was already chosen. If a replacement were possible, why would she have to come here again? Something was terribly wrong. Which god or Buddha was not aware of the monkey's true nature? Profound guilt was the biggest lie under heaven. Guan Yin Bodhisattva made a quick calculation with her fingers, and her brow furrowed deeper still. She could find nothing amiss. So what was happening now? Wukong, if you wish to cleanse your sins, being the guardian of the scriptures is the best choice. Repenting beneath the 5 elements mountain is wrong. Only by obtaining the true Mahayana scriptures can you find the right path. But if old son stays here, I won't commit any more wrongs. I can end my life here in repentance and continue to atone in the underworld. What use would the Mahayana scriptures be then? Furthermore, old son recalls the Buddha saying all sentient beings are equal. Surely, Bodhisattva, you would not force me to be the guardian of the scriptures. Well said, Wukong. Since you can speak of the equality of all beings, you are destined for my Buddha. The Buddha guides, not compels. You already possess a Buddha nature. Why not follow Tang Sanzang and take refuge in Buddhism? Sigh. Equality of all beings. Can old son understand it, as repenting in the presence of the Buddha is the same as repenting beneath the 5 elements mountain? Since repenting anywhere is the same, why does the Bodhisattva persist in persuading me? Son Wukong slowly closed his eyes. Old son will now repent in his sleep. Please, Bodhisattva, go quickly and choose another guardian. Do not waste another second on me. You. Repenting in his sleep. That sentence shattered Guan Yin Bodhisattva's composure. Her emotional value fluctuated wildly, and son Wukong's joy multiplied. Back to the earlier topic. Since the Buddha says all beings are equal, don't you think our current conversation is a bit unequal, eh? Why, oi? Look, old sun is crushed under the mountain, while you Bodhisattvas stand in the sky above. Why not come into the mountain and speak with me as equals? Perhaps after an equal conversation, old sun might just agree to be the guardian. After all, Bodhisattva, you wouldn't want to be missing this guardian on the journey to retrieve the scriptures, would you? Son Wukong lifted his head, all trace of remorse gone. His expression was unreadable, half-teased. Armed with the amulet of immunity the system had granted, he had the entire Buddhist realm exactly where he wanted it. No one could stop him. Endure. Do not let anger take hold. The fate of the entire Buddhist faith hangs in the balance. He must hold back. Guan Yin gazed down at the great sage equal to heaven. Son Wukong took a deep breath, and then made a move that deeply astonished the Monkey King. Guan Yin descended from the heavens, calmly lying down beside him, his pupils devoid of any unusual, as if it were only natural. Now we are equals. Will you become the Sutra Guardian? Damn, he actually came down and lay there. Was this still the exalted Bodhisattva? It seemed the journey to the west truly couldn't do without old Sun. The great sage equal to heaven's eyes darted about, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No. Old Sun only said we should talk as equals once. I used the word might, you know. Never promised that after an equal talk I would definitely become the Sutra Guardian. Besides, even if the Bodhisattva has lain down, we still aren't having an equal conversation now. Upon hearing this, Guan Yin's expression finally shifted, but he made no rash move. Why? Bodhisattva, look here. Son Wukong pointed at his body half hidden in the mountain. Old Sun is speaking without a stitch of clothing. Why doesn't the Bodhisattva shed his robes too? That would be a fair conversation. You reckless. Guan Yin's emotional fluctuation 11:11. Damn. Killing intent. A murderous aura so thick it could choke you. Had he pushed it too far? The great sage equal to heaven felt his fur stand on end under Guan Yin's glare. But the moment he heard the system's chime, he cast aside all worry. After all, he was already as thick-skinned as a dead pig, impervious to boiling water. Humph. Guan Yin was truly enraged. Just as he was about to resort to some means, a voice reached his ears, causing his expression to shift repeatedly. All beings in the world are but illusions. Why cling to a mere shell? If that mischievous monkey wants to see, let him. For the grand cause of Buddhism, we must prioritize the greater good. Buddha. Guan Yin took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes as he stared at the great sage equal to heaven was colder than ever before. Without a word, he gave a slight shudder, and a body like carved jade was exposed to the air as if radiating a dazzling light. Guan Yin's emotional fluctuation 111. The great sage equal to heaven's heart trembled. He didn't even bother to glance at Guan Yin, his mind wholly absorbed in the surging fortune points. In just 10 odd seconds, they had risen by over 100. What if? He went for something big. Bodhisattva, why are your chest mounds bigger than old Sun's? Bodhisattva, there were rumors you were a man. So why don't you have a cock? Bodhisattva, come closer. Old Sun's hands are itchy. I want to scratch myself with your body. Bodhi. Host, please be aware that Guan Yin is on the verge of a murderous outburst. Given the host's current strength, if Guan Yin chooses to kill without restraint, the host will be powerless to resist. The great sage equal to heaven gave an awkward chuckle, then shrugged inwardly. The journey to the west was long, but he could take things slowly. If he truly drove Guanyin to lethal action, now the loss would outweigh the gain. There was still plenty of time. The Bodhisattva is truly a great adept of our Buddhist faith. Old Sun agrees to be the sutra guardian. You may call the young monk back to release Old Sun. Humph. Guanyin let out a cold snort, reclothed his body in an instant, and vanished without a trace. Then another figure appeared beside the great sage equal to heaven, raising a thumb in a grand gesture. What nerve, great sage! You really aren't afraid Guanyin will kill you? Hee Ba Shen, what brings you here? The great sage equal to heaven chuckled. The heaven-ordained sutra guardian, Old Sun's got a Gatudo death-free card. What's there to fear? Indeed, the newcomer was Shen San. Back at the shop, only performing monkey was left enjoying afternoon tea. With nothing better to do, Shen San dropped by the journey to the West Dimension for fun. Thanks to his saint-sealing art, even a sage couldn't sense his presence. He had just caught the spectacle of the great sage equal to heaven dancing wildly on the edge of death, nearly dying of laughter himself. Shen San sat down cross-legged beside him, produced 2 bottles of wine, and 2 roasted duck feet, leaned back against Five Fingers Mountain, and placed a portion of food before the great sage equal to heaven. Drink up, eat up. Once you become a monk, you won't be able to touch these things anymore. Bullshit. The system wants Old Sun to stir up trouble. I'll eat them myself, and I'll make that little monk eat them too. The great sage equal to heaven took a gulp of wine and a big bite of roasted duck, already plotting in his mind how to completely wreck the journey to the west. Hearing this, Shen San nodded. True enough. Without causing trouble, how do you earn fortune points? Take a look at this book. Shen San handed over a book and opened it. As he read the contents, the great sage equal to heaven burst into laughter. Ba Shen, you've got some skill. You actually calculated all the trials of the journey and wrote them down in a book. The great sage equal to heaven skimmed through the journey to the west script at lightning speed. According to this book, that Tang Sanzang seems decent to me, just a bit long-winded. It says here he has to go through 81 tribulations. Being banished to the mortal realm is the first tribulation, being hunted at birth is the second. By the time he reaches Old Sun, that's the 8th tribulation. The next one is the white horse being eaten and replaced by the white dragon. The great sage equal to heaven's eyes flashed with cunning. Boss Shen, you interested in a taste of dragon meat? Sure. Shen San stood up and stretched. Tang Sanzang is almost back. He'll head straight to White Dragon Stream. The rest is up to you, great sage. A few more minutes passed. Tang Sanzang stumbled his way back to the foot of Five Fingers Mountain, his expression as serene as ever. Benefactor, have you made your decision? Yes. Master, go quickly and tear off that talisman. Old Sun will escort you to the Western Heaven. The great sage equal to heaven had initially planned to call him monk, but recalling the scenes from the script, where Tang Sanzang treated him decently, and all the trials were merely arranged by the Buddhist faith for fortune, he changed his mind. Tang Sanzang had nothing to do with it. Still, a script was just a script, one couldn't take it too seriously. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang said no more. After a grueling climb that blistered his feet, he reached the peak of Five Fingers Mountain. But before his hand could touch the talisman, it peeled off on its own. A flicker of doubt crossed Tang Sanzang's eyes, but he didn't dwell on it. He carefully climbed back down and heard his eldest disciple shout for him to move away. He quickly retreated from the mountain's range. In an instant, the mountain burst apart, sending debris flying everywhere. The great sage equal to heaven shot out from the rubble with a wild laugh, landing beside Tang Sanzang. Well, master, say no more. Old Sun will carry you to the Western Heaven to fetch the scriptures. Just as the great sage equal to heaven was about to hoist Tang Sanzang onto his back and rush to White Dragon Stream, a golden beam shot down from the sky, striking him squarely on the head. Quite the grudgeholder, aren't you? The great sage equal to heaven curled his lip. After reading the script, he knew all too well about the golden circlet now binding his head. It was meant to restrain him. But fortunately, he had the system, and the 5-colored divine light. He wondered if he could use it to brush the circlet off. At the White Dragon Stream in the journey to the West Realm, Shen San stood nearby, pondering for a moment, then transformed with a flicker. Using the 72 transformations amplified 1,000-fold, he gained the ability to mimic with uncanny realism. A dragon's roar echoed as Shen San turned into a silver-scaled dragon. He plunged into the White Dragon Stream, and soon found a white dragon sound asleep. Hey buddy, wake up. Shen San lightly tapped the white dragon's head with his claw, his mouth unconsciously watering at the thought of savoring fresh dragon meat soon. Aolai groggily opened his eyes and was startled to see a dragon head larger than his own. His drowsiness vanished instantly, his pupils dilated in shock, and terror surged within him. How terrifying! What kind of great figure had crept up beside him without his notice? If the other bore ill intent, he, the third prince of the dragon clan, would have been doomed. Wait, the other was also a dragon. Why had he never seen this one among the dragon clan? He knew every dragon from the 4 seas, yet this one was utterly unfamiliar. Could it be a reclusive elder? At this thought, Aolai involuntarily lowered his head. He was hot-tempered, but no fool. He dared to burn the treasure the Jade Emperor had bestowed upon his father, but he wouldn't recklessly provoke a fellow dragon whose strength he couldn't gauge. May I ask, Senior, if you are a reclusive kin? Ahem, indeed. I am the patriarch of the Silver Dragon clan Shun. Jatian Jadija Kamchi. San. Passing by here, I sensed a fellow dragon, and came down to take a look. Shun San blinked. Young one, why are you here? What a ridiculous name. Ao Lai frowned slightly, then replied respectfully. Reporting to Senior Shun, I am Ao Lai, the third son of the West Sea Dragon King. For a past transgression, I was exiled here. I see. Did you steal the Jade Emperor's lover, little Ao, or pilfer the Queen Mother's undergarments to be cast out of the Dragon clan? Shin San lounged casually beside him, his dragon body gleaming silver in the water's light. At these words, Ao Lai's heart pounded, and a look of awe spread across his dragon face. This senior dared to call the Jade Emperor an old man and blaspheme the Queen Mother. How thrilling! After the shock, his expression shifted to worship, and he nearly kowtowed to Shin San. Now he was even more convinced that the senior was a hidden master. If only. Ao Lai's dragon eyes narrowed into slits. He quickly brought out all his treasured artifacts and food, practically treating Shun San like a father. Shun San gladly accepted gathering all the treasures. But he had no taste for raw food. He pulled a mountain of provisions from his space and invited Ao Lai to join him. His plan was simple. Before the great sage arrived at the White Dragon Stream, he would fatten Ao Lai up and then butcher. Little Ao, you've been treated poorly in the Dragon Clan. Someday he'll take you to my clan to see my standing there. Senior jests. As a clan patriarch, your status must be supreme. Little Ao, you're wrong. No one is born a leader. I earned my position through countless battles. I believe you can. Please, Senior, teach me how to become patriarch. My path to leadership: first, slay the father; second, kill the siblings; third, eliminate all who resist. Ao Lai's heart raced. The senior seemed kind, but was a god of slaughter. No wonder he became patriarch. He slaughtered all rivals. Senior jests. My power is too weak to kill my father and the others. So you do have the thought then? Shin San chuckled and pulled out a book from his space. To act, you must take the first step. I rose from weakness to my current status through slaughter. Power matters little, courage and wit are key. I stumbled upon this book by chance, a divine text. My rise owes much to it. I see a bond with you. Take this divine book. May you succeed. On that day our clans can ally, pursuing the path beyond the heavenly Tao. Beyond the heavenly Tao. Ao Lai was awestruck again. The world had heavens and sages, no secret, but the senior spoke of transcending it. Was he a sage? If true, this meeting was an unseen-a-lifetime fortune. Ao Lai reverently took the book and opened the first page with his immortal energy. The Art of War, he murmured, flipping to the second page. The content soon absorbed him, and his pace quickened. Halfway through he paused. Diverting the trouble. Diverting the trouble. Ao Lai's eyes lit up as if struck by a feasible idea. Shun San watched, inwardly delighted. He wondered what Ao Lai would achieve with the Art of War. When the great sage arrived at the White Dragon Stream, he'd have to tell him not to kill too quickly. But he couldn't leave empty-handed. He'd take a leg to eat. Neither spoke afterward. One pondered whether to steam or braise. The other dragon was lost in the Art of War, drooling at the thought of using it to become patriarch. Thus days passed. Finally, the great sage Sun Wukong arrived at the White Dragon Stream with Tang Sanzang. He settled Tang in the shade, led the white horse to the stream, and frowned when nothing stirred. System, can you check what the little white dragon is doing? Ding. Ao Lai is immersed in reading the Art of War. Suggestion created disturbance to wake him. Excellent. The great sage took out his Rui Jingu Bang, flew above the stream, enlarged and lengthened it, churning a massive whirlpool. Tang Sanzang was puzzled by his disciple's action, but he dismissed it as youthful mischief and wiped sweat from his brow. Deep in the Art of War, Ao Lai felt his domain shake violently and sensed a monkey causing trouble above. Yet with the senior present, he dared not even speak loudly. Shin San half opened his eyes and said flatly, "Little Ao, go. I crave horse meat. Kill that white horse above." "Yes, senior. Ill catch the horse and slay that monkey for disturbing your rest. He deserves death." The water churned violently as the stabilizing sea needles stirred relentlessly beneath the surface. Suddenly Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, received a telepathic message from Shin San and gave an almost imperceptible nod, his hands never ceasing their motion. If killing wasn't allowed, then so be it. He might as well snatch a leg to feast on. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Ao Lai burst forth from the water, seized the white horse in his jaws, and flung it into the ravine, then fixed a furious glare upon Sun Wukong. "Wretched monkey, don't think the entire Dragon Clan fears you. Dare to disturb my peace, and you're courting." Before Ao Lai could finish, a searing, heart-wrenching pain tore through his body. He realized a leg was missing and was struck with utter terror. Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly. Having read the story, he knew the White Dragon was also a pawn of the Buddhist sect. He intended to strike swiftly and decisively, leaving them no time to react. Just then Tang Sanzang noticed the sudden commotion and called out urgently, "Yukong, do not take a life. Master, rest assured. This little white worm dared to kill your horse. Old Sun is merely teaching him a lesson. I won't break the precept against killing." Sun Wukong discreetly tossed the dragon leg into the ravine. Suddenly a divine Buddhist light shimmered across the sky. Without looking up, he knew who had arrived. It was Guanyin Bodhisattva, who had intended to appear and appoint Ao Lai as the white horse. His expression flickered with uncertainty. The course of events seemed to be veering further off the intended path, and even he could not see through it. "Bodhisattva," Tang Sanzang respectfully intoned a Buddhist greeting. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's mind buzzed with the system's constant notifications of rising fortune, and he laughed heartily to himself. Being the heaven-appointed scripture guardian was a fine identity. It allowed him to pull off minor tricks openly as long as he didn't go too far. What was this called? It was like visiting a brothel under imperial decree. Heh. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. "Bodhisattva, what brings you here? Are you ready for another equal dialogue with Old Sun?" Guanyin's emotional fluctuation 11. Guanyin took a deep breath. "Wukong, do you know that Ao Lai is also a figure destined for the pilgrimage?" Sun Wukong feigned confusion. "I had no idea. This little worm appeared and killed the white horse. Our Buddha dislikes creatures that take life. Old Sun was merely helping him attain salvation." "You?" Guanyin was so enraged his mouth nearly twisted. But the monkey had invoked the Buddha, so what could he say? Besides, the monkey hadn't killed. He had merely torn off one of Ao Lai's legs. This left Guanyin fuming with no outlet for his anger, a suffocating frustration building within him. Guanyin decided to ignore the now sharp-tongued Sun Wukong and turned his gaze toward Ao Lai. "You were exiled for angering the Jade Emperor. Since you killed the white horse, you shall serve as Tang Sanzang's steed on the pilgrimage." Ao Lai did not reply immediately. He seemed to be listening to Shun San's divine voice. After a long pause, he came to his senses. "Understood, senior." He responded secretly, but his inner turmoil belied his calm exterior. Truly a senior among seniors, even Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't detect him. His power must be heaven-defying. Without a word, Ao Lai transformed into a white horse. However, missing a leg, he looked somewhat odd. Seeing this, Guanyin reached out and pointed. Ao Lai's lost leg instantly grew back, though it was not as functional as the original. Merely a minor illusion. "The pilgrimage will be fraught with perils. Remember, do not break your vows." Noticing Sun Wukong's hesitant expression, Guanyin scowled hastily, uttered a few words, and turned to leave. Tang Sanzang was utterly bewildered. He felt that the Bodhisattva had acted strangely this time, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. Ao Lai walked over to Tang Sanzang, gently bit his robe, and as Tang Sanzang cried out in surprise, tossed him onto his back. Then he neighed at Sun Wukong. With divergent thoughts, the man, the dragon, and the monkey set forth once more on their journey. Nightfall descended. After bidding Tang Sanzang farewell, Sun Wukong made his way to a forest where he found Shin San sitting by a campfire and approached him. He plopped down beside him and tore off a large chunk of dragon leg meat. "Delicious. The next trial is the temple. Boss Shin, care to join me for some fun?" Old Sun plans to burn the monk's robe first and frame the old abbot. Shin San took a bite of the dragon meat and shook his head. "Time is short. The shop needs its manager. He'll head back after finishing this dragon feast. Drop by the shop when you have time. Have fun. Rest assured, Boss Shun." Sun Wukong thumped his chest with a resounding slap. "Old Sun will find some gold when he has time and visit you again. Shin Sen said nothing more, retrieved some wine, and drank with Sun Wukong as they chatted. By the time the entire dragon leg was consumed, over an hour had passed. Shin Sen rose to take his leave. Sun Wukong gave an embarrassed smile. "Boss Shin, do you have any rice?" Old Sun used the excuse of begging for alms to come here. "It's late, and master must be starving." Seems the great sage treats Tang Sanzang quite well. Old Sun can still tell good from bad. Tang Sanzang is just a deceived monk. I have a decent impression of him. "All right, here you go." Shin San produced a bowl of white rice and handed it over. "Don't mess things up. I'd hate to come back next time and find your grave 3 meters tall. Enough talk, farewell." Shin San vanished in an instant and reappeared in his shop. He noticed the old performing ape still snoring at the entrance. The sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. He lightly nudged the old ape. "Still asleep? In your world, Ace is about to be executed. Aren't you? I've calculated the time." Kizaru stood up and stretched. "A day here is a month in my world. When I came to the shop, there was exactly 1 month left until Ace's execution. I arrived around 9 in the morning, so if I return at 9, it should be just right. People, when you get old, you tend to doze off and crave a delicious breakfast. Boss Shin, do you have anything to eat?" "Sure." Shin Sen shrugged. "The 4th floor is for leisure and entertainment. There's plenty of food, but it costs. You stayed here all night. Shouldn't you treat me to breakfast?" Fine." Kizaru sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Shin-san, believing in never missing a chance to milk a cow, called over Zhu Qing Jiangjun and the No. 18 siblings. Just as they were about to head up to the 4th floor with Kazuru, a streak of white light shot rapidly from the horizon. As it drew near, they could finally make out the figure enveloped in the radiance. Dressed in a crisp black and white suit, wearing gleaming gold-rimmed glasses, his hair slicked with gel and sparkling under the morning sun, he held an ancient book in his hands, raised slightly to his abdomen. Seeing this, Kazuru couldn't help but shield his eyes, thinking, what a dazzling man, even flashier than the glint fruit. The No. 18 siblings curled their lips in disdain, muttering, show off. The man was none other than Yansha, who hadn't visited the shop in a long time. He wore a supremely confident smile and spoke with impeccable formality. Boss Shun, I have fully comprehended the Book of Wishes. Today, I shall surely succeed. In the early morning, guests began to gather at the shop entrance, waiting. They chatted at the doorstep, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the blind box shop, a large group gathered, eating and drinking with expressions of utter contentment. Only one person was miserable, the old acting monkey, for he was the one footing the bill. The 4th floor was vast, stretching beyond the eye's reach. Amidst the scenic landscape stood rows of buildings with only a few service robots strolling along the streets. 7 or 8 robots emerged from a shop's kitchen, carrying freshly made pastries, their faces adorned with smiles that felt like a warm spring breeze. They respectfully placed the dishes on the table, murmured, please enjoy, and then withdrew. Eat up, why aren't you eating? The food here is incredible. Sun Wukong devoured the food on the table like a whirlwind. The old acting monkey wept, silently mourning his wallet for 3 minutes. Bulma rested her forehead in her hand, wearing an expression of utter embarrassment. Beside them, Yansha elegantly sipped his milk tea in small refined sips. His neat suit and calm demeanor made him seem like an otherworldly sage. Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically. Stop pretending. No matter how you act, you won't become any more handsome. You wouldn't understand. Yansha paid her no heed, taking another slow, deliberate sip of the delicious milk tea. Fortunately, thanks to Boss Shun's generosity, I no longer stray from the path. Just wait until I unearth a treasure. Then you'll understand why I'm like this now. Fine. Pretend all you want. Bulma said no more. She picked up Trunks beside her and walked into a nearby shop to play bumper cars with the robots. Just then, 3 figures, 2 tall and 1 short, approached down the street. The small one clutched an Ultraman doll, while the 2 taller ones each carried a monster doll. These 3 were none other than Zeno and his guards. They had stayed on the 4th floor since yesterday, never leaving. Upon seeing Shun-sen, Zeno immediately floated over. Hey Shun-sen, come play Ultraman vs. Monsters with us. It's so much fun. The monsters can never beat Ultraman. Hearing this, the corner of Shun-san's mouth twitched violently. The moment Zeno entered the blind box shop, he sensed something unusual about this Zeno. His acting was even more brilliant than the old acting monkeys, and he was clearly addicted to playing the child. Tisk tsk. Shun-sen, why aren't you saying anything? How about you play Ultraman, and he'll be the monster? What do you think? Stop messing around. The shop's about to open. If you want to play, go play with Sun Wukong. Shun-sen pointed at Sun Wukong, who was busy gorging himself. Zeno tilted his head, staring at Sun Wukong. He could see Sun Wukong's immense potential. Thanks to the blind boxes and the tempering of body and mind, his potential now ranked among the very best in the universe. Upon first meeting Sun Wukong, he had wanted to recruit him and Vegeta into his ranks. Hey Wukong, come play. What nonsense. No, I'm going into mind tempering soon. Sun Wukong refused without a second thought. The 2 guards immediately shot him death glares, but since neither Zeno nor the Grand Priest could start a fight in the shop, they certainly couldn't either. Yet Zeno paid no heed, dragging Sun Wukong aside to play Ultraman vs. Monsters. Time quickly reached 8 o'clock. Yellow Monkey, having tearfully paid nearly 5 million, followed the big eaters down to the 1st floor. By then, a long queue had already formed in front of the counter. They only began greeting when Shun-sen appeared. Boss Shun, Mr. Satan isn't here, so we're paying today. Give me 7 silver blind boxes. I feel like I'm going to hit the jackpot today. I want 5 bronze blind boxes and 1 silver blind box. The money's in the box, Boss Shun. Hurry up and bring out the blind boxes. A bunch of paupers. Boss Shun, just give me 5 king jars. Today I'm going all in. Either I get rich or I start from scratch. A crowd placed their boxes of cash beside the counter. Shun-sen waved his hand, collecting all the money-filled boxes, then took out all the corresponding jars and blind boxes from the cabinet. Those who received their jars and blind boxes rushed to every corner with pounding hearts and trembling hands. Only after the crowd had dispersed did Bulma step forward. She slapped her bank card onto the card reader and said magnanimously, with J.R.V.I.S. Assistance Capsule Corp has reached new heights. Today I'm going straight for 5 king jars. I must say, Bulma, you're truly generous. This shop owner gives you a thumbs up. Shin-san cheerfully brought out 5 king jars. Good luck. Humph. I'm definitely getting something good. Bulma picked up the hammer, and without a second thought swung it horizontally. With 5 clinks, 5 items materialized above the jars. Congratulations Bulma for obtaining a dog's tail. Congratulations Bulma for obtaining a handful of dog's tail grass. Congratulations Bulma for obtaining a dog's head. Congratulations Bulma for obtaining a stray dog. Congratulations Bulma for obtaining a meal of dog food. Bulma. Old acting monkey. Random bystanders. Nothing is more terrifying than a sudden silence, followed by a storm of laughter. They burst out laughing. After a few seconds of silence, everyone erupted into laughter, bending over double. Bulma glared darkly at those still laughing heartily. What's so funny? I'm rich enough to take the loss. You'll all be left in your underwear before long. Hearing this, the bystanders couldn't argue. The colossal Capsule Corporation was simply beyond their reach. While the cost of 5 king jars was no small sum for Capsule Corp, it was something they could easily afford. For the bystanders, however, spending that much on 5 king jars without a good pull would leave them utterly destitute. Go on, laugh. Why aren't you laughing now? Bulma planted her hands on her hips and swept her gaze around. The onlookers could only force awkward smiles and look away. Seeing this, Bulma gathered her winnings and stepped aside. Shin-san smiled and asked what blind boxes and jars would you like to open. The old acting monkey twisted his mouth and said not today. They'll be heading back soon. Yamcha straightened his tie and stepped forward confidently. Boss Shin. He took a capsule from his pocket and placed it on the counter. There's some gold and jewelry inside. Boss Shin appraised its value. Add it to the credit I have in the shop, and let's see what blind boxes and jars I can open. Today, I'm going all in. Hearing this, Shin-san glanced at the capsule and chuckled. The gold and jewelry you've brought this time are more than before. This shop owner will round it up for you. 3 king jars in total. Are you sure you want to go all in? Absolutely certain. Yamcha patted the wish quotations. With the divine book Boss Shun gave me why wait. Alright, good luck. The jars were placed on the counter. Yamcha picked up the hammer with a reverent expression. He first set the wish quotations on the counter, then opened it to the 3rd page. Reading the contents, his pupils dilated with brilliance. Before opening the jar, one must be formally dressed, brimming with spirit, and carry a surging heart. I've met all these prerequisites. Now, come forth my treasures. Clink. The moment the hammer swept across the jar, a radiant light manifested, stunning everyone present. Inside the blind box shop, radiance emanated from the king tier canister, enveloping Yamucha's entire body. As the light dissipated, golden patterns began to spread across his form. In an instant, they covered his entire body. His hands, face, and even the skin beneath his clothes were etched with these golden markings. At that moment, Yamucha's ki surged at a rate of billions per second, quickly reaching a staggering and unprecedented. Shin-san cast a probing divine eye and instantly discerned Yamucha's current combat power. 50 trillion. He had ascended to greatness in a single step. The onlookers were stunned into silence by Yamucha's now eerie yet commanding appearance, their awe quickly giving way to boundless envy. How they envied him. They seethed with jealousy. They burned with hatred. Why couldn't they be the ones to unlock such an obviously What? No. Unfair heavens. All they could do was roar in impotent fury within their mind. Bulma, however, felt a flicker of surprise. Her gaze shifted between Yamucha and the Book of Wishes, pondering silently. Could it really be working? Or was it merely a coincidence? If it truly had an effect. As Bulma's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Yamucha opened his tightly shut eyes, a wave of delight spreading through his heart until it filled his entire being. Then a slight tremor began in his body, growing increasingly intense. His pupils were bloodshot and 2 streams of tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. Who could understand the immense pressure he had endured during this time? Every time he fell asleep, he dreamed of sneering faces, each one telling him, "Give up, Black King, you're destined to be a loser forever." But now if anyone dared to call him the Black King, he could shout loudly, "Black King." That's in the past. Now, please address me as the Lucky King. At this thought, Yamucha sprang up in excitement, flung his right arm into the air, and roared with all his might. "Ho! Who else? I ask who else? Bulma, open your big sparkling eyes and see who's the unlucky. And you all from now on don't call me Black King anymore. Address me as the Lucky King. Haha, thanks to Dad Shin's Book of Wishes, thanks for your company all this time. I'll enshrine you from now on." Yamucha in his excitement hugged the Book of Wishes and gave it a fierce kiss. Then he wanted to leap behind the counter to kiss Shin-san as well. However, he noticed a sinister grin curling on Shin-san's face, and a chill ran through his fervent boiling. He could only awkwardly withdraw the leg he had already placed halfway onto the counter. Bulma rolled her eyes and said, "Alright, look at you getting so worked up. What exactly did you get that's got you this excited?" It's, Yamucha stammered, unable to form coherent words. Bulma looked at Shin-san. Everyone else also awaited Shin-san's forthcoming answer. Seeing this, Shin-san smiled and explained. What Yamucha just unlocked is the inheritance of the Golden Horn Giant Beast, and his bloodline has also transformed into that of the Golden Horn Giant Beast clan. The Golden Horn Giant Beast is a formidable race. They need not cultivate, Merely devouring enough metal allows them to enhance their power. At their peak, they can rival a god of destruction. But to reach that zenith, the amount of metal required is incalculable. Even if Yamcha devoured all the metal on this planet, he could not advance further. There are only two ways to. First, with the blood of the golden horn giant beast, you can survive in space and seek metal on other planets. Second, the simplest and most direct method, the blind boxes and canisters contain endless metal. If your luck is good enough, you might even open a whole universe's worth of metal. Upon hearing this, Bulma shrugged. So that's all it is. A bloodline that drains time and resources. And Yamcha, are you even still human now? Yamcha retorted, you're the one who's not human. The golden horn giant beast has innate secret techniques. I can nurture a human body anytime I want. As for the metal, there's no rush. With this bloodline, my lifespan has greatly increased. I have plenty of time to gather metal in the future. Enough idle chatter. The Book of Wishes mentioned striking while the iron is hot. My luck is at its peak now. Oh, I must continue opening canisters while the momentum is with me. Yamcha calmed himself and opened the Book of Wishes once more, his expression as devout as a pilgrim's, filled with utmost reverence. He spotted a certain line in the Book of Wishes, then retrieved several incense sticks and an apple from behind him. He lit the incense, planted it into the apple, and placed it beside the canister. Witnessing this bizarre ritual, everyone else stopped opening their blind boxes and crowded around. Even the old mimic monkey craned his crooked head forward. Bulma, holding Trunks, couldn't help but step forward as well. All eyes were fixed intently on the hammer in Yamcha's. It moved. After setting up the incense, Yamcha finally swung the hammer. This time his motion was light and gentle, exquisitely tender. They were stunned. Everyone's eyes widened. This wasn't their first visit to the blind box shop. They knew well what a card signified. It was a treasure that could catapult someone to greatness. At that instant, greed flickered in the eyes of some patrons as they gazed at the Book of Wishes, itching to snatch it away. Even Bulma, as she looked at the Book of Wishes, had a different glint in her eyes, as if saying, I want it so badly. As for Yamcha himself, his heart was pounding so fiercely it felt like it might stop. He quickly took 2 deep breaths to compose himself. He must not lose his composure before the divine Book of Wishes. He had to stay calm. Calm my ass. Yahoo! I love you, son, divine book. Come here, let me kiss you twice more. Mwah. Yamcha pressed the Book of Wishes to his lips and kissed it fervently twice, then hugged it to his chest, as if it were his beloved. After a few seconds, he took down the card and focused on its front. True Dragon Divine Art. The name alone sounds extraordinary. Today has been incredibly rewarding. Yamcha looked up. Dad, Shin, tell me quickly, is this a divine technique? I don't have a son as big as you, so stop trying to claim kinship so casually. Shin-sen shot him a stern glare before explaining. Yes, the True Dragon Divine Art is a divine technique, one that's in no way inferior to the Great Wilderness Divine Palm. Hearing this, Yamcha immediately popped the card into his mouth without a moment's hesitation. Feeling the immense power of the True Dragon Divine Art, his excitement surged beyond measure. It took a while for him to regain some composure. He looked at the last king-tier canister as if it were his own father. Flipping open the Book of Wishes, Yamcha murmured to himself. Father, ancestor, great-grandfather, your son is counting on you. Come on, grandson, appear. Boom! In that instant, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the canister once again emitted boundless radiance, as if trying to brighten the daylight even further. A dazzling radiance this time, not enveloping Yamcha's body, seemed to conceal a crimson shadow. A spectacle never seen before, so mysterious it made everyone's hearts leap into their throats, barely daring to draw a full breath, lest they disturb the uncanny scene before them. Some even clamped their hands over their mouths, eyes wide as saucers. Suddenly the light began to fade, and the crimson figure within sprang forth. Shin-sen instinctively stepped back 2 paces. It was a jack-in-the-box. As it popped out, a party cannon blasted from the clown's mouth, showering those standing in front. After the blast, the clown let out a mocking laugh. Congratulations. You've received a blast from the clown cannon. Hee, did you get hit? The clown thinks you definitely... This? Bulma was utterly bewildered, then her face darkened. The corner of Kizaru's mouth twisted even more at this sudden reversal. All the customers were baffled, their lips twitching non-stop as the jack-in-the-box continued its stream of taunts. As for Yamcha himself, his mind was buzzing, stars spinning before his eyes. Boss Shun. Forget it. The wish fulfillment manual says one shouldn't be too greedy, know when enough is enough. Getting 2 in a row is already a huge win. The wild swings of fortune were hard to bear, but Yamcha's mindset had been well conditioned by the manual, even though this was his first time encountering such a taunting item. But looking at it from another angle, the fact that he got it on his first try meant his luck was extraordinarily good, didn't it? At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality, then promptly collapsed to the floor, struggling for a long while before managing to pick themselves up. Bulma couldn't help but lean forward over the counter the clown's mockery, adding a few extra crow's feet to her face. My dear boss Shin, didn't you say that after the light comes a divine artifact? Slander. This shop owner will sue you for slander. When did I ever say that after the light comes a divine artifact? I only said that divine artifacts manifest in different ways. It was your own preconceived notions, who can you blame? Besides, the jar belongs to Yamcha. Why are you all getting so worked up? Shun Sen shrugged. Hearing this, Bulma and the others were taken aback. Right. It wasn't their jar being opened, nor were the clown's taunts directed at them. They had only crowded forward to get showered with confetti on their own accord. The one who opened the jar hadn't said a word, so what right did they have? Bulma understood this logic too. Thinking back, Boss Shun had indeed never claimed that a brilliant light heralded a divine artifact. It was all her own assumption, a clear case of jumping to conclusions. She met Shin San's mischievous gaze and backed away with an awkward smile. Yamcha, however, smiled gently, then carefully picked up the wish fulfillment manual. Thank you, Boss Shin, for the divine book. I'm very satisfied this time. I've used up all the money I had stored here, so I plan to go earn some more now. Once I do, I'll be back to patronize your shop. Take care. No need to see you out. Shin San waved his hand. Hard work is good. Earning money is good. No matter what items were opened, he would never be at a loss. Some customers in the shop, noticing Yamcha heading out and eyeing the wish fulfillment manual resting on his stomach, followed him out with fervent gazes, abandoning their own blind boxes. Others continued opening their blind boxes, their hearts filled with greater anticipation after witnessing Yamcha. With each blind box opened, if it held no treasure, a sound of frustration would ring out. If it did, a cry of ecstasy. The myriad facets of life. Though only a few were on display among the dozens in the shop, these dynamics of frustration and joy added a touch of vibrant worldly atmosphere to the place. Congratulations, Beauty Benner Beauty Eye, for obtaining the skill Gatten Eagle's Hand. Congratulations, Mr. Nirishimiz Hiku, for obtaining a megaphone. Congratulations, Mr. Watanabechankwan, for obtaining a pack of diapers. Congratulations. Congratulations. The congratulations kept coming. Those who had finished opening their boxes and jars left the shop with varied emotions. As for the passerby who had bet everything on the king's jar, he had opened nothing but useless items, happily adding one more bankrupt soul to the world. From then on, there was one more beggar on the streets of West City. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from the stairway. The next second, Sun Wukong, clad in a monster costume, emerged from it. He dashed to the counter and lifted off the monster head. Shen San, who exactly are those three called the Omni King? Those two tall ones. Their strength is off the charts. I couldn't even last a single move against them. Tell me about them. Hearing this, Shen San didn't hide anything and spoke directly. This universe of yours is divided into 12 universes governed by the highest deities. The Kai you know is a god. Above the Kai is the Grand Kai, and above the Grand Kai is the Grand Supreme Kai. These types of gods are generally responsible for management and creation. The ones with truly high combat power are the gods of destruction. As I've mentioned before, they are only responsible for destruction to elevate the overall quality of the universe. Above them is the Grand Minister, who comes here daily to freeload. His power belongs to the second tier of the universe. Finally, there's the Omni King you mentioned. He governs the life and death of the In terms of combat strength, the two you fought are attendants with powers similar to angels. They belong to the third tier of the universe alongside the angels. Above them is the Grand Minister, who comes here daily to freeload. His power belongs to the second tier of the universe. Finally, there's the Omni King you mentioned. He governs the life and death of the 12 universes. He is their creator. Oh, and there's also Super Shinran, whose power even surpasses the Grand Minister. He is responsible for granting wishes, also manifesting through Dragon Balls. These words left Bulma's jaw dropping. She stammered, so those two little guys, the taller one called the Grand Minister and the shorter one, they are the masters of the 12 universes. Sun Wukong asked, Shen San, how far am I from them? I can't sense their ki at all. Oh, I have no idea how huge the gap is. You, Shen San shook his head. Even with your divine manifestations and such techniques, you are still worlds apart from a god of destruction, let alone high-tier combatants like the angels. If they wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as raising a hand. Unless you master Ultra Instinct to its peak, you wouldn't even be qualified to spar with an angel. As for ki, high-tier gods don't play with that. Their main methods are laws and rules. If you don't become a god or elevate your ki to a certain level, looking at high-tier gods would be like looking at ordinary people. Sun Wukong quickly pressed. I've opened so many jars and blind boxes now. Surely you should at least tell me how to become a god. Where's your shame? Shen San rolled his eyes. You come here every day just to enter the heart-tempering heavenly staircase, and most of what you open are blind boxes. You've barely opened any king's jars. Come ask me again once you've opened enough of those. Well, not hearing the answer he wanted, Sun Wukong was not discouraged. He took off his monster costume, turned around, and walked out of the store, then headed straight for the heart-tempering stairway. He was not particularly enthusiastic about opening blind boxes and jars. Now, even if he could not learn the method to become a god, he would first master the autonomous Ultra Instinct technique. The others, ignoring Sun Wukong, resumed opening blind boxes. Time ticked by, and before 9 o'clock all those who had come to open blind boxes left the store, their faces a mix of delight and regret. At that moment, No. 17 walked in, dragging 2 men, flung them onto the ground, and said in a flat tone, "Boss, these 2 tried to launch missiles into the store. What do you want to do with them?" Shun Sen nodded upon hearing this. He had known about these 2 the moment they entered the blind box store's range and recognized who they were. They were the same reckless guests who had previously tried to rob the blind box store. For such people, "Boss, Dad, Grandpa, we were just momentarily bewitched. We swear we won't do it again. Please let us go. While Big Brother, just let us off like a fart. We really won't dare next time." The 2 men who had tried to rob the blind box store finally faced reality. Terrified at the thought of dying, they wept and pleaded pitifully. Shun Sen smiled gently, his smile like a blooming flower, soothing to the heart. "Fools, this store owner never kills customers who come to the door. Go on." "Really?" The 2 men looked up in disbelief, then erupted in joy. With greed still lingering, they turned to leave. No. 17 saw their greed, wanting to speak, but hesitating. But the next second he froze. Bulma froze too. Kizaru also froze. Shun Sen lightly tapped the counter with his finger. The 2 men, about to step out of the store, and already planning to bring a nuclear bomb next time, had their bodies gradually dissolve, vanishing amidst terror and the agony of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Bulma said dazedly, "Didn't you say you'd let them go?" Shun Sen narrowed his eyes and said, "Do I really look like someone easy to talk to?" At his words, Bulma realized that the existence running such a magical store could not be judged by common sense. On the surface, he seemed easygoing, but that was only because no one had provoked him before. The store was Shun San's inviolable core, touch it, and death was certain. Bulma gained a new understanding of Shun San, but knowing that as long as she didn't cross that line, she wouldn't be in danger, she felt little turmoil inside. No. 17 was even more indifferent. He already considered the blind box store his home, and anyone who tried to harm it he would not allow. Even if Shun Sen hadn't acted, he planned to follow and eliminate those 2. Kizaru's heart was equally unmoved. Having reached the position of an admiral, he was no stranger to countless killings, and those 2 men were despicable. Daring to commit robbery, doesn't that make them no different from pirates? As a righteous marine, how could he be emotionally affected by the death of 2 pirates? Checking the time, he saw it was already time for Ace's execution. Kizaru took his leave. "Boss Shun, Ace's execution has begun. They'll head back first and visit another time. Since there are no customers now, I might as well go watch the show." Seeing all the guests had left, Shun Sen thought he had nothing to do. Watching the Summit War of the One Piece world seemed like a good idea. How could he miss such an iconic scene? With Vegeta and Mr. Satan there, he was also curious to see how the Summit War would unfold. Hearing Shin San's words, Kizaru was startled but welcomed him. "It is an honor for the Marines to have Boss Shun visit." Bulma then said, "Boss Shun, I've got nothing to do either. Can you take me and Trunks along?" Shun Sen extended his hand without speaking. Bulma knew what that meant without asking. Rolling her eyes, she took out a capsule from her pocket and slapped it into Shun. "I really don't know why someone as important as you still needs money. What do you know? This is called living." Shun Sen curled his lips, then turned and shouted, "Zhuqing, come in. Your brother is taking you to another world for fun." "Coming, master." Zhuqing, dressed in a tight black outfit, ran in quickly from outside, threw herself into Shun San's arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, and buried her head against his chest. Ten invitation letters had opened the gates to 10 different dimensions for him. He could freely travel between these 10 realms. In terms of strength, he only needed to be cautious in the journey to the West Dimension. In other worlds, he could do as he pleased. No, he should also add the Stellar Transformations Dimension. That realm, like the journey to the West Dimension, was filled with countless gods and Buddhas, and was controlled by a fate that should not be underestimated. The moment the 3 and the cat-eared girl vanished, they reappeared on the rooftop of the tallest building in Marineford. As they arrived, a sea breeze greeted them. Carrying a faint saltiness and heat, it felt oddly soothing. Kizaru turned and smiled. "Boss Shin will head down now. When the war ends, I will surely host you all properly." Shun Sen nodded silently. After Kizaru left, he waved his hand, and a table with 3 chairs appeared laden with all kinds of exquisite food. He sat down first and slowly opened his mouth. Zhuqing moved her chair next to Shun San, picked up food, and fed it into his mouth. Bulma muttered, "What a decadent life," then sat down as well, playing with Trunks in her arms while asking, "What's going on down there? Why are so many people gathered? Didn't old Huang just tell you?" Shun Sen stroked. "A war is about to start down there, starring a freckled boy named Ace. Such a spectacle isn't something you see every day. For the price you paid, you got a great deal. Fine, you're strong, so you're right." Bulma rolled her eyes and asked no more. At that moment, Marineford had gathered 1,000 elite Marines, and summoned the 7 warlords of the sea to bolster the defense arranged in several tiers. The ordinary elite marines stood densely packed on the periphery. A group of giant vice-admirals formed the second tier, standing behind the elite marines. Next were the 7 warlords standing on the walls with varied expressions, some arrogant, some calm, some expectant. Behind them were 2 admirals sitting cross-legged below the execution platform, with furrowed brows occasionally glancing at an empty throne beside them. Finally, on the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku silently gazed at the sea, then at Ace, who looked ashen, and finally at the empty throne belonging to Kizaru. His brow was deeply furrowed. The oppressive silence plunged all of Marineford into stillness, and the 100 Marines felt their hearts beat faster under the mute atmosphere. Suddenly bubbles rose from the sea surface. This unforeseen event made the hearts of the 100 Marines feel as if they might leap out of their chests. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed inwardly. The formation was set up wrong. Before the ship could emerge from the sea, the scene shifted once more. A flash of yellow light swept across, and the vacant throne was claimed by Kizaru as he seated himself upon it. Before the ship could emerge from the sea, the scene shifted once more. A flash of yellow light swept across, and the vacant throne was claimed by Kizaru as he seated himself. His tone carried no significant fluctuation, as if it were merely a routine inquiry. Among the 3 admirals, it was well known that only Akainu and Akiji were locked in a covert struggle for the next fleet admiral position, while Kizaru, clocking in and out like a salaryman, showed no interest in the title. Yet given his formidable strength, even Akainu had to weigh the consequences before raising his voice. Driving Kizaru to the opposing side would be a grave loss. Thus Akainu, eager to win Kizaru to his camp, dared not speak harshly to the admiral who had been absent for a month. Not now, at least. The reprimand could wait until he became fleet admiral. This old man had a bit of an adventure, so I couldn't return for a month. Kizaru offered a brief explanation to Akaino's routine question, before falling silent, his gaze casually fixed upon the sea's surface. Sengoku, observing from above, cursed inwardly. Once the matter with Ace is settled, I must dock a year's work. The sight of Kizaru, the final admiral, appearing bolstered the morale of the 100,000 Marines, elevating their spirits to their peak. Sengoku cast a surprised glance at Kizaru. He realized that the man's late arrival might not be a bad thing after all, though it had inadvertently raised morale to a new height. You're still somewhat useful. Forget the year, I'll deduct half a year instead. Sengoku nodded to himself, then ceased his mutterings, his eyes fixed intently on the sea surface, where the bubbles grew larger, narrowing abruptly. Here it comes. As the words fell, the sea surged, and a massive whale-like ship leaped from the ocean. Its surface was coated with a membrane that shimmered with iridescent colors under the sunlight. But the beauty was fleeting. The membrane shattered the instant the ship breached the surface, followed by a thunderous roar of cheers and cries of "Brother Ace, we're here to save you." This was not the end. Several more colossal vessels emerged from the sea. The distant waters of Marineford were also dotted with countless pirate ships, all belonging to the Whitebeard fleet. The 100,000 elite Marines steadied their nerves at the sight. The 7 warlords reacted as well. Doflamingo threw his arms wide and cackled. What a magnificent spectacle! The world's strongest man, all 3 Marine admirals assembled, and 100,000 elite Marines. How will you break this deadlock, Whitebeard? Hearing this, the other 6 warlords cast a brief glance at Doflamingo before turning their attention back. Suddenly clear and heavy footsteps echoed from the foremost whale ship. The murmuring Marines and the boisterous pirates. Everyone fell silent instantly. The pirates on the ship parted to make way. The next moment, Whitebeard emerged from the cabin, strode to the bow, and fixed his piercing gaze on the execution platform, as if looking at Ace or locking eyes with Sengoku. At that moment, amidst a sea of odd gazes, 2 more figures stepped from the cabin: Vegeta and Mr. Satan, who had spent a month in the world of pirates. They did not step forward, but instead leaped onto the ship's mast, standing with hands clasped behind their backs like transcendent masters. A month of interaction had given the Whitebeard pirates an understanding of them. Arrogant and powerful, the crew dared not even speak loudly around them, treating them with the utmost care. Whitebeard had no objection to this. The strong deserved respect. It was a universal law, especially since Vegeta and the other were here to help rescue Ace. Yet Vegeta was exceedingly proud, completely ignoring his invitations. Whitebeard glanced back at him, feeling as reassured as if he had swallowed a calming pill, then turned his gaze back to the execution platform and laughed heartily. Sengoku, decades gone have you been taking good care of Ace for me. Indeed, decades gone, and you old fool have gifted me such a grand surprise. Sengoku replied in a booming voice. Ace was well cared for before. That might not be the case soon. Then he shouted to the 100,000 Marines, prepare yourselves. The war is about to begin. Hearing this, the Marines responded with fervor, their grips tightening on their weapons. Whitebeard said no more. Since his old friend claimed he had sent a grand gift, he didn't mind sending another in return. Whitebeard smiled, crossed his hands, and punched the air to his left and right. In an instant, the world-shattering power of the Gura Gura no Mi caused the space on either side to crack like shattered glass. But nothing seemed to happen, and the Marines were perplexed. The next moment a sight unfolded that made the hearts of the 100,000 elite Marines skip a beat. Around Marineford, colossal tidal waves erupted from the sea, their height sufficient to give the entire island a seawater bath, a bath that would be utterly devastating. If the waves crashed down, the 100,000 Marines would be scattered in an instant with many casualties likely. Panic spread through their ranks. Was such power even humanly possible? This was the unanimous thought of the Marines. Just as Sengoku sensed the danger and was about to speak, Aokiji seated below was the first to act. Like a loosed arrow he shot to the center of the plaza, extending his arms to either side as he exhaled a frigid breath. Ice Age. Thin frost-laden ice pillars extended from his palms. The moment they touched the surface of the towering waves, a terrifying spectacle ensued. In an instant, all the waves were frozen into walls of ice, refracting dazzling light under the sun. The sight relieved the 100,000 Marines and boosted their morale to its peak once more. So what if it was Whitebeard? So what if he was the strongest man? The Marines had 3 admirals. There was nothing to fear. With the situation stabilized, Aokiji made his next move. 2 azure tridents of ice shot straight toward Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, seemingly displeased that Aokiji had interrupted the grand gift he was preparing for Sengoku. He punched the air, and the invisible tremor instantly shattered the ice tridents, even causing Aokiji's body to crack apart. The hearts of the 100,000 Marines leaped into their throats once more. But Aokiji did not disappoint. The moment the ice fragments hit the sea, he reformed into human shape, his hands now placed on the water's surface. In an instant, ice began to spread, freezing the inner sea solid and trapping the Whitebeard pirates' ships, completely sealing their escape route. Yet it also created a stable platform for the Whitebeard pirates to fight unrestrained. The melee was about to erupt. On the top floor of Marineford, the sea wind howled, and a faint wave of heat swept across. Bulma raised her hand to brush aside her wind-tousled hair, then lifted it again to rub her eyes. Noticing Vegeta and Mr. Satan standing atop the whale-shaped ship, she recalled that the two had gone on a mission to another world, and a sudden realization dawned upon her. So this was the plane they had arrived at. Big Boss Shun, what is Vegeta's mission? Why isn't he moving, just standing there on the ship showing off? Mr. Satan's mission is to collect devil fruits, while Vegeta has an additional task to save Ace, the protagonist of this war. Shun-sen made no attempt to conceal it, replying while playing with the bamboo green snake in his arms. She felt that the people in this plane were not particularly powerful, and she couldn't understand why Vegeta with his strength was taking so long, leaving her alone in bed the previous night. Unable to figure it out, Bulma decided not to dwell on it, and instead began to feel a sense of anticipation. She wondered if Vegeta would end up facing off against that old man Kizaru. At that moment, the melee had already begun. The entire Whitebeard pirates surged forward like a tidal wave, charging toward the execution platform. The Marines, undaunted, met them heat in with their own tide of soldiers. In an instant, close combat erupted, cannons roared, and with every passing second pirates and Marines were wounded or killed outright, perfectly illustrating the true brutality of war. Below the execution platform, Akainu noticed Kizaru standing up, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. Kizaru took a few steps forward, gazing at the Marines falling at every moment, and said casually, "Allah, to minimize losses, it seems we must capture the chieftain to subdue the bandits." With that, his body transformed into a flash of light, instantly appearing in the sky. He pinched his fingers into an effeminate pose, of brilliant yellow radiance gathering at his fingertips. Yasukani no Magatama. As he spoke, countless yellow light particles, each carrying devastating power, shot toward Whitebeard, as if intending to riddle him with holes. Whitebeard squinted against the dazzling light. Yet he made no move, for he knew his sons would never allow those light particles to fall. And indeed, a blue figure darted out from the side, positioning himself directly before all the light particles, forcibly intercepting Kizaru's ultimate attack. Each time his body was pierced by the light, blue flames would autonomously mend the wounds. This was the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, the mythical Zoan Phoenix form. The sudden commotion brought a momentary pause to the chaos. The expressions on both sides varied. The Marines stared in shock at the figure wreathed in blue flames above. Blue flames, undying nature. That's the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Phoenix. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates erupted in ecstasy. Well done, Marco. Let's rescue our brother Ace. Haha, what does an admiral matter? Our Whitebeard pirates have commanders of equal caliber. Charge. Annihilate the Marines and rescue our brother Ace. After a brief pause, the great battle, Marco, now fully healed, transformed into his full beast form and flew straight at Kizaru. Upon reaching above him, he shifted into his half-beast form and delivered a powerful kick from above. Seeing this, Kizaru tilted his head in thought for a moment, then took a step. A sonic boom echoed through the space as he instantly appeared behind Marco, extending a finger as a dark light began to gather at its tip. Now the roles of offense and defense had reversed. Marco turned his head in alarm, but all he could hear was a single voice. Zero. Boom. Kizaru said casually. He had used the ability of the black-winged great demon, Zero. The pitch-black Zero shot from his fingertip completely engulfing Marco's entire body. What was that? Sengoku was stunned. Akainu stood up, narrowing his eyes. The battle halted once more, everyone left speechless. Yet the tide had turned. The Marines were now overjoyed while the pirates were gripped by fear and worry. Even Whitebeard, standing on his ship, felt his heart pound violently. Ayaya, looks like I overdid it. The phoenix won't turn into a dead bird, will it? Kizaru silently cursed himself. It was all his itchy trigger fingers' fault. Now all attention was on him, which was not what he wanted. If getting the spotlight like this led to Sengoku assigning him more tasks, he'd be in trouble. He'd better hold back for now. He'd already put in the effort, and once the war was over the higher-ups wouldn't have much to say. If they did, he could just bring up how he took down Marco. A solid achievement. Not dead. The phoenix fruit is truly terrifying, not even a scratch. Marco. He looked up at Kizaru's casual expression, and the word terrifying on his lips, his face darkening. No injuries. Then what about the blood gushing from his mouth? Was it ketchup? Marco wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with difficulty. Kizaru, what was that? Kizaru shrugged. It's common knowledge that I'm a glint man. That was obviously a skill from the glint fruit. Marco sneered. Don't treat the 100,000 people here as fools. Since when could the glint fruit emit a dark light? Kizaru said, believe it or not, I've already answered. Before he could finish, he saw Marco charging at him again. This time he didn't dodge. Instead, he raised a hand to block Marco's kick, only to be blasted down by the immense force, forcibly demolishing a wall of the headquarters in the process. Yet in less than a second, he flashed back out from the rubble. While directing the giants to watch the sky, he officially slipped into a state of slacking off, uttering how terrifying with every move, as he casually kicked away Whitebeard Pirates members. At that moment, Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords, leaped onto a wall and slowly drew the great black blade Yoru from his back. The other warlords cast surprised glances his way. How rare. You actually feel like fighting. Doflamingo laughed arrogantly. Mihawk didn't turn his head. I just want to test the gap between myself and the world's strongest. With that, he unleashed a simple horizontal slash. A colossal sword aura shot forward with unstoppable momentum, but it was blocked by the Diamond Man. Seeing this, Mihawk shook his head inwardly. Just as he was about to sheath Yoru, he sensed a sword intent emanating from behind that made even him tremble. He turned his gaze back, instantly spotting 2 figures seated atop Marineford. His eyes locked onto one of them, burning with intense fervor. I thought this trip would be dull, but to find such a powerful swordsman here. It seems it won't be boring after all. Mihawk raised Yoru, its tip pointing directly at the summit of Marineford. Mysterious swordsman, I Dracul Mihawk formally challenge you. Boom. Mihawk's voice echoed across the entire battlefield. Every gaze converged on the summit. Sengoku's face instantly darkened. Having enemies infiltrate their headquarters undetected was a profound humiliation. Vegeta, standing on the whale ship, looked somewhat surprised. Mr. Satan, however, was ecstatic. An even bigger patron had arrived, and he had to latch on tightly. Under the gaze of the entire battlefield, Shin San's expression remained unchanged. He had deliberately released that sword intent. He had never fought against a swordsman before, and while Mihawk was insignificant to him, he could still serve as a way to pass the time. Since he was already here sitting around watching, held little appeal. That was why he had sought an opponent to play with, and Mihawk happened to catch his interest. Shin San took a single step, instantly appearing on the battlefield. He drew his omnipresent blade, casually resting it on his shoulder. Come on, I'll play with you. Boss, could it be that Lord Shun came personally, because he thought we were incompetent? Satan worried. Definitely. Vegeta said this, yet he couldn't help but believe Satan's words inwardly. He leaped onto the bow with a stoic expression. Whitebeard, witnessing this, withdrew his gaze from the sight of Shin San and Hawkeye, playing a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Vegeta, are you planning to join the fray already? Indeed. Watching is dull, I'll go down and have some fun myself. With that, Vegeta had already descended into the crowd. He moved like a dancer on the battlefield, leaving no marine a match in his wake. Whether elite soldiers or vice admirals, none could withstand a single move from him. The harvest-like commotion soon caught the attention of Sengoku and the others. Frowning, they stared perplexedly at Shun San and Vegeta on the field, their minds racing through wanted posters. Yet no matter how hard they searched, they found not a shred of information about the two. Then an even more astonishing scene unfolded. With a mighty roar, Satan transformed into a 1,000-meter-long azure dragon, its claws gripping the flame clouds as it surveyed the battlefield from above. What? Sengoku exclaimed, his expression shifting repeatedly. All the Marines noticed the azure dragon Satan had become. Some, recognizing it was Satan, felt a tempest of shock surge within them. Impossible. A Zoan-type, mythical Zoan fish fruit azure dragon form. That fruit belongs to Emperor Kaido. Could it be that Kaido was killed by that afro-headed guy, or by someone else? How can that be? Just 2 days ago, news came of Kaido leaving Wano. Kaido isn't dead. That dragon up there might have eaten a devil fruit similar to Kaido's. Damn it. The Whitebeard pirates have such a trump card, and our Marines never detected it. Though Shun-san and Vegeta's fight was impressive, they hadn't used any abilities, merely sparring with swordsmanship and raw physical strength. In contrast, Satan unleashed his Azure Dragon form from the start, creating an impact, like a 15-level hurricane sweeping across flat ground, shaking everyone's spirit. Satan's colossal dragon head cast an indifferent glance at the stunned Marines before slowly opening its maw of fiery energy gathering within. Heat. Breath. A fireball shot from his mouth, plummeting like a meteor into the crowd. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward. At the epicenter, both Marines and pirates were sent flying by the searing blast. Those at the very center were reduced to nothing. Satan prepared another heat breath. But a golden light arrived above him first. It was Old Monkey. Kizaru had just exchanged a glance with Sengoku and instantly grasped his intent. Despite his reluctance, for the sake of his salary, he abandoned his usual slacking. All my people these days are terrifying. Even possessing Emperor Kaido's ability. Sir, have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick? Boom. Satan felt a searing pain atop his head and was blasted to the ground in the next instant. However, he wasn't severely injured. Shifting into his human dragon form, he staggered to his feet. Seeing the golden light reappear beside him, his pupils dilated. The next moment, Kizaru kicked him flying once again. Boss, save me. Satan stood up again, shamelessly flashing to Vegeta's side. He had considered going to Shun-san, but thought better of it. He had already failed in his task. Asking Lord Shin for protection now was too much even for his thick skin. Useless. Vegeta cast him a dismissive glance, then reached out and grabbed Kizaru's foot mid-kick aimed at Satan. With a fierce yank, he slammed Kizaru violently into the ground. Kizaru felt an irresistible force on his leg, his heart skipping a beat. Damn. These youngsters. The thought barely formed before his body made zero-distance contact with the earth, a gush of blood spewing from the Marines who witnessed this gaped in shock. Defeated in one move. Their most revered Admiral Kizaru taken down in a single blow. Impossible. Sengoku and the other strategists' expressions turned grim. With their keen insight, they could easily tell Kizaru hadn't been careless. His opponent was simply too powerful, rivaling even the Emperors, perhaps surpassing them. They longed to assist, but with Whitebeard still unmoved, they couldn't leave the execution platform. All they could do was watch helplessly as Kizaru was pummeled. Just then, another battlefield drew Sengoku's attention. It was the clash between Shun-san and Hawkeye. From initial techniques, their fight had escalated to where every ordinary swing was a finishing blow. Each slash of their blades carved massive crevices into the earth, cleaving anyone caught in the path of the sword aura in two. Some were reduced to nothing. Are you toying with me? Hawkeye suddenly withdrew, his brow furrowed. If this is a duel, please use your true strength. Even if you kill me, you'll have no regrets. True strength. Shun-san shook his head with a smile. Honestly, you're not capable of making this shopkeeper use his true power. Even a tenth of it would be beyond your ability to withstand. I only accepted your challenge because I was bored. Now I've had my fun. Next. Shun-san retracted his myriad manifestations, producing a small folding knife identical to Feng Yes. He slowly pushed out the blade, pointing it casually at Hawkeye. Next, this shopkeeper will use this little knife to show you just how vast the world truly is. You? Hawkeye began, but noticed Shun-san lightly flick the knife. The next second, he saw a minuscule blade aura streak toward him. Too fast to react, he could only watch as it sliced through his body. So strong. Hawkeye finally believed why Shun-san hadn't used his full power. It was like his own duel with Zoro. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Shun-san retracted the knife, countering. Hawkeye opened his mouth. Indeed. Why kill him? By defeating him so easily, this mysterious swordsman was already the world's greatest. Please tell me your name. Shun-san, a wandering merchant from myriad worlds. Shun-san waved a hand. This is dull. I'm going back to watch the show. With those words, he had already returned to the top of Marineford. The defeat of the world's greatest swordsman sent an unparalleled shockwave through the battlefield. Most stared blankly at the two figures casually sipping milk tea atop Marineford. Sengoku's expression grew extremely grave. Someone who could easily defeat Hawkeye was at least at Emperor level. Having an enemy perched on Marineford's roof was a supreme humiliation. Akiji, go deal with the roof. Kizaru, still being beaten, saw Sengoku about to order an attack on Shun-san. His pupil shot wide, and without a second thought he shouted. Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Shun is a guest I invited. Please don't make a move. Huh. Sengoku was taken aback, clearly bewildered by Kizaru's words. If he was an ally, why had he attacked Hawkeye? Seeing that Kizaru didn't seem to be lying, and that Shun-san hadn't made another move, Sengoku held back his questions, his gaze fixed on the ongoing battle. Vegeta was equally startled by Kizaru's words, wondering how this crooked-mouthed man knew Mr. Shun. His momentary distraction gave Kizaru a chance to escape the beating. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has a temper. Having 2 teeth knocked out, Kizaru was genuinely furious. He slowly drew the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Unlike before, this blade was pitch black, the vessel of the black-winged demon. Raising the dark Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, he stared calmly at Vegeta. Seal it, black-winged demon. The entire scene was in shock. At that moment, Huang Yuan's yellow attire had vanished, replaced by a black and white devilish bodysuit. His previously wrinkled face had become smooth, albeit pale, giving the impression of someone who had just crawled out of hell. His hands and feet had similarly transformed, becoming elongated and sharp, presenting an eerie appearance akin to a work of art. The violent aura left all pirates and Navy personnel gasping for breath. Standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard's expression finally changed. Sengoku on the execution platform also altered his demeanor. Akainu seated below the platform abruptly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. The battlefield, once filled with chaos, fell into a deathly silence. Overwhelming figures and scenes repeatedly appeared, making everyone feel as though they were trapped in a dream, unable to distinguish reality from fantasy. Vegeta was somewhat surprised, yet gained a moment of insight. Without waiting for Huang Yuan to take action, he spoke. That's not the power of a devil fruit, since you know, mister. Shin, your ability must have come from a blind box, or a Huang Yuan, who was about to retaliate, froze at the words, his pupils widening. You are also a customer of the blind box shop. That's right, Vegeta nodded. Mister, Shin's blind box shop is located in my dimension. You should know that there are task rooms and myriad rooms there. I came here because I received a mission to save Ace. What the hell? Huang Yuan revealed a bitter smile for the first time. Then you must be called Vegeta, and Bulma is your wife, right? All of you from that dimension are freaks. In my dimension, you could blow the world apart with a single punch. Saving Ace should be a piece of cake. However, upon arriving in this dimension, my energy and abilities have been sealed, Vegeta shrugged. But you're not wrong, based solely on physical strength combined with the 3-colored haki and the shining fruit you used, I could indeed easily rescue Ace. Since you are a customer of the blind box shop, I can't just attack you. Please step aside. You make it sound easy. Huang Yuan sighed. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, it's not so easy to retreat. If I truly back off, Sengoku would deduct my salary completely. So what do you want to do? Vegeta frowned. To be honest, although your strength has increased considerably, thinking you can defeat me is simply wishful thinking. If you continue to pester me, I won't care if you're a customer of Mr. Shun. Well, Huang Yuan blinked. While I can't simply step aside, we could do it another way. How about this? You punch me once, but remember to go easy on me. I'm afraid of being knocked out by your punch. After you hit me, just watch what I do next. As soon as Huang Yuan finished speaking, Vegeta instantly moved forward and lightly threw a punch. Huang Yuan felt the non-painful attack on his face and gave Vegeta a grateful look, then turned on the theatrics. You're so strong. I am no match for you. I'm flying away. Huang Yuan transformed into a black meteor, crashing into the surrounding wall, not wishing to come out again. If he were a local, he could still put in some effort, but with a real powerhouse thrown into the battlefield, he wouldn't dare to resist. He decided to just lie flat and accept it. After all, whether Ace lived or died had nothing to do with him. He would still go to work, still receive his salary, and enjoy life. At that moment, as the crowd witnessed the newly transformed Huang Yuan being sent flying, their shock quickly turned to bewilderment. Sengoku, Huang Yuan is putting on a show for the entire Navy. Kinda damn it, I thought the lazy pig would finally show some spirit, but it turns out he's still the same. That acting is unbearably fake. Navy Admiral Huang Yuan's new form has appeared and been defeated in an instant. How are we supposed to fight now? Pirates, so it turns out he's one of us. Huang Yuan, you all fight your battles, I'll just lie here. Huang Yuan, you can forget about your salary for the next 10 years, Sengoku gritted his teeth. Well done, old monkey. Kapu, unable to hold back, shouted his heartfelt feelings. If anyone in the Navy wanted Ace to live, it would After all, he had raised Ace since he was a child, and although he wasn't a biological grandson, the feelings were there. As a grandfather, how could he bear to see his grandson die? Kapu, shut your mouth. Sengoku glared at him fiercely, then continued shouting towards the ruins where Huang Yuan had hidden. If you don't come out now, I will really deduct your salary for the next 10 years. Hearing this, Huang Yuan panicked, but after a moment of thought, he decided to remain hidden. After all, better to explain after the war than to go out now and look for trouble. He wasn't stupid. What lovely weather. Huang Yuan peered through the cracks to look at the sky, resting his hands behind his head, half closing his eyes, crossing his legs, looking quite at ease. It's just a bit noisy, but it doesn't matter, I can sleep anywhere. Huang Yuan completely closed his eyes, and soon soft snoring could be heard. Sengoku was so furious that smoke seemed to be coming out of all 7 orifices. He wanted to drag Huang Yuan out from the ruins and yell at him. Then he saw Kapu's relaxed expression, and the smoke immediately turned to fire. Damn it, there wasn't a single one that was easy to deal with. Kapu, you Just as Sengoku was about to order Kapu not to show his happiness on his face, he caught sight of a familiar figure on the execution platform. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that the mysterious powerhouse who had blasted Huang Yuan away? When did he cross the two barriers to reach the execution platform? Others noticed as well. The members of the White Squad were ecstatic. Old Bay, well done. Quickly save Ace's brother, then let's return and celebrate together. Haha Vegeta, you're amazing. You managed to reach the execution platform without a sound, and even took down an admiral in an instant. Incredible. Unlike the ecstatic White Squad members, the expressions of the Navy were extremely grim. The colonel near the execution platform immediately commanded all nearby Navy personnel to aim their cannons at the platform, ready to fire at any moment. There's no way I'm letting you easily take Fire Fist Ace away. Prepare to die. Suddenly, an extremely high temperature rose in the air as Akainu, with his lower body turned to magma, rapidly ascended from below the execution platform, his fist clenched like a small meteor, hurtling towards Vegeta. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and Sengoku, transformed into a giant Buddha, exerted all his strength to slam his palm down towards Vegeta. And it didn't stop there. Akapu, who had dedicated his life to the Navy, instinctively made a move as well. However, compared to Akainu and Sengoku's attacks, his punch didn't even utilize haki, and was only delivered with less than half the strength. The three top combat powers of the Navy moved simultaneously. Seeing this, Vegeta glanced at them expressionlessly, covering his right hand with armament haki, and simply swung 3 punches. With 3 dull sounds echoing through the air, the 3 Navy powers were sent flying in 3 different directions at a faster speed. At that moment, the entire scene was in shock. Vegeta ignored them, reached out to break off the seafloor stone, then grabbed the stunned Fire Fist Ace, finally looking at Whitebeard on the ship. Catch. Don't blame me if you died. Let's go. This. Ace's rescue was so swift that no one had anticipated it. Whitebeard knew Vegeta was formidable, yet he never expected Ace to be freed so quickly, so fast that even he, the mightiest man in the world, had no chance to intervene. However, Whitebeard knew this was no time for hesitation. He watched Ace hurtling through the air, shouting wildly. Using the tremor fruit, he slightly slowed Ace's flight, then reached out and caught the bewildered Ace safely. Marco, seeing this, immediately shouted, "Brother Ace has been rescued by Brother Vegeta. Everyone retreat at once. Do not engage." He was well aware of the Navy's strength, and equally certain that Vegeta's sole purpose was to save Ace, not to help the Whitebeard pirates win this war. Now that Ace was safe, it was unclear if Vegeta would continue to fight. The only certainty was that prolonged combat would devastate the Whitebeard pirates even in victory, leaving them vulnerable to other powers. Hearing Marco's words, a gleam of approval shone in Whitebeard's eyes, and he too shouted, "My sons, Marco is right. Our mission was to save Ace. Now is not the time for a full-scale war with the Navy. Everyone retreat." With that, he thrust his hands into the air and tore them apart. The frozen sea shattered into blocks, clearing a path for their ships to escape Marineford. The Whitebeard pirates, unwilling to linger, used their abilities to return to their vessels, erupting in triumphant roars like a tidal wave. "Oh my, I can't just let you leave so easily." Akiji had somehow appeared on the sea surface, his hands pressed against the water as boundless cold radiated from them. The sea, shattered by the tremor fruit, was quickly being frozen over again. But someone moved even faster. He appeared beside Akiji in an instant, sending him flying back to the execution platform with a single kick. Then, arms crossed, he swept his gaze across the battlefield. "Today, Ace is under my protection. Anyone who dares to step forward dies. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, please don't act rashly. That man is not someone we can provoke. He's only protecting Ace today. We can capture Ace another time." Kizaru, seeing that Vegeta's mission was almost complete, finally stopped lying among the ruins. When he saw Sengoku about to give the order, he quickly intervened. This was the first time he hadn't been late. He had no choice but to hurry. Though Vegeta's abilities were sealed, his physique remained, along with his mastery of the 3 types of haki and the glint fruit. If Vegeta went all out, Kizaru feared Marineford would be reduced to nothing in an instant. If the Navy fell, where would he find such an easy job? So he had to stop Sengoku from declaring all-out war. Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch Kizaru, and spoke in a tone that could frighten children. "You seem to know those strangers. Now give me a reasonable explanation immediately, or letting them go like this will destroy the Navy's credibility. Will anyone dare to spit on the Navy's head from now on?" At that moment, Akainu approached, squinting at Kizaru, as if demanding a satisfactory explanation, or else he would unleash his magma. Garp, on the other hand, was delighted. He stood by, picking his nose with an air of utter indifference, infuriating Sengoku even more. Kizaru organized his thoughts and briefly explained the mystery box shop and Vegeta's mission. "That's the gist of it. I wasn't in this dimension for the past month. I was invited to another one. The man who saved Ace is named Vegeta. He came with a mission, but it's only for today. The beings in that dimension are absurdly powerful, capable of destroying planets with ease. If the Navy insists on a fight to the death, the outcome will be our annihilation. And the owner of the mystery box shop is also here. If he acts, this world could collapse at any moment. Please reconsider, Fleet Admiral. After hearing Kizaru's explanation, the 3 top Navy officers initially refused to believe it. Yet the sudden appearance of warriors surpassing the emperors on the sea was too abnormal. The Navy's intelligence network hadn't picked up a single clue. In conclusion, they had to lend some credence to the story of the mystery box shop and the myriad realms. Sengoku frowned and snorted coldly. Your words had better be true, or you'll have to explain yourself to the world. After much deliberation, he decided to trust Kizaru for now. But seeing the demoralized elite Navy soldiers, he couldn't bring himself to order the Whitebeard pirates easy escape. Akane too couldn't bear to give such an order. It was too humiliating. Kizaru, hearing Sengoku, shook his head inwardly. Explain. With his current power in this dimension, he was terrifyingly strong. If not for his lazy nature, he would have dealt with the 5 elders first. Outwardly, Kizaru couldn't say that. Instead he spoke, Fleet Admiral, you must say something. Sengoku rolled his eyes. Silence is golden. After snapping at Kizaru, Sengoku swept his gaze across the field and said reluctantly, clean up the battlefield. The war is over. Then he looked at Vegeta standing like a sentinel on the ice. Kizaru has told me about you. Visitors from another world, the Navy grants you this courtesy today. But do not disrupt the order of this dimension in the future. Akainu, from today onward pursue Ace relentlessly. Raise his bounty to 1,500,000,000. Akijiyu and Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru handle the aftermath. Treat the wounded immediately and collect the bodies of the fallen. Kizaru, take me to meet the owner of the mystery box shop. Having issued his commands, Sengoku grabbed a grimacing Kizaru and sped toward Marine Ford like a gust of Vegeta and Mr. Satan also flashed to the top floor. The warlords had heard Sengoku's words. Though unclear on the details, they saw that even Sengoku had called off the pursuit. Those mysterious figures must be immensely powerful, strong enough to force the Navy's highest commander to tread carefully. Now the warlords were intrigued. Doflamingo shot upward on his strings. Gecko Moria was carried by his Kuma teleported to the roof. Boa Hancock bounded across the buildings. Each used their abilities to ascend. Sengoku's face darkened again. He wished he could strike them all down with a single palm. Finally, Kizaru's arrival broke the silence. Boss Shun, my stingy boss wants to meet you. See nothing, what's there to see about an old man? Shun, since seeing the war at the top had concluded, rose and stretched. He glanced at Sengoku, and the warlords who had already arrived on the rooftop said nothing more and led his group back to the blind box store. At that moment, only an instant had passed since their journey to the One Piece world and the Dragon Ball dimension. As soon as he returned to the store, Shin-san took out an item and tossed it to Mr. Satan. The Space Stone. It grants you the power to control space. This is your reward for bringing in 100 people. The next target is 1,000. I don't care whether you recruit on this planet or out in the cosmos. Within 3 years you must bring in 1,000 customers. The reward will be substantial. Indeed, the next upgrade for the blind box store required 1,000 new customers to open blind boxes. This number seemed modest. However, due to the pricing, gathering that many was no easy feat. Mr. Satan, ecstatic, took the Space Stone and thumped his chest in assurance. Lord Shun, rest assured. 1,000 customers in 3 years is more than enough time. I guarantee I will bring them in. After his vow, Mr. Satan produced a pile of devil fruits. Lord Shin, these are the devil fruits I collected from the One Piece dimension. Vegeta, seeing this, also brought out his collection of devil fruits. Mr. Shin, these are mine. 10 in total. Shin-san, scan them. You and Mr. Satan both have 10. According to our distribution ratio, I take 80%. Since you each collected 10, I'll take 8 from each of you. I won't shortchange you. Among these 20 devil fruits, 3 are Logia and 2 are mythical Zoan. I'll take only 2 Logia and 1 mythical Zoan. The remaining 13 I'll take from the animal kingdom. Shin-san took his share, leaving behind 1 Logia, 1 mythical Zoan, and 2 Paramecia. The 4 remaining devil fruits were all formidable. Vegeta's face remained impassive. Devil fruits were of little consequence to him. Mr. Satan chuckled as he stowed away the Logia and 1 Paramecia. He had no use for them himself, already possessing the snow fruit, and unwilling to consume another, but selling them would fetch a handsome price. A sure profit. Why not take it? Bulma, seeing Vegeta hadn't taken any, figured she might as well, and pocketed the remaining 2. Vegeta said nothing but asked Mr. Shin, have the others who went on missions returned? Shun-sen shook his head, then nodded. Besides you 2, only 3 others have come back. Son Goku was the first. Those who haven't returned died in the other worlds. Someone had died. Vegeta showed no change in expression, but Mr. Satan's heart sank. Truth be told, had it not been for that immensely powerful figure, completing the mission would not have been so simple, and there was a real chance of dying in a foreign world. From now on he would have to be cautious about which missions he accepted. Afterward, they chatted for a while on the sofa. When Vegeta heard that the gold mountain had been exhausted, He took his leave to procure more funds. Bulma holding Trunks returned to West City. Mr. Satan also left the blind box store to continue seeking. By midday, only Shin-san and Zhu Qing remained in the store. He walked back to the counter, took out 5 king-level jars, and while stroking the cat's head swung his hammer. 80, 80, 80, 80, 80. The 5 jars were shattered in succession and 5 items emerged from above them. They did not radiate brilliant light, but 2 of them had a faint glow shimmering on their surfaces. A card. A gun. Shin-san took the card first and smiled. Not bad, an Emperor's skill. The Imperial Suppression Seal. It integrates the laws of space, fire, water, and earth. This skill is even stronger than the Great Wilderness Divine Palm. My luck is finally turning around. Truly wonderful. Shin-san pinched Zhu Qing's cheek, tossed the card into his mouth, and then picked up the golden gun, the Desert Eagle of Destiny. Every shot hits its mark. Not bad either. This gun is practically an assassin's holy artifact. Too bad its power is unremarkable. It's just an ordinary firearm, with infinite ammo suitable only as a toy. Shin-san put away the Desert Eagle, walked to the doorway, and lazily lay down on a recliner. He slowly closed his eyes, and soon soft snores could be heard. Zhu Qing gently fanned him with a fan, a tender smile gracing her face. Some small animals hopping out from the tent world saw Shin-san lying on the chair, and bounced over, jumping onto the chair, and onto Shin-san and Zhu Qing. Yawning, they found comfortable spots and closed their eyes. Zhu Qing fanned until, without realizing it, she fell asleep on Shin-san's stomach. They slept until a little past 3 in the afternoon. Feeling a slight nudge on his shoulder, Shin-san opened his bleary eyes. The first thing he saw was a small, snow-white, delicate hand. Raising his gaze slightly to the side, a mature face, as if it could be pinched to release water, came into view. The visitor was the elegantly dressed Bibi Dong. Shin-san gently lifted Zhu Qing and placed her on a chair before smiling. You're here. What kind of jar do you want to open this time? Hee, mister. Shin's life is certainly comfortable. Bibi Dong chuckled. My dimension has gotten on track. The Spirit Empire has become the sole ruler of the world. I'm not here to open jars this time. I simply wanted to invite Mr. Shin as a guest and introduce someone to you. You're not thinking of introducing your daughter to me, are you? Shin-san said casually. Bibi Dong nodded. Correct. Shin-san raised an eyebrow at this. I treat you as a customer, but you want to be my mother-in-law. You've calculated this well, but what? If it were you instead, I might consider it. Are you serious, Mr. Shin? No. You couldn't become my mother-in-law, so you really want to be the boss lady. Why not? As long as Mr. Shin doesn't mind, it's not entirely impossible. I'm just afraid you might look damn. After such a great upheaval, this woman had changed considerably. Shin-san looked at Bibi Dong in surprise, then shook his head. It's not that I look down on you. It's just that I still believe in love. I will be very careful in choosing my other half. Hearing this, Bibi Dong was quite open-minded, and said directly, so Mr. Shin, isn't it that you do despise me? It's just a missing membrane. Oh, what's there to despise? You haven't been to a certain real dimension. The women there don't have membranes. Shin-san smirked. Moreover, in that dimension your attribute is a plus. Countless men would be absolute. Is that so? Bibi Dong chuckled. If I have the chance, I would indeed like to visit that real world you mentioned. But you haven't answered my invitation yet. Shin-san tilted his head, thought for a moment, and seeing that there were truly no customers, decided on a whim. He woke Zhu Qing, brought along General, and together they went to the Doloa dimension. Damn it, little crocodile, you're cheating. I just played 2 twos, so where did you get 3 twos with a single? Huh. And you too, Xiao Shui. I had the red joker in my hand, so how did you get a pair of jokers? And Bibi Dong, did you think hiding a single card on top with 5 or 6 loose cards underneath would fool me? My 5-0 vision is crystal clear. Shin-san arrived in a certain Doloa realm and quickly got along with everyone. Bored, he taught the locals how to play landlord. However, Bibi Dong and the others' card plays grew increasingly absurd, making his blood boil. Xian Rinxue remained calm, even taunting sarcastically. If you're drunk, go home and sleep. If you can't handle the game, don't play. We're playing 4-player landlord now, so why can't there be a pair of jokers? Golden Crocodile nodded in agreement. Right, in 4-player landlord there are 2 decks. It's normal to have a few extra 2s, isn't it? Oh. Shin-san refused to admit that after hours of playing his vision was blurred. He stared fiercely at Bibi Dong. And what about you? What kind of landlord lets someone play a single card with 7 or 8 loose cards hidden underneath? I never taught you to play like that. Master. Master. Zhu Qing tugged at Shin-san's hand. Shin-san didn't turn his head. I'm in the middle of scolding someone. Wait until I'm done. Master, you were wrong earlier. In the last round you played a single card with 10 loose cards underneath. Sister Bibi Dong was just following your example. Oh no. Little Zhu Qing has betrayed me. Shin-san noticed Bibi Dong's expression as if saying, you started it, so don't blame others. He turned back and shot a super colossal eye roll at the blunt Zhu Qing before continuing to play cards as if nothing had happened. For the next half-month, Shin-san stayed in that Doloa realm. He visited various soul beast forests, checked on the Silver Dragon King, and nearly roasted the ferocious beasts led by Di Tian over a fire to eat. Afterward he met with Snow Empress, and the Emperor Scorpion took a stroll through the divine realm, and only when he grew bored did he bid farewell, leaving with Zhu Qin and General. In the Spirit Empire, as Shen San vanished, Bibi Dong slowly shifted her gaze. Well, are you hearing this? Xian Rinxue shook her head. Even if I were, what does it matter? Shen San has no feelings for me. At best he sees me as just an ordinary friend. Bibi Dong patted her shoulder. If you're interested, give it a try, or you'll regret it later. It's time you forgot about that person. When I get the chance, I'll invite Shen San again. Go on back. Bibi Dong sighed, and turned to leave. Forget that person. Both names have the character San. Was it fate's Xian Rinxue stared blankly at the sky. After an unknown length of time, she too sighed, then turned and walked toward the palace muttering to herself. How can one simply forget? And no one is a substitute for anyone else. Let fate take its course. The blind box shop. Having spent half a month in the Dolua realm, less than a day had passed in the Dragon Ball realm. It was now night, and the October weather had turned slightly cool. Shin San and the others felt no drowsiness. They called out no. 17, and the long-secluded no. 18 from the tent world, followed by some of the more alert animals. Among them were 3 jumpers, all circling the rising campfire. A warm and joyful scene unfolded under the night sky. This bonfire party continued until morning. The sun fully emerged, its warm rays dispelling the slight chill in the air as the temperature gradually rose. Surprisingly, many people usually lined up early in the morning, but this morning not a single soul was seen. It wasn't until around 9 o'clock that Satan hurried over to explain. It turned out that most people had run out of money and needed to work to earn more, so they didn't come this morning. Shinsen simply nodded upon hearing this. After all, those people were just extras. It was fine if they came and no loss if they didn't. However, at 10 o'clock Piccolo arrived with a heavily sleep-deprived Son Gohan. Soon after, Master Roshi and Krillin, both with trembling legs, entered the shop. Shinsen looked at them and chuckled. Old sir, you need to practice moderation in life. Look at your legs shaking now. Better cut down on those files in your memory card, or you might not make it. And Gohan, what's wrong with you? How many days have you gone without sleep? Hearing this, Master Roshi spoke first. Shopkeeper Shin, don't talk nonsense. I destroyed that memory card as soon as I got home. My legs are shaking because I ran all the way here exhausted. Meanwhile, Son Gohan said despairingly, the learning materials I got from the blind box before would take years to finish. My mom forces me to study them every day. I only sleep 5 hours a day. Open my eyes to materials, close my eyes to materials. I'm dying. If Uncle Piccolo hadn't secretly brought me out today, I'd still be stuck in that pile of materials. Kid, studying hard will give you a better future. Shinsen patted Son Gohan's shoulder. Your mom means well for you. You need to understand her good intentions. Uncle here still has 10,000 copies of the learning materials you got before. Want them? He'll give them to you. Clatter. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan couldn't stand steady and collapsed to the ground. After getting up, he shook his head like a rattledrum. No. Boo-hoo. Please don't let my mom hear that, or he'll be done for. Shinsen stopped teasing him and smiled. What blind boxes and jars do you want to open today? Give me and Gohan 5 silver blind boxes each. Piccolo spoke first. Krillin followed. Master Roshi and I will each open 6 silver blind boxes. Shinsen said as he retrieved the boxes. After this round, you guys don't have much money left stored in the shop. How can that be? Piccolo was puzzled. He hadn't been to the shop much lately, and when he did, he mostly opened silver blind boxes. A gold mountain worth hundreds of millions should still have plenty left. Shin-san explained, Son Goku comes every day, entering the heart-tempering room several times. Each visit costs 10 million, so he spends at least 30 million daily. If you don't believe me, ask him. No need. Piccolo suddenly understood. If it's gone, it's gone. He'll bring more money next time. Today, I mainly wanted to take Gohan out for a change of scenery. Good to know. Shin-san made a gesture of invitation. Go ahead, good luck. Uncle Piccolo, you go first. Son Gohan nudged Piccolo. Piccolo didn't decline, stepped forward, brought the blind box before him, quickly untied the straps, and flipped open the lid. Congratulations, Piccolo. You've won a green hat. Piccolo saw it was just an ordinary item, put the hat on his head, then took another silver blind box, and opened it swiftly. But the moment he lifted the lid, a dazzling radiance burst forth from the box once again. The divine will of the Dragon God. The Grand Priest stepped in from outside, noticing the radiance emanating from Piccolo's box, a hint of surprise in his voice. Among the 3 supreme abilities in the universe, his and the Omni King's were 2. The third was the wish-granting power of the Dragon God. Even he coveted the Dragon God's divine will, yet here, it was so cheaply drawn from a silver blind box. The Grand Priest had encountered Piccolo before. His talent was mediocre, but with the Dragon God's divine will, Piccolo might just have a chance to become the next Dragon God. He had come today merely for a cup of tea, but an unexpected delight awaited him. The Grand Priest cast one last glance at Piccolo, said nothing more for now, and with the familiarity of an old friend brewed the enlightenment tea, savoring it with great comfort. Shinsen rolled his eyes at the sight, ignoring the shameless fellow. As the light faded, he noticed the bewildered looks on Piccolo and the others, and began to explain. What Piccolo drew is a strand of the Dragon God's divine will from your realm. The Dragon God is a mighty deity in the cosmos on par with the Omni King. His divine will has many uses, you will come to understand them in time. You still have a few boxes left. Continue opening them. Alright. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Piccolo finally snapped out of his daze and pulled another blind box forward. Deeming it too slow to open them one by one, he gathered the remaining boxes. His hands moved like phantoms, and in an instant all the boxes were torn open. Congratulations, Piccolo. You have obtained a tattered blanket. Congratulations, Piccolo. You have obtained a moldy piece of tofu. Congratulations, Piccolo. You have obtained an exquisite lunchbox. Only one of the 3 items was usable. Piccolo tossed the blanket and tofu into the trash, picked up the exquisite lunchbox, and stepped back with a blank expression, pushing Gohan forward. Gohan rubbed his dark circles, mustering some spirit. He placed his hands on the ribbon, untied it with a swift motion, and flipped open the lid. Congratulations, Gohan. You have obtained 10 tons of study materials. Clatter. At the announcement, Gohan collapsed forward again. Rising, he saw 10 tons of neatly stacked study materials outside the shop, and felt dizzy. He opened his mouth on the verge of tears, and said with difficulty, I've only read a tenth of the last batch, and now another 10 tons. This blind box is out to destroy me. No, while Mom isn't here, I have to annihilate these 10 tons of study materials without a trace. Gohan walked resolutely toward the door, each step summoning a more powerful energy wave into his palm. Krillin sighed, Sigh, what has this kid been through? It's just some study materials. Master Roshi shook his head, the boy has gone astray. He's lost his love for learning. Hearing this, Gohan longed to turn back and wail in protest. But the most pressing matter was to destroy the materials and let light back into his life. Everything else could wait. Gohan quickened his pace, but as he stepped outside, he noticed a breathtakingly beautiful woman descending from the sky wielding a trident. His heart died. Even breathing became a struggle. The newcomer was Shishi. After finishing breakfast, she had gone to call her son, and found him absent from his study with Piccolo's key still lingering in the air. She instantly knew Piccolo had taken Gohan. This was unacceptable. Shishi had immediately grabbed her trident and given chase, intent on giving Piccolo a beating and then lecturing Gohan. But after searching in vain, she decided to try her luck at the blind box shop. To her surprise, she arrived to find a huge pile of study materials at the entrance, and saw Gohan emerging from the shop with an energy wave in his hand. Shishi immediately threw herself onto the pile of books. Excellent. Truly excellent. Just as Gohan had only read a tenth of his materials, these will be a perfect supplement. Gohan, did you draw these? Hearing this, Gohan, his spirit crushed, dispelled the energy wave, and nodded mechanically. At that moment, all light vanished from his life. He no longer looked at his mother's ecstatic expression. He turned back to the counter, staring blankly at the 4 remaining silver blind boxes, hesitating to touch them. He was terrified, deathly afraid that the boxes would yield another 110 or 100 tons of study materials or anything else related to learning. Shin-san reached over the counter and patted his shoulder, stifling a laugh. Go on, the next box might not be study materials. Don't overthink it. Might not. So it still could be. Gohan looked up, tears visibly streaming from the corners of his eyes. Resolving that a quick death was better than a slow one, he tore open all 4 silver boxes in an instant. Seeing that the items drawn were finally not books or study tools, Gohan smiled. He smiled like an innocent 3-year-old child. But the next second, he was crying again, wailing in utter despair. Congratulations, Gohan. You have obtained a learning machine. Congratulations, Gohan. You have obtained a photographic memory skill card. Congratulations, Gohan. You have obtained a multitasking skill card. Congratulations, Gohan. You have obtained a future self template card. Shun-san let out a snort, unable to contain his laughter before suppressing it, to continue explaining. The learning machine needs no introduction. The photographic memory skill grants you extraordinary recall. You'll essentially never forget anything you've seen. A wonderful skill. With a photographic memory, Gohan is guaranteed to get into university. Chi-Chi, hearing this from outside, flashed inside, snatched the skill card, and shoved it into Gohan's mouth. Shun-san shook his head and continued, multitasking allows you to draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other and study Chinese and math simultaneously without conflict. A wonderful skill. With multitasking, Gohan won't just get into university, a doctorate is assured, and it will cut his study time drastically. Open wide, Gohan. Shishi promptly shoved the multitasking skill card into Gohan's mouth. He was exhausted. Let it all end. Let the universe explode. Gohan looked at his mother, who was overjoyed beyond reason, his heart weeping rivers. His numb expression was his last bastion of strength. Piccolo and Krillin wanted to speak up for Gohan, but one look from Chi-Chi sharp enough to kill silenced them. They could only shoot Gohan a "you're on your own" look. Shin-san pointed to the final card. This is a template card, a template of your future self's abilities. By consuming this card, you can possess immense strength without even needing to transform into a Super Saiyan. At these words, a glimmer of light finally returned to Gohan's eyes. With lightning speed, he tossed the template card into his mouth. Feeling the unparalleled power surge through him, he yearned to throw his head back and roar. But Shishi was faster. She grabbed Gohan and sped back towards Mount Paozu. At that moment Master Roshi eagerly stepped forward. He picked a silver blind box, a lecherous grin on his face, and tore it open quickly. As the lid flew off, another card materialized above the box. Seeing this, Master Roshi was crestfallen. Shinsen covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. This old pervert had actually drawn this skill. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. The card was yellow with 2 characters inscribed on its surface: electric hips. Shinsen leaned in, whispering in the turtle hermit's ear with a lecherous snicker before stepping back after a few secretive words. Shishi had immediately grabbed her trident and given chase, intent on giving Piccolo a beating and then lecturing Gohan. But after searching in vain, she decided. But when they leaned closer to the card and saw the 2 characters on its surface, a glimmer of understanding dawned on them, mixed with a sense of helpless amusement. Upon hearing the effect of the skill card, the turtle hermit's despondency instantly erupted into overwhelming excitement, his pupils fixated on the card with blazing fervor. It was as if the card could grant him a second spring. With lightning speed, he snatched the card and tossed it into his mouth. As the card slid into his stomach, he instantly mastered a skill. A skill that allowed 100 strikes per second, as formidable as a Dohuang powerhouse. Not bad, truly not bad. The turtle hermit smacked his lips, his anticipation for the remaining 5 silver blind boxes growing even stronger. He pulled another silver blind box forward, placing it on the box's strap with slightly trembling hands. Then with gentle and eager movements he began to untie the straps. This time let it be the 72 transformations of earthly fiend that Vegeta once drew. Come forth, the divine technique meant for this old man. The turtle hermit shouted with excitement, his eyes bloodshot from excessive anticipation. His frail body, which seemed as if a gust of wind could blow it away, suddenly became as firm as a rock. He stared intently at the opening of the blind box as its lid was lifted. In an instant a book materialized above the box. Noticing the figure on the cover, the turtle hermit couldn't contain himself. 2 streams of blood shot from his mouth, like arrows of water. Shinsen quickly reacted, barely preventing the blood from soiling the counter. Krillin covered his eyes the moment he saw the book cover. He knew his master would end up in such a disgraceful state, losing face entirely. A treasure, an absolute treasure. The turtle hermit, abandoning the remaining blind boxes, took the book and walked to the doorway, casually sitting down beside it. The moment he opened the first page and saw its contents, his body began to stir restlessly. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Fair skin and lovely face, this one is good. While this girl is endowed with massive assets, an absolute pair of beauties. This one is also good, but the dark skin is a flaw. Hee. The turtle hermit lowered his head, reading, while letting out a low, lecherous chuckle. Krillin was utterly embarrassed, wanting to shout out loud that the old man was not his teacher. How could a lecherous old coot be the teacher of an upright gentleman like him? Unfortunately, the 3 in the shop had no idea what the turtle hermit's laughter signified. Piccolo, not being human, had no interest in women at all. Vegeta had Bulma, and was uninterested in other women. His only desire was to increase his strength higher. As for the Grand Priest, an ancient being who had lived countless eons, he had seen everything. This was merely a trivial scene, unworthy of mention. Just then a woman suddenly appeared in the shop. The newcomer was Ma Xiaoling. Hearing the laughter from outside, she shuddered in disgust. Turning around to see an old man emitting strange laughter, she felt the urge to kick him with her 1 meter five-long leg. However, reason forced her to hold back. A beauty, a stunning beauty. The turtle hermit glanced back inadvertently and locked eyes with those seemingly luminous legs. His breath quickened, and the air he exhaled was scorching hot. Then noticing Ma Xiaoling's exquisitely delicate face, he was instantly awestruck. The turtle hermit took a deep breath and stepped forward with a straight face. Young lady, would you grant an old man a request? What is it? Ma Xiaoling frowned. Well, could you let me see your panties? Damn. You old geezer, what do you think this shop of mine is? Shun Sen erupted first. This is my dear customer. If you want to see, go to West City. Off you go. Shun Sen waved his hand lightly, instantly teleporting the turtle hermit into a bathhouse in West City where a group of plump middle-aged women were bathing. Chaos ensued. Ma Xiaoling was a step too late, slowly lowering her 1 meter five-long leg. Shin Sen rubbed his nose. Miss Ma, you actually wore stockings here. Not bad, really beautiful, long, round, and well-proportioned. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes. This is just my usual attire. Don't think I dressed up specially for you. Shin Sen nodded with a smile. Understood. Shorts, long boots, and a black trench coat are your signature look, Ma Xiaoling. This shop owner knows. Ma Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. You seem to know me quite well. You're not the same kind of pervert as that old man just now, are you? Have you been secretly watching me in the past? Secretly no. But I've openly watched you on TV, and even contributed a little something while watching. Of course Shin San didn't say that out loud. Instead he propped his chin on his hand, his gaze not straying from her long legs. It's not that I pay much attention, I've just seen you a few times. After all, beautiful things always deserve a second look. Women love compliments, and Ma Xiaoling was no exception. Alright, enough chit-chat. I'm not here to open blind boxes or jars this time. I don't have the money. I'm here to earn some. I plan to take on missions in the myriad realms to make some pocket money. Hearing this, Shin San turned a bit more serious. We're both from the same hometown, so think it over carefully. Entering the myriad realms for missions is no joke. Last time several people who went and died in other worlds. Ma Xiaoling nodded. I understand. Reward is proportional to effort. The more dangerous the mission, the richer the return. I've already made up my mind. Shin-san waved his hand. This shop owner has a soft spot for beauties. If you've decided, you can go anytime. For anything you find in the other world, it's an 80-20 split. 80 for me, 20 for you. I know. I've realized that your myriad realm house is just a way to make us work for you. Ma Xiaoling pouted. An 80-20 split. It's like you don't see us as human, you stingy miser. Grumbling, Ma Xiaoling walked out of the shop and turned into the mission house. Immediately a service robot approached with a tablet. Following the robot's instructions, Ma Xiaoling quickly accepted a mission. Looking down at the mission details, a smile spread across her face. Mr. Vampire. With vampire in the name, it should be a realm rife with ghosts and monsters, which suits my specialty. But after teleportation, my abilities will be sealed, and you'll randomly gain one or more new abilities. Luckily, I stocked up on quite a few external tools from Uncle Chiu before coming here. Even without my magical power, dealing with ordinary vampires and evil beings should be enough for self-defense. But this mission content. Ma Xiaoling furrowed her brow. In the early morning of the Republic of China era, the streets were filled with lively hawking cries, and passers-by hurried along, gradually beginning their daily routines to earn a living. After Ma Xiaoling entered the 10,000 Worlds Pavilion, she found herself in a deserted alleyway. Sensing that her previous skills had been sealed and replaced with entirely new abilities, her brow relaxed. The techniques of the Exorcist Dragon Clan, which relied on magical power, are gone, replaced by the skills of the Maoshan sect. My cultivation level is still at Earthmaster, which is decent enough. With the Divine Dragon and other talisman items I brought along, this journey should likely go smoothly. Ma Xiaoling attempted to use techniques like the Water God's Invocation with her magical power, but found herself utterly unable to cast them. However, she could execute the Thunderclap Palm effortlessly, as if it were second nature. After familiarizing herself with her new abilities in the alleyway, Ma Xiaoling finally stepped out onto the street. Her attire, so out of place, drew constant sideways glances from the pedestrians. They pointed fingers at her, muttering words like too revealing and vixen. Some men, while calling her shameless, wiped drool from their mouths, only to be dragged away by their wives, who pinched their ears in fury. Times were different, and so were mindsets. Paying no heed to the pointing and whispering, Ma Xiaoling followed the red dot on her mission prompt. She soon arrived at the entrance of a funeral parlor, where she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Coming, who's here so early? The wooden door creaked open, revealing Wen Kai, his face full of grumpiness. But the moment he laid eyes on Ma Xiaoling, his heart skipped a beat, and his jaw nearly dropped. All his resentment vanished, replaced by a burning desire to worship the beautiful woman before him. Miss, what business do you have at the funeral parlor? Even if you have none, it's no trouble. Please come in for some tea and breakfast. Ma Xiaoling frowned at the address, Miss, but then reminded herself that this was how people spoke in the Republican era, so she let it go. Still, seeing Wen Kai's lecherous expression, no different from the other perverts on the street, made her uneasy. But for the sake of her mission rewards, she suppressed the urge to deliver a swift kick to his face. Excuse me, is ninth uncle here? Yes, he's my master. He's inside the parlor now. Please come in, miss. Wen Kai stepped aside, eagerly, his gaze still glued to her long legs, unwilling to look away. Just then, hearing the commotion, ninth uncle emerged from inside. Wen Kai, who is it? As he spoke, he caught sight of Ma Xiaoling and frowned at her attire. Ma Xiaoling also took note of ninth uncle. Her first impression was of a man radiating righteousness, his very brow exuding an air of unwavering integrity. She silently remarked that he was indeed the Grandmaster described in her mission. Ninth uncle then sensed the fluctuations of magical power emanating from Ma Xiaoling. He was inwardly astonished. She appeared no older than 20, even younger than his own two disciples, yet she had already reached the initial stage of Earthmaster. When had the Taoist sect ever produced such a gifted female disciple? Fellow Taoist, may I ask what business brings you here? Ninth uncle offered a respectful Taoist greeting, then smacked Wen Kai on the back of the head. What are you staring at? Get back inside. Master, get inside. Wen Kai hung his head low, glancing back every few steps as he retreated, and ninth uncle shook his head slightly. My apologies, fellow Taoist. My worthless disciple was rude just now. But your attire is truly bold. Ma Xiaoling smiled faintly. Ninth uncle, I have come to seek a rubbing of the supreme purity cavern scripture. In exchange, I can offer corresponding treasures. This was her mission objective, and it placed her in a difficult position. Every sect guarded its techniques as closely held secrets. Obtaining them from an outsider was nothing short of a pipe dream, and asking for them was a grave breach of etiquette. Even Ma Xiaoling felt a twinge of embarrassment after making her request. Ninth uncle furrowed his brow. I see that you cultivate Maoshan techniques. With your talent your master should have taught you the supreme purity cavern scripture. Why come to me for it? Ma Xiaoling shook her head. No, I am not a disciple of Maoshan. I am the current head of the Exorcist Dragon clan. The reason I now practice Maoshan techniques is... She briefly explained the matters of the blind box shop and the 10,000 Worlds Pavilion. After hearing her out, ninth uncle shook his head. Though the world is vast and full of wonders, your tale is too outlandish. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. Since you are not of Maoshan, I cannot pass on the supreme purity cavern scripture to you. As for how you learned our arts, I see that you are righteous at heart, so I will not pry further. However, I advise you not to use your magical power or Maoshan spells carelessly. If other sect members see you, they may not be as lenient as I am. Actually, a glint of sharpness flashed in ninth uncle's eyes. Obtaining the supreme purity cavern scripture is not entirely out of the question. Before he could finish, Ma Xiaoling knew what he was about to suggest. She smiled wryly. You jest, ninth uncle. I am already the head of the Exorcist Dragon clan. Oh, I cannot change my allegiance. Moreover, my clan bears the heavy responsibility of slaying Jiang Chun. I truly have no time to cultivate within the Maoshan sect. Ninth uncle frowned. I have never heard of any Exorcist Dragon clan. And isn't Jiang Chun a mere Ma Xiaoling offered no further explanation. If ninth uncle did not believe her tale of the myriad worlds, pressing the matter would be futile. She had a month after all, plenty of time to slowly earn his trust. In the meantime, she could gather silver dollars and antiques of value which she could sell back home to become a wealthy woman overnight. At this thought, Ma Xiaoling's urgency faded. Ninth uncle, it seems you are heading out. Would you mind if I accompanied you to see the sights of the town? Very well. I am going to discuss a business deal. You may come along if you wish. Though ninth uncle found her attire a bit daring, he could tell from her demeanor that she was worldly. Since he had never tasted foreign tea, he thought she might be able to offer discreet advice and save him from embarrassment. Unlike in the original story, he did not call for Wen Kai. He closed the door and led the way. Ma Xiaoling walked beside him. My name is Ma Xiaoling. You can call me Xiaoling. Very well, Xiaoling. You possess merit and are no heretic. Can you tell me the truth? Which of my Maoshan brothers is your master? Ninth uncle asked as he greeted passersby. Ma Xiaoling smiled bitterly. I truly am not a Maoshan. However, in my world, I do know a senior Maoshan practitioner, surnamed Mao. I bought these talismans from him. She pulled a stack of talismans from her pocket. Ninth uncle took them and examined them, surprise flickering in his eyes. Corpse stabilizing talisman, 5 thunder talisman. The technique and magical fluctuation indicate that the one who drew them is at the peak of Earth Master, just like me. And currently among the Maoshan disciples, only I am at the peak of Earth Master. My senior brother Shi Jian has reached the initial stage of Heavenly Master. What is this? Ninth uncle was perplexed. He had never drawn these talismans himself, and the technique was not Shi Jian's either. Could the tale of the myriad worlds be true? Ninth uncle shook his head inwardly, still unwilling to believe in the existence of myriad worlds. Uncle Jiu brought Ma Xiaoling to a pastry restaurant. Due to Ma Xiaoling's attire, the waiter welcomed her in without a word. When Uncle Jiu mentioned that they had an appointment with Master Rin, the waiter became even more enthusiastic. Soon Uncle Jiu met with Master Rin. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoling, a look of great surprise appeared on Master Ren's face. Uncle Jiu, who is this? Uncle Jiu chuckled. This is Ma Xiaoling, a fellow disciple in the Taoist sect. Don't be deceived by her young age, her abilities are not inferior to mine. Hearing this, Master Ren became even more courteous. So she is a distinguished disciple of Maoshan. I am truly honored. Please both of you have a seat. Misunderstood as someone from Maoshan, Ma Xiaoling chose not to say much this time. She slowly sat down, deciding not to interrupt the conversation between Uncle Jiu and the others, her gaze wandering around the surroundings. Unlike the style of the 1990s, the restaurant's decor was more aligned with the Republic of China era, exuding a touch of classical, yet westernized design. Suddenly a girl in a pink dress, full of ambition, approached. Ma Xiaoling couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Her attire was completely different, yet it did not seem out of place. She looked beautiful and her gaze was particularly clear. Such innocence was rarely seen in later generations. Tingting was also observing Ma Xiaoling, especially admiring her outfit, and she immediately took a liking to her. She sat down next to her, greeted her father and Uncle Jiu, then extended her hand towards Ma Xiaoling. I am Rin Tingting. How should I address you, sister? Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling also extended her hand for a brief handshake. Tingting blinked her innocent and pure eyes. Sister, your skin is so nice. What cosmetics do you usually use? Can you tell me? Ma Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, then took out a box of cosmetics from the small case she carried with her, reluctantly handing it over. This is what I usually use, but this is what I have already opened. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you, sister. She looked at Ren Tingting silently, urging her to refuse. It should be noted that all of her cosmetics were high-end brands, and the price was quite steep. Just this box alone cost several tens of thousands. This was something she had saved up for a long time to afford. Now having come to another world without having earned any money, she was going to lose several thousand first. It was painful, but since she had already offered it, it would be embarrassing to take it back. Ren Tingting didn't notice the pain in Ma Xiling's eyes, and took it eagerly, applying a bit on the back of her hand, which immediately turned fair, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Ren Tingting immediately adored it. At that moment a waiter approached with the menu. Uncle Joe opened it, and was instantly dazzled, instinctively glancing to the side. Ma Xiaoling secretly laughed to herself, realizing why Uncle Joe had agreed to bring her out. He was waiting here. She took the menu, opened it, but couldn't understand it at all, so she directly handed it back to the waiter. 2 cups of milk tea for me, and Uncle Joe 2 small cakes, and some egg tarts. Knowing that Master Ren would foot the bill, Ma Xiaoling ordered without hesitation, filling the table with treats regardless of embarrassment. Having just lost several thousand, what was the point of being shy? She at least wanted to make up for some of it. Master Ren observed Ma Xiling's extensive order with curiosity in his eyes. Miss Ma, judging by your attire and your unfamiliar face, you should not be from Rinjiao Town. May I ask what your family does? Tingting chimed in. Yes, sister, your temperament is even better than that of city folk. Can you share a bit about your... Ma Xiaoling shook her head. Uncle Jiao just mentioned I'm merely a practitioner of the Tao. As for my family, I am the current leader of the Demon Exorcising Dragon clan. I am here to seek a specific item. You can continue your conversation without worrying about me. Master Ren ceased further inquiries and continued his conversation with Uncle Jiao. However, Tingting was even more curious. Sister, you practice Taoism. Could it be that there really are ghosts and monsters in this world? Indeed, there's one right behind you. Off. Tingting was immediately startled, turning around, but seeing nothing, her expression turning to confusion. Master Ren was also startled. A ghost appearing in the shop was not a good sign, especially during the day. Uncle Joe secretly shook his head. There indeed was a wandering spirit in the shop, but it had likely come in at night, and hadn't had a chance to leave, afraid to venture out during the day, hence it was wandering inside. Tingting patted the table fearfully, saying, You scared me. Sister, you really know how to joke. I am not joking. Ma Xiaoling took out a small bottle from her case. This is cow's tears. Apply it to your eyelids, and you will see ghosts. If you don't believe it, try it out. Seeing the serious expression on Ma Xiling's face, Tingting's curiosity was piqued, and she took the bottle, applying a bit of cow's tears to her eyelids. Master Ren, wanting to confirm as well, also applied some cow's tears. When they both opened their eyes and turned around again, they let out terrified exclamations. This sound attracted the attention of the surrounding patrons. Seeing this, Master Ren forced himself to appear. As a businessman, he knew very well that he could not let anyone discover that there were ghosts in the shop, otherwise word would spread, and who would dare to come here? Miss Ma, Uncle Joe, you see this? $10 silver for the cow's tears you just mentioned, and $20 in total. I'll help you deal with that ghost. Ma Xiaoling came to make money and knew that a silver dollar had high purchasing power in this era, so she offered a price of $20 silver. Without a second thought, Master Ren agreed. Ma Xiaoling took out a 5-point star and immediately hurled it at the ghost. Once the ghost was captured with the star, she stood up to retrieve it, extending her hand. Master Ren awkwardly took out the money. Tingting, seeing the ghost disappear, fear lingering in her heart, patted the table again, looking at Ma Xiaoling with a gaze filled with curiosity and admiration. Sister, there's nothing fun here. Let me take you out for a stroll, and you can tell me about ghosts along the way. Tingting suggested after sipping some coffee. Ma Xiaoling, upon hearing this, also wanted to inquire about where bad people collected antiques. To make big money in a short time, she only had the method of robbing the rich to aid the poor. In this dimension, the wealthy were rich, and she was poor. Robbing to save herself was perfectly justified. Alright, Uncle Joe, Mr. Ren, take your time, I'll go out with Tingting for a stroll. Uncle Joe nodded, saying nothing. The two girls stood up, linking arms as they walked outside. Just as they stepped out, Ma Xiaoling spotted an extremely flamboyant man. He had 2 red roses in his mouth, hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall, looking quite melancholic, yet maintaining a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing the 2 beauties, he walked over with a leisurely pace, removed the roses from his mouth, one in each hand, and slowly extended them towards them. Ladies, may I have the honor of accompanying you? At the blind box shop, only Kulin had yet to open his boxes. After Ma Xiaoling departed, Shen San placed Kulin's 6 silver-grade blind boxes on the counter. The unopened boxes belonging to Mutant Rashi were set aside. Yours are still left. Open them now. Oh, Kulin said nothing more, stepped forward, picked up a silver blind box, swiftly untied the straps, and lifted. His movements were quick, devoid of any unnecessary flair. As the box opened, an article of clothing materialized above it. Strange, composed entirely of densely packed copper buttons, giving it an odd appearance. Congratulations, Kulin. You've obtained a chainmail vest of reflection. Shinsen clapped his hands. This chainmail is a treasure. It can reflect a portion of damage back to your attacker, though not enough to kill them. Still, to draw this from a silver blind box, you're quite fortunate. Upon hearing this, Kulin took the chainmail and shook his head in resignation. It sounds like a fine treasure, but wearing this would hinder movement. In that case, it's rather useless. Shinsen chuckled. No need to wear it. With the thought the chainmail will merge with your body, causing no discomfort in. Is that so? Hyolin focused his mind, and the chainmail seamlessly integrated into his body, leaving no sensation of extra clothing. Hyolin was no stranger to surprises, but whatever emerged from the blind box shop always defied expectation. He then grabbed another silver blind box, this time opening it in an instant. Above it materialized a dark green brush, its surface shimmering with flowing light. Congratulations, Hyolin. You've obtained a magical brush. Shinsen explained further. This brush is a minor artifact. Draw on blank paper, and the image will come to life. For instance, if you sketch an ox, it will leap out of the paper. A wondrous scene unfolded. The drawn object sprang forth from the paper, landing on the counter with a clatter. Hyolin scratched his head, perplexed. I clearly drew gold, so why did a transparent square brick emerge? Shinsen rolled his eyes. Don't dream too big. Even if you could draw gold, items conjured by this brush have a time limit. They last at most half an hour. You think I'd let you exploit the shop like that? Hyolin chuckled sheepishly. Since conjuring is possible, who wouldn't want to draw gold to open blind boxes? A bit disappointing. But no matter. I have no use for it, yet I could sell it for a good price. For boxes left, let's finish opening them. Another silver blind box was opened, but it turned out empty. The fourth silver box was quickly unsealed as well. This time an item appeared, but regrettably it was a roll of sanitary pads worth a single yuan, utterly useless. The fifth box yielded a deep red stone. Shinsen dismissed it as an ordinary rock. Hyolin paid it no mind and reached for the last silver blind box. Facing it, his heart beat a little faster despite himself. As the straps fell away and the lid lifted, an object materialized. Noticing the flowing light on its surface, both Hyolin and Piccolo grew curious. Shopkeeper Shin, what's the use of this mat? It's a self-heating flying mat that never needs charging. It warms you in winter and can carry you through the skies. An ideal item for sleep and travel. Shinsen chuckled. Congratulations. You've struck it rich today. Since you've all opened your boxes, feel free to take on missions in the myriad realms if you wish. Missions? Both Piccolo and Hyolin were puzzled. We were about to ask. Your shop has changed quite a bit. Apologies, I haven't informed you yet. The blind box shop has been upgraded. Shinsen then recalled that Piccolo and Hyolin hadn't visited recently and were unaware of the new features added after the upgrade. He briefly explained. The two marveled, intrigued. After a quick farewell, they headed to the mission room, accepted tasks, and entered the myriad realms room. Shinsen glanced at the supreme priest, who was lounging even more freely than himself. With nothing to do, he plucked 2 roses and vanished. He reappeared in the Mr. Zombie universe, spotting Ma Xiaoling and Tingting emerging. He leaned against. Thus the scene of offering roses unfolded. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes and refused to take them. How dirty. You put that in your mouth and now offer it to others. Sister Xiaoling, do you know this gentleman? Tingting blinked, her big eyes scanning Shinsen from head to toe. Noticing his perfect physique, barely concealed by his clothes, her cheeks flushed slightly. Shinsen likewise appraised Tingting, the destined wife of myriad realms, lingering on her ample curves before shoving the roses into both women's hands. Ma Xiaoling shifted to block his gaze. Had enough. It's just 1 rose. How long will you stare? Tisk, I wasn't looking at yours. What's your rush? Shinsen slapped his forehead. Right, you don't have anything to look at anyway. What a pity. You bastard. Ma Xiaoling glanced at her own figure, then at Tingting's, and realized she couldn't compare. Hearing Shinsen say it so bluntly, she fumed with rage. Tingting, let's go. Ignore this pervert. He'll take you for a stroll. Ma Xiaoling dragged the bewildered Tingting down the street. Shinsen followed with a smug grin. I didn't lie. But you have your merits. Long legs, a slim waist, fair skin, and a pretty face. Just can you shut up? And stop following us? The road isn't yours. You can't control everything. Can I? Tingting finally grasped their conversation. Looking down at her own exposed curves, a deep blush spread across. As a well-behaved girl, she had never heard such explicit banter. Embarrassed, she also felt a hint of something. Excitement. On the streets of Rinjiao town, an odd spectacle unfolded. Ma Xiaoling gritted her teeth as she glared at Shinsen, who strutted ahead with his head held high. Tingting clutched Ma Xiaoling's arm, her gaze fixed on Shinsen's back. Recalling their earlier conversation, her face seemed ready to drip with gloom. Shinsen led the way, whistling at every pretty girl he passed, behaving like a quintessential street rogue of the. Yet the girls who were initially angered by his teasing would blush, lower their heads, and hurry away the moment they saw his explosively muscular, yet well-proportioned physique and handsome face. 2 bolder girls even approached to chat. What began as a trio soon became a group of 5. Fuming, Ma Xiaoling dragged Tingting into a shop. Shinsen followed, arms draped over the shoulders of the 2 girls. Xiao Yan, Xiaohong, see that woman over there? Never be like her. She's nothing but a female tyrannosaur. Remember, always be gentle. Xiao Yan was petite, her Republican-era attire unable to conceal a doll-like beauty. She wore two pigtails that swayed as she smiled. She covered her mouth with the back of her hand and giggled. Hee, that sister is clearly a woman of passion. Xiaohong, dressed in a white gown, was exceedingly alluring, though her appearance clashed with her attire, and her words clashed even more. Brother Shun, that wench has long legs. Is that the type you like? But aside from her long legs, she doesn't have much else. Brother Shin, come with me to the provincial capital. I can support you, and so can Xiao Yan. Besides, we sisters are no less attractive than that wench, and we're even 2 sizes bigger. Xiaohong thrust out her chest, as if it were about to burst forth. Seeing this, Shun Sen gave a lecherous grin. Oh, then let Big Brother personally verify if what you say is true, Xiaohong. He deliberately reached out as if to grab, but Xiaohong, seemingly just a theorist, blushed and dodged away. Xiao Yan's face also flushed as if it might drip blood. Don't run. Big Brother hasn't verified yet. Diggle Brother Shin, come chase us. Catch us, and you can verify all you want. Then you'd better be careful. Big Brother is very fast. Giggle giggle. In an era where social mores were far from liberal, a man and 2 women laughing and chasing each other as if no one else existed drew frequent stares and muttered accusations of shamelessness from passers-by. But Xiao Yin and Xiao Hong, both from the provincial capital, had a mindset entirely different from the locals of Rinjia town. They ignored the pointing fingers, fully enjoying the thrill of the chase. As a modern-day transmigrator, Shin San paid them even less heed. Having been granted a rare second chance at life, he believed in living authentically and following his whims. Inside the shop, Ma Xiaoling watched Shin San's antics, and for reasons she couldn't fathom grew even angrier. She picked up a bottle of perfume and banged it against the counter, making a loud, thumping sound. Kai Sheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head the moment the 2 women entered. It took the banging to snap him back to reality. Miss. You're the miss. Your whole family are misses. Ma Xiaoling shot him a glare. Xiaoxing was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why this beautiful woman was so angry. Failing to engage her, he shifted his attention to Tingting. Miss, what would you like to sell? With Ma Xiaoling present, he didn't mistake Tingting for a woman from the Yihong court. His eyes sparkled with boundless hope, thinking that if he could marry either of these 2 beauties, his life would be set. Boss, what new cosmetics do you have? Tingting glanced back at Shun San, who was still chasing the girls outside, and asked with a blush. Xiaoxing was utterly captivated by the blushing Tingting. He quickly brought out the cosmetics and began introducing. They exchanged questions and answers, maintaining a fairly pleasant conversation typical of buyer and seller. After a while, Xiaoxing started probing about Tingting's personal life. Tingting's eyes grew wary. She put down the cosmetics and pulled Ma Xiaoling toward the door. Forget it, I'm not buying. I have to answer this, and that just to buy some makeup. Sister Xiaoling, let's go. Don't go, miss. Xiaoxing rushed out from behind the counter, but Tingting didn't look back. He stood there filled with regret, muttering to himself. I shouldn't have been so direct with my questions. But Rinjia town is small. Surely someone knows such a beautiful girl. When Aunt returns, he'll go out and ask around. Meanwhile, Shin San was unfazed by Ma Xiaoling and Tingting's departure. He played a while longer with Xiao Yin and Xiao Hong until they were reluctantly taken away by someone. Only then did he set off for the funeral parlor. By now it was nearly noon. The scorching sun drenched passers-by in sweat, yet they continued working under its blaze for the sake of a few silver coins. When Shun San arrived at the funeral parlor, he happened upon Uncle Nine and the others having lunch. Without any hesitation, he plopped down and began eating. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes and ignored him. Xiaoxing stared intently at Tingting, thinking that fortune had smiled upon him. He had been about to go inquire about her, and here she was sitting in the funeral parlor with Ma Xiaoling. One Sai, on the other hand, stared at Ma Xiaoling, almost drooling. The 2 disciples were so fixated on the women that they failed to notice Shun San, a stranger among them. Uncle Nine set down his chopsticks, puzzled. Sir, what business brings you to the funeral parlor? Ma Xiaoling interjected. Uncle Nine, just keep it. This lecher is filthy rich. He's the owner of that blind box shop I told you about. Uncle Nine nodded and picked up the object. His heart began to race. Gold. This is a pure gold ingot. This is too much. It's just a simple meal, sir. Please take it back. Ma Xiaoling interjected. Uncle Nine, just keep it. This lecher is filthy rich. He's the owner of that blind box shop I told you about. Money is no object to him. Uncle Nine was taken aback. Xiaoling, are you serious? How could such a miraculous shop exist? Don't Shun Sen shrugged. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But one thing is true, the gold is real, and it's meant as payment for the meal. Keep it with peace of mind, Uncle Nine. This? Uncle Nine hesitated. To be honest, the funeral parlor's income was meager, and supporting 2 disciples left little savings. To have a 1 gold ingot before him, to deny his temptation would be a lie. Seeing that Shin Sen truly had no intention of reclaiming the gold, Uncle Nine discreetly tucked it into his robe. Then he slapped Wen Kai on the back of the head. You blind fool. When a guest arrives, how can we serve such a simple meal? Go out and buy half a roast duck immediately. Under the influence of a piece of gold, the lunch brought joy to both host and guest. Sensing no customers in the shop, Shun San was in no hurry to return. He grabbed a rocking chair and lay down in the center of the funeral parlor to bask in the sun. Beside him, Tingting sat on a small stool, her hands propping up her chin. On the other side, Ma Xiaoling sat on a chair with a table before her bearing items like cinnabar and yellow paper. This was the first commission she had taken since encountering Master Rin on the way back. Having yet to discover any place to rob the rich to aid the poor, she could only resort to Maoshan techniques to earn a bit of money. One by one, she drew talismans for exorcism and house protection until her spiritual power nearly ran dry. Pervert, what are you staring at? Tisk, my eyes are on my face. What I look at is none of your business. If you've got the guts, take off. No. If you've got the guts, dress more modestly. Damn it, can't you go a minute without pissing me off? Hey, they say big chests mean small brains. I never thought it was true. You're quite clever, Trex. Ma Xiaoling's head ached with rage. Wasn't he implying she had no chest? If she could beat him, she would love to smash Shun San's head and tear his mouth apart and stomp him into the ground. Ma Xiaoling glared at him furiously, then stood up, took the exorcism talismans, and handed them to Rin Tingting. These are for your father. 100 silver dollars in total. Tell your father to settle the bills soon. All right, Sister Xiaoling. Tingting took them, then continued with a smile. Sister Xiaoling, is it still possible for me to learn Taoist arts now? All right, Sister Xiaoling. Tingting took them, then continued with a smile. Sister Xiaoling, is it still possible for me to learn Taoist arts now? Ma Xiaoling pointed at Shun San. This pervert is extremely powerful and has countless magical treasures. If he wanted to, he could easily boost you to the rank of Celestial Master. Don't be silly. Just be content as a pampered young lady. The tricks of the Taoist path are beyond you. Even if I boosted your power when faced with a fight, would you even know which foot to step forward first? Tingting gave an awkward smile and said nothing. Because Shun San was right. She had never been in a fight. How would she know how to battle? Even running away would be a problem. Oh right. Running. A new light kindled in Tingting's eyes. Brother Shin, I don't want to learn to fight. Do you have any skill that lets me run really fast? I don't know why, but my shoulders are a bit sore. Shun San massaged his shoulders. The sudden shift in topic caught Tingting off guard. Ma Xiaoling said bluntly, the pervert wants you to massage his shoulders before he'll teach you the technique. Huh. Tingting was bewildered. Was that what he meant? Xiaoxing grew anxious. Watching his goddess massage another man was like someone dancing on his ancestors' graves. Wen Sai, however, didn't care his mind wholly on Ma Xiaoling. Xiaoxing quickly stood up. Tingting, don't move. I've learned massage before. Since Boss Shen's shoulders are sore, Shun San turned his head. A big man. Forget it. This shopkeeper doesn't enjoy having a man massage. Tingting, come here. Massage it well, and he'll teach you a peerless lightness skill. Tingting could no longer hold back. Brother Shun, is it the kind that lets you walk on walls and run through trees? Who says only men dream of martial arts? She too had harbored a chivalrous dream since childhood, a life of swift justice and romantic vendettas. Who could resist such temptation? Shun San chuckled. Yes, it's a lightness skill that allows you to scale walls. And he'll give you one that once learned is already mastered. You can even achieve brief flight. Talking big without even drafting. Xiaoxing sneered, utterly disbelieving Shun San's words, taking them for boasts. But when he saw his goddess take it seriously and place her hands on Shun San's shoulders, her gentle movements made his heart skip a beat. Tingting placed her soft hands on Shun San's shoulders and gently kneaded. Shun San hummed with pleasure, and before he knew it, drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, it was already dusk. Noticing the hands still on his shoulders, he slowly stood up, stretched comfortably, and raised a hand. A card floated above his palm. The miraculous sight thrilled Tingting. Xiaoxing and Wen Sai, who had been dozing, snapped their eyes wide open. Just then Uncle Nine walked in from outside and witnessed the scene. He furrowed his brow. No spiritual energy fluctuation, yet the object levitates. Could it be an illusion? Or was what Xiaoling said true? Uncle Nine was no longer certain whether Ma Xiaoling's claims about the myriad realms were real or false. If false, it was nothing. If true, it would truly be an eye-opener for him. Shun San smiled. This is your reward for your labor. A top-tier lightness skill, Ride the Wind. Eat the card, and you'll instantly master the technique. Ride the Wind was something he had drawn earlier. Since he already had skills like within arm's reach, could fly, and teleport, the lightness skill was useless to him, so he had kept it. Since he had promised he wouldn't be stingy. He would give it as promised. It wasn't worth much anyway. Tingting watched the card float toward her, and slowly reached out to take it. Brother Shun, is this card really meant to be eaten? That's right. Tingting, go ahead and eat it. I can guarantee it's edible. Ma Xiaoling interjected listlessly. Hearing this, Tingting immediately put the card in her mouth and bit down. It was crisp, but seemingly tasteless. Still, she didn't dwell on it. and slowly ate the entire card. In an instant, a flood of strange, yet familiar information surged into her mind. Strange because she had never learned it, a familiar because the information felt innate with no sense of incongruity. Moreover, a new kind of true energy began to circulate within her. Tingting exclaimed, "So amazing. I really learned it in an instant. I fly. I fly, fly, fly." Tingting executed Ride the Wind within the funeral parlor, her speed dizzying to Qiuxing and Wenkai. She jumped up and down, playing to her heart's content. Uncle Nine was stunned, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg. She learned it just like that. This young man. Could it be true? Is he really the owner of that Myriad Realm blind box shop? Uncle Nine was thoroughly unsettled. He wanted to ask again for confirmation, but didn't know where to start. Ma Xiaoling pouted enviously. Shen San raised his chin. "Hey, you're wearing a skirt. Jump any higher, and you'll expose yourself." At dawn the next day, at the auspicious hour, a procession made its way up the mountain in a grand spectacle. Shen San and Ma Xiaoling were among them, though they lingered at the very rear, accompanied by Ren Tingting, who adamantly refused to ride in a sedan chair. "You lecture, why aren't you back minding the shop? What are you still doing here? Time flows differently here, a why rush back? This shopkeeper wants to see how you, a female Tyrannosaurus, managed to complete the task." "Bastard. Where do I look like a female Tyrannosaurus? Say that again, and it'll tear your mouth apart. Go ahead and try. See if this shopkeeper dares to take your feet home as a keepsake. Damn you." Shen San and Ma Xiaoling bickered, all the way their spirits high. Tingting watched from the side, unable to join in, but her face was full of envy. Up ahead, Qiuxing spotted the scene and immediately turned back to fawn over Tingting, handing her water one moment and fanning her the next, attending to every detail with utmost care. Captain Away, seeing this, couldn't stand it. He returned to the back of the line, glanced at Ma Xiaoling, then shoved Qiuxing aside with his hip, flashing a fawning smile at Tingting. "Cousin, you need to be careful. Men these days love to trick young girls like you. That kid doesn't look like anything good. Stay away from him from now on." Tingting rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking to herself that she should be wary of him instead, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes always scheming after her. Did he really think she couldn't see through it? Unwilling to deal with Away and Qiuxing, Tingting quickened her pace, clinging to Ma Xiaoling's arm. Soon, amidst a cacophony of chatter, the procession reached the mountaintop. It was time for Uncle Nine to take charge. After a string of impeccably professional words, they dug the earth, raised the coffin, and crows scattered into the sky. When the coffin was opened, everyone present was startled by the figure lying inside. Ma Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, leaning in to whisper, "You lectured, doesn't he look just like that hopping corpse we dug up earlier?" Shen San felt the warmth of her breath in his ear, finding it ticklish. He scratched his ear and replied, "What do you mean looks like? That's exactly the one you female Tyrannosaurus dug up." Just then Uncle Nine turned and called out, "Xiaoling, come take a look." Ma Xiaoling gave Shen San a hard pinch before stepping forward. She looked down at Old Master Ren, her brow furrowing. Dead but not decomposed, the body stiff, and it's emitting corpse chi. "Uncle Nine, Master Ren, I suggest we cremate Old Master Ren immediately, or there's a risk of corpse transformation at any moment." Hearing this, a glint of approval shone in Uncle Nine's eyes. Master Ren, however, shook his head vehemently. "No. My father feared fire above all else. Cremation is absolutely out of the question. Not cremating him will lead to trouble. It's still impossible." Uncle Nine frowned. Since the client refused to listen, there was little he could do. After all, he was hired for a job and had to consider the client's wishes. He gazed down at Old Master Ren's corpse, pondering for a while before speaking. "Since cremation is not an option, let's first move Old Master Ren to the funeral parlor. I will find a suitable feng shui burial site in the next few days so he can be laid to rest as soon as possible." "Very well, I'll leave it to you, Uncle Nine." Master Ren nodded, then began directing the servants to carry the coffin back to the funeral parlor. The entire procession once again made its grand way down the mountain. Tingting walked behind, her face etched with worry. Sister Xiaoling, will my grandfather really turn into a corpse? Having experienced the restaurant ghost and witnessed the lightness skill, her worldview had already been reshaped. She now believed Ma Xiaoling without a shadow of a doubt. If Ma Xiaoling said her grandfather would transform, it was no empty talk. If her grandfather caused bloodshed after transforming, it would be the Ren family's fault, and she didn't want to see that happen. Ma Xiaoling nodded with a hint of gravity. "Yes, and your grandfather's grave was tampered with. Transformation could happen at any time. Then what should we do?" Tingting grew anxious. She wanted to persuade her father to heed Uncle Nine's advice and cremate the body, but she knew her father's stubbornness well, and she also knew her grandfather truly feared fire. With no immediate solution, she could only fret. "Don't worry too much." Ma Xiaoling patted her hand. "The corpse-stabilizing talisman I sold your father earlier is effective. If Old Master Ren transforms according to Taoist lore, he will first seek the blood of his closest kin. If something happens, use your lightness skill to stick the talisman on the zombie's forehead. Then come get me, or Uncle Nine, as fast as you can. Of course that's only if something goes wrong. Your sister, and I will keep an eye on the body these next few days, Tingting. You don't need to worry too much. Alright, thank you, Sister Xiaoling. Tingting forced a faint smile, but her expression remained troubled. Ma Xiaoling shook her head inwardly. Uncle Nine had already given the best advice, but Master Ren refused to listen. If something uncontrollable happened next, it would be his own fault. Going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard, and carrying a coffin makes it even harder. They stopped and started along the way, only returning to the funeral parlor by dusk. Uncle Nine circled the coffin. Xiaoling, do you have any good suggestions? Ma Xiaoling stepped forward, pushed open the coffin lid and sighed. The signs of transformation have deepened. Cremation is the way to eliminate the threat forever, but Master Ren disagrees. The transformation isn't the most terrifying thing, it's the person in the shadows. Old Master Ren's grave was clearly tampered with by someone from our path. If we don't find that person, anything could happen at any time. But Ma Xiaoling's brows knitted tightly. I've asked about that. Uncle Nine shook his head, then nodded. According to Master Ren, that dragonfly-touching water burial site once belonged to a feng shui master, and the burial was arranged by him. But that was years ago. Whether that feng shui master is still alive is uncertain. Still, you're right, Xiaoling. We must secure the corpse and guard against feng shui. I will go out tomorrow to find a burial site, which may take some time. Before I return, please help watch over the funeral parlor. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoling remained silent. She had a mission in the Mr. Zombie world. For a moment she considered using this opportunity to negotiate terms, but dismissed the thought. Whether as a Taoist practitioner or a member of the Ma clan, their purpose was always to vanquish demons and uphold the Tao. Honestly, taking advantage of a crisis was something she couldn't do. Alright, but I can't guard the body every moment. Uncle Nine, have your two esteemed disciples keep an eye on things these next few days. You flatter me, Xiaoling. Esteemed disciples. Neither of my two apprentices is worth mentioning. Kaisheng's skills are a bit better, but when Kai. It's a long story. At the mention of his two apprentices, Uncle Nine's face twisted into a bitter smile. He wondered what madness had possessed him to take Qiusheng and Wen Kai as disciples. They were hopeless at learning anything, but excelled at eating. What a tragedy. In the next 2 days, life remained relatively calm. However, it is worth mentioning that Qiusheng had indeed become involved with the female ghost Xiao Yu, returning home each day looking listless, as if he were on the verge of being drained completely. Wen Kai, on the other hand, was carefree. Aside from occasionally fawning over Ma Xiaoling, he spent his time eating and sleeping, unwavering as always. Ma Xiaoling was aware that Qiusheng had become entangled, and she had warned him once, but he was completely immersed in his tender affair, refusing to heed any advice. Seeing this, Ma Xiaoling had already given her warning, and she had no desire to interfere with whatever would happen next. For the past 2 days it had become routine to either watch old Master Ren or bicker with Shin-san. That night Uncle Gio finally returned, looking exhausted, but still sporting a smile at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, Xiaoling. Just leave the rest to me. Ma Xiaoling nodded, then mentioned, there was something this morning. Qiusheng got entangled with a female ghost, and a lot of his yang energy has been drained. I had to keep an eye on old Master Ren, and couldn't leave, so I warned Qiusheng, but he didn't listen. Uncle Gio, you decide what to do about this. Unruly disciple, that unruly disciple. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio was furious. He had been scouring various mountains for the past 2 days in search of a good treasure site, yet Qiusheng had gotten involved with a female ghost, which was infuriating. Uncle Gio immediately turned around and shook Wen Kai awake. Speak, where has Qiusheng gone? Huh? Wen Kai was utterly oblivious to what had happened, looking completely bewildered. At that moment Shin-san walked out of his room wearing dark attire, glanced at Uncle Gio and Wen Kai, and then said to Ma Xiaoling, Mother Tyrannosaurus, Uncle Gio is back. Let's take action now. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Mother Tyrannosaurus? Alright, Mother Tyrannosaurus, let's go. Mother Tyrannosaurus, hurry up, Mother Tyrannosaurus. Shin-san, catching wind of her thoughts, became interested and wanted to join in. After a series of bargaining, Ma Xiaoling eventually agreed to let Shin-san join. However, it would still cost them dearly, since they would have to give back 80% when they returned. Now whatever they hadn't acquired would also have to be split with Shin-san. It was safe to say this trip to another realm wouldn't yield any profit. Ma Xiaoling shot Shin-san a glare, then greeted Uncle Gio before returning to her room to change out of her Republic of China attire back into her original clothes. Her long legs seemed to glow in the moonlight. The two stepped outside, and Shin-san immediately wrapped Ma Xiaoling in chi before soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Uncle Gio paused his questioning of Wen Kai, believing a bit more in the theories of the myriad realms. He hesitated for a moment before resuming his questioning of Wen Kai. Upon learning that Xiao Sheng had been heading to the neighboring town every night, he instructed Wen Kai to keep an eye on the righteous hall, took his talismans, and set off in pursuit. While his disciple's talent wasn't particularly good, he was obedient. Now enchanted by the female ghost as a master, he couldn't ignore his disciple's fate. Under the night sky above the white clouds, two figures flew swiftly, soon descending and stopping over a brightly lit manor. These foreign devils really live well. There's no psychological burden in robbing them, Ma Xiaoling scoffed. These foreigners have no idea how many national treasures they've plundered during this time. Big Bad Wolf, what should we do next? We go, and what else can we do? Shun Sen shrugged. You'll see what it means to leave no blade of grass behind to pluck feathers from a passing goose. With a gentle gesture, Shun San made both of them gradually fade away until they vanished from sight. Suddenly the air was filled with Ma Xiaoling's frantic voice. Big Bad Wolf, move your pig trotter away. Invisibility makes me unseen. I'm afraid you'll fall, so I can only hold you while flying down. You're full of crap. How come you didn't hold me when we flew for so long? And if you're going to hold me, why not around my waist? What are your hands doing up there? Not at all, it's flat here. Isn't this just the waist? You're the only flat one, your whole family is flat. I'll bite you to death. Hey, wrong place to bite. If you keep biting, we won't fly steadily anymore. In a storeroom of the manor, Ma Xiaoling glared at Shun San, her face flushed with anger. Shun San rubbed his shoulder where a bite mark was clearly visible. You truly deserve the title of female Tyrannosaurus. Your bite is strong enough to nearly take a chunk out of me. Even if you did lose some flesh, it's your fault for being so careless with your hands. Ma Xiaoling kicked him in the butt, then noticed the storeroom filled with jars and paintings, among which were treasures like agate, her eyes instantly lighting up. She even forgot about their earlier squabble, stepping forward to hug a vase, grinning foolishly. We struck it rich, we struck it rich. Shun Sen also stepped forward to take a painting. Wow, a genuine piece by Tang Boho. This painting is worth a fortune in your time. Shun Sen knew about the painting's worth because he had used his probing divine eye initially just to see if it was useful, but he was surprised to find out it truly was, right down to the painting's year, minute, second, and estimated value. Weapons from the Qin dynasty. Jade pendants from the Han dynasty. Jars from the Tang dynasty. Shun San examined each item, taking one with every glance, quickly clearing out all the antiques without leaving a single trace behind. Ma Xiaoling wiped her drool. There must be more treasures here. Big Bad Wolf, do you know where they are hidden? There's a secret room in the master bedroom containing some gold and silver bills from this era. Shun San casually glanced around and figured it out. Let's go, leave not a single cent for these people. Ma Xiaoling urged Shun San as they made their way outside. The two stealthily approached the master bedroom and glanced at a bearded foreigner sleeping soundly before entering. In an instant, the golden glow nearly blinded Ma Xiaoling. The secret room was small, about 10 square meters, but it was filled with box after box of gold, and there were even a few child-sized Buddha statues made entirely of pure gold. In addition, several boxes were filled neatly with silver bills, with the total amount of gold and silver bills being. Ma Xiaoling lunged at the gold, drooling as she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, it's all mine. Big Bad Wolf, hurry up and take it all. We'll take the gold, the silver bills are useless, leaving some for Uncle Gio to improve his life, and the rest should go to those who can use them." All right, Mother Tyrannosaurus, step aside. Once Ma Xiaoling stepped back, Shun San waved his hand and collected all the gold before leading Ma Xiaoling out of the secret room. Let's leave a little gift for this foreigner. Shun San suddenly had an idea. In response to Ma Xiaoling's puzzled expression, he used a bit of trickery to ensure the foreigner couldn't wake up, then hung him at the manor's entrance and wrote a few words. I, the head of the Black Dragon Society, have seized your wealth. If you are unsatisfied, come to the Black Dragon Society and confront me. In the Mr. Zombie universe at the funeral parlor. Under the cover of night, a series of banging noises echoed within the parlor. The lid of the coffin containing the late Master Ren rose and fell, as if something inside was trying to break out. One Sai, clutching a toy snake, slept soundly, a line of drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, completely oblivious to the sounds from the coffin. Before long, the coffin could no longer bear the strain and burst apart. The late Master Ren sat upright, his withered arms held straight out, his nose twitching and throat bobbing. As if catching a sweet scent in the air, Master Ren ignored the snoozing Wen Kai and hopped out in 2 bounds. Yet the first obstacle outside the coffin was a black goat. Treating it as an appetizer, he drained the goat's blood and then hopped straight toward the Ren residence, arriving shortly. Meanwhile, Tingting had been vigilant for the past 2 nights, unable to sleep even in the dead of night. She sat by the window, propping her cheek on one hand. Suddenly, a loud crash caught her attention. Her gaze dropped, her pupils contracted to pinpricks, and she sprang to her feet. Grandfather. No, that direction is father's room. Tears welled up in Tingting's eyes. Remembering Ma Xiaoling's words, she turned back to grab the corpse-stabilizing talisman. Returning to the window, she watched her grandfather hopping toward her father's room, her expression growing resolute. At the critical moment of her father's life and death, much of her fear dissipated. Tingting leaped down lightly, tapping the wall midair, and floated swiftly toward the late Master Ren. Father, run. Grandfather has turned into a zombie. Before she even arrived, her urgent voice echoed through the Ah, zombie. In an instant someone screamed in terror, and all the servants scattered like startled birds. Compared to a meager wage, life was far more precious. A simple calculation even the uneducated understood. For a few coins, who would risk their lives for the Rin family? Master Rin opened his door in confusion, only to freeze in shock at the sight of his father hopping about. Ignoring the fleeing servants, Tingting caught up with the late Master Rin, but the next moment, she was completely because Shin-san was right. She didn't know how to fight. She couldn't even decide whether to strike first with her hands. Roar, driven by the bloodline of his granddaughter, the late Master Rin went berserk, his stiff hands thrusting straight at Tingting. His mouth gaped wide, emitting a foul stench. The stench jolted Tingting awake. Seeing her grandfather's arms nearly upon her, she gasped and lightly kicked off the ground, narrowly dodging the fatal attack. Father, wake up. Grandfather has turned. Hurry to the funeral parlor and fetch Uncle Nine and Sister Shaoling. They'll hold grandfather off here. No way. Tingting, don't hold him off. Let's run. Master Rin finally snapped out of it, shouting as he ran toward Tingting. He was filled with regret. If only he had believed his father would rise, he would have cremated him without hesitation. Why else would father and daughter be in such danger tonight? But there's no remedy for regret. Tingting was the sole heir of the Rin family, though not a son. Master Rin would never let his daughter be killed by his own father. Yet in his panic, he foolishly tried to dash past the late Master Rin, oblivious to Tingting's floating figure. Faced with a delectable offering delivered to his doorstep, the late Master Rin wouldn't let it go. He reached out to block Master Rin, eager to taste the flavor of his own flesh and blood. Father, you! Tingting almost screamed, idiot, but the situation was dire. Suppressing her fear, she dashed forward like a ghost, shut her eyes, and slapped the corpse-stabilizing talisman onto the late Master Rin's forehead. By luck, it stuck perfectly. Master Rin froze mid-bite, his body twitching. Master Rin had just escaped the jaws of death, still shaken, until the foul stench hit him. Amazed at his daughter's skill, he knew this wasn't the time for questions. Grabbing Tingting's arm, he bolted outside, shouting, "Help! A zombie! Uncle Nine, come quickly!" Hearing this, nearby residents peered out their windows. At Master Rin's incessant cries, whether true or not, everyone slammed their windows shut and hid under their covers, trembling. Under the moonlight, two figures sprinted through the streets, their thunderous shouts filling the air. The sheer terror sent anyone who opened their doors scurrying back inside. Not far away, Uncle Nine, who had been pulling Kaisheng's ear with a look of disappointment, heard the noise. Recognizing Master Rin's voice, his expression shifted sharply. Damn, something's wrong. Uncle Nine released Kaisheng's ear and rushed toward the sound. Qiuxing, go back to the funeral parlor and check on Wenkai. Bring all my tools and some sticky rice. Understanding the urgency, Qiuxing dashed silently toward the parlor. 3 groups, 3 directions, and the 2 converging parties met first. Seeing Uncle Nine, Master Rin acted as if he'd found a savior. Uncle Nine, he's turned. My father has turned. It scared me to death. Uncle Nine, seeing him repeat himself, turned to Tingting. What happened? Since he's turned, where's the zombie? Tingting quickly replied, Grandfather came straight home. I used the talisman Sister Shaoling gave me to freeze him. He's in the courtyard now. Uncle Nine nodded. A zombie grows much stronger after feeding on a relative's blood. Neither of you was bitten, right? Seeing them shake their heads, he breathed a sigh of relief. If the late Master Rin had fed on a relative's blood, and with Ma Shaoling absent, Uncle Nine wouldn't have been confident in handling him. As it stood, without feeding on a relative's blood, Master Rin was at most a hopping zombie. Not too difficult to deal. Good, no blood-sucking. Xiaoling's talisman is strong enough to hold a hopping zombie. Let's head over now. So can we cremate him? Yes, we must. Anyone who says no will fight them. Master Rin was terrified, caring not whether his father feared fire. He wished to burn him to ashes and end the nightmare. The 3 hurried back to the Rin residence. With Uncle Nine present, father and daughter felt less afraid, though they still glanced around nervously, fearing the zombie might leap out from somewhere. The 3 hurried back. As they neared the Rin residence, 9th uncle furrowed his brow. He raised a hand to halt Tingting, and the other, his breathing growing heavier as he stared at the Rin house. Something is wrong. The corpse, aura, and energy within the Rin residence are incredibly dense. Not only is old Master Rin inside, but there must be other ghouls and demons as well. This is a dire omen. Master Rin was startled, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stammered. What can we do? 9th uncle, you must save my family. Once this is settled, the price will not be an issue. Tingting seemed to glimpse something horrifying. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she raised a trembling finger pointing at the Rin residence. That. What is that? Hearing this, 9th uncle and the others ceased their conversation and looked ahead, their eyes widening in shock. At the entrance of the Rin mansion, a zombie hopped out, followed by another, an endless swarm emerging in dense clusters.
Shin Tu's gaze fell on their tear-streaked, terror-filled faces. He was silent for a moment, then said, crawl over here. The two were stunned, then scrambled to his feet. Slap yourselves. His voice held no warmth. Don't stop until I say so.
Zombies unleashed 100 ghosts roaming the night. Ninth Uncle's pupils trembled with shock. Someone must have orchestrated this. That feng shui master. It must be that feng shui master. Damn him. If these fiends are allowed to wreak havoc in Rinjin town, the entire town will become a living hell. Master. Master. Qiuxing and Wenkai arrived, but upon seeing the scene at the Ren mansion, they were too terrified to speak, staring blankly ahead. Snap out of it. Ninth Uncle patted the dazed group, his expression grim. If that feng shui master has returned for revenge, his targets are undoubtedly Master Ren and Tingting. Now you must do one thing. What is it? Master Ren asked instinctively. Ninth Uncle replied, run. Flee toward the outskirts of town. Buy me as much time as you can. Once I find that feng shui master, everything can be resolved. Master Ren's face shifted, his terror deepening. How can an ordinary man like me outrun zombies and ghosts? You're joking, right, Ninth Uncle? Tingting, you have the Lightfoot technique. Take your father, deepening. How can an ordinary man like me outrun zombies? This. Tingting, upon hearing that her family could doom the entire town, felt her fear ebb, slightly replaced by a resolute gleam in her eyes. Without a word, Tingting hoisted her dazed father onto her shoulder and dashed southward with swift, nimble steps. The riding the wind Lightfoot technique granted her ghostly speed and a substantial reserve of true chi, bolstering her strength. Carrying a full-grown adult was not overly taxing, but against the flying specters her speed still fell short. She could only do her utmost. Seeing the zombies and ghosts pursue the Ren father and daughter, Ninth Uncle exhaled in relief and quickly asked, Qiuxing, do you know where Xiaoling went? I heard she said she would go rob the rich to aid the poor with Brother Shun after you returned. As for where exactly, I don't. Good. To summon so many zombies and ghosts, that feng shui master must be highly skilled. Let's return to the funeral parlor immediately and set up an altar for a ritual. Yes, master. The master and his two disciples rushed back to the funeral parlor with all speed. South of Rinjin town. Under the night sky, a white-haired man in a pale yellow cloth robe trudged listlessly through the forest, followed by a procession of zombies in Qing dynasty official uniforms. This man was Furi Daoist. Ninth Uncle had directed Tingting south because he knew his master would be passing through Rinjin town with the corpse procession in the next couple of days. With luck, they might cross paths, offering the Ren father and daughter an extra layer of protection. So tired. I should have brought Jiala along. Furi Daoist grumbled, then turned to look at his group of clients. You lot have no sense at all. Can't you hop on your own? I have to drive you. Earning a bit of money from you is exhausting. Furi knew he had no choice but to keep driving them. He just wished for someone to talk to make this dreary journey a bit more interesting. Suddenly Furi stopped chatting with his clients. His gaze sharpened as he looked ahead, and he was startled. Corpse, aura, energy. Has my senior brother stumbled into a nest of zombies and ghosts? Even 100 ghosts roaming the night can't be this extreme, can it? Furi's expression shifted rapidly, and he glanced back at his clients. My senior brother has always been good to me. I must go to him. But with this bunch of ancestors moving at a snail's pace, I'll have to leave you here for now. If I survive and return, I'll take you back to your homeland. Furid settled his clients, then surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his magical power churning as he sped toward the direction of the surging energy. Elsewhere, Shinsan and Ma Xiaoling had already looted 3 wealthy households. Now in the treasure vault of a 4th, Ma Xiaoling threw herself at the sight of the room brimming with treasures. We're rich, we're rich. Pervert, after hitting 4 places, how much do we have in total? I haven't counted precisely, but roughly there are over 1,000 antiques alone. Adding gold jewelry and such converted to the currency of the Dragon Ball realm, it's no less than 100 billion. Her eyes darted and she stepped forward to hug Shinsan's shoulder. Your commission fee is way too high. 80% means 10 billion gets split into 8 billion for you. And now we're going 50-50. So out of 10 billion, 5 billion is yours. After I take my 5 billion back and subtract the 80% commission, I'm left with just a few hundred million. Shinjage, be a dear, and just charge a few 100,000 as commission, please. I can barely afford my rent anymore. EW. Her slightly whining tone gave Shun Sen goosebumps. He quickly shook off her arm and waved a hand. Dream on. Not a single cent of what this shopkeeper is owed will be missed. If you're capable, go rob the rich yourself. I found all the treasures. Giving you 50% is already out of respect for your long legs. Don't push it. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoling fumed with anger. I called you Gidge, and you still won't lower it. What do I have to do to get you to reduce the commission? Do I have to spend the night with you? You're welcome to try, but this shopkeeper prefers freeloading. I won't lower the percent. Go to hell. Under the night sky, a streak of lightning flashed across, startling the birds in the forest. It was Simu traveling at full speed, his figure resembling a pale, yellow bolt of lightning. However, upon reaching a certain distance, Simu halted. Gazing at a figure leaping swiftly among the trees, he was stunned into dropping his jaw. "Uncle, run fast. There's a horde of ghosts and zombies behind us." Tingting also noticed Simu, and couldn't help shouting anxiously. She looked back at the ghosts, closing in, her panic intensifying. The master ran on her shoulder, had long fainted from terror and the thrill of speed. As Tingting approached, Simu quickly asked, "What's going on? What kind of cursed land did you stir up for them to chase you like this?" Simu shook his head. "Running like this won't work. Dawn is still far away, they'll catch you sooner or later. The only way now is to head for Rin family town. With my senior brother, we can set up the Maoshan formation to suppress this great calamity." "Uncle, you're from Maoshan too." Tingting tugged at Simu as they ran. "Just now Uncle Nine told me to head south. He said to stall for time, while he finds the feng shui master controlling the ghosts and zombies." "Senior brother told you to run south?" Simu nodded in understanding. He had passed through Rin family town a few days ago, delivered a batch of corpses, and taken another job. He had mentioned it to his senior brother. But Simu's face darkened. He muttered inwardly, "Senior brother, you really overestimate me. Without the Maoshan formation, even a celestial master would flee from such a scene." As these thoughts crossed his mind, he looked back and saw some of the stronger ghosts nearly upon them. Terror seized him, and his soul seemed to flee in panic. "No, little girl, you seem to have a lightness skill. Ordinary ghosts and zombies can't catch you. You'll stay and hold off the stronger ghosts to buy time. You run westward now, but don't stray too far from Rin family." Simu gave Tingting a push, drew a circle on the ground with his right foot, then stomped sharply. "Without the patriarch's portrait, the spirit invocation is random. I have to gamble now. Please send a powerful ally. Ancestral master, aid me." In an instant, Simu's expression shifted, becoming both playful and majestic. A faint red silk seemed to wrap around him, flames ignited beneath his feet, forming two golden rings, and his right hand grasped a spear of condensed spiritual power. "The third prince of the Lotus Sea is here. Which fiend dares to act recklessly? This?" Tingting stopped in shock, her mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg. The pursuing ghosts also halted, instinctively fearing the divine presence. Yet something seemed to change, turning their fear into malice. All the ghosts charged forward again, without hesitation. Bold, Simu swung his spear, leaving a trail of flames in the air. The spear cut through the night, illuminating a sliver of space, and instantly pierced the foremost ghost through. But the ghosts behind seized the opportunity, shrieking as they launched their attacks. Simu remained unfazed, dodging and countering with ease. In a short time he slew 3 ghosts, but as more surged forward after several exchanges, he began to show signs of strain. 7 or 8 minutes later, the red silk around Simu gradually faded, the spear in his hand dissipated, and his expression shifted rapidly. "Little girl, why haven't you left yet? The spirit invocation has a time limit. What are you standing there for?" During the invocation, his consciousness had been dominated by the deity. Now that the time was up, Simu regained control and noticed Tingting standing nearby, watching like a spectator. His face darkened. Seeing the overwhelming tide of ghosts and zombies surging toward him, and sensing his nearly depleted spiritual power, he rolled awkwardly to the side in despair. Then with all his remaining strength, he scrambled to Tingting, grabbed her, and tried to run. But the hundreds of ghosts and zombies, as if following a command, formed a small encirclement in an orderly fashion. "We're done for." Simu closed his eyes. Tingting, realizing her foolish mistake, was full of remorse. "Taoist, I'm sorry." Elsewhere in the sky, Ma Xiaoling felt the large hand on her waist, and seethed with fury. Unable to fly and helpless, she could only glare at Shun San with murderous eyes. "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Shameless. You let your aside from a good body and decent looks. Where are you handsome? Good body, good looks. If that's not handsome, you violent Shedragon, do you prefer those pockmarked short men? Who I like is none of your damn business. He'll never like you. Hee, that's not certain. I, as the shopkeeper, see a peach blossom in your fate. You'll meet a man you like within 3 years, and I can even tell you who it is. Don't tell me it's you." That line is way too cliché. The two bickered as they flew. Though Ma Xiaoling sometimes ground her teeth, Shin San was quite amused. He enjoyed teasing this long-legged woman. Occasionally cracking a risque joke was also fun. What's with that massive Een energy? Ma Xiaoling suddenly noticed a surge of Een energy rising from below. She paused her quarrel, with Shun San frowning. "Big Lecher, do you know what's happening down there?" "I do." Shun San nodded. "Tingting is being chased by hundreds of ghosts and zombies. If you don't act now, your newly sworn sister will be gone." "What?" Ma Xiaoling was alarmed. "Then why are you still flying up here? Take me down now." She had grown fond of Tingting. With few friends, she didn't want to see her die, even if she might never return after leaving. Ma Xiaoling drew her demon-subduing rod, urging him to descend quickly. Shun Sen didn't argue, he teleported them both down. By then Simu and Tingting had both closed their eyes in despair. Master Run had woken once only to faint again at the sight of the encircling ghosts and zombies frothing at the mouth. Feeling no pain after a long moment, they opened their eyes. The familiar figures filled Tingting with ecstasy. She dropped her father and ran forward, Sister Xiaoling. Brother Shun, you're finally here. Whoa, I was so scared. 4 yellow talismans shot out in 4 directions, each affixed to the ground, and in an instant a square barrier shimmered to life, isolating Ma Xiaoling and her companions from the ghosts. All the ghosts lunged at the barrier, but they were unable to break through. However, they did not give up howling and using all their might to try to shatter the barrier. Ma Xiaoling glanced over and turned to pat Tingting's hand, asking what happened. Why are there so many ghosts and zombies chasing you? Tingting, feeling as if she had found her anchor by seeing Ma Xiaoling, took a few deep breaths to calm herself before explaining the situation. When it came to the night parade of 100 ghosts, her expression turned terrified. When mentioning Uncle Gio, her face displayed concern. In just 2 minutes, she had gone through a lifetime of expressions. At this moment, Simu stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The 4-directional barrier of Maoshan. Are you also from Maoshan, little girl? Ma Xiaoling shook her head in response. I bought the barrier talisman from an elder of Maoshan, am not from Maoshan. For now, let's figure out how to deal with those ghosts. The barrier won't hold for long. Simu nodded, then smiled bitterly. Little girl, your cultivation level is the same as mine, both at the early stage of Earthmaster. With so many ghosts, even a celestial master might not be able to solve this, let alone me, who has just used a summoning spell and has little power left. We should find a chance to escape. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoling was momentarily speechless. She actually had a way to turn the situation around, but it came at a high cost which she was reluctant to use. However, if she didn't use it, she had no other options, and she might not even be able to hold on until Uncle Gio dealt with that feng shui master. Ma Xiaoling inadvertently glanced at Shun San, her brow twitching. Big pervert Tingting has called you big brother for several days. Aren't you going to do something? If you want the manager to take action, that's fine. Shun San shrugged. But it's impossible for free. All the gains from this time belong to me. You're robbing me in the midst of a crisis. Ma Xiaoling's eyes widened. And it's to help Tingting. Why should I pay? Didn't you say Tingting is your sister? Shun San chuckled. Since she's your sister, it's only natural for you, as the elder sister, to pay. Damn it, I can handle this without you. Dream on if you think you can take all my money. Ma Xiaoling spat on the ground, then took out a transparent 5-point star. This was her strongest method, the Ma family divine dragon, which required a considerable amount of money and time to create. However, compared to giving away all her gains, the cost of making the divine dragon seemed less significant. Ma Xiaoling shot a glare at the miserly Shun San, then tossed the 5-point star into the air and began. The divine dragon was her method, not an inherent skill, and since it was an external object, it hadn't been sealed upon her arrival. She only needed to remember the corresponding hand seals. With each seal Ma Xiaoling formed, she uttered a word. Those who fight are arrayed before us. Exterminate evil. Simu and Tingting, initially puzzled by Ma Xiaoling's actions, were left astonished the next second. As soon as the words exterminate evil fell, a golden 5-clawed dragon burst forth roaring as it shattered the barrier and charged into the crowd of ghosts. Hundreds if not thousands of ghosts could not evade the dragon's onslaught, and in an instant a large portion of the souls were sent scattering. Only a few that were further away escaped, but their courage was shattered, daring not to move at all. Dragon! Dragon! What a big golden dragon! Simu's mouth gaped open, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Ma Xiaoling. Tonight was truly eye-opening. He not only witnessed the night parade of 100 ghosts, but also the legendary dragon. Little girl, who exactly are you? I am who I am. Ma Xiaoling did not elaborate much. At this moment her heart ached to the point of being unable to breathe, wishing she could bite Shunda Hui to death for watching the show. The divine dragon was something she had brought as a precaution, originally intending to use it for a big deal, but now it was being used for charity. However, after a moment of heartache, she no longer dwelled on it. Spending some resources to save Tingting was a choice she did not regret. Tingting, let's go. That feng shui master must have suffered a backlash. If Uncle Gio is fighting him, that was the best chance. We should hurry back to the ancestral hall. Ma Xiaoling shot Shin Sen one last glare, called out to Tingting, and then headed towards Rinjia town. Tingting initially wanted to catch up quickly, but thinking of her father left behind, she turned back to carry him on her shoulders before finally catching up. Brother Shin, hurry up. Tingting ran a few steps before turning back to wave. Shun San smiled, stepping forward to arrive beside Ma Xiaoling. Simu was startled again upon seeing this. The ability to shorten distances. Who is that young man? Why are there so many big shots tonight? This kind of skill even gods might not possess, right? Simu, astonished, muttered to himself. He only regained his senses after Shun San and the others had walked far. He had completely forgotten about the client and hurriedly followed behind. At this moment in the ancestral hall, Uncle Gio had already set up the talisman, and found the feng shui master with the two powerful Taoists engaging in a distant battle. Initially, it was an evenly matched duel with both sides sustaining injuries. But for some reason the feng shui master suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seizing the opportunity, Uncle Gio swiftly defeated the feng shui master. A duel that had been evenly matched concluded with Uncle Gio's victory. Nearby Qiuxing struggled to rise from the ground. Master, what just happened? Why did that old fellow suddenly spit blood? Of course he was injured from my distant shock. Wen Kai emerged from the shadows, offering a small compliment. He had been hiding since the beginning, watching his master and senior brother terrified to show himself, praying secretly for a victory. Now that they had just won, he emerged and offered a compliment. Uncle Gio rolled his eyes at Wen Kai's words, not blaming him. He knew Wen Kai's capabilities well. He could handle small matters, but the recent duel was not something Wen Kai could interfere in. If it weren't for Qiuxing's decent skills, he wouldn't have let Qiuxing get involved. Don't talk nonsense. Although I am powerful, solving the feng shui master, who is also at the peak of Earth Master, in such a short time is absolutely impossible. I suspect it was your Sea Moon Master uncle who dealt with those ghosts and zombies. A few days ago your master uncle mentioned that he would pass through Rinjiao town these days heading south. That's why I had Tingting run south. But that's not right. Qiuxing was confused. Your master's uncle's strength isn't higher than yours. If you couldn't handle those ghosts and zombies, how could he? I told you to study hard, but you wouldn't listen. Uncle Gio frowned. Your master uncle excels in summoning spirits. If he didn't bring the ancestors, portrait summoning is random. If he summons a powerful spirit, it might be able to deal with the ghosts and zombies. The situation has already been resolved. You two hurry up and clean up. When Tingting and the others return, you will know. Okay, master. Qiuxing and the other began to tidy up the aftermath. Uncle Gio sat beside the tea table, poured a cup of tea, and sipped slowly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He knew that summoning was powerful, but had its time limit, and it only summoned a fragment of the spirit's consciousness. Resolving the ghost issue so quickly left him uncertain if it was indeed Xinyu's doing. Around 3 in the morning, several people entered the funeral parlor. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoling and Tingting walk in together with San, Uncle Nine suddenly understood. He had wondered how his junior brother could have resolved the ghostly horde so swiftly. It turned out he had encountered Ma Xiaoling, and with the addition of the enigmatic Shen San, it made perfect sense. Are you all right, Uncle Nine? Tingting abandoned Master Ren once more and hurried forward. Uncle Nine shook his I'm fine, just depleted my spiritual energy. A couple of days' rest will suffice. The feng shui master has been dealt with. Did you retrieve your grandfather's body? The burial can proceed tomorrow. Hearing this, Tingting remained silent. Frieza stepped forward quickly. If you're referring to the zombie brother, burial is impossible. All the zombies were obliterated by the divine dragon, Shaoling, unleashed. You could arrange a cenotaph instead. During the return journey, he had pieced together the entire sequence of events and could roughly guess what his senior brother was asking about. Recalling the scene of Ma Xiaoling summoning the divine dragon, his heart still pounded wildly. To have such a formidable Taoist among their ranks was a blessing for the entire Taoist path. Frieza listened dumbfounded and once again gaped in astonishment. Having finished his explanation, Uncle Nine rose and approached Master Ren. Don't worry, Tingting. Master Ren is merely suffering from shock and has fainted. Like me, he needs 2 days of rest. As he spoke, Uncle Nine produced a talisman from his robe. This is a yin-dispelling charm. Your father has absorbed some yin energy. He must wear this for the next 2 days. It's getting late. Rest here in the funeral parlor for the night and return tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Nine. Tingting once again hoisted Master Ren onto her shoulder, carried him into an empty room, settled him, and then emerged. Meanwhile, Uncle Nine gazed at Ma Xiaoling, his brow furrowed, then relaxed. Xiaoling. Uncle Nine, let me speak first. I have a gift for you. Ma Xiaoling patted Shin San. We have no use for banknotes. Bring them all out. Fine, Shin San agreed without objection. He held a fondness for the character of Uncle Nine. These mere worthless notes would serve only as kindling back home, better to bestow them upon the ever-money-loving saint of 10,000 realms. With a casual wave of his hand, chest after chest of treasures materialized in the main hall of the funeral parlor. Qiuxing, overcome with curiosity, stepped forward to open one, and his heart skipped a beat. This. Brother Shin, did you really rob the rich to aid the poor? Uncle Nine and Four Eyes, seeing the first chest brimming with banknotes, quickly opened the others. Shock, trembling from head to toe. All that shook the very soul. Four Eyes, a man of experience whose own wealth was considerable, found his possessions a mere drop in the ocean compared to the banknotes within the chests. No, I cannot accept this. Uncle Nine shook his head repeatedly once he regained his composure. Had it been a few tens of silver dollars, he might have pocketed them. But these 10-odd chests of banknotes worth no less than several million would burn his hands and unsettle his conscience. Ma Xiaoling chuckled softly. Take them without worry. They were seized from the foreigners who in turn plundered them from our country. There's no need for a guilty conscience. Besides that, Letcher and I are not from this realm. Banknotes are utterly useless to us. Uncle Nine might as well keep them to aid the world in the future. However, banknotes will eventually become worthless. Uncle Nine should convert them into gold. Remember, only gold. Silver will lose its value in a few decades. As someone from a later era, she knew well that banknotes would soon lose their worth. Gold, however, was a constant. Its value fluctuated but never truly failed. Uncle Nine's expression shifted several times before he finally sighed. Very well. I will keep the banknotes and spend every cent on those in need without a single coin misused. Xiaoling, though our acquaintance is brief, I recognize your virtuous heart. I may still doubt the tales of myriad realms, but if you desire a copy of the Supreme Purity Great Cave, True Scripture, I can provide it. However, you must never casually pass it on. Every cause has its effect. As fellow Taoists, you surely understand that the Tao is not to be transmitted lightly. If the art falls into evil hands, we bear the karmic burden of their sins. Rest assured, Uncle Nine. Ma Xiling's expression was resolute. I understand this principle well. I will not pass the art to others. Yet inwardly, she mused that the Supreme Purity Great Cave True Scripture was a mission item to be handed over to Shun San upon return. Though it broke her current promise, what did it matter? Different realms surely meant karma could not cross the boundaries. Then stay at the funeral parlor for a few more days. The transcription will take about 2 days. Uncle Nine nodded at Ma Xiaoling and turned away. Junior brother, where are your clients this time? Damn. Frieza slapped his forehead. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I left my ancestors in the forest. They'll go fetch them now. Corpses can't be moved by day, it'll likely return tomorrow night. Frieza had already reached the door, but turned back. Brother, remember the spoils are for all. Don't hog them. Wait for me to return. Watching Four Eyes depart, Uncle Nine turned and asked quickly, Ting Ting, can you convert these banknotes into silver dollars and gold? Uncle Nine jests. The total value of these notes rivals dozens of the Rin family's fortunes. Ting Ting gave an awkward smile. But my father likely has connections. I'll ask him tomorrow. Uncle Nine nodded. Xiaoxing one size stashed the banknotes well. Make sure your uncle can't find them. Don't worry, master. Uncle won't find them. The two apprentices cheerfully carried the banknotes away, already dreaming of how to spend the fortune. First a wife, then a concubine. The mere thought filled them with joy, almost making them drool. Uncle Nine nodded to himself. Good. Since his disciples were so diligent, once the notes were converted to silver and gold, he might consider settling the wages he had withheld from them. But fearing they would squander it, Uncle Nine decided to keep the money for now, releasing it only when they found wives and needed. Ma Xiaoling smiled lightly and entered her room. Shun Sin yawning followed her, and only to be kicked out by a long leg within seconds. Sister Ting Ting, your sister, Xiaoling, isn't welcoming. Shall we go rest now? You're bad, brother Shun. Time flew by, and roughly a month had passed in the Mr. Vampire universe. During this time, Shin San along with Ma Xiaoling pulled off several major heists, each time leaving the name of the Black Dragon Society, causing all those robbed to harbor deep grudges against it. Underhanded schemes continued unabated, leaving the little devils not a single day of peace. One early morning in the courtyard of the funeral parlor, Ma Xiaoling and Ninth Uncle were making their final farewells. The mission duration is only a month, so I must leave now. Take care, Ninth Uncle. By then, Ninth Uncle had begun living the life of a wealthy man. Having converted all his banknotes into gold and silver dollars through the Rin family's channels, his existence had been completely transformed, and he was dressed impeccably. Dressed in a tailcoat, Ninth Uncle paused for a moment after hearing Ma Xiling's words, then said, Xiaoling, Mr. Shin, you both take care as well. Come back to visit when you have time, this place will always welcome you. Ma Xiaoling said no more. Clutching the rubbings of the Supreme Purity Great Cave Scripture tightly in her hand, she silently uttered a command to return and vanished from the spot. Another miraculous scene unfolded, and Ninth Uncle and Xiaoxing finally believed in the matter of mirror. Shun Sin chuckled. In your terms, the next time I can invite a guest will be in about 3 years, but it's random. I hope there's a chance to invite you to the shop as a guest. Farewell. With that, Shin San waved his hand and instantly returned to the shop. At that moment in the Dragon Ball universe, the sky was barely light, with thick fog blanketing the entire sky, making it so dark that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Shinsen stepped outside and took a deep breath. Noticing Zhu Qing lying on the rocking chair, he bent down and gently wiped the dewdrops from her hair. The gentle motion still woke Zhu Qing. Seeing it was Shun San, she immediately broke into an adorable smile, got up, and burrowed into his arms, nuzzling her head against him. Master, you're back. Shun San gently patted her head. Silly girl, don't wait up for me anymore. If I don't return at night, you can go rest. Yes, master. Zhu Qing felt warmth in her heart. Just then Ma Xiaoling walked out of the Myriad World's chamber. Seeing Zhu Qing in Shin San's arms, she paused for a moment, then said nothing, and walked into the shop. Bang bang bang. The table was pounded loudly. Ma Xiaoling called out expressionlessly, stop hugging, and get in here to split the money. Damn Sheddergon, go easy on the table. What if you scare my little darling? Shin-san patted Zhu Qing, then walked into the shop glaring. Seeing Ma Xiling's expression, he scratched his head. Whoa, are you jealous, you she-dragon? Jealous my ass. Are we splitting or not? Stop wasting time with... Ma Xiaoling pouted, but for some reason her heart was racing. After a month of spending time together, she didn't know what she felt for Shin-san. She was angry when she couldn't win a quarrel, but felt a strange emptiness when they didn't bicker. She almost wondered if she was being masochistic. Who would want to keep seeking out trouble they couldn't win? Shin-san gave her a puzzled look, then produced a spatial ring. Your share is inside this ring. Consider it a loan. Return the ring after you've liquidated the treasures. Of course you can deposit your wealth in the shop, though there are some differences from the outside. The choice is yours. Deposit my ass. Shin-san stretched. I didn't have breakfast at Ninth Uncle's place. It's almost 7 now. Want to grab a bite and open a blind box before heading back. Is it free, eh? No. How much? $1 million per meal. Screw you. Are you trying to rip me off? You asked if there was a charge. I had to set it high to satisfy your peculiar request. So it's my fault for asking. At least you have some self-awareness. The bickering pair went outside and started a fire to cook. A rich meaty aroma soon wafted through the air. A large crowd of small animals drawn by the scent chattered incessantly on the grassland, some hopping around the fire. In the tent world, Android 17 walked out with a smile. After consuming the Super Android 17 template card, he hadn't fought anyone and had no desire to. He only wanted to guard the world within the tent. Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss wife. Who are you calling that? They both snapped, glaring at each other before quickly looking away. Shin-sen sprinkled some seasoning on the grilled meat and asked, why hasn't Android 18 come out lately? What's... Android 17 shrugged. Maybe she knows there's no chance and plans to stay in the tent world forever. Shin-sen twitched his mouth. You might, but Android 18 definitely won't. Let me check. Shin-sen turned his gaze to the tent world, but didn't see Android 18. Puzzled, he then looked back at the mission chamber and the Myriad Worlds chamber and suddenly understood. Well, Krillin and Android 18 are quite fated, entering the Myriad Worlds one after another and still ending up together. Shin-sen felt no emotional stir. He wasn't the type to fall for anyone who crossed his path. Feelings required a certain chemistry. He regarded Android 18 at most as an employee or a friend, never as a romantic partner. As for the fact that his earlier interference had altered the plot preventing Android 18 and Krillin from getting together, that was none of his damn business. Now it seemed things were trending back to normal, which was also none of his damn business. What's wrong? Android 17 asked, puzzled. Your sister isn't in the tent world? No. Shin-sen shook his head with a smile. She entered the Myriad Worlds, and the mission dimension she went to happened to be the one where Krillin took a mission. They're currently in that dimension teasing a flock of sheep. That's shorty. Android 17 was somewhat surprised. Boss, you what? Feelings can't be forced. If you don't like someone, you don't know. If you do, you do. You're destined never to be my... Shin-san tore off a piece of grilled meat and handed it to Ma Xiaoling. She took it surprised. I never thought a guy like you would have such sound views on relationships. How about telling me what type you like, and I'll set you up? Shin-san raised an eyebrow. Well, you have a friend named Jinjin, right? Next time I visit your dimension, introduce pervert. Go die. Jinjin has a boyfriend. Don't you dare think about her. How about I introduce you to someone with a great figure, long legs, pretty face, and a temper? Stop. Damn, are you describing yourself? Time ticked by minute. As the sun rose, the mist that had blanketed the air gradually dispersed, revealing a vast prairie glistening with dew. Today was the same as yesterday. By 8 o'clock, not a single soul had arrived. The prairie lay empty and desolate, devoid of any human presence. Shin-san propped his chin on one hand, leaning on the counter. Lady Tyrannosaurus, business has been slow these past 2 days. How about you show some patronage to this humble shop? Aye. Whoosh. Ma Xiaoling barely uttered a single word when in the same instant 2 people and a standing cat materialized in the shop. The arrivals were by Beidong, Zhao Kongqing, and Doryman. As soon as the 3 customers appeared, Zhao Kongqing hurried forward. Master Shin, do you have any item that can restore an entire city's population? Over a month had passed since the Tsangnan Divine War. During this time he had been under investigation by the Night Watchers and couldn't come sooner. Now that the investigation was over and he had received financial backing from the Night Watchers, he had rushed over without delay, hoping to find something that could revive the entire city. I do have such items, but the people of Tsangnan City aren't truly dead in a sense. Shin-sen nodded. Their souls were taken by Erling Shun. They will be resurrected later. There's no need to rush. If you insist on reviving Tsangnan, now you'll have to open some blind boxes or jars. Since this shop is open for business, I as the owner can't just give items away for free. Master Shin, you said their souls were taken by Erling Shun. Zhao Kongqing's face was full of confusion. But the gods we've observed so far are all outer gods. We've never seen any gods of Great Xia. Do they truly exist? They do. Shun-sen nodded. The gods of your plane have always been there. However, due to the mist, all the deities have entered cycles of reincarnation and have yet to fully awaken. Erlang Shinyang Jian is one of the first few gods to regain his memories. The gods of your plane have always been there. However, due to the mist, all the deities have entered cycles of reincarnation and have yet to fully awaken. Erlang Shin, is it my captain? No, that can't be right. The captain has thick eyebrows and big eyes. Nothing like the legendary Erlang Shun. Could it be Chi-Mo? No, that guy's a bit sleazy. He couldn't possibly be Erlang Shin's reincarnation. Lung Xian ran off with little Nanan, so he can't be Erlang Shin either. Could it be Chi-Ya? Zhao Kongqing muttered to himself. Ma Xiaoling and Bai Beidong grew curious and stepped forward simultaneously to ask. Shin-sen didn't hold back, relishing the spoilers. Great Xia is an exception. The mythical gods of Great, it is indeed quite dangerous. Old Zhao's plane is called Slaying the Gods, a realm where gods and demons run rampant. Because of the mist created by the Cthulhu-like deities, most of the world's population is already dead. Shin-sen didn't hold back, relishing the spoilers. Great Xia is an exception. The mythical gods of Great Xia fought desperately to shield it from the mist's erosion, thus sparing it from corruption. As for your guesses, old Zhao, you're close, but it's not Shun Maiwen Qima or Lin Chia. It's Lin Kai's younger brother. Listen, Yang Jian. Don't the names sound similar? And that little black dog at his house is shouting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's jaw dropped in astonishment, a storm of shock raging in his heart. That little black dog is Xiaotian dog. I even petted it once. If this information gets back to the Night Watchers, it'll cause an absolute uproar. At this moment, Bai Beidong chuckled softly. Mr. Zhao, would it be possible for me to visit your plane later? Perhaps our two planes could form an alliance. And Xiaoling, I'd love to visit your plane as well. Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing fell into thought. Just as Ma Xiaoling was about to speak and agree, Shin-sen spoke up first. I'd advise you to visit the Slaying the Gods plane instead. Although it has super powerful beings, it's relatively safe for now, thanks to the gods of Great Xia. As for Lady Tyrannosaurus plane, it's a different story. With the stiff ancestor Nuwa and the Panga clan, that plane has been a chessboard for the gods since the dawn of creation. If you entered Lady Tyrannosaurus' world with your current strength, you'd be crushed like an ant by the countless deities in an instant. Moreover, there's a great monster in her plane called Fate. Fate is omnipresent. Aside from me, anyone who enters her world will immediately fall under the gaze of Fate and the gods. Bai Beidong was taken aback, thinking to himself, that powerful. Playing a chess game over endless eons. Zhao Kongqing was equally startled, realizing other planes were far from peaceful. Ma Xiaoling was also shocked, realizing the world held so many hidden secrets. The name Fate was now deeply etched into her mind. Bai Beidong understood. We're about the same age. You can call me by my full name, or you can address me as the Alright. Zhao Kongqing nodded. They'll call you Pope then. It rolls off the tongue more easily. You're welcome to visit my plane anytime. Great Xiao welcomes you. But for now, let's open some jars. Master Shen, I have the full backing of the Night Watchers. Can you withdraw funds from the Night Watchers account? Yes, I can. And due to different exchange rates, the currency from your plane won't cost as much. What type of jars would you? Shin-san explained with a smile. Zhao Kongqing thought for a moment. This is my second time here. I can open 6, so let's go with 6 king jars. Deal. Shin-san deducted the corresponding amount from the Night Watchers account, then took 6 king jars from behind the counter and placed them on the countertop. May your dreams come true. Thank you for your kind words, Master Shen. Zhao Kongqing strode forward, his heart racing and hands trembling with excitement. Resurrection-type treasures come to me quickly. Zhao Kongqing picked up the hammer, took a deep breath, and then swung it with all his might. With a bang, a king jar shattered, and an item materialized above it. Congratulations to Zhao Kongqing for obtaining the Elegy of the Elves. This is a one-time use item, almost a pseudo-artifact. The Elegy of the Elves is the artifact of the elven race from a certain plane. Its effect is to grant the user for a short time the entire lives, knowledge, and skills of a legendary elven figure, granting a power level roughly equivalent to the Klein realm. Shin-san explained, then went on to describe how to use it. The Elegy of the Elves was a bracelet entirely emerald green, adorned with mysterious patterns with a faint luster flowing across its surface. It was clearly no ordinary item. Zhao Kongqing felt a flash of disappointment at the explanation, but he quickly composed himself. After stowing away the Elegy of the Elves, he swung the hammer again. In that very instant, there was nothing at all. The space above the jar was completely empty. Zhao Kongqing knew that both blind boxes and jars could come up empty, and disappointment flickered across his face, but it lasted only a moment. Composing himself, he swung the hammer again. Come on, it has to be something that can resurrect. Please give me. Ow! With a thunderous crash, the jar shattered into fragments, and an object materialized once more. It was a square shield, ancient in appearance, yet a faint aura of majesty emanated from it. Sensing that aura of authority, Zhao Kongsheng and the others found their breaths growing heavier. They didn't need to ask to know that the shield was a divine artifact. Bai Dong and Ma Xiaoling couldn't help but draw closer. Only Doraemon looked utterly indifferent. It was a walking treasure trove itself, and had only come to the shop out of boredom, never intending to open any blind boxes or jars. In short, it was just there for the spectacle. Congratulations, Zhao Kongsheng. You've obtained the Shield of the Giants. This shield is a divine artifact from a certain plane's deity. It possesses absolute defensive power, and can also reflect 1/3 of any attack, even against the primordial god of your own plane. Shen Sen clapped his hands. Your luck is truly remarkable. There are 3 jars left. Please continue opening them, and good luck to you. Hearing that it was a divine artifact rather than a resurrection item, Zhao Kongsheng wasn't disappointed this time. A shield capable of reflecting 1/3 of a primordial god's attack meant that any night watchman wielding it could contend with a primordial god. For the night watchman, such an item was nothing short of perfect. Zhao Kongsheng set the shield of the giant spirit god aside, then chuckled. Hehe, my luck really is something. He'll be the talk of the town when I get back. Maybe I can even score a general position. That's always been my dream. 3 king-level jars left. Even if nothing good comes out, I've already hit the jackpot. They say a man shouldn't be greedy, but I want to be greedy just this once. Give me a resurrection item. Bodhisattva bless me. I wish for a resurrection item. Give it to. Ow. With a crash, congratulations, Zhao Kongsheng. You've obtained a signed photo of Lin Xiya. Bodhisattva, I didn't ask for little Kai's autograph. I want a resurrection item. Please, I beg you, let it come out. With another crash, congratulations, Zhao Kongsheng. You've obtained a pair of Chun Mui's underwear unwashed for 3 days. Zhao Kongsheng was speechless. Bai Dong was speechless. Ma Xiaoling was speechless. Bai Dong and Ma Xiaoling had no idea who Chun Mai was, but the unwashed for 3 days detail left them stunned. They muttered to themselves that this Chun Mai must be a slovenly man with no sense of hygiene. But Zhao Kongsheng knew. That pair of underwear was all too familiar. He had seen it hanging on the dormitory clothesline before fluttering in the wind. But why the hell did this thing come out of the jar? And it hadn't been washed in 3 days. I'd have to have a word with the captain when he got back. No, wait. Zhao Kongsheng sighed. The captain had already perished along with Song Nan. Any talking would have to wait until after the resurrection. He reached out, picked up the underwear with disgust, and tossed it into the trash bin. Then came another crash as a jar shattered. Congratulations, Zhao Kongsheng. You've obtained the uniform set of Squad 136. Hearing those words, and seeing the colorful array of men's and women's clothing materialize in the air, Zhao Kongsheng stumbled and fell flat on the floor. He stared at the ceiling, eyes vacant, wondering if he should disband Squad 136 when he got back, just to avoid having any more of their items pop out of jars. But that was just a fleeting thought. Zhao Kongsheng scrambled to his feet, silently folded all the clothes, and placed them on top of the shield of the giant spirit god. He would return them to his comrades later. Boss Shin, you're not going to tell me that the next thing out will be Yingzi's undergarments, are you? I don't want to be torn apart. Who knows? Maybe you'll even open Yingzi herself. Shen Sen shrugged. Zhao Kongsheng gritted his teeth and swept the hammer across. In an instant, silence fell. Even Shen Sen shut his mouth. This prediction had hit the mark. There, floating above the jar, was a woman with a high ponytail, a slender figure, and long legs. It was Hong Ying, looking just as bewildered as everyone else. She had been working at the Peace Affairs office just moments ago, and then a flash of light had transported her to this unfamiliar place with Uncle Zhao standing before her. And why did she feel an overwhelming sense of absolute loyalty toward Uncle Zhao? Uncle Zhao, what's going on? Yingzi, come down first. Zhao Kongsheng helped Hong Ying down, explain the situation, and then turned to Shin San. Boss Shin, I know you can do it. Please break the binding between Yingzi and me. Very well, as the shopkeeper, I'll change the bond between you and Hong Ying from loyalty to a karmic tie. That way you can bring her along to open jars in the future. Shin San raised a finger and tapped lightly. In an instant, Hong Ying felt the urge to die before Zhao Kongsheng vanished, replaced by a bond of equal partnership. She gazed at Shin San, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ma Xiaoling and the others realized something: the items that came out of the jars weren't placed inside beforehand. They were directly snatched from the myriad realms. This was even more thuggish than a bandit. But they said nothing. Might makes right. A truth everyone understood. Bai Dong was even silently praying that her daughter might be opened from one of the jars, giving her more chances. Shin San stood up and said, Old Zhao's done. Who's next? They'll bring out the blind boxes and jars. Ma Xiaoling stepped forward, her voice pained. Give me 5 gold blind boxes. Deduct the cost from the gold we got back from Uncle Nine. No problem. Shin San tapped the spatial ring on Ma Xiaoling's finger, then turned and retrieved 5 gold blind boxes, placing them on the counter. You start opening them. He'll be right back. Shin San flashed to the streets of the tent world. Hundreds of cat-eared girls immediately rushed forward, Shin-san refused, none of them hugging each one in turn. Then with a gentle wave of his hand, 10,000 Hong Yings with absolute loyalty appeared on the street. Their expressions were solemn, their eyes fixed on Shin-san with unwavering devotion. Master. 10,000 voices merged into one, clear and resonant. Shin-san nodded and smiled. You'll live here from now on. Find rooms for yourselves. If you need anything, just tell. Yes, master. With perfect discipline, the 10,000 Hong Yings moved like a well-trained army, following the enthusiastic cat-eared girls as they filed into the buildings. Shin-san rose above the tent world to survey it, nodding with satisfaction. All the employees he had brought back were working methodically. In a short time, the tent world had already seen initial improvements. The most noticeable change was in its vitality. Number 17 went out every day to catch fish and animals, and now many parts of the tent world were dotted with creatures chasing and running about. Shin-san took a look and didn't linger. When he returned to the shop, he was just in time to see a dazzling flash of light, so bright it made him pause for a moment. A radiant light flooded the store, enveloping everything in its brilliance. As the glow dissipated, Ma Xiaoling was revealed standing where the light had converged. The others immediately turned their gazes upon her. Shin-san slowly approached the counter, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at Ma Xiaoling, who had her eyes tightly shut. Not bad, female Tyrannosaurus. Your luck is quite good too. Hearing this, the others exchanged curious glances. At that moment, Ma Xiaoling opened her eyes. Sensing the new power within her and its unparalleled might, she was utterly astonished. This? What is this? It feels so powerful, as if I could destroy heaven and earth with a mere gesture. That's an exaggeration, just an illusion. You've unlocked the complete inheritance of the Desolate Empress, but you haven't inherited her lifelong cultivation. Shin-san shook his head. The Desolate Empress inheritance is among the top-tier items in blind boxes and jars. Cultivated to its peak, its power rivals that of a saint in the primordial world, but the time required is immense. Your innate talent is decent. If you cultivate step by step, a few thousand years would suffice. If you enter the heart and body tempering realms, the time could be greatly shortened. And if you happen to open a heaven-defying item from a blind box or jar, you might instantly reach the Desolate Empress Prime. In short, if you want to rapidly increase your strength, open blind boxes and jars. You deserve it. So in the end, you're still trying to get me to open jars. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes dramatically. I've seen this trick before. Give a little sweetness up front, then comes the slaughter. Don't think you can fool me. I'm definitely not opening any jars above the diamond tier. With that, Ma Xiaoling ignored whatever Shin-san was about to say. She placed her hands on the ribbon of another blind box, swiftly untying it with 2 quick pulls, and then abruptly lifted the lid. Congratulations, female Tyrannosaurus. You've obtained a complete set of stockings. Ma Xiaoling looked at the hundreds of various stockings floating above the blind box, showing no sign of embarrassment. She stored all the stockings into her spatial ring. Hundreds of pairs would last her a long time. Though it wasn't proportional to the value of a gold-tier blind box, it wasn't a huge loss either. Ma Xiaoling looked at the last gold-tier blind box. Pervert, introduced the other items first. I'll open this last gold blind box after you're done. Shin-san nodded. Of the items you've opened since I left, only one is truly useful. Shin-san pointed at a small box. The miracle cosmetic case. Whatever you desire when you open it, the cosmetic item you're thinking of will appear inside. Swoosh. Not bad. This item suits me perfectly. Ma Xiaoling instantly grabbed the miracle cosmetic case, closing and opening it repeatedly. Each time a new cosmetic item appeared, and she played with it delightedly. Once the novelty wore off, Ma Xiaoling brought forward the last gold-tier blind box. Without any superfluous movements, she swiftly opened it. Congratulations, female Tyrannosaurus. You've obtained a pair of crystal high heels. Not bad. I can't wear them, but I can sell them for a good price. Ma Xiaoling stored the crystal high heels away and stepped back, thoroughly satisfied. Seeing this, Hong Ying immediately filled the vacant spot. She leaned forward, resting her hands on the counter. Boss, give me 5 king-tier jars. I want to open something that can resurrect people. Alright, good luck. Shin-san deducted the corresponding amount from the night watchman's account, and then retrieved 5 king-tier jars from behind the counter, placing them on the table. You can crack them open with a hammer, he reminded. Hong Ying quickly replied, I know. Uncle Zhao told us about the blind box shop. This is my first time, but I'm well aware. With that, Hong Ying grabbed the hammer and swung it eagerly. With a loud crash, an item slowly materialized. Congratulations, Hong Ying. You've obtained a tricycle that needs no charging or refueling. No charging, no refueling. Then how do you drive it? How, with your long legs, of course. Did you think you'd have to push? Hong Ying realized she had asked a silly question. She rubbed her nose, set the tricycle aside, then turned back and smashed 2 king-tier jars into pieces. Hong Ying picked up the skill card. One-hit kill. Surely it can't be that effective, right? Correct. One-hit kill is a probability-based divine skill. Against opponents not more than 2 major realms above you, there's a 0. 0-1 chance to trigger instant death. Shinsen explained. Hearing this, everyone in the store shook their heads. It was far too niche. Cross-realm battles were already incredibly difficult, let alone crossing two major realms. If you weren't crossing realms, you might not even need the skill, and the chance was a mere 0-1. The one-hit kill skill seemed largely useless. But Hong Ying wasn't disappointed. She swallowed the skill card, and after digesting the information, her gaze fell upon a belt. Shin-san explained, this Emperor armor is extremely powerful. It can elevate you instantly. Wearing it, you'll immediately possess the power of a supreme god, or even stronger. What? Hong Ying and Zhao Kongsheng jumped up, their eyes wide as saucers, their hearts pounding erratically at Shin-san's words. Shin-san shook his head inwardly. Saying the Emperor armor could rival a supreme god of the slaying gods was an understatement. With its full power unleashed, it could breach other dimensions and stand unafraid even against the final boss of the slaying god's world. Boss Shin, how do you use the Emperor armor? Just wear it around your waist. Once you put it on, the armor will grant you its... Upon hearing this, Hong Ying immediately fastened the Emperor armor around her waist. In an instant, she received the usage information. She followed the steps and softly called out, Emperor armor, unite. In that moment, the Emperor belt activated. Plates of armor radiating boundless authority shot out from the belt, attaching themselves to every part of her body. In a flash, Hong Ying completed her transformation. Zhao Kongsheng circled her, stroking his chin. It looks nice, but I can't really sense anything particularly powerful about it. The Emperor armor has a core. An ordinary person can't see its true strength, but it is genuinely a powerful item. Hong Ying can sense it. Shin-sen said. Indeed. Hong Ying agreed. I can feel the devastating power within the Emperor armor. It has many skills encompassing all 5 elements. There are even elemental ultimate skills that make my spirit tremble. After opening the 3 king tier jars, Hong Ying withdrew her imperial armor, took a couple of deep breaths to calm her surging emotions, then picked up the hammer on the counter once more and brought it down with a final heavy strike. The remaining 2 king tier jars shattered instantly, and 2 items emerged from above. Congratulations to Hong Ying for obtaining a pair of chopsticks. Congratulations to Hong Ying for obtaining a bag of immortal beans. Shin-sen smiled faintly. Immortal beans are items from this plane. No matter how severe the injury, eating one immortal bean will immediately restore you to your peak state. Alright, you're done opening. Now only BB Dong and Doraemon are left. Who wants to go first? Hearing this, Doraemon shook his head first. I don't have money and am not too keen on opening anyway. I already have countless items. Opening these would be pointless for me. I just came to the shop to join in the fun. Shin-sen chuckled. Indeed, you possess many wondrous items, but saying you have no money is just a joke. If you want to open, you can trade your items with them. He pointed at BB Dong and the others, a smile on his face. Is that possible? Doraemon thought for a moment, then took out several bamboo copters and a pistol that looked like a toy from the pocket on his belly. Bamboo copters, place them on your head and you can fly. The enlarge and shrink gun shoots someone with it, and you can enlarge or shrink them. Who wants to buy? That amazing. Zhao Kongsheng was the first to take a bamboo copter and place it on his head. Instantly, he left the ground and flew around the shop. BB Dong's eyes lit up. I'll take them all. However many you have, I'll buy them all. Hearing this, Doraemon thought for a moment and said, for now I'm only selling these few. See what price you can offer. Well, when it came to value, BB Dong was momentarily undecided. To be honest, these items were of little use to her. Buying them would just be for her subordinates. If the price was too high, it wouldn't be worth it, but if it was too low, given that everyone present was a guest of the shop, it would be embarrassing. As BB Dong pondered, her gaze fell on Shin-san's face. Shin-san pondered for a moment and said, how about this, BB Dong? You pay for 1 silver blind box and 4 bronze blind boxes on Doraemon's behalf, and Doraemon gives you all the items he's taken out now. If you agree, the deal is done. BB Dong immediately said, sure, I have no objections. Doraemon wasn't entirely sure of the value of the items he had taken out, but since he could recreate them even after selling them, it was no trouble for him. So he didn't object either. Alright, let's do it as Boss Shin says. Since there's no problem, BB Dong, you first tell me which blind boxes and jars you want to open so I can deduct the payment all at once. Shin-sen nodded. Still 5 king tier jars, BB Dong said immediately. She had originally wanted to open 6, but thought better of it. 5 or 6 made little difference. The Spirit Empire had just been established, and there were expenses everywhere. It was better to save where possible. Once the empire was fully stable and finances were abundant, she could open king tier jars every day. Hearing this, Shin-sen said nothing more. He took out 1 silver blind box, 4 bronze blind boxes, and 5 king tier jars from the counter, then made a gesture for them to begin. Doraemon hopped onto the counter and swiftly opened the blind boxes. BB Dong was even more direct. With a single hammer blow, she shattered all 5 king tier jars into pieces. In an instant, one of the jars emitted a dazzling light that enveloped BB Dong's entire body. As the light gradually faded, everyone felt their breathing become labored. Under the aura BB Dong now exuded, they felt as if they were facing a peerless demonic weapon and a devil from a blood prison capable of beheading them at any moment. Shun-san nodded to himself, thinking how fortunate she was. Then after Bibi Dong came to her senses, Shun-san began to explain. Not bad. What you've opened is also a legacy. The legacy of the bloody hell demon god. The demon god is a powerhouse from a plane called dungeon. There are many inherited skills, but you'll need to comprehend them on your own. Hearing this, Bibi Dong shook her head with a wry smile. She already possessed the legacy of an evil god, and now she had a demon god's legacy as well. She truly had an affinity for these fearsome inheritances. But Bibi Dong didn't dwell on it. The more abilities the better, the stronger the more secure. A demon god was fine, it was no big deal. With that thought, Bibi Dong looked at the other items she had opened. Boss Shin, are the other items useful? Yes. Shin-san pointed at a floating item. Let's talk about yours first. Among them two are useful. This coin is called the Fate Coin, also from the dungeon plane. But it's a double-edged treasure. Using it gives a 50% chance of recovering from even the gravest injury, but the other 50% means death. Interesting. Entrusting one's life to the whims of fate. Bibi Dong took the coin, toyed with it in her hand, then put it away, motioning for Shun-san to continue. Shun-san pointed to another scroll. Enhancement scroll, also from the dungeon plane. When used on a weapon, it amplifies the weapon's power. Hearing this, Bibi Dong immediately took out the evil god's divine artifact, a dark black scythe, and slapped the enhancement scroll onto it. Feeling the scythe genuinely grow stronger, Bibi Dong smiled. These are quite nice. Can I keep using enhancement scrolls? Yes, but after 10, failure might result in destruction. Even before 10, there's a chance of failure, it's not 100% success, Shin-san explained. Boss Shin, are you interested in opening a branch in my plane? I'd definitely bring all the spirit hall members to. Bibi Dong began to scheme. She desired the treasures from the jars and blind boxes, but only she had been invited. If she could get Shin-san to open a branch, she could bring people to open blind boxes and jars, rapidly boosting the empire's overall strength. Moreover, she wanted not only the treasures from the blind boxes and jars, but also Shun-san himself. Judging from what had just happened, something seemed to be brewing between Shun-san and Ma Xiaoling. If she didn't act soon, her ideal son-in-law would be snatched away. We'll see when the opportunity arises. Shun-san neither agreed nor refused. Perhaps when the shop upgraded in the future, he might gain the ability to open branches. Opening one in the Doloa plane wasn't entirely out of the question. However, he had read jar-type novels from the Doloa plane before, and even though it might be a parallel world, he wasn't particularly interested. I've finished explaining your items. Now let's talk about Doraemon's. Shin-san pointed to one of the items. Among the items you've opened, only one is useful, and it's quite interesting. A circular radar floated above a blind box, its entire surface of brilliant gold. On its front was a clear screen densely dotted with red points. Doraemon took it down, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Boss Shin, what is this thing? A treasure hunting radar. The red dots mark the locations of treasures, including valuable items like gold. The brighter the red, the higher the treasure's value. Shin-san replied with a smile. Hearing this, Doraemon scratched his head. No wonder there's a red dot with an extremely intense glow nearby. That must be your blind box shop, Boss Shin, right? Correct. Shin-san nodded. The treasure hunting radar can detect any treasure, including the blind box shop. With this radar, you can wander the wastelands without worrying about running out of money for blind boxes and jars. Congratulations. Now that you've all opened your blind boxes and jars, those who want to go back can leave. Those who want to stay and hang around are free to do so. If you're hungry, cook for yourselves. There's food in the fridge. I won't be playing host any longer. Seeing no other customers, Shun-san greeted them and stepped outside. He lay down on a rocking chair, hugged a Pikachu plush, and narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Sun Wukong appeared beside him. He glanced at Shin-san and the people inside the shop, then strode straight toward the heart-tempering stairway. But halfway there, he stopped, tilted his head in thought for a moment, made a turn, and walked into the body-tempering stairway instead. Aside from him, Vegeta and his group showed no signs of coming. Inside the blind box shop, Ma Xiaoling lingered for a while, then cast a final glance at Shun-san before taking her leave. Sister Dong, brother Zhao, sister, Honging, big cat, I'll head back now. See you next time. Hearing this, Bibi Dong and the others smiled and nodded. After Ma Xiaoling left, Bibi Dong said with a smile, Kongqing, I'd like to visit your realm. Is that possible? Sure, you're always welcome. Zhao Kongqing didn't refuse, then turned to invite. Big cat, would you like to come along for some? Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing didn't press further. He called out to the door, Boss Shin, would you like to come along? Not this time. They'll visit another day. Shun-san replied softly without opening his eyes, and soon a soft snoring sound could be heard. He had just returned from the Mr. Zombie realm and had played enough. Hearing Shin-san's refusal, Zhao Kongqing nodded lightly at Honging and Bibi Dong. The three vanished, instantly reappearing, and hearing Shin-san's refusal, Zhao Kongqing nodded lightly at Honging and Bibi Dong. The three vanished, instantly reappearing in the Peace Affairs office. Songnan had undergone a great upheaval, the buildings from a decade ago were gone, and the streets were sparsely populated. Inside the peace affairs office Wen Qima was pacing anxiously, while Wu Xiangnan also frowned. 3 other people were sitting in a daze nearby. Noticing Zhao Kongcheng's return, especially the figure of Hong Ying, Wen Qima jumped up. "Captain, where have you been? You didn't even say a word." The moment the 3 appeared, one of the dazed individuals fixed his gaze firmly on Bibi Dong. Hong Ying recounted how she had been pulled out of a jar, leaving Wen Qima stunned, and exclaiming that it was nothing short of, "Aching, aren't you going to introduce us?" Zhuqing stared at Bibi Dong with a grave expression. In his perception, this woman exuded an ominous aura. After the Divine War in Songnan, the investigation into Zhao Kongcheng had concluded, and Zhuqing was transferred to Songnan specifically to handle matters concerning Zhao Kongcheng and the blind box shop. Today was his first day on the job, and he had stumbled upon this scene. Zhao Kongcheng explained with a chuckle, "Brothers Wood, don't be nervous. This is a deity from another realm, Bibi Dong. She's here as our guest, and may even form an alliance with us. And do you know what? I got some huge news from the blind box shop this time. News about the gods of Daxia." Hearing this, Zhuqing let down his guard slightly, and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Zhuqing, the commissioner for Songnan Daxia, now in charge of Kongcheng's affairs." Bibi Dong smiled back, "Hello, I am Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. I've come merely to see the sights of a different world, though I wouldn't mind some cooperation in certain areas." Zhuqing nodded. "That's possible, but this is a significant matter that needs to be reported to higher authorities. Since you're here at Kongcheng's invitation, you might as well stay for a few days while we discuss the specifics of cooperation." After speaking, Zhuqing turned to Zhao Kongcheng. "Tell me, what information did you get about the gods of Daxia?" Hearing this, Wen Qima and the others withdrew their curious gazes from Bibi Dong and pricked up their ears. Zhao Kongcheng blinked. "The information I got is that Erlang Shun is in Songnan. Oh, and also his dog Xiaodian." "What?" Wen Qima exclaimed in shock. "Where?" The others were equally curious, their eyes fixed on Zhao Kongcheng. Seeing the shocked expressions of the group, Zhao Kongcheng decided not to hold back. "It's Kai's younger brother Yang Jin. He is the reincarnation of Erlang Shun. We should go there now." "Kongcheng." Zhuqing, though deeply shocked, immediately interrupted Zhao Kongcheng. "After the Divine War in Songnan, you were under investigation, so there are things you don't know. Yang Jin and Kai's aunt have both disappeared. This has dealt a heavy blow to Chiye. However, since Yang Jin is the reincarnation of Erlang Shun, he may not have vanished with Songnan. But right now we don't know where he is either." "Oh." Zhao Kongcheng opened his mouth, then let out a sigh. "Is little Chiye all right?" "He's fine for now. He's undergoing psychological therapy. If you have time, you can visit him. For now, let's talk about what you've gained this time," Zhuqing said. Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Ying immediately took out the items they had opened and began explaining their uses. When they mentioned pulling out some clothing, Wen Qima grinned and took away a pair of red underpants. When they mentioned pulling out a bag of senzu beans, especially after learning of their effects, a glint of sharp light flashed in everyone's eyes in the office. When they spoke of the imperial armor and that it could rival a supreme god, this time everyone was stunned. The news left Zhuqing and his team dizzy. They stared blankly at the imperial armor, their breathing growing heavy and their eyes burning with fervor. In the end, it was Zhuqing who first snapped out of his shock. "Excellent. Even if the gods of Daxia cannot awaken quickly with the imperial armor, we no longer have to fear the invasion of foreign gods. Ingzi, as the current captain of Squad 136, you take care of His Holiness the Pope. He'll report this information to the higher-ups immediately." "Understood." Hong Ying linked arms with Bibi Dong and led her to the living room. Meanwhile, Zhuqing made a phone call, and soon a fighter jet took off from the capital, roaring towards Songnan City. Waking up naturally from a sound sleep, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Shin-san rubbed his bleary eyes and set down the Pikachu he had been clutching so tightly it was nearly breathless. He first went into the shop to greet Zhuqing, who was dozing at the front counter, then slipped into the tent world. There he saw number 18 had returned, resting her chin on one hand, lost in thought. Shin-san didn't disturb her. Instead, he entered the small city within the tent world to spend some time with the cat-eared girls, and Hong Ying passing the time until the workday ended. "Number 17, no need to cook for me tonight. You all just eat on your own. Boss, are you off to another dimension to— Yeah, I've gotten used to bickering with T-Rex, so I'm heading to her dimension for some fun." Shin-sen waved his hand and vanished instantly. He reappeared in the world of my date with a vampire inside Ma Xiaoling's house. Seeing Ma Xiaoling napping, Shin-san's eyes darted around as a mischievous idea struck him. He took out a box of colored pens and carefully drew on her face. After a moment, he put the pens away, nodding with satisfaction. "Not bad, my painting talent is definitely master level." Shin-sen studied his work, felt something was missing, then placed a hat on Ma Xiaoling's head. Content, he stepped outside. The modern-style house pleased him. He turned and headed into the kitchen, took some food from the fridge, and began to cook. Just over 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Ma Xiaoling struggled to open her eyes a slit, and dragged herself to the door, oblivious to Shun-san cooking in the kitchen. "Who is it?" "It's me, Jinjin." "Oh wait, I'll open the door now." Hearing it was her only close friend, Ma Xiaoling perked up slightly and opened the door. Come and why are you standing out there? Hee hee hee. Jinjin laughed so hard her eyes disappeared, pointing at Ma Xiaoling, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoling. What kind of look is that? I can't, it's killing me. What are you on about? I always look like this, didn't get my hair done today. Ma Xiaoling was baffled. I can't just see for yourself. Jinjin pulled a small mirror from her bag. Ma Xiaoling took it in confusion, then let out a shriek so loud the house trembled. On her delicate face was a turtle drawn with colored pins and a rabbit hat perched on her head. The whole look was mismatched and utterly absurd. Ma Xiaoling was stunned, but she didn't dwell on who the culprit was. She darted into the bathroom faster than ever, turned on the tap, and frantically scrubbed her face, growling, "Bastard, if I find out who did this, I'll beat you until you smoke." What kind of pins are these? Why are they so hard to wash off? How am I supposed to go out like this? Just then Jinjin entered the room and immediately spotted Shin-san cooking. Her eyes lit up with blazing curiosity. Shin-san thought for a moment, recalling the month spent with Ma Xiaoling in the Mr. Vampire dimension. Honestly, he enjoyed being with her. Sometimes they bantered, sometimes he just quietly watched. This kind of life felt comfortable to him. If he were to truly choose a partner, Ma Xiaoling would definitely be his first pick. Hearing this uncertain reply, Zinshin's smile deepened. Her friend was beautiful, but never dated, which had worried her. Now secretly finding a model-like boyfriend, she had finally come to her senses. "Hello, handsome," Imwang, Jinjin Xiaoling's best friend. "Can you tell me how you two met?" Zinshin's eyes burned. Shin-san covered the pot and smiled. "Hello, I'm Shin-san. Trex and I haven't known each other long. The food will take a while. If you have questions, you can ask her." Trex. Was this how couples addressed each other nowadays? Jinjin was puzzled. Just then Ma Xiaoling came out of the bathroom, towel in hand. "Jinjin, who are you talking to?" Before she could finish, she saw Shin-san's grinning face and instantly knew who had drawn the turtle. "Bastard pervert, you're messing with me. My painting skills are truly masterful. You're lucky, Trex. If you'd walked around with that turtle face, you'd have charmed countless people." Shin-san held his head high proudly. Ma Xiaoling was breathing heavily with rage. "He'll charm your head. Coming uninvited, entering a woman's room. Where are your manners? Xiaoling, isn't it normal for your boyfriend, Mr. Shin, to enter your room? Who told you that pervert is my boyfriend? Mr. Shin himself. Xiaoling, isn't it normal for your boyfriend, Mr. Shin, to enter your room? Who told you that pervert is my boyfriend? Mr. Shin himself began to race uncontrollably. Noticing Zinshin's teasing gaze, Ma Xiaoling scowled and shouted, "Who's this pervert's girlfriend?" "I am not his girlfriend." Jinjin chuckled. Yes, you're not the pervert's girlfriend." She pulled Ma Xiaoling onto the sofa, her eyes curving into crescents. She wasn't blind. Her friend was clearly lying through her teeth. Even if she wasn't Shin-san's girlfriend, yet she had strong feelings for him, otherwise she wouldn't have looked so guilty. "Xiaoling, tell me how you met Mr. Shin. Sneaking off to meet a handsome guy without telling me. I'm going to be..." "Enough, you gossip. Mad my foot. That pervert." Ma Xiaoling didn't hold back and told her everything about the blind box shop and Shin-san. Jinjin listened dumbfounded. "Xiaoling, do I look like an idiot?" "No, I ask. If I'm not an idiot, then you should come up with a more believable story. All this talk of myriad realms and blind box shops. Even novels wouldn't dare write that." As she spoke, Zinshin's eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, this theme is fresh. It might make a great novel. I'm a teacher, so I can write in my spare time. When I earn royalties, I'll take you shopping spree." Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes. "Who's joking with you? Pervert, show her a thing or two. Give Jinjin a taste of the myriad realms." Throughout the hall, every object floated into the air. Jinjin stood there utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, Shin-san flashed beside Jinjin, a pill appearing in his hand. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Shin-san, owner of the blind box shop. This is a youth preservation pill. 1 dose grants eternal youth. Consider it a gift for our first meeting." As his words fell, all the floating objects descended, settling neatly into their original positions. Jinjin took the pill in a daze, her mind still reeling. Ma Xiaoling curled her lips at the sight, silently cursing the womanizer for never gifting her anything. Just then a hand extended before her eyes. In its palm lay an exquisite necklace, crystal clear and emitting a faint, elusive aura. Eternal love. The necklace splits into 2 halves. For those who wear it, as long as one remains alive, the other, even if deceased, will be revived by their side. Shin-san pointed to the matching eternal love around his own neck. "In Uncle Nine's realm, to be honest, I've grown fond of bickering with you. I like your occasional tantrums, everything about so, fair lady, for the rest of our days, might I have the chance to spend them with you? You?" Ma Xiaoling lowered her head, fighting back tears with all her might. Jinjin finally snapped out of her stupor. Hearing Shin-san's imperfect confession, she frantically signaled Ma Xiaoling to accept, already eager for the wedding feast. Shin-san gently circled behind Ma Xiaoling, softly lifting her hair and fastening the eternal love around her neck. "It's all right. With the legacy of the Empress, your original power no longer matters. Cry if you must. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. At his words, Ma Xiling's tears finally spilled over. As they streamed down her cheeks, her cultivation dissolved, and she turned, burying her face against Shun San's chest, pouting. From now on, don't make me angry. Huh? Shun San's eyes widened. The shop owner just wanted to marry you for the banter, and you were trying to strip away one of my few joys. Heartless woman, break up. Get lost. Ma Xiaoling could see he was trying to lift her spirits. Their bickering didn't truly anger her, she actually enjoyed it, though sometimes it genuinely did. She gave him a light smack, then rose to light 3 incense sticks before Ma Dana's spirit tablet. You witness what happened. A Ma woman's cultivation vanishes when she sheds tears for a man. Though I'm the current head of the Ma family, why should descendants bear the burden of Qin dynasty grudges? I declare this now, I'll continue hunting Jiang Chun, but you'll no longer constrain me. With a soft whistle, the 3 incense sticks snapped at their base. The space trembled. Shinsen stepped beside Ma Xiaoling, his eyes narrowing. In an instant, an immense aura erupted, as if the entire world might shatter under its weight. 3 sticks honor the ancestors. The ritual is complete. Accept it or not, Xiaoling is free from your bonds from now on. Don't force my hand. Enough. Let's go eat. Ma Xiaoling took the hand of the momentarily childish Shun Sen, turning to leave. But a plump, ethereal figure drifted out from beneath the tablets. As Shun Sen finished, the tremors ceased. Whether in acknowledgement or fear, the spirit tablets fell silent. Bullying my girlfriend. Ancestor or not, I don't care. Ma Xiaoling didn't look back. Ma Dana sighed and retreated. Zhenjin, still agape from shock, finally found her voice as Ma Xiaoling returned, asking what had happened. This time Ma Xiaoling held nothing back, revealing the truth about the Ma family and the zombie king Jiang Chun. Zhenjin fumed. How could they do that? Millennia-old grudges on later generations. That's so unfair. No wonder you never dated before. What you did was right. Who cares about that cultivation? Mr. Shin, you mustn't bully Xiaoling. At this, Shin San raised an eyebrow. I won't bully her in some matters, but in others. Perhaps. Haha. Zhenjin blinked, curious. What matters? Shun San smirked wickedly. We're all adults. You know. She understood. Zhenjin blushed. Ma Xiaoling understood too. Her face darkened. You incorrigible womanizer, saying whatever comes to mind. Get lost far away. Fine. Shinsen rolled right into Ma Xiling's arms, blinking innocently. Done rolling. Can we eat? Zhenjun giggled, covering her mouth. Xiaoling finding a boyfriend is a big deal. Brother Shin, don't rush to eat. He'll call Tianyu and the others to join the celebration. Sure, call everyone you can. He'll make more dishes. Shinsen rolled out of Ma Xiling's embrace and headed back. Tyrannosaurus, don't just sit there. Get in here and learn to cook, or he'll divorce you. Damn it, calling me a dinosaur nonstop. Believe he'll ban you from the bed. Don't beg me to come to bed later. Hood beg you. Just teach me before I change my mind. Idiot who puts oil in soup. And a whole ladleful. Are you a pig? The veggies are burning. Turn off the heat. Wasteful woman. You've ruined everything in the fridge in under 10 minutes. Never seen anyone so... Forget it, honey. Go rest on the sofa. He'll handle the cooking. Shun San grinned nervously as he ushered Ma Xiaoling, wielding a 24-karat gold scissors with ill intent, out of the kitchen. Zhenjun had finished her calls. Watching the kitchen scene, she beamed with joy but felt a pang of envy. If only Tianyu could tease her like Shun San did Xiaoling. Tianyu was lively, but in some ways he fell short. Zhenjun, take the youth preservation pill now. He'll ask the womanizer for more treasures later. If we're to live forever, I don't want to lose you, my best friend. Ma Xiaoling put down the gold scissors, noticing Zhenjun still clutching the pill. She urged her to take it immediately. When one rises, all rise with her, and she was determined to live by that creed. Witchling Zhenjun told me you found a boyfriend. Is it true? Huang Tianyu's voice preceded his entry. Xiaoling has a boyfriend now. Stop calling her Witchling, Zhenjun said, patting the rushing Huang Tianyu. Oh right, that's very impolite. Huang Tianyu spotted Shun Sen, extended his hand, and said, hello, I'm Huang Tianyu, a police officer, Xiaoling's good friend and Zhenjun's boyfriend. Shun Sen smiled and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Shun San, Xiaoling's boyfriend. We were just waiting for you. Please take a seat. Shin San observed the secondary protagonist of this zombie apocalypse world. Why secondary? Because this Huang Tianyu was not Huang Guohua. The plot had yet to unfold, the first emperor's incident hadn't occurred, and their identities hadn't been swapped. Huang Tianyu remained Huang Tianyu while Huang Guohua was still hiding somewhere with Fuxing. At this moment, the dinner table was sparsely occupied with only 5 people. Zhenjun and Huang Tianyu sat together. Shin San and Ma Xiaoling sat together. Sitting alone nearby, Uncle Chiu covered his eyes as he looked at the 2 couples. This old man really shouldn't have agreed to come to this meal. Hee Uncle Chiu, you're our witness now. Just enjoy the meal. Ma Xiaoling placed some food in Uncle Chio's bowl. Shinsen, I'm very curious about how you and Xiaoling met. Can you tell us? Who said only women are gossipy? Huang Tianyu's burning curiosity was no less than Xinshan's from earlier. It was like this. Before Shin-san could speak, Xinshan began recounting the story. Naturally, as a modern man, Huang Tianyu was utterly incredulous. Uncle Chio, however, wasn't surprised as Ma Xiaoling had told him about the blind box shop after her first visit. He hadn't believed it then either, but when Ma Xiaoling produced a dragon egg, and he sensed the boundless majesty emanating from it, he had no choice but to accept the reality of the blind box shop. When the phone call came earlier, he had agreed to come precisely to meet this person who traveled through myriad worlds. Brother Shin Tianyu doesn't believe you. Please show us something, Xinshan pleaded, seeing Tianyu's skeptical expression. Oh well, let me show you something then. Shinsen, noticing the sparse gathering, vanished in an instant. The sudden disappearance stunned Tianyu, and the next moment he was astounded. Shinsen reappeared in the hall, but this time he wasn't alone. Beside him stood a group of strange people or creatures. These are the employees from my blind box shop, Shinsen said, pointing to the group, led by the general, introducing each one. Huang Tianyu was too stunned to react. Ma Xiaoling massaged her forehead. You lecture my small house can't fit so many people. That's no problem. Shinsen then produced a tent. The very tent world that was being renovated. Since they wanted a lively gathering, they would have a truly lively one. Let's go inside, everyone. Let's have a good time. Xiaoling, you entertain the guests first. He'll go bring the others over to witness our love. Ew, you're so cheesy. Ma Xiaoling's skin crawled, but she didn't refuse, though she was a bit puzzled. Didn't you say they'd be targeted by all the gods and fate if they entered my dimension? No worries. With me here, it doesn't matter who's watching. Piss me off and he'll slap them to death. Shinsan placed the tent world in the center of the room. Xiaoling, take the guests inside. No. 17 no. 18, Zhuqing, you all entertain the guests well. Yes, boss. No. 17 nodded. Once Shinsan vanished, he immediately ushered Uncle Chio and the others into the tent world. No. 18 watched Ma Xiaoling's retreating figure, a look of relief in his eyes, as if a knot had been untied. He called her boss wife repeatedly, full of joy. The dreamlike scene inside the tent world left Huang Tianyu and the other two stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long time. After leaving, Shinsan's first destination was the god-slaying world. But at that moment, Bibi Dong was helping the night watchmen reclaim their ground, currently attacking the divine kingdom of Poseidon, the sea god. The entire heroic spirit squad was deployed, including 2 of the 5 ceilings, Sword Saint Zhou Ping and Venerable Yi Fan. The 2 sides clashed, shattering the earth and splitting the air. Hong Ying, clad in imperial armor, single-handedly held off most of the deities, occasionally unleashing a 5 elements surekill, forcing the gods into a purely defensive stance. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Zhao Kongsheng were jointly pummeling the sea god. They only stopped when Shun San appeared beside them. Bibi Dong was slightly surprised. Shopkeeper Shun, what brings you here? Shun San shrugged. This shopkeeper has confirmed his relationship with Xiaoling. I've come to invite you all to the wedding feast. Bibi Dong sighed. It seemed she was ultimately too slow. Zhao Kongsheng chuckled. Congratulations, congratulations. But shopkeeper Shun, as you can see, I can't get away right now. They'll have to drink to your happiness another time. Bibi Dong nodded. Indeed. Yi Fan has already promised me modern technological manufacturing techniques. I can't very well leave without finishing things here. Simple. Shin San reached into the void and instantly gathered all the night watchmen to his side. His current strength was already no less than the angels of the Dragon Ball dimension. Coupled with his myriad-fold amplification secret arts, he was unafraid even of a quasi-saint from a primordial dimension. Plucking some ceilings from the god-slaying dimension was child's play. Watching what's going on, Yi Fan asked, his whole body shimmering with golden light, his expression confused. The entire heroic spirit squad was equally clueless about what had happened. They had been fighting fiercely just a moment ago, and then whoosh, they were here. Zhao Kongsheng smiled and said, Chief Yi, this is Shopkeeper Shun San, the owner of the blind box shop. Shopkeeper Shun is here to invite the Pope and me to his wedding feast. So this was the owner of the blind box shop. Yi Fan's brow twitched. Just as he was about to speak, he felt himself being lifted into the air. The others were also brought into the sky by Shin San. As they were wondering what was happening, the next moment left them. Shin San slowly raised his right hand, then extended his middle finger and pressed it violently downwards. In an instant the mist parted, and a colossal middle finger emerged from the haze. Great desolate divine finger. Rumble. In a single moment the divine kingdom of Poseidon, the sea god, was crushed into dust under the great desolate middle finger, its shadow vanishing without a trace. Shunsen blew on the tip of his middle finger. To have perished under this shopkeeper's great desolate middle finger is a worthy end for you. Old Zhao Hong in Bibi Dong, mission accomplished. Let's go now. Shunsen didn't give them a chance to respond. He took them and left. Yi Fan and the others felt the world spin, and the next moment they appeared within the territory of Daxia. Shunsen didn't give them a chance to respond. He took them and left. Yi Fan and the others felt the world spin, and the next moment they appeared within the Senior Hui, you can go back. Aping, you should leave too. I need to return and organize things to prevent a counterattack from other divine kingdoms. After leaving the god-slaying world, Shun Sen wandered around and brought all the guests to the stiff contract dimension. He then used the mobile tent to bring over people from the Dragon Ball dimension, essentially exploiting a small loophole in the blind box shop. At this moment within the transformed tent world, the streets of a small town were festively decorated. Countless cat-eared girls and Hong Ying were bustling about, each carrying freshly prepared food. Hong Ying stepped in and was stunned. Uncle Zhao, tell me, am I seeing things? Why are there so many versions of me on the streets? Zhao Kongqing was equally bewildered. I don't know either. I see countless yous, and each one is carrying a Bai Bai Dong shook his head. There are indeed many Yings. As for why, you can ask Boss Shin directly. Hearing this, Hong Ying immediately ran forward and tapped Shin San's shoulder. Boss Shin, why are there so many of me here? Shin San turned around and shrugged. You have long legs. I brought them back from parallel worlds just to liven up the tent world. Don't overthink it. Could she not overthink it? Seeing so many versions of herself busy at work, Hong Ying felt a strange unease, but she couldn't say anything. In short, she had no power to refuse. Just then Sun Wukong walked over, munching on a large chicken leg. Shun Sen, this meat is delicious. Have them make more. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you do all day. Why don't you go earn some money? Chi Chi, holding a wine glass, retorted beside him, then continued, Boss Shun, congratulations. You and Miss Ma are a perfect match. Thank you. Shun San and Ma Shaoling raised their glasses in acknowledgement. After the couple left, Vegeta and Bulma approached. Mr. Shun, congratulations. May you have a child soon. Idiot. Boss Shun and Miss Ma have just confirmed their relationship. Saying have a child soon is too early. Soon. I'm ready anytime. It just depends on how long Shaoling needs to prepare. Shun Sen, ready my foot. If you were ready, would get married tomorrow. Ma Shaoling was a woman who dared to love and hate. Since they had confirmed their relationship, marrying sooner or later didn't matter. Well, no rush, no rush. Let's wait until the shop has more customers. Shin Sen wasn't unwilling, he just wanted to wait until the blind box shop upgraded before tying the knot. Ma Shaoling didn't say much. Everything takes time. Before the wedding, she would first enjoy this romance. After Vegeta and his wife left, Uncle Nine and his group, brought by Shun San via the tent world, approached. I always thought you two looked like a couple. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Mr. Shin Shaoling, this humble priest blesses you. Giggle sister Shaoling, you're so lucky. I wonder if I can find a boyfriend as perfect as Brother Shun. Brother Shin. Sigh. Miss Ma, do you have any friends you could introduce to me? Uncle Nine's group arrived and offered their blessing. Shin San held Ma Xiling's hand and responded with a smile. Then the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, came over. I don't understand human love and romance. But since everyone else has offered blessings, old son will do the same. Haha, the great sage is thoughtful. Eat and drink well. I want to entertain everyone much this time. Shun Sen led Ma Shaoling to the center and raised his glass. Everyone, thank you for witnessing this day with Shaoling and me. We toast to you all. Cheers. Haha, it's our honor to witness Boss Shun's romance. Mr. Shun is so eager to down his drink. Could it be he wants to get to the bridal chamber early? Idiot, do you even need to ask? Boss Shun has been single for so long. It's like dry wood meeting a raging flame. By next year we might see a shotgun wedding. After the toast, Shin San and Shaoling made another round before returning to the seats where Zhun and her group were sitting. Meanwhile, Kwang Tianyu and Uncle Chiu had snapped out of their shock and were drinking heavily, with Zhao Kongqing and the others downing glass after glass until their heads spun. Hong Ying and Bai Bai Dong were no less formidable, pouring drinks down their throats, creating a scene of joy. Jin hadn't drunk much. She was resting her chin on her hand, watching the cheerful scene. Noticing Xiling's return, she immediately snatched her away from Shun San and began whispering secrets. The banquet continued until everyone was thoroughly drunk. Shun San safely sent everyone home before returning to the stiff contract dimension. Female Tyrannosaurus, did Jun and Tianyu go back? Why did you call me Shaoling earlier, but now it's back to female Tyrannosaurus? Ma Shaoling rolled her eyes. Jun took Tianyu back. She also invited us to her place tomorrow. I called a car to send Uncle Chiu home. Old habits. I gave you face in front of everyone earlier. Now that it's just us, of course I'll call you whatever feels right. Shun Sen raised an eyebrow. We'll deal with tomorrow when it comes. For now it's late, and You pervert, what are you thinking? Yes. The night passed without a word. Shin San and Ma Shaoling slept until they woke naturally. They didn't head to Jia Mansion with gifts until the afternoon, arriving at Junjin's place just after 4. Junjin teased, coming in the afternoon. You two must have had a late night. Xiling's face flushed. Oh, stop it. I never knew your mind was so dirty, Xinjun. We didn't do anything. As someone who's been there, the way you walk is a bit off, Shaoling. It'd be strange if nothing happened. Ouyang Jejia, having learned from her daughter that Ma Shaoling had a boyfriend, came out carrying dishes and chuckled. And to you. Xialing's face reddened even more. She secretly pinched the soft flesh on Shun San's waist, her eyes saying, "See, it's all your fault. Alright, you're both adults. Carnal pleasures are normal. There are 2 more dishes in the kitchen. Zhenzhen, come help bring them out." Ouyang Jiejia chuckled to herself. "Coming, my dear mother. Give Xiaoling some time to save face." Zhenzhen stood up with a smile and walked into the kitchen. Ma Xiaoling glared. "It's all your fault. It takes 2 to tango. You can't blame me entirely. I don't care. It's your fault. Fine, my fault. They'll let you blame me some more later." Time flowed like a fleeting river, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 years, Shen San spent his days either tending the shop or traveling across myriad realms, with Xiao Ling enjoying what could be called a 7-year-long honeymoon. The mystery box shop had also undergone significant transformations over the past 7 years. First, it underwent 2 upgrades. The initial upgrade lifted the restriction preventing Shen San from visiting realms beyond those specifically invited, granting him full access to all realms. The second upgrade extended the invincibility range to cover the entire planet, while also adding numerous entertainment venues near the shop. Moreover, the shop's clientele had expanded drastically. Through repeated invitations, a vast multitude of guests from countless realms now frequented the establishment. With Satan tirelessly recruiting customers across the cosmos, the shop's threshold practically wore thin under the constant foot traffic, and the daily workload multiplied exponentially. Left with no choice, Shen San hired several new employees, using his manager's ability to instill all necessary information into them, finally earning himself a moment to breathe. When it came to staffing, Ma Xiaoling, acting as the boss wife, generously allocated positions to Xinjin and Kuang Tianyo, while the remaining slots went to number 17 and his group, totaling 20 employees. Shen San's own power had undergone earth-shattering changes. Even outside the invincibility range, he had become an unrivaled existence across all realms. Those who opened mystery boxes and jars also experienced rapid breakthroughs, each reaching terrifying levels. Oh, and one more thing. Shen San had successfully conquered the heart-tempering and body-tempering heavenly stairways, releasing the 2 artifact spirits trapped within a pair of twins, one cold and one hot. They too had no desire to remain in the shop. With Shen San's consent, they embarked on a path to dominate the myriad realms. At noon today, after opening their mystery boxes, the group gathered on a desolate planet, pairs of opponents standing on their respective battlegrounds. Kakarot, 7 years have passed, and I'm itching to see just how strong you've become. Vegeta said, arms crossed, his cold gaze fixed on Son Goku before him. I've been looking forward to this duel Shun San arranged. I really want to go all out against you, Vegeta. With Shun San reinforcing the space, we can finally fight without holding back. Son Goku cracked his neck. Ready. I'm coming. Bring it on. Here I go. Son Goku charged forward at lightning speed, his fist thrusting straight ahead. Vegeta's face remained impassive as he casually raised his hand to block the punch. In an instant, the surrounding air was compressed into a brief vacuum by the force of the blow, a deafening thud echoing endlessly through the space. After the exchange, Vegeta spun and kicked Son Goku squarely in the stomach. Stop playing childish games and get serious. Oh, then try blocking this one. Son Goku's feet carved 2 deep furrows into the ground as he stabilized himself. Suddenly, he pressed his palms together, then forcefully pulled them apart. A silver staff materialized in his hands. Divine artifact, first form phantom sword. Swoosh. The silver divine artifact instantly split into 9, transforming into 9 small swords, each hurtling toward Vegeta with a fierce aura. Vegeta's interest was finally piqued. He thrust his hand into the void and withdrew a peculiar shield. The shield orbited around him, deflecting all 9 of the swift swords. In that moment, Son Goku teleported above Vegeta, grasping at the air as he roared, divine artifact, fourth form, uncarved block. The 9 swords flew back into Son Goku's hands, rapidly forming a colossal golden staff that stretched toward the heavens. Gripping the staff, he slammed it down toward Vegeta. The space it passed through shattered into fragments. Vegeta's eyes blazed with intense light. He bellowed, "Good. Excellent. Watch me crush your Imperial armament. Emerge. Shatter." Vegeta summoned an ancient seal which expanded as it caught the wind. On its face were engraved the characters, "Suppress Emperor." An awe-inspiring aura radiated from the seal, its mere presence as an Imperial armament warping the entire space. The Suppress Emperor seal transformed into a mountain, surging upward to counter the golden staff. The moment they collided, the entire space turned into nothingness, only to revert to its original state an instant later. He worthy of an Imperial armament. Now how will you handle this move, Vegeta? Son Goku gripped the divine artifact, now restored to its original form, his eyes gleaming. Divine artifact, 9th form destruction. Can also be countered. In an instant, the divine artifact vanished as if it could emerge from any point in space, a technique that fused spatial laws to perfection. Vegeta showed no fear. With a shudder, dense scales covered his body, and he extended his hand, transforming it into a claw as he reached behind him. How do I break it? Damn, Vegeta, you're actually using that move. What's there to hold back in battle? Don't you die on me, Kakarot. Tear. The heavens. 1. Claw. Vegeta slashed his claw towards Son Goku in the sky. Instantly 5 colossal tears ripped through space, spreading into the cosmos. A dozen innocent planets were reduced to dust by that single claw. Caught in the epicenter, Son Goku's hair had turned silver white, his expression utterly serene. Yet even then he barely escaped Vegeta's heaven-tearing claw, using every trick at his disposal. Finally getting serious. Excellent. Seeing Son Goku's state, Vegeta plunged into a frenzy. He raised his hands to his waist, shouting repeatedly, "Ea!" With each roar, Vegeta's energy surged violently, like a colossal beast roaring at the... In moments, Vegeta transformed into a beast draped in black hair on his shoulders, his entire body covered in red fur, his eyes sharp and fierce. This was the Super Saiyan 4 form he had mastered over 3 years. Vegeta seemed aware that Super Saiyan 4 was no match for Son Goku's Ultra Instinct. He continued roaring, each cry causing his energy to skyrocket. After a while, Vegeta's black hair shifted to a light red. Kakarot, this is a new realm I've achieved based on Super Saiyan 4. I call it Limit Break. But against your Ultra Instinct it still seems insufficient. Vegeta roared again. Then what if I add the Divine Realm? A streak of blue covered Vegeta's light red hair, and it grew wildly, reaching his waist in an instant, resembling Super Saiyan 5, except his hair was a blend of light red and blue. I may not have your immense potential in the Divine Realm, but grasping the Divine Realm is no problem for me. This is everything, Kakarot. Let's have a fair duel. Agreed. On the other side, Kulin looked at the family in front of him, speechless. You all are too unreasonable, he said, turning to number 18. Be careful, don't let that old man's wine bottle hit you, or you'll be caught in a state of dizziness. Years passed. With Shin-san and Ma Xiaoling together, number 18 had completely given up, especially with Kulin accompanying her day and night. In the end, the couple still ended up together. Number 18 sighed. I want to be careful too, but the items and abilities that family brings out of the blind boxes are just too bizarre, making it hard to guard against. After replying to Kulin, number 18 shouted ahead. Hey Carl, can you put down the Star Destroyer for a moment? And Fiona, can you not use that cover? Frank, that wine bottle is too unreasonable. TCH, we're in a fight, who cares about reason? Carl raised the Star Destroyer. He'll be the main attacker, you all find an opportunity to strike at the couple. Okay, my infinite capacity wine bottle has a built-in dizziness effect. With the strength we've gained over the years, they won't be able to touch me. Frank swung a wine bottle and then vanished into the space. Lip, Ian, you both restrain Kulin while I and my father hold back number 18. Carl looked for a chance to strike him. After Fiona finished speaking, she also vanished into the space with a hard cover. This family was indeed the shameless group. When they were invited here after accepting the matters of the myriad worlds, things spiraled out of control. Carl never returned and became an arms dealer in the Dragon Ball universe. Using the money he earned to open blind boxes and jars along with the items and abilities he obtained, he conducted business throughout the universe. In just a few years, his dealings spread across 2 universes, the 7th and 6th universes. With the money he earned, he opened blind boxes and jars for his family. One could say that any one of them could easily stand against the Super Saiyan 4. They had already escaped poverty and entered a realm where money was no object. Number 18, be careful. Kulin noticed a spatial fluctuation and quickly pushed number 18 away. In an instant, a wine bottle protruded from the space. It made one attempt, but then disappeared back into the... At that moment, a strange object emerged from the space above Kulin, resembling a turtle extending its head, about to land on Kulin's head. Number 18 secretly grunted and sent a wave of energy to blast that strange object back into the space. Their family's understanding of spatial laws is quite high, and coupled with the secret technique of unity from the jars, it's equivalent to each family member being their own eyes. Moreover, the bizarre abilities they manifest are hard to deal with. Kulin, Frank, and Carl are the core. We should find an opportunity to eliminate one of them first. All right, Kulin replied, fixing his gaze on Carl with the Star Destroyer, swiftly raising his right hand, and then suddenly unleashing a blow. A serious punch. Boom. The punch's wind alone split the ground in two, and with Kulin infusing massive energy waves into it, the entire space began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Carl laughed disdainfully. Just parting the earth, the power is decent, but Kulin, to think you could resolve me with this punch is simply a daydream. Mechanic switched to full defensive mode. I will take Kulin's attack, Hedon. Yes, host. A mystical voice echoed in Carl's mind, and the Star Destroyer vanished in an instant, while a golden energy shield began to materialize around him. With his hands in his pockets, Carl stood there without dodging or evading, waiting for the punch's wind to come crashing down. You little brat, just because you have a system, does that make you impressive? Can't you dodge? Are you an idiot? Frank acted as if it was a trivial matter. He raised the wine bottle to his mouth and took a big gulp, looking up at the punch's wind that shattered a planet. Damn, I want to quit drinking, yet you can shatter stars, but can't break my wine bottle. What a piece of junk. Mind your own business. Carl shot him a glance. Ever since his business expanded to the universe, he had completely forgotten how to hide. His life's motto was just one word: do it. Suddenly Carl noticed number 18 was covered by a cover, and he excitedly shouted, "Fiona, well done." Mechanic switched to unlimited firepower mode and bombarded him. Understood, host. As the mechanic's words fell, countless heat weapons rapidly materialized above Carl's head, including the Star Destroyer ships, Gatling guns, and laser guns. They were densely packed, so many that they couldn't be counted. All the gun muzzles were aimed at number 18, who was trapped by the cover, and in the next moment, they opened fire. Colorful energy waves along with bullets that could easily penetrate planets, all bombarded towards number 18. You won't get away with this. Keelan roared in anger, wanting to rush to help. However, two men suddenly sprang out of the space and blocked his path. Keelan, if you want to get past, you have to get through us first. Keelan sighed, knowing he could only try his best to break through their blockade. But the speed of attacks like the Star Destroyer was incredibly fast, leaving Keelan little time to break through the blockade, and all the attacks landed on the position where number 18 stood. Fiona timely retracted the cover, allowing number 18 to absorb all the attacks completely. The ground shook violently under the assault of heat weapons. Smoke filled the entire sky, and flames spread to every corner of the battlefield. That was the sound emitted by the mechanical heart she had opened when she first opened the blind box. Over the years, her strength had caused the mechanical heart to improve every second. That was the sound emitted by the mechanical heart she had opened when she first opened the blind box. Over the years, her strength had caused the mechanical heart to improve every second. Number 18 hadn't fought much in the past few years, but today, facing this shameless family, she wanted to see just how far she could go. Number 18, you. Keelan was stunned. Number 18 slightly raised her beautiful eyes. Keelan stepped back. Just leave it to me from here. Alright, it's just a competition after all. Keelan didn't object and swiftly exited the battlefield. In the distance, the shameless family gathered, their faces serious. Fiona frowned. Be careful, number 18 is an employee of the blind box store. Her strength is far from simple as it appears. What did you say? Little face. Damn, you scared me. Take this wine bottle. Drunkard, you should just roll away first. Number 18 glanced at Frank, then with a punch knocked him out cold. Following that, under the horrified gazes of Carl and the others, she knocked them all out with a single punch and kick. All done. Let's wrap it up. Another battlefield. The air was filled with explosive sounds, and the space was constantly tearing apart as two figures intertwined in the sky, fighting joyfully. One was a man adorned with golden patterns, while the other was a middle-aged man with a weary expression. Each clash between them caused vast spaces to collapse and then restore to their original form. Haha, brother Zhao, it's truly exhilarating to fight with you. Let's do it again. The man with golden patterns was Yamu T, standing in the void, watching the middle-aged man before him with excitement on his face, his blood boiling from the battle. Yamu T raised his hand to lick his fingers and suddenly let out a howl towards the sky. Golden Horn talent, secret technique, strong technique. Body enhancement, secret technique, ascend to the heavens. With each roar, Yamu T's momentum surged, and after two roars, the pressure he emitted felt as if it could cause the space to tremble and collapse. In the void ahead stood the middle-aged man Zhao Kongqing. In the past 7 years, since the Dragon Pearl realm, time in other realms was unknown, but the matters of the God-slaying realm had long been resolved. With the support of the Night Watcher's financial resources, he had also become a regular at the blind box shop. His strength was far beyond what it once was. Zhao Kongqing suddenly summoned a skeletal dragon, standing atop its head. With a gentle swipe of his right hand across the ring on his left hand, a blade radiating imperial might was drawn, its tip pointed at Yamu T, exuding limitless imperial pressure. Heaven-slaying blade technique. Slash. With a light swing of the long blade, a blade light appeared, seemingly capable of crossing the river of time, moving with unmatched speed and sharpness. Seeing this, Yamu T was startled, but his face showed no fear. Instead, he raised his beast-like hands and directly reached for the incoming blade light. Sparks erupted as the blade light struck Yamu T's palm, creating bursts of fireworks accompanied by a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache. Break for me. Yamu T roared, then suddenly exerted force, tearing the blade light into fragments. He then attempted to rush forward and engage Zhao Kongqing in a fierce melee. However, Zhao Kongqing was already above Yamu T, and the imperial weapon was consolidating unparalleled might, imperial weapon's inherent skill. Piercing the heavens. Whoosh. It resembled a gunshot, like a meteor falling. The cold light of the imperial weapon pierced through the air, creating a massive hole in its path, continuing its descent towards Yamu T without losing speed. Upon seeing this, Yamu T gritted his teeth and utilized the golden horn giant beast's inherited skill to dart into the space, narrowly avoiding the piercing the heavens technique. As soon as he emerged from the space, a cold light appeared once again behind him, accompanied by Zhao Kongqing's voice. Imperial weapon's inherent skill. Fallen Saint. Damn it. Yamati realized he could not evade this time. He used his techniques to heartily receive Zhao Kongqing's Fallen Saint attack. A tremendous pain shot through his back as he was swept through the sky by the cold light, hurtling into the universe, finally stopping after shattering several small asteroids. Yamati flew out from the debris of the shattered asteroids, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it clean and looked at Zhao Kongqing, who had approached not far away, and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Zhao, can't you fight me in a melee like before? That Imperial weapon is too unreasonable. Now my defense can't be easily broken even by Vegeta or Son Goku, yet your Imperial weapon can. You should retract it, otherwise with your increased strength over these 7 years, it won't be a fair fight at all." Alright, it's just a duel anyway. Zhao Kongqing did not refuse, and then he retracted the Imperial weapon, followed by a tremor throughout his body. Realm. King. Fist. First gate of 8 gates, Duan Zhao open. Second gate open. Seventh gate. Open. Still not enough. Causality secret technique, Little Seven Knight, I borrow your abilities for a moment. Indeed, over the 7 years, Zhao Kongqing had opened many skills in the blind boxes and jars, including enhancement techniques like the Realm King Fist. The most crucial was the causality secret technique, which allowed him to borrow all abilities from anyone he knew without any side effects. Yamati widened his eyes. No, Brother Zhao, you're being unreasonable. Little Seven is the ruler of your realm. How can I fight like this? Zhao Kongqing chuckled. You wanted a melee? Come on, let's have some fun. No. Don't. Who dares disturb my sleep? Are you tired of living? On the destroyer star, Beerus, who was deep in slumber, was awakened by the shaking space, and upon opening his eyes an expression of immense morning rage appeared. He threw his pillow aside, angrily walked outside while shouting, "Whis, Whis, where are you?" Upon stepping outside, Beerus saw that Whis was not around, and a flash of confusion crossed his furious expression, followed by a sudden realization. That guy Whis must be off eating by himself again. By the way, who is fighting? It's so noisy. Beerus' expression turned back to fury as he looked up at the endless void, suddenly focusing. Wait, the battlefield seems to be not far from here. Interesting, it's been a while since I've had some action. You better give me a good fight, or just by disturbing my rest, I will destroy all of you. A cruel smile crept onto Beerus' lips as he swiftly flew towards the battlefield. On another side, on a barren planet, a massive virtual screen unfolded in the sky, divided into dozens of sections, each representing a different battlefield. On the planet, a gigantic viewing platform hovered in midair, filled with all kinds of creatures, humans, birds, pigs, and dragon people. So many races that it dazzled the eyes. They either sat alone or gathered together, but uniformly in front of them were tables laden with delicious food. While watching the virtual screen and enjoying the delicacies, their enthusiastic cheers merged into one continuous sound, never stopping. Whis and several angels were seated in a more subdued position. When Beerus awoke, he had already noticed and observed Beerus flying towards the battlefield with an oddly amused expression. Xin Yuan said calmly, "I'll go find him myself." "Ding, okay," the system said directly. After receiving the information, Xin Yuan came downstairs, pushed open the door, and walked out. The Grand Minister asked with a smile. "No need, this time anyone can compete for the prize. If you want to join in the fun, you can jump in at any time." "Hee, I'll go. Xiangpa was no longer the same strength he had 7 years ago. After completing his tasks, he took his gold to the blind box shop to open boxes, hoping that one day he could overpower Beerus. Now that a great opportunity had arisen, he was overjoyed. Several other destroyers were also tempted. Seeing Xiangpa rushing towards the battlefield, they could no longer hold back regardless of the prize. They simply wanted to give Beerus a good beating. Is this the god of destruction? On the other side of the battlefield, Tin Shinhan gazed at the sudden appearance of Beerus, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The being bore a resemblance to Kampa, yet their physiques were vastly different. Sensing the immense divine aura emanating from Beerus, Tin realized this visitor was also a deity. "Oh, interesting. You know of the god of destruction." Beerus yawned and casually gestured. "Come fight me. If you can entertain me sufficiently, I'll spare your world from destruction." "Moi." Tien Shinhan's eyes clouded with confusion once more. If this were the god of destruction, surely he would know they were frequent patrons of the blind box shop. No, that couldn't be right. Tien Shinhan looked at Beerus, realization dawning. He recalled that the god of destruction of this universe had been in a deep slumber, and this was likely him. The ongoing battle so close to the god of destruction's planet must have disturbed his rest. With this thought, Tien Shinhan's interest was piqued. He had never crossed fists with a god of destruction before. This was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of his own universe's deity. However, someone else was faster. A man with spiky blonde hair and a spiral emblem on his forehead, upon hearing Beerus' words, conjured a spiraling orb of light the size of a small planet in his hand. "You have no manners. Senior Brother Tien and I were in the middle of our duel. If you wish to fight him, you must first take this." Planetary Rasengan. This man was none other than Naruto Uzumaki from the Naruto world. He had been a visitor of the blind box shop for 3 years, and his power far exceeded what it was in his original world. But Beerus merely tilted his head slightly, then extended a single finger to touch the surface of the planetary Rasengan. A flash of purple light, and the Rasengan vanished without a trace. If I lack manners, do you possess any? Destruction. Beerus prepared to annihilate Naruto. It was a weapon with 3 blades and 2 edges radiating an unparalleled pressure. Oh, what weapon is this capable of blocking destruction? A gleam of intrigue shone in Beerus' eyes mixed with surprise. Tien Shinhan then appeared before Naruto, reaching out to grasp the silver weapon. Naruto, you've only been at the blind box shop for 3 years. The god of destruction is beyond your ability. Leave him to me. Alright, senior brother Tien. Be careful. Naruto Uzumaki had already become the Hokage in his own world. His temperament had matured, his perspective broadened. He understood clearly that he was no match for the god of destruction. His earlier intervention was merely an impulsive reaction to having his exciting battle interrupted by Beerus. Naruto cast one last glance at Beerus, his pupils shifting into a kaleidoscopic pattern. A spatial portal materialized behind him, and he stepped through, disappearing. Seeing Naruto depart, Tien Shinhan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the vertical eye on his forehead also snapped open. A heavenly beam of light emanated from that third eye, as if capable of shattering all illusions. This was no ordinary divine eye obtained from the blind box shop. It was the heavenly eye inherited from the legacy of Erlang, Shun, the true sovereign. Having unlocked this inheritance 6 years prior, and through climbing the heavenly ladder and undertaking missions across myriad worlds, Tien could now unleash a portion of Erlang Shun's divine might. You? This time Beerus was genuinely astounded. The man before him with his third eye open was no longer a mere mortal, but a god of war seemingly capable of battling heaven and earth. The power radiating from him was enough to unsettle even a god of destruction. What was happening? He had just woken up and the universe had become so unfamiliar. Beerus was deeply perplexed. Enough talk. Since the blind box shop appeared, I have never fought a god of destruction. Today let me see just how powerful you truly are. His voice echoed through space as Tien Shinhan appeared before Beerus in an instant. He strapped the silver weapon to his back, seized the distracted Beerus by the cheek, and with a sudden burst of force hurled him across the cosmos. Beerus' body tore through space, creating a series of sonic booms. Good, very good, excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. Beerus snapped out of his stupor, showing delight instead of anger. In the vacuum of space, he erupted with power, streaking back like a meteor. Looking for a brawl? Then a brawl you shall have. Tien Shinhan retracted the silver weapon, the muscles in his arms bulging. With overwhelming momentum, he charged forward, his right fist aimed directly at Beerus. Beerus met the challenge, heating his own fist, colliding with Tien's. The sheer force of the impact caused their fists to lock for only a split second before both were sent flying back hundreds of kilometers. Thus began a brutal, bare-knuckled brawl between man and god across the cosmos, each blow causing space to shudder and crack. The spectators watched, their hearts pounding with excitement and longing. Pervert Shen Tien has the legacy of Erlang Shun. Do you think he can win? Ma Xiaoling asked from the highest point of the stands. You're just looking for trouble. Instead of that, you could give me a few more kisses. Shen Sen rolled his eyes dramatically. Over 7 years he had used treasures to boost Ma Xiaoling to the Quasi-Saint realm. He didn't believe she couldn't perceive the gap between Tien and Beerus. I asked you a question. Are you going to answer or not? Ma Xiaoling resorted to her ultimate move, twisting the skin on Shen San's waist. Hey Xiaoling, you're being so sappy these days. Jinjin, sitting nearby, felt goosebumps rise. Ha, the boss and boss lady have such a great relationship. Jinjin, how about we try that too? Tianyu raised an eyebrow. The elders are right here, watch your manners. Jinjin glanced at Kuang Guohua nearby. With Shen San's involvement, the timeline of the Strange Tales world had veered completely off course. Kuang Tianyu hadn't died and had married Jinjin. Kuang Guohua and Fuxing had later returned to normalcy, and thanks to the blind box shop their power surpassed even their second-generation zombie forms. Hearing this, Fuxing turned his head. That's right, the elders are present. Little Tianyu, watch your behavior. Tianyu rolled his eyes. You've only just grown up. You have no say here. Go play, kid. TCH. Fuxing flipped him off before turning his gaze back to the virtual screen. At that moment, Shen San patted the small hand on his waist. Alright, I'll talk. Though Tien has Erlang Shen's legacy in terms of immortal cultivation realms, he's at most a celestial immortal. Beerus' true strength is roughly at the early golden immortal stage. There's still a considerable gap between them. However, if Beerus refrains from using the law of destruction and Ultra Instinct, Tien, with his combat skills and Erlang Shun's inherited techniques, might have a chance to win. Shen Sen finished speaking and turned his head. Can you let go now? No way. Ma Xiaoling showed no intention of releasing her grip, twisting even more vigorously. The Grand Priest and Zeno, observing nearby, shook their heads gently, and spoke in unison. We'll never understand women. It's better to stay single. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also began their hand-to-hand combat, each punch landing on flesh, and every kick leaving no room for mercy, their fight locked in a stalemate. Vegeta in his Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong in his Ultra Instinct state. Both were evenly matched, each blow causing space to tremble, but they temporarily separated when Beerus and Tien Shinhan clashed. Now why did the God of Destruction join in? Sun Wukong said, itching for action. Vegeta, let's continue our fight another time. I want to test my strength against the God of Destruction. With that, Sun Wukong left Vegeta behind and vanished in an instant using instant transmission. Vegeta frowned at this, but chose not to interfere. His gaze shifted elsewhere as he murmured to himself, such intense ki. Truly worthy of one who has surpassed the God of Destruction. Jiren, let me see how formidable you truly are. After muttering to himself, Vegeta instantly appeared on the battlefield, where Jiren stood. Hee Vegetation, what exactly do you intend to do? As Jiren's opponent Frieza noticed Vegeta's arrival and let out a sharp laugh. 7 years had passed and Frieza had undergone earth-shattering changes as well. First, through not so diligent training, he had achieved the Golden Frieza form. Furthermore, he had fully mastered the power of the fire demon, with flames covering his golden body, transforming the world into a realm of fire. His aura was far more formidable than in the original story. At any rate, he had just exchanged hundreds of rounds with Jiren without being defeated. Of course, after Jiren first left the blind box shop, he returned about half a year later. Over the years, his strength had long since surpassed what it once was, and he hadn't been going all out against Frieza. Vegeta glanced at Frieza, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Fool, can't you see Jiren hasn't been using? Get lost, and don't disturb me. You? Frieza was instantly enraged. He slammed his right hand onto the ground, and the flames across the entire world seemed to come alive, converging into a fire giant tens of thousands of meters tall. The fire giant looked down at Vegeta, who seemed as insignificant as an ant, and raised its foot to stomp. But at that moment, time appeared to freeze. A woman clad in a navy uniform appeared atop the fire giant's head. A crystalline ice spread downward from the giant's head, instantly freezing it solid. She sat on the ice giant's shoulder, crossing her shapely long legs, and gazed downward with a hint of madness in her pupils. He stopped squabbling. How about we have a grand free-for-all? Isteth, you crazy woman. Frieza's lips twitched. Since meeting Isteth at the blind box shop, he realized just how kind-hearted he was. Compared to that perverse and deranged woman, he could practically be called a great philanthropist. Ha ha ha, free-for-all sounds great. I want to cut you all down. Another figure stepped out of the void. He had a spiky haircut, a notched long sword slung over his shoulder, and carried an unconscious man in his hand. He casually tossed the man to the ground. Ever since I came to the blind box shop, some people have become less and less fun to cut. Come on, let's fight without any defense. Or how about I let you take a few swings at me first? Kenpachi. Zaraki, why are you here, you lunatic? Frieza seemed to recall some unpleasant memories his face. When Isteth and Kenpachi Zaraki first arrived at the blind box shop, they were as weak as ants. But that man and woman were both insane. Apart from opening blind boxes and jars, they spent all their time tempering their bodies and taking on missions to battle across myriad worlds. Their rate of improvement ranked among the top of all customers in the blind box shop. 4 years ago, he had beaten Kenpachi Zaraki, but out of respect for the shop, he spared his life. Yet that madman's strength skyrocketed a year ago. Frieza was chased across the universe by Kenpachi Zaraki for half a year, almost developing a psychological trauma. He at the boss' request, he'll join the fray too. Android 17 also stepped out of the void, carrying another unconscious person. How could I miss such a grand spectacle? Sister Isteth, go easy on your little sister later. Wednesday appeared next, her dark gothic makeup giving her an eerie look. Ha ha ha, when heaven fails to produce the divine Mr. Satan, the Dragon Ball universe remains eternal darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, I, the divine Mr. Satan, hereby request a battle. As the agent of the blind box shop, Mr. Satan's strength had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Ever since he encountered those two boastful phrases full of swagger, he adopted them as his catchphrases. How can a free-for-all be complete with just this many? Count me in. Another person appeared. Ha ha, then allow me to join as well. One after another figures emerged on the battlefield, all victors from other conflicts converging here. There were characters from the 12 universes of Dragon Ball, as well as beings from myriad worlds. They crowded together, each one eager for action. Then let's get started. He'll set the example first. Isteth rose excitedly from the ice giant's shoulder and snapped her fingers. Ice world. In an instant, extreme ice spread, freezing the entire world solid. Vegeta punched through the encroaching ice and charged straight at Jiren. Kenpachi Zaraki cleaved through the ice world with a single slash, glanced at Frieza, and then yelled, "Come cut me." Ignoring Frieza, he charged at another swordsman. Darkness descends upon the world. Devour. Wednesday also snapped her fingers. A streak of blackness spread out from her, swallowing the encroaching ice into a black hole. Sister, I won't play with you this time. Big brother Frieza, let's have some fun. You? Stay away from me. Seeing the deranged Wednesday advancing under a curtain of darkness, Frieza didn't hesitate. He turned and fled. In truth, he could easily defeat Wednesday, but she was his death's best friend, and his death, besides being insane, was fiercely protective. If he dared to harm Wednesday, he would be mercilessly hunted by his death the next moment. Left with no choice, Golden Fire Frieza had to avoid Wednesday, and instead engaged Android 17. The others also found their own opponents, and the entire frozen world was instantly filled with a dazzling array of law-based attacks. The world was saturated with the exhilarating sounds of battle and roars weaving together a march of an eye. As time passed, the frozen world shattered into fragments, and all the combatants moved their fight into the cosmos, illuminating the dark void with bursts of brilliant otherworldly light. A meteor streaked across the universe before crashing into a planet. Tien Shinhan flew out from the shattered remains, standing in the void of space. He raised a hand to wipe the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning profoundly solemn. At the beginning, he and Beerus could still exchange blows evenly. However, once Beerus unleashed destruction, every attack Tien made had to be cautious and restrained. This hampered his movements, quickly tipping the battle in his opponent's favor. Then Beerus employed the Ultra Instinct that Son Goku used, and Tien was truly outmatched, reduced to passively enduring the onslaught. What's this? Can't keep up anymore. Beerus clasped his hands behind his back, approaching Tien from a short distance. He stood in the cosmos, his eyes narrowing slightly. His words were casual, but inwardly he was deeply astonished. After all, it had taken him an incalculable amount of time to attain his current power. Yet after sleeping for merely a decade, the universe had spawned such an abundance of incredibly strong life forms. This left him with a feeling of being kept in the dark. Tell me, how did all of you get so powerful in this? Wait. Oh. Ins. Before Beerus could finish, he noticed Son Goku appearing before Tien. Especially the light radiating from Goku's eyes. He could never mistake it, it was Ultra Instinct. This time Beerus was genuinely shocked, his eyes bulging, as if they might pop out. Ultra Instinct was a technique that even some gods of destruction struggled to master. That someone in his own universe had achieved it, and to a degree seemingly no less than his own, was staggering. Was teaching a disciple behind my back. Are you trying to have him take over as the god of destruction? Beerus attributed the matter to the ever-absent Whis. But no matter how loudly he called, he received no response. Son Goku smiled calmly. Whis didn't teach me. Don't bother calling anymore, Lord Beerus. Let me spar with you for a bit. Beerus frowned upon hearing this. Since the other party knew Whis' name and spoke of him with familiarity, even if Whis hadn't taught him directly, there must be some connection between them. In fact, he had guessed correctly. Son Goku had struggled to grasp Ultra Instinct until he received some guidance from Whis, which led to his full comprehension. While it wasn't formal teaching, he had indeed been guided by a few words. Beerus studied Goku for a moment, then smiled. Alright, I'm curious to test your Ultra Instinct. Come on. Be careful, Lord Beerus. In an instant, Son Goku vanished, reappearing as he drove a fist towards Beerus. Smiled faintly at the sight, a similar light gleaming in his own eyes. It was the distinct radiance of Ultra Instinct. In that moment, every cell in his body seemed to gain a life of its own, autonomously evading Goku's fist, while the cells in his right hand automatically directed it to throw a punch at Goku's head. Son Goku took 2 slight steps back, spun around, and threw a punch in one fluid motion. 2 fists of nearly equal size met, and a thunderous roar echoed through the cosmos. After that single blow, both pushed their Ultra Instinct to the limit, exchanging a flurry of blows. Asteroids and massive planets were reduced to cosmic dust in the wake of their battle. Tisk, that worthless Beerus being pushed to such lengths by Son Goku. He hasn't made any progress at all. The other gods of destruction finally arrived. They didn't immediately intervene to attack Beerus. Instead, they casually sat in the dark void of space, acting as spectators to the fight between Beerus and Son Goku. Haha, don't you all fight over him later. Let me be the first to punch that guy Beerus, Kampa said, brimming with excitement at the thought of pummeling his brother. TCH, your twin brothers, and beating up your own brother gets you this worked up? What do you know? I don't want to talk to you. Kampa shot a glare at the speaking god of destruction, barely containing his urge to thrash his own brother. Nearby, Tien Shinhan glanced at the assembled gods of destruction, then at Son Goku and Beerus. Finally, he turned and flew away swiftly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, desolate god palm, Emperor's finger, heaven crippling divine foot, pillar on the battlefield belonging to Vegeta and Jiren. Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 4 form unleashed a barrage of top-tier techniques at Jiren as if they cost nothing. All around, from above and below, destructive skills constantly arose. Caught in the storm of attacks, Jiren weaved through the void, dodging blow after blow. When evasion was impossible, he fiercely swung his fists. After a while, Jiren, perhaps growing weary of the annoyance, looked down at Vegeta, standing on the ground. He pressed his palms together, then suddenly opened them. A blazing energy sphere materialized in his hands. He then raised the sphere above his head. It instantly expanded, hundreds of meters. Thousands. Tens of thousands. In a mere instant the sphere's volume surpassed that of the moon. Jiren cast one final indifferent glance at Vegeta, then flashed to the top of the sphere and kicked its surface. In that split second the energy sphere plummeted. Woe time to bail. Mr. Satan, witnessing this from his own battlefield, immediately abandoned his opponent and flew off into the distance without a second thought. Sensing the sphere's violent fluctuations which seemed capable of annihilating the universe, the others each used their abilities to temporarily disengage from the battle. Oh wait. Two people didn't flee. Instead they charged toward the energy sphere with wild cries. It was those two maniacs, Death and Kenpachi Zaraki. Vegeta frowned at the sight and immediately flashed beneath the sphere. All of you get lost. I'll handle this attack myself. Ha ha, trying to compress it. Not a bad idea, but it takes too long. Let me just cut it down. Kenpachi Zaraki had no intention of backing off, already positioned at the sphere's side. In that instant a flash of his blade streaked through and the energy sphere was cleaved in two. Worthless. What good is cutting it? It's still going to explode. Let me handle this. His death flashed to the other side. Boundless ice spread instantly. The two halves of the energy sphere were frozen solid into two icy orbs with Vegeta himself encased within the ice. But Geta at the very top suddenly widened his eyes. The frozen energy sphere exploded instantly. Damn it. Two crazy idiots. Vegeta, cursed loudly, broke free from the icy restraint and shook his entire body again. Beast God descends. Heaven-rending. Claw. Now. Break. Vegeta swung his claw mightily, splitting the two halves of the energy sphere into over a dozen pieces. The sphere's power seemed significantly diminished by this strike. The three of them each used their abilities to kick the fragmented energy balls into the spatial rift torn open by the heaven-rending claw. Thus the crisis came to an end. After the crisis, the chaotic battle resumed. Vegeta, Death, Kenpachi Zaraki, and Jiren, four top-tier powerhouses, clashed together. Their fight caused the heavens and earth to lose color, and all things fell into silence. The others also returned to the battlefield at this time, each seeking their own opponent, occasionally dragging other foes into their own fray. It was a grand spectacle. Meanwhile, on another front, Son Goku exhausted his means and fought Beerus to a standstill, astonishing Beerus beyond measure. What in the world is going on? Beerus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at the slightly disheveled Son Goku with a head full of question marks. He also noticed something unusual. Not only had the people in the universe grown stronger, but even space itself had been reinforced. In the past, if he had fought with all his might like this, the entire universe would have been reduced to ashes. But just now he had almost exerted his full power. Space shattered, yet it restored itself in the next moment, as if some supreme being was sustaining the universe, leaving him utterly perplexed. Whis, if you don't come out and explain, I'm going to get angry. Stop shouting. Son Goku's done fighting. Now it's my turn to take you on. Beerus called out 1,000 times, but instead of Whis, a group of gods of destruction appeared. They stood in the universe, cracking their knuckles, their eyes like starving wolves, as if they wanted to devour Beerus alive. Kampa, who gave you the guts to? Hi, I'm Kampa, and I've got plenty of guts. Watch my great desolate prison heaven. Kampa had no intention of letting Beerus ramble. He lifted his foot and stomped down fiercely. In an instant, a gigantic purple foot appeared in the universe, its soul aimed directly at Beerus. You? Beerus was about to curse, but sensing the sealing power of the purple giant foot, he had no choice but to raise his hands above his head, unable to dodge in time. Destruction. Big. 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 In a split second, Beerus conjured a destruction energy sphere over 100 kilometers in diameter and hurled it with all his might toward the purple giant foot. Ha ha, take another one from me. Dark God descends. The next moment, Dark God. Thrust. In a flash, the giant spear tore through the void. Beerus didn't even have time to curse. A silver light flickered in his eyes again, and at the critical moment, he barely dodged using Ultra Instinct. Him right here. Kampa had somehow already flashed to Beerus' side, moving so fast that even Beerus using Ultra Instinct couldn't react. A punch landed on his face, sending him flying into the universe until he vanished from sight. Kampa shook his fist and said smugly, I've wanted to throw that punch for ages. See if you still dare to. Kampa, that's enough. I am your brother after all. What the hell is going on? Beerus flew back, touching his swollen cheek and sucking in a sharp breath. It had been less than 10 years. He had slept for less than a decade, and not only had people grown stronger, but even his chubby brother had become formidable. Judging by his power, just now his pudgy brother had nearly reached angel-level strength. It was utterly absurd. Beerus swept his gaze across the assembled gods of destruction. Noting their hostile intentions, his heart sank to the depths. Brothers, time to settle old scores. Get him. One god of destruction couldn't hold back and struck first with a divine annihilation palm. The others followed suit. They didn't use the laws of destruction or energy blasts. They used skills obtained from the blind box shop. The universe was suddenly filled with giant palms, colossal feet, saber auras, sword energies, and spear shadows. They batted Beerus around like a beach volleyball, having a grand old time. But they held back, never delivering a killing blow, though the pain was very real. In the spectator stands, was laughed heartlessly, honking like a goose. The other angels were grinning from ear to ear as well. Even the Grand Priest and the Omni King had faint smiles on their faces. Ma Xiaoling twitched her mouth. What kind of grudge does that god of destruction have against the others? Shen Sen laughed softly. I heard that once while they were playing hide and seek with that drama queen, Beerus just went back to sleep, nearly causing the Omni King to destroy all the universes. That, Ma Xiaoling and her group shook their heads and said no more. Just then the Grand Priest frowned, then relaxed. Interesting. A forgotten branch of time. After an ultra-powerful life form from the main timeline passed through, it actually birthed two beings that surpassed gods of destruction. The Grand Priest glanced at the gods of destruction who hadn't joined the fray, but said nothing, sinking into silence. Shen Sen also sensed a look of surprise on his face. He had heard about Cell disappearing from Hell back then, but he never expected Cell to end up in the Dragon Ball GT timeline, and even enslave all the warriors of that world. Quite intriguing. Xiaoling, there's going to be a good show later. I know, but that guy is at the shop now, and he seems ready to cause trouble. Aren't you going to do something? No need. Even if every being here attacked together, they couldn't harm the shop in the slightest. If Cell strikes and suffers the backlash, he has no one to blame but himself. Just sit back and watch. Near the blind box shop, a summoning array suddenly appeared. After a flash of light, a group of people stood at the center of the formation. It was Cell and the Dragon Ball GT crew. Back then, after enslaving GT Son Goku, Cell had used him as a starting point and through various means enslaved all the other GT members. Ha, yes, that's the scent. Finally, I'm back. Cell laughed wildly, his gaze sharp as lightning as it fell upon the blind box shop, not far away. The greed in his eyes was no longer concealed. This was the confidence brought by power. This was the confidence the GT crew had given him. So this is another although enslaved, the GT crew still retained their own thoughts. They curiously looked around, but seeing that it wasn't much different from their own world, they lost interest. Suddenly GT Vegeta fixed his gaze deep into the universe, his expression turning both grave and excited. Kakarot. Yeah, I feel it. GT Son Goku also frowned. They're incredibly strong. A massive chaotic battle is unfolding deep in the universe. Every single one of them is outrageously powerful, and some make my whole body tremble. Interesting. GT Vegeta looked at Cell's excited back. Looks like his little scheme is going to fail. What can I get for you in terms of jars and blind boxes? As Sun Wukong, weren't you supposed to be competing? What? No, you aren't. Sun Wukong and his group. Inside the blind box store, a red cat was sitting at the front desk engrossed in a comic book. Upon hearing someone enter, it immediately set the comic down. Seeing that it was Sun Wukong and his companions, it felt a bit puzzled. At this time, everyone should be engaged in the grand competition. Upon closer inspection, it realized that the group of Sun Wukong that entered was entirely different from before. First, it was their appearance. Although they looked remarkably similar, their aura and the imposing presence they exuded were completely different. This current group displayed an overwhelming arrogance. In contrast, the familiar group was much more restrained. They were clearly not the same group. The curious red cat sized up the GT Sun Wukong group, seemingly coming to a realization, and exclaimed, "You must be from a branch timeline. Are you here for a blind box or a jar?" Bang! A palm slammed down on the table, creating a thunderous noise that echoed throughout the store. Shara leaned forward, looking casual. Enough with the nonsense. Where's Shun San? Tell him that from now on this blind box store belongs to me. And you get the hell out of here immediately. Hearing this, the red cat looked at Sharu, as if he were a complete fool. Are you seriously unwell? You keep spouting nonsense. If you're here to cause trouble, you can leave right now. Oh, this blind box store doesn't welcome troublemakers. The red cat pointed at the door, adopting a posture of sending off a guest. Shara stepped back a few paces, not leaving. Vegeta, throw him out. You can forget about it. Vegeta sighed, feeling compelled to move toward the front desk. The red cat yawned, raised its hand, and casually slapped, causing the GT group and Sharu to be sent flying out of the blind box store, scattered like leaves in the wind. It nonchalantly observed the GT group and Sharu before returning to the comic, engrossed once more. Sharu, upon seeing this, quickly darkened his expression. I advise you not to act rashly. That cat gives me an extremely dangerous vibe. GT Sun Wukong said lightly, as Sharu seemed intent on making a move. Besides, weren't you here to take revenge on the Vegeta of this world? Concentrate. They are fighting deep in the universe. Phew. Sherry took a deep breath, sensed carefully, and indeed found that they were in the depths of the universe. He shot a fierce glare at the red cat at the front desk, before stating, "Fine, I'll go deal with Vegeta and the others first, and then come back to seize the blind box door. Sun Wukong, come with the others." After Sheriff finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. The GT group exchanged glances and simultaneously placed their hands on GT Sun Wukong's shoulder. GT Sun Wukong followed with a sudden movement, disappearing from sight. Once they emerged, they found themselves in the battlefield where Vegeta and Jiren were fighting. The sudden appearance of the GT group caused Vegeta, Jiren's death, and Kenpachi to cease their battle actions. Interesting, it seems we have some formidable opponents here. Kenpachi rested his sword on his shoulder, wearing an arrogant expression. Hee warriors from another timeline of Dragon Ball with a wild demeanor and a ferocious aura. I truly want to kill you all. His death licked her fiery red lips, her violent battle intent and killing intent erupting simultaneously. Sharu, no wonder you disappeared in hell. It turns out you arrived in a branch timeline. Vegeta spoke to Sharu, but his gaze was fixed on GT Vegeta's face. Feeling the fierce aura emanating from GT Vegeta and the GT Sun Wukong group, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. At this moment, the Z fighters seemed to have noticed the GT group appearing one by one beside Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, Shin and Yamcha, Android 17, and Android 18. They all appeared. They looked at the GT group with great interest. At this time, another person appeared. It was Zhao. He frowned as he looked at the GT group. They are all dead. Their bodies are being controlled by that green guy. Vegeta nodded. No wonder they look so strange. Sharu opened a legacy of the god of the dead in the blind box store, so it's no surprise he can control corpses. Sun Wukong grinned. Jiren is death. Kenpachi, you guys can't interfere this time. I haven't fought myself yet. TCH. Is death rolled her eyes, but didn't feel the need to engage with the GT group. She vanished and Kenpachi didn't leave. He wanted to see if he would have the opportunity to strike at the GT group. V.G. Ta. Sharu finally spoke at this moment. His expression was extremely sinister as he looked at Vegeta, wishing he could devour him whole. It's been 30 years in that timeline. It has been a full 30 years, and during those 30 years I have been looking for opportunities to return and kill all of you. Today you all must die. TCH. Krillin said casually. Hey, that me, how were you controlled by Sharu? His strength isn't that great. You all really are underwhelming. GT Krillin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Try facing Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong's assassination, and CEO being able to resist for even a moment is already impressive. Yamcha scratched his head. No way, that me is too weak. I'm afraid I might accidentally obliterate him, so I won't make. GT Yamcha hearing this felt a bit vexed. He was strong too. Tien Shinhan stepped forward a couple of paces. Other than in the body refinement ladder, I haven't fought myself yet, so it's just the right opportunity to battle my other self. He looked directly at GT Tien Shinhan. Brother, shall we have a duel? GT Tien Shinhan shrugged. I don't mind, but my body is being controlled by Sharu, and without his orders I cannot make a move. Haha, go ahead, find your respective opponents, and bring their heads back to me. Sharu laughed maniacally in response to Tien Shinhan's words. With Sharu's words, the GT group finally could take action. They split up the battlefield. Sun Wukong faced Sun Wukong. Vegeta confronted Vegeta. They remarkably and tacitly found a place to battle. Yamcha sighed. Brother, not to criticize you, but your strength is really weak. I'm truly afraid I might accidentally wipe you out. GT Yamcha had a blank expression. I have already surpassed the previous Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong. Do you really see me as that pathetic? Yamcha raised an eyebrow. Brother, what's the point of discussing Super Saiyan levels? In our dimension, when we strike, it's all about devastating skills. Drawing a sword means a frosty sword that chills 14 states. Super Saiyan is no longer relevant. A beastly aura. It seems you walk the same path as I do. Vegeta gazed ahead indifferently. Come, let me see how far you've progressed. Aha, I've been wanting to see your progress too. So let's fight. GT Vegeta let out a fierce roar and shot toward Vegeta at incredible speed. Neither of them transformed into Super Saiyans. They engaged in hand-to-hand combat in their base forms. Each punch and kick split the earth and caused the air to scream. After a brief exchange, Vegeta grew somewhat disappointed. Seizing an opportunity, he kicked GT Vegeta into the ground, then unleashed a barrage of Prince's techniques. Small ki blasts hurled without pause. Ah-da-da-da-da. Dust rose from the ground, climbing higher and higher until the sky was thick with it. Vegeta stopped, crossed his arms, and hovered in the void. We're not like Kakarot. We don't need to escalate step by step in every fight. Let's go all out, brother. Stop hiding. That little attack couldn't kill you. Show me your true strength. True strength. GT Vegeta emerged from the dust cloud, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. The world quaked under his power. Lightning filled the entire sky. In moments, GT Vegeta's hair began to grow wildly, cascading down to his waist. A streak of white spread rapidly from the roots, covering every strand. And that wasn't all, for sprouted across his body, all of it pure white. GT Vegeta ceased his roar, his piercing gaze sharp as lightning. This is my ultimate form. We call it Super Saiyan 5. Now it's your turn. Ha ha ha, fascinating. So that's how it is. I see now. I should thank you for coming to this dimension, or I'd never have figured out the method to transcend Super Saiyan 4 so quickly. Wait a moment. Vegeta had been watching all along, observing GT Vegeta's transformation. His own Super Saiyan 4 had reached its limit, but the threshold to Super Saiyan 5 had always eluded him. Watching GT Vegeta transform, the method gradually became clear in his mind. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, then let out a roar of his own. He followed the same process GT Vegeta had used to become Super Saiyan 5. His crimson hair grew wildly as white spread over it. Soon another Super Saiyan 5 stood before them. The two white-haired warriors faced each other in the void, exchanged a glance, and laughed. A laugh of pure joy and unbridled arrogance. Excellent. Then, let's fight. Fight. Meanwhile, on the other side. Heather, me from this world. Your physical body is formidable. GT Goku felt a numbness in his fist. Oh, there's a blind box shop here. I've been training my mind and body on the heavenly ladders for years. That's how my body reached this level. Goku grinned. You guys are the real freaks. Without a blind box shop, you still managed to reach such heights on your own. GT Goku shook his head. No, it took me decades to attain this power. And you look much younger. We won't settle this in base forms. Let's get serious. Alright. Both Gokus let out a sharp cry and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, their golden hair deepening to a rich hue. Their ki levels were no longer measured in billions. After transforming, they clashed again. As the battle raged, they both ascended to Super Saiyan 2, wild lightning crackling across the entire sky. We won't settle this in base forms. Let's get serious. Alright. Both Gokus let out a sharp cry and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, their golden hair deepening to a rich. Super Saiyan 2 isn't enough. Let's go to Super Saiyan 3. GT Goku roared again, transforming instantly into Super Saiyan 3. His surging power forced Goku into a retreat. Only when Goku also transformed into Super Saiyan 3 did the battle even out. How about Super Saiyan? After a few exchanges, GT Goku roared fiercely. His long golden hair fell to his shoulders as black strands and red fur covered his body. Then his black hair turned crimson, breaking the limit. Come on, I'll wait for you. I can't transform into Super Saiyan 4. My path is different from yours. Goku shook his head. GT Goku was puzzled. What do you mean? Just this. Goku let out a soft cry, and his golden hair instantly turned blue. After Super Saiyan 3, AI stopped focusing on the Super Saiyan path, and instead walked the path of the gods. This form I call it Super Saiyan God Blue. Interesting. It seems the gods here are vastly different from those in my world. GT Goku grew intrigued. Let me test the strength of your Super Saiyan God. He threw a punch from a distance, the invisible force distorting space itself. Let me show you something new. Divine Armament, second form, pierce heaven. Goku summoned his Divine Armament and executed the second form. The weapon transformed into a sword that tore through space, severing the punch's force and crossing dimensions in an instant. GT Goku roared and tried to grab the Divine Armament, but he underestimated its power. He was blasted away by the violent thrust, crashing through several mountains before stopping. What is this? GT Goku emerged from the rubble, mostly unharmed, but the sight before him left him stunned. Goku waved his hand casually, and countless luminous swords rained down like a storm of locusts. GT Goku roared again, cupping his hands at his waist. A point of light gathered in his palms. It was he. GT Goku looked up at the sword world and bellowed 10 times. Kamehameha. Break. In an instant, a massive ki blast shot from his hands, slamming into the sword world. The two forces clashed in midair, canceling each other out until nothing remained. Your skills are truly peculiar. GT Son Goku twisted his neck, looking at Son Goku with a beaming smile. Come, let us thoroughly savor this battle. I hope you can kill me so Cell's scheme does not succeed. Haha, rest assured Cell's scheme will not succeed and none of you will die. After this battle, I will have Omni King free you from Cell's control. Son Goku, wielding the divine staff, transformed back into a rod, charged forward. GT Son Goku smiled faintly. He genuinely hoped to break free from Cell's control, but once freed, their group would perish instantly. Yet to them, death was also a form of liberation. GT Son Goku took it in stride. To fight with all his might against another version of himself before death, there were no regrets. The two clashed fiercely once more, their figures filling the entire space. Elsewhere. Enough. Stop right now. Besieged by a group of destroyers who had already reached angel-level Beerus, could not even parry, enduring a relentless beating. To make matters worse, they deliberately targeted his face, leaving him battered within moments. Beerus' face swelled into a pig's head. They say never hit a man's face, but this group aimed squarely at his. What a pity for my handsome visage. Beerus touched his cheek, sucking in cold air. You've had your hits. Now can you tell me what's going on? How did your strength reach angel level in under a decade? And why have those humans and other beings grown so powerful, with some even surpassing destroyers? Sleeping Beauty, I tell you Beerus, you're doomed. Hurry up and face judgment. I can't wait to see your haha, what expression. I bet he'll be drenched in cold sweat. Haha, I bet he'll kneel instantly when he sees what's coming without a second thought. Having vented their anger, the destroyers couldn't actually kill Beerus, but they didn't mind saying more baffling things to After speaking, they flew back to the spectator stance. Kampa stepped forward and patted Beerus' shoulder. But sorry bro, I just can't help laughing at your current state. You've slept for 10 years and missed so much. Kampa then sped toward the spectator stance. Beerus, sucking in cold air, quickly followed. He had to see what kind of change could make him kneel. Beerus, an indomitable figure, would never kneel under any circumstances. But, upon reaching the spectator stands, Beerus was stunned, seeing the murderous glares from Omni King and the Grand Priest. Beerus abandoned all thoughts of indomitability. According to protocol, he didn't need to kneel before the Grand Priest and Omni King, but if he didn't, he feared they would strike him down immediately. Thus Beerus knelt, and knelt swiftly. The Grand Priest glanced at him coldly. Stand aside. We'll settle accounts with you after the battle. Yes, yes. Beerus broke out in a cold sweat, noticing Whis nearby wearing a gleeful smirk, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Laughing, still laughing. What major events happened in these 10 years? Hee Lord Beerus, you're finally awake. It's all thanks to Mr. Shun. Whis pointed to Shin San in the seat of honor. Beerus looked over, confirming he didn't recognize the man. Whis patiently explained. The more Beerus listened, the darker his face grew until it turned as black as charcoal. Whis, since such a miraculous shop appeared in our universe, why didn't you wake me immediately? Boo-hoo Lord Beerus, when you're asleep, how dare I wake you? You know all too well the ferocity of your temper upon waking. Shut up. Speak plainly. I wanted to see Lord Beerus get beaten up. You treacherous fool. Hearing this reason, Beerus raised his voice involuntarily. Noticing Omni King's displeased glare again, he quickly lowered his tone. You truly want me dead, you scoundrel? I don't care. When the Grand Priest and Omni King get angry, you'd better put in a good word for me. Otherwise I'll curse you with my dying breath. Rest assured on this matter, Lord Beerus. The Mystery Box Shop is located in our universe, boosting the strength of all 12 universes and making it much easier to repel the invaders from beyond. The Grand Priest credits us with the merit. You won't die, but a reprimand is inevitable. Whis shook his head. As long as I don't die, that's fine. I want to experience the wonders of that Mystery Box Shop myself. Hearing he wouldn't die, Beerus relaxed completely. He noticed food on the table, picked up something at random, and tossed it into his mouth. Instantly it felt like opening the door to a new world. Delicious. So tasty. What is this food, Whis? You bumpkin, that's chocolate. I wouldn't even deign to eat it now. Before Whis could respond, nearby Kampa couldn't. He picked up a carton. See this? I'm drinking, won't want milk now. This beverage is truly exquisite. Humph. Beerus ignored Kampa and devoured the food on the table, shouting with delight as he ate, completely forgetting the pain on his face. Heaven and earth, sleep is paramount, with food coming second. All those long years had been wasted. How could such delicious food exist in the world? The Grand Priest nearby frowned at Beerus' rustic behavior. Omni King spoke up. Shall we erase him? Save the embarrassment. The Grand Priest pondered, then shook his head. Never mind. The other destroyers were the same at first. Besides, if we eliminate Beerus, we won't find a replacement for the destroyer position anytime soon. Beerus remained oblivious to his near-death experience, still gorging on food. Amid the chaotic battle, unexpected incidents occurred frequently, and the spectators were fervent with excitement. They cheered and roared with abandon. Within the battlefield, the combatants reveled in the joy of fighting with all their strength. Suddenly, Shin San on the seat of honor frowned. Ma Xiaoling noticed and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Shin San nodded. "Something's come up. Xiao Lung had a minor accident. I need to leave for a while. You all enjoy the show. Is it serious? Should I come along?" "No need. Just a few saints, nothing major. He'll be back shortly." Ha ha, to encounter a quasi-saint artifact spirit. What incredible luck today. Indeed, indeed. Heaven decrees the Buddhist path, and such a fortuitous encounter is only fitting. Little girl, you had best come with us obediently. On a mist-shrouded ethereal island, two barefoot elders gazed at a young girl, before them smiles spreading across their faces as joy bloomed in their hearts. To stumble upon a quasi-saint artifact spirit on a mere outing was no different from stepping in a pile of dog's luck. And that artifact spirit was none other than Xiao Long, the spirit of the heart-tempering heavenly stairway. Ever since Shun San had conquered the body-tempering and heart-tempering trials, they had been freed from their bonds. During this time, they had roamed across the myriad realms using the rules of the mystery box shop. This time Xiao Long had arrived at the Fengshan plane, a realm of Buddhism, Taoism, and humanism dazzling and brilliant beyond compare. Yet her fortunes seemed ill-fated. No sooner had she entered than she encountered the two saints Jane and Juanti. As merely a quasi-saint, she was defeated in the blink of an eye during their clash. But she was not afraid, for she was not without backing. Before she could speak a word, a gentle laugh, like a spring breeze, echoed from the horizon once more. Although that little girl is an artifact spirit, she possesses her own consciousness. Would it not be unreasonable for you two to forcibly take her away? It was a young man clad in green robes, a sword in hand. Upon the blade danced two characters, Fu Ping, drifting duckweed. He seemed to traverse endless time and space, arriving at the island from the horizon in an instant. Smiling, he glanced at Jane and Juanti, whose faces had paled, then turned his gaze to Xiaolong. Little one, the creed of my GS sect is that in teaching there should be no distinction. How about joining my GS sect? Enough. There must be a first come, first served. Did your teacher not teach you that, Tongtian? That fellow was poaching treasures right from under their noses. Jian's face darkened. Zunti's expression soured as well, though his was tinged more with wariness. But a Quasasana-level artifact spirit was no common commodity. He could not simply walk away at Tongshan's word. Tongshan's smile remained unwavering. Then did your teacher teach you to force others into difficult positions? This little girl is fated with my GS sect. You may leave now. Unless you wish to test the might of the four immortal slaying swords. Ha ha, senior brother, an artifact spirit is an artifact spirit. She is fated with you, and equally fated with me. Another figure arrived. Jane and Juanti were overjoyed at the sight. The newcomer was Yuanshi Tianzuan, a faint calm smile also playing on his lips. The three saints exchanged glances, seemingly forming a temporary alliance. They stood in a row facing Tongtian. What? Looking for a fight? Tongtian showed no fear. The four immortal slaying swords materialized of their own accord, hovering above his head and pulsing with rhythm, radiating an aura of boundless sharpness. The mere stray sword energy had already transformed the entire island into a domain of swords. Senior brother, do not forget, saints are forbidden from acting in the mortal realm. Are you defying the words of our teacher? Yuanshi Tianzhen's expression shifted, his smile vanishing into a look of gravity. But if I go back, I will be the only god. A mere 10 billion is nothing. Shen Yuan pinched his chin, his mind racing. Suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Yuanshi Tianzuan had not anticipated that Tongtian would dare to confront all three of them for the sake of a quasi-saint artifact spirit. Fighting was out of the question, yet like Juanti, he could not bear to let Tongtian take away the quasi-saint artifact spirit, a treasure unseen and unheard of. Just as he was at a loss, a voice echoed from the horizon once more. That artifact spirit is a variable. Bring her back to Bo Palace. Yes, teacher. Yuanshi Tianzuan and the three saints smiled. Hey, what do you mean yes? Did I ever agree to go to Bo Palace? Xiao Lung radiated a chilling aura, seething with indignation at being treated like a commodity. Little girl, this is not up to you. You had better come with us obediently. Jane chuckled, his expression somewhat lecherous. Tongtian frowned at the sight, but since his teacher had spoken, he could say no more. He could only wait until they reached Bo Palace to see if he could claim the little girl. Big brother, if you don't come out now, I'm going to be captured. Xiao Lung called out in a clear, cold voice. The four saints were puzzled. Then, ha, you want to touch my little sister? You're still not good enough. Who? Show yourself. The three saints, led by Yuanshi Tianzuan, were startled. They could hear his voice, but could not see his form. As saints, beings at the very pinnacle, they could not detect another person's presence. If that person were to strike stealthily, they would be doomed. Show myself, I shall. What can you do about it? The sky suddenly split open, and Shun San stepped out calmly. He looked down upon the three saints, then slowly raised his hand. In that instant, the entire island came alive, as if a giant palm was slowly closing. The four saints were struck with terror, feeling as though there was no escape. In disbelief, they each employed their divine powers to flee, but to no avail. No matter how they tried, they always returned to the same spot. Space. You've instantly folded infinite space onto this island. As saints, their perception was keen. Wuxia soon discerned the trick, but ignorance would have been bliss. Now that he understood, he was utterly astounded. Jane and Zunti's expressions shifted repeatedly. Tongtian, however, remained composed, though his gaze toward Shun San carried a hint of curiosity. As the agent of the heavenly Tao, he could not discern Shun San's origins, as if Shun San were not a being of the primordial world. Shun-sen paid him no heed. Reaching into the void, he instantly drew Xiao Lung to his side. You of all places, why did you come to function? At his words, Xiao Lung's aloof demeanor instantly turned playful. She stuck out her tongue. With Big Brother here, I can go wherever I please. Shun-sen nodded. All right, then the decision is yours. Let them go. Or kill them. He owed his current standing most to the mystery box shop and next to it to the two artifact spirits of body tempering and heart tempering. Thus, after liberating them, they were free to do as they wished. All consequences were his to bear. I recall that during the Fengshen era the GS sect was the loser. Just now Tontian spoke a few words on my behalf. Big Brother, could you reverse their fate? No problem. Shun-sen snapped his fingers, and a golden radiant scroll materialized in his hand. At the sight of it, the old man's expression finally changed. Shun-sen paid him no mind. Reaching out, he tapped the surface of the scroll with his finger, then tossed it back to the old man. The Fengshen list now includes all except the disciples of the GS sect. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Whether the GS sect's disciples were listed or not mattered little to him. As long as the Fengshen list could be filled, he would be the greatest beneficiary regardless of which sect's members were on it. Master, who is that person? Tontian gazed at the investiture of the gods, lost in thought. The words just spoken had revealed much. In the days to come, the GS sect would face a great calamity, all because of that list. And his inadvertent kind words for that little girl seemed to have dispelled the disaster. Nothing. The old man shook his head. You may return. The three of you come with me to the Blue Tour Palace. Very well, master. Tontian departed perplexed. The three saints, Yuanshi and the others, arrived at the Blue Tour Palace with uneasy hearts. Upon learning what the investiture of the gods truly was, their faces darkened like charcoal. Yet faced with their master's command, they dared not defy it. After leaving the Blue Tour Palace, the three saints exchanged glances, their eyes altered. What shall we do? Those on the list will be forever bound to that brat Haoyan. Why not you ensure have your disciples and descendants take the fall? Indeed, our Buddhist sect has few followers. The most numerous are under Tongshan's command. But that mysterious young man has amended the list. Those of the GS sect cannot be inscribed. Let each rely on his own skill. If one ends up on the list, no one is to blame. Yuanshi snorted coldly, cutting off Zuni's words. With a flick of his sleeve, he left the Blue Tour Palace, resolved to prepare his disciples for the impending tribulation. Tongtian, still in the sect, also learned of the investiture. A look of survival washed over him. He gazed upon all the disciples in the square. The tribulation is about to begin. Our GS sect is not part of it this time, but you must still act with caution, understand? At the word tribulation, the GS sect disciples erupted into uproar. Yet hearing that the GS sect was excluded, they were filled with confusion. They knew the tribulation could engulf the entire primordial world. Why were they spared? Yet hearing that the GS sect was excluded, they were filled with confusion. They knew the tribulation could engulf the... In the void space, Shin-san strolled with Xiaoling, who wrapped her arms around his neck from behind playfully. Shin-san chuckled. You decide. If you wish to go back, we shall. Xiaoling stuck out her tongue. Brother, how about you take me to another world to play? Pretty please. You've hardly spent... Shin-san sighed. I miss the quiet, cold view. Fine, I'll take you to another realm for some fun. But which... How about Attack on Titan? No, the giants aren't wearing clothes. Can't let little Ling see such filth. Brother, then can we go to the world of Ultraman Tiga? That's acceptable. You look like a child, so it'll take you to fight monsters. Humph. Xiaoling rolled her eyes dramatically. By age, she was billions of years old. It wasn't her fault her body refused to grow. Still, the chance to play with Shun-san made even Tiga acceptable. She wasn't about to be picky. Dragon Ball Prime Universe. The battle raged on relentless. Fireworks bloomed across the cosmos, weaving a breathtaking tapestry. GT Son Goku's breath was slightly ragged. His crimson hair reverted to normal as he exhaled deeply. Then he raised his hand to his waist. Now it's time to get serious. Come on. Son Goku also took a deep breath, his blue hair returning to its usual hue. A glint of light danced in his pupils, the state of Ultra Instinct. With a roar, GT Son Goku's hair grew wildly. In an instant it cascaded to his waist, white replaced black, fur sprouted across his body, his height increased, and his muscles bulged explosively, a terrifying sight. His aura, like that of a primordial beast, spread across the entire universe, making all tremble. At this moment, GT Son Goku's power level had reached the 12th dimension. He fixed his blazing gaze on Son Goku, a slow grin spreading across his face. Come. Fight. In the next instant, he appeared behind Son Goku, an energy sphere capable of annihilating planets gathering in his palm. GT Son Goku thrust his hand forward. Just as he was about to strike, Son Goku casually leaped upward, dodging, and executed a bicycle kick midair. He sent GT Son Goku hurtling downward. However, the universe was vast, and in his downward trajectory, he passed no planets, kicked an unfathomable distance before finally stopping. After halting his backward flight, GT Son Goku swung his hands repeatedly. With each motion, a destructive energy sphere shot from his palm, creating a dense, interwoven path of ki blasts. Son Goku stood at the center of the barrage's body, dodging automatically. When evasion was impossible, he simply deflected the blasts. Return. Explode. Suddenly GT Son Goku waved his hand. The ki blasts, hurtling into deep space, made a sharp U-turn. At his command of explode, the dense cluster of spheres converged on Son Goku and detonated one after another. The resulting power was such that even a stray center of the explosion, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Expressionless, he charged forward his great wilderness. Divine finger. As the words echoed, a colossal finger composed of energy materialized in space, its tip pressing down toward GT Son Goku with overwhelming force. Sensing no escape, GT Son Goku roared and unleashed a Kamehameha. But it was hastily fired, its power no match for the divine finger. The energy wave was shattered in an instant. Left with no choice, GT Son Goku extended both hands attempting to withstand the divine finger. At the moment of contact, the surrounding space shattered like a mirror struck by a hammer. GT Son Goku gritted his teeth, straining against the divine finger. Aya! Push! Back! GT Son Goku erupted with power, forcing the divine finger to retreat. Then with another Kamehameha aimed at its tip, he finally dispersed the attack. Huff, huff, huff. GT Son Goku's breathing grew heavier, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes only intensified, swelling to greater heights. Again. On the other side, Cell stood with his hands behind his back, observing the battle of GT's group. Seeing that they were mostly at a disadvantage, his expression darkened. No good. At this rate, we're bound to lose. The only option now is to use that technique. Son Wukong Vegeta, use your ultimate techniques. Cell, seeing the situation growing increasingly dire, decided he could not let it continue and resolved to secure victory as swiftly as possible to avert any unforeseen mishaps. His voice rang clearly in every ear, and the GT crew's expressions shifted. Brother, kill me quickly, GT Vegeta urged, his face etched with anxiety. Hurry, Cell wants to control us into fusing. GT Son Wukong shouted in equal desperation. No sooner had they spoken than their bodies moved involuntarily, drawing close in an instant. They stood apart, mimicking the movements of a crab. At the sight, the angels in the audience furrowed their brows. Yet Son Wukong and Vegeta merely watched, doing nothing, seemingly unafraid of the Super Saiyan 5. GT Son Wukong and GT Vegeta let out a silent sigh. Then their movements completed, a burst of radiance illuminated the entire cosmos. At its core, a terrifying aura emanated, causing the universe to tremble violently. Son Wukong and Vegeta's brows twitched. This won't be easy. Let's combine our strength, Son Wukong said gravely. Vegeta nodded. I know, don't need you to tell me. 8 gates, 7th gate, gate of shock. Open. Vegeta instantly activated the 7th gate of the 8 gates. With his Super Saiyan 5 form combined with the 8 gates, his power surged at a terrifying rate. Meanwhile, Son Wukong blinked, the light in his eyes deepening as his hair slowly turned white. This was a further advancement of Ultra Instinct. Now both had unleashed their full power. The other fighters, startled by the 4 combatants' overwhelming auras, halted their own battles and warped nearby to observe, none showing any fear. Isteth in particular was thrilled, her eyes gleaming red. She licked her fiery red lips. I really want to kill them. Kenpachi Zaraki, resting his broken blade on his shoulder, lifted his head high. Before that, let me take a swing at them. Oh, that doesn't look good. Are you sure you don't want to back off a bit? Black Wednesday asked, patting his chest. Indeed. With Shun-san the boss lady, the angels the grand priest, and Zeno-san Wukong, and the others were not particularly formidable in comparison. Moreover, even without Shin-san and his group, these berserkers were unlikely to retreat. Jiren, what do you think? Toppo, standing nearby, asked. Their strength has far surpassed that of the former gods of destruction. As things stand, the fused duo is stronger, but Son Wukong and Vegeta have techniques from the blind box shop. The outcome remains uncertain. Jiren spoke more than usual. And if you face them, what are your chances? Toppo pressed. Jiren shook his head and remained silent. But Toppo understood, even Jiren could not prevail against the current Son Wukong and Vegeta. Just then the light fully receded, revealing the completed fusion of GT Son Wukong and GT Vegeta at the center. How to describe it? After fusion, his hair cascaded to his feet, a mane of deep brown. His body was covered in fur, but unlike the purple-haired form, this fur was a deep crimson red, as if bleeding. Vivid red markings adorned his face. His pupils swirled like galaxies, giving him an eerie, sinister, and profound appearance. Brother, be careful. This fusion only allows us one attack, but it will be our strongest. In that case I'm in. Shin Yuan slapped his thigh. Tongzi, your newbie gift pack is lousy 1 million. Do I lack these 3 coins and 2 dates? On the spectators' stands, Beerus felt the power of that energy sphere and broke into a cold sweat. Whoa, that's no joke. Whis, aren't you going to intervene? No rush. Sun Wukong can handle it. Whis remained calm, though his expression grew more serious. Sun Wukong then made his move, forming a cup with his hands, and said softly, Ultra Instinct Kamehameha. Vegeta acted as well, his body trembling as he roared, Heaven-rending claw. Huh. The 3 unleashed their attacks simultaneously. A crimson radiance filled the sky. A white light illuminated the world. Space shattered. In the distance, Jiren let out a roar. A blazing aura erupted from him, providing a fiery shield for the others. Android 17 snapped his fingers, adding another shield for everyone. Then, shields of ice blades shadow light. Barriers formed from various laws materialized around each participant, creating a kaleidoscopic shield. But when the shockwave from the collision of the fused carrots, Sun Wukong's and Vegeta's attacks arrived, the first shield shattered in less than 0.1 seconds. Then the second and third shields broke one after another. They roared again, straining with all their might to withstand the Finally, after being blasted tens of millions of kilometers away, they managed to block the shockwave. When they returned, they saw 4 figures floating in space, all unconscious from exhaustion. Damn, that was close. But damn, that felt good. His death wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Ha ha ha, this is it. So Sun Wukong has reached this level. They'll definitely find a chance to cut him down someday, Kenpachi Zaraki said with wild glee. In the aftermath of that shockwave, many participants had sustained minor injuries. Krillin and the others from the GT timeline survived under their protection, their faces a mask of disbelief. Compared to this universe, they seemed utterly inferior. In their universe, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta could hold their own. But here, everyone was a freak. No good. Cell is about to use a reverse summoning. Stop him. GTTN Shinhan suddenly shouted, since you're here, don't leave. Android 18 glanced coldly at Cell, who, sensing the danger, was preparing to escape via reverse summoning. In an instant she teleported before him, and under Cell's horrified gaze unleashed a ki blast. Cell didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to dust. But his divine core escaped from the powder, fleeing into the distance. However, Android 17 suddenly appeared in its path. This time you won't even get to hell. Devour, eat, roar. A shadowy figure emerged from Android 17's body. This creature was the mysterious egg he had first opened from a blind box, which hatched into this devourer. The devourer swallowed the divine core whole, then retreated back into Android 17's body. Android 18 asked curiously, Boss lady, where's the boss? Ma Xiaoling shook her head. He went to another dimension. Android 18 nodded. Just then Goku and Vegeta, having consumed senzu beans, slowly regained consciousness. They frowned at the lifeless GT group. Goku immediately turned and trotted over. Quan, please help them, I beg you. His attitude was now utterly a hint of pleading also flickered in Vegeta's eyes. The angels furrowed their brows, their gazes fixed on the Grand Priest's face. The Grand Priest slowly nodded. This is not too difficult. Their souls are still intact. We merely need to fuse their souls with their bodies to revive them. However, Goku and Vegeta's hearts tightened, fearing the Grand Priest might utter something unfavorable. However, they cannot remain in this timeline. They must return to their original timeline or join your team to resist the ultra-powerful extraterrestrial beings in other timelines. No problem, I'll accept on their behalf. Goku breathed a sigh of relief. 6 years ago, he had been invited to the Palace of All and had undertaken missions against extraterrestrial beings several times. For a Scion, battle is not a task, but a pleasure. He believed his other self would agree as well. The Grand Priest said nothing more and merely waved his hand. The GT group awoke one after another. Upon learning what they needed to do, they showed little resistance and were instead quite excited, especially GT Goku and Vegeta, who were already itching for action. Afterward, the group gathered together, chatting casually while watching the virtual screen where the chaotic battles still raged, occasionally shouting in appreciation. Meanwhile, Shin San brought Xiao Lung to the Tiga dimension. He deliberately chose the time when Tiga was back. Bro, after we finish with the monster, how about we try boiling Daigo into soup? Xiao Lung blinked as she watched Tiga in the midst of battle. Your taste is too bizarre. Daigo is a person. Ooh, I have no desire to drink human soup. Shin San's mouth twitched violently. Hee, just kidding, bro. What abilities should we use to fight the monster? Xiao Lung giggled. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. How about playing some baseball? Shin Sen had an idea. Xiao Lung instantly understood and nodded eagerly. Shin Sen snapped his fingers, and their forms instantly enlarged, becoming half again as tall as Tiga, and their appearance remained unchanged, only their gigantification followed the local custom. At this moment, both Shin San and Xiao Lung held giant baseball bats. With every step they took on the earth, the ground trembled. The victory team already on edge noticed them and was instantly dumbfounded. Daigo, in the midst of his fierce battle, noticed them too and was so startled by the two giants that he covered his head and retreated. Golza also noticed a huge question mark appearing on its reptilian face. Xiaolong catch. Shun San didn't hesitate. He grabbed Golza by the head, tossing it into the air as if it were a child. As Golza descended, he swung his baseball bat, striking it squarely on the rear. Xiaolong was ready. Seeing Golza flying toward her, she ran to intercept its trajectory and swung her. A bewildered Golza flew back to Shin San. He swung his bat again. The two of them were having a grand time. The victory team watched in utter confusion, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, convinced they were hallucinating. Only after a while did they accept the reality. Two mysterious giants were using Golza as a baseball. This sight would shock them for 10,000 years. Daigo was the most bewildered of all. Watching his evenly matched foe being toyed with, his confused heart was tinged with fear. He dared not approach, terrified that the two giants might in their amusement decide to bat him around as well. After playing for a while, Xiaolong grew bored. Bro, let's go to another dimension. This is no fun anymore. Shin-sen casually knocked Golza aside. Alright, which world do you want to go to? How about a zombie world? No, too ugly. Then how about a dinosaur world? That works. Let's go check out Jurassic Park. Okay. Then, let's go. Shin-san and Xiaolong departed as lightly as they had arrived, leaving not a trace behind, but they left a legend in the Tiga dimension, a tale of playing baseball with a monster. At the blind box shop, Hong Mao heard another voice. He put down his comic and looked up. God of destruction. Yes, give me 5 king jars quickly. The visitor was Beerus. Unable to bear Kampa's arrogant expression any longer in the spectator stands, he had send him to the blind box shop. If he could open some divine items, he would show Kampa exactly why the flowers bloom so red. 1 king jar costs 100 million, 5 total, 500 million. How would you like to pay? Here. Beerus tossed down a spatial ring which he had also obtained from Wes. Hong Mao glanced at it, took the corresponding payment, and brought out 5 king jars from the counter, placing them before Beerus. Use the hammer to crack them open. Good luck. Yeah, I know. Beerus had already learned about the blind box shop's rules. That brute force wouldn't work, as even the Omni King couldn't break the jars. He had some self-awareness. Beerus picked up the hammer and struck one of the king jars. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, and an object slowly floated above it. The object was entirely red, appearing somewhat mystical, but seemed to be merely a daily use item. Congratulations. You've obtained a staff. It's a decorative piece for the room. Not very useful for you, Hong Mao explained. No matter. The next one will be useful. Beerus shattered another king jar. Congratulations. You've obtained a set of comfortable pajamas. This pajama set has a magical effect that can freely adjust the duration of sleep, even setting it for 10,000 years directly. Upon waking, you'll feel no discomfort, and your spirit will be at its peak. Oh, this item suits my tastes perfectly. Beerus held the pajamas in his hands, fondling them with delight. His greatest love in life was sleeping, and the pajamas' effect struck a chord deep in his heart, filling him with bliss. After playing with the pajamas for a while, Beerus stored them in his spatial treasure. Then he struck another king jar with his hammer. In an instant, light burst forth. What's that blinding light? Beerus couldn't help but raise his hand to shield his eyes the moment the radiance burst forth, only lowering it after the glow had faded to ask. He fixed his gaze above the jar, and there, hovering in midair, was an object still emanating light, its very appearance exuding an aura of formidable power. The mere thought that it might be a divine artifact, and that he could soon exact vengeance for the beating he had endured, instantly ignited Beerus' excitement. He fixed a predatory stare upon Hong Mao. Congratulations, you've obtained a 100 million watt light bulb. What's a light bulb? A light bulb is a light bulb. It only emits light and serves no other purpose. If you must find a use for it, it consumes a tremendous amount of electricity, something most people simply couldn't afford to power. TCH, and I thought it was something valuable. Upon hearing it only produced light, Beerus was instantly crestfallen. Hey, you think you draw a treasure with luck as foul as yours? Don't waste your time dreaming. At that moment, Rupa and the other gods of destruction strode in from outside. Little Hong, give each of us 20 king jars. We'll show Beerus what a true lucky draw looks like. Alright. The gods of destruction had amassed an incalculable fortune stored in the shop. Hong Mao waved his hand, and instantly over 100 king jars flew out from the counter, floating before each of the assembled deities. Kampa picked up the hammer and began to smash them one after another. He stopped only after breaking 5. Little Hong, tell me, is there anything remarkable among these 5 items? One is useful. This basin is called the Chi Gathering Basin. It can accumulate chi which you can draw upon, Hong Mao explained. See that? That's what a true lucky draw looks like. Kampa pointed triumphantly at the Chi Gathering Basin. TCH, Beerus scoffed, curling his lip. The other gods of destruction now took up their hammers and began opening their king jars as well. The shop was instantly filled with a cacophony of clinking and clattering. One by one, items materialized above the king jars. Hong Mao was kept busy. Congratulations, you've obtained an oversized quilt. Congratulations, you've obtained an exquisite mural. Congratulations, you've obtained a half-eaten apple. Congratulations, you've obtained a lollipop. Congratulations, you've obtained a mud fruit. Congratulations, you've obtained a Tsang Jing Kong Kong photo album. Congratulations, you've obtained an autographed photo of Wonder Woman. Hong Mao explained ceaselessly, his mouth parched, inwardly crying out for the other shop assistants to return. In an instant, Android 17 returned and joined in the explanations. Android 18 returned as well, doing the same. Zhun and Kuang Tianyu returned, but just as they arrived, a powerful burst of light erupted once more, enveloping Beerus. An intense aura emanated from within the radiance. Kampa was visibly envious, his lips pursed so tightly they could hang a soy sauce bottle. The other gods of destruction felt the same, casting looks of jealousy toward Beerus. Gone was their earlier mocking demeanor. The light gradually dissipated. Beerus opened his eyes, a flicker of sharp light flashing through them. He gazed at the assembled gods of destruction, his eyes narrowing into slits that exuded an inscrutable, dangerous intent. What's the matter? Kampa cracked his knuckles. Even if you did get a skill, you're still far weaker than us. If you want to fight him, game, anytime. Same here. Count me in. Maybe we should just drag him out and beat him again. The gods of destruction grinned broadly as they locked eyes with Beerus, their gazes dripping with an even more palpable menace. Forget it. A wise man bides his time. Let them have their moment of arrogance. Beerus understood full well how powerful the inheritance he had just drawn was, but it required time to master and cultivate. The other gods of destruction had a head start of several years. Engaging them now would likely result in another thrashing no different from before. Little Hong, what exactly did Beerus get that's made him so cocky? Kampa asked curiously. Can you not say? Beerus cut Hong Mao off after just one word. Hong Mao nodded. Of course. Customers have their privacy. If you don't want them to know, we won't say a thing. Good. Beerus was satisfied. He cast a glance at the pondering gods of destruction, then turned and walked out of the blind box shop. He rounded a corner to the heart-tempering stairway and strode inside in a few steps. The ranking board flickered like a restless child. Beerus' name was climbing at a dizzying speed. 1,000, 900, 851, 684. The rise in rank was far from ordinary. Kampa and his group came out to look, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Every layer of the heart-tempering stairway one passed brought growth in both strength and mental fortitude. They had spent nearly 7 years clawing their way to a relatively high rank. If Beerus' ranking was soaring this fast, did it mean? But when they saw Beerus' rank slow down around 400, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. The inheritance Beerus just got must be related to mental cultivation. Exactly. Otherwise his rank wouldn't be climbing this fast. What do we do? If he catches up to us with his temper, he'll beat us to a pulp. Damn it. If he can climb, so can we. At that, all the gods of destruction entered the stairway. Some into the heart-tempering path, others into the body-tempering one. They were all terrified by the speed of Beerus' ranking surge. If they didn't work hard now, they'd be the ones getting beaten later. None of them wanted to suffer Beerus' fists. Xiaoling, we've seen enough. Tianyu and I will head back for a bit. Call us if you need anything. In the blind box shop, Zhenjin said her goodbyes and vanished from the store with Tianyu. I need to get back to watching over the tent world. Boss lady, if anything comes up, just call me. Android 17 bid his farewells and left as well. Android 18, however, stayed behind, returning to the front counter to tease Hong Mao. Ma Xiaoling smiled. Stop messing around, Android 18. Go to the tent and tell them to start cooking. Once the battle is over, we'll have a feast. All right, boss lady. Android 18 pinched Hong Mao's cheek, then flashed into the tent world. Ma Xiaoling added, Little Hong, if you want to sleep, go ahead. No need to stay and mind the store. Hong Mao held up a comic. I'm not done reading yet. You go have fun, boss lady. They'll keep an eye on the shop and read my comic. It's fine. All right, take your time. They'll go call your boss back. Ma Xiaoling vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Shin-san. Seeing him seated on the back of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, she sat down beside him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Sis, you're here too. Xiao Lung rode alongside on a velociraptor. The free-for-all is almost over. I've come to call you back for dinner. Ma Xiaoling shouted loudly. Okay, well, play a bit longer and then head back. After playing with the dinosaurs for a while longer, the three returned to the blind box shop. Xiao Lung had resumed his usual icy demeanor, sitting quietly on the sofa with a book in hand. The title read, How to Cultivate an Aloof Personality. You big pervert, are you going to watch or not? Nothing interesting to see. The outcome is already set. Ing Zi has it in the bag. Rather than watching a fight, I'm in the mood to start one of my own. It's broad daylight. Don't you dare. The battle came to an end. Just as Shun-san had said, with the Emperor's armor and her greatly enhanced strength, Hong Ying emerged victorious. Now everyone gathered inside the tent world. They looked at Shun-san, who sat in the main seat, and burst into laughter. Boss Shin, hurry up and give Hong Ying her prize. Alas, so close, just a little more, and it would have been my win. Don't be ridiculous. With Sister Hong Ying's 5 elements killing techniques and her emperor-level skills, how could you possibly win? Everyone Shinsen stood up and gestured for silence. The entire room instantly quieted down. Shinsen smiled slightly and said this time the prize is the entire blind box shop. What? Hearing this, the whole crowd erupted in excitement. Even the high priest and the Omni King couldn't help but look surprised. Mr. Shin, are you planning to leave? Indeed, the blind box shop is on the right track. I plan to travel around with Xiaoling, so I'm using this competition to find an agent for the shop. Shinsen smiled at Ma Xiaoling. But remember, since you're only an agent, I as the owner still take half the profits. Ings, you don't think you can keep it all? Huh? Hong Ying was stunned by this news. She pointed at herself, dazed, and stammered, Brother Shin, are you saying you'll be the boss of the blind box shop from now on? That's right. Shinsen nodded. The group from the god-slaying world was equally stunned by this sudden joy. When they came to their senses, they frantically signaled Hong Ying with their eyes. But Hong Ying seemed not to notice. But can I really manage the blind box shop well? Shinsen nodded. Don't worry. Once you become the agent manager within the shop's domain, you'll be invincible. If anyone dares to cause trouble, you can slap them into oblivion. If you encounter something you can't handle, you can also contact me. In short, I, your boss, am your strongest backing. Just take over with confidence. Haha, well, except on behalf of Ingzi. Thank you, Boss Shin. Before Hong Ying could speak, Xiao Kongqing and his group had already agreed for her. Hearing this, Shin San waved his hand, and a streak of light instantly merged into Hong Ying's body. In that moment, she grasped everything about the blind box shop. Everyone then congratulated Hong Ying. Afterward, everyone addressed her as Boss Hong. Hong Ying, still dazed, responded one by one. Meanwhile, Xiao Kongqing and his group enthusiastically helped her reply to those offering congratulations. Shin San and Ma Xiaoling exchanged smiles. Xiaoling, where do you want to go? Let's return to my dimension. How about we become landlords? Alright, wherever you go, we'll follow. Whatever you want to do, we'll do with you. Then how about we have a child? Just one. No way, at least 100. Do you take me for a sow? At most 10. Fine, 10 it is. Let's go now. 5 years had passed since Hong Ying took over the blind box shop. The main world had faced many crises. The Bu crisis. Well, it couldn't really be called a crisis. Kuririn alone handled it with ease, but it only eliminated evil Bu. Fat Bu became a regular at the blind box shop. During the Bu incident, the Supreme Kai was utterly shocked. Later, when he learned the identities of the Omni King and his group, he was nearly frightened to death. Then there was Beerus. 3 years later, using the blind box shop and the heart-tempering experience, he reached angel-level combat power, nearly beating the other gods of destruction into questioning their existence. After that, the Z-Fighters faced many more events. There were super powerful beings from beyond the universe. There were gods from a super era trying to eliminate humanity. There were threats from the demon realm. But they resolved each one, their strength skyrocketing. By this year, both Son Goku and Vegeta had reached angel-level power. Yet this was not the end, their story continued onward. As for Shin San and Ma Xiaoling, after returning to the strained Covenant world, they lived the life of landlords, occasionally playing a game of mahjong, living a carefree existence. But after having children, Shin San's leisurely days were over, and he became a full-time dad.